Amidst green mountains, clear waters, blue skies, and white clouds, when Xiao Mu opened his eyes, he was momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings before him. Where am I? Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Mu realized that the sound coming from his mouth had turned into a baby's babbling, and his body had inexplicably become that of an infant. Transmigrated. As Xiao Mu was in shock, a white tiger with a fierce appearance appeared in the distance instantly, making his heart tighten with fear. What's more terrifying was that his earlier babbling had already attracted the white tiger's attention. Could it be this tragic? Start with a king bomb. Can I be reborn again? Watching the approaching tiger, Xiao Mu held his breath and frantically called out for the system in his mind. Just when hope seemed lost, as the tiger was less than 3 feet away. Ding. Inventor system binding in progress. System introduction. Use inventions to improve people's livelihood. Successfully invent something to obtain rewards. If you improve people's livelihood, the reward will be doubled. System binding successful. You have received the novice reward, Dragon's Might. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Mu was overjoyed, not even bothering to read the introduction. Dragon's Might. Instantly, a shocking aura burst forth from the swaddling clothes like the king of all beasts, even causing the white tiger to freeze in place for a moment. Unfortunately, this state did not last long. Just as the tiger's eyes began to gleam with ferocity, swish, a sharp sound of an arrow cutting through the air was heard. Xiao Mu watched helplessly as a cold arrow pierced through the white tiger's forehead. Ding. Host participated in killing the white tiger, improving the lives of nearby residents. Reward skill: fake smile. Fake smile. No matter when or where, you can show a sincere smile. Anyone who sees the smile will feel like a spring breeze and become extremely fond of you. Xiao Mu, still shaken, felt a bit puzzled. What use was the fake smile skill? It would be more practical to give him a small knife as a reward. But after all, it was a free reward, so Xiao Mu didn't complain too much. Just then a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The grass was gently pushed aside, and an old general with white hair and beard appeared before him. Is this a film crew? Or am I truly transmigrated? This old man looks quite kind and benevolent. I wonder if His Majesty hit the tiger or not. If he did, I'll have to go back and tease that old fool Meng Wu. As the old general approached, Xiao Mu heard his muttering. Your Majesty, Meng Wu. Why does that name sound so familiar? Oh my god, that's Meng Tian and Meng Yi's father from the Qin Dynasty. Did I travel to the great Qin Empire? With that thought, Xiao Mu first let out a cry. Survive first. Wah wah. Wang Jian was about to drag the white tiger away when a baby's cry suddenly came from nearby. Pushing aside the grass, he saw Xiao Mu in infant form. How is there a child here? Wang Jian's eyes flickered with confusion, but then he was immediately drawn to the expression on the baby's face. At this moment, Xiao Mu had quietly activated the fake smile skill. Just now he finally understood the system's intention. What was a baby's strongest weapon? Cuteness, of course. This baby is so adorable. It seems that His Majesty's arrow saved this child's life. I must take him back and show Meng Wu that His Majesty not only shot the tiger, but also saved a life, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Outside the jungle, hundreds of fully armed soldiers stood in strict formation. Your Majesty, you hit it. You hit the tiger. Wang Jian walked out of the forest slowly, holding a baby in his left arm and dragging the white tiger with his right hand while deliberately glancing at Meng Wu. The two had previously made a bet on whether His Majesty would hit the white tiger. Hearing Wang Jian's voice, Ing Zhang's face showed no change. Hitting the target every time was just routine for him. However, when he saw the baby in Wang Jian's arms, a flicker of interest rose in his eyes. Your Majesty, your prowess remains undiminished. This arrow not only killed the tiger, but also saved this baby from its jaws. In other words, Your Majesty is the baby's savior. Oh, so you're saying that my arrow accidentally saved this baby from the tiger's mouth? A glimmer of vitality finally returned to Ing Zhang's eyes. Your Majesty, look at this child. How adorable he is. As he spoke, Wang Jian brought the baby before the first emperor. Having lost the bet, Meng Wu was displeased, and his gaze towards Xiao Mu was far from friendly. Xiao Mu was lying comfortably in Wang Jian's arms, waiting to see the face of the first emperor, when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. He happened to catch Meng Wu's unfriendly gaze. This old guy's eyes are terrifying. Suddenly Xiao Mu felt that this embrace was no longer safe. He had no sense of security at all. Seeing the emperor, Xiao Mu's eyes darted around, then he slowly extended his little hand, babbling, "Yeah, softly. I owe Your Majesty, look. This little baby seems to like you. He wants you to hold him." Hearing the baby's babbling, the emperor's long weary heart felt a moment of ease. When he saw the smile on the baby's face, he felt as if a spring breeze had washed over him. Since that's the case, I will hold this baby. As soon as the baby was in his arms, the first emperor felt something unusual. This baby. The first emperor looked down at Xiao Mu in his arms. Although the infant was young, his features were already beginning to take shape. In a blur, the first emperor seemed to see his own reflection in Xiao Mu. Your Majesty, is there something wrong with this child? Nothing, I just think this baby is very beautiful. The emperor calmly concealed his inner surprise, but the more he looked at the baby, the more he felt a sense of kinship. In fact, the Ing family had a secret. Their eyebrows were very distinctive, an important basis for determining blood relations. What startled the emperor now was that the baby's eyebrows were exactly the same shape as his own. Could this baby be my descendant? Thinking this, the first emperor frowned. Although he had indeed left many descendants in his youth, he hadn't had any romantic affairs recently. In his arms, Zhao Mu, seeing that he had been taken into Qin Shi embrace, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then he noticed the slight frown on the emperor's face. A sense of crisis crept up again. Seeing Qin Shi frown at him, Zhao Mu immediately activated his fake smile skill and reached out his little hand to grasp one of the emperor's fingers. As a baby, Zhao Mu's only weapon for self-preservation was a smile and cuteness. There was no other way. So he had to make the most of this. Ding. Host has successfully invented finger-holding kill. Reward, even cuter appearance. Even cuter appearance. Everyone who sees the host will be unconsciously attracted by the cute aura, unable to resist. Friendly reminder: the combination of even cuter appearance and fake smile is even more effective. Hearing the prompt sound again, Zhao Mu was slightly surprised. So poses could also be invented. However, the top priority was clearly to win Zheng Ji's favor. So Zhao Mu decisively launched a two-strike combo: fake smile and more adorable countenance. The first emperor looked at the baby in his arms, his face showing a genuinely innocent smile. When Zhao Mu used his small hands to hold his finger, the first emperor felt his heart melt. Emperors were not heartless. They simply could not allow others to find their emotional weakness. Although Zhao Mu's adorableness had touched his heart, Zheng Ge still showed no expression on his face. Instead, he handed the baby in his arms to someone beside him. Zhao Gao, take this baby. When we reach the village, find a good family, give them some silver, and leave him there. Understood. Zhao Gao nodded and reached out to take the baby. But Zhao Mu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the first emperor's words. Who? Zhao Gao. Even though Zhao Mu didn't know much about Qin history, he knew that Zhao Gao was not a good person. If he left his fate in Zhao Gao's hands, what good outcome could there be? Seeing Zhao Gao about to take him, Zhao Mu's eyes rolled, and he suddenly had an idea. Dragon's Majesty. In a flash, Zhao Gao felt as if a real dragon appeared before him. Subconsciously, his body went limp, and he knelt directly on the ground. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This servant knows his mistake. Zhao Gao was terrified, thinking he had done something wrong to angering Zheng. The first emperor was about to hand the baby to Zhao Gao when Zhao Gao's sudden kneeling caught him off guard, nearly causing him to drop Zhao Mu to the ground. Fortunately, he was quick and snatched the baby back, vaguely feeling a hard object in his palm. What are you kneeling for? Zheng Ji's face showed a trace of anger. If he hadn't acted quickly, the baby would have been dropped to the ground by his own hand. Zhao Gao looked up, also bewildered. Seeing Zhao Gao's expression, the first emperor waved his hand, ignoring him, and slowly took out the hard object he had grasped earlier. This is... In the first emperor's hand appeared a jade pendant. As the first emperor of all ages, an ordinary jade pendant would not affect his mind, but this jade pendant was the one he had personally bestowed upon his eldest son Fusu when he came of age. Could this baby? Once the thought appeared, the first emperor could no longer suppress its growth. Such similar eyebrows and eyes, the inexplicable sense of closeness upon first contact, and now Fusu's jade pendant. Could this baby really be his own grandson? Looking at Zhao Mu in his arms, Zheng Ge couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. After pacifying the realm, Zheng Ge put the selection of an heir on the agenda, but to this day, he had yet to make a statement precisely because there was no candidate who truly met his requirements. The eldest son Fusu was originally an acceptable choice, but unfortunately after returning from Xiaoxian Manor, he underwent subtle changes. Before this trip, he had even openly questioned his new policies and was placed under house arrest. The 18th son Hu Hai knew how to please him, but he was incapable of governing and was not fit for great responsibility. As for the other sons, they only knew pleasure and had long lost the pioneering spirit of the Qin ancestors. They were absolutely unusable. If this baby is truly my grandson, hope rose in Zheng Ji's heart. Regardless, he would first find out the baby's background. If it really was his grandson, giving it a try wouldn't be a bad idea. Inside the tent, General Zhang Han pays respects to your majesty. Zhang Han, as the first emperor's trusted confidant, was like an imperial guard loyal only to the first emperor. Sensing Zheng wanted to investigate the blood relation between the baby and himself, Zhang Han was naturally the first choice. The baby found in the forest during today's hunt. Investigate its origins immediately. The first emperor ordered coldly. Understood. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and Zhang Han finally brought back the investigation results. Your Majesty, due to limited time, I could not investigate thoroughly. However, the corpse of the person who abandoned the baby has been found, and her identity has been verified as a maid from Xiaoxian Manor. Xiaoxian Manor. Exactly. This woman was presumably fleeing with the baby, but was pursued. She had no choice but to hide the baby in the grass and lure the pursuers away herself. Hearing Zhang Han's reply, Zheng nodded, and also recalled an incident that had happened several months earlier. At that time, Fusu had gone to Xiaoxian Manor under the pretext of studying and stayed there for a while. It was there that an assassination had occurred, but the perpetrator had disappeared. The investigation at the time concluded that the disciple who attacked was probably a remnant of the Six Kingdoms. And if he remembered correctly, that disciple was a woman. Thinking this way, everything could be connected. Moreover, it was from that time that Fuse's attitude began to change subtly, and he became very determined to promote the enfeoffment system. If something had happened between Fusu and that female assassin back, then everything would make sense. So could this baby really be his own grandson? I understand. You may retire. If there are any further details, report them at any time. Ing Zheng waved his hand and ordered calmly. Having obtained the answer, Zheng Ji's heart was also a bit unsettled. The idea of a chosen son was too absurd, but he could not dismiss it entirely. Now with his sons all being unworthy, he had accidentally shot an arrow and saved his own grandson. This made him have to believe that perhaps there really was such a thing as fate in this world. If you are truly my grandson, then in my lifetime I will personally mold you into the shape of an heir. Those so-called famous teachers are all names without substance. What they teach are all useless people. This time I will do it personally. Seeing the teacup nearby, Zheng Gu poured some clear water, intending to use the most ancient paternity test method, blood identification. Drip. Looking at the sleeping baby, Zheng Gu drew his sword and gently pricked Zhao Mu's fingertip. Immediately a drop of blood dripped along the sword tip into the bowl, but the wound healed instantly, as if no harm had been done, showing the sharpness of the blade. For himself, Zheng Gu was not so careful. He pulled his fingertip across the sword edge, and a drop of blood fell into the bowl. Ing Zheng watched seriously as the two drops of blood in the bowl, one large, one small, gradually moved toward each other and finally merged into a larger blood clot. They merged. They really merged. You are truly my grandson. Excitement rose in Ing Zheng's heart. Even with his imperial will, he could not help but feel immense comfort. Heaven has not failed me. Heaven has not failed great Qin. My good grandson, you will surely grow into the shape I am most satisfied with. As for that female assassin, Ing Zheng walked to the outer hall. Men, investigate. Within 3 days I want to see that assassin before me. Understood. In a mere 2 days, Zhang Han returned to the military camp bearing the corpse of a woman. Dead. Ing Zheng frowned as he looked at the woman before him. He had not intended to take her life, and Zhang Han, being his trusted confidant of many years, naturally understood his inclination. Your Majesty, by the time your servant arrived, the assassin was already dead and her corpse was being publicly exposed by the remnants of the state of Zhao. Exposed today? What on earth happened? Speak the truth to me. A flash of indignation crossed Ing Zheng's eyes. Your Majesty, according to my investigation, this assassin was Princess Linglong of the state of Zhao. 2 years ago, she infiltrated the Xiaoshenxian manor and became a disciple there. A few months ago, when the eldest prince went to the Xiaoshenxian manor to study, Princess Linglong seized the opportunity to draw near and attempt an assassination. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhao Linglong's assassination failed, and months later, she unexpectedly became pregnant, only to be hunted by the remnants of her own country. By the time I located the place where Zhao Linglong was being held, she had already been executed. Her body bore numerous marks of torture, indicating they sought to interrogate her regarding the child's whereabouts. Judging by the final outcome, they must have failed, which likely drove them to rage and prompted them to deal the fatal blow. Upon hearing Zhang Han's report, Ing Zheng nodded. From this perspective, the woman was not entirely worthless. However, those remnants of the Zhao state truly filled him with deep disgust. Passed down the order for Meng Tian to accelerate the advance of the Golden Fire Cavalry. Within 3 months, I do not wish to hear any discordant voices from the eastern commanderies. With Ing Zheng's wrath incited, everyone from top to bottom was thrown into a flurry of activity. Given the first emperor's towering prestige, as long as he remained on the throne, those petty scoundrels below could never stir up any significant trouble. Dismissing the remnants of Zhao from his mind, Ing Zheng made his way to the rear palace, where that heart-meltingly adorable little fellow lay staring up with wide, dark, glistening eyes. Poor child, go and see your mother one last time. Ing Zheng picked up Zhao Mu and brought him before the female assassin. He desired a strong, fearless man, and education had to begin from infancy. Zhao Mu was startled upon hearing this. Seeing the pale, cold face of the female assassin, he instinctively reached out to touch her, a profound sorrow welling up in his heart. Is this my mother in this world? To think that our very first meeting would be a permanent parting. The bond of blood caused Zhao Mu's grief to overflow, and tear pearls the size of beans rolled down his cheeks. Ing Zheng had merely intended to fulfill a basic human duty by letting the infant see his mother one last time, never expecting to witness such a scene. This child is incredibly intelligent, truly worthy of my bloodline. Ing Zheng had long grown accustomed to life and death. The passing of an assassin merely evoked a brief sigh from him. Instead, it was Zhao Mu's reaction that filled him with deep gratification. As for Zhao Mu, perhaps influenced by his infant body and his grief, he desired nothing more than to curl into a warm embrace. Subconsciously, he pressed his forehead against Ing Zheng's chest, weeping as he nuzzled his head into the emperor's embrace. Ding! The host has successfully invented Embrace Nuzzle. Reward heart-softening aura. Embrace Nuzzle. When the host displays a vulnerable side, it greatly increases the chance of softening the target's heart and evoking pity. Friendly tip: bumping your forehead against the chest yields even better results. Although Zhao Mu received the system prompt, he was currently immersed in grief, and his emotions were entirely genuine. Coupled with the power of the system, even the first emperor could not resist. Do not cry, my poor Xiao Zhenu. Shall I take you to ride a great horse? Zheng rocked his arms, offering gentle comfort as he made his way toward the stables. Along the path, the jaws of countless palace servants dropped in sheer disbelief, and they hastily bowed their heads, not daring to look. Good heavens! If the first emperor snaps out of this, will he silence us all to keep it a secret? Just as Zheng was taking the newly named Xiao Zhenu to ride the great horse, a palace servant came jogging into Hu Hai's quarters, bent double. Young master, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. Impudent fool. I don't know if I'm doing badly, but you certainly are. Hu Hai, who had been frolicking with several maidservants, kicked the servant to the ground and instantly unleashed a flurry of blows. The servant shrieked in pain, but dared not dodge, only able to shield his head and endure the beating. After a while, Hu Hai vented his anger, took a sip of tea, and grunted in irritation. Speak. What is it? Why such recklessness? With a bitter face, the servant prostrated himself on the ground. Reporting to the young master, His Majesty was just seen carrying a child to go horse riding. Hu Hai's brow furrowed, a trace of anger in his eyes. You came to report such a trivial matter. Are you that idle? Seeing that he was about to be beaten again, the servant hurriedly spoke faster. Young master, please appease your anger. His Majesty referred to that child as Xiao Zhenu, and they are riding Zhuefeng. What? Xiao Zhenu? Zhuefeng? Hu Hai's face paled instantly, and he bolted upright. A name like Xiao Zhenu was clearly an affectionate moniker reserved only for an extremely beloved junior. He had heard from his mother that he too had a similar pet name when he was small, but unfortunately it was only used a handful of times. What's more, they were riding Zhuefeng. Zhuefeng was his imperial father's favorite divine steed. Not only could it travel 1,000 miles in a single day with extraordinary grace, but according to the palace elders, it had also saved his imperial father's life. It had always been pampered with the finest food and care. Yet now it had actually become the mount of a mere child. A deep sense of crisis arose in Hu Hai's heart, a premonition that something of vital importance was about to be snatched away. Quick, take me there. Hu Hai grabbed the servant by the collar and dragged him outside the stables. Ordinarily, Zheng would be flanked by a grand entourage, or at the very least accompanied by attendants. Yet now he was entirely alone, supporting Zhao Mu as the child sat atop the divine steed Zhuefeng. Do not fear, Xiao Zhenu. Zhuefeng is a divine steed. He will not harm you. Zheng applied a gentle pressure to steady Zhao Mu on the horse's back, murmuring constant words of reassurance. As for the palace servants and guards, they dared only to watch from afar, not venturing close at all. They feared that witnessing this uncharacteristic side of the first emperor would result in their execution later, to keep them silent. As a modern soul in an infant's body, this was also Zhao Mu's first time riding a horse. His attention was instantly diverted, and his sorrow began to fade. Furthermore, Zhuefeng truly lived up to its reputation as the first emperor's personal mount. Its gait was exceptionally steady, and it was remarkably gentle. Just as one was supporting and the other was riding, a group of people arrived at the stables. Your Majesty, young master Hu Hai requests an audience. A palace servant, having just been kicked by Hu Hai, approached with a tearful face. Zheng did not even cast a glance. He supported Zhao Mu for another short distance before lifting him down from the horse, his expression returning to its usual majestic gravity. What is it? Seeing Zheng acknowledge him, Hu Hai ran over with a radiant smile. Imperial father, I have not seen you for many days and missed you dearly. Hearing from the servants that you were here, I came specially to pay my respects. Zheng nodded slightly. This 18th son of his had always been silver-tongued, and he was quite fond of him. Indeed, it has been some time. Stay and dine with me later. Yes, thank you, Imperial father. As Hu Hai bowed, he stole a glance at the infant in his father's arms. The child was indeed extremely endearing. But at the thought that this child might usurp his position in his father's heart, a sudden wave of aversion washed over him. Still, he did not lash out immediately, choosing instead to observe for now. If he made his feelings too obvious, he feared it would only incur his imperial father's displeasure. Before long, the imperial chefs served the meal. Zheng personally held Zhao Mu in his arms, feeding him spoonfuls of the fragrant, tender, and delicious meat broth, his face filled with an expression of doting affection. Sitting opposite them, Hu Hai watched, unable to help the wave of bitterness that surged in his heart. In his childhood, he too had received such treatment. However, as he grew up, his lack of outstanding talent meant he never again enjoyed such warm paternal love. At this thought, his envy of Zhao Mu intensified. Yet as he watched the interaction between Zheng and Zhao Mu, Hu Hai's heart gradually sank to the very bottom. For the infant's behavior was truly too extraordinary. At only a few months old, he already knew exactly whom he ought to please, refusing to eat even a single bite of food offered by the palace attendants. No, if he is allowed to grow up, he will surely become a grave threat to me. Hu Hai secretly resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate the infant before him, determined that the child must not live. However, with Zheng presently by his side, there was no way to strike. He had to bide his time for a better opportunity. Father, this child is truly beautiful. May I feed him? Hu Hai spoke with a warm, affectionate smile, appearing to any outsider as a highly exemplary elder. Zheng harbored no suspicion toward his son's words. Instead, a faint sense of gratification welled within him. After all, in terms of generation, Zhao Mu was Hu Hai's biological nephew, sharing an undeniable bond of blood. Thus Ying Zheng granted Hu Hai's request. Very well, but you must be exceedingly careful. Do not allow the child to come to the slightest harm, or else I shall hold you accountable. Ying Zheng spoke in a half-jesting manner. Hu Hai was secretly startled by his calm words, and beads of sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. As the eternal emperor spoken of by countless generations of Huaxia in the future, even the most nonchalant remark from Ying Zheng could exert an unimaginable pressure upon ordinary men. Slightly shaken, Hu Hai forced a smile and hastily complied. Rest assured, father. Ying Zheng was advanced in years, and his physical condition was no longer what it once was. Feeling somewhat fatigued after holding the child for a short while, he carefully transferred Zhao Mu into Hu Hai's arms. Zhao Mu, however, caught a fleeting glimpse of the murderous glint in Hu Hai's eyes, instantly putting him on high alert. Wah! Wah! He feigned a reluctant loud cry. Hearing this, Ying Zheng immediately felt a pang of distress and wanted to take the child back. Seeing this, Hu Hai quickly intervened. Do not worry, father. It is only natural for a child to react this way when leaving someone they are close to. Hearing his words, Ying Zheng found some truth in them, so he suppressed his concern and did not take the child back. It actually didn't work. Seeing that crying was of no avail, Zhao Mu knit his tiny brows. Yet he felt no real fear. Instead, he directed a seemingly harmless smile toward Hu Hai. Ha ha ha. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, Hu Hai could not help but laugh heartily upon seeing the child smile at him. He then said to Ying Zheng, "You see, father, I was right." Before he could finish his sentence, however, he suddenly felt a sharp kick to his chest from Zhao Mu, sending a jolt of pain through him. Hiss! Hu Hai gasped from the pain. Seeing this, Ying Zheng asked in bewilderment, "What is the matter with you?" Hu Hai was about to complain, but on second thought he held his tongue, fearing that Ying Zheng would take Zhao Mu back. Thus he gently shook his head, indicating that nothing was wrong. "I'm a man of your age, and you still do not know how to comport yourself with proper decorum." Seeing that Hu Hai claimed to be fine, Ying Zheng reprimanded him with displeasure. Hu Hai felt deeply aggrieved. He was the one who had just been kicked, so why was he the one receiving a scolding? Yet he could not refute it, and had no choice but to submissively admit his fault. The three of them then continued their meal. Hu Hai kept his head lowered, casting a cold, sinister gaze at Zhao Mu in his arms. Seeing Ying Zheng look away, he immediately prepared to pinch Zhao Mu hard, seeking retribution for the earlier kick. What? Just as he made his move, before he could even exert any force, Zhao Mu suddenly burst into a loud wail. Ying Zheng snapped his gaze back and clearly witnessed Hu Hai's actions. Instantly, the emperor flew into a towering rage, roaring, "You rebellious son! What do you think you are doing?" Father. I did not. Hu Hai frantically tried to explain himself, but with his actions laid bare for all to see, there was no way to explain it away. Ying Zheng glared at him, first taking Zhao Mu back into his arms, and then furiously rebuking Hu Hai. "I originally thought you were merely ignorant and foolish, but I never expected you to harbor such malicious intent, plotting to harm my Qin child. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to kill little Jinu?" "No, I truly am not." Hu Hai hastily knelt on the ground, explaining himself in sheer terror. He had indeed only intended a petty retaliation, never dreaming of harming Zhao Mu right in front of his imperial father. That would have been utter madness. Ying Zheng, however, paid no heed to his explanations. After delivering his scolding, he could not contain his fury and slapped Hu Hai hard across the face. "Get out! Stop offending my sight!" he roared, banishing Hu Hai. Beside them, Zhao Gao also came to his senses and quickly stepped forward to plead on Hu Hai's behalf. "Your Majesty, surely you must have misunderstood. The 18th prince is of pure heart. He could never commit such a malicious act." "Yes, please see clearly, father." Bolstered by Zhao Gao's support, Hu Hai hurriedly continued to beg. Ying Zheng looked at his closest eunuch and his once beloved son colluding in such a manner, his gaze gradually turning icy. He had long been aware of their secret dealings, but he had never expected them to be so audacious as to attempt to distort the truth of something he had witnessed with his own eyes. It seemed he had been too benevolent, leading them to believe he was easily swayed. At this thought, Ying Zheng's anger intensified, and he turned his gaze to the nearby guards. "Guards, take Hu Hai away and place him in solitary confinement for 7 days. "What?" Hu Hai was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this. For the imperial relatives and nobles of today, confinement was an exceedingly severe punishment. As the most favored son, he had never once been confined in his life. How could his father be so heartless today? Why? His face was a mask of shock, his heart filled with utter disbelief. The 4 guards nearby stepped forward, ruthlessly executing Ying Zheng's command. They hoisted him from the ground, preparing to escort him away for confinement. Standing to the side, Zhao Gao did not speak up again. He could see that Ying Zheng was truly enraged this time. Any further pleading might drag him down as well. For now, his only option was to protect himself and await a future opportunity to exact his revenge. With this thought, he cast a venomous glare at the child lying comfortably in Ying Zheng's embrace. The dark, damp underground dungeon was filled with a putrid odor that made one's stomach churn. Zhao Gao covered his nose with a torch in hand and approached the outermost cell, where Prince Hu Hai huddled in a corner, shivering from the cold. 18th young master, I've come, he whispered softly. Upon hearing the voice, Hu Hai quickly crawled over from the dark corner. He had been imprisoned for 6 full days, his body reeking of neglect and unwashed skin, with dark circles forming beneath his sunken eyes from sleepless nights. Zhao Gao, please let me out. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but this is an order directly from the Emperor. Facing the pleas, Zhao Gao shook his head helplessly. Dejected by the response, Hu Hai collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. His gaze grew vacant as he stared ahead, but slowly anger began to simmer in his eyes. That old bastard dared to treat me this way after all the filial piety I showed him. Hu Hai couldn't help but curse under his breath. Zhao Gao was startled by the outburst and immediately warned him sternly, "Watch your words. Walls have ears." Hu Hai fell silent at once. Though not particularly brilliant, he wasn't foolish either, and those were just angry words in the heat of the moment. Yet even as he calmed, slightly resentment still flickered in his eyes. Why does father show such favoritism toward that child named Zhao Mu? He doesn't even acknowledge his own flesh and blood. Zhao Gao recounted in detail what transpired before and after Ying Zheng's hunting trip, and Hu Hai listened with a furrowed brow. He still couldn't fathom why Zhao Mu received such favoritism. He was merely a child found wandering in the wilderness. Zhao Gao spoke in a low, suggestive tone. "Young master, you shouldn't fixate solely on that boy." At these words, Hu Hai looked up at him. "What do you mean?" Zhao Gao's voice carried an insinuating quality. "That child means nothing on his own. He exists only because of the Emperor's favor. Should you ever become the king of Qin, dealing with him would be effortless." Precisely. Hu Hai's eyes widened in sudden comprehension, and he eagerly agreed. To become the king of Qin meant wielding absolute power over all under heaven. In that position, a mere Zhao Mu would be at his mercy, life and death in his hands. With these thoughts taking root, his resolve hardened. I must become the king of Qin, not merely for vengeance, but to ensure I never suffer such humiliation again. Zhao Gao. Hu Hai turned to his confidant beside him. Before anything else, we need to investigate Zhao Mu's origins thoroughly. I refuse to believe father would dote so blindly on a child of unknown descent. Though he spoke these words, a suspicion already simmered within him. Zhao Gao didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Rest assured, young master, I shall investigate immediately, and sooner or later that child will meet his end. The following day, warm sunlight streamed into the Golden Palace, where ministers had already gathered awaiting Ying Zheng's arrival for court session. But after nearly 2 hours of waiting, they finally caught sight of Ying Zheng. And most astonishingly, he was carrying a child in his arms. It appears His Majesty holds a child. Who is he? The Emperor bringing a child to morning court. This has never happened before. The ministers whispered among themselves below the hall, their curiosity piqued by the child, and wondering what status could warrant such an unprecedented honor. Once Ying Zheng settled onto the dragon throne, he assumed the bearing of an emperor, surveying the ministers below with imperial authority. Zhao Gao, standing nearby, immediately announced, "Court is in session. We welcome your majesty. Long live the emperor for 10,000 years." The assembled ministers cried out in unison. After the echoes faded, Ying Zheng spoke again to introduce the child cradled in his arms. "My lords, let me present the child I hold. He was found wandering in the mountains and wilds, yet I feel a profound destiny connects us. Henceforth I shall keep him close and nurture him to serve as my trusted aide." What? Upon hearing these words, the ministers exchanged astonished glances. Simply a child plucked from the countryside, yet the emperor intends to elevate him to such prominence. Why this favor? Could it truly stem from destiny alone? The ministers contemplated in silence, their gaze toward Zhao Mu now carrying renewed gravity. Favor from the emperor was never something to disregard. After all, as ministers they were bound to respect the great Qin emperor's decisions. Ying Zheng descended from the dragon throne with Zhao Mu in his arms approaching them. He chuckled warmly. "Take a look. What do you think of this child?" There was an unmistakable note of pride in his words, as if showing off his own son. The ministers exchanged glances, their surprise deepening before they finally turned their attention to the child held aloft. Zhao Mu faced the weight of countless curious stares with remarkable composure, displaying none of the unease one might expect from a child. His delicate features and endearing appearance stirred affection in the ministers, who couldn't resist offering praises. "This child is truly charming. Your Majesty is extraordinarily fortunate to have found such an adorable child. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Best wishes, Your Majesty. I find not only his striking features remarkable, but also his bearing exceptionally distinguished. Indeed, he shows no trace of timidity despite the crowd before him. A truly impressive display. I believe he will surely achieve great things in the future." Ying Zheng listened to their words, an unstoppable smile spreading across his face. He felt a deep sense of pride, more delighted than if the praises had been directed at himself. Then, unable to contain himself, he asked, "My lords, do you think this young servant of mine can prove capable of great service in the years ahead?" "Absolutely, Your Majesty," the ministers hurriedly replied in unison. "Ha ha ha." Ying Zheng burst into hearty laughter, then returned to the dragon throne, with Zhao Mu still in his arms, to begin the day's court proceedings. Lying in his arms, Zhao Mu listened to the ministers discussing matters of governance and the welfare of the people, growing somewhat bored. So he opened the system mall to see what information he could exchange for. Zhao Mu quickly grasped the scoring rules. They were actually quite simple. There are 2 parts in total. First, if one can complete an invention, 1 direct reward points from the system. Secondly, when something you personally invented begins to affect how the world operates, you can continue to earn points based on the strength and reach of that influence. In other words, the path he would follow from here on was very clear. First, he would need to strive to invent various new things, then promote them across to Qin, and even to other nations in the world, so as to earn points to redeem items again. And so the cycle would continue. This system is incredibly practical. With it, my future achievements will be utterly immeasurable. Zhao Mu could not help but smile inwardly. While he pondered in silence, today's court assembly had already ended, and many ministers were leaving the palace. Ying Zheng summoned Meng Wu and Wang Jian and led them to the inner hall of the Xianying Palace for a discussion. The 2 ministers spoke up, asking what had brought him here. Meng Wu, blunt as ever, spoke first. Wang Jian beside him wore a look of curiosity. Could this be another start of war? Hearing this, Wang Jian could not help but feel a surge of excitement, his expression full of eagerness. Although Qin had achieved unification, many barbarian tribes beyond Qin still awaited conquest. As a general of Qin, Wang Jian was likewise a brave, war-loving descendant of the Qin people, always carrying a bloodline eager for battle. He longed to venture once more to the frontiers beyond the gates to fight those barbarian tribes, but Ying Zheng's words dispelled that notion. Ying Zheng said that he had called his 2 trusted ministers here for his Xiaoji Nu. Meng Wu widened his eyes in astonishment, then his gaze was drawn to the adorable infant cradled in the emperor's arms. When asked what they were to do, Ying Zheng plainly stated his plan. He wanted them to help raise Xiaoji Nu. This decision came after careful consideration. The harem environment was complex, and Ying Zheng himself had to handle numerous court affairs, leaving him with little energy to personally care for Zhao Mu. Knowing the palace's minds to be treacherous, if Zhao Mu were entrusted to them, it might be hard to tell whether someone would seize the opportunity to influence the swaddled infant. To better cultivate Zhao Mu, it would be best to entrust him to those with the requisite talents. And Meng Wu and Wang Jian happened to be such talents. The emperor stated that he valued Xiaoji Nu greatly and intended to train him to become a future pillar of Qin. Therefore, I want you 2 to help train him. Are you willing? Zhao Mu heard these words, and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. He wondered whether Ying Zheng would truly hand him over to others to raise, and whether danger would lie ahead. Moments later, Zhao Mu's thoughts naturally faded away, for he believed Ying Zheng's care would surely prevent anyone from handing him into a tiger's den. The person entrusted must surely be someone worthy. I am willing, said Wang Jian, the first to agree after hearing Ying Zheng's question. As a loyal minister who had followed Ying Zheng for many years, he would never refuse the emperor's commands, even if it meant being ordered to drink poison and die on the spot. Caring for a child was no problem at all. Meng Wu paused to consider Ying Zheng's words, and after thinking it through, he solemnly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I promise I will help train this young master into a true dragon of Qin. Excellent. With their responses, Ying Zheng could not help but feel greatly reassured. Since they had agreed, they naturally began to discuss the subsequent nurturing arrangements. Ying Zheng arranged that the 2 would help raise Zhao Mu in alternating months, and during the single month, he would personally escort Zhao Mu into the city for care, so as not to overtax his energy. The 2 veteran ministers agreed obediently. After discussion, Wang Jian would first take Zhao Mu back to his home to raise him. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Meng family general's mansion in the front courtyard stood a 5-year-old boy about 1 meter 20 tall, extraordinarily handsome, and with a transcendent bearing. He stood there quietly with little expression on his face, yet an aura of quiet majesty naturally emanated from him. Onlookers around him were impressed, admiring a heroic and formidable young boy. Young Master Mu, it's time to continue training your spear arts. Meng Wu stood nearby in a serious tone. Zhao Mu immediately walked to the weapon rack, drew a specially crafted short spear, and began to practice in the courtyard. Although he was young and not yet fully grown, the spear work he displayed was astonishing to all who watched. The spear strikes like a dragon, a gleam of cold light appears the conqueror, turns his head, and his power could split great mountains. Every move of his spear technique had been honed to perfection. Even adults facing such refined skill would find it difficult to counter. As a time traveler, Zhao Mu possessed a head start beyond ordinary children, and with 2 veteran generals as tutors, reaching such mastery of the spear was hardly surprising. Meng Wu, delighted, drew his long spear and rushed to Zhao Mu's side, guiding his moves while testing whether Zhao Mu's spear could be applied in real combat. Facing him, Zhao Mu did not match Meng Wu's stellar spear work, but his nimbleness and quick thinking allowed him to keep pace, earning the envy and astonishment of those around. Not bad, but you must keep refining and never slack off. Meng Wu spoke calmly after the evaluation, though inwardly he was quite astonished. It was unbelievable that Zhao Mu could master such powerful spear skills at the age of 5. A messenger then announced that Your Majesty had summoned Mu Gongzi to the palace immediately. A eunuch rushed in from outside. Zhao Mu and Meng Wu were not overly surprised, for every month they were required to go into the city. This had already become the norm. Yet the eunuch's next words left people perplexed. Additionally, the emperor instructed General Meng Wu to bring his grandson Meng Lian into the palace, and I must go inform General Wang Jian to bring his granddaughter and grandson into the palace as well, so I shall not trouble you further. Enter the palace together. Upon hearing this, Meng Wu was somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom the first emperor's intentions. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Half an hour later, Zhao Mu passed through the city gates and arrived within the inner courtyard of the Wang residence. Yet before he could even step inside, he spotted two youths clad in leather armor trading punches and kicks in a fierce scuffle. What was going on here? He froze for a moment, turning his gaze toward Meng Wu beside him. Feeling Zhao Mu's questioning look, Meng Wu felt a wave of embarrassment, for the cause of this spectacle was none other than his own grandson's prior provocation. Just as Meng Wu was about to bark a reprimand, Wang Jian emerged from the residence, his face dark with displeasure. Wang Li, halt this instant. Meng Lian, do not be insolent. Following the thunderous roars of the two elders, the two youths finally parted, their faces flushed with resentment. What on earth is wrong with you two? Wang Li, you had better give me a proper explanation. Wang Jian glared at his grandson, scolding him harshly. Pointing at Meng Lian, Wang Li said in a fit of rage, he claimed my martial arts are just for show, and that I am inferior to him in every way. I lost my temper and lashed out. Meng Lian did not refute the accusation. Instead, he shot back a provocative glare. Wang Li was about to charge forward once more to teach Meng Lian a lesson. Is this how I taught you? Wang Jian's thunderous roar cowed Wang Li once again, his expression one of deep disappointment at his grandson's failure to live up to expectations. At this, Wang Li bowed his head in shame. On the other side, Meng Wu resorted to physical discipline, leaving Meng Lian thoroughly beaten. Watching from the side, Zhao Mu found the scene both amusing and exasperating. Youths would be youths, always driven by impulse. Yet seeing his two companions being disciplined so miserably, he felt a pang of pity. With a quick roll of his eyes, he called out, "Grandfather Wang, Grandfather Meng, please do not forget that you must bring them to the palace shortly. We must not delay." Meng Wu had no desire to continue the beating, for the boy was his own flesh and blood after all. However, because his grandson was the provocateur, he felt too embarrassed to let Meng Lian off the hook unless Wang Jian spoke up first. Zhao Mu's words provided both him and Wang Jian with a much-needed way out of the awkward situation, and he could not help but give Zhao Mu a silent thumbs up in his mind. Wang Jian let out a cold snort and barked at Wang Li, "For young Master Mu's sake, I shall spare you this once. Follow us to the palace to audience His Majesty shortly. If you dare cause such mischief again, I will flay you alive. Furthermore, look at the mess you two have made here. Go clean it up this instant." With that, Wang Jian flung his sleeves and departed. "Meng Lian, you too," Meng Wu added with a stern face, quickly following on Wang Jian's heels. Wang Li and Meng Lian instantly breathed a sigh of relief, casting grateful looks at Zhao Mu, who remained standing nearby. Zhao Mu smiled dismissively and said, "We are brothers, aren't we? Besides, we have to enter the palace soon. Let me help you clean up." Hearing this, both of them broke into joyful smiles. Just then, as Zhao Mu gazed upon the bamboo grove left in shambles by the duo, memories of the various types of paper commonly used in his past life flashed through his mind. Bamboo, after all, was one of the primary raw materials. In this era, paper did not yet exist. Having experienced the tediousness of recording texts on bamboo slips, he knew all too well how troublesome and wasteful it was. A single piece of bamboo could only hold a mere few hundred characters. Yet a single sheet of white paper could record thousands or even tens of thousands of words and was incredibly easy to store. If he could manufacture white paper, he would no longer have to sift through a vast sea of bamboo slips while studying. "It is decided. I must manufacture paper," Zhao Mu declared resolutely. He then eagerly made his way into the Wang residence, intending to gather Wang Jian and the others to head to the palace immediately. Currently, he was but a child. To make paper, he had to rely on external support, and Qin Shi was undoubtedly his greatest backer. "Hey Zhao Mu, you promised we would clean up together as brothers. Why are you running off all of a sudden?" Meng Lian shouted from behind, utterly baffled as to why Zhao Mu, who had just agreed to help, had suddenly bolted. Was brotherhood truly nothing but a sham? Little did they know Zhao Mu's departure would soon leave them with no time to even finish tidying up the mess. "I have an important matter to discuss with your grandfathers. Clean up quickly on your own. We are about to enter the palace." Zhao Mu's mind was entirely consumed by the prospect of papermaking. He had no focus left to help tidy up the mess. Offering this well-meaning reminder, he hurried into the Wang residence without looking back. Just as he stepped inside, he saw Wang Jian and Meng Wu walking toward the entrance, followed by a remarkably beautiful, bright-eyed young girl. The moment she saw Zhao Mu, her eyes curved into lovely crescents of laughter. "Little brother Zhao Mu, you are here too. Quick, let big sister pinch your little cheeks." Ignoring Zhao Mu's helpless gaze, the girl immediately reached out to squeeze his face. "Sisterling, if you keep pulling like that, my handsome face is going to be completely deformed. If no one wants to marry me when I grow up, you will have to take responsibility." Zhao Mu mumbled indistinctly. Then I shall pull even harder. It would be best to deform your face right now so that in the future you will have no choice but to wait for me to marry you. To his dismay, Wang Linger only laughed more merrily. Completely unbothered by Wang Jian's presence beside them, she pinched his cheeks even more audaciously. Zhao Mu was left with no tears to cry, forced to look to Wang Jian for help. As for Wang Linger's teasing words, he was still far too young and adulthood was a long way off, so he did not take them to heart. Linger, we are about to enter the palace. Do not be impolite to young Master Mu. Wang Jian chided softly, though anyone could see the deep, doting affection in the old man's eyes. Fortunately, Wang Linger was a sensible girl, who she obediently let go of Zhao Mu's cheeks only to grasp his small hand instead. To this, Wang Jian feigned ignorance. Standing to the side, Meng Wu watched with an amused look, thinking that Wang Jian's intentions were far from pure. What a pity that his own household was blessed only with boys. Zhao Mu also quickly regained his composure. He had long since grown accustomed to Wang Linger holding his hand and felt no awkwardness. In his heart, the two of them were simply an affectionate pair of siblings. Grandfather Wang, Grandfather Ming, I have serious business to discuss with His Majesty. Let us head to the palace now. As he recalled his primary objective, Zhao Mu's expression turned solemn. Seeing this, the expressions on the faces of Wang Jian and Meng Wu gradually grew serious as well. Ever since Qin Shi entrusted Zhao Mu to their care, the boy had brought them far too many surprises and shocks over the past 5 years. They had long ceased to view him as an ordinary child. At times they treated Zhao Mu as an equal, just like now. Whenever Zhao Mu wore such an expression, they could not help but instinctively turn serious. For they knew that whatever Zhao Mu spoke of might very well be of monumental significance to the great Qin. Please speak, young Master Mu. I intend to manufacture paper, Zhao Mu said earnestly. Paper? Papermaking? Wang Jian and Meng Wu exchanged a bewildered glance, instantly realizing that this was yet another of Zhao Mu's novel creations, and anticipation began to well up in their hearts. What exactly is this paper? Papermaking is a craft, and paper is akin to bamboo slips used to record and store texts. However, it is thousands, even tens of thousands of times, superior to bamboo slips. Wang Jian frowned, asking in confusion, superior to bamboo slips? Is that not just silk fabric? Wang Jian was unfamiliar with paper, but he knew of silk fabric. Not only did he know of it, but he had also used it. Just as Zhao Mu described, compared to bamboo slips, silk fabric was hundreds or thousands of times superior. However, the sole issue lay in the fact that silk fabric was extremely difficult to manufacture and highly precious. Even Qin Shi rarely used silk for writing. If the paper Zhao Mu spoke of was merely silk fabric or something similar to it, then its significance would be negligible. Yet in all these years no one had ever discovered such a thing. Wang Jian and Meng Wu felt that Zhao Mu might have made a blunder this time. They recalled that Zhao Mu had never come into contact with silk fabric before and had always used bamboo slips for his studies. This time perhaps Zhao Mu had accidentally come across silk fabric and mistaken it for the paper he spoke of. The paper I speak of is not fine silk, but a material manufactured from processed plants. It is far cheaper than silk, affordable even for the common people. Zhao Mu's words stunned Wang Jian, Meng Wu, and the young maiden Wang Linger. Far cheaper than silk. Affordable even for the common people. Wang Linger knew well how precious and scarce silk was. Once frustrated by the tediousness of recording characters on bamboo slips, she had stealthily used a small piece of silk from her mother's collection. As a result, she was severely reprimanded by her mother, her father, and her most doting grandfather. From then on, she dared not harbor any desires for silk, obediently relying on bamboo slips to record her writings. Wang Jian was a titan of Great Qin, and the entire Wang clan held immense sway within the empire. If even they treated silk with such utmost caution, it was completely out of reach for ordinary households. Many did not even know that such a thing as silk existed in the world. Little brother Zhao Mu, is what you say true? Is this paper really that cheap and convenient to use? Wang Linger gazed at Zhao Mu with anticipation. She truly detested recording characters on bamboo slips to the extreme. Not only did they accommodate very few words, but they were also highly inconvenient to carry. Furthermore, their weight was substantial. Holding them for long periods made one's hands ache with fatigue. She only wondered if this paper would also be heavy. Meanwhile, Wang Jian and Meng Wu stared intently at Zhao Mu. Although they were military generals rather than scholars, Zhao Mu's remark, affordable even for the common people, made them instantly realize the profound significance of paper to Great Qin. Both were veteran generals of Great Qin, having conquered more than half of the realm themselves, and they naturally harbored a deep love for the empire. Anything beneficial to Great Qin was something they welcomed and cherished. Grandfather Wang, it is one thing if you do not believe me, but how can you not believe me either, Sister Ling? Your little brother has never lied to you all these years. Zhao Mu feigned a wronged expression, his youthful face looking incredibly adorable. All right, it is my fault. I will never doubt you again. Though Wang Linger knew Zhao Mu was merely putting on an act, she could not help but feel a pang of affection gently pinching his adorable cheek. Wang Jian, however, had no mind for such playfulness. His sole desire was to see the paper Zhao Mu spoke of with his own eyes. Young Master Mu, do you happen to have some of this paper to show us? Indeed, young Master Mu. It is not that we doubt your words, but rather that this paper could be of monumental importance to Great Qin. Thus we must proceed with caution. It would be best if we could lay eyes upon it. Meng Wu, whose heart was just as dedicated to Great Qin as Wang Jian's, chimed in agreement. However, Zhao Mu could only assume a helpless expression and said, I only just thought of this invention and have not manufactured it yet, so I have none on hand. If you wish to see it, you must wait until I create it. Then make haste to manufacture it, young master. We can even skip this audience at the palace. I shall personally explain it to His Majesty later, and he will certainly not blame you. Indeed, this old minister still commands some influence before His Majesty. I guarantee you will not face his displeasure. To lay eyes on the paper immediately, the two elders were willing to risk everything. But Zhao Mu could only smile bitterly. Although papermaking was not overly complex, it was by no means simple, certainly not something a 5-year-old child could accomplish alone. He had to rely on external assistance, and the process of making paper could not be completed in a mere day or two. Zhao Mu then briefly explained the necessary conditions and time frame required for papermaking to Wang Jian and Meng Wu. Instantly, the two elders and the young maiden wore expressions of deep disappointment. Zhao Mu continued, My purpose in visiting the palace this time is precisely to discuss papermaking with His Majesty in hopes that he can assign some craftsmen to assist me. I came in earlier just to call you all to depart for the palace immediately. Upon hearing this, the regret on Wang Jian's face vanished instantly. With a sweep of his broad hand, he declared, Then what are we waiting for? To the palace at once. Having spoken, he took the lead with Meng Wu following closely behind while Zhao Mu was dragged along by an excited Wang Linger. Meanwhile, outside the Wang residence, Meng Lian and Wang Li had only just begun clearing up the surrounding mess. We are departing for the palace now. Have you two finished cleaning up? The moment Wang Jian stepped outside, he spotted the two. Hurried to set off, his face bore not a trace of pleasantness. Meng Lian and Wang Li exchanged glances, both seeing the utter bewilderment in each other's eyes. Finally, Wang Li spoke up meekly, Just a little bit left. Meng Lian glanced at Wang Li, thinking to himself what a bold fellow he was. They had barely even started, yet he dared to claim they were almost finished. Yet under the stern gaze of his grandfather Meng Wu, Meng Lian nodded with a straight face, tacitly endorsing Wang Li's words. Utterly useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. We are heading to the palace immediately, so leave this mess for now. Once we return, you shall be confined to the residence. Until I give my permission, you are not to go anywhere. And you too, Meng Lian. Their faces instantly fell. Just then Wang Linger emerged from the residence, pulling Zhao Mu along. The two immediately spotted Zhao Mu. Recalling his warning before he entered the residence, they knew beyond a doubt that their current plight was entirely the doing of this little brat. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: this kid is no brother of ours. Everyone is here. To the palace now, Wang Jian called out, and the group set off. Wang Jian and Meng Wu rode in one carriage while Wang Linger and Zhao Mu shared another. Wang Li and Meng Lian rode abreast on horseback. Soon they arrived at Xianying Palace. As Emperor Qin Shi Huang looked at Zhao Mu, whose small hand was held by Wang Linger, his mood instantly brightened, and much of his imposing majesty softened. Come, let me hold you. Emperor Qin Shi Huang beckoned to Zhao Mu. Wang Linger naturally dared not hold his hand any longer, and Zhao Mu obediently walked over. He had no choice. Qin Shi Huang had saved his life and treated him with exceptional kindness. Moreover, this was the eternal emperor he had always revered, making it impossible to refuse. Splendid, you have grown taller again. Qin Shi Huang dotingly patted Zhao Mu's head. At that moment, Wang Jian, who had long since lost his patience, stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this minister has a matter to report. We shall not speak of official matters today. There is no need for such formality, old General Wang Jian. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand with slight impatience. He did not want tedious affairs of state to disrupt his reunion with Zhao Mu. Having served Qin Shi Huang for so long, Wang Jian naturally understood the emperor's underlying meaning. In the past, he would have remained silent. This time, however, was different, for this matter concerned Zhao Mu, and Qin Shi Huang would surely not lay blame upon him. Your Majesty, in truth, this matter ought to be spoken by young Master Mu himself. However, fearing that the young master might forget, this old minister has taken the liberty to remind you. Oh, Zhao Mu has something to say to us. Qin Shi Huang looked down at Zhao Mu. True to expectations, he was not angered, only slightly surprised. Zhao Mu, what is it that you wish to tell me? Facing Zhao Mu, Qin Shi Huang was like a loving father. Zhao Mu did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. I wish to borrow some men from you to make paper. Make paper? Qin Shi Huang looked puzzled, not quite understanding what this paper-making entailed. Thus Zhao Mu took some time to explain the concept of paper to Qin Shi Huang in detail. From the raw materials to the manufacturing requirements, he laid it out clearly. Most importantly, he emphasized the immense benefits this invention would bring to the state of Qin. If we can successfully manufacture paper, the assimilation of the people of the 6 conquered states by our Qin dynasty will be just around the corner. Zhao Mu was well aware that no one rises early without motive. Even if Yingzheng doted on him, he would never indulge him in trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang was just as shocked and exhilarated as Wang Jian and Meng Wu. As for the benefits paper would bring to the great Qin Empire, anything Wang Jian and Meng Wu could conceive, Qin Shi Huang could certainly envision as well. Indeed, far more profoundly and farsightedly. Zhao Mu, how many people will be required for papermaking? Qin Shi Huang asked, a widening smile gracing his face. Heaven had been exceedingly generous to him, bestowing upon him a prodigy-like grandson. Merely a dozen or so, and they must all be master artisans. On this point Zhao Mu had long prepared his answer along the way, and spoke without hesitation. Hearing Zhao Mu's words, Qin Shi Huang fell into deep contemplation regarding how to find craftsmen of unwavering loyalty. Moreover, to prevent those with ill intentions from exploiting the process, the location for papermaking required careful consideration, and Qin Shi Huang could not afford to be anything less than thoroughly prudent. Seeing Qin Shi Huang remain silent, Zhao Mu could not help but ask, are such people difficult to find? Wang Jian stole a glance at Qin Shi Huang. Having served the emperor for many years, he had pieced together certain things, but the emperor's mind was fathomless. Such matters could only be voiced by Qin Shi Huang himself. Faced with Zhao Mu's question, Qin Shi Huang had not yet formed his response, and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, Wang Jian spoke up. Your Majesty, this humble one happens to know suitable candidates. If your Majesty places his trust in me, let Meng Wu and I handle the papermaking endeavor. What say you? Easing the sovereign's burdens was the duty of a loyal minister, and Wang Jian had never forgotten this. Excellent. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Zhao Mu naturally had no objection, and was rather pleased with the arrangement. After all, aside from Qin Shi Huang himself, the families closest to him were the Wang and the Meng. Then I shall troubling grandfather Wang and grandfather Meng in the days to come. Zhao Mu smiled at the two of them. Wang Jian chuckled warmly. No trouble at all. As long as we can help young Master Mu produce paper, even if it breaks these old bones to pieces, we would gladly do it. Zhao Mu hastened to decline modestly. Qin Shi Huang watched this perfectly ordinary exchange, and could not help but burst into laughter. Wonderful, wonderful. I have not been so joyful in ages. Seeing Mu'er grow so sensible fills me with immense pride. Mu'er, would you like to return to my side back to the palace? Zhao Mu paused, startled by the sudden change of topic, but quickly composed himself and replied, this humble one naturally misses you deeply, father, but I am not yet ready to return to the palace. And why is that? Qin Shi Huang's expression darkened. Wang Jian and Meng Wu immediately tensed, casting worried glances at Zhao Mu. Because within the palace I only have you, grandfather. But you devote your every waking moment to the affairs of state, and I do not wish to burden your precious time. Furthermore, the papermaking project requires my personal involvement. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. Mu'er is an admirable boy possessed of a pure and sincere heart. Since that is your wish, then remain outside the palace as you please. But do visit me whenever you have the chance, understood? With that, Qin Shi Huang called out toward the courtyard, Zhao Gao, convey my decree. Henceforth Zhao Mu may enter and exit the palace gates at will. Zhao Mu rose immediately, and mirroring Wang Jian's gesture bowed deeply to express his gratitude for the emperor's profound favor. Seeing a 5-year-old child performing such a formal bow, everyone present could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. The hour grows late, Mu'er. Take your elder brothers and sisters, and explore the palace. Grandfather Wang and I still have matters to discuss. When we return, someone will come find you. Then I shall go play first. Zhao Mu had little interest in whatever they intended to discuss. It was none of his concern after all. His true objective was to perfect his invention and earn the system's reward, which remained his greatest ambition. As Zhao Mu stepped out the door, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Hu Hai had planned to spend the day chatting with his father to strengthen their bond, never expecting to run into the person he loathed most, Zhao Mu. However, with Qin Shi Huang still inside the chamber, Hu Hai dared not act too brazenly. He merely adjusted his attire and strode past Zhao Mu with an air of arrogance, only to be stopped by Zhao Gao. Your Highness the 18th Prince, your Majesty is not receiving anyone at this time. Please return. Hu Hai frowned at Zhao Gao, but said nothing. Instead, he glanced about, and only then realized Zhao Mu and the others had already walked far away. Zhao Gao, what was being discussed inside? Once he confirmed no one was nearby, Hu Hai leaned close to Zhao Gao and whispered, this humble servant possesses no gift of clairaudience and cannot know what your Majesty and the others were discussing. However, there is something I must inform your Highness about. Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice further. Just now your Majesty issued an oral decree. Young Master Mu may freely enter and exit the palace from now on. What? Hu Hai was thunderstruck, his expression darkening dramatically. Not even we princes enjoy such privileges. By what right does Zhao Mu deserve father's favor? He is nothing more than a foundling bastard pulled off the street. Hu Hai again recalled the hidden slights he had suffered at Zhao Mu's hands over the years. The more favored Zhao Mu became, the more intense his jealousy and apprehension grew. Sometimes he even dreamed that Zhao Mu would one day take his place upon that throne. If this boy is not eliminated, the consequences will be infinitely perilous. Hu Hai ground his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with menace. He would never allow anyone to lay claim to what was his. Your Highness the 18th Prince, watch your words. Watch your words. Upon hearing such blasphemous utterances from Hu Hai, Zhao Gao's face drained of color instantly. He cursed himself, inwardly wondering how he had ever chosen to support such an impossibly foolish prince. Yet deep down he understood that it was precisely Hu Hai's foolishness that would allow him to control the boy once he ascended the throne. Though angered, Zhao Gao could only patiently urge caution, hoping the young prince would not squander everything through momentary recklessness. But Hu Hai's mind was already consumed by jealousy, fixated solely on revenge against Zhao Mu. He could not hear a word of reason. Still, Zhao Gao remained his most crucial ally for the succession, so on the surface, he continued to respond with outward reverence. In truth, Hu Hai was already plotting how to assassinate Zhao Mu. A vision of carnage unfolded before his eyes, with Zhao Mu suffering the ultimate punishment within it. Branded iron facial tattoos, wafering castration, death by 1,000 cuts. He could almost hear Zhao Mu's desperate cries for mercy, see him kneeling at his feet, clutching his robes, and wailing endlessly. But that was not enough. Recalling how he had been punished by Qin Shi, because of Zhao Mu, Hu Hai's rage spread like wildfire, consuming every scrap of his reason. Your Highness, the 18th Prince. Your Highness, what are you thinking? A growing sense of unease stirred within Zhao Gao. It seems I shall not be able to meet His Majesty today. I will take my leave first. Zhao Gao, if there is anything else the Emperor requires, do remember to inform me. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall depart now. Hu Hai clasped his hands in a formal salute, his eyes brimming with excitement and impatience. In the past, Hu Hai would always wait until he had met Qin Shi before departing, as this was how he demonstrated his filial piety. But today he had been thoroughly provoked by the imperial decree granting Zhao Mu unrestricted access to the palace gates. His mind was consumed solely with how to eliminate Zhao Mu, his greatest threat. He had no desire to continue putting on airs. I can only hope he listens to reason. Zhao Gao watched Hu Hai's departing figure, his face etched with worry and concern. He was genuinely afraid Hu Hai would recklessly act on his own misguided judgments. But he had said all he needed to say and done all he could. If Hu Hai still refused to heed the warnings and acted rashly, allowing others to seize leverage against him, then he could only blame himself for lacking the fortune to claim the throne. By then, Hu Hai had returned to his residence and smashed his beloved vase to pieces, venting his inner fury. It was only after a long while that he gradually calmed the storm within his chest. Someone, Hu Hai barked loudly, and a man with an impassive expression silently entered and closed the door behind him. Send someone to keep watch on Zhao Mu. Record everything he does and deliver the reports to me promptly. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Not even Zhao Gao can know of it. You may withdraw. The man silently retreated once more. This man was Hu Hai's most trusted confidant, and a sworn death squad guard assigned to protect him, enjoying his absolute confidence. After the guard closed the door, Hu Hai's mind returned to the humiliations he had suffered at Zhao Mu's hands over the years. Once again, flames of rage burned fiercely within his heart. He swept aside a nearby vase and said coldly, "A mere 5-year-old child. I, Hu Hai, will kill you, and no one can stand in my way." In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Recently, the mere 5-year-old Zhao Mu had been pushed to his limits. But there was no alternative. Paper-making had already commenced, and as the sole person in charge, there were many matters requiring his personal attention. Wang Jian had once felt some sympathy and suggested assigning others to help. But Zhao Mu dismissed the offer with a single sentence. Paper-making was a craft that would not emerge until centuries after the Qin Dynasty. He could not conceive of anyone else who could share his burden. Young Master Mu, the carriage is ready. We depart at once. As was his daily routine, after finishing his meal, Zhao Mu boarded the carriage under his guard's supervision and set off for the paper-making site. It was a courtyard that Wang Jian had secretly purchased, a modest property located in a remote and secluded area. A group of craftsmen was stationed within the courtyard to manufacture paper. Except for Zhao Mu, no one was permitted to enter or leave. Without explicit orders, not a single step could be taken beyond the compound. Should anyone attempt to leave, soldiers hidden in the shadows would apprehend them. Minor infractions would result in punishment, while serious offenses warranted immediate execution. All of this was to prevent the paper-making technique from leaking out. Of course, Wang Jian never revealed these details to Zhao Mu, as Qin Shi had specifically instructed that a 5-year-old child should not be exposed to such brutality. Remember to stop by Laifu restaurant and purchase some wine and meat to bring along. Zhao Mu suddenly issued an order from within the carriage. Hearing this, the guards' faces broke into cheerful smiles. After all, they too would get to partake in the provisions. When Wang Jian had first transferred them from the battlefield, they had been deeply reluctant. As the guard captain had put it, "I was slaughtering enemies on the battlefield with unmatched ferocity, and now you want me to attend to some brat. This is tedious." But after spending these days with Zhao Mu, everyone's perspective had undergone a dramatic transformation. Because following Zhao Mu meant they were permitted to drink, and he even treated them to wine himself. Wine, every soldier's greatest delight. The carriage slowly drew to a stop before Laifu restaurant. The guard captain respectfully announced to Zhao Mu inside the carriage, and upon receiving permission, took 2 men to purchase wine and meat. The remaining guards scanned their surroundings with sharp eyes, guarding the safety of Zhao Mu within the carriage. Zhao Mu listlessly lifted the curtain, observing the people and scenery belonging to the Great Qin era. At that moment he suddenly heard the guards' alarmed and furious shouts. "Assassins! Protect young Master Mu!" Before Zhao Mu could react, he saw a barrage of arrows hurtling toward the carriage like rain from the sky. Just then an arrow shot toward his head, and he instinctively crouched down. Another arrow pierced through the curtain and entered the carriage. Watching the trembling fletching of the arrow, Zhao Mu's face turned pale. This was the second time since his transmigration that he had brushed against death. Who was behind this? After the fear subsided, only endless rage remained in Zhao Mu's heart, and his aura naturally began to radiate outward. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Hearing the commotion, the guard captain rushed back and lifted the carriage curtain to check whether Master Mu was safe. What he saw was Zhao Mu crouched in the corner, his face pale, but contorted with fury. The oppressive aura emanating from the boy made the guard captain feel as though he stood before the exalted Qin Shi Huang himself. In that moment his heart trembled deeply, and for a brief instant he forgot about the assassins entirely. "Captain, these assassins are all trained killers. We can't hold them back much longer," someone shouted urgently. The guard captain quickly snapped back to reality. Seeing that Zhao Mu was unharmed, his worried heart eased. He instructed Zhao Mu to remain inside the carriage, then immediately turned and joined the battle against the assassins. Outside the carriage, cries of battle and slaughter filled the air, while civilians on the street had already taken cover. Zhao Mu obediently stayed hidden within the carriage, resisting any temptation to peek out, not wanting to cause trouble for his guards. Before long the sounds outside the carriage gradually faded away. Have all the assassins been eliminated? Zhao Mu gazed at the curtain, his heart racing with anxiety. The curtain was lifted and a black-clad masked figure carrying a blood-stained longsword appeared before Zhao Mu's horrified and furious eyes. "They're all dead." "That's correct. Your guards are all dead, and we are down to just me as well. So now you can die." With those words the masked figure raised his sword and decisively thrust it toward Zhao Mu's chest. Zhao Mu's eyes reddened. He did not know what he felt, his mind echoing only the assassin's words. "Your guards are all dead." His heart felt as though it were being crushed, the pain making it hard for him to breathe. Zhao Mu drew a dagger from his sleeve and deflected the incoming sword strike. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward and thrust the dagger toward the assassin's chest. The swift motion caught the masked figure off guard, nearly giving Zhao Mu the upper hand. However, the assassin was no ordinary fighter. He had been cultivated from birth solely for assassination. Seeing the dagger approaching and realizing he could not kill Zhao Mu in time, he deliberately shifted his body slightly, allowing the dagger to embed itself in his chest. This closed the distance between them, and he swung his sword downward. Cold light flashed across the blade. Zhao Mu's dagger was firmly lodged in the assassin's body, impossible to withdraw. Just at that moment, another sword pierced through the masked figure's chest before he could complete his strike. Outside Laifu restaurant, Zhao Mu was rescued by the youth, and supported by him stepped out of the carriage. His eyes immediately fell upon the corpse lying on the ground. There were men in black garments as well as guards who had accompanied him for half a month. Zhao Mu stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Just then the sound of horse hooves echoed from afar. Zhao Mu turned his head and saw that it was Wang Jian who had hurried over with a large contingent of soldiers. Wang Jian rode at the forefront of the army, his anxious expression impossible to conceal. When he spotted Zhao Mu standing there intact and unharmed, the knot of tension in his chest finally loosened. However, upon seeing the corpses on the ground, soldiers he had personally brought back from the battlefield to serve as Zhao Mu's guards, his face darkened to a frightening hue. "Young Master Mu, are you injured?" Wang Jian dismounted his horse, temporarily restraining his rage, and pulled Zhao Mu into an embrace. His old hands searched over the boy's body, deeply concerned that even the slightest harm might have come to him. It was not merely because Zhao Mu was of great importance to the first emperor. He had long regarded the boy as his own beloved grandson. "Grandpa Wang, I'm fine. It is all thanks to this elder brother who saved me." Zhao Mu's cold body finally felt a trace of warmth, and a hint of color returned to his pale cheeks. Wang Jian turned his gaze toward the youth standing nearby. Even under his scrutinizing stare, the boy's expression remained utterly unchanged, which surprised him somewhat. After all, he was a great general who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His killing aura was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Yet this expressionless youth could remain so composed in his presence. Clearly not someone to be taken lightly. Could this person be connected to the assassination attempt? Wang Jian's suspicion toward the youth's sudden appearance only deepened. Zhao Mu was still young and easily prone to placing profound trust in his savior. This was not necessarily a good thing for Zhao Mu. "Elder brother, my name is Zhao Mu. What is yours?" Zhao Mu did not dwell on such thoughts. He simply wanted to express his gratitude to the young man who had saved his life. "I am Jing Wuji," the youth replied, offering a slight bow toward Zhao Mu. "Thank you for saving my life today, brother Wuji. Although I am young, I understand the importance of repaying kindness. If you ever face any difficulties, please do not hesitate to tell me. I will do my utmost to help you." Jing Wuji looked at Zhao Mu, who was only 5 years old. A flicker of emotion passed through his otherwise calm gaze. For a child so young to speak such words was truly astonishing. Zhao Mu took out a jade pendant, a gift he had received on his 3rd birthday which he had cherished ever since, and worn every day. He held it out before Jing Wuji and said, "If you ever encounter trouble in the future you may bring this pendant to the prince's mansion to find me." Jing Wuji looked at the jade pendant before him, but shook his head declining it. "I merely acted upon seeing injustice. As for the pendant, there is no need. If you wish to repay me, simply provide a place for me to stay. I came to Xianyang with the intention of making my home here." Hearing Jing Wuji's words, Zhao Mu's eyes lit up, and an idea took shape in his mind. The assassination attempt had taught him a harsh lesson. Even with the first emperor as his backing, he could not completely deter those lurking in the shadows. If Jing Wuji had not happened to appear, he might already be on his way to the underworld. Of course, he still had his system, but no one could guarantee that the system would always be able to save him. Jing Wuji had dared to confront the masked assassins, which meant his strength was certainly formidable. If he could keep Jing Wuji by his side, it would be an excellent form of protection, and he could properly repay the debt of gratitude owed to his savior. Yet Zhao Mu wondered whether a valiant youth like Jing Wuji would be willing to stay by his side. "Would you be willing to stay by my side, brother Wuji? I can provide food and lodging, and there are few restrictions. All I ask is that you come to my aid when I am in danger." Zhao Mu asked tentatively. Wang Jian, standing nearby, suddenly grew sharp-eyed. Events were indeed unfolding in the direction he had once envisioned. Jing Wuji pondered for a moment before replying, "This young master gives me a favorable impression, so it is not unacceptable. However, I have one condition. If young Master Mu agrees, I am willing to stay and serve as his guard." "What condition? Tell me, brother Wuji." Zhao Mu could hardly contain his delight at the unexpected turn of events. "When the time comes for me to depart, I ask that you not make it difficult for me. If you can agree to this, I shall accept your request." "Is that all?" "No problem at all. If you ever wish to leave, simply give me advance notice, and I will not make it difficult for you." Zhao Mu replied with a beaming smile. Zhao Mu's response surprised both Wang Jian and Jing Wuji. After all, guards who knew their master's secrets were rarely granted such freedom to leave. No one willingly allowed their guards to come and go as they pleased. Yet Zhao Mu had agreed without hesitation. "In that case, I, Jing Wuji, am not one to break my word. From this day forward, I shall serve as young Master Mu's guard. I look forward to your guidance." With that, Jing Wuji bowed to Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu was overjoyed. However, Wang Jian's expression grew grave. In his eyes, Zhao Mu had agreed solely because of his youth and naivety. Moreover, the situation was developing precisely in the direction he had feared. By imperial decree, General Wang Jian and young Master Mu are summoned to the palace at once. Just then Zhao Gao's voice rang out from afar. Wang Jian could only temporarily suppress his thoughts, resolving to have a proper conversation with Zhao Mu when the opportunity arose. The group proceeded into the palace under heavy military escort to receive the emperor. When Zhao Mu appeared before Qin Shi, the emperor was already furiously berating his assembled ministers. "An assassination attempt against young Master Mu occurred right beneath my very eyes. Tell me, what have you all been doing? Furthermore, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Whoever is involved, regardless of status, shall be executed, and their heads displayed as a warning." Not a single minister dared to speak. General Wang Jian and young Master Mu arrived. Zhao Gao's voice suddenly echoed through the hall. "Quickly summon them in." The moment Qin Shi had taken his seat, he abruptly rose again. Upon seeing Zhao Mu enter through the gates, pale but otherwise unharmed, the emperor let out a visible sigh of relief and happily resumed his place on the dragon throne. The ministers below also relaxed, except for Hu Hai, who kept his head bowed so low that his face was twisted in concealed fury. His hand, hidden within his sleeve, clenched tightly into a fist. His neatly trimmed nails had pierced his palm, and threads of blood slowly seeped forth. Those damn useless fools. Despite the enormous cost he had expended, they had failed to kill that bastard. Now the attempt had become public knowledge. What was he to do? Could he truly allow the matter to be investigated thoroughly? Would that not invite ridicule from all under heaven? That the 18th prince would plot against a bastard and nearly come undone in the process? What was he to do? At this moment within the grand hall, everyone's attention was fixed upon the entering trio, Zhao Mu, Wang Jian, and Jing Wuji. Only Zhao Gao cast a stealthy glance toward the visibly unsettled Hu Hai. Zhao Gao understood Hu Hai thoroughly, otherwise he would not have supported his bid for the throne. Seeing Hu Hai's current demeanor, he instantly realized that the assassin sent to murder Zhao Mu had been arranged by none other than Hu Hai himself. At this very instant, Zhao Gao wished nothing more than to strangle Hu Hai. He had clearly warned him not to act rashly, explaining that Zhao Mu was merely a 5-year-old child of unknown origin who posed absolutely no threat to his future ascension. Now the damage was done. With the assassination attempt on Zhao Mu, His Majesty was absolutely furious and demanded a thorough investigation, decreeing that anyone involved would be publicly decapitated. What was the weight of the emperor's words? Once Hu Hai was proven to be the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Zhao Mu, even as the son of Qin Shi, he would face near certain death. And he, Zhao Gao, might very well be implicated as well. The more Zhao Gao pondered this, the angrier he became. Were it not for the fact that they were currently in the imperial court, he would have unleashed a torrent of furious abuse upon Hu Hai. While a tempest raged in Zhao Gao's mind, Qin Shi called Zhao Mu to his side to examine him. Having shown his concern for Zhao Mu, Qin Shi finally turned his gaze toward Jing Wuji. Who is this young man? Seeing everyone's eyes locked onto him, Jing Wuji remained completely composed. He clasped his hands in respect toward Qin Shi and said, "This humble commoner is Jing Wuji, the bodyguard of young Master Mu. How is it that we did not know you had a bodyguard named Jing Wuji Mu?" Qin Shi looked toward Zhao Mu. Hearing Qin Shi inquiry, Zhao Mu flashed a smug smile and proceeded to recount how Jing Wuji had saved him and how he had subsequently taken Jing Wuji in as his personal bodyguard. Qin Shi immediately praised Zhao Mu and offered to bestow a reward upon Jing Wuji, but Jing Wuji declined. This instantly drew condemnation from the ministers below, and even Qin Shi's expression darkened slightly. Jing Wuji had not anticipated that a simple refusal would provoke such a reaction. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Zhao Mu stepped forward and persuaded him to accept the reward, finally bringing the matter to a close. Following the disturbance of Zhao Mu's attempted assassination, Qin Shi had little desire to continue the imperial court session. After announcing that those with business should speak and those without should depart, the ministers tactfully began to take their leave. Hu Hai kept his head lowered and remained silent, following the ministers out of the palace. As he crossed the threshold, he suddenly heard Zhao Gao whisper, "18th Prince, let us meet at our usual spot." Hu Hai glanced at Zhao Gao, realizing the man already knew he was the culprit. Since things had reached this stage, he knew there was no hiding it from Zhao Gao, nor did he particularly care that Zhao Gao knew. After all, he was an imperial prince, whereas Zhao Gao was merely a subject. Hu Hai gave a slight nod and slowly walked away. In a secluded corner of the palace, Hu Hai had already been waiting for a long time when Zhao Gao finally made a belated appearance. 18th Prince, you truly should not have done this. Upon arriving, Zhao Gao could not help but voice his frustration, which instantly ignited the fury in Hu Hai's heart. Zhao Mu is nothing but a bastard of unknown origin. I am the imperial prince. Why can I not have him killed? Hu Hai spoke with agitation, his voice rising, which gave Zhao Gao quite a fright. However, seeing the fury burning in Hu Hai's eyes, Zhao Gao knew he must not provoke him further. He quickly bowed his head and placated him, saying, "Of course you can, of course you can. It is just that you should have discussed it with me first, 18th Prince. Naturally, now that it has happened, I shall say no more. I only wish to ask, do you have absolute confidence in avoiding detection?" Zhao Gao stared at Hu Hai, who met him with a heavy silence. Zhao Gao let out a soft sigh and said, "Leave this matter to me. I only hope that this time you will heed my words, 18th Prince. Otherwise, even my own head might roll. I will listen. Speak." Hu Hai knew that only Zhao Gao could help him now, and his attitude softened. Hearing this, a mysterious smile played on Zhao Gao's lips. He leaned close to Hu Hai's ear and whispered, "To bring this matter to a close, a head must roll. We shall direct all the incriminating evidence toward that youth who saved Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji." As Zhao Gao whispered his plan, the gloom on Hu Hai's face gradually dissipated. 3 days later, just as Zhao Mu was about to head out with his bodyguard Jing Wuji, they crossed paths with Zhao Gao, who had come to deliver a message. "Jing Wuji, His Majesty requests your presence." Zhao Mu was taken aback and asked, "Did His Majesty not summon me?" Zhao Gao replied with utmost respect, "Indeed, young Master Mu. His Majesty has only summoned Jing Wuji to the palace." Zhao Mu furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss. Did His Majesty explain why? His Majesty did not say. Then I am going to the palace as well. With that, Zhao Mu climbed into the carriage along with Jing Wuji. Zhao Gao's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly sneered with disdain. What if Zhao Mu went? The ironclad evidence of Jing Wuji's assassination attempt on Zhao Mu was absolute. No one could save him. Upon entering the palace, Zhao Mu saw Qin Shi sitting upon the dragon throne with a grim expression, which only softened into a smile when he saw Zhao Mu. "Mu'er has come to see us." "Very good, come closer." Qin Shi beckoned to Zhao Mu. As Zhao Mu walked toward the dragon throne, Jing Wuji naturally stopped. At that very moment, Zhao Gao bellowed, "Guards! Apprehend the assassin who attempted to murder young Master Mu." Zhao Mu was startled by the command, never expecting that the assassin who targeted him would be right here in the imperial court. But when he turned around, he saw Jing Wuji being seized by the guards. "What do you think you are doing?" Zhao Mu was furious. An imposing aura involuntarily emanated from him, and his youthful face brimmed with a majestic dignity that from a distance bore a striking resemblance to Qin Shi seated above. At this moment, both Qin Shi above and the ministers below were stunned by Zhao Mu's sudden display of authority. Zhao Gao was the first to snap back to reality. Though his heart was in turmoil, he had no time to worry about anything else now. He had to immediately secure Jing Wuji's conviction and execution. "Young Master Mu, he is the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on you. It was all a ruse to win your trust. We have obtained irrefutable evidence which His Majesty has already reviewed." Zhao Mu looked at Zhao Gao, a cold sneer forming on his face. How could he not know what kind of man Zhao Gao was? He was nothing but a treacherous, scheming hypocrite. Moreover, Zhao Mu already had his suspicions regarding who was truly behind the assassination, so he was not about to easily believe Zhao Gao's words. Even to beat a dog, one must answer to its master. Who gave you permission to slander my man right in front of me? Just who do you think you are? Zhao Gao walked up to Zhao Mu, cupped his hands, and said with a placating smile, Young Master Mu, please do not be angry. The evidence is solid. Even if you wish to overturn the case, you must have proof of your own, do you not? Zhao Mu kicked Zhao Gao hard in the leg, sending him rolling across the floor. He looked like a drenched chicken, his robes disheveled, and his hair in disarray. Do you think I do not know what you are plotting? Evidence. Whether it is actual evidence or mere slander, we both know the truth in our hearts. Zhao Mu paid no heed to Zhao Gao, but turned his gaze to the seized Jing Wuji and aloud asked, Brother Wuji, they say you are the assassin who tried to kill me. Are you the one? No. Even at this moment, Jing Wuji's face showed no trace of panic, as if life and death meant little to him. Zhao Mu nodded at Jing Wuji, then turned to Qin Shi and said, Mu'er is prepared to vouch for Brother Wuji, he is not the assassin. Qin Shi fixed his gaze on Zhao Mu, unable to believe that such a force could emanate from a 5-year-old boy, yet the minister's expressions did not lie. Realizing Zhao Mu was his own grandson, Qin Shi joy could hardly be contained. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's endorsement, he agreed and ordered the guards to release Jing Wuji. Zhao Gao saw this and inwardly sensed trouble. He immediately stepped forward to argue, This cannot be, Your Majesty. Zhao Mu is still a child and does not yet understand the nature of good and evil. Releasing Jing Wuji would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. I urge Your Majesty to reconsider. With Zhao Gao's words falling, several ministers began to echo, urging Qin Shi to reconsider and not spare Jing Wuji. Most of them belonged to Zhao Gao's faction. Zhao Mu of course did not know, but he watched these people with their certainty that Jing Wuji was the killer. His small face reddened with anger. I was the one who was almost killed, the one who saved me was him. I say he is not the assassin. How dare you in this hall of justice let a mere child shout like that? Someone rose to rebuke Zhao Mu, apparently of high rank. Zhao Mu looked at him and fell silent for a moment, knowing that if he argued back it would make things harder for Qin Shi, so he chose to back down. But to outsiders, Zhao Mu seemed to be cowed. Jing Wuji, who had remained calm all along, saw this scene, and a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. Minister Li, Zhao Mu is still a child. Why must you be angry with a mere child? Seeing Zhao Mu retreat in embarrassment, Wang Jian could not help but step forward. After all, Zhao Mu was his own cub raised for 5 years. He could not bear speaking to him that way, and outsiders should not either. Your Majesty, I believe Zhao Mu speaks rightly. If Jing Wuji were the assassin, how could he have saved Zhao Mu from the killer? Could it be that sacrificing so many loyal soldiers was to win Zhao Mu's trust? Zhao Mu is only 5. What virtue or talent could grant him such sway? At that moment, Meng Wu also stepped forward to speak for Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu had already recognized the man who admonished him, Li Si, the Chancellor. I second that. As Wang Jian and Meng Wu, 2 veteran generals, voiced their support, others quickly followed suit. Then Zhao Mu witnessed the factional strife in the court. Watching the increasingly heated court, Zhao Mu looked at Qin Shi with worry. In any case, he did not want to trouble Qin Shi because of him. Qin Shi had grown tired of this scene. With a wave of his hand, the entire court fell silent. I too believe Zhao Mu of Jing Wuji is innocent. As for the real culprit, I will have it investigated anew. This matter ends here for the time being. There shall be no debate. We obey. With Qin Shi words, the matter was settled. No one dared oppose. Zhao Mu for the first time felt Qin Shi's commanding presence, his eyes bright with awe. After the court adjourned, Hu Hai and Zhao Gao met again at their old place. This time both wore grim looks, and the atmosphere was heavy. Zhao Gao, what should we do now? It isn't until now that Hu Hai finally feels a trace of fear. If Jing Wuji's path is blocked, we can only push it onto others. Then who should we pin it on? The remnants of the 6 kingdoms. Hu Hai cried out in alarm, for they had the backing of the 6 kingdom remnants behind them. For the sake of future great matters, what is the harm in sacrificing the 6 kingdom remnants? Zhao Gao said lightly. Hu Hai remained silent. A few days later, Zhao Mu learned from Wang Jian that the assassins were all sent by the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. Knowing how dearly Qin Shi cherished him, Zhao Mu feared they wished to kill him to avenge Qin Shi. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's rage flared, and he immediately ordered a purge of the 6 kingdom remnants. Zhao Mu was startled and hurried to the palace to plead with Qin Shi to retract the order. Qin Shi had been resting at his desk when he heard Zhao Mu's voice and roused himself at once. Mu'er, why have you come here at this moment? Qin Shi beckoned, drawing Zhao Mu into his embrace. Mu'er has come this time hoping you will spare those 6 kingdom remnants who were captured. Why is that? They are all the killers who would kill you. Do you not want to avenge your guards who protect you? Qin Shi asked, puzzled, noting that Zhao Mu had once shed secret tears for the guards who died protecting him. Naturally not. Zhao Mu exclaimed. Is it because you saw so many 6 kingdom remnants beheaded that you grew soft, eh? Qin Shi spoke in a grave tone. He recalled his late eldest son Fusu, who was soft-hearted too, but as emperor one must be merciless. Not that either. Then why? I only think the 6 kingdom remnants aren't the real culprits. Although I bear the Zhao surname, I am not a prince, and I lack any remarkable talents. There is no reason for the remnants to target a 5-year-old child like me. Zhao Mu's words gave Qin Shi pause. He began to ponder. Could there truly be another mastermind behind it all? Not the Six Kingdom remnants. Then who would want to attack me? In his view, Zhao Mu's assassination seemed to be entirely his own fault. At this moment, Zhao Mu spoke again. I hear many of the Six Kingdom remnants have been captured. My paper-making workshop needs workers, so have some of them do hard labor and release the rest. If we kill these remnants, it will surely affect the people's hearts. If we can make the Six Kingdom remnants bend toward the Qin, that would be ideal. At this moment, Zhao Mu was thinking about how to persuade the remnants to change their approach toward the Qin, not noticing the shock and surprise on Qin Shi face. Indeed, he heard the words, the peoples will come from Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu is only 5 years old. Qin Shi looked at the deep-thinking Zhao Mu and could not help but affectionately ruffle his hair, saying very well. I have agreed. You need not trouble yourself with the people's will. That is not something a child your age can fathom. Just think about when you can deliver the paper to me. That remark abruptly interrupted Zhao Mu's thoughts. Hearing paper from Qin Shi, he immediately became excited. After all this effort, the paper-making progress would soon reach its final stages. Not long now, Mu'er will bring the paper to you. You must take a good look then. I shall wait to see it. Qin Shi looked at the joyful Zhao Mu, thinking that indeed, he was still a child. Zhao Mu's words once again aroused Emperor Qin Shi suspicions regarding the assassination attempt. This time, instead of tasking Zhao Gao with the matter, the emperor ordered others to conduct a secret investigation. To the public, the assassins targeting Zhao Mu were still proclaimed to be remnants of the Six States. However, the punishment for these individuals was altered. Rather than summary executions, those with severe offenses were sentenced to penal servitude, while the unwitting remnants were acquitted and released. This unexpected display of benevolence by Emperor Qin Shi instantly sparked widespread discussion. Concurrently, due to the assassination attempt, Zhao Mu was thrust completely into the public eye. Although he was merely a 5-year-old child, his status as a favored confidant of Emperor Qin Shi drew the attention of many. Furthermore, Zhao Mu's papermaking endeavor was discovered, igniting yet another wave of controversy. Knowing that the matter could no longer be kept secret, Wang Jian ceased his deliberate efforts to conceal it. While the covert guards around the papermaking courtyard remained in place, heavily armed soldiers were openly deployed to secure the perimeter. The security was exceptionally tight, which only served to confirm that the rumored art of papermaking was indeed a reality. Consequently, Zhao Mu's name became the talk of the town once more. Early this morning, Zhao Mu set out for the papermaking courtyard accompanied by his guard Jing Wuji. Accompanying them were the two veteran generals Wang Jian and Meng Wu. Young Master Zhao Mu, is it true that the paper will be successfully crafted today? Wang Jian's face flushed with excitement. He and Emperor Qin Shi had discussed more than once the immense benefits that the advent of paper would bring to the Great Qin. Their ultimate conclusion was that this paper would inevitably bring monumental advantages to the entire empire, perhaps even triggering a profound revolution. When thinking of revolution, Wang Jian naturally recalled the Shangyang reforms. The Shangyang reforms had played an indispensable role in making the Great Qin so formidable. Understanding this, it would have been truly bizarre if Wang Jian could have remained calm. Wang Jian, you have asked this very question several times now. Even I could answer it on behalf of young Master Zhao Mu. Meng Wu, who was standing nearby, could not help but remark. Although he too was thrilled, he did not show it as overtly as Wang Jian, maintaining his dignified bearing as a great general. Inside the carriage, only Jing Wuji remained expressionless throughout. Yet his eyes could not help but steal a glance at the smug-faced Zhao Mu. He still remembered the scene when Zhao Mu first brought him to that small courtyard to witness the papermaking process. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed that all of this was the handiwork of the 5-year-old child standing before him. To have Zhao Mu is truly a blessing from heaven upon the Great Qin. Jing Wuji could not help but marvel in his heart. Just then the carriage slowly came to a halt. As Zhao Mu's guard, he immediately pulled back the curtain, glanced outside, and said to Zhao Mu, "We have arrived at the courtyard." Jing Wuji was the first to alight, instantly assuming a defensive posture around the carriage. Wang Jian was the second to step down. Observing Jing Wuji's vigilance, he nodded approvingly in his heart. If this man truly served Zhao Mu with sincerity, it would indeed be a great blessing for the boy. Meng Wu was the third to alight, followed finally by Zhao Mu, who was heavily protected by the guards. The weather was excellent last night. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should have succeeded today. Grandpa Wang, you will be able to see the paper shortly. Zhao Mu spoke cheerfully before leading the group into the courtyard. The courtyard was modest, and over a dozen craftsmen were currently busy at work, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Zhao Mu enter, an elderly man hurriedly approached with an anxious expression. Seeing this, Zhao Mu's heart skipped a beat, the smile fading from his face as he asked in a low voice, "Has something gone wrong?" There is a slight problem," the elderly man stammered, seemingly hesitant to speak. Wang Jian recognized the man. He was a veteran craftsman, and the two shared a friendship that transcended their age difference. It was Wang Jian who had invited him to make paper for Zhao Mu, and the other craftsmen had been gathered by the old man at his request. Seeing the old man in such a state, Wang Jian assumed he had made a mistake, and could not help but gently chide him. "Old dude, did you ruin something?" Speak plainly if anything has happened. Young Master Zhao Mu is reasonable and will not blame you without cause. Old Du, who possessed a somewhat fiery temperament himself, flared up upon hearing Wang Jian's remarks. He glared at Wang Jian and snapped, "Nonsense. Am I this old man someone who makes mistakes so easily? You, the great General Wang, invited me here with utmost respect to do this work, yet now you dare to falsely accuse me. Where is the justice in this?" Wang Jian knew he had been too hasty, but with old Du showing him absolutely no deference, his pride was wounded, and he prepared to stubbornly argue back. At that moment, Zhao Mu stepped in to defuse the tension, saying to old Du, "Grandpa, do I know you wouldn't make a mistake. Otherwise I wouldn't have entrusted you with supervising everyone. Please don't be angry and tell us what exactly happened." Hearing Zhao Mu's words, old Du felt much better, though he still glared coldly at Wang Jian. Something went wrong with the paper. Upon hearing old Du's revelation, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Instinctively, they all turned their gaze toward Zhao Mu at the center of the crowd. Zhao Mu's countenance darkened as he walked inside, without uttering a single word. Unsure of what to say, the others simply followed closely behind him. Entering the backyard, they saw many people still hard at work. Upon seeing Zhao Mu and the others, the workers halted what they were doing, bowing and stepping aside to clear a path. In no mood to return their courtesies, Zhao Mu walked over to where the paper was kept, only to find that the once semi-finished paper had turned into a mass of charred black matter. Where on earth did things go wrong? Zhao Mu stood frozen, his mind entirely consumed by this question. He had personally overseen all the supervision from start to finish, yet such an issue had occurred, leaving him utterly perplexed. To the onlookers, however, Zhao Mu appeared to be harboring an immense brewing fury. The others in the courtyard exchanged uneasy glances, but none dared to make a sound, fearing they might disturb him and draw his wrath upon themselves. Ultimately, it was Wang Jian who broke the silence. "Young Master Zhao Mu, there is no need to be discouraged. After all, this is your first attempt at papermaking. This failure is of little consequence. We have plenty of time, and there will be many opportunities in the future." Wang Jian walked over to Zhao Mu's side and gently patted him on the head. Roused from his thoughts, Zhao Mu looked up at Wang Jian and smiled. "Grandpa Wang, you worry too much. I am neither discouraged nor angry. I was merely reflecting on where things went wrong so that we can make improvements next time." Seeing the smile on Zhao Mu's face, everyone let out a sigh of relief. "I knew it. How could young Master Zhao Mu be vexed by a single failure? Old Wang, you were overthinking things." Meng Wu's hearty laughter instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere. Picking Zhao Mu up, Wang Jian also wore a relaxed smile and said, "True, it seems I was indeed overly anxious." Seeing this, a faint smile played on the corner of Jing Wuji's lips, though it quickly faded back to his usual stoicism. Xianying Palace. Zhao Mu sat in the embrace of Qin Shi. Within the chamber, alongside the two generals Wang Jian and Meng Wu, Li Si and Zhao Gao were also present. "If it has failed, then it has failed. After all, my dear Mu is still so young, and this is but your first attempt at papermaking. I shall not hold this against you." Upon hearing of Zhao Mu's papermaking failure, Qin Shi felt no anger, but rather sought to comfort the child. Yet Zhao Mu felt a deep discomfort within his heart. He had solemnly pledged before the emperor that he would bring paper today, yet now he found himself breaking that promise. With the emperor offering such gentle consolation, his sense of guilt only deepened. "I have already discovered the cause of this papermaking failure. Next time I shall certainly succeed in producing paper." Zhao Mu could not help but make this oath. However, in the eyes of those present, this was merely the naive boasting of a child, and they could not but burst into laughter. Zhao Mu knew that he appeared rather childish at present, but it did not matter. Once he truly succeeded in creating paper, none would ever consider him naive and immature again. "Today I shall dine with young Master Mu. If you have no other affairs, you may return." Qin Shi began to dismiss them. The others in the room promptly took their leave. Zhao Gao exited the chamber and stood frozen, lost in thought. After a moment, once all others had departed, he finally moved and walked out of the palace. Residence of Huhai. Zhao Gao sat across from Huhai and recounted the day's papermaking failure. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, Huhai seemed to envision Zhao Mu's wretched state, his entire body trembling with excitement. Seeing this, Zhao Gao secretly shook his head. "We cannot linger here. I must take my leave." With that, Zhao Gao departed without so much as a backward glance. Huhai watched Zhao Gao's departing figure, his expression gradually growing grave, his eyes flashing with calculation. Could he not perceive the change in Zhao Gao's attitude toward him? Yet before achieving his position, he dared not offend Zhao Gao, and soon suppressed those thoughts in his heart. All his attention returned to the matter of Zhao Mu's papermaking failure. Since that failed assassination attempt by his assassins, he had not slept a single peaceful night. The moment his eyes closed, Zhao Mu's youthful and triumphant face would appear before him. "Failed, failure is good. Zhao Mu, this time I shall let you fall utterly and irreparably." As some thought crossed his mind, Huhai suddenly grew ecstatic. The following day, news spread throughout Luoyang that young Master Zhao Mu, in his eagerness to win the favor of Qin Shi, had deliberately spread false claims of his ability to produce paper. Within moments, Zhao Mu's reputation plummeted. Many were now saying that Zhao Mu was nothing but an incompetent child. Upon learning of these rumors, Qin Shi flew into another fury and ordered Zhao Gao to investigate who was spreading these calumnies behind the scenes. Whoever was found responsible would be executed publicly as an example. Zhao Gao hastily accepted the decree and departed. No sooner had he crossed the palace gates than his face grew terrifyingly grim. He did not need to use his brain to know who was capable of such an act. Hu Hai, why can you not heed my counsel? Why must you be so utterly foolish? Why are you beyond all redemption? Zhao Gao ground his teeth in frustration. He simply could not understand why Hu Hai insisted on tormenting a child of merely 5 years of age. And even worse, he had to clean up each of his foolish schemes, truly deserving of nothing but contempt and rage. At that moment, Li Si, who had come to the palace regarding the rumors about Zhao Mu, spotted Zhao Gao. His mind turning, he approached. Zhao Gao, regarding these rumors concerning young master Zhao Mu, do you know who is behind this? Yesterday in the chamber, both you and I were present. Could your majesty suspect that we were the ones spreading these rumors? Li Si asked with visible concern etched upon his face. Zhao Gao glanced at Li Si and muttered gruffly, who else but our 18th young master could be so foolish as to commit such a blunder? As for whether the emperor might suspect us, there is no need for worry. The emperor has already commissioned me to investigate this matter. Hearing this, Li Si breathed a sigh of relief, for he had feared being drawn into this affair. Yet he had not expected that once again the 18th young master was behind such schemes. Just as he intended to inquire further, he discovered that Zhao Gao had already walked far away. Li Si stood at the palace entrance, pondered for a moment, then turned and left the palace, intending to visit Hu Hai's residence to clarify the matter. Meanwhile, Hu Hai was alone in his residence, drinking and celebrating the success of his scheme. Upon seeing Li Si's sudden visit, he hurriedly welcomed him and seated him. Why is the 18th young master drinking alone in such gloom? Li Si teased. Hearing this, Hu Hai laughed heartily. Who says I am drinking in sorrow? Cannot distinguished gentlemen see that I am rejoicing? Then why is the 18th young master in such high spirits? Hu Hai suddenly leaned close to Li Si and whispered, I trust you and shall not conceal the truth. I rejoice because Zhao Mu has been utterly disgraced. Zhao Mu's disgrace fills me with delight. I cannot keep this secret from you, distinguished gentlemen. Having said this, Hu Hai drew back, raised his cup, and drank deeply. How delightful! How delightful! Li Si observed this, his eyes narrowing slightly. He said nothing, appearing deep in thought. Noticing this, Hu Hai asked, has distinguished gentleman been troubled lately? Li Si shook his head. Hu Hai pressed on. Then why do you remain silent? At this, Li Si lifted the wine cup upon the table and took a modest sip, saying, 18th young master, are you aware that the emperor, in a towering rage over this matter, has ordered Zhao Gao to investigate? Whoever is caught behind this shall be executed publicly as a warning. Hearing this, Hu Hai's expression gradually froze. He asked, then why has Zhao Gao not come to me? That I cannot say, for I am not a roundworm in Zhao Gao's stomach. Li Si waved his hand and continued. However, when I mentioned this matter to him, he appeared exceedingly angered. When I asked whether he knew who was spreading these rumors, he informed me that the culprit was none other than yourself, the 18th young master. Thus I came to seek you out. Zhao Gao speaks the truth. I am the one who did this. Recognizing that Li Si stood on the same boat as himself, Hu Hai had few reservations and admitted it directly. Learning that Zhao Gao was exceedingly angry, he asked with growing concern, aside from this, did Zhao Gao mention anything else? For instance, how the investigation shall proceed. This was what Hu Hai truly cared about. He did not mention that, but he did say something else, though it is difficult for me to recount. Li Si adopted an appearance of distress. Hu Hai, now deeply worried that Zhao Gao might no longer protect him, performed a deep bow before Li Si and implored, I beseech you, distinguished gentlemen, to inform me. Zhao Gao said that your lordship has once again committed an enormously foolish act. Bang! Before Li Si could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of a wine cup shattering upon the ground. How dare Zhao Gao? I am a member of the imperial clan. How dare he call me foolish? Enraged, Hu Hai overturned the table in a fit of fury. Li Si sat quietly, savor wine as he watched Hu Hai gradually regain his composure. He knew all too well that no matter how boldly Hu Hai now called Zhao Gao by name, if Zhao Gao were truly here, Hu Hai would not dare utter a word. At that moment, Hu Hai's trusted aide hurried over and whispered to him, Master, Zhao Gao has arrived. Hu Hai's irate expression stiffened again, and Li Si, standing nearby, found it amusing, but restrained himself. It's Zhao Gao, right? I think so too. He wouldn't fail to tell you about this sooner or later. It's only a matter of timing. Li Si smiled warmly, giving Hu Hai a way out. Indeed, Hu Hai's face lightened a little, no longer as stiff as before. He cast a grateful glance at Li Si, then his aide moved toward the door to greet Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao entered, and seeing Li Si, there was surprised. Prime Minister Li, what brings you here to see the 18th young master today? Li Si laughed heartily. It's not that I came today because I heard you speak of the 18th young master. I came to have a look. I knew you would come, and I should have greeted you loudly, but you left in such a hurry. We bear the emperor's mandate, and must take the lead. Li Si, please don't blame me. Think nothing of it. My business is finished, so I won't trouble you and the 18th young master any longer. I shall take my leave. Having said that, not waiting for Hu Hai to stop him, he rose and left. Hu Hai's follower too followed suit with tact. Alone facing Zhao Gao, Hu Hai could not permit any trace of disrespect or dissatisfaction. He respectfully invited Zhao Gao to take a seat, and the swagger from earlier was nowhere to be seen. 18 young master, since Li Si has already found you, I suppose you know what has happened in the palace, and you know why I came to see you. I will be brief. Sir, please speak. Hu Hai bowed to Zhao Gao, his face toward the ground, his expression unreadable. Seeing this, Zhao Gao nodded with satisfaction and said, I can help you cover this matter, but I have one request. From now on, before you act, you must consult with me, and only with my permission may you proceed. 18 young master, can you agree? Hu Hai did not muster any backbone, knowing his life lay in the other's hands. He bowed again, and hurriedly said, naturally so. I hope you will keep your promise and not disappoint me again, for next time I may not be able to save you. Having obtained what he sought, Zhao Gao did not linger. He rose to depart. Only after the man had vanished did Hu Hai slowly straighten, his expression utterly terrifying. Recently rumors swirled through Xianying City, most of them about Zhao Mu. And at this moment, Zhao Mu, the focus of the gossip, acted as if nothing were amiss, still cheerfully studying and making paper every day, unbothered by the chatter. This filled Jing Wuji, the guard who had followed him, with genuine admiration. He knew all too well that if it were him, stepping outside daily under so many wary glances would weigh on his heart. That resilience came from his own experiences, yet Zhao Mu is merely a 5-year-old child, yet he bears it with such equanimity. This is a mindset he could hardly match. Jing Wuji, brother, don't dawdle, it's time to depart. After finishing their meal at the palace, Zhao Mu was about to check on the papermaking progress. Of late, Zhao Mu has set aside all else, pouring all his energy into papermaking. With the lessons from the first failed attempt, this time progress came much more swiftly. Zhao Mu estimated that within a few days the first sheet of paper would be ready as the carriage rolled on. Jing Wuji looked at Zhao Mu, whose expression carried an old-souled air, and couldn't help saying, Master Zhao Mu, you don't always feel like a 5-year-old to me. Zhao Mu, hearing this, looked at Jing Wuji and grinned. Then what age do you think I am? Jing Wuji thought for a moment and replied, you look like you are in your 30s. Zhao Mu's face brightened at the remark, and he wondered whether he truly appeared so old inside. Jing Wuji smiled, drew back the cloth curtain, and gazed out at the bustling crowds, lost in a daze. Jing Wuji, brother, is there something on your mind? Jing Wuji woke from his reverie, lowered the cloth curtain, and looked at Zhao Mu, saying, I wonder now that the people are all cursing you, yet you still want to finish papermaking for the people. Don't you feel even a hint of discomfort in your heart? Hearing this question, Zhao Mu smiled instead. To say I feel nothing at all would be impossible, but I've realized the people's plight is rooted in ignorance, and they are quick to believe what others say. Take you as an example. If you had never met me and suddenly heard everyone saying that Zhao Mu is a useless brat, would you believe it? Jing Wuji fell silent for a moment. Zhao Mu continued, one more example. The people of Great Qin say Qin Shi Huang is a tyrant. Before meeting him, you probably believed that as well, but now that you have seen him, do you still think so? Jing Wuji remained silent again. It seems you already have your answer in mind, but can you blame the people for that? No, because without me you would never meet Qin Shi Huang in person. You would only hear others say that Qin Shi Huang is a tyrant. So I won't blame the common people, and Qin Shi Huang wouldn't blame them either. He would execute and display the villains who stir trouble behind the people's backs. Hearing Zhao Mu's words, Jing Wuji's heart grew heavy, not knowing what to say. The two fell into a heavy silence. After some time, Zhao Mu spoke again. Jing Wuji, brother, do you know what my future goal is? Jing Wuji lifted his head, surprised, not understanding why he suddenly asked. Zhao Mu closed his eyes as if in a dream and slowly said, my life was saved by Qin Shi Huang. Otherwise, when I was an infant, I would have been eaten by a tiger. So, I want to repay Qin Shi Huang. I know Qin Shi Huang's grand plan is to let Great Qin endure for 10,000 generations, so I will bring papermaking to fruition. I have told you the purpose of paper, and you know it is superior to bamboo slips and cheaper than silk. Do you know what it would mean for Great Qin once paper is made? This means that even ordinary people could learn to read. They will no longer be a population that works from sunrise to sunset, but a people who understand the Tao, and everyone could become a pillar of Great Qin. And my aim is for every citizen of Great Qin to be literate. In that moment, Jing Wuji seemed to see the very scene Zhao Mu had painted in his imagination as the words, everyone can read and write, stirred a turbulent storm within his heart. Zhao Mu's words had utterly shattered the beliefs that had sustained him throughout his life. Wuji, remember this, Daqin is our enemy. Our homeland, our kin, everything we hold dear. All was taken from us by Daqin. Your family too perished beneath Daqin's iron cavalry. You must avenge them. Qin Shi Huang is a tyrant who conscripts the common folk into endless labor, treating human lives as nothing more than weeds. Such a man deserves to die. A beloved elder of yours once attempted to assassinate Qin Shi Huang alone. Though the attempt failed, you remain. You must carry forward his dying wish and kill the emperor to restore justice to the world. Was I wrong? He questioned himself, images of his days alongside Zhao Mu flashing through his mind. Scenes he had once believed without doubt were now slowly beginning to crumble. Brother Wuji, your face has suddenly grown pale. Are you unwell? Zhao Mu noticed the change and felt a ripple of concern. Jing Wuji composed himself and leaning against Zhao Mu's innocent face, forced a smile. Yes, a little. Lord Mu, I believe you once promised not to hinder me should I wish to leave. Do you still remember? Brother Wuji, you're leaving. Why? Zhao Mu exclaimed in surprise. A bitter smile crossed Jing Wuji's face. Yes. I intend to depart for a time and visit some old friends. It has been too long since I last saw them, and I simply wish to speak with them. Will you never return? Zhao Mu asked, clearly saddened. Jing Wuji felt warmth swell in his chest, and couldn't help but gently pat Zhao Mu's head. No, I will come back. Zhao Mu's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile. Very well then, Brother Wuji, go ahead. The courtyard is not far. They can escort you the rest of the way. Jing Wuji merely shook his head. In the end, he saw Zhao Mu to the courtyard entrance, then turned and walked away alone, never noticing Zhao Mu quietly whisper a few words to the soldiers. Outside the walls of Xianyang, Jing Wuji entered a small grove and leaned against a tree, closing his eyes as though waiting for someone. Before long, 3 or 4 young men of roughly his age approached one by one. Wuji, what do you need? One of them asked, frowning. Their identities were far too dangerous. Exposure meant certain death. Without extreme urgency, they would never risk using that signal to make contact. Yet Jing Wuji had called them, and all eyes turned to him, wondering what matter could possibly be so pressing. Jing Wuji looked at his companions grown alongside him since childhood, and for a moment found no words. Wuji, just say it plainly. Sitting in silence only increases our risk of exposure. The others began to voice their dissatisfaction. After all, this concerned their very lives. Jing Wuji finally took a deep breath, his expression growing unusually grave. I have come to believe. Qin Shi is not a tyrant. Daqin is not the oppressive regime you think it to be. The words struck the group like a thunderclap. Jing Wuji, are you mad? Do you have any idea what you're saying? One of them seized Jing Wuji by the collar and pinned him hard against the tree trunk, his eyes burning with fury. Assassinating the king of Qin was the belief that had driven them all, and now someone sought to shake that very foundation. Jing Wuji met his gaze without fear and spoke earnestly. These past days I served as a guard to Lord Mu, who has won the favor of Qin Shi. Following him, I have seen the emperor himself, his every word and deed. He is nothing like a tyrant, rather he is a ruler who genuinely cares for his people. The reason I called you here is precisely because I consider you my family. I refuse to see you sacrifice your lives for a false cause. I want you to live. Bullshit. Everyone knows Qin Shi is a tyrant. You've seen it yourself. How desperately the people of Daqin suffer. And now you tell me you saw the emperor with your own eyes and believe he isn't a tyrant. Do you expect us to believe that? We've grown up together. Do you think Jing Wuji would lie? Shut up, you traitor. I'll beat you to death, traitor. Before Jing Wuji could finish his sentence, fists began raining down upon him. Already pinned against the tree, he could do nothing against the blows of those he had once considered brothers, nor did he wish to resist. But the beating grew fiercer, sparing no mercy simply because he was once one of them. Soon Jing Wuji's vision blurred. Am I to be beaten to death by the companions of my entire life? Lord Mu, it seems Brother Wuji lacks the fortune to continue serving as your guard. Just as despair overwhelmed him, the sound of hooves echoed from below. Through his daze he glimpsed a familiar face. It was the soldier who had guarded the courtyard. Seeing the military presence, the attackers were struck with terror, which quickly gave way to seething rage. Damn traitor. One drew a sharp dagger, and without hesitation lunged for Jing Wuji's heart. At that critical moment, a whistle of an arrow split the air, pinning the attacker's wrist to the ground. The man let out a piercing scream. The others, overcome with dread, dragged their injured comrade and fled in panic. The pursuing soldiers drew their bows again, aiming at the fleeing figures. Still conscious, Jing Wuji's expression twisted with anguish. He desperately tried to rise, but his body refused to obey and his senses grew increasingly dim. Just then the leading officer raised his hand to stop the soldiers. Lord Mu's orders, no killing. Hearing these words, Zhao Mu, whose heart had been heavy with worry for his companion, broke into a genuine smile, and the knot in his chest finally loosened. Having reached his absolute limit, Jing Wuji could hold on no longer and fell into unconsciousness. Some time later he awoke to find Zhao Mu's youthful face gazing down at him. Lord Mu, I'm sorry, I deceived you. Jing Wuji, ignoring his injuries, forced himself upright on the bed, determined to beg forgiveness. Zhao Mu hurriedly told him to lie back down before responding. In truth, spending time with you has made me notice your mysterious background as well. But I still believe you are not an assassin come to kill me. If you're willing to continue as my guard, I would be most pleased. Jing Wuji would be honored. Hearing Zhao Mu's words in that instant, an overwhelming tide of emotion swept through his heart. Jing Wuji rested for 2 days yet refused to remain in bed recuperating. He was resolute in fulfilling his duties as a guard. Zhao Mu understood that this stemmed from Jing Wuji's guilt over concealing his identity from him, driving him to seek ways to make amends through action. Thus Zhao Mu offered his advice only once and did not press the matter further. Fortunately, Jing Wuji's physique was robust, and provided he avoided strenuous activity, there were no concerns. Zhao Mu had neither probed into the matter of his accomplices nor pursued any reckoning, which once again stirred deep emotion within Jing Wuji. During these days, Zhao Mu had not neglected the paper-making endeavor, visiting the workshop whenever his schedule permitted. Progress was swift, and today the most critical moment had arrived. Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji arrived at the small courtyard at daybreak. As they entered, they spotted Old Du once more. This time Old Du was not burying his face in tears, but rather wore an expression brimming with excitement and joy. Zhao Mu knew the paper-making had succeeded. "Grandpa Du, how many sheets were produced this time?" "Since it was our first attempt, only 10 sheets were made. However, now that we have mastered the technique, mass production will follow shortly." As he spoke these words, Old Du could no longer restrain his agitation, his face flushed with crimson. Zhao Mu, equally elated that this time the endeavor had truly succeeded, eagerly instructed others to prepare ink and writing brushes, eager to experience the sensation of writing upon paper in this age. The prospect of young Master Mu personally wielding the brush drew every craftsman in the courtyard to gather and observe. Zhao Mu stood motionless, gazing at the rough sheet of paper upon the table. After a moment's contemplation, he inscribed a phrase he had once cherished. "Wielding the 3-foot green peak sword, I shall cleave through all the injustices of this world." Jing Wuji, standing behind Zhao Mu, felt his blood surge with fervor upon reading these lines, as though he were once again sensing the lofty ambitions burning within Zhao Mu's heart. Though the others lacked Jing Wuji's profound insight, even they were stirred to ardent passion by these 2 lines, yearning to charge onto the battlefield and slay their foes. Who would have imagined that young Master Mu possesses such extraordinary talent? Today has truly broadened our horizons. Confronted with the reverent gazes of the crowd, Zhao Mu merely smiled without explanation. Those 2 lines had merely been a spontaneous impulse casually inscribed, and he had never anticipated such a tremendous reaction. Amidst the murmurs of praise, Wang Jian and Meng Wu strode into the courtyard, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. "Young Master Mu, this old man has heard that paper has been produced. Where is it? Pray let me see it at once." From a great distance, Zhao Mu caught Wang Jian's excited voice. Raising his gaze, he saw the elder already approaching. "Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Meng, you have arrived. The paper is right here." Zhao Mu greeted the 2 elders and stepped aside, exposing the paper upon the table to their full view. Guided by Zhao Mu, Wang Jian and the others beheld the paper on the table, and naturally the 2 lines inscribed upon it. "Wielding the 3-foot green peak sword, I shall cleave through all the injustices of this world." Wang Jian held the paper in his hands, his eyes fixed unblinking upon those 2 lines, his lips moving as he silently recited them, his countenance growing ever more animated with excitement. "Who wrote these 2 lines?" Wang Jian's gaze swept across the assembly before settling upon Jing Wuji. Zhao Mu had never displayed any aptitude in such endeavors, so Wang Jian instinctively set him aside. The remaining individuals were all craftsmen, by trade some barely literate, while those who could read also knew Jing Wuji personally. Thus Jing Wuji remained the prime suspect. Wang Jian was well aware of Jing Wuji's circumstances. Had Zhao Mu not continuously provided explanations, a figure of such mysterious pedigree would never have been permitted to remain at Zhao Mu's side. For neither Qin Shi, nor he himself, nor Meng Wu would tolerate any lurking danger in close proximity to Zhao Mu. Yet Zhao Mu's determination had been unwavering. Even Qin Shi had ultimately acquiesced, making any opposition from them utterly impossible. In that moment, Wang Jian had not anticipated that someone of Jing Wuji's enigmatic standing would also possess such remarkable talent, leaving him somewhat astonished and increasingly curious regarding his true identity. One of such lineage must inevitably hail from noble ancestry, not an ordinary household. Just then Wang Jian heard Jing Wuji interject. "You are mistaken, General. What virtue or merit could I, Jing Wuji, possibly possess to compose such words? These were written entirely by young Master Mu." "These were written by young Master Mu." Wang Jian was thoroughly taken aback, turning to Zhao Mu with an expression of utter disbelief. Zhao Mu smiled triumphantly. "Indeed, I am the author." Upon hearing Zhao Mu's confirmation, not only Wang Jian but Meng Wu and the accompanying soldiers alike stared at him in astonishment. "Grandpa Wang, do not merely gaze upon the calligraphy. First, what are your impressions of the paper itself?" Both Zhao Mu and every craftsman who had labored to produce the paper turned their eyes toward Wang Jian, for his judgment would ultimately determine whether all their efforts over these arduous days had been worthwhile. Wang Jian carefully examined the rough paper in his grasp once more. Compared to bamboo slips, it was exceedingly light, and like silk readily foldable for storage. Moreover, the characters inscribed upon it were remarkably legible. The sole deficiency lay in its coarseness. Yet upon considering the materials employed in its creation, a satisfied smile naturally graced Wang Jian's features. "Highly satisfactory." Facing the constellation of eager eyes, Wang Jian rendered his verdict. "Wonderful. All our exertions have not been in vain." With their labors at last recognized, the craftsmen could not suppress the radiance of joy upon their faces. "Grandpa Wang, let us proceed to the palace at once. I intend to present His Majesty with a surprise." The triumphant gleam upon Zhao Mu's countenance was beyond concealment. He still recalled the oath he had once sworn before Qin Shi, and now at last his wish was within reach. However, Wang Jian did not respond immediately. After a moment of consideration, he remarked, "The emperor's birthday falls in 3 days' time. If young Master Mu wishes to grant His Majesty a surprise, would it not be more fitting to present the paper as a tribute on that very day? His Majesty's birthday is but 3 days away. Indeed. Upon receiving further confirmation, Xiao Mu was thoroughly astonished. The thought had entirely escaped his mind. These past 2 days consumed by papermaking and the affairs of Jing Wuji, he had paid no heed to the matters unfolding around him. Now learning that Qin Shi Huang's birthday celebration loomed in 3 days, he was genuinely taken aback, caught completely off guard. Thankfully the paper had been produced, or else he would have had no notion of what gift to prepare within such a fleeting time frame. An ordinary present would scarcely suffice. This was the birthday of Qin Shi Huang himself. Would it be appropriate to offer a mere box of commonplace provisions? Yet the paper itself was certainly weighty enough. What remained was to carefully devise how to render the occasion truly astonishing for the emperor. A plan gradually began to crystallize within Xiao Mu's mind. Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Meng, you must keep the secrets of this paper-making endeavor under strict confidence. Should word of its completion reach His Majesty prematurely, my scheme shall be utterly undone. The paper had already been produced. At Xiao Mu's request, Wang Jian had no choice but to grant everyone a day of rest. For all the artisans, since entering this small courtyard, it was the first time they could return home to visit their families. However, before leaving, they had been sternly warned by Wang Jian that not a single word about the papermaking process could be divulged, and that they must return immediately to resume work after the first emperor's birthday. Anyone found fleeing would be punished as a deserter. Xiao Mu found this somewhat excessive, but knowing he was an outsider to such matters, and that Wang Jian likely understood things he did not, he chose to remain silent. From this point forward, all his attention would be devoted to the gift for the first emperor's birthday celebration. Little did he know, the moment these artisans stepped out of the courtyard, they came under surveillance. Although recent failures in papermaking had spread negative rumors across Xianyang, painting Xiao Mu as a mere green child, those with true discernment would not so easily believe such gossip. Moreover, the courtyard remained under heavy guard. If this were all a ruse, the first emperor would not have placed such importance upon it. Some speculated that whether or not paper was truly being made here, something of great significance, worthy even of the emperor's attention, must be concealed within. Therefore, whenever there was any movement at this place, people immediately moved to approach these artisans, hoping to extract some insider information from them. Unfortunately, these craftsmen had been personally selected by Wang Jian, their loyalty beyond question. Despite any temptation offered, none would reveal a single useful word. Realizing their efforts were futile, those spying on the papermaking courtyard could only withdraw in frustration. No one dared lay a hand on these artisans, for behind them stood the first emperor Wang Jian and Meng Wu, pillars of power in Great Qin that none could challenge. Only the foolhardy Hu Hai would dare to have an artisan's entire family secretly seized, using them as leverage to force the man to reveal everything he knew. Hu Hai had never imagined that Xiao Mu actually possessed the secret of papermaking, nor that the paper produced would prove so extraordinary. So much so that even Wang Jian and Meng Wu praised it. Moreover, Xiao Mu intended to keep the completion of the paper a secret from his father, planning to present it as a birthday gift during the grand ceremony. Upon learning this, Hu Hai was overwhelmed with shock and fury. If Xiao Mu's plan succeeded, he would surely gain even greater favor from the emperor, while Hu Hai would be forced to suppress his hostility and yield to Xiao Mu at every turn. The mere thought of this was unbearable. The hatred within him swelled without limit. Xiao Mu, as long as I am here, your plans shall come to naught. He cast a cold gaze upon the artisan's family he had captured, and said, steal the papermaking technique for me, and I shall spare your family. The artisan glanced back at his family behind him, tears welling in his eyes as he painfully nodded. Only one day remained until the first emperor's birthday celebration. Xiao Mu sat upright, brush in hand, staring at the rough paper before him, deeply pondering what poem or verse might be worthy of the occasion. Unaware of what unfolded elsewhere, Hu Hai, quiet for 2 days, could no longer restrain himself and was making another move. Day and night he thought of nothing but how to eliminate Xiao Mu to quench his burning resentment. With the emperor's birthday approaching, he knew Xiao Mu would certainly prepare a gift, so he devised a scheme to tamper with it, hoping to make the first emperor develop a distaste for Xiao Mu. Once Xiao Mu fell from favor, dealing with a mere 5-year-old boy would be child's play. Hu Hai had apparently forgotten the humiliations he had once suffered at Xiao Mu's hands. After the morning court session ended, Hu Hai sought out the eunuch responsible for receiving tribute. Through a combination of threats and bribes, he convinced the eunuch to swap Xiao Mu's gift with a fake one during the presentation. Hu Hai had already prepared the counterfeit gift. On the day of the ceremony, he would hand it to the eunuch. He was certain that when the first emperor saw what he believed to be Xiao Mu's grand gift, his disgust would be immeasurable. That would mark Xiao Mu's death. Hu Hai seemed already to envision Xiao Mu being driven out of the palace by his father, a sinister smile curling his lips. At that moment, Zhao Gao materialized silently behind Hu Hai. Your Highness the 18th Prince, what are you doing here? Zhao Gao's piercing voice suddenly echoed from behind. Startled, Hu Hai whirled around and glared at him, saying resentfully, Zhao Gao, must you walk without a sound like some ghost? You nearly gave me a fright. I asked what your Highness is doing here, Zhao Gao replied, ignoring Hu Hai's words entirely. His gaze shifted to the eunuch standing nearby, his voice still sharp, but laced with a chilling edge. Facing Zhao Gao's searching stare, the young eunuch kept his head lowered, afraid to meet his gaze, though he could not see the threatening look Hu Hai directed at him. "Your Excellency," the eunuch stammered, "the 18th prince asked this lowly one to secretly replace Lord Zhao Mu's gift with a counterfeit one tomorrow during the birthday ceremony. Perform your duties exactly as instructed tomorrow during the gift ceremony. Do not make any unauthorized alterations. Understood?" "Understood, Your Excellency, this one understands. Remember, speak not of what you should not, do not act beyond your station, and see not what you ought not to see. Only those who know this can live long. Take him away." The young eunuch hurriedly nodded, head still bowed, and retreated quickly. Watching from the side, Hu Hai's face flushed with rage. He could not believe Zhao Gao dared to mercilessly dismantle his plan right in front of him. "I am a prince. What does Zhao Gao think he is doing?" Hu Hai roared silently in his heart, yet dared not voice his outrage to Zhao Gao's face. Zhao Gao cast a glance at Hu Hai, then assumed a deferential posture, and said, "Your Highness, do you still recall your promise to this old servant, to consult with me before taking any action?" Gritting his teeth, Hu Hai replied, "Of course I remember." "Then why did you not consult with me regarding what just occurred?" Zhao Gao continued. After a brief silence, Hu Hai responded slowly, "The matter arose suddenly, and I had no time to inform you." "Suddenly?" Zhao Gao let out a cold laugh, lowering his eyes as his voice grew sharper. "How could it arise suddenly? And why are you in such a hurry to tamper with Lord Zhao Mu's gift? Tell me, Your Highness, what have you learned that you have not shared with this old servant?" This time Hu Hai fell silent for a long while, unable to find an answer. Facing the calculating Zhao Gao, he still appeared quite naive, no match for his opponent. Zhao Gao had precisely hit upon Hu Hai's hidden secret with nothing more than the excuse of a sudden occurrence, leaving him speechless. Under Zhao Gao's silent but relentless questioning, Hu Hai ultimately confessed everything he had done. Upon hearing that Hu Hai had actually done what no one else dared to attempt, he was so enraged he wanted to storm out. "What is even going through your head? Couldn't you have thought this through before acting? Those artisans are not to be trifled with lightly. You now understand the importance of paper to the great Qin, so you should realize how highly Your Majesty and General Wang Jian value this papermaking technique. Otherwise they would not have stationed heavy guards to protect it. Those artisans were personally recruited by the venerable General Wang Jian himself, yet you, showing no wisdom whatsoever, dare to lay hands on them. Do you have any regret? 18th Prince, you are not the emperor yet. Your father still lives. How dare you act this way? What no one else dares to do, you alone would do it. Do you truly believe Your Majesty would not execute you? As for the matter of the gift, you thought that by swapping it you could simply drive Zhao Mu away. Are you underestimating Your Majesty too much? Do you believe Your Majesty would not know that Zhao Mu had already produced paper and intended to present it as a gift? Do you think Your Majesty has only me, Zhao Gao, by his side?" The angrier Zhao Gao spoke, the more frustrated he became. Every foolish mess Hu Hai created was always him who had to clean up the fallout behind the scenes. Yet Hu Hai remained deeply resistant toward him, unwilling to discuss anything, convinced that without Zhao Gao's help he could still accomplish great things on his own. But could Hu Hai really achieve anything without Zhao Gao's support? How had Hu Hai attained his present status if not for Zhao Gao's careful guidance and sponsorship at every turn? Take Li Si for instance. Though Zhao Gao knew Li Si held reservations about him, if he were to withdraw his support from Hu Hai now, Li Si would certainly reconsider whether to continue backing Fusu instead. In short, without Zhao Gao there would be no Hu Hai as he is today. By now Hu Hai's face had turned pale as a ghost. Just thinking about what would happen once Qin Shi Huang discovered his actions was enough to make his entire body tremble. Yet asking himself to humble himself before Zhao Gao at this point felt too humiliating. He stood there, his face alternating between white and red. Seeing this, Zhao Gao immediately recognized it was Hu Hai's pride getting in the way. It seemed impossible to force him to bow today. Zhao Gao had no desire to ruin their relationship completely, for the grand schemes ahead would still require Hu Hai's cooperation. Still, the purpose of this visit had been achieved. He had spoken his piece too clearly. As long as Hu Hai valued his life, he would not be foolish enough to walk in a certain death. With a cold snort he turned and departed. Seeing Zhao Gao disappear from view, Hu Hai knew he could no longer remain where he was. Upon returning to his residence, his first order was to have his trusted attendants imprison the captured artisans and their families, ensuring no one discovered them. He now understood that the papermaking technique could not be stolen openly, and he dared not release the men he had taken. After all, those artisans knew far too much. But if he killed them outright, Zhao Mu and Wang Jian would certainly launch an investigation when the people went missing. If the trail led back to him, everything would be exposed, including all his previous misdeeds, which could then be uncovered as well. Realizing that his scheme meant to target Zhao Mu had instead come back to bite him, Hu Hai was so furious he nearly bit through his own lips. After a full afternoon of effort constantly replaying the ancient poems he had once memorized in his mind, Zhao Mu finally found one that satisfied him. It then took considerable time to flawlessly inscribe the entire poem onto paper. Finally, he sealed the paper inside an exquisitely crafted wooden box made of costly purple sandalwood, closed it tightly, and carried it to bed. By then the moon hung high in the sky. I'm going to sleep. Zhao Mu knew Jing Wuji was undoubtedly still keeping watch outside, so he called out to the doorway, stripped off his outer robe, and climbed into bed. He fell asleep almost immediately. The mental toll on him today had been enormous. Before dawn had fully broken, Zhao Mu was already roused from his sleep by the Wang estate servants. By the time he finished changing, Jing Wuji was already waiting at the door. For today was the first emperor's birthday celebration. In honor of His Majesty, the banquet was to span from morning until night, and those attending had already departed long ago. The Wang estate remained delayed only because of Zhao Mu's unique presence. However, Wang Jian and the others were already prepared to depart at any moment. Noticing Zhao Mu's complete lack of urgency, Jing Wuji could not help but remind him, "Young Master General Wang Jian and the others are already at the main gate waiting only for you." "Yes, I understand," Zhao Mu replied with a yawn, his energy drained. "We will head over now. Young Master, don't forget the gift. I've got it with me." Zhao Mu perked up slightly and patted the beautifully crafted wooden box at his chest. At this moment the morning sun had just risen, and the entire imperial palace seemed bathed in golden light, exuding an air of unrivaled majesty. Along the grand avenue leading into the palace, carriages stretched endlessly, rolling in one after another through the palace gates. On both sides of the avenue the common people surged like tidal waves. Countless warriors clad in iron armor stood upon the city walls, their murderous aura overwhelming. Zhao Mu merely cast a glance and deeply felt the sheer might of the entire Great Qin Empire. So this is the true Great Qin. Jing Wuji gazed at the soldiers, lost in thought. Only now did he understand that the Great Qin's conquest of the 6 states had never relied on luck, but on these iron-armored soldiers who struck terror into the hearts of all who faced them. Do you see this? This is the might of our magnificent Great Qin. Seeing the awe-stricken expressions on the younger generation's faces, an unmistakable pride washed over Wang Jian's features. This was the Great Qin he had devoted his entire life to building. Long live the Emperor 10,000 times. Long live the Emperor 10 million times. Long live the Emperor 10 million times. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their voices piercing the clouds. Gradually the white clouds parted, and a ray of golden sunlight illuminated the steps before the grand hall. There stood Qin Shi Huang, clad in black dragon robes, erect and dignified, appearing almost divine. The sight instantly set the entire city of Xianying ablaze with excitement. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Zhao Mu's heart began pounding rapidly, his cheeks flushing red. Watching the eternal emperor stand bathed in that golden light, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Just then a sharp and resonant voice suddenly rang out. Prime Minister Li Si presents a 7-orifice exquisite jade ornament. The 18th prince presents a red coral bonsai arrangement. Soon it was Zhao Mu and his party's turn. General Wang Jian presents the renowned sword 1,000 Mountains. General Meng Wu presents a 1,000 Li steed. Young Master Zhao Mu presents 1 sheet of paper along with a poem. As the young eunuch concluded his announcement of the gifts, the ministers and their families who had come to present offerings began whispering among themselves. What exactly is this paper? And who on earth is this Zhao Mu? Although his reputation had been spreading through Xianying city of late, with many hearing of him, not everyone was in the know. Women from prominent families who rarely stepped beyond their gates had never heard of Zhao Mu nor knew of his plans to manufacture paper. Yet most of those present were court officials, and Zhao Mu had appeared before the court more than once or twice before. Each appearance had been for matters of great significance, leaving a profound impression on many regarding this 5-year-old child. Those who recognized Zhao Mu now turned their gazes toward him, quietly answering questions for those beside them unfamiliar with his name. Before long, everyone's eyes fell upon the delicate and lovely 5-year-old. Most of the women and young girls found their eyes lighting up. Since this was the emperor's birthday banquet, Zhao Mu, worried about performing poorly, kept a stern and composed expression, appearing rather grave. Little did they know that such a serious expression on a 5-year-old made him all the more endearing. Is that the child Zhao Mu? He looks so lovely, and he shares the surname Zhao. Could he be the emperor's son? Hold your tongue. Truly typical of a woman, saying whatever comes to mind. Don't you know that words can bring disaster upon you? If you cannot control your speech, leave this place at once. Some women could not resist starting hushed gossip, only to be sharply reprimanded by their husbands beside them, leaving them wronged and silent. But there were also clever women who knew what could be spoken and what must be left unsaid. The matter of Zhao Mu's paper invention had already spread throughout all of Xianying, so it was a topic safe for casual discussion, unlikely to bring any trouble. Upon learning that paper was something Zhao Mu had invented to replace bamboo slips and silk fabric, all the noble women and young ladies regarded Zhao Mu with even greater eagerness in their eyes. This young master Zhao Mu is truly remarkable. He can invent things at merely 5 years old. When he grows up, he will surely become a truly extraordinary figure. Someone perceiving Zhao Mu's talent and the achievements yet to come could not help but remark, "Why do I find young master Zhao Mu increasingly charming the more I look? It seems I could never tire of gazing at him." Oh, how I wish to hold him, stroke his hair, pinch his rosy little cheeks. It must feel delightful. Another had fallen into a daydream. I've heard Wang Linger is quite close with young Master Xiao Mu. Perhaps whatever you're imagining, she has already done it. This speaker sat right beside Wang Linger, their proximity, clear evidence of a close friendship, which is why she dared to tease her thus. Otherwise, who would dare speak so freely to the Wang family's treasured daughter? When you speak of young Master Xiao Mu, please keep it to him. Do not pull me into it. Though we are close with so many people watching, I would rather not attract a crowd of stares. Wang Linger said, her cheeks flushing. For some reason, seeing others envy her relationship with Xiao Mu stirred shyness within her, but more than that, a sweet satisfaction. She knew better than anyone that Xiao Mu, having grown up between the Wang and Meng households since childhood, was completely unfamiliar with the palace princesses. Only she as a girl had interacted with him the most. Xiao Mu treated her with exceptional kindness. By the way, Linger, since you are so close with young Master Xiao Mu, is it true that he plans to make paper, as everyone says? Wang Linger's close friend asked. Those nearby subtly cocked their ears, for everyone knew of Xiao Mu's relationship with both the Wang and Meng families. As the daughter of the Prince of Wang, who had grown up alongside Xiao Mu from childhood, whatever Wang Linger said naturally carried far more credibility than the rumors circulating outside. Of course it is true. And didn't you just hear that young Master Xiao Mu's gift this time was paper? Everyone had indeed heard it, and with Wang Linger's confirmation they believed it to be true by 8 or 9 tenths. One by one, admiration for Xiao Mu swelled within them. Is the paper truly as miraculous as everyone claims? Linger, have you seen this paper? Not with my own eyes, but my grandfather has. He said that paper is indeed far more convenient than bamboo slips, and the materials for making it are exceedingly common. In the future, whether we or the common people of Great Qin all can use paper for writing. Wang Linger said with delight, but then recalling she had not seen paper with her own eyes, a look of regret crossed her face. She had actually intended to secretly ask Xiao Mu for some, but Wang Jian had warned her beforehand, so she dared not harbor such thoughts. However, after this birthday banquet concluded, there would be no issue. Thinking of this, Wang Linger became cheerful once more. At this moment, those who heard Wang Linger speak in such a manner underwent a change in how they regarded Xiao Mu. Only 5 years old, yet he has invented paper that the people of the world can use. No wonder His Majesty dotes on this child so. Already so accomplished at his age, imagine how extraordinary he will become when he grows up. Perhaps she ought to reconsider her attitude toward this young Master Xiao Mu. Some, almost without realizing it, felt their gaze toward Xiao Mu carry a newfound warmth. Just then, everyone suddenly gasped. Look, is that the paper young Master Xiao Mu invented? Truly one can write upon it. And there is a poem inscribed upon the paper as well. The script is unaffected in the slightest. This poem. Unbelievable. My, the paper actually moves with the wind. Dear heavens, how incredibly light must this paper be. As a chorus of astonished exclamations rose, the smile on Qin Shi Huang's face as he held the paper grew ever broader. Everyone understood that the emperor was truly overjoyed by both the paper and the poem. And Xiao Mu, as the one behind this invention, it went without saying that he would surely earn even greater favor from the first emperor in the future. Mu'er, come to me here. On the day of his great birthday, Qin Shi Huang, without any reserve, lifted Xiao Mu into his arms, allowing him to share in the imperial honors alongside him. The crown princes looked on with envy, each wishing to transform into a 5-year-old child and take Xiao Mu's place. Even Hu Hai, who had always harbored hatred toward Xiao Mu, could not help but feel a surge of envy at that moment. Then his gaze fell upon the red coral bonsai that the emperor had placed aside, a mere glance and never looked at again, and the flames of jealousy consumed his heart like a raging inferno. The hatred in his eyes could barely be concealed. Xiao Mu sensed it, and instinctively looked over his eyes, meeting Hu Hai's, which glared like those of a demon. Even Xiao Mu, who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt a cold shiver stir within his heart. This Hu Hai simply could not be spared. At that very moment, Hu Hai suddenly formed a few words with his lips toward him, then a most sinister smile spread across his face. Xiao Mu could not help but knit his brows in alarm. Though he could not decipher the meaning from Hu Hai's lip movements, that eerie smile gave him a deeply troubling premonition. On the occasion of Qin Shi Huang's grand birthday celebration, the gifts he received were too numerous to count, leaving onlookers dazzled. It was impossible for Qin Shi Huang to open and examine every single gift. Aside from those presented by his most trusted and important figures, the rest were simply deposited into the imperial treasury for safekeeping. This was a matter of common knowledge. But just then a court official stepped forward from among the crowd. After paying his respects to Qin Shi Huang, he declared, Your Majesty, some days ago, I acquired a peculiar stone containing a magnificent piece of jadeite. Now that the Great Qin has unified the 6 kingdoms, Your Majesty is clearly blessed with the mandate of heaven. For this reason, I humbly present this extraordinary stone to Your Majesty, hoping it may be carved into the imperial seal, so that all under heaven may witness that Your Majesty reigns by heavenly mandate. Splash. Upon hearing that the stone could be crafted into an imperial seal made of jadeite, everyone present could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Since the unification of Great Qin, they had been searching for a precious stone suitable for carving the imperial seal, but to no avail. Yet now on the very day of Qin Shi Huang's grand birthday celebration, someone had presented one. Whether this was deliberately orchestrated or not, if the man's words proved true, Qin Shi Huang would not only refrain from punishing him for withholding it earlier, but would richly reward him for today's offering. Then bring it forth at once. As everyone had anticipated, Qin Shi Huang was not angered, but rather beamed with delight. Beneath the curious gazes of all present, an apparently ordinary stone was delivered to Qin Shi Huang by Zhao Gao. Qin Shi Huang looked down at the grayish stone roughly the size of 2 palms. From its exterior appearance, nothing remarkable could be discerned. Today is your Majesty's grand celebration. It would be fitting for your Majesty to open this stone personally, thereby demonstrating that your Majesty is indeed chosen by heaven. The minister suddenly proclaimed loudly. No sooner had these words left his lips than all the court officials began chanting the mandate of heaven in unison. Qin Shi Huang, witnessing this, was naturally overjoyed. Excellent. I shall open this stone myself. Qin Shi Huang instructed Zhao Gao, go and fetch a blade. Yes, your Majesty. In no time Zhao Gao returned with a finely crafted razor-sharp, small knife. Qin Shi Huang took the knife, and without the slightest hesitation swiftly began his work. Everyone widened their eyes and fixed their gaze intently upon the stone as its outer layer was gradually peeled away. Xiaomu was no exception. Upon witnessing this, Hu Hai's sinister smile deepened. It truly is jadeite. An expert with keen eyes caught sight of a glimpse of the jadeite within and could not help but cry out in astonishment. As Qin Shi Huang's movements grew faster, the peculiar stone was split open, revealing a remarkably brilliant piece of jadeite within. Good heavens, such an enormous piece of jadeite, more than sufficient to carve the imperial seal. With the last fragment of stone stripped away, the jadeite was fully exposed, and everyone erupted into shouts of amazement once again. A pleased smile spread across Qin Shi Huang's face. Even Zhao Mu beside him was utterly captivated. This was the largest piece of jadeite he had ever seen in his life. Your Majesty is blessed with the mandate of heaven. Just then the entire birthday banquet was filled once more with roaring acclamations. Only this time it came not from the soldiers, but from the assembled court officials. Ha ha ha. At this moment Qin Shi Huang could find no words to express himself. His heart surged with emotion, overflowing with boundless joy. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on receiving this heavenly treasure. May Great Qin endure for 10,000 generations. Zhao Mu offered his blessings from nearby. Qin Shi Huang had always treated him with great kindness, as had Wang, Jianming, Wu, and others. Therefore he genuinely wished to see Great Qin growing ever stronger. The mightier the empire became, the more comfortable his own position would be, making him all the more eager to support its rise. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Mu caught sight of the strange smile still lingering on Hu Hai's face, and all his joy instantly vanished. For reasons he could not explain, he felt an overwhelming aversion toward Hu Hai at that moment, as though even a single glance caused his entire body to writhe in discomfort. He longed to rush forward and smash that smug expression off his face. He wanted to see whether the youth still dared to smile at him like that. Your Majesty, there are characters upon the jadeite. Suddenly someone in the crowd let out a startled cry, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Mu also spotted the man. It was a middle-aged individual, his face contorted with shock, one trembling hand pointing at the jadeite. Zhao Mu followed the direction the man indicated and witnessed a sight that filled him with utter astonishment. All eyes were fixed upon the jadeite, searching for the inscribed characters. Yet only Hu Hai seemed entirely uninterested. Instead, he was exchanging glances with another person present. When Zhao Mu locked eyes with the individual communicating with Hu Hai, his heart skipped a beat, and an overwhelming sense of crisis instantly flooded through him. The court official who presented the jadeite actually knows Hu Hai. Recalling the eerie smile Hu Hai had directed at him earlier, Zhao Mu began to vaguely piece together what was unfolding. But by then it was already too late. Upon the surface of the jadeite, 8 tiny characters were clearly engraved. The mandate of heaven has been bestowed. Only Zhao shall wield power. As Qin Shi Huang's gaze turned toward him, Zhao Mu's face drained of all color, and cold sweat immediately drenched his back. Although he shared the surname Zhao, he had absolutely no relation to Qin Shi Huang whatsoever. And he vividly remembered that Qin Shi Huang had once ruthlessly slaughtered everyone in the vicinity over a similarly inscribed stone without a moment's hesitation. Now the same fate seemed poised to befall him, and he could feel the icy, murderous glint in Qin Shi Huang's eyes. What should he do? Should he flee? But this was the birthday celebration of Qin Shi Huang, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers present and countless high officials watching. How could he possibly escape? System, save me. Unfortunately, the system remained completely silent. The court officials present also beheld those 8 characters, and their gazes toward Zhao Mu gradually turned to pity. Even Wang Jian and Meng Wu's expressions were filled with suspicion and hesitation. Wang Linger was already in tears, on the verge of rushing forward, but a hand firmly held her back. If you dash out now, you will not save him, and you will implicate the entire Wang estate. Wang Jian's voice resonated in Wang Linger, and Wang Li's ears restraining their impulsive actions. Over at the Ming household the situation was much the same. Xiao Mu, you are still no match for me, Hu Hai. A look of supreme triumph graced Hu Hai's face. It had been a long time since Xiao Mu's emergence that he had felt so utterly satisfied. Your Majesty, Facing the brink of life and death, Xiao Mu still refused to surrender without a fight. He attempted to speak, but the words died on his tongue, and he could not determine what he ought to say. Xiao Mu desperately pleaded with the system in his mind, yet received no response whatsoever. He was exceedingly unwilling to perish in such humiliation, yet utterly powerless to change his fate. Heaven, you allowed me to be reborn into this world, yet confined me to a mere 5 years of life. Is this not terribly unjust? At minimum, you should have let me reach adulthood and experience the ancient pleasure quarters. Just as Xiao Mu resigned himself to death and closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a hand resting upon his head. Startled, he opened his eyes, wondering who would dare touch him in his final moments, only to find Qin Shi gazing at him with unmistakable tenderness. When the 8 characters, Heaven Mandate bestowed upon Zhao, appeared on the jade, everyone saw the dangerous glint in Qin Shi eyes. Yet now Qin Shi gently patted Xiao Mu's head, his eyes filled with warmth. What was happening? Every person present harbored the same question. As the mastermind behind all the conspiracies, the expression on Hu Hai's face grew even more terrifyingly gloomy. Xiao Mu was about to be abandoned. Why did his father suddenly change his attitude? Why exactly? Hu Hai could not fathom it, but today was Qin Shi birthday. Despite his rage, he dared not show a single emotion, for if this matter were exposed, he would surely fall into grave danger. Mu'er, fear not. Your father is not yet senile, nor would I ever regard you as that Zhao destined to take the throne. Qin Shi words left everyone bewildered. Even Xiao Mu was confused. He was merely an abandoned infant rescued from the streets, unrelated by blood to Qin Shi. Moreover, as a transmigrator with a system, if anyone were most likely to overthrow the great Qin, it would undeniably be him. Yet now Qin Shi told him he could never overthrow the empire. Why was Qin Shi so certain? Was it because his demonstrated abilities were insufficient? Just as Xiao Mu was pondering this, the minister who presented the jade signaled by Hu Hai stepped forward again and declared, Your Majesty, this is the mandate of heaven. This Zhao must die, or he will become a calamity to the great Qin. I implore your Majesty to immediately decree his execution. I implore your Majesty to decree the execution of this Zhao. Except for members of the Wang and Ming families, all the other ministers eagerly echoed the demand. Many court officials could no longer discern Qin Shi true stance, but they knew they had to speak up lest they be branded as traitors unwilling to see the great Qin endure for 10,000 generations. Qin Shi gave the minister a deep searching look. On the surface no emotion showed, but within he was thoroughly enraged. For he knew Xiao Mu was the son of his eldest crown prince Fusu, his own beloved grandson, bearing the very blood of Qin Shi himself. And from the beginning he had cultivated Xiao Mu as the future heir to the great Qin. How could such a person ever harbor designs on the throne? Yet today, on his birthday, the jade he had searched for years was suddenly offered as a gift by a court minister, and it came with a heavenly mandate declaring that the one surnamed Zhao should be eliminated. Since Xiao Mu survived the assassination attempt, conspiracies targeting him had never ceased. It was simply that today was Qin Shi grand birthday celebration, and many had not yet realized the significance. Now Qin Shi had grasped the problem clearly. Recalling all the prior attempts against Xiao Mu, everything suddenly fell into place. This was a conspiracy designed to destroy Xiao Mu. He remembered Xiao Mu asking him to spare those remnants of the 6 defeated states. After so much time had passed, he had confirmed that the assassins who targeted Xiao Mu were indeed not from the 6 state survivors. But every attempt to uncover the true mastermind behind it all had come to nothing. Now this minister presented a most excellent breakthrough. Qin Shi knew he must not alert the enemy prematurely. Though furious at the minister's request to kill Zhao, he wore an appearance of great delight upon his face. You also sincerely love the great Qin, and I naturally cannot disappoint you. Gao, issue the order. Find this Zhao who harbors treasonous ambitions. Furthermore, this minister's gift of such exceptional jade shall be richly rewarded. However, since today is my birthday celebration, we shall defer this matter until after the festivities conclude. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai's expression instantly darkened. If this proceeded as planned, his scheme would be completely ruined and Xiao Mu would remain untouched, which was precisely the outcome he wished to avoid. He cautiously signaled to the minister with his eyes, unwilling to let the matter drop. If he could not topple Xiao Mu this time, the opportunity would become extraordinarily difficult to seize again. The minister naturally caught Hu Hai's glance and immediately stepped forward again to address Qin Shi. Your Majesty, I believe this Zhao refers directly to Prince Xiao Mu. Only Prince Xiao Mu possesses the capability to warrant such a title. In an instant, all eyes fell upon that man. They could hardly believe he dared to speak so bluntly. Although Xiao Mu was not Qin Shi blood descendant, he enjoyed extraordinary favor. Such matters could only be spoken by Qin Shi himself, who outsiders dared not utter a word lest they risked capital punishment for a single misstep. Yet someone dared to voice it aloud now. This carried an unmistakable air of coercion. The crowd could only marvel in astonishment. Seeing Qin Shi Huang's expression darken, everyone fell silent, standing quietly to watch the drama unfold. But in the next moment Qin Shi Huang's countenance shifted again, his anger vanishing as if it had never existed. He regarded the speaking minister calmly and said, "My loyal subject, your dedication is noted. Yet I believe Zhao Mu cannot be the Zhao referenced in those words. I know you do not trust him, but Zhao Mu is the one I personally rescued. I trust he would never betray me." Speaking these words, Qin Shi Huang suddenly recalled those years he spent as a hostage, enduring humiliation and sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall. His thoughts drifted to the past, and he pointed at the character Zhao and said, "Though I no longer bear that surname, I still hold deep nostalgia for those days of struggle." Everyone understood what Qin Shi Huang had endured in his youth. Hearing this, the followers of Wang Jian and Meng Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. They knew Zhao Mu was safe for now. Sensing the mood had eased, the atmosphere gradually warmed once more. "Your servant Wang Jian wishes your majesty a lifespan comparable to the southern mountains, eternal as heaven itself, and prosperity for the great Qin through 10,000 generations." Wang Jian noticed the minister who harbored hostility toward Zhao Mu was about to speak again and immediately cut him off. Moments later, Meng Wu stepped forward and joined Wang Jian in congratulating Qin Shi Huang. With the two senior generals leading the way, the remaining ministers naturally dared not lag behind, each offering their prepared auspicious phrases, drowning out any dissenting voices. A smile finally returned to Qin Shi Huang's face. The birthday banquet smoothly resumed, while the minister who had first challenged Zhao Mu had lost all his earlier courage and dared not provoke further. Hu Hai, seeing this turn of events, understood the situation was beyond his control. He could only stand there, his face dark with fury. Zhao Mu, observing this, finally exhaled deeply, a smile returning to his lips. Yet afterward, this incident left a considerable shadow in his heart. He knew all of this stemmed from Hu Hai. He had already harbored suspicions about the identity of the assassin from the previous attempt, for since arriving in this world, the only person he had enmity with was Hu Hai. Now, following today's events, he had become entirely certain Hu Hai was the one behind it all. Apart from the initial incident involving the inscription on the jade, the birthday banquet proceeded without any further mishaps, with everything unfolding in an orderly manner until its conclusion. Following the banquet, Zhao Mu was summoned to Qin Shi Huang's private chambers. "Mu'er, what are your thoughts on what transpired earlier?" After seeing the paper presented by Zhao Mu and the poem upon it, Qin Shi Huang no longer regarded him as an ignorant child. Like generals Wang Jian and Meng Wu, he now viewed Zhao Mu as a prodigy. Yes, truly a miraculous child. No matter how brilliant Zhao Mu might be, he was only 5 years old. Zhao Mu was startled by the question and hesitated before responding. "Your Majesty speaks of the jade inscription matter." Zhao Mu still regarded himself as a mere child, having failed to realize that others now saw him as a prodigy. Thus, hearing Qin Shi Huang seek his opinion on the jade, he felt at a loss. The emperor had never discussed serious matters with him before, and this time the jade concerned the imperial seal of Great Qin, a matter of utmost importance. "Indeed, I speak of the jade matter. I nearly punished you for those characters. Do you bear me any resentment?" Qin Shi Huang gazed intently into Zhao Mu's eyes, keenly awaiting his response. He could not bear to imagine how furious he would become if Zhao Mu came to despise him as a result. Zhao Mu hesitated, uncertain of how to respond, because he had already firmly concluded that all of this was the work of Hu Hai. But Hu Hai was the son of Qin Shi Huang. Although the emperor had dozens of sons, each was his own flesh and blood. He had no idea how Qin Shi Huang would react upon learning that all of this was Hu Hai's design, whether he would put duty above family ties and be consumed by grief afterward, or perhaps he would merely reprimand Hu Hai severely and reconcile with him. Yet neither outcome was what Zhao Mu wished to see. He refused to let Qin Shi Huang suffer sorrow on his account. Thus, confronted with this question, he found himself at a loss for words. Qin Shi Huang had never witnessed such hesitation from Zhao Mu before, and his tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Mu'er, speak plainly if you have something to say. When have I ever rebuked you for speaking ill?" Seeing this, Zhao Mu realized that remaining silent would truly upset Qin Shi Huang, so he steeled himself and laid bare his suspicions. To convince Qin Shi Huang, Zhao Mu spoke with meticulous detail and solid reasoning. Upon hearing everything, the emperor fell silent, with an impassive expression giving no indication of what he was thinking. For a moment, a heavy oppression settled over the bedchamber. "Mu'er, I am weary. Return home for now, and tomorrow you shall receive your enfeoffment. Do not run about carelessly." Zhao Mu dared not speak, and stood motionless until Qin Shi Huang waved him away, instructing him to return and rest while awaiting the imperial bestowals. Only then did he secretly exhale in relief and withdraw. Since Qin Shi Huang still intended to grant him rewards, this at least meant he would not be held accountable. As for what would become of Hu Hai, he had no certainty and could only proceed step by step. The night passed without incident. At dawn the following day, Zhao Mu was roused by servants. "Lord, an envoy has come from the palace with the emperor's decree to confer rewards upon you," Jing Wuji reported as he followed Zhao Mu recounting what he had learned. Zhao Mu nodded silently and accompanied Jing Wuji out of the room. In the main hall he encountered the eunuch sent by imperial decree. By virtue of Lord Mu's contribution in presenting paper, he is hereby enfeoffed as Marquis of Jingwa with a fief of 1,000 households and granted a marquis residence. Word of this quickly spread throughout the entire city of Xianyang. All were stunned. No one expected Zhao Mu to be rewarded so generously for presenting paper, especially after yesterday's incident, when they thought he would face Qin Shi Huang's reproof. This demonstrated two things. First, Qin Shi Huang had not harbored suspicion toward Zhao Mu regarding the 8 great characters inscribed on the jade. The paper Zhao Mu presented proved invaluable to Great Qin, confirming that reports of its existence circulating previously were entirely credible and not fabricated. Those who understood these 2 points finally comprehended precisely how essential Zhao Mu was to Qin Shi Huang's regard, which explained the extraordinary favor bestowed upon him. For a time Zhao Mu's brilliance shone unmatched once more across Xianyang. Yet some observing his renewed prominence seethed with boundless rage. Hu Hai, consumed by fury, once more shattered a newly acquired vase from their mansion. Only after he had destroyed nearly everything in the house did his pent-up anger begin to subside. Hu Hai summoned his confidant to his chamber once again, determined this time to vent his frustration rather than endure it any longer. This time you will carry out the deed with your own hands. Eliminate that bastard Zhao Mu. If you fail, do not bother returning. This man had served as Hu Hai's sworn assassin since childhood, yet he could not fathom why his lord harbored such intense hatred for Zhao Mu. In pursuing the boy's destruction, Hu Hai disregarded the danger of Qin Shi Huang discovering the plot, and now even seemed willing to sacrifice his most loyal servant. It was evident how deeply Hu Hai's rage had escalated. At that moment, a tremulous voice echoed from the doorway. 18th Prince Lord Zhao has arrived. Hu Hai's brows furrowed as he pondered why Zhao Gao would come at such an hour, but before he could formulate his thoughts, Zhao Gao's voice drifted through the door. 18th Prince, Zhao Gao comes to pay his respects. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Hai sprang to his feet, plastered on a welcoming smile, and threw open the door. The instant Zhao Gao entered, he noticed Hu Hai's confidant preparing to leave, making it clear they had been discussing matters inside. In the past, he would have kept his distance, but today his fear that Hu Hai might act recklessly compelled him to halt the confidant's exit. Hu Hai's confidant looked to his master, ready to draw his blade at the slightest command, even if Qin Shi Huang himself stood before them. Hu Hai turned to Zhao Gao and asked, "Lord Zhao, do you require my servant's presence?" Zhao Gao shook his head and narrowed his eyes. "No, I am here for you, but he stays." "Why, I wish to know what you were discussing," Zhao Gao replied without hesitation. Hu Hai's expression darkened instantly. Then Zhao Gao continued, "I suspect he intends to assassinate Zhao Mu." "How could you possibly know?" Hu Hai's face transformed in shock, staring at Zhao Gao in disbelief. But mid-sentence he realized he had betrayed himself, his face contorting with embarrassment. Zhao Gao's own expression darkened as he fixed Hu Hai with a cold gaze. 18th Prince, you promised me that you would consult me before taking any action, yet you have repeatedly broken our agreement. Do you have no respect for me, Zhao Gao? Hu Hai's expression was deeply troubled, yet he knew Zhao Gao's words were entirely justified. He was the one who had broken his promise first, and without Zhao Gao's covert assistance his every scheme would long have been uncovered by Qin Shi Huang. Thus, although Zhao Gao's attitude grated on him greatly at that moment, he dared not speak out of turn, well aware that he might still rely on Zhao Gao's trusted position beside the emperor to shield his own back. Yet the thought of bowing his head and apologizing to Zhao Gao was simply too grating for his pride. "However, I have not come this time to stop you from dealing with Zhao Mu. On the contrary, I am here to devise a strategy for you. Zhao Mu is currently the emperor's most favored confidant, closely watched by many. Because of his success with papermaking, he has become a crucial pillar for Great Qin's future. Generals Wang Jian and Meng Wu will surely assign covert guards to protect him. Relying solely on your personal confidence, the chances of a successful assassination are virtually non-existent." Upon hearing these words from Zhao Gao, Hu Hai's face lit up with surprise as he asked, "Sir Zhao, haven't you always advised me not to clash with Zhao Mu? But now you've changed your tune." Hu Hai never finished his sentence, for his expression alone spoke volumes. Zhao Gao naturally perceived what ran through Hu Hai's mind, but brushed it off, saying, "I previously believed Zhao Mu was merely a pampered child favored by the emperor. Yet this same child has produced paper, a creation capable of transforming all of Great Qin, which is hardly something a mere boy could have conceived on his own. In my view, either Zhao Mu has an exceptionally formidable mentor behind him, or he himself is profoundly extraordinary, a genuine prodigy. Regardless of which, it is, either scenario could jeopardize our plans, which is precisely why Zhao Mu must be eliminated." The plan Zhao Gao referred to was naturally understood by Hu Hai to mean his own ascent to the throne as emperor. Following the unfortunate incident involving the eldest prince, Hu Hai had been the only son among the royal brothers deemed qualified to succeed Qin Shi Huang as the next heir to Great Qin. But just when fortune seemed secure, unexpected clouds gathered. Qin Shi Huang had unknowingly taken in an infant while hunting. Now merely 5 years old, this child already posed a direct threat to his position. It was worth noting that standing behind Hu Hai was not merely Zhao Gao. Chancellor Li Si was among them as well. Young Master 18, I beg your guidance. How shall we proceed to eliminate Zhao Mu? At this point Hu Hai's mind was consumed solely by how to remove Zhao Mu. The boy had long since become an inner demon haunting him. If he could not get rid of Zhao Mu, he would not even sleep soundly. Previously, because Zhao Gao had steadfastly refused to assist in dealing with Zhao Mu, Hu Hai had gradually begun to distance himself from the eunuch. But now that Zhao Gao had begun to aid him in eliminating Zhao Mu, Hu Hai's demeanor instantly reverted to how it had once been. As for whether their relationship had truly returned to what it once was, only the two of them could know for certain. Nevertheless, at present the two of them could certainly be said to have reunited on the same front, bound together by their shared opposition to Zhao Mu. Zhao Gao pondered for a moment before replying. Zhao Mu is currently in the eye of the storm, closely monitored by too many eyes. The slightest ripple would betray him. Moreover, I have noticed that the Emperor has begun to suspect that the shadowy hand behind the previous attacks on Zhao Mu was among those present at that grand birthday banquet. Hu Hai's complexion shifted drastically. Puzzled, he asked, were those past incidents not already borne by the remnants of the 6 states? Why would father still harbor such suspicions? Is it not precisely because of yesterday's birthday banquet? Some fool attempted to inscribe writing upon a jade tablet, not only failing to bring down Zhao Mu, but instead sabotaging himself and arousing the Emperor's suspicions. Zhao Gao cast a glance at Hu Hai, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Hu Hai failed to notice and felt an instinctual pang of embarrassment, for he had orchestrated that very scheme, something whose ultimate outcome he had never anticipated. Perhaps Zhao Gao already knew it was his doing, but chose not to name him directly. Seizing the opening, Hu Hai hastened to say, I agree that yesterday's affair was exceedingly foolish. Yet since matters have come to this juncture, I would humbly ask how we should best counter Zhao Mu henceforth. I implore you to instruct me, sir. Zhao Mu has already cultivated his own faction. To topple him abruptly is no longer feasible. We must proceed step by step, nursing our designs with patience. Hu Hai sighed heavily. He understood that Zhao Gao's words were sound. For now he could only temporarily suppress the hatred simmering within him and endure further within Zhao Mu's shadow. Young Master 18, do you consider your father foolish? Zhao Gao suddenly inquired. Hu Hai looked thoroughly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Zhao Gao would pose such a senseless question. If my father can be deemed foolish, he replied, then there is no one in this world wise enough to claim the title. Mentioning Qin Shi, Hu Hai's eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Throughout his life, he had aspired to become a man like his father Qin Shi. Therefore he intended to ascend to that position and prove to all that he possessed the capability himself. Yet the following words immediately soured Hu Hai's mood. In that case, I shall speak plainly. I hope you will go and apologize to the Emperor. Hu Hai's brows drew together tightly. Staring intently at Zhao Gao, he asked, I have committed no error. Why should I apologize to father? In his view, admitting fault to his father was tantamount to confessing his inadequacy and inferiority, which was precisely why he vehemently opposed such an idea. Moreover, whatever reckoning he owed Qin Shi was a matter between father and son, an intimate family affair. Zhao Gao, despite sharing the surname Zhao, was ultimately merely a castrated outsider. By what right would he presume to dictate such a matter? To Hu Hai's mind, Zhao Gao had overstepped his bounds and violated a cardinal taboo. Yet no trace of fear appeared on Zhao Gao's face. As if entirely unaware of his transgression, he merely smiled like an old fox. Young Master 18, pray do not be angry. Hear me out regarding the rationale behind this request, and you will understand that I am not merely assisting you, but saving you. Hu Hai had initially been poised to object, but the moment he heard Zhao Gao claim this was meant to save him, his retort died upon his lips. Consider this, young Master 18. The Emperor is a man of unparalleled acumen. Even with me shielding your actions, could he truly remain oblivious to every trace? Yet you remain his flesh and blood. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor would never suspect you unless driven to desperation. However, if the Emperor's suspicion is roused, then even the matters I have concealed for you may eventually be laid bare. Should that occur, neither you nor I shall fare well. Then what connection does this have with my apologizing to father? Hu Hai asked in bafflement. Zhao Gao glanced at him and suddenly posed another question. Young Master 18, have you ever wondered why the Emperor favors Zhao Mu so profoundly? Hu Hai pondered for a moment before answering uncertainly. Is it because of Zhao Mu's talent? Zhao Gao shook his head. Only half correct. Only half right. Hu Hai thought for a moment, frowned, and asked, then what is the other half? The other half is Zhao Mu's age. Age? Hu Hai looked bewildered. Exactly, age. Think carefully, when you were young, how did His Majesty treat you? Wasn't it very similar to how he treats Zhao Mu now? But as you grew older, His Majesty's affection for you gradually diminished. Hu Hai sank into recollection and realized that it was exactly as Zhao Gao had said. Suddenly it all became clear. So, I want you, Prince, to go and admit your fault to His Majesty. Lay your heart bare before him, act like a helpless child, and perhaps you can regain his affection. After all, compared to Zhao Mu, you are His Majesty's own flesh and blood. Hu Hai fell silent, already tempted by Zhao Gao's words. In His Majesty's eyes, Zhao Mu is only 5 years old. If we make a move, we will be the ones to suffer in the end, because to His Majesty Zhao Mu is always the weaker party. Those who oppose Zhao Mu are inevitably the stronger side. If you strike, it will certainly be seen as bullying Zhao Mu, and His Majesty will never stand by and watch Zhao Mu be bullied. And at this moment, if you pretend to be a frightened young man who has lost his father's love, then consider this: would the mistakes you made in the past appear to His Majesty as mere impulsive acts excusable? Not only that, but it will also dispel some of His Majesty's suspicions about you, because in His Majesty's eyes such a you would be incapable of those deeds. Hu Hai's eyes sparkled, completely won over by Zhao Gao. Yet since this concerned his future image, he pondered deeply before finally agreeing to Zhao Gao's advice. Master Zhao, should I go and admit my fault to my father tomorrow? The more Hu Hai thought about Zhao Gao's suggestion, the more reasonable it seemed. Over and over in his mind, he fantasized about his favored self trampling the disfavored Zhao Mu underfoot and humiliating him severely. He could hardly wait for that day to arrive. But Zhao Gao shook his head, opposing his proposal, and instead advised him to go a few days later. Hu Hai asked Zhao Gao why, but Zhao Gao merely shook his head, unwilling to say more. Hu Hai knew he could not force Zhao Gao to reveal the reason, so he suppressed his curiosity and decided to follow Zhao Gao's advice. Wait a few days before seeking an audience with Qin Shi. A few days later, after receiving Zhao Gao's confirmation, Hu Hai finally went to the palace gate early one morning before Qin Shi had awakened and knelt down. Many passers-by pointed at Hu Hai. Who is this man? Why is he kneeling at the palace gate? Isn't he afraid of being beheaded? Isn't this the 18th prince? Why is he kneeling here? Did he commit a grave offense and is being punished by Qin Shi? Many people were discussing, but no one dared to step forward to ask, fearing they would bring trouble upon themselves. However, news of this quickly reached Qin Shi. Just as he had risen, he heard that Hu Hai was kneeling at the palace gate early in the morning, and his brow furrowed deeply. But Hu Hai was after all his own son. Allowing him to continue kneeling would not only disgrace himself, but also their ancestors. So he immediately ordered someone to bring Hu Hai before him. 18th, why are you kneeling at the palace gate so early in the morning? Father, it is because I have finally come to realize how many wrongs I've done in the past. Now I have awakened and wish to reform. Although I know many things are too late to undo, I only seek your forgiveness now. I dare not ask for anything more. Was it you who sent the assassins to attack Zhao Mu? A slight tremor in Qin Shi voice sent Hu Hai into a panic, nearly making him cry out. Fortunately, he managed to control his emotions and said fearfully, Father, you wrong me. Although I indeed dislike Zhao Mu, I would never stoop so low as to send assassins to kill a mere 5-year-old child. I beg you to see clearly. Qin Shi looked at Hu Hai, who was kneeling and repeatedly admitting his fault, and said nothing. Hu Hai knelt on the ground, head bowed, not daring to look at Qin Shi. His back was soaked with cold sweat, but fortunately the wet clothes were not visible. After waiting a while longer, seeing that Qin Shi still remained silent, Hu Hai grew anxious. His mind raced, and suddenly he had an idea. He immediately grabbed Qin Shi's foot and cried out, Father, I truly know I was wrong, but I never intended to assassinate Zhao Mu. I was just drunk again at a tavern and carelessly let slip some information about Zhao Mu. The next day Zhao Mu encountered assassins. I truly never expected Zhao Mu to be attacked. I was really drunk at the time. This time Qin Shi finally spoke again. Mu'er is merely a 5-year-old child. Why do you, a prince, hate him so much? Because he has your favor. Hu Hai suddenly shouted at Qin Shi, his eyes red. Qin Shi was stunned. He had not expected this to be the reason. Then Hu Hai continued, Zhao Mu is just an abandoned baby you brought back, yet you shower him with affection. But your love for us princes has grown less and less. I'm afraid that you will give all your love to Zhao Mu, afraid that I will never receive any more of your affection. That's why I envy Zhao Mu, why I hate him. But I never thought of sending assassins to kill Zhao Mu, because I know you cherish him dearly. If I truly did that, you would be heartbroken. So I could only drown my sorrows in wine. But I really didn't leak the information intentionally. Father, you must believe me. Qin Shi looked at Hu Hai with a complex gaze, surprised to receive such an answer. Hu Hai thought he had achieved his goal and began to gloat inwardly. Enough, I understand. You may withdraw now. Do not kneel at the palace gate again. You are disgracing me, understood? Qin Shi waved his hand at Hu Hai with extreme impatience, signaling him to leave immediately. Hu Hai was confused, not understanding why Qin Shi's attitude had suddenly turned cold. But Qin Shi had already turned his back to him. Hu Hai knew that this was not the time to disturb him. So with a belly full of confusion, he withdrew. Hu Hai thought for a long time, but still could not figure out why it had turned out that way. He recalled the conversation countless times. Every word he had said seemed perfect. Moreover, Qin Shi had shown a complex expression. But why did his attitude suddenly change? Hu Hai could not understand, and finally went to seek help from Zhao Gao. Lord Zhao, do you think my father would believe what I say? Within the residence of Hu Hai, the young prince recounted every detail of his morning apology to Qin Shi, and Zhao Gao listened with keen attention. Observing Hu Hai's restless anxiety, Zhao Gao offered reassurance. Young master, 18, pray compose yourself. The matter is far from dire. Indeed, I believe your father has accepted your words. Had he not given his temperament, you would not have returned so easily. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. Indeed, Lord Zhao, do you truly believe father trusts my words? Hu Hai asked with surprise. Naturally, Zhao Gao affirmed. With Zhao Gao's second assurance, the restless turmoil in Hu Hai's heart finally began to ease. They were now moored to the same boat, their fates intertwined. Zhao Gao had no reason to deceive him, nor would such treachery serve Hu Hai's own interests. But why did father's attitude change so abruptly at the end? This was the greatest puzzle haunting Hu Hai's mind. Until this matter was resolved, a shadow of unease would linger within him. Zhao Gao perceived this concern and spoke. The emperor, after all, is the ruler of Great Qin. You are no longer a child, and he must maintain his dignity. Thus his manner differs from how he would comfort you in your youth. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai immediately believed him, and his final remnant of doubt dissolved. Yet Zhao Gao's face bore little smile. He knew full well that Qin Shi Huang was no fool to be easily deceived. From what Hu Hai had described, it was evident the emperor did not truly believe his words. But he could not let Hu Hai know. Should the pressure overwhelm the young prince and drive him to act recklessly, it would only compound their troubles. For now, the mere fact that Hu Hai had been released, not imprisoned, indicated that Qin Shi Huang suspected, but had not yet confirmed that everything was indeed the work of this boy. If he managed matters deftly, there might yet be a path to salvation. Zhao Gao pondered, feeling the urgency of time, and thus requested to take his leave. Hu Hai did not notice the subtle signs. Convinced that a great burden had been lifted, he was overjoyed and planned to attend a musical performance, so he made no effort to detain Zhao Gao. Since the first batch of paper had been produced, the paper-making courtyard required no further attention from Zhao Mu. An old man named Du managed everything, and problems were exceedingly rare. Thus, Zhao Mu had a day of leisure. Yes, Zhao Gao enjoyed a single day of respite. He had hoped to grant himself a proper vacation and unwind, only to find himself busier than ever before. During this period, Zhao Mu frequently entered the palace, and many ministers witnessed these comings and goings, though none knew the purpose behind them. Moreover, Zhao Mu possessed the privilege of entering and exiting the palace gates at will. The ministers merely presumed he came to visit Qin Shi Huang and strengthen their bond. What they failed to realize was that Zhao Mu was actually commanded by the emperor to enter the palace daily, remaining in the shadows behind the curtains while listening to the emperor and ministers discuss matters of state. Afterwards, Qin Shi Huang would often proactively pose questions to him and engage in discussion. This was hardly surprising. What truly astonished Zhao Mu was that the emperor would sometimes entrust him directly with handling certain affairs. Consider that he was but a 5-year-old child. Though he employed knowledge and insights from his past life during their discussions, insights that deeply impressed the emperor, he remained, after all, merely a child. Would it be proper to entrust a young boy with the governance of Great Qin? If the ministers were to learn of this, they would surely point their fingers at Qin Shi Huang in righteous indignation, declaring that state affairs were no plaything. Fortunately, all of this occurred in secret, away from the ministers' knowledge. Even Zhao Gao remained unaware of these arrangements. Zhao Mu had come to understand Qin Shi Huang was deliberately cultivating him. Whenever those piercing eyes fell upon him, Zhao Mu could sense the profound expectations the emperor harbored. Paradoxically, this only intensified his anxiety. He constantly feared that he might prove insufficient, fail to meet the emperor's demands, and ultimately bring disappointment. Each night before sleep, the mere thought of seeing Qin Shi Huang's expression of disappointment was unbearable. Accordingly, Zhao Mu recently devised a series of goals and plans. Beyond his martial training, he began studying historical texts. However, Zhao Mu encountered a new problem. Many characters remained unfamiliar to him. As a transmigrator from modern times, Zhao Mu was only familiar with regular script kaishu. But this was the era of Great Qin, where seal script Xiaozhuan was standard. The differences between regular script and seal script were considerable. Though Zhao Mu had spent years studying seal script, many characters still eluded him. With no alternative, Zhao Mu sought the emperor's assistance. When Qin Shi Huang learned that Zhao Mu wished to read historical texts, he was delighted beyond measure. Since Zhao Mu had created paper, the emperor had ceased regarding him as an ordinary child. The emperor believed that Zhao Mu should now understand his intentions behind recent demands. The sudden request to study history clearly demonstrated the boy's desire not to betray his trust. This pleased Qin Shi Huang profoundly. He readily and without hesitation agreed to Zhao Mu's request. But this teacher could not be just anyone. Zhao Mu was being cultivated as the future emperor of Great Qin, a status of supreme importance. Therefore, the chosen educator needed not only extraordinary talent, but also exceptional standing. After considerable deliberation, the emperor finally thought of Li Si. As the current chancellor of Great Qin, Li Si's rank was nobly high. As for his abilities, those needed no introduction. Having served alongside the emperor for many years, Li Si's contributions to the conquest of the 6 states were immeasurable. Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang considered the future ascension of Zhao Mu. As a recently appeared figure whose identity remained undisclosed, Zhao Mu currently lacked any powerful supporters at court. If Li Si were to become Zhao Mu's tutor, the young prince would thereby establish his own faction and never stand alone. Thus, Li Si was remarkably suitable for the role. However, upon learning that Li Si was to become his teacher, Zhao Mu's head instantly throbbed with dismay. Those knowledgeable about history understood that while Li Si appeared amiable on the surface, in truth he conspired with schemers like Zhao Gao and Hu Hai. Now the emperor intended to place such a man as his tutor. Zhao Mu found this utterly dreadful. Should Li Si plot against him, Zhao Mu feared he would find it nearly impossible to escape the web of intrigue. Under no circumstances would he accept this. He must convince the emperor to choose someone else. Zhao Mu's eyes darted around, and he suddenly whined in a childish tone, "I want to change my teacher, will you?" Seeing this rare childlike side of Zhao Mu, Qin Shi could not help but chuckle from the sidelines. Initially believing this was merely a child's whimsical tantrum, Qin Shi paid little heed, expecting Zhao Mu to calm down on his own. Yet to his surprise, Zhao Mu proved unexpectedly persistent about the matter. Qin Shi gazed at the coquettish Zhao Mu and said solemnly, "Chancellor Li Si is among the finest ministers of the current court. I believe that only Li Si is capable of properly instructing you. Therefore I sincerely hope you will reconsider. But I don't like him." Zhao Mu wanted to voice his true feelings, yet he sensed that speaking so frankly now might not be wise. Consequently, he resorted to the petulant squabbles of a child. Qin Shi looked at Zhao Mu helplessly. After all, he was his treasured son, and he could not bring himself to reprimand. Instead he asked, "Why don't you like him? I seem to recall that you two have hardly interacted. Could it be that you still hold a grudge over last time?" Speaking of this, Qin Shi expression grew particularly stern. An emperor must possess a heart broad enough to embrace all things. Of course not. I long forgot such trivial matters. I simply do not care for Chancellor Li Si personally. There is no other reason," Zhao Mu said earnestly. Qin Shi looked into Zhao Mu's eyes and chose to believe him. Regarding Zhao Mu's dislike of Li Si, he attributed it to a child's petty temper and expected it to pass with time. Thus he ultimately decided to have Li Si serve as Zhao Mu's tutor. Yet out of consideration for Zhao Mu's feelings, Qin Shi promised, "If you can master all that Li Si has to teach within a remarkably short time, leaving him with nothing new to impart, I shall agree to find you a different teacher." Having come this far, Zhao Mu knew that continuing to resist would be pointless, so he reluctantly agreed. News of Li Si's appointment as Zhao Mu's tutor reached Zhao Gao. As soon as court dismissed, Zhao Gao secretly visited Li Si to discuss the matter concerning Zhao Mu. As expected of Chancellor Li Si, the emperor's most favored minister and now the tutor to his most beloved young master Zhao Mu. Truly extraordinary, Zhao Gao launched into insincere flattery right from the start. However, Li Si felt no joy at becoming Zhao Mu's tutor, for his position was destined to oppose that of a young master. Moreover, he had always sought to avoid being drawn into the feud between Zhao Mu and Hu Hai. Now that he had become Zhao Mu's tutor, evading involvement was no longer an option. So how could he possibly feel pleased? What does Chancellor Li not consider this a favorable development? Li Si replied curtly, "Do you truly believe this is a good thing for me?" Zhao Gao unmoved smiled and said, "Given my understanding of you, Chancellor Li, I imagine you find little cause for joy. But for me, or rather for us, this is a tremendous opportunity." Having weathered numerous storms, Li Si quickly steeled his composure. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, he asked in puzzlement, "Why do you say that? The 18th young master is at odds with young master Zhao Mu. Moreover, you are presumably devising ways to eliminate him by now, since young master Zhao Mu's recent achievements have already disrupted your plans, have they not?" "Chancellor Li, you have erred on one point. It is we, not you," Zhao Gao corrected. "I know your concerns, but listen to my explanation, and you shall understand why I call this a favorable turn of events." Li Si was indeed curious. Fixing his gaze upon Zhao Gao, he eagerly awaited his words. "Chancellor Li, consider this. Should you become Zhao Mu's tutor, would he not necessarily heed your counsel? Zhao Mu is merely 5 years old, and as his tutor you could easily win his trust. If you were to guide him appropriately, leading him to follow our designs, tell me." Here Zhao Gao fell silent, regarding Li Si with a sinister grin. Li Si gradually grasped the implication and spoke with startled uncertainty. "You mean to have me control Zhao Mu? But even if I could control him, what then? Are you suggesting we prop him up to the throne? What harm would that entail?" Zhao Gao countered, his expression betraying not the slightest fluctuation. "And what of the 18th young master?" They were currently supporting the 18th young master and had invested considerable effort in doing so. Could Zhao Gao truly bring himself to abandon Hu Hai? Yet Zhao Gao replied with chilling indifference, "Had the eldest Prince Fusu been any more manageable, do you truly believe I would have wasted my efforts on a fool like the 18th young master? If you can truly control Zhao Mu, then a single misstep by the 18th young master would be enough to cost him his head." Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, a chill raced through Li Si's veins. He was utterly astonished. He could never have imagined that Zhao Gao would so callously discard Hu Hai, leaving no loose ends. "Chancellor Li, so what do you think of my proposal now?" This. Li Si, confronted by Zhao Gao's enigmatic smile, found himself momentarily unable to meet his gaze. Zhao Gao displayed no urgency, merely watching Li Si quietly as he awaited his answer. After an indeterminable stretch of time, Li Si finally raised his head, looked at Zhao Gao, gritted his teeth, and declared, "The situation being what it is, I, Li Si, can only steel myself and proceed. Tell me what must be done, Lord Zhao." Chancellor Li speaks with commendable directness. Trust me, Zhao Gao shall not disappoint you. Zhao Gao smiled, and continued, at present there is actually no need for you to take any great risks. You merely need to test whether Zhao Mu can truly be leveraged for our purposes. Only by knowing this can I determine our subsequent course of action. Very well, I understand. I will see this done as swiftly as possible, Li Si said with a nod. Li Si arrived punctually to begin instructing Zhao Mu. Intent on testing Zhao Mu, Li Si commenced the first lesson with profoundly obscure questions seeking to ascertain whether Zhao Mu was truly as brilliant as legends claimed. However, to Zhao Mu the material Li Si presented seemed exceedingly elementary. Eager to fulfill his promise to Qin Shi and replace Li Si as soon as possible, Zhao Mu exerted himself to the fullest. Regarding everything Li Si taught, he grasped it with remarkable ease, learning rapidly, mastering thoroughly, and even surpassing the lessons themselves. This thoroughly astounded Li Si. Moreover, the manner in which Zhao Mu reasoned revealed none of the naivete expected of a 5-year-old. At times Li Si felt as though he were conversing with someone of equal intellectual caliber. As Li Si taught Zhao Mu, he privately marveled at the young master's thorough and thoughtful nature. His earlier ambitions to control Zhao Mu had completely evaporated from his mind. How is it? Can this Zhao Mu be controlled? Zhao Gao looked at Li Si with anticipation. He had long been dissatisfied with Hu Hai, who always acted foolishly. If he could replace him with the 5-year-old Zhao Mu, it would be 100 times better than Hu Hai. Li Si also knew that Hu Hai was indeed unfit for great responsibility. After a day of teaching Zhao Mu, he understood even more just how vast the gap between them was. But precisely because of this, he realized that someone like Zhao Mu could never be controlled by others. Thereupon Li Si shared his assessment of Zhao Mu with Zhao Gao. Worried that Zhao Gao might not believe him, he specifically cited the incident from the previous day as an example. After listening, Zhao Gao fell silent for a long time, unable to believe that the person Li Si described was merely a 5-year-old child. Someone like Zhao Mu, if he becomes an enemy, must be eliminated immediately. Li Si said to Zhao Gao with utmost gravity. Zhao Gao nodded heavily, indicating his understanding. The talent Zhao Mu had displayed truly alarmed them. Unfortunately, Zhao Mu had no idea that his momentary flamboyance had led to such consequences. If he knew, he would surely be filled with regret. However, for now, Zhao Mu spent most of his time in the palace. Even if Zhao Gao wanted to deal with him, he dared not act rashly, because once exposed he would be doomed. That day Zhao Mu obtained Qin Shi permission to have a day of leisure. But then Wang Linger found out and dragged Zhao Mu to the streets for shopping. The look on Zhao Mu's face was utterly dreadful. Zhao Mu was pulled into a shop. As soon as he entered, he noticed the paper placed on the table covered with writing. He immediately recognized it as the paper he himself had created. He hadn't expected it to be put to use so quickly. However, Zhao Mu also identified a problem. The advent of paper facilitated the spread of books, but without a corresponding printing technique, mass-producing books required hiring literate people to copy them. Commoners, however, were mostly illiterate, making it almost impossible to employ them for copying. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Zhao Mu. The idea of movable type printing. If he could develop movable type printing and combine it with paper, the great Qin would be able to disseminate its academic and political ideologies more effectively. Moreover, Zhao Mu was well aware that remnants of the 6 kingdoms still harbored ambitions for restoration, and ordinary people ignorant of the truth could easily be swayed by them. Therefore, the only way to eliminate such danger was to reform the thinking of the common people, making them identify with the state of Qin from the bottom of their hearts. So Zhao Mu declined to accompany Wang Linger on further shopping in the afternoon, and immediately went to the palace to see Qin Shi. Qin Shi was resting in his bedchamber. Usually at this time Zhao Mu was studying, and the emperor would occasionally go to check on him. But since Zhao Mu was absent today, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Just then he suddenly heard Zhao Mu's voice. Am I missing Mu'er that much? The mere thought of Zhao Mu brought an involuntary satisfied smile to his face. In recent days, in order to change his tutor as soon as possible, Zhao Mu had pulled out all the stops, astonishing both Li Si and Zhao Gao. Naturally, Qin Shi was also aware of such talent. He had witnessed it firsthand, and at that moment he too was deeply shaken by Zhao Mu. This further reinforced his determination to cultivate Zhao Mu. However, he also knew that Zhao Mu was only 5 years old, still a child with a playful side. That was why he had agreed when Zhao Mu asked to play today. Once Zhao Mu grew a bit older, he would no longer be so lenient. Just then Zhao Mu burst in and saw Qin Shi. Qin Shi spotted him as well, and said with surprise, Mu'er, didn't I allow you to play today? Why are you here so early? Zhao Mu naturally sat down beside Qin Shi and explained his purpose. Upon hearing that Zhao Mu wanted to invent something again, the emperor was once more astonished. It hadn't been long since paper was introduced, and now Zhao Mu wanted to create something else. What is this movable type printing? How will it benefit the people? Qin Shi asked with keen interest. He had come to understand Zhao Mu somewhat, and knew that the boy held the people in high regard. He still remembered a phrase Zhao Mu had once uttered, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Later, under Zhao Mu's explanation, he realized that the people referred to the commoners. That revelation had profoundly shaken him. Now hearing that Zhao Mu wanted to create something again, Qin Shi assumed it would be another invention, like paper, something beneficial to the populace. He knew that what benefited the people would also greatly benefit Great Qin. Thus he eagerly anticipated what this new thing would be and how it would be used. Zhao Mu could see the emperor's trust in him and felt elated. This time he explained the function of movable type printing in great detail. After listening, Qin Shi immediately grasped the benefits of combining movable type printing with paper. This idea would greatly contribute to the stability of Qin. He was delighted and praised Zhao Mu. With the emperor's encouragement and commendation, Zhao Mu's confidence in researching movable type printing grew even stronger. The next day, he began studying relevant materials on the subject. Of course, he did not neglect his study of history. While listening to Li Si's lectures, he simultaneously pondered matters related to movable type printing. Li Si noticed that Zhao Mu seemed distracted, but he did not disturb him, feeling that he had little left to teach the boy. Had it not been for Zhao Gao's instruction to stay close to Zhao Mu and monitor his movements, Li Si would have long resigned from this position to avoid the awkwardness of facing Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu had never been particularly fond of Li Si. Seeing that the man ignored his inattention, he was content to let it be. Of course, on the surface, he maintained a semblance of attentive listening to prevent Li Si from reporting to Qin Shi. Although he knew the emperor would not blame him, being scolded would still be unpleasant. Thus the two continued their respective tasks without incident, and time passed slowly. At that moment, Zhao Mu was writing down his knowledge of movable type printing on paper. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger and immediately raised his hand to signal Li Si. Li Si naturally dared not object and promptly agreed. Looking at the paper on Zhao Mu's desk, Li Si recalled how the boy had been writing with his head down. Curiosity overcame him, and he slowly approached the desk, picked up the paper, and began to read. What he saw nearly gave him a heart attack. What remarkable brilliance! Li Si exclaimed involuntarily after finishing all the materials about movable type printing. This document not only contained information on how to create movable type printing, but also included Zhao Mu's thoughts on its future applications and impact on the Great Qin. These were all remarkably advanced knowledge. If Zhao Mu had not written them out clearly, Li Si could never have conceived of them, no matter how hard he tried. Yet now Zhao Mu had written all of this on paper. Looking at it, one could only imagine just how tremendous an impact this knowledge must have had on Li Si. Noticing that Zhao Mu had not yet returned, Li Si began entertaining other thoughts. He picked up the brush Zhao Mu had used and started copying on a blank sheet of paper. Li Si's literary foundation was naturally excellent, and his writing speed was swift. Moreover, his calligraphy surpassed Zhao Mu's by far. Yet even so, before Li Si could finish copying, Zhao Mu came back. Though somewhat regretful at having only completed half, Li Si reflected that obtaining such a groundbreaking creation was already like a dream. What more could he ask for? Because events had unfolded so suddenly, Zhao Mu failed to notice upon his return that something on his desk had been disturbed. The only thing that struck him as unusual was that Li Si had concluded today's studies early, as though bearing some urgent matter. Nevertheless, this suited him well, allowing him to study his movable type printing in peace. After departing the palace, Li Si did not immediately return to his residence, but instead arranged to meet with Zhao Gao. In recent times, their meetings had increased unknowingly due to matters concerning Zhao Mu, and whenever Li Si obtained information about him, he would instinctively seek Zhao Gao's counsel. Today, learning about the materials on movable type printing, he naturally wished to share them with Zhao Gao and discuss how to best utilize this resource. After all, Zhao Gao was the one handling most affairs, and without the fortunate circumstance of becoming Zhao Mu's teacher, Li Si would never have become involved in such matters. This is paper crafted by Zhao Mu. What do you intend to do with it? Zhao Gao asked in confusion as Li Si handed over the sheets. The important matter isn't these papers themselves, but what's written upon them. Examine them carefully. Zhao Gao opened the paper with curiosity, his expression shifting from bewilderment to astonishment with each line. Did you write this? Zhao Gao regarded Li Si with disbelief. Li Si countered, though I am skilled, do you truly believe I could have composed such things? Then, who wrote it? Zhao Gao swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. He already suspected the answer, but dared not believe it. Li Si, lacking the patience for such riddles, replied plainly, who else but our gifted young master Zhao Mu could produce such work? Zhao Mu is truly beyond comprehension. Zhao Gao stood stunned. Just then Hu Hai appeared unexpectedly. Sir Zhao, I finally found you. I didn't expect Minister Li to be here as well, he said. Li Si and Zhao Gao exchanged glances at this sudden arrival, maintaining proper courtesy despite their limited enthusiasm. Your Highness the 18th Prince, is there something you require? Hu Hai glanced toward Li Si and hesitated, clearly wishing to speak privately. Though slightly displeased, Li Si concealed his annoyance and excused himself. I'll leave these materials in your care for now. Perhaps we can discuss them further another time. Li Si tucked the copy of the movable type printing into his garment and spoke to Zhao Gao. Hu Hai had noticed the papers and felt a surge of curiosity, but since Li Si was departing on his account, he could hardly insist on staying. He temporarily set aside his interest, planning to visit Li Si later to learn what made those documents so remarkable. Minister Li, please remain. We're all in this together. There's no need for such formality, Zhao Gao called out, as Li Si turned to leave. Though not particularly bright, Hu Hai was hardly foolish. Almost immediately after Zhao Gao spoke, he said, Sir Zhao is quite right. My earlier behavior was inappropriate. Minister Li, please stay and help us consider how to handle Zhao Mu. Both of them spoke so earnestly that Li Si, feeling he couldn't refuse without causing offense, turned back around. Hearing Hu Hai mention opposing Zhao Mu, Li Si asked directly, You came seeking Zhao Gao solely to discuss dealing with Zhao Mu? At the mention of Zhao Mu, Hu Hai grew grave and replied, Yes. Several days ago I discussed with Sir Zhao how to deal with Zhao Mu. Since Minister Li has always preferred not to involve himself in such matters, we did not wish to disturb you. My earlier rudeness was precisely for that reason. I hope you do not hold it against me, Your Highness the 18th. Hearing this, Li Si's expression improved considerably, though a new question formed in his mind. He glanced at Zhao Gao and asked, Have you reached any conclusions? Not yet, Zhao Gao replied. Hu Hai answered with a bitter smile, Sir Zhao told me that Zhao Mu's reputation is now widely renowned, and that His Majesty holds him in great favor. If we strike now, not only would we likely fail, but we would also easily expose ourselves. That is why he has urged me to wait for the right moment. It has been quite some time now, and I came to ask when we should act. Both Li Si and Hu Hai turned their gaze toward Zhao Gao. Your Highness, you are still too hasty, Zhao Gao said. Zhao Mu enters the palace daily for study at His Majesty's directive. As you know, Minister Li is now Zhao Mu's teacher. Do you understand what this means for Zhao Mu's standing in His Majesty's eyes? Even I am uncertain of how many protectors surround Zhao Mu. Should we act recklessly, we would only expose ourselves. Zhao Mu would not suffer so much as a hair's breadth of harm. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Hu Hai fell into silence. After a long while, he reluctantly said, But must we simply let Zhao Mu grow unchecked? Hu Hai's fists clenched tightly, his heart burning with resentment toward Zhao Mu. Why did fortune terrain and the people all favor Zhao Mu? Even though Zhao Gao now seemed to support his move against Zhao Mu, he still could not act. Watching Hu Hai's composure begin to fracture, Zhao Gao sighed helplessly. He who cannot endure small frustrations will ruin great plans. I know Your Highness wishes desperately to eliminate Zhao Mu, but we must proceed step by step. One misstep, and we shall be shattered to pieces. Moreover, with Li Si now serving as Zhao Mu's teacher, we effectively control most of Zhao Mu's movements. An opportunity may yet present itself. Your Highness should not be so impatient. Furthermore, I have news for Your Highness. Just now Minister Li obtained Zhao Mu's technique for creating movable type printing. Young Master 18th, you may take a look. This is a document penned by Lord Zhao Mu, which I secretly transcribed. Alas, time was short, and I could only capture half of it. Nevertheless, once you read it, you shall understand its profound significance. Li Si retrieved the paper he had previously concealed. Such a precious artifact was not something he wished to disclose to many were it not for Zhao Gao's prompting. Hu Hai accepted the sheet with an expression of wary astonishment. As soon as it touched his palms, he could not help but exclaim, This paper is truly wondrous. I had long dismissed the claims circulating in the outside world as greatly exaggerated. This slip in his hands was not only remarkably light and thin, but it could also hold a vast amount of text. Compared to his bamboo slips, it was genuinely far more practical. Due to his long-standing animosity toward Zhao Mu, Hu Hai had stubbornly refused to use the paper he had invented, sticking instead to traditional bamboo slips up to this very day. Yet now that he had personally handled it, he fully grasped the paper's convenience. Though his displeasure toward Zhao Mu remained, it no longer deterred him from abandoning bamboo in favor of this new medium. In his eyes, this great Qin Empire would one day belong entirely to him. Whatever contributions Zhao Mu made to the state now were merely services rendered on his behalf. I never imagined either when Zhao Mu's paper proved itself so remarkable. At the time when I learned Your Majesty had agreed to let a mere 5-year-old boy produce paper, I found it utterly unbelievable that such a miraculous innovation could exist. Now it seems Your Majesty possesses both foresight and sharp discernment. Li Si could not help but sigh at Hu Hai's reaction. Hu Hai had been secretly pleased, convinced Li Si was acting on his behalf, but hearing him praise Zhao Mu instantly ignited a fire of jealousy within him. In my view, it amounts to little. Were it not for the Emperor's patronage, could a mere 5-year-old boy like Zhao Mu truly have invented paper? I find that highly unlikely. Hu Hai sneered dismissively. Zhao Gao had originally intended to praise Zhao Mu's prowess, but upon witnessing Hu Hai's reaction, he swallowed his words. He and Li Si exchanged a glance and remained silent. Yet the jealousy in Hu Hai's heart only burned fiercer. He turned to Zhao Gao and declared, A person like Zhao Mu cannot be used by us. Master Zhao, we must act swiftly to strangle him in his cradle before he gains too much influence. Zhao Gao understood Hu Hai's thoughts perfectly well, but Zhao Mu was simply untouchable at present. Moreover, Zhao Mu stood on the verge of creating something as invaluable as movable type printing. Li Si had already obtained relevant information regarding this craft from Zhao Mu, which gave Zhao Gao his own designs. Thus he was not eager to move against Zhao Mu just yet. Even if action against Zhao Mu were to be taken, it would only occur after Li Si successfully stole his movable type printing techniques. In truth, Zhao Gao now believed Zhao Mu held greater strategic value than Hu Hai himself. Consequently, he unhesitatingly rejected Hu Hai's impulsive demand. Young Master 18th, please examine what you hold in your hands first, and then carefully consider whether it is wise to move against Zhao Mu right now. Would that be acceptable? Hu Hai had little desire to look, but since he needed Zhao Gao's support to achieve his aims, he had no choice but to grant him this courtesy. At worst, he would review it, and then continue pressing Zhao Gao to eliminate Zhao Mu. After all, he was a prince. Zhao Gao would need his royal backing to secure his own elevated status in the future, so he refused to believe Zhao Gao would dare show him such blatant disregard. Meanwhile, a flood of doubts crossed Hu Hai's mind. What exactly was this document in Li Si's hands that could make Zhao Gao believe he would temporarily abandon his intent to kill Zhao Mu? No one could fathom how desperately he now desired Zhao Mu's death. Whatever this paper contained would not deter him from eliminating the boy. Under the watchful gazes of both Li Si and Zhao Gao, Hu Hai finally began to read the paper. He was hardly foolish enough to pretend to read under their scrutiny, so he applied himself genuinely. Yet with each passing line his shock deepened. The paper seemed almost enchanted, compelling him to reread it several times. Young Master 18th, are there any passages you do not understand? I have read it several times myself and grasped much of what is recorded. Should you have any questions, Li Si would be glad to offer some clarification. Li Si, noting Hu Hai's grave expression and deeply furrowed brow, assumed the youth struggled to comprehend the text. Honestly, it was understandable. Even he had needed to pore over it repeatedly before gradually grasping its contents. After all, young Master 18th was still quite young and lacked exposure to certain concepts, so his inability to immediately understand was perfectly natural. But Hu Hai merely shook his head, declining Li Si's offer. His gaze, filled with complex emotions, shifted to Zhao Gao as he asked, Master, Zhao, do you have a plan? Zhao Gao's lips curled into a gratified smile. Your intuition serves you well, young Master 18th. I indeed harbor a sound plan. Therefore we cannot touch Zhao Mu just yet. In fact, we must ensure his protection during this period. Li Si was somewhat taken aback. Moments ago, Zhao Gao had insisted on deliberating, yet now he had already devised the next steps. A heightened wariness toward Zhao Gao took root in his heart. Hu Hai, however, did not overthink it. Noticing Zhao Gao's demeanor, he sensed no good would come of delaying, and he eagerly pressed, Pray tell Master Zhao, what is this plan? Zhao Gao chuckled, enigmatically glancing at Li Si and Hu Hai as they turned their eyes toward him. Leaning in slightly, he murmured, Since Chancellor Li could secretly copy what Zhao Mu wrote today, it proves Zhao Mu harbors little suspicion toward him. We can exploit this opportunity to steal all of Zhao Mu's knowledge regarding movable type printing, and then I shall find my own people to carry it out. And where exactly shall we find such people? Skilled craftsmen of that caliber cannot be gathered lightly. Li Si raised the practical concern. When Zhao Mu had originally sought to produce paper, he had asked Qin Shi to find artisans for him. Even the emperor had struggled to identify suitable candidates, and it was ultimately Wang Jian who resolved the matter. Zhao Gao's current scheme faced the identical dilemma. It was not that the great Qin lacked craftsmen, but that trustworthy ones were exceedingly rare. Yet Zhao Gao merely smiled it off, and continued, I shall handle the matter of securing craftsmen. The crucial point is whether Chancellor Li can guarantee the theft of this document. Leave the rest to me. And afterward, Hu Hai asked, hardly able to contain his impatience to learn the remainder of the scheme. Zhao Gao replied, provided the initial steps succeed, and we manage to master movable type printing before Zhao Mu does then fabricate evidence accusing him of stealing the technique. Tell me, how do you suppose the emperor will view Zhao Mu then? Upon hearing this, an image of that impending scene flashed before Hu Hai's eyes, and his entire being brimmed with anticipation. Zhao Gao managed to pacify the jealous Hu Hai, temporarily curbing his impulse to continue targeting Zhao Mu. In truth, this was only part of Zhao Gao's thoughts. He deemed it unnecessary to reveal his other plans to Hu Hai, intending to discuss them privately with Li Si after Hu Hai departed. At that moment, Li Si sighed. What a pity that Zhao Mu cannot be won over. If he could join our side, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for our future ambitions. Zhao Gao echoed his sentiment. Prime Minister Li speaks truly. It would be a great loss if a talent like Zhao Mu were to die. Hu Hai, standing nearby, was taken aback by their high praise for Zhao Mu, but knowing that Zhao Gao and Li Si still stood with him, he felt no jealousy at this point. However, a sudden idea struck him. Always overshadowed, Hu Hai inwardly understood that Zhao Gao and Li Si underestimated him. He yearned to accomplish something significant to prove his intelligence. Yet his repeated failures against Zhao Mu had severely dented his confidence, fueling his rage and desperate desire to kill Zhao Mu, partly to vindicate himself. Now Li Si and Zhao Gao both sought to recruit Zhao Mu, but he proved unwilling to be swayed, leaving even them with nothing but sighs of helplessness. If he could successfully win Zhao Mu over, he would not only prove his worth to Li Si and Zhao Gao, but also secure a brilliant advisor for his future reign. The more Hu Hai thought about it, the more brilliant his plan to recruit Zhao Mu seemed. Yet he kept this idea to himself, intending to execute it in secret. Once Zhao Mu was in his grasp, Zhao Gao and Li Si would surely be astonished and view him in a new light. The three exchanged a few more words about Zhao Mu before quickly dispersing. Hu Hai could hardly wait to seek out Zhao Mu. Returning to his quarters, he immediately ordered his men to gather information and soon learned that Zhao Mu had already left the palace. It was still early, so Hu Hai promptly prepared his retinue and set out to find Zhao Mu. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Zhao Mu was holding the manuscript on movable type, printing, frowning deeply as he pondered the matter. Just then, Hu Hai's unexpected visit jolted him from his thoughts. Hu Hai coming to see me. That's like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, definitely up to no good. He was certain nothing good would come of this visit. Annoyed at having his concentration disrupted, he ordered his servant, "Tell him I'm busy and not receiving guests." For someone who had constantly opposed him and even sought his life, Zhao Mu refused to offer even a semblance of courtesy. But the servant rushed out and rushed back sweating profusely. "Master, the 18th prince refuses to leave. He says he's come to apologize." Having just resumed his work, Zhao Mu was again interrupted, now truly irritated. Yet the news that Hu Hai claimed to be apologizing astonished him. It seemed as improbable as the sun rising in the west. Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of him. Wanting to see what Hu Hai was really up to, he ordered the servant to bring him in. As soon as he entered, Hu Hai put on a warm smile, though to Zhao Mu it reeked of insincerity. Zhao Mu had already prepared hot tea for refreshment. Despite his dislike for Hu Hai as a host, he would not neglect basic etiquette lest he be accused of narrow-mindedness. Pouring a cup of tea for Hu Hai, Zhao Mu asked directly, "18th prince, what brings you here so suddenly?" "Naturally, to apologize to you, Zhao Mu. I happened to come across this exquisite Linglong jade pendant. Please accept it." Hu Hai took a wooden box from his robe and placed it on the table, opening it to reveal a finely crafted jade pendant. Even an outsider like Zhao Mu could tell at a glance that the jade was genuine. Jing Wuji, who had just arrived upon hearing the news, whispered to Zhao Mu, "This is indeed a piece of Linglong jade worth a fortune." This left Zhao Mu genuinely puzzled. He looked up at the sun in the sky, but it was still rising in the east as usual. Zhao Mu stared at Hu Hai in surprise, wondering if the man had truly turned over a new leaf. "Why won't you take it, Zhao Mu? Do you not fancy Linglong jade?" When Zhao Mu made no move, Hu Hai asked with a hint of confusion. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Mu let out a light laugh, instructed Jing Wuji to accept the gift, then turned back to Hu Hai. "I've accepted the present. Is there anything else, 18th prince?" He did not mention the apology at all. Hu Hai had repeatedly opposed him and even tried to kill him. A single jade pendant could not buy his forgiveness. His life and dignity were not so cheap. The apology was merely a pretext for the visit. Hu Hai had no real intention of apologizing. He would rather die than apologize to Zhao Mu. So when Zhao Mu didn't bring it up, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Zhao Mu had accepted his gift, Hu Hai grew more confident in his plan to recruit him. "Zhao Mu, what do you think of me as a person?" Zhao Mu was taken aback, never expecting such a question. Wasn't the answer obvious? Hu Hai was a heartless fool, and this wasn't baseless slander. History bore witness. But since Hu Hai was a guest, and Zhao Mu hadn't yet discerned his true purpose, he phrased it diplomatically. "The 18th prince is not bad." After racking his brain, he couldn't find a single word to praise Hu Hai, mainly because he couldn't bring himself to say it. So he settled for this all-purpose comment. Not bad. As for how good, that was up to interpretation. Zhao Mu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Hu Hai, unaware of Zhao Mu's thoughts, was already quite satisfied with this not bad assessment. Having gauged Zhao Mu's general opinion, Hu Hai stopped beating around the bush. "To be honest, I came to visit you for two reasons. First, to apologize and offer a gift. Second, to seek your assistance in helping me become the crown prince." Zhao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this man out of his mind? To say such a thing to his face, did he truly think he had been forgiven? Helping Hu Hai seize the position of crown prince is absolutely impossible. "If Lord Zhao Mu could assist me in becoming crown prince, I promise that in the future I will make you chancellor, the most distinguished chancellor in history. What do you say?" Hu Hai promised, believing that with such generous terms Zhao Mu would certainly not refuse him. But Zhao Mu refused without the slightest hesitation. "I deeply regret your highness's great kindness toward me. Unfortunately, I have no interest in these matters. I simply wish to peacefully devote myself to my research and contribute more to the great Qin and your majesty. As for other ambitions, I am truly sorry I have none." Zhao Mu sincerely expressed part of his true thoughts. However, to Hu Hai this seemed like nothing short of an insult. He had extended an olive branch wholeheartedly and made such a grand promise only to be met with Zhao Mu's refusal. Was this a sign of disdain for him? Hu Hai was furious inside, his face dark and menacing, on the verge of erupting. Just then Jing Wuji gazed at him with icy eyes, his warning unmistakable. As if the moment Hu Hai took any action against Zhao Mu, he would strike with thunderous force, showing no mercy regardless of Hu Hai's status as a prince. Hu Hai's confidants had not followed him inside. They were waiting in the carriage outside. He knew Jing Wuji well. When he had once dispatched assassins to kill Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji alone had rescued him. His martial prowess must be extraordinary, far beyond what Hu Hai could handle. Though seething with anger, he did not dare to act. Facing Hu Hai's murderous gaze, Zhao Mu showed no fear, but instead wore a look of quiet relief. This was the Hu Hai he was familiar with. The Hu Hai who had been apologizing and offering gifts earlier had felt strange and uncomfortable to Zhao Mu. Now that his invitation had been rejected and Hu Hai's true colors had surfaced, Zhao Mu felt a sigh of relief deep within. As the saying goes, a biting dog does not bark and a barking dog is unlikely to bite. If Hu Hai were to become someone like Zhao Gao or Li Si, that would truly worry him. Xiaomu, truly will you not reconsider what I said? That is the position of Chancellor, and only I can place you upon it. Are you truly unmoved? Hu Hai asked reluctantly. Yet without fail Xiaomu simply shook his head again. Seeing this, Hu Hai knew there was nothing to be gained today. His visit to Xiaomu had been a journey from enthusiasm to disappointment, leaving him thoroughly displeased and deepening his hatred toward Xiaomu. However, he did not let his hatred show. On the surface, he merely appeared quite angry. Xiaomu paid no mind. Having already seen through Hu Hai's intentions and having no interest in further idle talk, he issued his dismissal. Your Highness the 18th Prince, if there is nothing else, please return. I am rather occupied here. Time would be better spent thinking about movable type printing rather than wasting it on conversations with Hu Hai. Hu Hai's face was nearly contorted as he suppressed his rage, let out a cold snort, and swept away his sleeves before storming off. Xiaomu was not disturbed by the promises Hu Hai had made the day before. As usual, he entered the palace early the next morning to pay respects to Qin Shi, then awaited Li Si's arrival after court had dismissed, so he could receive instruction. During the lesson, whenever Li Si explained something Xiaomu did not understand, he listened attentively. When the topic was something he already knew, he would lower his head and ponder questions regarding movable type printing. Seeing Li Si arrive, Xiaomu suddenly thought of Hu Hai's visit from the previous day. If his memory served him correctly, Li Si was one of the chancellors of Great Qin, a man of great power and influence, secretly colluding with Hu Hai and Zhao Gao to safeguard their positions after Qin Shi Huang's eventual abdication. But now Hu Hai had offered him the position of chancellor yesterday. Had he discussed it with Li Si and Zhao Gao? If he had, would Li Si truly have agreed to Hu Hai's approach? Xiaomu pondered carefully and concluded that Li Si was unlikely to consent to such a matter. At the very least, Hu Hai must have approached him behind Li Si's back. Moreover, from the very beginning, Xiaomu had not believed a single word from Hu Hai, let alone the promise of the chancellorship. It was highly probable that once Hu Hai had finished using him, he would discard him without hesitation. The only thing Xiaomu could not fathom was why Hu Hai had suddenly decided to win him over. Li Si was aligned with Hu Hai's faction, so Xiaomu might be able to learn something from him. Master, I have a question. May I inquire? A master exists precisely to resolve his students' doubts. Of course you may ask. Li Si was taken aback, for this was the first time Xiaomu had ever posed a question to him. After a moment's reflection, a hint of smugness stirred in his heart, so there was still something Xiaomu did not understand. But Xiaomu's next words were nearly enough to make him immediately seek out Hu Hai for a reckoning. Master may not be aware, but yesterday your Highness the 18th Prince came to see me. To my astonishment, he asked me to help him seize the position of Crown Prince, and even promised me the role of Chancellor, to become the youngest Chancellor in history. Xiaomu recounted the key points of his conversation with Hu Hai, then asked with bewilderment, I simply do not understand. I am but a 5-year-old child. What exactly did your Highness see in me that made him value me so greatly? I am quite at a loss, which is why I have come today to seek your guidance. By this point, Li Si's face had darkened considerably. Xiaomu pretended not to notice and continued, Could you provide your wise insight, Master? Regaining his composure, Li Si forced a smile and said naturally, In my view, it is simply that your talent has been discovered by your Highness. He wishes to secure you while you are still young before others can win you over and use you as an obstacle. So you too think I am highly talented, Master, Xiaomu said, as if having a revelation, then added, Then what do you think? Is Hu Hai's promise genuine? If I accept, could I truly become the youngest chancellor in history? Well, if your Highness were to ascend, it might be possible. Li Si spoke against his heart. Such nonsense would hardly convince a child, yet Xiaomu was indeed still a child, and might just believe it. Xiaomu displayed an excited expression and looked at Li Si with innocent curiosity. Master happens to be the chancellor. Master, is being chancellor truly so splendid and enjoyable? Li Si was extremely angered by the fact that Hu Hai, without consulting him, had promised the chancellorship to someone else. However, he was no ordinary man. One who had reached the position of Chancellor of Great Qin was naturally not simple. Seeing Xiaomu's reaction, Li Si suddenly came back to his senses. He realized Xiaomu was deliberately bringing up this matter to sow discord between him and Hu Hai. At this moment, despite the boundless fury raging in his heart, Li Si ultimately suppressed it, unaware that the fleeting emotion that flashed through his eyes had been caught by the observant Xiaomu. However, Xiaomu refrained from pressing the matter further, perhaps planning to exploit Li Si's weakness in the future to gain his assistance. Thus Xiaomu steered the conversation back to academics, and the lesson resumed as usual. When Li Si reached a point that Xiaomu already understood, Xiaomu knew that Li Si would not finish elaborating on it for a while, so he lowered his head as usual to contemplate movable type printing. Li Si had long grown accustomed to Xiaomu's behavior and did not disturb him. Instead, he deliberately spoke more softly, allowing Xiaomu to continue his research on movable type printing and jot down all the brilliant ideas he conceived. Finally, while Xiaomu was summoned by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Li Si took the opportunity to copy down all those ideas. In this regard, Li Si had to thank Emperor Qin Shi for his favor toward Zhao Mu, otherwise he would never have had the time and opportunity to plagiarize. Unfortunately, Zhao Mu never anticipated that his notes would be copied, otherwise he would have taken his writings away. And today was no exception. Zhao Mu was again summoned temporarily by Emperor Qin Shi. "Mu'er, how is the progress on that movable type printing?" Emperor Qin Shi asked, holding Zhao Mu affectionately, for this child was the grandson bestowed upon him by heaven. At the mention of movable type printing, Zhao Mu became animated and eagerly explained the current progress and difficulties. "I have already outlined the general manufacturing process for movable type printing, but there remains one major issue. We have yet to find the proper clay." Clay? Emperor Qin Shi was astonished, never expecting that movable type printing would require clay. Knowing that Emperor Qin Shi would be puzzled, Zhao Mu smiled and said, "Yes, clay, but not the ordinary kind. It is a somewhat special clay. Explaining in detail would be troublesome, so I will not elaborate. However, I have already assigned people to search for it. Once we have results, we can begin manufacturing movable type." Emperor Qin Shi had grown accustomed to Zhao Mu's occasional mentions of things he could not understand. He knew that Zhao Mu was not deliberately withholding information, but rather aware that the emperor would not grasp it, thereby sparing him from losing face. So he did not press further. "I trust your judgment now. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, you may seek me out or approach Wang, Jian, and Meng Wu. They will not refuse you." Emperor Qin Shi was now very confident in Zhao Mu's capabilities ever since Zhao Mu had handled everything admirably during the papermaking process, thus proving his competence. Hence the emperor was now completely at ease with Zhao Mu's endeavors, allowing him to proceed freely, only ensuring his safety. Zhao Mu, who retained the mindset of an adult, naturally disliked being overly controlled. The emperor's attitude toward him made him feel very comfortable. The two chatted about academic matters. Since Li Si occasionally taught him knowledge he had never heard before and was relatively lenient, and most importantly did not interfere with his research on movable type printing, Zhao Mu had not yet raised the issue of changing tutors with Emperor Qin Shi. After spending some time with Emperor Qin Shi, Zhao Mu had to return to continue his lessons with Li Si. When Zhao Mu returned to the classroom, Li Si had already copied everything he needed. He then casually explained a few things to Zhao Mu and allowed him to leave, telling him to come back the next day. This was one aspect of Li Si that Zhao Mu found quite satisfactory recently. In the same papermaking courtyard with the same group of papermaking artisans, they were now studying the materials on movable type printing that Zhao Mu had sent over. Old Du, the current chief supervisor of this courtyard, was the first to greet Zhao Mu when he entered. He walked alongside Zhao Mu, updating him on the progress. "Young master, regarding the materials you gave us, we have already started operating according to the methods described. Everyone is now familiar with the procedures, but because we have been unable to find the right materials, we have been failing repeatedly. We have tried many methods, but the results have been poor," Old Du said, his tone filled with helplessness. Zhao Mu had anticipated this, so he was neither disappointed nor dissatisfied. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised that everyone had already mastered the basic manufacturing process. "Old Du, I will resolve the material issue as soon as possible. In the meantime, you can set it aside and focus your efforts elsewhere. Here are some supplementary notes on movable type printing that I came up with today. Take a look and make any necessary improvements. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Zhao Mu handed the notes he had written that day to Old Du, a trustworthy elder. After finishing his business at the courtyard, Zhao Mu returned to the prince's residence, found Wang Jian, and inquired about the clay. Since Zhao Mu had only heard of movable type printing before and had never actually participated in its implementation, he was somewhat at a loss when it came to selecting raw materials. After countless experiments, he chose clay as the raw material for movable type printing. Once fired, this clay became as hard as porcelain, perfectly meeting his requirements. However, there was no trace of such clay to be found near Xianyang, so Zhao Mu had to ask Wang Jian to handle the matter. Several days had passed, and Zhao Mu came to check on the progress. "I have indeed received some information on this matter, but I am not entirely sure if it is the clay you need. I have already sent for some samples to bring back for your confirmation. They should arrive by tomorrow," Wang Jian said with a smile. As for Zhao Mu's intention to create another movable type printing device, Wang Jian had no doubt about its feasibility. He trusted Zhao Mu completely. The heated discussions about paper had not yet subsided, and all scholars were praising Zhao Mu for inventing paper. Now Zhao Mu was about to create movable type printing to complement paper. Wang Jian was very curious about what kind of praise the scholars would heap upon Zhao Mu once it was completed and popularized. Zhao Mu, however, paid little attention to such matters. He was only vaguely aware that many people were lauding his papermaking achievement, but he had no idea of the extent of the impact. He was now entirely focused on his research. "Then I will trouble you, Grandfather Wang. Once the clay arrives, please have it sent directly to the courtyard and hand it over to Old Du. He will know what to do." Although the clay might not be exactly what he needed, at least now, there was some hope, giving him something to look forward to. Another day had passed. As Zhao Mu, his studies in the palace usual, he went to the small check on the progress of movable type printing, a habit that had become part of his daily routine. Du Lao knew Zhao Mu would return at this hour, so he had long waited at the gate with a rare smile on his face. Du Lao, what are you doing here? Master Zhao, does that smile on your face mean there has been a major breakthrough in movable type printing? From afar, Zhao Mu could see Du Lao pacing at the courtyard gate, his joy unmistakable, glancing outward from time to time. Du Lao also noticed Zhao Mu both forgot that without the permission of Zhao Mu and Wang Jian, no one could step out of the courtyard, but now old Du charged straight out of the courtyard gate. The guards on both sides were ready to intercept, but seeing Zhao Mu approaching from afar with no reproach toward Du Lao, they held back their impulse. Thus Du Lao reached Zhao Mu's side excitedly, saying, "Master Zhao, we have produced the movable type printing." "What you mean it's already made?" Zhao Mu looked at Du Lao with disbelief. He recalled that yesterday everyone had been at a loss over the materials. He had even begun to wonder whether to substitute other substances for the clay. He hadn't expected Du Lao to tell him today that the movable type printing had been produced. This was truly beyond his expectations. "Yes, Master Zhao. Just after dusk, someone brought another kind of soil that was very similar to the paste you mentioned. We tried it as before, and to our astonishment it really worked. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare believe it. Not even you, Master Zhao." Du Lao, excited, explained, then led Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji to take a look at the movable type printing. When Zhao Mu saw the finished product, he immediately recognized it as the movable type printing he knew. He hadn't expected they could really bring it forth. "Master Zhao, is this the thing you had in mind?" Although the movable type printing was produced by Du Lao and other craftsmen, none had ever seen movable type printing before, so they were still a little unsure whether what they had made was what Zhao Mu wanted. Zhao Mu examined it carefully, then had the papers and ink brought over, and in front of everyone began to test the movable type printing. Everyone eagerly watched Zhao Mu manipulate it, and then a miraculous moment occurred. The once blank paper was suddenly printed with full characters. "Master Zhao, is this movable type printing? It's truly miraculous." Jing Wuji stared in astonishment at the paper in his hand. Not only him, others were similar expressions, utterly in awe of Zhao Mu's wondrous method. Du Lao looked at Zhao Mu with hopeful eyes. Zhao Mu smiled with satisfaction and said to Du Lao, "Yes, this is the movable type printing I wanted. You have now produced it." There was a surge of astonishment. The whole courtyard erupted in cheers, and the joy on their faces could not be concealed. Du Lao even shed tears, for no one could comprehend the inner tension and fear he had carried inside. To be able to entrust the entire courtyard to him was a sign of Zhao Mu's trust, and this trust also concerned Qin Shi Huang's expectations. One can imagine how heavy the pressure of this trust weighed on Du Lao. If this time they could not produce the movable type printing, Du Lao wouldn't know how to face Zhao Mu. Wang Jian and the others would bear the consequences as well. Fortunately, perseverance did not fail the hopeful. With Wang Jian's help, they finally found suitable materials and successfully produced the movable type printing. But upon seeing Zhao Mu's firm nod, Du Lao could not help but shed tears. Zhao Mu patted Du Lao's shoulder and said warmly, "Du Lao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not know how long it would have taken me to produce this movable type printing on my own." Zhao Mu's expression was earnest. Du Lao felt a great relief, and his emotions soon steadied. They granted the craftsman another day off, and Zhao Mu returned to the royal palace to inform Wang Jian of the news and have him resolve the material issues. Thus the way was opened to begin proper mass production of movable type printing. Zhao Mu and Wang Jian carried the movable type printing into the palace, and under Zhao Mu's operation, Qin Shi Huang witnessed the marvels of movable type printing for the first time. At that moment, a long-dormant voice suddenly surfaced in Zhao Mu's mind. "System reactivating. Energy sufficient. System activation successful. System, you finally appeared. I thought you had abandoned me." Zhao Mu recalled the times he faced danger and cried out to the system only to receive no response, and a twinge of sorrow rose in his heart. This system, to save its host's life, had expended immense energy and had to forcibly enter a dormant state. Zhao Mu frowned, puzzled. How could he not remember the system risking its life with him? Moreover, in his memory, every time life-threatening danger arose, the system offered no response. If it were not for his own luck, he would have died and begun reincarnating. Of course, there was also the possibility that he might vanish entirely from this world. Then, for some unknown reason, several scenes he had never witnessed suddenly flashed through Zhao Mu's mind. These images were not entirely from his own perspective. They unfolded like a movie, revealing how the system had exhausted its energy for his sake. Damn it, Hu Hai isn't human at all, daring to poison me in secret. Not just once or twice. If the system hadn't saved me, I wouldn't even know how tall my grave would be. Zhao Mu truly hadn't expected so many things to happen to him. The more he thought about it, the more afraid and angry he became. Damn you, Hu Hai. If I ever see you again, I'll make you spit out your own filthy wretch. Zhao Mu could not endure it any longer and began cursing ceaselessly. Please stay quiet, host, or the system will fall dormant again. Zhao Mu's eyes widened as he inwardly exclaimed, "System, are you threatening me?" "Yes." Zhao Mu muttered, trailing off. While he relented, the system was formidable. He changed the subject, asking, "System, how did you wake up so suddenly?" Because the host recently produced paper and movable type printing, which has provided this system with a great deal of prestige. The system has awakened now. The system has awakened. The prestige points the host earned are stored, and the host can resume using the system. Hearing this, Zhao Mu grew excited and happy. Why does he always want to create all sorts of things? Besides wanting to change the Qin to ensure the Qin he loves endures. There is also the aspect of earning points which can be exchanged in the system's shop for the items one desires. He had originally believed that having invented both paper and movable type printing would earn him a considerable amount of points, at the very least enough to purchase 1 or 2 items without any difficulty. However, once Zhao Mu opened the points mall and saw the items recommended by the system, his confidence instantly faded. Standard pistol, one of the most basic self-defense weapons, affordable and portable. Though not particularly powerful, it proves effective against ordinary enemies. Redemption cost 500 points. Current balance, 250 points. Good heavens, this figure made Zhao Mu seriously suspect he was being mocked, though he had no proof. Iron forging technique, a method for smelting iron. Cost 300 points. Current balance, 250 points. Gunpowder manufacturing, a technique for producing gunpowder. Cost 1000 points. Current balance, 250 points. Zhao Mu no longer wished to continue browsing. He decisively closed the system, gazed into the distance, and tried to calm himself. System, I hope the host will continue striving to invent new things in the future, which will earn substantial points. Zhao Mu suppressed his urge to retort, and instead repeatedly told himself in his heart that he would invent more in the future, striving to accumulate enough points to buy a pistol, so he would never have to fear those assassins again. What should I invent next? Zhao Mu found himself in a dilemma. He knew that not everything he was aware of could be manufactured. Many items required the system's assistance, which in turn demanded large amounts of points. Unfortunately, he did not have them. As for inventions that could be made without the system, they were not easy either. Some had stringent conditions, others required considerable time. Thus, Zhao Mu momentarily did not know what to invent. Your Majesty. Just then Zhao Gao hurriedly burst in. Qin Shi, who was studying movable type printing with Wang Jian, turned and shot Zhao Gao in displeased glance. Zhao Gao, did I not tell you not to disturb me? Zhao Gao threw himself onto the ground in terror. Your Majesty, a report has come from Lu. An extremely auspicious phenomenon has appeared there. Historically, Qin Shi final cause of death stemmed from his pursuit of immortality. He consumed poisonous elixirs and died suddenly. This revealed that the emperor was indeed deeply superstitious about such matters. As expected, Zhao Mu watched Qin Shi's angry expression instantly dissipate. What phenomenon appeared in Lu? Tell me in detail. At that moment, Qin Shi was no longer interested in the movable type printing pieces in his hands, not even glancing at them, his face filled with urgency as he stared at Zhao Gao. It must be said that Zhao Gao understood Qin Shi, well knowing precisely what the emperor desired. Hold on, the report from Lu states that 7 colored clouds appeared in the sky, circling continuously throughout the day without dispersing. It was also said that immortals seemed to be seen floating among the clouds. Immortals? Qin Shi's eyes widened suddenly, clearly stunned by Zhao Gao's words. This was Zhao Mu's first glimpse of Qin Shi losing his composure, profoundly revealing just how desperately the emperor longed for immortality. Wang Jian, standing beside Qin Shi, though not as visibly shaken, bore an expression of shock as well, yet his eyes held a trace of skepticism. As for Zhao Mu, in the past he would never have believed such nonsense. But now he himself had experienced the miraculous event of transmigration and possessed a system of unknown origin. Such phenomena were at least beyond the scope of science as he understood it, so he dared not be certain whether immortals truly existed in this world. Prepare the carriage. I shall depart for Lu immediately. Qin Shi's gaze grew sharply piercing, as if preparing for military campaign. Zhao Gao dared not delay, and hastily withdrew to arrange the emperor's journey. Wang Jian frowned, wishing to remind Qin Shi that the court cannot function without its ruler for even a single day, but ultimately remained silent. He understood that at this moment no persuasion would avail. Wang Jian suddenly glanced at Zhao Mu. Perhaps the nephew who had always been favored by Qin Shi could sway him. But in the end he shook his head and suppressed the thought. He did not want Zhao Mu to incur the emperor's displeasure and reprimand over this matter. Unexpectedly, however, Zhao Mu himself proposed wanting to accompany Qin Shi to witness the celestial phenomenon in Lu. Qin Shi was greatly surprised and asked, Mu'er, are you also interested in such heavenly phenomena? Zhao Mu nodded and replied, this humble one also wishes to see immortals. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi burst into delighted laughter. Excellent. I grant my permission. He could hardly believe that this nephew he had taken and shared his own belief in the existence of immortals. For the first time, Qin Shi found a kindred spirit in a 5-year-old child. Wang Jian's expression darkened. Having calculated every possibility, he had never foreseen that Zhao Mu would share the emperor's interest in such illusory things. Who knew what fate awaited great Qin under the guidance of these two? Wang Jian began to worry about the future. Your Majesty, please allow this old subject to accompany you and ensure young Master Mu's safety. Wang Jian believed that Zhao Mu was still young and could potentially be corrected, so he resolved to join the journey in hopes of steering the boy's thinking back on track. If Zhao Mu had known what both men were thinking, he would have found it both amusing and exasperating. For neither was true. He simply wished to verify whether immortals truly existed in this world. Unfortunately, he did not know. Regarding Wang Jian's words, Zhao Mu was truly touched. The general had always been exceptionally kind to him. But he knew that Wang Jian had other duties and could not leave Xianyang for an extended period, so he did not wish for the general to make such a sacrifice for his sake. Grandfather Wang, I appreciate your concern, but the courtyard and the Wang estate both rely on your leadership. Let us forego this. I shall accompany His Majesty, and no one would dare lay a hand on me. Seeing Wang Jian still hesitating, Qin Shi smiled and said, Wang Jian, do you think I cannot protect more? This humble subject dares not. Wang Jian quickly knelt to apologize. Qin Shi was not truly angry and hastily bid Wang Jian to rise, saying, Enough. I understand your concern for Mu'er, but there shall be no trouble as long as you accompany me. Moreover, this is not a prolonged journey. You need only attend to your duties properly in Xianyang. Wang Jian dared not press further, but gazing at young Zhao Mu, he could not help but fear the boy might become obsessed with such illusory pursuits, just as the emperor currently was. Very well. If you can arrange all matters in Xianyang, you may accompany us, and then everyone shall be at ease. After all, Wang Jian was a veteran minister who had served him for many years, and Qin Shi could not bear to chill his loyalty, so he chose to concede. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Jian immediately agreed. Having a life-and-death friend of over a decade in Meng Wu, many matters could be entrusted to him, so the emperor's request posed no significant issue. Your Majesty, I would also like to bring my guard Jing Wuji along. Would that be acceptable? Zhao Mu thought of his guard Jing Wuji once more. Granted. Qin Shi readily agreed. He had already learned about Jing Wuji, Zhao Mu's companion, and knew that this man's loyalty to Zhao Mu was no less than that of a deathless warrior. To ensure Zhao Mu's safety, adding one more person was hardly an issue. With everything settled, Zhao Mu and Wang Jian hastily departed the palace to pack his belongings and settle his affairs. At the same time, word about the emperor's intention to leave the palace and travel to the Lu region spread discreetly among the ministers to avoid panic among those kept in the dark. Fortunately, such matters were not uncommon, and the ministers remained composed upon hearing the news. Everything proceeded without a ripple. Only Hu Hai raged impotently in his own residence. Your Highness the 18th Prince, I have delivered the message. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhao Gao departed immediately after speaking, unwilling to watch Hu Hai lose his composure any longer. Oh, why? Seeing that Zhao Gao had not a single word to offer him, Hu Hai felt as though all had abandoned him, and he roared in fury once more. Unfortunately, the matter was already done. No matter how loudly he screamed, the irrevocable facts could not be undone. Since none of you will help me, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. Zhao Mu, this time I will surely kill you. Do not think that because Father protects you I dare not act. This time I will make you die right beneath Father's very eyes. At this moment, Hu Hai's face was twisted into something horrifying. Meanwhile, completely unaware of this, Zhao Mu had just finished packing and together with Jing Wuji and the old general Wang Jian entered the palace once more. However, upon reaching the palace gate, they saw Zhao Gao waiting for them there. I trouble you to wait here, Lord Zhao. Please proceed, General Wang. Your Majesty awaits. Zhao Gao gestured for them to go on and led the way ahead of the group. After passing through the palace gate and walking for some time, they finally came upon the convoy awaiting departure. Qin Shi was already seated inside his carriage, surrounded by ministers and princes who had come to see him off. Hu Hai was among them, though at this moment his head was bowed, concealing his expression from view. Lord Mu, this way please. Zhao Gao suddenly pointed to a carriage and addressed Zhao Mu with respect. Zhao Mu nodded and walked toward that carriage. Wang Jian and Jing Wuji also wished to follow, but Zhao Gao intercepted them at that moment. I apologize, gentlemen. Your carriage is over there, Zhao Gao said, pointing to the carriage directly behind the one Zhao Mu was about to board. Yet Jing Wuji was unaware of this arrangement. In his current role as Zhao Mu's personal bodyguard, he needed to accompany Zhao Mu wherever he went, otherwise should anything unforeseen occur, it would be his dereliction of duty. Wuji, do not worry. Your young master is perfectly safe. Let us go. Wang Jian had already surmised that Zhao Mu had been summoned by Qin Shi, and his heart swelled once more at the emperor's deep fondness for Zhao Mu. This sight was witnessed by all those present to see off the party, and everyone was astonished by the emperor's extraordinary favor toward Zhao Mu. Some ministers had, after Zhao Mu began his paper-making enterprise, used their intelligence networks to inquire about his origins, but under Qin Shi deliberate concealment, no one yet knew that Zhao Mu was in fact the emperor's own grandson. Thus many could not understand why Qin Shi valued Zhao Mu so highly. This was the first time they had ever seen someone permitted to travel alongside the emperor in the same carriage. Such treatment was a privilege not even granted to Qin Shi own princes and grandsons. Had not everyone known that Zhao Mu was merely an infant found and adopted by Qin Shi back, then most would have suspected that Zhao Mu was the emperor's only legitimate grandson, and that the princes and grandsons present were pretenders. Among them, Hu Hai's feelings ran the deepest, for he alone among those present was the one destined to become the emperor of Great Qin in the future. The other princes simply lacked the capital to compete with him. He had Zhao Gao and Li Si at his back. Yet now a treatment he himself had never enjoyed was being granted first to a bastard child. How could his heart remain at peace? Just as Zhao Mu was about to enter the carriage, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Turning around, he spotted Hu Hai hiding within the crowd, secretly staring at him. Those envious eyes stirred a sense of foreboding in Zhao Mu's heart once more. No way. Is Hu Hai actually gone mad? I am traveling alongside Qin Shi right now. Does he still dare to send assassins after me? Moreover, he now had Wang Jian and Jing Wuji protecting him, and the system had awakened. Zhao Mu felt that even if Hu Hai truly intended to strike against him, there was little to fear. Thus, in the final second before entering the carriage, Zhao Mu flashed a mocking smile toward Hu Hai. The fragmented memories of Hu Hai's attempts to poison him, which had lain dormant within the system, were now crystal clear in his mind. Since the masks had already been torn away, there was no need to preserve Hu Hai's dignity anymore. As the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, Hu Hai watched the departing convoy. Recalling Zhao Mu's mocking smile, the hand hidden beneath his sleeve was already throbbing with exposed veins. Even after everyone else had departed, Hu Hai remained standing in place, gazing at the vanished carriage. Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Hu Hai's sole, trusted confidant approached and whispered in his ear. Only then did Hu Hai snap out of his reverie. With an expressionless nod, he looked toward the crimson sunset on the horizon and sneered cruelly. I hope you still see tomorrow's sunrise. That evening, the convoy made camp midway along the route. For the first time, Zhao Mu had ridden in a carriage for such a long stretch. Having once watched those carriages look so comfortable on stage screens, only personal experience now revealed the deception. Inside the tent, everyone else remained outside. Only Zhao Mu and Qin Shi were preparing to dine together. After the bumpy journey, Zhao Mu felt considerable discomfort in his stomach. From now on, I must personally invent a carriage that is far more comfortable to ride in. Zhao Mu could not help but grumble. Qin Shi hearing this couldn't help but laugh. A child indeed, through and through. Just then Zhao Gao called out from outside. Your Majesty, the evening meal is ready. Shall I have it brought in? Bring it in. Soon Zhao Gao personally carried several plates of Qin Shi favorite dishes inside, yet Zhao Mu had barely any appetite. Just as Zhao Gao was about to take his leave, Qin Shi suddenly instructed, Zhao Mu is unwell. Order someone to prepare a bowl of porridge and bring it over. Yes. Zhao Gao cast a glance at Zhao Mu and noticed that his complexion was indeed somewhat pale. A short while later, Zhao Gao returned carrying a bowl of thick silky congee. At last Zhao Mu's appetite was piqued. Just as he was about to take his first sip, the system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. System danger detected near the host. Please exercise extreme caution. System danger detected near the host. Please exercise extreme caution. Holding the bowl of soft, thick porridge in his hands, Zhao Mu was startled by the sudden abrupt warning from the system, freezing completely in his tracks. He was currently in the presence of Qin Shi, surrounded by heavily fortified security. It was nigh impossible for anyone to dare attempt an assassination so blatantly. Doing so would be no different from throwing oneself into a net. Furthermore, Zhao Mu detected nothing amiss in his surroundings. Everything appeared serene and peaceful. What then was the meaning of this system alarm? Zhao Mu attempted to query the system, but for reasons unknown it completely ignored him, persistently and relentlessly warning him of impending danger. For a moment Zhao Mu was at a complete loss. Mu'er, why are you not eating? Do you find this porridge not to your liking as well? Should I have someone prepare something else for you? Seeing Zhao Mu dazing off with the bowl of porridge in hand, Qin Shi assumed he disliked it. Not at all. I was merely lost in thought over some sudden realizations. This porridge looks quite delectable. There is no need to replace it. By this time Qin Shi had already taken a few bites of the dishes. Distracted by this brief exchange, Zhao Mu's wariness instinctively waned a fraction. He lifted the bowl, preparing to take a sip. Right at that moment the system's warning blared even more piercingly, causing Zhao Mu to furrow his brows in distress. Could there be something wrong with this bowl of porridge? Looking at the food before him, suspicion took root in his mind. He set the porridge down only to find that the system's alarm indeed grew slightly quieter. Zhao Mu stared at the bowl on the table, eyes wide with disbelief. To think that compromised food could actually appear on Qin Shi dining table. Although this food was meant for him, who could possibly possess such audacity? Were they not afraid that Qin Shi might accidentally consume it? Or perhaps was it originally intended for the emperor himself? Mu'er, is there something weighing on your mind? It is just the two of us here with no outsiders. You may speak freely to us. Seeing Zhao Mu's complexion grow increasingly grim, Qin Shi grew somewhat concerned for him. I am fine. I merely had a sudden craving to try some of your Majesty's dishes. So that is all. Eat whatever you wish, Mu'er. We shall not take offense. Zhao Mu then picked up some food from in front of Qin Shi and placed it in his mouth, noting that the system's alarm did not grow any more piercing. Yet when he lifted his own bowl of porridge once more, the system immediately blared its warning again. There was indeed something wrong with this porridge. With a solemn expression, Zhao Mu stared at the bowl in his hands, his thoughts in a wild tempest. Who could possibly possess the sheer audacity to poison him in this very place? This porridge had been delivered by Zhao Gao. Could it be him? Yet Zhao Gao surely would not commit such a foolish blunder. If something were to happen to him now and poison was detected in the porridge, Zhao Gao would be the prime suspect. Given Qin Shi Huang's temperament, regardless of whether Zhao Gao was truly guilty, he might very well be executed to accompany Zhao Mu in death. Therefore Zhao Gao's suspicion was actually quite low. With Zhao Gao ruled out, the one who prepared the porridge held the greatest suspicion. This porridge smells incredibly fragrant. I wonder what ingredients were put inside. May I ask the cook who prepared it? Zhao Mu coaxed Qin Shi Huang with a spoiled, playful tone. It was rare to see Zhao Mu act this way, which delighted Qin Shi Huang. On this long journey, having someone by his side brought a touch of joy, so the emperor did not refuse his request. He instructed Zhao Gao, who was waiting outside, to summon the cook. Before long, Zhao Gao led an elderly couple inside. Upon seeing Qin Shi Huang, they immediately knelt in sheer terror to pay their respects. Rise. It is not we who summoned you this time, but young Master Zhao Mu here. He finds the aroma of your porridge quite exquisite and wishes to know what ingredients you added. Speak truthfully. The elderly couple had initially feared they were being summoned for reprimand due to poor cooking, their hearts gripped by terror. To their surprise, it was merely an inquiry about the porridge, and a complimentary one at that. Relief instantly washed over them. However, Qin Shi Huang's question left them utterly perplexed. They had always prepared the porridge in this exact manner, yet no one had ever mentioned any distinct fragrance before. The husband was at a loss for words, but his wife, being more quick-witted, noticed Qin Shi Huang's growing impatience. She quickly stepped forward and answered honestly, "Your humble servants have always simmered the porridge this way. This is the first time we have ever heard anyone mention a fragrance, so we truly do not know the reason." At this, everyone present furrowed their brows. For the very cooks who prepared the porridge to be unaware of its unique fragrance, was that not exceedingly bizarre? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. "Why don't you two taste this porridge yourselves? Perhaps it might jog your memory," Zhao Mu suggested, beginning to probe the elderly couple. Thinking they were being praised for their culinary skills, they now realized they were being interrogated because of this mysterious fragrance. The elderly couple fell to their knees with a thud, paralyzed with fear and unable to utter a word. "There is truly no need to fear," Zhao Mu reassured them gently. "I merely wish to learn where this fragrance originates, so that my household cooks might purchase the same ingredients for future dishes. I am by no means suggesting the porridge is bad. We also find your culinary creations quite to our liking. Since Mu'er asked you to taste it, we shall not hold it against you." Reassured by Qin Shi Huang's promise, the elderly couple cautiously took a taste of the porridge. The porridge indeed possessed a fragrant aroma, yet upon tasting it, there was no unusual flavor whatsoever. The elderly couple reported their findings honestly, leaving Zhao Mu even more perplexed. Their reactions were entirely natural, showing no signs of guilt, nor did they display any symptoms of poisoning. After observing them a while longer, and confirming that the elderly couple was indeed innocent, Zhao Mu dismissed them. Yet looking at the bowl of porridge before him, he still did not dare to drink it. For the system's warning had still not been lifted. Where exactly did the problem lie? Zhao Mu was deeply bewildered. "System, tell me what exactly is going on with this porridge." Left with no other choice, Zhao Mu placed his final hopes on the system. Fortunately, this time the system did not disappoint him. Perhaps because Zhao Mu had already identified the core issue, the system had gathered the necessary intelligence to finally resolve his lingering doubts. System, the porridge contains a type of legume known as oil beans. On the surface, they appear remarkably similar to red beans, but they actually contain trace amounts of toxins. Consuming them occasionally only causes diarrhea and discomfort, but prolonged ingestion will result in cumulative poisoning, leading to severe weakness and eventual death. So that was it. Zhao Mu suddenly understood. In the end, the porridge was indeed poison, though it was a slow-acting chronic toxin. A single serving would cause no grave harm, but repeated consumption would render it lethal. That being the case, did the elderly couple truly have nothing to do with this? Zhao Mu realized that even with Qin Shi Huang by his side, he was not entirely safe. Someone had the audacity to make a move right under the emperor's very nose, acting with reckless impunity. As for who this person might be, the sole name that came to mind in Zhao Mu's heart was Hu Hai. He still remembered the malice he had sensed from Hu Hai before the caravan set out. At that time, a sense of foreboding had gripped him, yet he had dismissed it simply because Qin Shi Huang and the system were present. He never expected that on the very first night, he would nearly fall prey to it. Fortunately, the system had already awakened, otherwise he would have died, without even understanding how. However, these were merely his conjectures at present. He could not be entirely certain that Hu Hai was behind it. Moreover, there was the elderly couple. They gave him the impression of being virtuous commoners rather than malicious individuals, and he did not wish to take innocent lives based solely on his suspicions. Therefore, he intended to keep this matter to himself for the moment and refrain from informing Qin Shi Huang outright. Otherwise, given the emperor's nature, upon learning that poison had been placed in the porridge, Hu Hai might escape immediate consequence, but the two elderly cooks would certainly face dire, if not fatal, repercussions. Thus, his next step was to verify whether the elderly couple was involved in the poisoning incident. If they were indeed implicated, he would show them no mercy and would directly report the poisoned porridge to Qin Shi Huang. At that point, the emperor would surely allow neither to live. For if they dared to poison Zhao Mu, they would undoubtedly dare to poison Qin Shi Huang as well. The emperor would never tolerate such volatile elements in his vicinity. Zhao Mu gazed at the poisoned porridge before him and naturally had no intention of eating it. Yet Qin Shi was watching him, and since he wished to keep the truth hidden from the emperor for now, he wondered what course of action he should take. Mu'er, why do you not eat? Qin Shi had nearly finished his own meal when he noticed that Zhao Mu's bowl of porridge remained completely untouched. Fearing that the emperor might grow suspicious, Zhao Mu hastily reached for his bowl. Just then he feigned a slip of his hand, causing the entire bowl of porridge to spill across the floor, shattering the vessel as well. Your Majesty. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Gao rushed in with his guards and immediately caught sight of the shattered bowl on the ground. Qin Shi signaled to Zhao Gao that he was unharmed, ordered the mess to be cleaned up, and then turned to Zhao Mu with a helpless expression. Mu'er, why are you so careless? I shall have someone prepare another batch for you. Zhao Mu quickly replied, no need, Your Majesty. There are still so many dishes before you which surely look far more appetizing than my porridge. I shall partake of the dishes instead. What has your appetite returned? Qin Shi teased. Zhao Mu offered a sheepish smile and continued dining with the emperor. After finishing their meal, Zhao Mu suggested visiting Wang Jian and his own guard Jing Wuji. Qin Shi agreed and remained alone in the tent to rest. Wang Jian and Jing Wuji had also finished eating and were now conversing inside their tent. They were both pleasantly surprised to see Zhao Mu arrive unexpectedly. Young master. Jing Wuji rose to pay his respects. Mu'er, what brings you here? Your Majesty must be preparing to rest, correct? Wang Jian, who was far more casual, made room for Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu sat beside Wang Jian and smiled. It is still rather early. Having been confined to a carriage all day, I grew quite stifled. Thus after dinner I decided to take a stroll and mention a few matters to Brother Wuji. Would it be necessary for an old man such as myself to excuse himself? Wang Jian gestured as if to stand. Zhao Mu immediately stopped him, saying, there is no need. This is hardly a clandestine matter. I simply wish for Brother Wuji to keep an eye on the elderly couple who prepared the meals these past few days to observe whether they exhibit any unusual behavior. Wang Jian's expression instantly grew grave. He knew Zhao Mu would not speak thus without cause, as something must have occurred. Mu'er, has something happened? Though Jing Wuji had remained silent until now, he also turned his gaze toward Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu glanced outside the tent, found no suspicious figures, and then quietly recounted the incident regarding the poisoned porridge to both men. Upon hearing this, both men were struck by equal parts shock and fury. Much like Zhao Mu, they could scarcely fathom anyone possessing such brazen courage to plot such petty treachery right beneath Qin Shi nose. Does His Majesty know of this? Wang Jian asked, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. His primary mission this time was to rectify Zhao Mu's misconceptions concerning immortals, and his secondary objective was to safeguard the young master's safety. Yet to encounter such an incident on the very first night. Did these vermin lurking in the gutters truly consider him, Wang Jian, a mere figurehead? Not yet. I wish to first ascertain whether that elderly couple is involved. If they are innocent, I believe we can resolve this matter ourselves. I do not wish to implicate the blameless due to my own suspicions. Zhao Mu shook his head and laid out his thoughts. Rest assured, young master. Leave the monitoring of that couple to me. I shall keep a close watch on them. Zhao Mu's words gradually cooled Wang Jian's temper. He sighed heavily and relented with a helpless tone. Very well. Since this is your decision, I shall pretend ignorance for the moment and await your updates. Then a smile returned to his face. He patted Zhao Mu's head, relief evident in his voice. You possess a genuinely kind heart. A person of such virtue would naturally cherish and protect his subjects should he ever ascend to the throne. If Zhao Mu were to become the emperor of Great Qin, it would undoubtedly be an immense fortune for the empire. Zhao Mu also broke into a bright smile. With the matter of the elderly cooks seemingly settled, it was time to discuss his countermeasures regarding the poisoning attempt. Although I narrowly escaped harm this time, the enemy lurking in the shadows will certainly not let this drop. They will make another move, but we cannot foresee what tactics they will employ next. Therefore I intend to turn their scheme against them. By feigning poisoning, I can keep the shadowy enemies at ease, buying us the time necessary to conduct our own investigation. Zhao Mu looked at both men and spoke with grave sincerity. Wang Jian regarded Zhao Mu with deep appreciation. This is an excellent strategy. Currently the enemy operates in the dark while we remain exposed, placing us at a distinct disadvantage. However, if you play the part of the ill, those in the shadows will likely hold their positions. In doing so, the initiative will shift to our favor. But how shall we proceed with the investigation? Jing Wuji asked, pinpointing the crux of the matter. We can only wait for them to reveal their hand. For now, everyone must remain on high alert and simply avoid being caught off guard. Zhao Mu pondered for a moment, yet ultimately chose not to voice his suspicion that Hu Hai was behind the plot. There is no other choice. Wang Jian conceded, having no superior alternative to offer. Nevertheless, with the forthcoming plan finally established, the three men felt a measure of confidence regarding the unknown dangers ahead. Should peril strike, they would not be entirely helpless, which was surely a cause for some relief. Consequently, on the following day, Zhao Mu once again had the elderly couple prepare a steaming bowl of fragrant porridge, which he then consumed, with great relish, executing his ruse to perfection. That evening, Zhao Mu suddenly began to suffer from diarrhea, his face pale, and his body weak. Qin Shi looked at Zhao Mu with deep concern, yet he did not realize that the diarrhea was caused by poison in the porridge. Instead, he blamed the wild fruits they had picked along the road. What exactly happened to my son? Qin Shi roared at the accompanying physician. Your Majesty, Prince Zhao Mu is not seriously ill. He merely ate something that upset his stomach. A few days of rest will restore him to health. The physician wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was not that Zhao Mu's condition was critical, but rather the immense pressure Qin Shi exerted on him. On the contrary, Zhao Mu's situation was quite mild, just a common case of diarrhea from eating something bad. As long as he paid attention to his diet and rested well, there would be no major problem. Xiaogao, henceforth no one is permitted to pick roadside fruits at will. Whoever disobeys shall be executed. The physician's words convinced Qin Shi that the wild fruits were the culprit. Zhao Mu found this both amusing and exasperating, but for the sake of his plan, he had to let Qin Shi continue in his misunderstanding. After Zhao Gao issued the order, the news that Zhao Mu had gotten diarrhea from eating wild fruits spread throughout the camp. Jing Wuji and Wang Jian stood together observing the entire camp for any suspicious individuals. Wuji, how are the elderly couple? I have been watching them these past days, but I found nothing suspicious. They seem like an ordinary old couple. Have you had any contact with them? Yes, I have, but I still found nothing. However, I did learn that the red bean-like substance Prince Zhao Mu mentioned in the porridge was given to the old couple by someone before they set out. They had been using it as red beans, all along unaware that it was not actually red beans. Can their words be trusted? Jing Wuji paused for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. If I were to rely on my intuition, I would say they are credible, but I have no evidence to prove it, so I cannot be certain. Just then Jing Wuji's gaze suddenly sharpened. Wang Jian was about to speak when he noticed the change in Jing Wuji and followed his line of sight to Zhao Mu's tent. A soldier crept stealthily to the outside of Zhao Mu's tent and began eavesdropping, pressing his ear to the fabric. At that moment Zhao Mu was alone. Qin Shi and the physician were conferring in another tent, so the entire tent held only Zhao Mu, who lay on the bed feigning illness out of boredom. If only I hadn't pretended to be sick. Now I can't even get out of bed for a walk. This is unbearably dull, Zhao Mu grumbled to himself. He had never expected Qin Shi to be so anxious over his diarrhea. The physician had clearly stated that he was not seriously ill, yet Qin Shi ordered him to remain in bed until fully recovered. I wonder if Brother Wuji and Grandpa Wang Jian have made any progress. Will my feigned illness lure out the hidden enemy? Zhao Mu was not entirely confident in his plan. Having received no useful information, he began to doubt himself. When one is alone and bored, the mind tends to wander. Zhao Mu was no exception. Just then Wang Jian and Jing Wuji entered with grave expressions. Seeing their faces, Zhao Mu felt a surge of excitement. Have you found something? Jing Wuji replied. Just now we saw a soldier sneaking to the outside of your tent, eavesdropping for a while, but he left quickly. Zhao Mu was astonished. Just now, Wang Jian nodded, confirming Jing Wuji's words. Zhao Mu was puzzled, for he had not sensed anyone eavesdropping outside. Wang Jian explained, it is not surprising that you did not notice, Prince. The man stood behind the tent in a spot you could not see. Moreover, the many patrolling soldiers moving back and forth made it easy to blend in. I see. Zhao Mu nodded, aware that Wang Jian's words were partly meant to comfort him. He silently resolved to heighten his vigilance in the future and not assume that having the system allowed him to act with impunity. System. The system actually wanted to say that with it the host could indeed act with impunity, but fearing that the host might go too far and court disaster, it chose to remain silent. Did you recognize the man? Wang Jian shook his head. He was very cautious. He only stood outside for a very short time, and we were too far from the tent. By the time we arrived, he had already disappeared. Then did you see his face? Jing Wuji said apologetically. We were too far away and he was wearing a helmet, so we could not make out his features. So we have gained nothing. Zhao Mu found it hard to believe. After all their preparations, the enemy had finally shown his tail, only to leave them empty-handed. Jing Wuji suddenly knelt down to confess his fault. It is my failure to carry out my duties. Please punish me, Prince. This cannot be entirely blamed on Wuji. I was present as well. The enemy was exceptionally cautious and Wuji could do nothing. Moreover, we have not gained nothing new. At least we now know that the enemy is a soldier within the camp. Wang Jian interceded for Jing Wuji. Having spent time with him, Wang Jian greatly admired Jing Wuji's talents and did not wish to see him punished for this incident. Zhao Mu looked at Jing Wuji, who was waiting for punishment with his head bowed, and Wang Jian, who appeared anxious. He found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Grandpa Wang, Brother Wuji, what kind of person do you take me for? Am I the sort who cannot distinguish right from wrong and blames others at the slightest provocation? At that moment, Zhao Mu forgot that he was supposed to be feigning illness. He got out of bed and helped Jing Wuji to his feet. Jing Wuji moved, thanked Zhao Mu again. Seeing this, Wang Jian smiled. Zhao Mu returned to bed and resumed his act. It's fine that we didn't catch him this time. I will continue to feign illness. I believe the enemy will come again to probe my condition. Next time we will identify him, but we will not expose him. Let him be, and see if he has any accomplices. Wang Jian nodded in agreement, pleased that Zhao Mu had reached the same conclusion. Then I shall take my leave, prince, and continue to keep watch outside. Jing Wuji did not overthink. He simply followed Zhao Mu's instructions. Just as Jing Wuji was about to leave, he was stopped by Zhao Mu. Take your time. I still want to ask you about that elderly couple. Could anything be wrong with them? Jing Wuji then relayed his recent observations to Zhao Mu and shared his thoughts on the old couple. Zhao Mu offered no strong opinion after hearing the account, merely advising Jing Wuji not to worry too much about the elderly couple, as he too believed they were likely unaware. He had already made inquiries. The old couple had been serving as chefs for Qin Shi for quite some years. If there were truly anything suspicious about them, the emperor would have discovered it long ago. Based on what Jing Wuji had reported, the elderly couple had administered the poison entirely unknowingly. The real culprit was the person who had delivered the red beans to them. But by now they were no longer in Xianyang City, making it impossible to apprehend the individual. Still, the elderly couple's suspicions had largely been cleared. Nevertheless, to leave no room for error, Zhao Mu had asked Jing Wuji to keep watching the old couple. Eventually, Jing Wuji and Wang Jian left the tent, leaving Zhao Mu alone, once more lying on his bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, Qin Shi was also discussing the latest news from the Lu region with Zhao Gao and others. Later, the physician, still uneasy, came back to check on Zhao Mu. To maintain the authenticity of his feigned illness, Zhao Mu had never allowed the system to pinpoint exactly where and how the poison affected him, so the physician could not possibly detect that he was only pretending. Physician, how much longer until I recover? Your lordship's condition has improved greatly. You should be fully healed within 2 days at most. The physician packed away his medical kit, preparing to depart. But Zhao Mu suddenly asked, Physician, do you have any urgent matters to attend to? The physician stood up and shook his head. Nothing urgent today. Zhao Mu's eyes lit up. He sat up from his bed, enthusiastically grasping the physician's hand. Physician, I'm quite interested in the art of medicine. Why don't you share some knowledge with me? The physician hesitated. He was reluctant, not because he unwilling to teach, but because without the emperor's permission, he dared not share even the most valuable knowledge with Zhao Mu. If Qin Shi disapproved of Zhao Mu studying medicine and the physician had shared it anyway, he would surely face dire consequences. Of course, it was also possible he might earn the emperor's favor through such an act. But he simply wished to live quietly as a physician and had no desire to stir up trouble in his old age. Physician, I truly wish to learn about medicine. You have nothing to do now, so please tell me. Let me assure you His Majesty treats me very well. If you refuse, I'll go complain to him. Zhao Mu, bored out of his mind, said this in a playfully intimidating manner. The physician was taken aback and pleaded with a wry expression, "Oh, young Lord Zhao Mu, spare this old man. I shall tell you everything." Only then did Zhao Mu's face brighten. He lay back on the bed while the physician sat down once more. What would your lordship like to know? Unprepared, the physician didn't know where to begin and asked Zhao Mu instead. Zhao Mu merely wanted someone to pass the time with, and had little understanding of traditional Chinese medicine himself, so he had no idea how to frame the question and deflected it back. After a long silence, the physician finally began with an introduction to traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Mu was not bored at all. Seeing the physician speak with such seriousness, he listened just as attentively, until Qin Shi arrived. I didn't expect Mu'er to have an interest in medicine. Should I have the physician teach you from now on? Qin Shi said half-jokingly. In his view, if Zhao Mu truly wished to learn medicine, there was no harm in it. After all, the young lord was still young and had plenty of time to acquire knowledge. The more he learned, the better. Zhao Mu had no intention of refusing. He had just told the physician he was interested in medicine, and with the physician still present, rejecting the offer now would only embarrass himself. Moreover, having heard the physician's explanations earlier, he genuinely did develop some interest in traditional Chinese medicine, so he accepted without hesitation. In that case, have the physician instruct Zhao Mu in medicine whenever he has time, Qin Shi said. The physician gratefully expressed his thanks for the imperial grace. Qin Shi then inquired once more about Zhao Mu's condition. Upon learning he still needed 2 days of rest, he sternly ordered Zhao Mu to remain in bed and not go anywhere. With the physician coming daily to teach him medicine, Zhao Mu no longer felt bored, nor did he harbor any resentment. Soon after, both the physician and the emperor departed. In no time the tent was empty save for Zhao Mu. Since he was ill, everyone insisted that Qin Shi could not continue sharing the tent with him for fear of infection. By the emperor's order, a separate tent had been erected specifically for Zhao Mu. Late at night, everyone had fallen asleep except for the patrolling soldiers and the ever-vigilant Jing Wuji, who remained hidden nearby, watching over Zhao Mu's tent. That afternoon's eavesdropping soldier had left a bad impression on him, so he suspected something similar would happen tonight, and kept watch. Sure enough, a stealthy soldier appeared near Zhao Mu's tent and listened intently, moving with practiced ease. Lurking in the shadows, Jing Wuji sharpened his focus and fixed his gaze upon the soldier. He recognized him immediately. It was the same man he and Wang Jian had spotted earlier that day. His movements mirrored those of the afternoon, but this time the man did not leave at once. Instead, he confirmed that everyone inside the tent had fallen asleep, and then crept toward the tent entrance. Just as Jing Wuji was about to spring out, he watched in astonishment as the soldier merely parted a gap in the tent fabric and tossed something inside before immediately slipping away. Remembering Zhao Mu's earlier instructions, Jing Wuji chose not to intercept the man. Instead, he memorized the soldier's appearance so he could identify him instantly when the time came. He then rushed into the tent worried that Zhao Mu might be in danger. But his concerns proved unnecessary. Zhao Mu was already awake, alerted by the system, and idly turning a small bamboo tube in his hands. "Young lord, are you unharmed?" Jing Wuji still felt uneasy. "I'm fine." Zhao Mu tossed the small bamboo tube to Jing Wuji. "Be careful, it contains a poisonous insect. See if you recognize it." Jing Wuji carefully opened the tube and indeed spotted a tiny black insect. The creature was small, roughly the size of a grain of rice. After examining it, Jing Wuji resealed the tube and shook his head. "Never seen anything like it. This is a venomous insect known as the black bloodworm. These creatures typically rest in dark, shadowy corners during the day and emerge at night to prowl. They burrow into the bodies of humans or beasts, releasing toxins that turn the blood black. Once the blood is entirely blackened, the victim dies in excruciating agony." These were all answers Zhao Mu had obtained by consulting the system, and now he recounted them to Jing Wuji. "Young master, shall I go and kill that man right now? I have memorized his appearance and can eliminate him without exposing myself." Jing Wuji's eyes flashed with icy ferocity. He could not believe the hidden enemy harbored such vicious intentions. Setting aside all else, Zhao Mu was merely a 5-year-old child. How could they bear to lay such cruel hands upon him? "No, we cannot act rashly. Even if we are willing to die rather than yield, we still have no way to deal with him. This matter must be considered more carefully." Zhao Mu himself had not expected his enemies to be so audacious. The situation had arisen so suddenly that he could not immediately think of a better course of action. It was already late at night, and many patrolling soldiers remained outside. Although Jing Wuji served as his bodyguard, Zhao Mu asked him to return and rest first, for they needed to keep up the pretense that Zhao Mu was feigning illness. The enemy was unlikely to appear again this night, so Zhao Mu decided to take the opportunity to think things through carefully. "How should we dispose of this thing?" Jing Wuji pointed to the small bamboo scroll in his hand, inside which the venomous worm was clearly visible. Zhao Mu consulted the system in his mind and replied, "This insect is vulnerable to fire. Simply burn it." Jing Wuji nodded and quietly departed. As Zhao Mu pondered how he might expose the poison nature of his meals, Qin Shi unexpectedly arrived, granting him a flawless opportunity. Qin Shi had rarely set aside his concerns about the celestial anomalies in the Lu region, but he made time to visit Zhao Mu. During the meal, seeing Zhao Mu eat with such appetite, the emperor even resolved to taste the fragrant porridge himself. At first, Zhao Mu was startled, for the porridge was poisoned. But then he thought better of it. Was this not an opportunity to reveal that someone was attempting to poison him? Moreover, the toxin from the wild beans accumulated gradually to prove fatal. Consuming only a small amount would merely cause discomfort and diarrhea. Besides, Zhao Mu had the system at his disposal to cure Qin Shi of any poison at any time, so he did not try to stop him. This porridge is indeed quite good. After all these years of eating the dishes prepared by our cooks, this is the first time I have tasted porridge with such fragrance. You are far luckier than I am, Mu. Qin Shi ate heartily, even finding the mood to praise Zhao Mu. In response, Zhao Mu could only offer a polite smile. Though the porridge tasted fine, it was in fact a toxic brew that would induce diarrhea. Zhao Mu knew full well what he was doing, yet deliberately allowed the emperor to consume it, and a twinge of guilt stirred within him. That night, Zhao Mu's diarrhea grew increasingly severe, and Qin Shi, having eaten the poisoned porridge, also began to suffer from it. This development sent the entire camp into a frenzy. The emperor himself had fallen ill. Do you suppose Master Zhao Mu passed this affliction on to his majesty? Could this be some kind of plague? Will we all catch it too? Whispers began to circulate among the soldiers, but the accompanying physician quickly dispelled such rumors. Your Majesty, this is no plague. Both you and Master Zhao Mu have been poisoned. The moment the physician spoke these words, the entire tent erupted into chaos. But I have already forbidden the soldiers from touching those wild fruits. How could I possibly have been poisoned? Qin Shi asked in bewilderment. He carefully reviewed his recent meals, but found nothing suspicious. The only thing that stood out was that today he had dined with Zhao Mu and eaten the very porridge Zhao Mu had been consuming continuously. Could it be? A bold suspicion arose in Qin Shi's mind. At that moment, the physician also noticed the remnants of Zhao Mu's porridge. Disregarding any sense of disgust, he lifted the bowl and took a small sip. Immediately, he detected something amiss. Your Majesty, this porridge is poisoned, the physician stated with absolute certainty. Heavens! His Majesty has been poisoned. Who is so reckless as to dare poison the emperor? The culprit must be hiding among us. Could we all be poisoned? Some began to grow fearful. A hidden enemy who caused such relentless trouble, brazen and irredeemable, left everyone sleepless and restless with anxiety. Qin Shi himself never expected to fall victim to poisoning, let alone suffer such misfortune after eating Zhao Mu's food. Who could it be that dared to scheme against his own flesh and blood, his beloved grandson? Upon grasping the full scope of the situation, Qin Shi fury erupted instantly. His majestic gaze swept over every person present. Except for Wang Jin and Jing Wuji, who were already aware of the truth, everyone lowered their heads, daring not meet the emperor's eyes. Later, Qin Shi glare fell upon Zhao Gao, for the entire convoy was under his jurisdiction. Zhao Gao collapsed to his knees at once. Your Majesty, this old servant bears full responsibility for failing to discover such malicious elements lurking within the caravan. I beg your Majesty to grant me some time. I will find the culprit as swiftly as possible. Please give this old servant a chance to atone for my crimes. Zhao Gao kept bowing his head until his forehead was crimson, his pitiful appearance undeniable. Qin Shi had initially intended to reprimand Zhao Gao for his incompetence, but seeing him in such a state, the words died on his lips. After all, Zhao Gao had served him for many years, and such mistakes were rare. Moved by their long history together, Qin Shi ultimately refrained from taking drastic action against Zhao Gao, merely ordering him to investigate the truth as swiftly as possible. However, due to your negligence, this incident has occurred. You will receive 30 strokes as punishment. Though the death penalty was spared, the living punishment could not be avoided. Qin Shi still needed to vent his pent-up anger. If it had not been for his sudden whim to taste Zhao Mu's meal, he might still have believed that Zhao Mu had merely consumed poisonous wild fruits by accident rather than being deliberately poisoned. Zhao Mu was the heir he had nurtured and prepared for the future. Before departing, he had solemnly vowed that Zhao Mu would remain unharmed at his side. Yet mere days into the journey, such an incident had already occurred. General Wang, I admit my mistake this time. Qin Shi suddenly apologized to Wang Jin, recalling his promise before departure, which he had unfortunately failed to keep. Your Majesty, this is utterly unacceptable. This old minister is also present and has failed to protect Master Zhao Mu properly. He is already a sinner himself. How could your Majesty deign to apologize to me? Wang Jin dared not accept the apology, for he was one of those who knew Zhao Mu was feigning illness, yet had concealed the truth from the emperor, a crime of deceiving the sovereign. Qin Shi was enraged and ordered Zhao Gao to thoroughly investigate the poisoning. Everyone knew that this matter had escalated to a point where heads must roll, and as for whose head it would be, each person felt a chill of self-preservation. The first to be investigated were the elderly couple responsible for cooking. They were housed in tents. Qin Shi sat high on the main seat, while below were the various ministers and generals accompanying him on this journey. Zhao Mu, along with Wang Jin and Jing Wuji, stood together watching the elderly couple kneeling on the ground, crying out their innocence. Your Majesty, we truly did not know why there was poison in the porridge. Had we known, we would never have dared to serve it to young Master Zhao Mu. Moreover, we ourselves drank it last time and suffered no ill effects until now. How could the porridge suddenly become poisonous? The elderly couple wept and cried, still unable to believe that the porridge had been poisoned. At that moment, the imperial physician acting on Qin Shi cue stepped forward and said, Young Master Zhao Mu's diarrhea was indeed caused by the porridge you made. As for why you both remained unaffected, it is because you consumed only a small amount. The poison in the porridge is a slow-acting toxin, and it requires accumulation to a certain level before it affects a person. That is why you showed no symptoms. But we truly did not add any poison. We have always cooked the porridge in the same way and never put in anything unknown. We are innocent. The elderly woman explained, her face filled with helplessness. Well, the physician looked at the old couple with a complicated expression. As one of Qin Shi personal physicians, he knew something about this couple who often cooked for the emperor, and from the bottom of his heart, he found it hard to believe they would do such a thing. But now, with the facts laid out before him, all evidence pointed to the elderly couple. No matter what they said, they could not prove their innocence. Even if the physician wished to help, he was powerless. The physician has made it so clear, and you still refuse to confess. His Majesty has treated you well, yet you have poisoned the most beloved young Master Zhao Mu. This is an unforgivable crime. Now the best course is to confess honestly before His Majesty, and perhaps you will not implicate others. Zhao Gao suddenly barked. The elderly couple trembled in fear. Looking up, they saw Zhao Gao's terrifying gaze as venomous as a serpent's. Zhao Gao's words reminded them of their grandson, who had just learned to walk. They had no way to prove their innocence, and if they implicated their family, they would not know how to go on living. For a moment, the elderly couple were filled with despair. It was all me, all my doing. My wife had nothing to do with it. I am willing to die to atone, begging only that your Majesty, in consideration of our years of service, spare my wife and my family. Suddenly, without the old woman noticing, the old man took all the blame upon himself, hoping to secure a path of survival for his wife and family. But Qin Shi remained unmoved by the old man's desperate pleas, saying nothing, only staring coldly at him. The old woman could not bear to see her husband bear everything alone. She stepped forward and kowtowed alongside him, begging Qin Shi to spare their family. Many eyes showed reluctance. Zhao Mu could no longer bear it, and was about to step forward to speak for the elderly couple, when from the corner of his eye he saw Zhao Gao wipe the sweat from his brow, as if relieved that the old couple had confessed. Zhao Mu's anger flared. He realized immediately that the elderly couple had been driven to this point largely because of the suggestive words Zhao Gao had just spoken. Zhao Mu could not help but marvel at Zhao Gao's cunning. Had he not accidentally seen Zhao Gao wipe his sweat, he would never have connected the dots. But now was not the time to settle scores with Zhao Gao. Zhao Mu suppressed his anger and focused on saving the innocent elderly couple first. I think their porridge tastes wonderful. I believe they are innocent, not the villains who want to harm me. Zhao Mu suddenly stood up to vouch for the elderly couple, surprising many. But with all evidence pointing to the elderly couple, and even they themselves had confessed, Zhao Mu's words seemed feeble. Mu, you are just a child, do not meddle in this matter. Stand by and watch. I will not let anyone who dares to harm you go unpunished. Qin Shi did not side with Zhao Mu this time, dismissing his words as childish. Zhao Mu grew anxious. He had already discussed the elderly couple with Jing Wuji and Wang Jian and had cleared them of suspicion. Now, because he had intentionally concealed the truth, they were about to be ruined. This was never his intention. If such a tragedy occurred, he would never forgive himself. I swear they are innocent. Zhao Mu stood in front of the elderly couple, staring stubbornly at Qin Shi. The two stared at each other for a long time. In the end, Qin Shi relented, curious to see what Zhao Mu intended to do. Zhao Mu knew time was of the essence. Qin Shi had yielded for now, but once his patience ran out, his words might no longer hold sway. The only way now was to find the person who had sneaked into his tent last night to deliver the poisonous insects. Brother Wuji, I must trouble you to catch that despicable creature from last night. He had originally planned to let the line run longer to catch the big fish, but now he had to arrest the culprit first to resolve the elderly couple's predicament. Except for Wang Jian, everyone else stared in bewilderment as Jing Wuji hurried away. Zhao Mu, however, had no mood to explain. He turned around, helped the kneeling elderly couple to their feet, and said apologetically, I'm sorry for causing you such fright. Rest assured, I know you are innocent and will not let you be wronged. To be absolutely certain of the couple's innocence, Zhao Mu had even spent some points from the system to obtain the desired answer. Only then did he have the confidence to speak thus. Had the elderly couple actually been the poisoners, he would have had to dig a hole and bury himself. Thank you, young master, thank you. The elderly couple bowed repeatedly to Zhao Mu, tears streaming uncontrollably. Qin Shi watched this scene, his heart filled with complexity and a touch of relief. A ruler must not be soft-hearted nor cruel and tyrannical. Zhao Mu's behavior, though somewhat soft-hearted, was certainly not cruel. Soon Jing Wuji returned alone with a gloomy face. Zhao Mu felt a sense of foreboding. Young master, the man is gone. Despite Jing Wuji's voice being already quite low, it remained remarkably clear within the needle-drop quiet tent. The second to react was Wang Jian, one of the informed parties, as Jing Wuji had already recounted to him the events that transpired in Zhao Mu's tent the previous night. Originally, he had intended to inform Qin Shi directly, but upon learning that Zhao Mu harbored his own plans, he temporarily kept it concealed. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, Zhao Mu found himself in an extremely precarious position. All eyes turned towards Zhao Mu. Wang Jian yearned to step forward and share some of the pressure on Zhao Mu's behalf, but his reason cautioned him that intervening now would be futile. It might be wiser to hold his horses temporarily, for he could potentially emerge later as a surprise reinforcement. Just then he caught Zhao Mu's sidelong glance, a silent signal to remain understated for the time being. Mu'er, although I usually dote on you, I truly do not wish for this matter to leave me without a satisfactory explanation from you. As the legendary emperor who united China, Qin Shi was by no means solely indulgent, he also possessed a stern side. Zhao Mu initially felt a flicker of panic, but swiftly composed himself. He instructed Jing Wuji to recount in detail the events that occurred outside his tent the previous night. Upon hearing this, the assembly regarded Jing Wuji with astonishment, unable to believe his words. Brother Wuji, yesterday, I asked you to burn those poisonous insects. Is that small bamboo tube still intact? That, since the young master said the poisonous insects were formidable, I burned them along with the small bamboo tube. Jing Wuji admitted, guiltily regretting that he should have thought more carefully at the time. That is somewhat regrettable, but it hardly matters. I still have a means to prove the veracity of all this, Zhao Mu declared with conspicuous confidence. All eyes fixed on him. With neither the person nor the evidence in sight, what recourse did he have? Qin Shi also observed Zhao Mu curiously. Frankly, the fact that a mere 5-year-old could maintain such composure amidst so much questioning greatly astonished him. Now in a situation that had stumped even him, Zhao Mu could speak with such self-assurance about having a solution. This very demeanor brought immense satisfaction to Qin Shi's heart. He was also exceedingly curious as to what method Zhao Mu might employ to substantiate his claims. Gather everyone together, then have Brother Wuji identify them one by one. As long as a person remains in the ranks, Brother Wuji will certainly recognize him. If he is absent, the group will be short by one, and that missing individual is precisely the one who released the poisonous insects in the tent last night. Sometimes the solution is actually quite simple, yet one fails to conceive it. No one in this tent was a fool. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, they were instantly enlightened. Each person inwardly chided themselves for not having thought of such an obvious solution. Qin Shi also recognized the feasibility of Zhao Mu's plan and was keen to uncover the truth of the matter. After all the elderly couple had cooked for him for so many years, a sudden change might not suit his palate. Whether for Zhao Mu's sake or for the elderly couple, Qin Shi agreed to Zhao Mu's proposal and ordered Zhao Gao to act immediately. Just as Zhao Gao was about to depart after receiving the order, Zhao Mu spoke again. Let Grandpa Wang accompany you. Since the primary investigation concerns the soldiers, having Grandpa Wang there will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Zhao Mu's words were well-founded. No one suspected that he was merely guarding against Zhao Gao. For only Zhao Mu himself knew that Hu Hai was the mastermind behind this affair. Moreover, as Zhao Gao was always by Hu Hai's side, he could likely deduce something given the current events. Therefore, Zhao Mu seriously suspected that Zhao Gao was responsible for that suddenly vanishing soldier. To prevent Zhao Gao from continuing his clandestine machinations, Zhao Mu naturally needed someone he could trust to keep watch. Wang Jian, who had not yet revealed his own status as an informed party, was the ideal candidate. Then I troubled General Wang Jian. This subject accepts the order. Wang Jian naturally did not decline, promptly agreeing. He cast a glance toward Zhao Gao, but alas, Zhao Gao kept his head bowed, making his expression unreadable. The two men exited the tent, and an immediate profound silence fell within. Everyone waited in anticipation of the final outcome. The elderly couple stood behind Zhao Mu, deeply unsettled for the return of Zhao Gao, and Wang Jian would determine whether they would live or perish. Soon a tumultuous din erupted from outside. Those in the tent knew that Zhao Gao and Wang Jian had already begun their operations. The two did not keep the assembly waiting long, quickly gathering all members of the contingent. Naturally, the crowd could no longer remain in the cramped tent and followed Qin Shi out. Qin Shi looked toward Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu showed no sign of trembling and signaled with his eyes to Jing Wuji that he could proceed with the identification. After circling the group, Jing Wuji returned empty-handed and shook his head at Zhao Mu. The crowd once again fixed their gaze on Zhao Mu, curious to see his next move. Zhao Mu remained unflappable and merely called out to Wang Jian, "Grandpa Wang, is the count correct?" Wang Jian, as the most trusted veteran general by Qin Shi side, was naturally somewhat familiar with these accompanying soldiers and immediately verified the count. One soldier is missing. In Great Qin, everyone had naturally heard of Wang Jian's reputation. No one doubted his word. If he said one was missing, then one was indeed missing. Qin Shi was also present, so Wang Jian dared not lie. Zhao Mu finally allowed himself a slight smile. As for Zhao Gao, upon hearing Wang Jian's declaration, he lowered his head once more, ensuring no one could perceive his unease. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone's attention was captivated by General Wang Jian's news, so no one noticed him. Otherwise, Zhao Gao might not have been able to conceal his expression so effectively. Zhao Gao, explain yourself. What exactly is going on? Qin Shi asked, his face grim as he glared at Zhao Gao. For the entire contingent was orchestrated single-handedly by Zhao Gao, and all accompanying personnel were arranged through him. Yet now not only had a poisoning incident occurred, but soldiers had also vanished without a trace, and Zhao Gao had failed to detect any of this. Or perhaps Zhao Gao knew, but chose not to report it. Qin Shi gaze upon Zhao Gao gradually turned perilous. Zhao Gao was genuinely terrified now and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, forgive this old servant. I truly had no idea that someone was missing from the ranks. Your Majesty knows well that this old servant detests these soldiers. How could he possibly bother to count whether a soldier was missing? This servant was wrong. This servant truly knows his error. At such a juncture, no one dared to step forward and speak in Zhao Gao's defense. Zhao Mu indeed would have dared, but he secretly wished for Zhao Gao's immediate execution, thereby sparing himself the daily burden of vigilance against the man. Alas, in the end, Qin Shi chose to believe Zhao Gao content merely with a sharp reprimand and a dozen severe strokes. He was still there last night. Since he was a soldier in the troop, he wouldn't have fled unless absolutely necessary, otherwise he would have exposed himself. So he must have noticed we were onto him, and then escaped. I think he couldn't have gone far. If we search now, we might still find him. Zhao Mu said. Although it was proven that someone had indeed disappeared, without finding the person there was no evidence to verify the truth of Jing Wuji's words or the innocence of the elderly couple. However, since matters had reached this point, and with Zhao Mu the victim himself stepping forward to speak, the elderly couple would not be blamed for the time being. But to truly prevent the first emperor from pursuing the matter, Zhao Mu knew they had to find the missing man and extract from him the identity of his backer. Only then could the elderly couple be completely exonerated. At the same time, this was also to prove that he and Jing Wuji were telling the truth. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives accused them of deceiving the emperor, although Zhao Mu himself would surely be safe, Jing Wuji might not be so fortunate. Thus, this was also a way to clear their own names. The first emperor once again entrusted this matter to Zhao Gao, apparently not having lost faith in him over the previous incident. This left Zhao Mu utterly perplexed, but he didn't feel comfortable asking directly. Grandpa Wang, you should send people to search too. Many hands make light work. Brother Wuji, you go as well. Zhao Mu, however, could not trust Zhao Gao at all. He immediately dispatched everyone he trusted, unaware that he had already overstepped the first emperor's authority. Jing Wuji didn't realize this. He acknowledged the order and immediately withdrew. Wang Jian, however, could not simply leave, for he was the first emperor's subject, not Zhao Mu's. General Wang, Jian young Master Mu, is right. Many hands make light work. You may go as well. As you command. Only after receiving the first emperor's direct order did Wang, Jian rise and depart. The others were again shocked into silence. That Zhao Mu had overstepped by commanding Wang Jian, yet the first emperor not only did not rebuke him, but even endorsed his order. This was something even Fusu, the former eldest son, would never have dared to do. Everyone once again doubted the nature of the relationship between Zhao Mu and the first emperor. As for this Zhao Mu, a modern man truly felt nothing amiss. He sat down beside the first emperor, waiting quietly for news. Witnessing this harmonious scene of grandfather and grandson, the others couldn't help but wonder if the earlier events had been a mere illusion. This time the wait was longer, but eventually both good and bad news arrived. Your Majesty, this old servant found the missing soldier in the woods not far from the camp. However, by the time I arrived, he had been dead for some time. In the end, it was Zhao Gao who found the man. Wang Jian was nearby and nodded, confirming the fact. But no one had expected the man to be dead. How did he die? Suicide? Or was he silenced? The more they thought about it, the more chilling it became. The entire affair grew increasingly perplexing and elusive. Just then Jing Wuji stepped forward again, holding a silk cloth. Young Master, Your Majesty, I found this in the woods near the corpse. Zhao Gao looked at Jing Wuji in surprise, clearly unaware of this. Wang Jian, however, seemed to have known all along, his expression calm. The first emperor stared at the silk cloth in Jing Wuji's hand, sensing it was of great importance. His eyes turned sharp and fierce. Zhao Gao, bring it to me. Zhao Gao took the silk cloth from Jing Wuji, not daring to glance at it, and raised it high above his head to present to the first emperor. Zhao Mu was curious, but the first emperor showed no intention of letting him see it, so he could only watch eagerly from the side. After the first emperor finished reading, his expression turned extremely grim. Anyone with eyes could see that he was barely restraining his fury. Only Zhao Mu seemed oblivious, occasionally craning his neck to peek at the silk cloth, eager to see what was written on it. The first emperor was amused by Zhao Mu's comical behavior, and much of his anger dissipated. Here, take it. Let you know who wants to kill you, so that when the enemy stands before you, you won't be clueless. The first emperor couldn't help but pat Zhao Mu's head with a smile. Zhao Mu took it happily and looked at it only to furrow his brows. It was filled with text recording all the plans and intentions behind the assassination attempts on Zhao Mu and the first emperor, as well as the identity of the mastermind behind these events. It was actually the people of Qi. Holding the silk cloth, Zhao Mu fell into deep suspicion. He simply couldn't understand, would the people of Qi go to such lengths to assassinate him just because he was doted on by the first emperor? Was it worth it? Zhao Mu thought not. He still believed that Hu Hai was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, and that the people of Qi were just being used as scapegoats. But he had no evidence to prove this. And judging by the first emperor's demeanor, Zhao Mu knew he had already become convinced of the Qi connection. Without irrefutable proof, it would be impossible to change the first emperor's mind. Your Majesty, who is the culprit? Someone couldn't help but ask. The first emperor snorted coldly. It is the remnants of Qi. Once I return from the land of Lu, I will surely slaughter all those damned Qi remnants. It was the remnants of Qi. Everyone was stunned, then their expressions turned to one of understanding. Clearly they all believed the culprit was from the Qi remnants. Zhao Mu stole a glance at Zhao Gao, but Zhao Gao's face, like the others, was filled with shock, nothing suspicious. Yet somehow he still felt that this was not the work of the Qi people. Let's not think about it for now. The elderly couple's innocence is cleared. There's still plenty of time, I'll ponder it on the road. Zhao Mu thought to himself. Before the truth was fully uncovered, he did not want to see the first emperor slaughter the innocent. The truth was revealed, and everyone dispersed. The elderly couple continued to cook for the first emperor, but at Zhao Mu's prompting they handed over all the poisonous oil beans. Zhao Mu told Jing Wuji to keep them safe. When they returned to Xianyang, they could seek out the vendor who had sold the beans to the elderly couple and perhaps find useful evidence from him. The remainder of the journey went smoothly with no further strange incidents. The residual poison in Zhao Mu's body was quickly cured under the careful treatment of the physician. The small amount on the first emperor was also completely cleansed. As for the wild fruits, the first emperor lifted the ban and allowed everyone to pick them. All of this was thanks to the presence of Zhao Mu, a playful and gluttonous child. Today the weather was exceptionally fine and sunny. On the road to the Lu region, Zhao Mu sat atop his horse, leisurely enjoying delicious wild fruits that Jing Wuji had gathered and a physician had confirmed to be non-toxic. Beside him, Qin Shi gazed at Zhao Mu with an expression of doting affection, as gentle and kind as an elder from an ordinary family. In the past, he had always traveled alone inside his carriage. Now, with Zhao Mu's companionship, Qin Shi felt for the first time free from the sensation of solitude. Furthermore, Zhao Mu's intelligence allowed him to envision the future of Great Qin. I have conquered Great Qin, and now at last I have a crown prince capable of inheriting it. Qin Shi lamented in his heart. If only his eldest son Fusu had possessed even half of Zhao Mu's brilliance back, then he would not have incurred his father's displeasure only to meet such a tragic end in exile. As for Prince Hu Hai, who currently enjoyed a decent reputation, he was not even half as capable as Fusu in the emperor's eyes, let alone comparable to Zhao Mu. Otherwise, upon learning that Zhao Mu was his biological grandson, the thought of grooming him to be the crown prince would never have crossed his mind. Clearly, I am chosen by heaven, and great Qin is destined to endure for thousands of generations. Qin Shi Huang grew even more eager for this journey to the Lu region, for an immortal awaited him there. Just then the carriage suddenly jolted violently. Before Qin Shi Huang could call for Zhao Gao to inquire about the commotion, he heard Wang Jian shouting outside, "Assassins! Protect His Majesty!" The entire entourage sprang into action instantly. Fortunately, they were all elite soldiers, and with Wang Jian serving as their absolute pillar of strength, the company did not show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, under Wang Jian's command, they systematically organized their defense. Before long, the sounds of clashing blades and brutal combat echoed from outside the carriage. Qin Shi Huang held Zhao Mu tightly in his embrace, deeply protective of him, which moved Zhao Mu profoundly. Meanwhile, within Zhao Mu's mind, the system's alarm blared. He knew danger was imminent, yet he had no idea where it would strike or when, leaving him with no choice but to remain on high alert, channeling every ounce of his concentration to monitor his surroundings. The shouts outside persisted without the slightest sign of abating. It was evident that the attackers had come fully prepared, deploying a substantial force of assassins who were clearly the elite of elites. Fortunately, the soldiers escorting Qin Shi Huang were no ordinary troops, but seasoned veterans who had survived numerous battlefields. Furthermore, with the god of war Wang Jian present, they were far from defenseless against this sudden onslaught. "Young master, are you and His Majesty unharmed?" The voice of Zhao Mu's guard Jing Wuji drifted in from outside. Zhao Mu slipped out of Qin Shi Huang's embrace and carefully lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, only to see that a river of blood had already been shed outside. Jing Wuji stood right beside the carriage, abstaining from the melee below, to guard Zhao Mu with a drawn sword. "Brother Wuji, watch out. Someone is charging this way." Seeing a figure in black breach Wang Jian's defensive line and rush toward the carriage, Zhao Mu immediately warned Jing Wuji. "Wuji, protect His Majesty and the young master." Wang Jian also spotted the black-clad assailant, but he was currently entangled in his own fight and could not disengage, leaving him with no choice but to place his hopes on Jing Wuji. Jing Wuji's expression turned solemn. Turning to face the oncoming assassin, his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. Two figures stationed around the carriage leaped forward ahead of Jing Wuji, engaging the black-clad assassin in fierce combat. "Do not worry, those are my personal shadow guards," Qin Shi Huang explained to the stunned Zhao Mu. Upon hearing this, Jing Wuji slowly relaxed his grip on his sword hilt. Zhao Mu also recovered his senses, a look of realization dawning on his face. He had reasoned that it was impossible for Qin Shi Huang to travel without elite guardians. Otherwise, if an assassin managed to breach the perimeter, the emperor would have been doomed. Knowing that shadow guards were protecting the emperor, Zhao Mu felt immensely relieved. Emboldened, he watched the battle between the shadow guards and the black-clad assassin with curiosity. This spectacle was far more exhilarating than any martial arts film from his past life. However, to Zhao Mu's surprise, even in a 2-on-1 fight, the emperor's shadow guards were gradually being pushed into a disadvantage. Jing Wuji's hand gripped the hilt of his sword once more, and Qin Shi Huang's expression grew grim. At that critical moment, two more figures darted forward to aid the other shadow guards. Working together in a 4-on-1 assault, they finally managed to force the black-clad assassin back. "Young master, watch out." Before Zhao Mu could celebrate, Jing Wuji shouted in alarm, instantly drawing his iron sword to shield Zhao Mu. Before Jing Wuji could even swing his sword, two concealed arrows shot from afar pierced his chest, and he slowly collapsed. "Brother Wuji," Zhao Mu cried out, filled with shock and rage. Yet the system's piercing alarm constantly reminded him that the danger had not passed. Behind him, Qin Shi Huang held him back, refusing to let him do anything reckless. Another concealed arrow flew toward him from the distance. Having grown vigilant, Zhao Mu spotted it instantly and immediately dodged. But at that very moment, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted another concealed arrow flying from a different direction, and its target was none other than Qin Shi Huang. Consumed by worry for Zhao Mu, Qin Shi Huang remained completely oblivious. By the time Zhao Mu wanted to shout a warning, it was already too late. Seeing the emperor in mortal danger, a fierce, resolute expression suddenly appeared on Zhao Mu's small face. This sight left Qin Shi Huang stunned. In the next instant, he saw Zhao Mu suddenly lunge toward him. Instinctively, he caught Zhao Mu, and the force of the impact sent them both tumbling onto the floor of the carriage. Shortly after, he realized his hand was coated in a sticky liquid. Looking down, he saw it was blood. An arrow was deeply embedded in Zhao Mu's back. "Mu'er, Mu'er, speak to me." Qin Shi Huang shook Zhao Mu in his arms repeatedly, completely consumed by panic. Zhao Mu winced. Jolted by Qin Shi Huang's shaking, the wound on his back flared with agonizing pain, forcing him awake as he sucked in a sharp breath. "Your Majesty, please stop shaking me, or I will truly die of pain." Yes, I will stop, I will stop." Seeing that Zhao Mu could still speak, Qin Shi Huang felt his soul return to his body. The battle outside raged on. Given what had just transpired, Qin Shi Huang held Zhao Mu and remained absolutely still inside the carriage, leaving the hidden archers with no clean shot. After all, assassins were meant for stealth, not frontal or prolonged combat. Frankly, it was already an impressive feat for them to have held out this long against the elite troops led by Wang Jian. Now that Qin Shi was hidden, they had completely lost their final opportunity for assassination. Under the command of Wang Jian, the elite soldiers steadily reclaimed control of the battlefield. Before long, the assassins suffered heavy casualties. Unable to withstand the relentless offensive of General Wang Jian, they fell into utter rout and fled. Pursue them. Let not a single one escape. With the situation stabilized, Qin Shi stood in the carriage holding the wounded Zhao Mu, roaring his commands as shadow guards and soldiers surrounded them in protective formation. Outside the tent, a group of accompanying ministers had gathered, among them Wang Jian and Jing Wuji. The sudden assassination attempt on the caravan had passed without serious casualties. Both Jing Wuji and Wang Jian bore wounds, though Jing Wuji's were far more severe. In protecting Zhao Mu, he had taken 2 arrows to the chest, but fortunately none struck a vital organ. With proper rest, he would recover fully. Yet even so, upon learning that Zhao Mu had also been struck by an arrow, Jing Wuji disregarded Wang Jian's pleas to remain still, and ignoring his own injuries, insisted on waiting outside the tent for word on Zhao Mu's condition. The court officials surrounding them watched Jing Wuji with complex expressions, some envying Zhao Mu for possessing such a loyal guard, others admiring Jing Wuji's formidable martial prowess. Jing Wuji had been positioned right beside Qin Shi carriage, and many witnesses had observed how swiftly he drew his sword, deflecting every concealed arrow launched at the imperial procession. Lord Mu truly enjoys extraordinary fortune, one minister remarked. Not only does His Majesty favor him deeply, but he also commands a guard both skilled and devoted. It is truly enviable. This time as well we owe Lord Mu our lives. Had he not shielded His Majesty from those hidden arrows, and should anything have befallen the Emperor, Great Qin would surely have plunged into chaos. And beyond that paper, the sacred treasure of scholars across the land was also invented by Lord Mu. Rumor has it he has developed movable type printing capable of mass-producing books, bringing immense convenience to all literate men in Great Qin. Lord Mu is truly a beacon of fortune for our Great Qin. Yet the memory of Qin Shi near assassination sent cold sweats down every spine. Had not Zhao Mu thrown his body to intercept those lethal arrows, none dared imagine what Great Qin would have become bereft of its emperor. Inside the tent, the physician tended to Zhao Mu's wounds while Qin Shi watched closely from beside him, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable tenderness. "Physician, how fares my Lord Mu?" The moment the treatment concluded, Qin Shi inquired with palpable anxiety. "Your Majesty may rest assured. Lord Mu's injuries are superficial and did not reach any vital organs. A fortnight's rest will suffice for full recovery," the physician reported, wiping cold sweat from his brow. He felt that treating Zhao Mu carried far greater pressure than even the emperor's presence demanded. Throughout the bandaging process, every movement was rigid with tension, fearful of the slightest mistake. Zhao Mu lay upon the couch, his complexion pale, yet his vitality had noticeably improved. "Mu'er, how do you feel now?" Qin Shi sat beside Zhao Mu's bed, his countenance alight with deep concern. "I feel quite well. The wound merely aches." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for pain relief, no such remedies existed in this era, leaving the emperor powerless to ease Zhao Mu's discomfort beyond gentle words of consolation. The physician, reading the moment, discreetly, quietly withdrew from the tent, leaving the emperor his son's company. No sooner had he emerged than a throng of anxious officials closed in around him. "How fares Lord Mu?" Faced with their barrage of questions, the physician responded with remarkable composure, repeating verbatim what he had told the emperor moments before. Hearing that Zhao Mu faced no serious danger, both Jing Wuji and Wang Jian simultaneously exhaled in relief. At that moment, the physician suddenly turned to Jing Wuji and rebuked him sharply. "Your injuries are far more severe than anyone realizes. If you do not seek treatment immediately and continue recklessly moving about, your condition will worsen beyond even divine intervention's capacity to mend." "I understand. I shall attend to it at once." Having confirmed Zhao Mu's safety, Jing Wuji finally remembered his own wounds. "Allow me to treat you. You are no physician, as should you mishandle it and complications arise, the consequences could prove grave." "Then I am grateful, physician." Jing Wuji made no protest and followed the physician to receive treatment. The remaining officials stayed behind, waiting for Qin Shi emergence. None dared enter the tent until the emperor himself gave permission. After an indeterminate span of waiting, Qin Shi finally emerged from the tent alone. The moment he stepped outside, the warmth that had graced his features vanished, completely replaced by an expression of glacial severity. "Wang Jian, have all the assassins been apprehended?" "Your Majesty, those few skilled enough to flee into the mountains escaped, but not a single one among the rest has evaded capture. However what?" Qin Shi eyes flashed with icy menace. Wang Jian continued, "These assassins appear to be death-sworn warriors. The instant they are taken, they ingest poison and expire, meaning not a single live captive remains." Qin Shi's voice turned frigid. "None, Your Majesty." An oppressive silence fell over the assembly in an instant. Only Wang Jian maintained the composure to address the emperor, The rest hung their heads too terrified to meet his gaze. Everyone present understood that Qin Shi Huang, enraged by the fact that Zhao Mu had been wounded protecting him, was in a fury. Speaking carelessly at such a moment could invite catastrophe upon oneself. Thus not even Zhao Gao dared utter a syllable. However, your majesty, though no live captives were taken, we did recover this item from one of the assassin's bodies. Wang Jian produced a strip of silk. All present were shocked. Silk once more. The poisoning incidents involving Lord Mu and the Emperor had been orchestrated by agents of Qi, and this fragment bore an uncanny resemblance. Could the instigators of this assassination attempt also be remnants of Qi? Zhao Gao. Qin Shi Huang's countenance darkened terribly. Zhao Gao immediately retrieved the silk from Wang Jian and presented it to the Emperor. Upon examining it, his expression grew dreadfully grim. Zhao Gao, dispatch messengers back to Xianyang with my oral decree from this moment forth ruthlessly pursue all remaining Qi sympathizers. Upon identification, male or female, old or young, execute them all publicly as a deterrent. After repeated assassination attempts, and with Zhao Mu wounded in his defense, how could the Emperor endure such transgressions? Unless every last remnant of Qi was eradicated, he could never quell the fury surging within his chest. As you command, your majesty. Zhao Gao bowed and prepared to depart. Hold. At that precise moment, Zhao Mu, bearing his wounds and defying all caution, staggered forth from the tent, his face ashen, his steps unsteady. Qin Shi Huang immediately caught him, then barked in a mixture of alarm and anger. Mu'er, what possessed you to come out in this state? You are wounded. Return to your bed at once and rest. 2 guards following the Emperor's orders took Zhao Mu on either side and moved to escort him back into the tent, but he thrust them away with a decisive gesture. Your majesty, there is yet something I must convey. Zhao Mu declared, his expression resolute. Qin Shi Huang dismissed the guards with a wave, his eyes devoid of the tenderness shown moments before. Only cold authority remained, silently commanding Zhao Mu to withdraw wisely. What do you want to say? To everyone's astonishment, Qin Shi Huang actually took a step back. This was simply unbelievable. If it had been the usual Qin Shi Huang, they might not have been surprised by this. After all, they had grown numb to just how much Qin Shi Huang doted on Zhao Mu. But now, because the remnants of the Qi state, oblivious to death, had repeatedly attempted to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, and even implicated Zhao Mu, causing him to be injured, Qin Shi Huang flew into a rage and issued an edict to exterminate the remnants of the Qi state. At this moment, Zhao Mu actually dared to step forward and stop him. This was a serious provocation to Qin Shi Huang's authority. Even if it had been his eldest son Fu Su who had just done this, he would have been severely punished without mercy. Yet when it came to Zhao Mu, Qin Shi Huang could still suppress his anger and let Zhao Mu continue speaking. This truly stunned everyone. I want your majesty to rescind the order and not to deal with the people of Qi. That's impossible. Before Zhao Mu could finish speaking, the angry Qin Shi Huang coldly interrupted him. Mu'er, this matter is not your concern. I hope you will return to the tent immediately to tend to your injuries. As for other matters, I will decide for myself and do not need anyone's meddling. Zhao Mu was stunned. This was the first time he had heard Qin Shi Huang speak to him so harshly, and he actually felt a hint of grievance in his heart. This made Zhao Mu feel embarrassed. At this moment, everyone also looked at Zhao Mu, wanting to know what he would do. Wang Jian, even more worried, secretly signaled Zhao Mu with his eyes, hoping Zhao Mu would back down and not say these things, while Qin Shi Huang was angry. Zhao Mu saw it too, but he knew that if he did not stop Qin Shi Huang's oral decree to deal with the remnants of the Qi state this time, it would certainly be too late to speak of it next time. Therefore, this time he absolutely could not back down. Otherwise, if Qin Shi Huang really went on a rampage against the remnants of the Qi state, it would definitely bring great hidden dangers to the entire Great Qin. He had invented paper and movable type printing, all to make the Great Qin better. Now a matter that would leave hidden dangers for the Great Qin was right before his eyes. How could he not stop it? Having understood this, Zhao Mu became even more determined not to back down. Zhao Gao watched this scene, subtly revealing a gloating expression. If Zhao Mu really fell out of favor because of this matter, then after returning to Xianyang, it would be much easier to move against Zhao Mu with fewer scruples. Please allow Mu'er to finish speaking. Zhao Mu said stubbornly again. Qin Shi Huang's expression grew visibly even more unpleasant. Seeing this, Wang Jian secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Zhao Mu. As Qin Shi Huang was about to lose his temper, he hastily stepped forward to speak for Zhao Mu. Your Majesty, since there is no hurry now, why not listen to what young Master Mu has to say? Qin Shi Huang glanced at Wang Jian and finally gave Wang Jian the face to listen to what Zhao Mu actually wanted to say. The remnants of the Qi state had gone too far this time. No matter what Zhao Mu said, he would no longer be lenient and would definitely give the remnants of the Qi state a painful lesson. Zhao Mu looked at Wang Jian gratefully, then calmly analyzed. I have 2 points to make. First, I do not believe that all the incidents along the way were caused by the people of Qi. Second, even if it really was the remnants of the Qi state, it should not involve the innocent people of Qi. We only need to eliminate the masterminds and their accomplices. Zhao Mu's words immediately stirred up discussion among the crowd. First, regarding Zhao Mu's first point that everything was not the work of the remnants of the Qi state, but someone else. No one believed what Zhao Mu said on this point. The evidence from both previous incidents clearly pointed to the remnants of the Qi state, yet now Zhao Mu, one of the victims, actually thought it wasn't them. This made some people suspect that Zhao Mu was covering for the remnants of the Qi state. Even Qin Shi, upon hearing such words, subtly turned his gaze toward Zhao Mu with a hint of danger. Qin Shi certainly did not suspect Zhao Mu, but rather suspected that remnants of the Qi state had infiltrated Zhao Mu's side and brainwashed him. If that were the case after returning to Xianyang, he would have to consider confining Zhao Mu in the palace and releasing him only after he came of age. Young Master Mu, this is the silk secret letter that General Wang Jian just retrieved from the assassin. Everything written on it can prove that these reckless assassins are the remnants of the Qi state. You may take a look. Zhao Gao took out the silk that Wang Jian had retrieved from the assassin and showed it to Zhao Mu. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mu just glanced at the silk in Zhao Gao's hand, then snatched it and threw it on the ground, sneering, "This kind of thing, if I wanted, I could produce 100 copies, even 1,000, at any time. How dare you be so insolent?" Qin Shi rebuked. For Zhao Mu to make such a defense in front of so many ministers was indeed unbecoming of his future status. Qin Shi did not want Zhao Mu to leave a bad impression on the ministers now. In the end, for the sake of Qin Shi's face, Zhao Mu reluctantly picked up the silk he had thrown away and returned it to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's expression was naturally unpleasant. Zhao Mu's behavior was like slapping him in the face, and in the end, he didn't even need to apologize, while Zhao Gao had to thank him. It was simply outrageous. Your servant was presumptuous, not as thoughtful as young Master Mu. Zhao Gao withdrew. I know that none of you will believe me. You all think everything was done by the people of Qi. Regarding this, I cannot produce evidence for now, so let's just assume that the assassins were from Qi. I won't say more now. As for the second point, it was no longer something the ministers could meddle with. Everyone again looked at Qin Shi, whose expression was shifting between clear and gloomy. Mu'er, as long as you can convince me, I am not unwilling to take back my previous words. He regarded this as a test for Zhao Mu. Gradually calming down, he also realized that if he really carried out a thorough purge of all remnants of the Qi state, it would certainly bring turmoil to the great Qin. But he had already spoken the words, and only this way could he make everyone in the world know that those who opposed the great Qin would inevitably meet a bad end. Besides venting his own anger, it was also a warning to those rats hiding in the shadows. Zhao Mu expressed his views. Now that the great Qin has unified the 6 states, there are no longer remnants of the 6 states in the world. We should treat them as subjects of the great Qin. Only then will they truly recognize the great Qin and regard themselves as the people of the great Qin. Then the great Qin will become better and better, stronger and stronger. But if we now carry out a massive slaughter of the remnants of the Qi state, it will only make more people hate the great Qin. This will only divide the great Qin without any benefit. We should prioritize education. Currently, our great Qin already has papermaking and printing techniques which can spread a vast amount of knowledge. This knowledge will surely soon change the minds of those people. Zhao Mu's words plunged all the ministers present into deep confusion. Someone asked, Lord Mu, we have also considered the idea of cultural transformation, but the conditions are far too stringent, truly impossible to fulfill. Otherwise, we would not have been troubled by the remnants of the 6 states. That was in the past. Things are different now, Zhao Mu replied. Only Qin Shi, Zhao Gao, and a few others who understood movable type printing grasped Zhao Mu's meaning. But even they, knowing the significance of movable type printing, had not yet figured out how to utilize it. They never expected that the very creator of this invention, Zhao Mu, had already planned everything out. May I ask, Lord Mu, how exactly are things different now, as someone challenged? Because now we not only have paper, but movable type printing as well, Zhao Mu explained. These people were still unaware of the news about movable type printing, so they looked at Zhao Mu with confusion. Some even suspected that Zhao Mu was treating them like fools and jesting with them. However, Qin Shi and those few who knew about movable type printing watched Zhao Mu intently, wondering how he would use it along with paper to enlighten the stubborn remnants of the 6 states. So the several irate ministers could only seethe silently before Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu ignored them and first explained movable type printing to the group. When the crowd learned that this was yet another invention of Zhao Mu's and had already been produced, they instinctively refused to believe it. They all turned to Qin Shi, hoping the emperor would confirm whether it was true or false. Seeing Qin Shi nod, everyone erupted into excitement once more. This Lord Mu is truly the lucky star of our great Qin. It's simply incredible. All could not help but sincerely praise Zhao Mu's greatness. Qin Shi was delighted but quickly halted their further discussion, as he still wanted to know how Zhao Mu intended to use movable type printing. With paper and movable type printing, we can mass-produce books. Then we can invite the royal descendants of all nations to Xianyang and build an institution called the Academy there. By having members of other nations' royalty cultivate their minds at the Academy, surely they will have no time left to plot mischief. Zhao Mu spoke eloquently from below, while Qin Shi above had already eyes gleaming with brilliance. Zhao Mu's words instantly enlightened him. Without needing further explanation, he already knew what to do. The Academy. What a fine name. It would become the foundation of great Qin's future strength. The more Qin Shi pondered it, the more excited he grew. He never could have imagined that because of his own test this young lad Zhao Mu would once again bring him a tremendous surprise. He truly was his little lucky star. And those ministers who had been resentful toward Zhao Mu moments before now appeared thoroughly convinced and submissive. Clearly they had been conquered by Zhao Mu's brilliance. But how should we make the royal families of other nations cultivate their minds at the academy? Someone raised the question again. Everyone could easily understand the academy Zhao Mu mentioned, but getting the royal families of other nations to come study at the academy was no simple matter. This required the most basic trust between nations. Sending one's own royal members to another country was essentially treating them as hostages, much like young Qin Shi had been. So when Zhao Mu's so-called academy was truly established, how to make the royal members of other countries believe that Great Qin would not harm them, and that they could safely send their royal children to study there, was also an extremely difficult matter. Even Qin Shi furrowed his brows when facing this problem, clearly having no solution either. At this moment, all eyes fell upon Zhao Mu once again, as if believing he could answer their questions. No one realized that whenever they encountered difficulties, they would subconsciously assume Zhao Mu could resolve them. Zhao Mu himself was somewhat surprised by this trust that had arisen from nowhere. It seemed that without his awareness he had gained these people's trust. Facing this trust, Zhao Mu did not disappoint them. Although this problem is indeed difficult to solve, it is not entirely without solution. No one expected Zhao Mu to actually have a way out. They all looked at him with eager eyes waiting for his answer. Zhao Mu smiled serenely and said, "First, to resolve a matter of trust, one must not rush. It requires proceeding step by step slowly. Cannot rush. Go slowly." Someone felt as though they had grasped something, yet could not quite put their finger on it. Zhao Mu continued, "First, once the academy is established, our initial step should be to open it to all subjects of Great Qin, whether commoners or nobles. As long as they meet the requirements, everyone can enter the academy to study." This was originally Zhao Mu's plan when he first invented paper. He wanted everyone in the world to be literate. These words were not empty promises. Just then Jing Wuji and the physician, having not seen the others return, couldn't resist coming back. To their surprise, they found a crowd gathered like students seeking knowledge, watching Zhao Mu speak eloquently. When Jing Wuji heard Zhao Mu say that everyone could enter the academy to learn, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He had always remembered the words Zhao Mu had said to him, that he hoped every commoner in the world could learn to read and write. It was precisely for this reason that he had chosen to stay by Zhao Mu's side and protect him. He never expected to see Zhao Mu striving toward this very goal today. Suddenly, he felt that everything he had endured after being abandoned by his companions was worthwhile. Just like taking a hidden arrow for Zhao Mu this time, and nearly dying. He now suddenly felt it was the most right thing he had ever done in his life. Lord Mu is truly a person who hopes for the well-being of all the people in the world. All present, including Qin Shi, were shocked by Zhao Mu's words. Every commoner in the world learning to read and write. What a lofty ideal. Even Qin Shi himself had never thought along these lines. Yet now a 5-year-old child had boldly declared it before so many people without hesitation. Zhao Mu paid no mind to everyone's reactions. He had not finished speaking and continued, "When all the commoners begin entering the academy to study, its reputation will grow ever greater. At that time it will surely attract people from other nations as well. With this beginning established, gradually more and more individuals from other countries will come to the academy to pursue their studies. As for the royal families of other nations, sooner or later they will come to the academy on their own. Young Master Mu is truly the blessing of our Great Qin. Young Master Mu is indeed the future pillar of our Great Qin. Young Master Mu." At this moment, after hearing Zhao Mu's words, all the court officials who wished for the prosperity of Great Qin began to praise Zhao Mu profusely. Zhao Gao felt a hint of complacency, but he had not forgotten the reason why he had said these things, to persuade Qin Shi to rescind his decree and avoid excessive slaughter of the remnants of Qi. "Your Majesty, are Mu's words persuasive enough?" Zhao Mu looked at Qin Shi, and only then did the others remember the reason for Zhao Mu's presence. "Your Majesty, I believe young Master Mu's reasoning is sound. The remnants of Qi who attempted the assassination are indeed guilty, but we should not condemn everyone. I propose that we only arrest those involved in this assassination attempt. I second this motion. I second this motion." In an instant, more than half of the court officials present voiced their agreement, standing with Zhao Mu and hoping that Qin Shi would rescind his decree and not slaughter the innocent people of Qi. Wang Jian then stepped forward to express his opinion. "Your Majesty, I, an old minister, also believe that now that the 6 kingdoms have been unified, we should not engage in mass slaughter. Otherwise it could be exploited by hidden enemies and shake the foundations of our Great Qin." Qin Shi looked at the court officials who were speaking for Zhao Mu and suddenly burst into laughter. The people exchanged glances, none of them understanding what Qin Shi was laughing about. However, they knew that Qin Shi was now very pleased and had not been angered by the assassination attempt of Qi. Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Shi carefully held Zhao Mu in his arms and said with a smile, "You are truly the one I value most. Mu'er has not disappointed me. Qin Shi almost blurted out Zhao Mu's true identity. But now was not the time. Although Zhao Mu had already gathered quite capable allies around him, they were still relatively insignificant compared to the entire Great Qin. Moreover, Zhao Mu was only 5 years old. Although his intelligence was already comparable to that of an adult, Qin Shi was still worried that something might happen to Zhao Mu. Therefore, he did not intend to reveal Zhao Mu's true identity until Zhao Mu had fully matured. Your Majesty, you have not yet answered Mu'er's question, Zhao Mu reminded him. He was very worried that Qin Shi might suddenly become stubborn and refuse to rescind the decree, in which case he would be truly at a loss. Seeing Zhao Mu's worried expression, Qin Shi could not resist pinching Zhao Mu's cheek and said, I promise you I will retract my earlier words and will not slaughter the innocent remnants of Qi. Your Majesty is wise. The court officials who supported Zhao Mu shouted in unison. Zhao Mu also revealed a joyful smile, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. Just then Zhao Mu suddenly fainted, startling Qin Shi and the court officials. In their eyes, Zhao Mu was not only the beloved child of Qin Shi but also the future backbone of Great Qin. Anyone who cared for Great Qin's well-being did not wish to see Zhao Mu harmed in any way. Physician! Physician! Qin Shi shouted, his gaze fierce. I am here, I am here. The accompanying physician, sweating profusely, immediately rushed over to examine Zhao Mu. Qin Shi was extremely anxious, but he knew that now was not the time to disturb the physician, so he forced himself to remain silent. Fortunately, the physician soon breathed a sigh of relief and said, Your Majesty, rest assured. Young Master Mu is fine. He has merely fainted due to excessive blood loss and lack of rest. All he needs is a good rest, and he will recover. Qin Shi also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately instructed the guards beside him. Quickly send young Master Mu to rest. Station soldiers near the tent for guard duty. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Wang Jin personally led the guards to stand watch here. Jing Wuji originally wanted to stay, but the physician forcibly dragged him away. Qin Shi did not idle either. He gathered all the important court officials who accompanied him to discuss the academy that Zhao Mu had mentioned. Although they were not in Xianyang, and many ministers were absent, that did not prevent Qin Shi from issuing an edict. Since everyone present had heard Zhao Mu's words, Qin Shi did not need to explain movable type printing in the academy again. Very soon the group devised a good plan and had Zhao Gao dispatch a messenger to rush to Xianyang on horseback. He continued his journey to the Lu region while Xianyang could begin preparations for building the academy. Perhaps by the time he returned to Xianyang, the academy would already be completed. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because the convoy had many injured, the journey, which should have taken 4 days, took 2 more days. Now the convoy was only 1 day's journey away from the Lu region, meaning they were just 1 day from their destination. The group was resting in a small place called Yi County, replenishing supplies. Zhao Mu had been extremely bored during these 7 days with attendants following him everywhere. He had not even had a chance to walk on the ground, and he had missed many beautiful sights and interesting things along the way. At that time he had injuries and could not move around. But now he felt that although his wounds were not fully healed, they no longer affected his normal movement. Seeing the convoy stop to rest and purchase supplies, Zhao Mu became interested. Having traveled through time, this was his first chance to see a place outside Xianyang, and he did not want to miss such an opportunity. Although Qin Shi was still worried about his injuries, he could not withstand Zhao Mu's crying and tantrums and finally agreed to let him move freely. However, Qin Shi had his own requirements. Zhao Mu must have someone to protect him. Zhao Mu knew that if he did not agree, Qin Shi would not allow him freedom, so he had to summon Jing Wuji, who was still recovering from his wounds. Unfamiliar with the place, even though Jing Wuji was by his side, Jing Wuji was injured. Zhao Mu did not dare to wander around, afraid that encountering danger might cause Jing Wuji's injuries to relapse. Therefore, Zhao Mu prudently followed the supply convoy. This way he could ensure his safety, while also witnessing the people and events of the Great Qin era. Zhao Mu followed the convoy for half an hour before finally entering a town. The town was bustling with activity. Upon asking, Zhao Mu learned that it happened to be market day. The streets were crowded with people, street performers, snack vendors, sellers of all kinds of curious toys. So many things that Zhao Mu was dazzled, his curiosity as boundless as a child's, brimming with excitement. Jing Wuji was not as carefree as Zhao Mu. He knew that the outside world was not as beautiful as it seemed on the surface. An ordinary-looking beggar could actually be a robber or bandit. Thus he stayed close to Zhao Mu, never relaxing his vigilance. Zhao Gao was also in the convoy, and as he watched Zhao Mu, a shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. It looks so lively over there. Let's go take a look. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhao Mu led Jing Wuji and his companion away from the queue purchasing supplies. Lord Zhao, young Master Mu. Can't you see everyone is busy purchasing supplies? Why aren't you helping? If you keep His Majesty waiting, you will face severe consequences. Someone had noticed the departure of Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji and tried to quietly alert Zhao Gao. However, before they could finish, they were furiously cut off by Zhao Gao. But the man still wished to remind Zhao Gao that Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji had slipped away. Many had personally heard Qin Shi strict orders that Zhao Mu must not be allowed to leave the group, otherwise if anything went wrong they would all pay a heavy price. Cut the nonsense. Can't you see they need help over there? Get over there this instant. Zhao Gao pointed to the side and kicked the man in sheer impatience. Following the direction of Zhao Gao's finger, the man saw several of his companions struggling to carry a massive load of supplies. Fearing Zhao Gao's punishment, he swallowed his words and obediently went to help. Once the man had left, Zhao Gao cautiously glanced in the direction where Zhao Mu and his companion had gone, an inscrutable glint flashing in his eyes. He scanned the bustling crowd once more. Finding that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly slipped away. By the time anyone thought to look for Zhao Gao, he was nowhere to be found. However, due to Zhao Gao's usual authority, although some felt bewildered, none dared to utter a word of gossip regarding his sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji finally squeezed through the dense crowd with great effort, only to realize that the commotion was due to a street performance. Upon entering, Zhao Mu saw two muscular, fierce-looking men performing the feat of shattering a stone on a chest. At that very moment, a massive iron sledgehammer swung down, smashing a colossal boulder into pieces. Zhao Mu picked up a fragment of the stone that had rolled to his feet and squeezed it firmly. It was incredibly hard, undoubtedly a genuine stone. Yet at that moment, the other burly man who had been lying on the ground sustaining the heavy blow stood up completely unscathed and began to wave at the spectators. To prove he was truly unharmed, he even thumped his chest like a gorilla, producing a series of dull, heavy thuds. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Seeing this, the other man set down his hammer, picked up a battered bowl from the ground, and began soliciting coins from the onlookers with a broad, obsequious grin. Needless to say, their performance was a resounding success, prompting many to offer coins. When the battered bowl was extended toward Zhao Mu, he cheerfully tossed his last 5 taels of silver into it. The burly man was momentarily stunned before being overcome with sheer ecstasy. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The burly man bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The other performer also approached, joining his partner in offering deep thanks to Zhao Mu. The surrounding onlookers cast envious glances at Zhao Mu, wondering which noble family this wealthy young master belonged to. However, Jing Wuji grew highly vigilant at this moment. He had intended to warn Zhao Mu, but before he could speak, Zhao Mu had already produced the silver. By the time he could utter a word, it was already too late. Having dealt extensively with thieves and scoundrels lurking in the shadows since childhood, he knew all too well that Zhao Mu's blatant display of wealth would easily attract predatory eyes. To such desperate people, it mattered little whether Zhao Mu was favored by Qin Shi who for the sake of money they would dare to commit any crime. Furthermore, Zhao Mu's true identity remained hidden, and with only Jing Wuji by his side, those criminals would have absolutely no reservations. At this thought, a wave of anxiety washed over Jing Wuji's heart. Young Master Mu, I believe we should not tarry here any longer. After all, I am the only one guarding you. Should anything happen, I may not be able to guarantee your safety. It is fine. I have faith in you. Zhao Mu waved his hand dismissively, entirely unconcerned. This only heightened Jing Wuji's anxiety, yet since Zhao Mu had spoken, he dared not disobey. Young Master Mu, if that is the case, then you must exercise extreme caution. Although His Majesty's dragon awe commands the entire realm, and none dare disrespect him. You are a different matter. Others would not dare target His Majesty, but they might not hesitate to target you. Moreover, the people here are still unaware of your relation to His Majesty. Zhao Mu shook his head again. Brother Wuji, the world outside cannot be as terrifying as you claim. I am a mere 5-year-old child, surely no one would target me. Even if they do harbor ill intentions, do I not have you by my side? Besides, the others are just over there and nothing will go wrong. Though Zhao Mu was young, his eyes shone with a glimmer of profound wisdom. Jing Wuji had intended to press the matter, but upon locking eyes with the boy and seeing that intelligent gaze, his heart found a measure of peace. Recalling Zhao Mu's past remarks and extraordinary deeds, he was instinctively inclined to trust the young master's judgment. Indeed, though young Master Mu is still young, his actions and words far surpass those of ordinary people. Even I could never utter such insights. I ought to place my trust in him. With that, Jing Wuji swallowed all his remaining protests. He then looked at Zhao Mu and said, "In that case, please enjoy yourself, young Master Mu. As long as we are not targeted by the remnants of the 6 states, your servant is confident in keeping you safe." Having once dared to assassinate Qin Shi, his courage and martial prowess were far beyond ordinary. If he could not even protect a 5-year-old child, he would find himself utterly disgraced. As they conversed while watching the performance, they failed to notice a shifty-eyed, suspicious-looking man slipping up behind them. Catching Zhao Mu off guard, the thief swiftly snatched the jade pendant hanging from his waist. With incredible speed, the culprit retreated and vanished into the bustling crowd. Only then did Zhao Mu finally realize what had happened. My jade pendant. This pendant was a gift from Qin Shi. Setting aside its immense material value, the profound significance it carried made its loss absolutely unacceptable. Hearing Zhao Mu's cry, Jing Wuji spun around. Spotting the thief, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He had just proudly boasted that he would never let any harm come to Zhao Mu, yet before his words had even settled, the young master's personal jade pendant had been stolen right under his nose. Thankfully, it was merely theft of a jade pendant. If that person had harbored malicious intentions and sought to assassinate Lord Mu, then the consequences would have been. Jing Wuji's heart churned with both shock and fury at the thought. Lord Mu, please wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Upon finishing his words, Jing Wuji's figure vanished entirely. Sigh. Zhao Mu had been about to tell Jing Wuji to let it go, but before he could, Jing Wuji disappeared. With no choice, Zhao Mu sighed and turned his head, continuing to watch the street performers. Truth be told, he felt quite at ease regarding Jing Wuji. Given the man's capabilities, he should return with the item shortly. Losing no more time, Zhao Mu turned back and watched with keen interest. However, what Zhao Mu failed to notice was that after Jing Wuji departed, a bare-chested, burly man quietly approached from behind. Upon seeing Zhao Mu's back, a glint of sharp light flashed across his eyes. And aside from him, several others cloaked in the crowd mingled like him, creeping forward through the throng toward Zhao Mu. MMPH. While Zhao Mu was absorbed in the performance, he suddenly felt a hand reaching around from behind to cover his mouth. Before he could resist, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Within several breaths, he could no longer hold on and fell unconscious. The few burly men who had succeeded exchanged cold sneers. Quietly lifting Zhao Mu in their arms, they vanished into the crowd. This was a place teeming with all sorts of humanity, exceedingly noisy and chaotic. Zhao Mu's disappearance attracted not a single notice from anyone. It was as though the man had never been there at all. On the other side, Jing Wuji pursued the petty thief into the crowd, chasing for nearly half an incense stick's duration without succeeding. This caused Jing Wuji to frown slightly. He was no ordinary person. Catching a mere thief should not have taken so long. What manner of thief possessed such remarkable skill? Suddenly something struck Jing Wuji. A tremor ran through his body and panic flashed across his eyes. Trouble, he called softly, abandoning the pursuit entirely. He turned on his heel and hurried back to where Zhao Mu waited. Lord Mu is gone. Jing Wuji's heart sank upon returning. Anxiety clouded his eyes. As he had feared, someone had deliberately lured him away to make their move against Zhao Mu. Has anyone here seen my lord? Jing Wuji's eyes brimmed with killing intent. Wherever his gaze fell, everyone trembled and hastily shook their heads. Jing Wuji's heart churned with unease as his eyes darted about, hoping to find some clue in the surroundings. Yet with people streaming this way and that, nothing could be discerned. Esteemed hero, I believe I saw something just now. A thievish-looking, emaciated man approached Jing Wuji with timid hesitation. You know, in his urgency, Jing Wuji disregarded all etiquette and seized the man by his clothes, locking eyes with him in a murderous stare. Ouch, hero, please have some mercy. How am I supposed to speak like this? The emaciated man had only hoped to earn some coin, never expecting to encounter such a ferocious individual. A single piercing glance from Jing Wuji had nearly frightened him beyond control. Yet still clinging to the hope of extracting a substantial reward from Jing Wuji, greed kept him from truly succumbing to terror. Tell me, which direction did they go? There were too many people just now, I cannot recall clearly. The emaciated man kept winking at Jing Wuji with ill intent. Jing Wuji had encountered such scheming before, but never had he imagined encountering it firsthand. Fearing for Zhao Mu's safety, he produced every coin upon his person. Can you now tell me which direction? Jing Wuji regarded the eagerly expression on the man's face, his killing intent coalescing even more densely. That way. The smug expression on the emaciated man's face had not yet faded when his entire body stiffened. Meeting Jing Wuji's gaze, he was so terrified he lost all control, trembling as he pointed shakily in a direction. Without another word, Jing Wuji sprinted in the direction indicated. Crossing a street corner, he spotted Zhao Mu being carried by several men into a courtyard. Not wasting a moment, he charged straight inside. Who are you? The moment Jing Wuji entered the courtyard, he was discovered and surrounded. I do not care who you are. Release my lord at once. He is not someone you can afford to provoke. Unaware of Zhao Mu's current condition, Jing Wuji dared not act rashly, fearing that provoking these people would result in harm to his lord. The leader, a burly man with a scarred face and thick beard, pointed his great saber at Jing Wuji and roared with laughter. Boy, do you have any idea who your grandfather is? Daring to threaten me like this without even bothering to inquire. Does anyone in this world dare cross Quang Dao? However, you are the first young pup I've encountered who dares to be so arrogant before Quang Dao. Since you have stumbled upon this place today, you shall not leave with your life intact. Before Jing Wuji could respond, Quang Dao's expression turned utterly ferocious. With a roar, he raised his great saber and swung it down toward Jing Wuji. Jing Wuji swiftly drew his long sword, clashing it against Quang Dao's massive blade. Though Quang Dao appeared far more formidable and imposing on the surface, the instant their weapons met, he knew he had encountered a ruthless opponent this day. If he could not slay Jing Wuji here and now, neither he nor his men would ever know peaceful days again. Boy, if you survive today, I fear I shall never sleep soundly again. So do not blame me for lacking martial virtue. Realizing he could not prevail alone, Quang Dao quickly retreated to regroup with his men. Jing Wuji, though eager to press forward and deliver a decisive blow to Quang Dao, was forced to halt, as the intense exertion aggravated his earlier injuries. Release my lord at once, or I shall slaughter every last one of you. Jing Wuji threatened again. Hey, you should worry about yourself first. Brothers attacked together. Quang Dao, knowing he could not match Jing Wuji in single combat, signaled his men to close in together. Already wounded, Jing Wuji faced not only a formidable opponent, but also overwhelming numbers. Soon he began to falter, his strength waning. Ha ha, so you carry injuries as well. It seems even heaven favors my side. Boy, to die beneath your grandfather Quang Dao's blade is your fortune. Raising his blade, Quang Dao laughed wildly and brought it down Wuji's neck. At that moment, Jing Wuji's wounds had reopened, blood staining half his body. Already powerless to resist, he could only watch helplessly as the great saber descended. Lord Zhao Mu, I, Jing Wuji, have failed you. On the brink of death, Jing Wuji's final concern remained Zhao Mu's safety. Stop! Just then a voice that surprised everyone rang out, causing Quang Dao to instinctively pause his strike. Do not hurt him. At the critical moment, a childish voice came from behind, breaking the suffocatingly tense atmosphere. How did the child get loose? Quang Dao's attention instantly shifted back to Zhao Mu behind him, a trace of displeasure showing in his expression. Seeing Jing Wuji lying on the ground covered in wounds, Zhao Mu's eyes flashed with shock, anger, and sorrow. Fortunately, he had heard Jing Wuji's voice and arrived in time, otherwise Jing Wuji would surely have perished here. Let him go. Stop beating him. He'll die. With no weapons, Zhao Mu could only shout loudly and stood in front of Jing Wuji to shield him. Seeing this, everyone else became alert. This child is far too noisy. If others discover us, our operation will be ruined. Jing Wuji, still somewhat conscious but dazed, saw the small figure standing before him and instantly woke up. Young master. Quickly go. It's dangerous here. Zhao Mu shook his head and walked straight toward Quang Dao to negotiate. Let him go. Zhao Mu insisted on rescuing Jing Wuji. Quang Dao burst into loud laughter, his eyes full of contempt as he looked at Zhao Mu. A mere child, making demands of me. In the next moment, Zhao Mu's expression changed, and he directly began to threaten Quang Dao. If you persist in this, I will scream and shout. I will expose all of you traffickers to the public. I will ensure you have no way to escape. If not, then quickly let him go and stop attacking him. Quang Dao was truly at a loss. Being discovered by others would be disastrous. This absolutely could not happen. They were engaged in an illicit trade. The client had also made it clear this boy cannot be allowed to leave. As Quang Dao was pondering, Zhao Mu turned to Jing Wuji and signaled with his eyes for him to leave quickly. Jing Wuji was reluctant to leave, but knowing he could hardly win on his own, he had no choice but to retreat and hurry to fetch reinforcements. When he turned to look back, Zhao Mu had already been taken away by the traffickers. Jing Wuji was anxious at heart, unaware that this was precisely what Zhao Mu had intended. The injuries were far too severe. Jing Wuji began coughing up blood after only a few steps. The combination of new and old wounds had already pushed him beyond his limits. Jing Wuji stopped and took out a small box from his chest pocket. Fortunately, Zhao Mu had given him a life-saving pill earlier. After swallowing the life-saving pill, Jing Wuji could feel a wave of warmth spreading through his body, and the wounds quickly stopped bleeding. To help Zhao Mu, he now had to ensure he could successfully fetch the reinforcements. Zhao Mu was taken to the traffickers' hideout as planned. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself leads to victory in every battle. Zhao Mu wanted to see what these people were truly up to, as this could help rescue even more children. Upon learning that Zhao Mu had gone missing, the entire supply-gathering team dared not linger. They hastily completed their purchases and returned to the main force to report to Ing Zheng. What? How are you all carrying out your duties? You can't even keep watch over a single child. If Zhao Mu is not found, I will have your heads. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng flew into a rage, and everyone was thrown into panic. Concerned for Zhao Mu, Ing Zheng insisted on setting up camp here until the boy was found. However, Zhao Gao urged Ing Zheng to leave, citing that the time for the heavenly sacrifice at Mount Tai must not be delayed. Your Majesty, you may leave some men to search for Lord Mu, but the sacrifice must not be postponed. The young master is blessed and protected by heaven. He will surely be unharmed. Ing Zheng gradually calmed his anger and listened to Zhao Gao's words, rationally assessing the situation. Wang Jian, hear my order. I am leaving a select group of elite soldiers under your command. You must find Zhao Mu with this force. If you succeed, I will reward you generously. Out of sheer necessity, Ing Zheng chose the trusted Wang Jian to search for Zhao Mu and departed from Mount Tai himself. This subject accepts the order. I will surely find Lord Mu. Under Ing Zheng's command, Wang Jian took on the critical mission and led a force to this town. Wang Jian also brought along those who had been responsible for caring for Zhao Mu during the market visit, so they could provide details about the route. Remember, no negligence. Stay alert. Recall carefully where exactly Lord Mu went missing. Having often cared for Zhao Mu, Wang Jian had come to see him as family. Even if they had to turn this place upside down, he would find Zhao Mu. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu, who had been taken by the traffickers, arrived at their hideout. Throughout the journey, he had acted docile, causing the traffickers to gradually lower their guard. Zhao Mu was locked in a dark room, where he could barely make out shadowy figures. Only when the trafficker lit a candle did Zhao Mu inwardly remark that this trafficker's hideout was truly a place worth visiting. To his surprise, there were more than 10 children in the trafficker's hideout. Seeing this scene, Zhao Mu, who had only been thinking of his own escape, suddenly felt compassion. These children before him were so pitiful that Zhao Mu simply could not bring himself to leave them behind. Turning to the older ones, he could not resist urging them. Do you wish to be bought and sold to become servants at the mercy of others? For the younger children, Zhao Mu spoke directly of home. Don't you want to go back to your families? Seeing the longing in their eyes, Zhao Mu nodded with satisfaction. Cheer up, everyone. We must find a way out. I am someone close to the emperor. They will surely come to our rescue from outside. So as long as we escape, there is hope. Zhao Mu spoke with confidence and pride, deliberately saying these things to capture everyone's attention. Upon hearing his words, the children indeed looked at him with admiration. Yet despite his words, no one understood how difficult Zhao Mu truly found himself. He was merely a 5-year-old child, while the others ranged from barely 4 or 5 to over a dozen years old. Their combat capabilities were vastly uneven. They would need to rely on cunning rather than force. However, the other children had no idea what Zhao Mu was thinking. His bravery and fearlessness quickly made him the leader among them. You people stand over there. The young children stay together. Time was of the essence. To ensure a smooth escape, Zhao Mu began organizing them into groups. The children gathered so far were all around 4 or 5 years old. Children of that age simply cannot lie, and any accidental slip could hand them over willingly. Zhao Mu felt no need to burden them with details. He could only remind them to stay alert to the traffickers and protect themselves. The rest of you come to me. The remaining children were all teenagers, making them ideal candidates to assist with his plan. Having helpers made things far easier than acting alone. Under Zhao Mu's guidance, the dozen or so children gathered together. Having taken the life-saving pill, Jing Wuji had recovered some strength. After getting the news out, he avoided alarming the traffickers by circling the hideout to observe the situation. Jing Wuji knew that Zhao Mu was clever and resourceful. With their collaboration from within and without, they could find a path to survival. As such, Jing Wuji dared not let his attention waver, for any minor detail might be the key to rescuing Zhao Mu. Gazing at the note Zhao Mu had surreptitiously pressed into his hand, Jing Wuji swiftly committed the information to memory and then destroyed the evidence. Chewing the ink-stained paper, his eyes were as fierce and focused as a wolf's. Someone's coming. Hearing footsteps behind him, Jing Wuji quickly concealed himself, only to discover that the newcomer was Wang Jian. General Wang. Jing Wuji hurried forward to greet him. Wang Jian, who had been searching for Zhao Mu, was startled by the figure suddenly appearing before him and instinctively became more wary. General Wang, it's me, Wuji. Jing Wuji promptly identified himself. Wang Jian looked closely, recognized Jing Wuji, and withdrew the guards he had summoned. Where is young Master Mu? Where is he? Jing Wuji was Zhao Mu's personal bodyguard. If even he didn't know Zhao Mu's whereabouts, it would be a serious problem. He was taken by human traffickers to a small courtyard with a black painted door about a li away. Wang Jian fell into deep thought. If a gang of ruthless traffickers held Zhao Mu, rescuing him unharmed would require careful strategy. The young master said we should wait patiently. Once we gather enough men, we can launch a direct assault. No soft or hard tactics in between. Wang Jian hadn't expected such an order. He frowned, worry creeping into his voice. If we attack directly, what if the young master gets hurt? The young master said he would protect himself and ordered us to attack. Since it was Zhao Mu's command, and he was so resolute, Wang Jian dared not take it lightly. While Wang Jian assembled the troops, Jing Wuji made other arrangements. Seeing the number of soldiers behind him and learning that Wang Jian had brought additional men, Jing Wuji quickly relayed this good news to Zhao Mu. Young Master Mu, do not act rashly. General Wang has gathered enough men and is waiting outside. Jing Wuji avoided the traffickers' patrols and slipped the message through the door crack. After reading the message, Zhao Mu felt more confident. Earlier, he had worried about how to ensure both safety and the rescue of every child without exception. After all, even the youngest child was alive. Now that Wang Jian's arrival provided a guarantee, Zhao Mu ceased to fret. Informing everyone present that reinforcements were coming, Zhao Mu said in a solemn voice, I ask for your cooperation, otherwise none of us will leave. The 4 or 5-year-old toddlers didn't understand the gravity of the situation, but the 11 and 12-year-old youths clearly realized this was their last chance to escape. Don't worry, we'll cooperate. That night a sound came from outside the door, but the one who entered was a shifty-eyed trafficker. The man carried 2 cloth bags which he dropped to the floor. The children saw that the bags contained black flour-steamed buns. Zhao Mu mingled with the crowd, picked up a bun, and retreated to a corner. Since they would leave tomorrow, Zhao Mu had no desire to provoke any trouble. Hey, there's a little beauty here. Today's my lucky day. The shifty-eyed trafficker's gaze roamed and landed on a fair-skinned, slender girl among the youths. He grabbed her and dragged her in front of him. Even in coarse clothes, the girl's delicate, modest beauty was unmistakable. Zhao Mu looked up and recognized her as Xiao Qiao, whom he had met earlier that afternoon. What are you doing? Terrified, Xiao Qiao instinctively pulled back as if trying to hide her face in her clothes. But the trafficker's grip was iron, as she couldn't escape. Old Wang here is in luck today. I get to taste some fresh woman flesh. Hearing this, the older children knew what filthy act the man intended. Xiao Mu frowned deeply, sitting among the crowd with a glint of readiness in his eyes. Xiao Qiao struggled desperately, even tearing her clothes. Old Wang grew more brutal, and in a sudden moment her long fingernails raked across his face, leaving a gash. Old Wang sucked in a cold breath, touched his withered fingers to the wound, and saw blood. He slapped Xiao Qiao hard across the face. His palm was like a broad fan. Xiao Qiao tumbled across the ground like a fallen leaf in the wind, her body covered in dirt. Stinking bitch, you dare resist. If I don't teach you a proper lesson today, you'll think you're some precious gem. With these words, Old Wang yanked at his belt and strode toward Xiao Qiao, tearing off her top in one motion. The surrounding children burst into terrified sobs. Old Wang, like a wild beast with bloodshot eyes, sat on Xiao Qiao ready to commit his atrocity. She screamed shrilly, clutching her skirt and kicking him fiercely, but she couldn't break free from his iron grip. Seeing Xiao Qiao lift her head, tears streaming down her mud-stained cheeks, her strength utterly spent, Xiao Mu knew he had to act, or it would be too late. Just as Old Wang grinned, thinking he would succeed, a sudden pain at the back of his head sent him crashing to the floor. Xiao Qiao, stunned by Old Wang's face so close to hers, screamed and leaped up, wrapping her clothes around herself as she darted into a corner far from him. Old Wang, hissing in pain, turned to see who had struck him. Xiao Mu stood behind him, a mere child of 5 or 6, yet in everyone's eyes his figure seemed towering. Don't bully a girl. If you touch her again, I'll kill you. Xiao Mu knew these words were provocative, but he couldn't bear to watch an innocent girl be violated before his eyes. Old Wang, sneered, rose to his feet and reached out with his claw-like hand to grab Xiao Mu. But Xiao Mu suddenly dropped the stick and shouted toward the door, "Help! Murder! Save me!" The children nearby, catching Xiao Mu's signal, joined in the cries, though they didn't fully understand. Soon the room was filled with shouts of help. Murder! The noise startled Old Wang, and Xiao Mu's shouts alerted the other traffickers. Huang Dao entered and saw Old Wang clutching his head, clothes disheveled, with a bloody scratch on his face. He glanced at the half-naked girl in the corner, his expression one of contempt and disgust. "I'm warning you, Old Wang, if you lay a hand on this batch, don't blame me for leaving you in pieces." Watching Old Wang reluctantly follow Huang Dao away, Xiao Mu breathed a sigh of relief. But he could feel Old Wang's gaze as sharp as a blade, scraping his skin as he left. She's going to kill herself? The shout from beside him immediately drew Xiao Mu's attention. He turned and saw Xiao Qiao holding a wooden spike, about to plunge it into her chest. In that split second, Xiao Mu lunged forward and snatched the spike away. Panting heavily, Xiao Mu looked into Xiao Qiao's vacant eyes and said, "We will get revenge. Don't kill yourself. You can kill him, but don't die yourself." Xiao Qiao lay on the ground, weeping pitifully. Xiao Mu tossed the wedge he had been holding far away. He crouched before her, heedless of the dust soiling his fine brocade robes. "Who would humiliate me like this? What reason is there to keep living?" Xiao Qiao instinctively reached up to cover her exposed body, but how could the tattered rags still clinging to her form offer any modesty? Xiao Mu rose and removed his outer robe, draping it over Xiao Qiao's shoulders. "Sister, as long as you live, there is hope. Once we capture those traffickers, I will leave the man who wronged you in your hands for justice. What say you? Anyone driven to desperation will transform into a wolf ready to kill. Only fools become sheep waiting to be slaughtered." Xiao Mu believed that with sufficient opportunity, the fragile woman before him could yet become a blade sharp enough to cut through fate. "Do you truly mean it?" A fierce light of vengeance flared in Xiao Qiao's eyes. "You will hand that man over to me." Xiao Mu gave a firm nod, his gaze unwavering. She wrapped the too small robe around herself and rose, her eyes blazing with retributive hunger. "By the way, thank you." Her fingers brushed the soft fabric as she looked down at Xiao Mu, the fierce fire in her gaze softening back to its original clarity. "Without you, I would likely be dead already." Seeing the strained but resolute smile on her face, Xiao Mu stepped closer. "Never punish yourself for another's mistakes. If you can strike back instead, self-punishment is the most foolish course of all." He smiled openly at the children's admiring gazes, then returned to his corner and finished the half-black bun he had kept close. Jing Wuji relayed word that the rescue would come tonight. He could not afford to lose strength at this critical moment. Nearby at the alley entrance, Wang Jian and Jing Wuji watched the courtyard gate with sharp focus. The black lacquered doors loomed like something devouring souls, hiding unspeakable horrors. "I have staked my life on this. The soldiers have the compound surrounded, but how do we breach it? Should we force the doors?" Wang Jian's expression was troubled, his guarded gaze revealing nothing. "The young master's plan is for me to scale the wall and open the gates from within so you can slip in unseen." Jing Wuji conveyed every detail of Xiao Mu's instructions with precision, leaving no room for error. With the rescue imminent, he refused to let any mistake of his own undermine the operation. "But there is only one entrance, I fear." Wang Jian's words trailed off, yet the anguish in his eyes spoke volumes. "The young master says he will find a way to seal off the room where the children are hidden, giving us time to breach quickly, without hesitation." Seeing the worry on Wang Jian's face, Jing Wuji felt his own anxiety mounting. "General, would you hesitate so on the battlefield as well?" Jing Wuji's words struck like thunder, jolting Wang Jian from his troubled thoughts. A swift predatory gaze swept across Jing Wuji before Wang Jian turned his eyes toward the horizon and steeled his resolve. We shall do as the young master commands. If Xiaomu were older, and there weren't so many vulnerable children inside, Wang Jian might not feel such mercy. Years of caring for his own grandchildren had softened his heart toward these youngsters. Seeing Wang Jian's conviction, Jing Wuji set aside his own doubts. After confirming the secret signals, they waited in silence for the right moment. At the third watch, Xiaomu peered through the window crack at the night sky. No moon tonight. Only faint starlight casting pale shadows across the courtyard. Beside him stood Yuwu, a youth who joined him at the window, gazing out into the darkness, yet unable to make out anything beyond the walls. Lord Mu, can we really escape? They had already exchanged names, but the others respecting Zhao Mu's noble station could only address him with titles of honor. Fear not. The door is reinforced. Those traffickers cannot break through. My people are moving now. Zhao Mu glanced back to see the youngest children collapsing onto the floor, exhausted and half asleep. The older boys fixed their eyes upon him, their desperate hope igniting something fierce within his own chest. We will get out. The moment the words left his lips, an owl's cry pierced the night outside. It's Wuji, the signal they had agreed upon, meaning the rescue had begun. With that in mind, Zhao Mu distributed whatever makeshift weapons he could find to each boy, instructing them to defend themselves. The rescue has started, now we wait. Glancing down at his small frame, Zhao Mu cursed his youthful body. He longed to be a teenager strong enough to fight. Otherwise, he would have burst through the door and fought those traffickers to the death. System. Carefully scanning his surroundings, Zhao Mu summoned the system within his mind. Host, how may I assist you? The response brought relief to Zhao Mu. I recall seeing sedatives in the marketplace earlier. Please exchange one for me. Such disposable items were among the cheapest in the marketplace, and since the sedative carried no lethal properties, its cost was even lower. Processing purchase. Please confirm item sedative, quantity 1, cost 2 points. The electric voice in his mind crackled, and Zhao Mu mentally affirmed the transaction. Feeling the small pill appear in his cupped palm, Zhao Mu exhaled in relief. It was a vaporizing agent. Simply shatter it on the ground to release the fumes. His orders to Jing Wuji had been to assault directly, but Zhao Mu worried the frayed hemp rope and torn cloth strips wouldn't secure the door firmly enough. With the vaporizing pill in hand, he could drug anyone breaching the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Mu positioned himself like a war deity at the doorway, ever watchful for danger. Outside, Jing Wuji scaled the wall after signaling and slipped into the courtyard, unbarring the black doors. Upon receiving word, Wang Jian led a squad of soldiers to breach the entrance. The traffickers, alert and ready, spotted the intruders immediately. Quang Dao emerged with his broadsword raised, slashing wildly at any shadow he saw without distinguishing friend from foe. How dare you trespass on my territory? You're begging for death. His curse erupted as a blade of killing intent descended upon them. Jing Wuji felt the cold edge slicing past his back, rolled aside, and narrowly avoided the strike. The weapon and the aura were unmistakably familiar. This was Quang Dao. Fate had delivered him right into Jing Wuji's path. Last time he'd lost the chance to rescue Zhao Mu to this man, but tonight he would make him pay. Jing Wuji closed the distance, instantly pinning Quang Dao against him with a dagger pressed to his side. Today I will make you pay in blood for your disgrace. Jing Wuji and Quang Dao locked in a fierce tangled combat, as flesh and blood sprayed amid the flashing glint of blades and swords. Seeing Quang Dao held at bay, Wang Jian swiftly deployed his troops, surrounding the houses harboring the human traffickers exactly as previously planned. In an instant, the thunderous roars of battle in the courtyard shook the heavens. Awakened by the tumultuous din, the children inside huddled closely together, the younger ones trembling with tears welling in their eyes. Do not fear, our people have arrived. Several older youths acted in unison to barricade the doors and windows, preventing any malicious individuals from seizing the chaos to cause harm. The courtyard remained a chaotic melee. Under the dim moonlight of the night, Wang Jian had instructed the rescuers to tie a strip of cloth around their left arms. Though its color was indiscernible, its fluttering shape in the wind sufficed to distinguish friend from foe. Guided by the cloth strips, the soldiers ruthlessly suppressed the traffickers' arrogance, quickly scattering and defeating them in disarray. A heavy stench of blood permeated the courtyard. Crows perched upon the nearby trees, cawing incessantly, as if anticipating the impending feast. On the other side of the courtyard, the duel between Jing Wuji and Quang Dao was drawing to a close. Beholding the heavily scarred Quang Dao, before him Jing Wuji, panting heavily, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. In the end you will die by my hand. I told you so. Having discarded all restraints, Jing Wuji's desperate life-risking combat style indeed forced Quang Dao to adopt a more cautious stance. In a duel, hesitation is the ultimate folly. By holding back, Quang Dao fell into a disadvantageous position, rendering him unable to match his opponent. Wuji wasted no more time. In the distance, Wang Jian had already thoroughly dealt with all the opposing forces, capturing or executing them without leaving a single soul behind. Hearing this, Jing Wuji smiled with excitement and leaped high into the air. His dagger plunged straight into Quang Dao's heart. Unable to evade in time, Quang Dao was instantly slain. Ugh. Following Quang Dao's muffled groan, a deathly silence enveloped the courtyard, as though it were deserted, with only the cold wind carrying the scent of blood upward. Outside the door it grew increasingly quiet. The shouts of battle that could be heard earlier had now completely vanished into silence. Zhao Mu and Wu Yo, who stood beside him, exchanged a glance and slowly approached the main gate. Young master, it is Wu Ji. Please open the door. We have come to rescue you." Hearing the familiar voice from outside, Zhao Mu tossed aside the wooden stick in his hand, hurried forward, and used the dagger hidden in his boot to slice open the cloth binding the door. Upon opening the door, the overwhelming stench of blood forced one to close their eyes. Only Zhao Mu calmly stared at Jing Wuji. Once the latter flashed a satisfied smile, Zhao Mu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, brother Wuji. You were magnificent." Surprised by such direct praise from Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotion in his chest. Through this battle against Quang Dao, he seemed to have achieved a breakthrough. Stepping out of the confinement room, Zhao Mu pointed behind him and methodically organized the subsequent arrangements. "There are dozens of people inside, half of whom are young children, and the other half teenagers. Take them all with us to be settled for now. Once we locate their parents, we shall return them to their homes." Hearing this, Wang Jian stepped forward with a hearty laugh, praising Zhao Mu's benevolence. He then ordered the soldiers to lead the children out of the rooms. The young children of 4 or 5 years could only cling tightly to the older youths they had just met, casting wary glances at these men clad in leather armor. "Please follow this old man to the Yi County government office. Hot water and rooms have been prepared for you to rest. Tomorrow I shall send men to seek your relatives and friends." Though Wang Jian had spent many years on the battlefield, he was by no means ruthless. In the eyes of those young children, he actually resembled a kind and amiable grandfather. Seeing them lower their guard and depart for the county office under the soldiers' guidance, Zhao Mu was helped onto his horse. With Jing Wuji leading the horse, they slowly made their way toward the county office. "Young master, how do you wish to handle those human traffickers?" As this matter involved far-reaching implications, and Zhao Mu wished to avoid unnecessary complications, he instructed Jing Wuji to deal with the traffickers right there in Yi County without bringing them along. Hearing this, Jing Wuji was perplexed. "Young master, if we execute the traffickers, will we not lose the chance to expose the malicious intentions of the mastermind behind the scenes?" Noticing the trace of worry in Jing Wuji's expression as he looked back, Zhao Mu let out a soft chuckle, his tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. "Even without them, I will certainly drag those masterminds out one by one and bring them to justice. Leaving no witnesses was merely a tactic to lower the enemy's guard. After all, his current guise was but a 5-year-old child. There was no need to overexert himself. Brother Wuji, just do as I say." Jing Wuji nodded and spoke no further on the matter. Upon returning to the county office, the brightly lit hall and the aroma of delicious food instantly aroused everyone's longing. Zhao Mu could see the anticipation in the eyes of the abducted children. "Eat first. After eating, wash up and get some sleep. Tomorrow the county office will take charge of finding your parents." Upon arriving, Zhao Mu naturally assumed the role of the spokesperson. Wang Jian stood aside, having no intention of stealing the spotlight, instead gazing at Zhao Mu with an affectionate expression. Assured by these words, the children who had been mistreated for so long hesitated no further. They quickly found their seats and began to devour the food ravenously. Perhaps out of consideration for their physical condition, the county office had not prepared overly greasy food. Instead, they served mostly boiled chicken and rice porridge, which satisfied their cravings and filled their stomachs without causing digestive distress. After finishing a bowl of minced chicken porridge, Zhao Mu lost his appetite. Having rushed about the entire day, he was truly exhausted and wished only to wash up and rest. Yet just as he finished washing up, Jing Wuji came to knock on his door. Perplexed, Zhao Mu opened the door only to find 7 youths standing behind Jing Wuji. "This is..." Zhao Mu furrowed his brows in confusion. "Young master, these 7 say they wish to pledge their loyalty to you. They hope you will take them in to serve you as servants or slaves." Having restored his status, those who had shared trials with him could no longer speak freely in front of Zhao Mu. Thus Jing Wuji became the most suitable messenger. "To serve as servants. Do the 7 of you wish to work under me?" Zhao Mu smiled, a trace of boldness appearing in his expression. Working under him required a great deal of courage. After all, his future endeavors would inevitably clash with the interests of the nobility, bringing no shortage of danger. Without courage, they might easily be turned against him, which could cost them their lives. With this in mind, Zhao Mu advised, "Since you have such intentions, let me make things clear beforehand. I treat my subordinates with leniency, and they shall lack neither money, status, nor reputation. However, I despise betrayal above all else. If you work under me, even if you are captured by enemies and subjected to severe torture, you must not reveal a single detail concerning me." Having said this, Zhao Mu carefully scrutinized the eyes of everyone before him and added, "I will give you 1 night to think it over. Tomorrow morning, I shall await your decision in the front courtyard." After those youths departed, Jing Wuji looked at Zhao Mu with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Young master, what are your thoughts?" Zhao Mu was short of men, a fact Jing Wuji was well aware of. Consequently, Jing Wuji was quite optimistic about these people coming to seek allegiance. The territory of the state of Qin was vast. It remained uncertain where these human traffickers had abducted the children from, and whether they could all be safely returned. Those youths were the ideal candidates for cultivating a loyal retinue. Moreover, while children aged 4 or 5 were likely kidnapped by traffickers, those aged 11 or 12 were mostly sold off by their own families. Under such circumstances, having severed all ties with their families, they would likely serve Zhao Mu with even greater devotion and loyalty. After presenting his scheme to Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "These are merely my humble opinions. If they prove of any use to you, young master, please do not hesitate to accept them." Seeing Jing Wuji suddenly become so formal, Zhao Mu smiled and stepped forward, gently patting Jing Wuji's arm to help him stand upright before speaking. "My thoughts align perfectly with yours, brother Wuji. However, the human heart is unpredictable and not everyone is as candid as you. It is better to test them first. If anyone harbors ulterior motives, we can eliminate them early on, sparing us from wasting resources on their training." Seeing that Zhao Mu had already given the matter thorough consideration, Jing Wuji remained silent. Lying in bed, Zhao Mu pondered the behavior of those youths today and unconsciously opened the system. Right at that moment, a sudden system announcement popped up, nearly startling him out of his bed. Ding. Rescuing minors, reward points 5, task count 18, total points earn 90. Ding. Combating human trafficking, reward points 100. Ding. Eradicating societal cancers, first-class criminals, 10 points, task count 3, total points 30, second-class criminals, 5 points, task count 5, total points 25, a third-class criminals, 1 point, task count 34, total points 34. Ding. Total points acquired by the host in this activity 279, grand total points 450. As the system chimed repeatedly, Zhao Mu's expression turned numb. He waited for the system to finish reporting all the achievements before hastily checking the interface. Although he still could not exchange for firearms for self-defense, some practical tools were already within his selection range. If only the system had something to control human hearts. At the thought of having to discern other people's intentions, Zhao Mu instinctively wanted to take a shortcut. Dismissing the thought of resting on his laurels, Zhao Mu carefully browsed the system mall. After calculating his points, he closed the system mall to avoid tempting his desires further. It is better to save more points for a rainy day. With this thought lingering in his mind, Zhao Mu drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, pleasant birdsong echoed outside the window, and Zhao Mu woke up with a head of disheveled hair. After the maidservant provided by the county magistrate's office helped him tidy his appearance, Zhao Mu finally headed to the front courtyard. Last night, he had clearly laid out the conditions to those youths. Today would be the moment to see how many he could take with him. Upon reaching the front courtyard, seeing 7 people standing there in neat alignment, Zhao Mu felt somewhat surprised. He knew in his heart that although working under him offered great benefits which would surely tempt some, the risks involved were equally immense, so some were bound to shrink back. This back and forth would inevitably result in the loss of some talents. Yet to his surprise, all 7 of them were waiting in the front courtyard to meet him. As soon as Zhao Mu entered, the 7 of them, as if by prior agreement, fell to their knees and kowtowed deeply 3 times. This gesture froze Zhao Mu in his tracks, a look of slight embarrassment crossing his face. Although he had been in this world for 5 years, having someone perform such a grand gesture of respect still made him feel somewhat awkward. "Please rise quickly. There is no need to be so formal." Relying on his guise as a 5-year-old child, Zhao Mu smiled gently as he stepped forward to help them up, and then said, "By coming to the front courtyard today, the 7 of you have decided to stand and fall with me. Is that correct?" Seeing the determination in their eyes, Zhao Mu nodded in satisfaction. "But who among you does not have parents or siblings? If one day an enemy kidnaps your family and coerces you into betraying me, what will you do?" The 7 of them exchanged glances before hastily replying, "We will absolutely never betray you, young master. Indeed, we will guard our promise with our lives and never cause you any worry." Zhao Mu merely smiled, offering no comment on their declarations. Only when a crisis struck would one truly discern who was genuine and who was treacherous. No matter how sweet their words sounded, now they were nothing but empty promises. "Remember your promise today. I despise those who make promises lightly but fail to keep them." Although Zhao Mu did not specify how he would deal with such people, the 7 of them could clearly see a chilling coldness in his eyes. Having Jing Wuji summon Wang Jian, Zhao Mu jumped down from his chair, tugged at the hem of Wang Jian's robe, and said, "Grandfather Wang, these 7 people wish to work under me. I want to keep that person by my side to serve me for now and send the others to Xianyang to let the butler help train them." Seeing that Zhao Mu had already made arrangements, Wang Jian asked with some confusion, "Since you already have a plan, young master, why do you need to consult with this old man?" Hearing Wang Jian repeatedly call him young master, Zhao Mu felt a bit unaccustomed, yet he did not correct the form of address. Ever since the day he was in theft as a marquis, others could no longer address him with the same intimacy as before. "Grandfather Wang, what I mean is I hope you can dispatch some men to help me escort the 6 of them to the residence of the Marquis of Jinghua. Otherwise, helpless and destitute as they probably won't make it to Xianyang on their own." Understanding what Zhao Mu intended to do, Wang Jian naturally supported him wholeheartedly. He quickly dispatched 10 men to take charge of sending the other 6, excluding Wu Yo, to Xianying. Watching the departing group of 4 males and 2 females, Zhao Mu finally noticed that the young girl named Xiao whom he had rescued earlier seemed to be among these 7 as well. However, Zhao Mu did not pay her too much attention, believing that the butler would surely train these people well for him. Standing in the courtyard, Wu Yo, who had been left behind, was visibly flustered. "I am going to Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to heaven, and I cannot be without someone to look after me. Brother Wuji usually has other matters to attend to, so you will be in charge of my daily life and meals." Still wondering why he had been left behind, Wu Yo finally understood the reason upon hearing those words. When they were kidnapped yesterday, Wu Yo had inadvertently mentioned his background, saying he had once served a young master in an influential family, and only after gaining his freedom with redemption money did he return home only to be sold again. It was likely for this very reason that Zhao Mu had chosen to keep him. "Young master, rest assured this servant will certainly look after you with the utmost care." After settling the matters at hand, Zhao Mu set about dealing with the abducted children. To his pleasant surprise, perhaps because the human traffickers had only recently arrived in Yi County and were preparing to make another fortune, these children actually all hailed from Yi County and its surrounding villages. Having handled the relevant matters and returned the abducted children to their homes, Zhao Mu finally embarked on his journey to Mount Tai. On the journey to Mount Tai, the group pressed onward with frequent pauses. Ing Zheng could not shake his unease over Zhao Mu's condition. He sent men back more than once to inquire after news, yet each returned empty-handed. Witnessing this, Zhao Gao's mind churned with growing bewilderment at just how important Zhao Mu was to the king, the sovereign of an entire state, showing such deep concern for a mere child plucked from a hunting ground. Any reasonable person would sense that something was deeply amiss. That night, after slipping into Hu Hai's command tent, Zhao Gao recounted everything in full. His Highness actually cares so much for that hostage. Though he had long known Ing Zheng held Zhao Mu in high regard, laying eyes on the reality of it again left Hu Hai profoundly unsettled. "Young lord, this is hardly the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that for this operation we must prepare ourselves for failure." The moment Zhao Gao spoke these words, Hu Hai fired off his objection without hesitation. "What exactly do you mean by that? Are you seeking to bolster the enemy's confidence while crushing our own morale?" Seeing Hu Hai in his usual addle-headed state, Zhao Gao furrowed his brow and forcibly subdued the fury surging within him before replying. "Young lord, this kidnapping of Zhao Mu, we orchestrated it with our own hands. If that trafficker actually sells Zhao Mu, or if the trafficker is executed, then we shall remain safe. But if even a single witness survives, we are both finished." It was precisely because of this danger that he had risked infiltration into Hu Hai's tent at midnight to confer upon their plan. Truth be told, Zhao Gao would have far preferred Li Si sitting across from him right now rather than this dull-witted and obstinate Hu Hai. That trafficker was ruthless. How could Zhao Mu possibly escape? "You worry far too much." Had Hu Hai previously harbored fears that Zhao Mu might slip through the trafficker's grasp, those anxieties were swiftly dismissed after Ing Zheng dispatched several scouting parties, each returning with nothing. The shadow of dread had already been shelved in his heart. Who did the emperor send? It was Wang Jian, the great general who has conquered countless battlefields. A band of mere human traffickers wouldn't last 10 moves against him before being cut down. You think his military merits came from eating free meals? Blasphemy. The audacity of Zhao Gao's reckless words struck Hu Hai like a slap across the face, igniting a storm of fury within him. Just a lowly eunuch, who flatters his majesty and grows arrogant before a crown prince. I'd say you've eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare speak thus. Normally Zhao Gao might have taken the time to placate Hu Hai's willful misconduct. But times had changed. To ensure Zhao Mu's demise, they had expended enormous effort conspiring with those traffickers. Exposure meant certain death for both of them. Very well. If young lord refuses to consult with a eunuch like myself, then I wish you the fortune to preserve your life when this affair comes to light. Watching Zhao Gao turn to leave the once bristling, Hu Hai suddenly found himself at a loss. Wait. Upon seeing Zhao Gao halt as instructed, Hu Hai opened and closed his mouth several times before finally managing. "Then what would you have us do?" Zhao Gao understood this was the greatest concession Hu Hai could offer. To safeguard the success of their plan, he chose not to press the matter further at this moment. He pondered briefly, then immediately turned and replied. "Young lord, we must find a way to send someone to scout the road. If Zhao Mu truly manages to escape that ultimate kill, we must arrange for our people to eliminate every person connected to this matter." Hu Hai, unwilling to continue arguing and risk further enraging Zhao Gao, waved his hand and handed full authority over the matter to Hu Hai himself. After leaving Hu Hai's tent, Zhao Gao spat fiercely over his shoulder, exactly when Li Si happened to see him. Having just emerged from the king's chambers, Li Si observed Zhao Gao's gesture and gestured for him to follow into a nearby alcove. "Lord Zhao, what has stirred your anger this time?" Li Si's uniquely sarcastic manner of speaking was, if anything, unsurpassable. "None other than our esteemed young lord. It's a pity Zhao Mu isn't more manageable." Zhao Gao had lamented more than once how troublesome Zhao Mu's fierce independence made him. If only the boy had depended on others like an ordinary 5-year-old child, Zhao Gao would have long since chosen another target. Lord Zhao, please do not be angry. Should you waste your health fretting over the young lord as well? Concerning the fact that Hu Hai was a complete good-for-nothing, no one understood it better than the very people who had raised him to power. Enough. Prime Minister Li, we must resort to harsher measures. With the young lord's orders in hand, it is time to move. Had it not been for the need to shift blame elsewhere, Zhao Gao would never have burdened himself with such self-degrading humiliation inside Hu Hai's tent. He agreed to send people. The incident of Zhao Mu's kidnapping by traffickers also bore Li Si's mark. Naturally, he too desired to silence all loose ends. Fear not. We have already dispatched our most capable men along the route to prevent any leakage of information. The two exchanged a knowing smile, every unspoken thought passing between them in perfect understanding. Meanwhile, having wasted several days dealing with the matter of the kidnapped child, Zhao Mu grew increasingly fatigued as they hurried to catch up with the main force. Noticing Zhao Mu's cracked lips, Wang Jian called a halt at the forefront. We shall make camp here tonight and rest well. We'll chase after the main army tomorrow. Wang Jian spoke with patience, yet Zhao Mu seemed reluctant. Let us hurry and rejoin the others. The wilderness offers little security, he urged. Grandpa Wang. Deep within his heart, Zhao Mu understood that the mastermind behind the traffickers' purchase would surely not let them go easily. Resting here might invite disaster and certain death. But your condition is far too poor to continue marching. 2 days and 1 night on the road had left Zhao Mu utterly exhausted. Oh, anyone could see how gaunt and wan his face had become. Even if you do not care for yourself, you should consider these soldiers who have been laboring day and night, as well as your own attendants beside you. Knowing Zhao Mu's greatest weakness, Wang Jian struck directly at its heart. As expected, upon hearing these words, Zhao Mu turned to look at Wu Yu and Jing Wuji, and his heart instantly softened. Jing Wuji, having come from a martial world background, could still endure somewhat better. Wu Yu, aside from being kidnapped by traffickers, had never walked such a long distance before. At this very moment, his condition was hardly any better than Zhao Mu's. All right, we shall rest here. The moment Zhao Mu spoke, the soldiers following Wang Jian immediately set to work pitching tents on the spot. Within half a quarter hour, the tents were erected. Tonight, young master, you shall share one tent with Wu Yu and Wu Ji, so that if any disturbance arises during the night, there will be someone to watch over you. By all rights, Wu Yu and Wu Ji were not of sufficient status to share a tent with Zhao Mu. But in this remote wilderness, accidents were bound to occur, and Wang Jian was unwilling to see the Zhao Mu he had just rescued fall into hostile hands once more. Very well. A fire was kindled on the spot, and a modest pot of soup with lamb was prepared. Each person warmed themselves with a bowl, gradually easing the exhaustion of days and nights of relentless travel. As dusk settled and shadows scattered, Wang Jian urged the night watch soldiers to rest, promising to relieve them in due course. Zhao Mu quickly crawled into the tent. Though sleeping on the hard ground was no comparison to a proper bed for Zhao Mu, it was enough to drift swiftly into slumber. It was not until the middle of the night that the clashing of short blades outside the tent snapped Zhao Mu awake with a start. He sat up abruptly, tightening the clothes that had loosened during sleep, and quietly concealed himself in a corner of the tent. With a composed motion, he lifted the tent flap to observe the situation outside. As expected, chaos had erupted outside. However, Jing Wuji was firmly guarding the camp, and no one had managed to breach his defensive perimeter. Zhao Mu could distinctly hear the sound of blades slicing through flesh outside. He hastily lifted the tent flap to look out, and saw that the fallen figures were the assassins who had launched the attack. Seeing this, Zhao Mu felt a slight relief. But unexpectedly, one of the assassins caught sight of him inside the tent. Raising his hand, a sleeve arrow shot out, seemingly intent on pinning Zhao Mu to the spot. A chill ran down Zhao Mu's spine. In a split second, he ducked his head, and the sleeve arrow grazed past his scalp, piercing through the tent and flying out the other side. Turning to look at the sudden hole in the tent, Zhao Mu clenched his teeth in frustration, resenting that he could not reveal his own martial prowess. He had previously discussed with Jing Wuji that with Jing by his side, he should conceal his fighting ability as much as possible for emergencies. But today he was truly angered. Having finally managed to sleep while his rest was disturbed, and irritation simmered within him. Seeing that the assassins were clearly skilled and seemed unwilling to leave until they had killed him, Zhao Mu lost all patience for toying with them. Since he could not use force, he could resort to other means. He retrieved a packet of sleeping powder he had previously obtained from his bundle, lifted the tent flap, and hurled it forcefully outside. The powder hit the ground with a loud explosion. As the scent gradually spread, Zhao Mu could hear the thuds of bodies collapsing outside. Wrapping a handkerchief soaked in the antidote around his nose, Zhao Mu strode confidently out of the tent. As expected, the sleeping powder worked remarkably well, rendering everyone, friend and foe alike, unconscious within moments. He waved the antidote vial under Jing Wuji's nose, then revived Wang Jian and Wu Yu first, before finally waking all the other soldiers on his side. Seeing the scattered, unconscious assassins lying on the ground, Wang Jian was astonished. Was it some master who appeared to save us from peril? Turning to Zhao Mu, Wang Jian spoke with a light, teasing tone. Grandpa Wang, stop daydreaming. It was a sleeping powder I developed earlier, I hadn't even tested it yet. And they wasted it on those assassins. Unable to reveal the true source of the powder, Zhao Mu claimed it was a result of his own tinkering. As expected, Wang Jian did not question it, knowing that Zhao Mu often liked to dabble in creating little gadgets. But this powder of yours is truly potent. These men were trained as death warriors, presumably resistant to drugs, yet they fell asleep in an instant under your powder. While speaking, Wang Jian directed the soldiers to bind all the assassins. They tied them to nearby trees, securing the ropes tightly, so they could not assist each other or escape. Let's rest for now. We'll deal with these assassins tomorrow. Wang Jian was about to turn away when Zhao Mu stopped him. Wait, Grandpa Wang. Wang Jian looked at him curiously. Zhao Mu pointed at the assassins' mouths. What if they have poison hidden in there? We should check, or else we might find corpses tied to the trees tomorrow morning. Zhao Mu's calm words made Wang Jian slap his forehead in realization. I almost forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder, young master. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the sleeping powder, though his mind felt clear, Wang Jian sensed his reactions were not as sharp as usual. When they found the hidden poison pills in the assassins' mouths, Zhao Mu felt a surge of relief. The pills were encased in a layer of beeswax tightly sealed, and likely contained a lethal poison that could kill instantly. Give me those. I'd like to study them. Curious, Zhao Mu pulled out a small cloth pouch and gestured for Wang Jian to drop the pills inside. Seeing this, Wang Jian did not hesitate. They had captured 6 assassins alive with 2 bodies lying on the ground, so 8 small pills were all poured into Zhao Mu's pouch. But come the next morning, when Zhao Mu and his party prepared to depart, the assassins were all dead. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, and Zhao Mu's eyes narrowed sharply. He ordered someone to check the assassins' mouths, as he suspected they had bitten off their own tongues and bled to death. Who could hate the young master so much as to send so many men, and with such ruthless methods? Wu Yu murmured worriedly from the side. But everyone present was skilled in martial arts, and they clearly heard her words. Enough. Since these men have already met their end, let's not delay our journey any further. Seeing that they could extract no information from the corpses, Wang Jian waved his hand. Young master, to speed up our travel, I'm afraid you'll have to take turns riding with us. Zhao Mu was only a 5-year-old child, and the swift horses were mostly tall and beyond his control with his short stature. Though he felt a bit embarrassed, he did not refuse their kindness. Then I'll trouble you all. Zhao Mu's politeness prompted the others to quickly return the courtesy. Riding together with Jing Wuji, he could hear the man asking about the assassins. Young master, who do you think arranged the assassins? It must be related to the human trafficking incident. Zhao Mu needed little thought to deduce the mastermind. Who else would hate me so much? Then, young master, what will you do once you rejoin the main force? If they allowed those people to continue their reckless behavior, trouble would surge like a spring and catch them off guard. Don't worry. I already have a plan. They will pay the price. Though he could not see Zhao Mu's expression, Jing Wuji could hear the ruthlessness in his words. In that case, I will say no more. After the assassination attempt, Wang Jian no longer thought of letting Zhao Mu rest along the way. Instead, he ordered the troop to press on quickly to catch up with the main force. Though somewhat weary, the sense of security that came from reuniting with the main force spurred them to ride faster. Catching sight of the rear guard in the distance, Zhao Mu's spirits lifted. We're almost there, Grandpa Wang. Wang Jian, who was riding with Zhao Mu, nodded and spurred his horse to go faster. Finally caught up. In the encampment inside the king's tent, Qin Shi Huang fresh wave of soldiers to search for Zhao Mu's whereabouts, but before they could depart, they returned to the camp. The matter quickly reached Qin Shi Huang's ears. As the soldiers came in to report before they could speak, the emperor asked, "Tell me, why did you return so suddenly?" "Your Majesty, from afar I saw General Wang Jian's army. They must have rescued Zhao Mu and are now hastening toward the encampment," the soldiers replied, bowing deeply. "I have sent people to verify, and will report good news first." Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's eyes flashed with a keen light, and his previously solemn expression softened a little. "If this is true, I shall reward you greatly." He waved away the reporting guards and rose to the entrance of the camp, gazing into the distance. Sure enough, dust rose in the distance, and faintly the sounds of shouting urging horses to quicken their pace, and the clatter of hooves could be heard. Zhao Gao, hurrying, oversaw the emperor's relieved expression and understood that Zhao Mu must have been found. "Your Majesty, what pleases you so? Allow this servant to share in the joy with your Majesty." Zhao Gao's words were deft. In his current state of happiness, the emperor would not blame him for making a scene, and would instead regard Zhao Gao as sharing in the monarch's joy. "Perfect. Since you asked, I shall share the good news with you." Zhao Gao pressed his lips in a tense smile and bowed respectfully, not wanting Qin Shi Huang to notice his expression. "General Wang Jian is indeed a veteran who has ridden the battlefields. He has not failed my trust, bringing Zhao Mu back safely. Does this not deserve my joy?" Zhao Gao bowed even lower, embodying a posture of utmost humility. "You should be glad, for this is a great joy. Previously we all thought Zhao Mu could not be retrieved, but General Wang Jian proved so valorous." Qin Shi Huang stroked his beard and laughed heartily, a look of triumph on his face. The distant hoofbeats drew nearer, and he turned to meet the approaching figures, their eyes meeting Zhao Mu's. "Your Majesty." Zhao Mu's eyes shone with warmth and urgency. Returning to the main body of the army was indeed a relief for him. As Zhao Mu leaped from his horse and hurried toward him, Qin Shi felt a surge of satisfaction. The emperor surveyed Zhao Mu from head to toe. Finding him not seriously wounded, he nodded in approval, then took Zhao Mu's hand and led him into the king's tent. Inside the Wang tent, the ministers who had heard the news had already gathered in small groups, waiting for Qin Shi to enter and then following him inside. Behind him, Zhao Gao lowered his head. Everyone celebrated Zhao Mu's return, except Li Si, who noticed Zhao Gao's cold expression and the envy in his eyes. "I will have someone fetch you water so you can wash up and rest soon." It was rare for the emperor to show such care, and Zhao Mu immediately thanked the supreme ruler for his concern. An imperial physician checked Zhao Mu's pulse to confirm his health and that he had not suffered a grave ailment. Only then did Qin Shi turn his attention to Wang Jian. "You are indeed a fearsome general under my command. Zhao Mu's safe return owes much to your aid." Wang Jian had done a great service, and Qin Shi was visibly pleased. "Regarding this rescue, I contributed my part, but Mu Gongzi also performed extraordinarily well." Wang Jian, advanced in years, did not seek to claim credit with the younger men. Seeing the emperor in good humor, Wang Jian proceeded to present Zhao Mu's merit. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Shi turned to Zhao Mu, a hint of doubt crossing his features. "There is still time. Why not tell me how you escaped?" Zhao Mu knew the others likely treated him as a child to placate him, but since Wang Jian had laid the groundwork, he would not be overly modest or erase his own deeds. Zhao Mu recounted in full how he uncovered the traffickers, how Jing Wuji risked his life to intervene, and how he himself ventured into the traffickers' den to rescue the children. After the tale, he said, "Though the process was dangerous, it yielded a good outcome. Seeing those families reunited fills Mu's heart with joy." As he spoke, Zhao Mu revealed a wistful longing for his unknown parents, which made Qin Shi more convinced of Zhao Mu's childlike innocence. "Who would have thought that a boy like you could achieve such a feat, making these old men ashamed to speak?" Qin Shi then pointed to a few trusted elder ministers. The ministers wore embarrassed smiles, prompting light laughter from those nearby, and the mood in the king's tent relaxed. Hu Hai sat in a corner, his crimson eyes fixed on Zhao Mu, unable to believe that Zhao Mu could still be alive. Not to mention the assassins sent yesterday. Were those traffickers not enough to kill a 5-year-old boy? Suppressing his doubts for the moment, Hu Hai bent his head low, not daring to let anyone see how displeased his expression was. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu, having shared the tale of outwitting the traffickers, accepted the minister's praise. "Your Majesty, Mu Gongzi is so clever that he will surely become a fine talent. With such a son, you may rest assured, Your Majesty." "Indeed, Your Majesty, Mu Gongzi is young, but bears a benevolent heart. He is gifted in both virtue and talent, and can adapt to circumstances, and surely this is all to Your Majesty's credit." Hearing the elder ministers flatter the emperor, Zhao Mu sat below, rolling his eyes inwardly, yet maintaining a humble smile on his face. At that moment, an unseen needle-like gaze pierced toward Zhao Mu, making him suddenly wary. He realized he had not yet settled scores with the behind-the-scenes mastermind who had driven him into the hands of traffickers. Thinking of this, Zhao Mu suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, I almost forgot to report one matter to you." This interrupted the minister's praise and drew Qin Shi gaze to him. "Oh, forget to report something. What is it?" Qin Shi expression grew stern, presumably thinking Zhao Mu's earnest words signified a real matter to report. Zhao Mu tried to recall, then spoke, a lie carefully crafted with flawless logic. "The traffickers in their extreme excitement accidentally revealed that my being taken was the result of collusion between inside and outside forces." The moment Zhao Mu finished speaking, the entire royal tent fell into an eerie silence. Even those courtiers who had just been groveling and flattering fell completely, still daring not utter a single word. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect there to be such reasons behind Zhao Mu's kidnapping. How could they possibly know what to do? "Explain this matter clearly to me." Hearing these words, Zhao Mu quickly rose to his feet, bowed to Qin Shi and recounted the conversation he had overheard. "When they took me away, I pretended to be unconscious, not wanting to provoke or alarm the traffickers, and happened to overhear them saying they knew my identity. One of the more timid traffickers asked why we were taking him away if we already knew he was a noble. The other replied that I had offended someone of high status who specifically demanded I be sent away and disposed of at will, which is how this incident came about." Zhao Mu spoke slowly, clearly piecing things together as he recalled. But only he himself knew he had never actually heard any such conversation from the traffickers. Every word had been fabricated from start to finish. However, since his fabrication was built upon facts, he could hardly be accused of outright deception. At most, it was fabricated evidence. After finishing his fabricated accusation with an air of righteousness, Zhao Mu, leaning on his short stature, said to Qin Shi with a hint of grievance, "Your Majesty, whom exactly has Mu offended to deserve such treatment? To be bullied like this?" Seeing the slightly aggrieved expression on Zhao Mu's face as he spoke these words, Qin Shi gestured for him to come closer and said, "Rest assured, I will investigate this thoroughly. If anyone harbors ill intentions, they shall pay the price." Before Zhao Mu had demonstrated his talents, Qin Shi had already treated him differently. Now that Zhao Mu had produced paper-making and movable-type printing which could propel the unification of the entire Qin Dynasty, how could Qin Shi Huang not recognize Zhao Mu's importance? To think that even under such circumstances someone still dared to plot against Zhao Mu in secret. Qin Shi Huang's first reaction was to suspect the remnants of the 6 conquered states. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand, dismissing all other ministers, and even ordering Zhao Gao out of the royal tent. Only after all of this did he gesture for Zhao Mu to approach, and asked, "Aside from this, do you know anything else?" Seeing Zhao Mu hesitating as though unwilling to speak, Qin Shi Huang darkened his expression and said, "What? Could it be that you intend to deceive your sovereign and conceal the truth from me, daring to remain silent even about matters I wish to know?" Hearing this, Zhao Mu quickly shook his head. After a long pause he said uncertainly, "Mu merely worries." The word worry had scarcely left his lips when, as expected, he received a somewhat puzzled glance from Qin Shi Huang. "Your Majesty, those traffickers have no connection with the remnants of the 6 states. Mu merely fears that the mastermind behind this will shift responsibility, preventing us from capturing the true culprit, and that I shall fall into crisis again and again." Seeing Zhao Mu directly deny the very judgment Qin Shi Huang had not yet voiced, the emperor's expression remained calm, as though the man who had already formed a suspicion was not him at all. "Then who do you suspect?" Qin Shi Huang asked. By speaking this way, Zhao Mu clearly already had a suspect in mind. So why did he dare not speak the truth outright? Thinking of the deeds Hu Hai and Zhao Gao had orchestrated behind the scenes, Zhao Mu knew this was the perfect moment to give them a warning. If he let this opportunity slip away, who knew when the next chance would come? With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Mu gritted his teeth and said, "Mu suspects the 18th young master." Unexpectedly, those words came from Zhao Mu's mouth regarding someone who ought to have had little interaction with him. Qin Shi Huang's brows furrowed slightly, and the emperor's imposing aura radiated from him in full. "Do you realize that Hu Hai is an imperial offspring? If it is discovered that you have slandered a member of the royal family, your head will be forfeit." The words "forfeit your head" seemed ground between Qin Shi Huang's teeth, thick with bloodlust and murderous intent. Yet Zhao Mu maintained his composure, showing no sign of panic whatsoever. "Your Majesty, if Mu has indeed made false accusations, Mu is willing to bear the consequences, however." Taking a jade pendant from his sleeve and placing it on the desk before Qin Shi Huang, Zhao Mu knelt on one knee, his expression filled with resentment. "This jade pendant was found on the trafficker. Your Majesty, please look." Pushing the pendant forward and watching as Qin Shi Huang's gaze followed it, Zhao Mu lowered his head to conceal the faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Of course, this jade pendant had not been taken from any trafficker. That old fox Zhao Gao was far too slick. He had left behind nothing that could prove anyone's identity. This pendant was something Hu Hai, that fool, had left behind when he came to win Zhao Mu over, and it happened to serve this purpose perfectly. Qin Shi Huang's expression darkened as he took the pendant and turned it over in his hands. Others might not have known the origin of this jade pendant, but how could he not recognize whose it was? This was the pendant Qin Shi Huang had personally selected last year as Hu Hai's birthday gift on Zhao Mu's recommendation. And so Qin Shi Huang did not suspect why Zhao Mu would know the owner of this particular pendant. "Your Majesty, the young master has always treasured the gifts you bestowed upon him with great care. This matter was once whispered about as a delightful story within the palace. But now this jade pendant has been found in the hands of traffickers. If you tell me the young master has no connection to this affair at all, Mu cannot bring himself to believe it." Zhao Mu furrowed his brows tightly, and as he spoke these words he deliberately puffed out his round cheeks, looking every bit a wronged child coming to complain to an elder. The stiff atmosphere in the air was momentarily broken, and seeing Qin Shi Huang's expression soften considerably, Zhao Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. His aim was to give Hu Hai a lesson and make him understand his place, not to ruin him completely. Therefore now was the time to offer a way out. Qin Shi Huang rubbed the jade pendant between his fingers, feeling as though its warmth burned not just his fingers, but his very heart. Thinking of how Hu Hai had knelt before him, claiming he targeted Zhao Mu out of jealousy, and promising never to repeat such behavior, Qin Shi Huang could not help but let out a faint cold smile. At that moment the sound of Zhao Mu kneeling brought Qin Shi Huang's thoughts back. Seeing Zhao Mu perform such a formal act of reverence, Qin Shi Huang's demeanor remained dignified, yet a flicker of surprise showed in his eyes. "Zhao Mu, what are you doing?" "Your Majesty, if this matter truly involves the young master, Mu beseeches you to allow me to handle it myself and mete out a lighter punishment." Never in his wildest expectations did such a pleading remark come from Zhao Mu's mouth, leaving Qin Shi Huang momentarily bewildered. At 5 years old, was not a child supposed to be competitive and eager to be first in everything? How could Zhao Mu of all people display such maturity and understanding? Recalling how others referred to Zhao Mu as a prodigy, Qin Shi Huang found that nothing would surprise him more if it happened to come from Zhao Mu. Why do you plead on his behalf? But there were matters Qin Shi Huang needed to understand, and he would not let them pass ambiguously. Because Mu does not wish to cause your Majesty worry or sorrow. The young master acted out of nothing more than jealousy that Mu has received your Majesty's favor. One can hardly blame his childish devotion. Besides, Mu has not been injured. It would be better to administer a light punishment. one that serves as a warning without causing your majesty needless regret. Relying on his status as a young child, Zhao Mu spoke these words without so much as a blush, utterly confident. This assured tone only deepened the confusion on the face of Qin Shi. Is it merely for this that you would endure such humiliation? Unbelievably, Zhao Mu, only a 5-year-old child, could show such maturity and understanding. Compared to him, Hu Hai had truly wasted his years and his stature. Your majesty has been so kind to your humble servant Mu. How could I ever wound your majesty's heart? Having spoken these words, Zhao Mu was waved over by Qin Shi. Upon reaching the emperor's side, Zhao Mu gazed at him with moist eyes, as though looking upon his most revered elder. How do you wish to deal with him? The implication in Zhao Mu's words was clear. He already had a plan. Qin Shi also wished to see whether Zhao Mu was merely skilled with flattery or genuinely sincere. Mu wishes to administer some croton nuts to him. A grin of childish mischief played across Zhao Mu's face, his eyes sparkling as though he had just mentioned something delightful. Croton nuts. Qin Shi repeated the words as though turning them over in his mind. Yes, your majesty. You oversee the matter. Have the imperial physicians prescribe some croton that would bring pain but not death, and secretly add it to his food, so that he may properly purge those malicious schemes from his belly. Upon hearing this entire plan so rudimentary in nature, Qin Shi found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Zhao Mu's brilliant mind was only ever applied to matters benefiting the state and its people? Is that all? Sensing the teasing undertone in Qin Shi voice, Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. How could he not see that everything that had just transpired was merely the emperor testing him? Clearly the doubts in this peerless emperor's heart had not diminished in the slightest, because Zhao Mu was merely a 5-year-old child. He would only believe what he saw with his own eyes. With your majesty's assistance, what complex plan would be necessary? Zhao Mu had no intention of involving himself directly in the execution of this scheme. After all, Hu Hai was by all accounts a royal prince. Should Zhao Mu dare to lay hands on him directly, how could he possibly escape the consequences? Now he could flaunt his favorite status, but once he grew older and Qin Shi began to harbor suspicions, this would become evidence against him. This was precisely why Zhao Mu sought to use his tender age as an excuse to entrust all actions to Qin Shi. Fortunately, he was only 5 years old now, otherwise shirking responsibility in this manner would have aroused even greater suspicion. Then this matter shall be left to this emperor. It is time to properly punish this ignorant boy Hu Hai. Hearing the unmistakable displeasure in Qin Shi tone as he spoke Hu Hai's name, Zhao Mu lowered his head, though his countenance barely concealed his delight. As long as Qin Shi maintained this attitude toward Hu Hai, the latter would never ascend the throne. With him obstructing the path, neither of those two old foxes, Zhao Gao and Li Si, would dare make any moves. Otherwise, the day Hu Hai took power would be the day of Zhao Mu's death. Very well, go wash yourself and rest early. Now that the matter had been laid bare, Qin Shi had no further need to dwell on it. Zhao Mu obediently bowed and soon turned to leave. Upon returning to his camp tent, Jing Wuji immediately drew near. He had long heard from others' conversations that Zhao Mu had directly exposed the truth before Qin Shi, which filled him with deep concern. Young master, you were far too reckless. Jing Wuji only knew that Zhao Mu had another plan, but never imagined him to be so audacious. And what of recklessness? If we do not teach Hu Hai a lesson, he will grow bold enough to draw his blade against us. What you say holds truth, yet how do you intend to act upon it? Did you reveal every detail of this plan to the emperor? Having accompanied Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji had naturally gained more opportunities for audiences with the sovereign, and his heart was filled with awe and reverence for this majestic and imposing emperor. The absurd thoughts of assassination that had once stirred within him had long vanished into smoke before the man's overwhelming presence. Indeed, how could such matters be carried out by our own hands? The charge of harming a member of the imperial family would bring ruin upon 9 generations. Zhao Mu waved his hand, his expression filled with vigilance. Since opening his heart to Jing Wuji, he no longer deliberately maintained the appearance of a foolish 5-year-old in the other's presence, which only made Jing Wuji more devoted to him. Watch closely. The emperor will provide a resolution soon enough. As expected, the following day news reached the camp that the 18th prince had accidentally consumed incompatible foods, suffered continuous diarrhea, grown weak, and was confined to his bed. Jing Wuji, who had gone to retrieve Zhao Mu's morning meal, returned to the tent and reported this favorable news. Young master, what does this 18th prince have to do with us? Wu Yu, standing nearby, was unfamiliar with these intricate relationships. Hearing the barely concealed excitement in Jing Wuji and Zhao Mu's voices, he could not help but feel puzzled. Do you think I was captured and sold merely by chance? Someone orchestrated that, and he is our enemy. Rest assured, with me protecting you, he dares not cause trouble. Briefly explaining the characters and their connections, Zhao Mu offered casual reassurance upon seeing Wu Yu's somewhat pale complexion. After all, the entire palace was still ruled by Qin Shi. Even if Hu Hai harbored certain designs, he would never dare show it. Yes, young master, this humble one understands. Slowly finishing his morning meal, Zhao Mu asked Wu Yu to fetch him a clean and tidy brocade robe, for he intended to visit today's patient properly. Young master, which of these two garments would you prefer? Having just arrived to serve, Wu Yu was unaware of Zhao Mu's preferences. Though he observed carefully in his daily duties, his time had been too brief. Why are they all so plain? Find me a red one. Red is auspicious. Turning to see Wu Yu holding robes in shades of green and blue, Zhao Mu raised an eyebrow and ordered him to change immediately. But young master, are you not going to visit a sick person? Watching Wu Yu's rather innocent demeanor before him, Zhao Mu sighed. Wu Yu suddenly recalled the character relationships Zhao Mu had just explained. Forgive me, young master, this humble one's consideration was inadequate. I shall change at once. Turning immediately, Wu Yu retrieved the red brocade robe from the chest and assisted Zhao Mu in dressing. Seeing the boy gradually becoming sharper and more perceptive, Zhao Mu sighed and gently patted Wu Yu's shoulder with his still small hand before saying, although you are now my attendant, there is no need to be so nervous. I am not difficult to serve. I admired the boldness you showed when you were in the hands of those human traitors. It was precisely for that reason that Zhao Mu had decided to keep Wu Yu. Yes, this humble one understands. Watching Wu Yu's eyes light up with renewed conviction, Zhao Mu knew his words had only strengthened the boy's loyalty. Come accompany me to see this extraordinary prince. Wu Yu was a stranger and Zhao Mu did not wish to make him overly conspicuous in front of the crowd, so he brought only Jing Wuji to Hu Hai's tent. A considerable number of people were gathered around Hu Hai's tent, mostly low-ranking attendants or officials. Zhao Mu was the Marquis of Jinghua, and even without this title he was a favored figure in the eyes of Qin Huang, a man whose star was rising rapidly. Seeing Zhao Mu approach, the others immediately entered the tent to announce his arrival. Zhao Mu had already prepared himself to be rebuked and sent away by Hu Hai given the strained relationship between them. If Hu Hai had invited him in with kind words, he would have suspected something amiss. However, Qin Huang was currently inside the tent attending to Hu Hai. Upon hearing of Zhao Mu's arrival, he ordered the servants to invite him in. Before Hu Hai could utter a word of protest, a single glance from Zhao Gao, who stood nearby, silenced him. When Zhao Mu entered, there was a distinct glint of amusement in Qin Huang's eyes. The two understood each other tacitly, knowing full well the cause of Hu Hai's suffering today. Thus Zhao Mu returned Qin Huang's knowing gaze. Before Zhao Mu could maintain his bowing posture for more than a few breaths, Qin Huang bade him rise. Hu Hai, who had intended to make things difficult for Zhao Mu, felt a surge of frustration. 18th Prince, how do you feel now? Zhao Mu stepped closer, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Hu Hai immediately interpreted this as laughable at his expense. You come to visit a patient wearing red. Are you afraid I'm not sick enough already? Hu Hai, already embarrassed by his physical discomfort in front of the servants, naturally attributed Zhao Mu's behavior to malicious intent. 18th Prince, what are you saying? I heard that children have strong yang energy, so I specially wore this red outfit to dispel your illness and bring you good luck. Zhao Mu spread his arms and deliberately displayed the exquisite red garment in front of Hu Hai, infuriating the prince so much that he nearly spat blood. Qin Huang, sitting nearby, could not help but turn his head and chuckle softly. Before anyone noticed, he straightened his face again, his expression reverting to its previous solemnity. You are clearly twisting the truth. Hu Hai knew Zhao Mu's ill intentions and began to rebuke him. But as he exerted himself, he let out a long, loud fart in front of everyone. Hu Hai's face turned crimson like a pig's liver. Unable to suppress his laughter, Zhao Mu burst out loudly. As expected, Hu Hai's murderous glare fell upon him. My apologies, 18th Prince. How terribly rude of me. Zhao Mu pressed his lips tightly, trying to conceal his mirth, but his bright eyes glistened with tears from holding back laughter. Get out. All of you get out. Seeing this, Qin Huang took Zhao Mu's hand, offered a few words of comfort to Hu Hai, told him to rest well, and then turned to leave. Hu Hai, sitting on his bed, watched this scene, his heart burning with rage. After everyone had left, Zhao Gao stealthily slipped into the tent from another side. Seeing that Hu Hai still could not let go of the humiliation, he advised, Prince, you really lost face in front of His Majesty just now. What else could I do? I was clearly drugged, but look at what my father said. Hu Hai knew very well that he had been set up. Moreover, the moment Zhao Mu returned, he suffered this malice. It was obviously Zhao Mu's doing. But when he told Qin Huang his suspicions, the emperor's reaction was so indifferent, as if the victim was not a prince, but an insignificant commoner. Prince, have you never considered that this might be related to His Majesty? Yesterday, after Zhao Mu left the royal tent, I saw a royal physician hastily enter His Majesty's tent. And today Hu Hai happened to suffer this calamity. If there was no connection between the two, Zhao Gao refused to believe it. You mean to say that my father personally harmed his own child for that bastard? Seeing Hu Hai growing more furious, Zhao Gao quickly composed his expression and said in a low voice, Prince, this precisely shows His Majesty's fatherly love for you. Hu Hai, who was already panting with rage like a bull, did not show any rationality, but grew even more angry. Lord Zhao, how interesting. My father poisons me, and you call it fatherly love. Your tongue is truly skilled. No wonder you have earned my father's trust. Though Hu Hai addressed Zhao Gao as Lord Zhao, his tone was dripping with contempt. Zhao Gao was furious, but if he did not explain clearly to this simple-minded 18th Prince, Hu Hai might do something rash in his anger, and then the emperor would truly not tolerate it. Think about it, Prince. The biggest mistake you made recently was kidnapping Zhao Mu and trying to kill him outside the palace. Hearing this, Hu Hai, who had been fuming, suddenly deflated like a punctured raft. He looked around nervously, and only when he was sure no one was coming did he glare at Zhao Gao and say, "Lord Zhao, you should be more careful. If others hear, you will both be in the same boat, and neither of us will escape the death penalty." Seeing that Hu Hai still knew to cover up at this point, Zhao Gao sneered, "In that case, Prince, do you understand why you suffered today?" Hu Hai was stunned, his lips trembling as he tentatively asked, "You mean, my humiliation today is because my father knows about that matter?" Sensing the fear in the prince's eyes, Zhao Gao nodded slightly, lowering his gaze to conceal the contempt beneath. "So Prince, this is His Majesty's fatherly love for you. Otherwise, after Zhao Mu complained yesterday, you would have already paid the price." Upon hearing this, Hu Hai felt a chill run down his spine. Lord Zhao makes sense. Outside the tent, Qin Shi and Zhao Mu were far more relaxed than the two inside. Looking at Zhao Mu, who was dressed like a festive red envelope, Qin Shi said with a smile, "I never expected you to be so ostentatious." Zhao Mu looked up with a sly grin, his tone full of pride. "Mu'er deliberately picked this red outfit to annoy him for bullying me." Sensing the childishness in his words, Qin Shi dismissed it as a quarrel among children and soon turned his gaze toward Mount Tai. "The sacrificial ceremony is coming soon. You must not cause any more trouble." Hearing this, Zhao Mu nodded vigorously and then hinted, "Mu'er may be young, but I am sensible. Your Majesty only needs to control certain unstable elements." Qin Shi pinched Zhao Mu's soft cheek, but said nothing, though a deeper contemplation flickered in his eyes. After Hu Hai's body had recovered and grown healthy, the camp settled uncanny stillness. Hu Hai seemed to have former manner, even facing Zhao Mu with a measured. Zhao Mu felt astonished, though he could not fathom why. Back in the camp tent, Zhao Mu casually set aside the lessons he had received from Qin Shi and waved for Jing Wuji and Wu Yu to sit nearby. Wu Yu seemed reluctant to refuse, but Jing Wuji dragged him along and forcibly seated him on a bench beside them. "Hu Hai has been unusually quiet of late. Do you two know any news?" Wu Yu, with the bearing of a sunlit youth and an upbringing without parents, quickly blended with the camp's servants who waited upon their master. Jing Wuji, a man forged in the art of assassination, naturally had his own channels of information. Yet when Zhao Mu spoke, the two of them shook their heads, their expressions puzzled. "So secretive, it seems he is brewing some scheme behind the scenes." Zhao Mu, wary of Hu Hai, could not help but overinterpret his adversary's intent. "My lord, the 18th prince may have been daunted by what you previously did with His Majesty, and thus dares not strike at will." Jing Wuji pondered, seriously convinced that he had reached a conclusion. Zhao Mu had never considered this line of thinking before. Jing Wuji's suggestion left him rather astonished. Wu Yu nodded emphatically in agreement, lending his support with a chorus of affirmations. "If I may speak of this, I recall hearing some news earlier. It is said that 2 palace maids have recently died within the 18th prince's camp." Wu Yu's words trailed off as Jing Wuji restrained him. Zhao Mu, still young, found such lewd talk inappropriate. Seeing Jing Wuji restrain him, he understood what the other had in mind and naturally steered the discussion toward other possibilities. Were those 2 palace maids silenced by him because they learned some secret of his, or because his anger burned and he cannot trouble me due to His Majesty, so he vents upon the maids? Seeing that Zhao Mu didn't seem to be dwelling on romantic matters, Jing Wuji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. If that is the case, then the 18th prince's heart must be full of grievances indeed. The heaven sacrifice day is approaching. Hu Hai has found some peace for the moment, but 2 days after the heaven sacrifice ends, what vile means he has long restrained may erupt. We must be on guard in advance. The 3 quickly reached a consensus. The heaven sacrifice day was a fortunate date calculated by Qin Shi with the aid of a sage who had attained the way. Those who appeared at the ceremony were given auspicious robes to avert misfortune. On the day before the rite, everyone would bathe and fast, allowed only vegetables, not a trace of meat. Even Zhao Mu, who was usually pampered and still young, had no meat in his meals, only a couple of eggs, as garnish, a testament to how momentous this heaven sacrifice was for Qin Shi. The next morning, the crowd set out en masse to climb the mountain. The sage had calculated that the heaven sacrifice would begin at the start of Shen hour, so by the end of Yin hour, all had begun the ascent up Mount Tai. The heaven sacrifice ceremony was so solemn that Zhao Mu could only have one attendant by his side. A Lu Bian was thus left behind in the camp. Yet Zhao Mu did not wholly ignore Wu Yu, instead assigning him the task of gathering intelligence. No matter what, discover where those 2 palace maids were buried after their deaths, and if necessary burn it to ashes, but uncover who was involved. Before Zhao Mu left, he specifically gave Wu Yu such instructions, and Wu Yu naturally promptly obeyed. Clad in the heavy ceremonial robes, Zhao Mu climbed the mountain step by step, feeling as if his feet weighed 1,000 pounds, as if 2 great iron balls were chained to his legs. Yet even so, Zhao Mu never cried out for rest. This was the price of taking part in such a momentous rite. He would not give up the opportunity lightly, nor allow others to look down on him. Having pre-exchanged stamina-preserving pills in the system, Zhao Mu weary slipped the pills into his mouth and swallowed them with water. When the ceremonial site arrived, Zhao Mu still had some stamina left. Wang Jian, who stood nearby resting, remarked to Qin Shi, Your Majesty, look, Master Mu does not seem to be tired at all. Qin Shi turned to look. Zhao Mu's forehead was slick with sweat, his face slightly flushed, yet he maintained a thread of decorum. Truly no small feat. Foremost among the mountain attendants, the waiting maids quickly stepped forward to aid the nobles and princes about to partake in the ceremony. Before Zhao Mu stood a handsome young eunuch. Watching as the other approached with the sweat towel, Zhao Mu reached out and halted the motion with an unmistakable refusal in his tone. No need, I can do it myself. The eunuch, sensing Zhao Mu's resolve, grew flustered. Jing Wuji, noticing this, quickly snatched the towel and threw it into a nearby shrub. My lord, I have brought you a towel. Jing Wuji drew a pouch from his robes and produced several neatly folded towels, handing them to Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu looked up. The young eunuch signaled him to move along quickly. Seeing Jing Wuji and himself working in concert drew the eunuch's compliance, and with no other option, he withdrew to someone else. Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief. As the towel brushed his face, an ear-piercing alarm rose in his mind's system, as if the toxin from the last encounter had resurfaced. Zhao Mu quickly concluded that the towel in the eunuch's hand was tainted, which explained his earlier refusal. Zhao Mu gave Jing Wuji a look, and Jing Wuji nodded unobtrusively. He walked to the shrubs, swapped the towel he had just discarded with the one in his arms, and holding a branch returned to Zhao Mu. My lord, if you are tired, rest a while against this branch. The ruse was well crafted. Others glanced over a few times, but no one suspected what Jing Wuji had been doing at the shrub. With everything arranged, it was already the late way hour, and the sacrifice would begin after a cup of tea. All had long taken their places, standing as rehearsed in their appointed spots, quiet, and still not daring to break the moment. Even Hu Hai, who always loved mischief, stood quietly behind Qin Shi with no impulse to move. Zhao Mu looked around, inwardly stifling a smile at the reactions of the crowd. Who among these standing here truly hoped the vows spoken during the sacrifice would come to pass remains unknown. Yet when the heavy sonorous bells rang in their ears, Zhao Mu lowered his gaze. The toll rang as if to purge the soul, making Zhao Mu's crown feel numb. The sacrifice begins. As the dignitaries standing beside the altar announced the commencement of the sacrifice, the entire ceremony unfolded with the solemn dignity of a state assembly proceeding in meticulous order. Heaven opens to the square, and the cords of earth stretch across the hot. The eastern mountain rises in reverence, the Dipper and Ox constellations crisscross. The moon circles Nankya, starlight shimmers with color rising from Mount Tai to communicate with the heavens and worship the gods. Qin Shi stood at the forefront holding 3 sticks of incense in his hands. The others received their incense from the pages distributed by the ritual officials, held them level before their foreheads with both hands bowed slightly, and focused their breath and spirit. Upon the entire altar platform, one could only hear the loud chanting of the ritualist. Looking out over the realm, all people call as one, long live the dynasty, may the rivers and mountains endure forever. After reciting these 4 lines, Qin Shi stepped forward and planted the 3 incense sticks into the large cauldron. Zhao Mu followed behind the crowd, approaching one by one according to his position, and everyone inserted their incense into the bronze vessel. When it was Zhao Mu's turn, he glanced upward and saw that the cauldron was already densely packed with burning incense sticks, while the 3 that Qin Shi had placed stood out prominently among them. After everyone had offered their incense and returned to their positions, the ritual official finally proclaimed the conclusion of the heaven sacrifice ceremony. The entire heavenly succession ceremony had lasted but half an hour, yet the prolonged standing and the weight of his heavy ceremonial robes left Zhao Mu's legs beginning to ache and grow weak. Though his martial prowess was formidable, this body of his undeniably lagged behind. Sitting on a nearby stone, Zhao Mu massaged his legs, a trace of vexation etched across his expression. Wang Jin approached and pressed a pill into Zhao Mu's mouth. Before Zhao Mu could react, the pill slid down his throat and into his stomach. Though a flicker of nervousness arose, no warning sounded from his system, so he deduced the medicine was harmless. Realizing this, he looked up at Wang Jin and offered a smile. Grandpa Wang, what did you give me to eat? Zhao Mu gazed at the small porcelain bottle in the older man's hand, his eyes brimming with curiosity. A restorative pill for your body. We will descend the mountain shortly, and I feared you might grow exhausted. Though Zhao Mu's martial ability was outstanding even among youths older than himself, descending and ascending the mountain was no ordinary training. Wang Jian was wary of Zhao Mu straining his tendons and muscles. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. With the ceremony finally concluded, once the incense had burned completely, the ritual official stepped forward to collect the ash into prepared brocade pouches, distributing them to all who had gathered for the sacrifice. This was the blessing sharing. After the heaven sacrifice, the burnt incense ash was distributed so that everyone might partake in the accumulated divine grace. With these rites completed, the entire company set out toward the mountain foot under Qin Shi leadership. The exhaustion of the climb and the exertion of the ceremony weighed heavily upon all of them. Even Zhao Mu, who had relied on the system's pill to sustain his strength, could feel his legs growing heavy as if lead had been poured into them. This sensation differed from the weight he had felt during the ascent. Just then a commotion erupted among the ranks ahead. Zhao Mu lifted his gaze, curiosity plainly visible on his face. Because of his age, Qin Shi had positioned Zhao Mu at the rear of the descending column, shielding him from the trampling crowds along the narrow path. Though this placement was considerate, it meant Zhao Mu could not see what was happening ahead in time to respond, which greatly frustrated him. What on earth is happening? Zhao Mu craned his neck and asked anxiously. Jing Wuji gestured for him to sit and rest, then shot forward with the lightness of a swallow to the center of the procession, gathered the general report, and returned to Zhao Mu's side. Watching his friend dart away and return in the blink of an eye, Zhao Mu felt a pang of envy. He had learned countless body-strengthening techniques from Grandpa Ming and Grandpa Wang, techniques that allowed him to hold his own against seasoned fighters. Yet no one had ever taught him the art of reconnaissance, leaving him restless with longing. But for now his pressing concern was to learn what had transpired ahead. Noticing the curiosity etched on Zhao Mu's face, Jing Wuji quickly recounted what he had learned. Hearing that a venomous snake had suddenly struck from the grass to attack someone, Zhao Mu's brows furrowed, confusion clouding his expression. By all rights, the mountain path for this sacrifice should have been cleared in advance. How could a venomous snake appear? Zhao Mu was utterly perplexed. Consider that the emperor himself would participate in the heavenly sacrifice. The entire court had exercised the utmost caution in preparations. How could such a lapse occur? Sensing Zhao Mu's deepening bewilderment, Jing Wuji pondered for a moment before speaking. Young master. He merely nodded toward his own chest, pointing with his finger, yet Zhao Mu immediately understood his meaning. Jing Wuji still wore the sweat cloth pinned to his chest, the very one the young eunuch had delivered earlier, which Jing Wuji had discreetly tossed into the shrubbery and later retrieved. You mean the sweat cloth may be the source of the problem? One could hardly blame Jing Wuji for this suspicion. The circumstances were indeed deeply suspicious. Though the procession churned with momentary panic, imperial physicians were on hand and quickly treated the bitten wounds, then organized everyone to continue their descent. Seeing this, Zhao Mu hesitated no longer and fell in with the rest of the group. Yet along the way he instructed Jing Wuji to inquire upon their return to camp, where the handsome young eunuch had gone after leaving Zhao Mu's side. Jing Wuji acknowledged the order and spent the journey subtly gathering information wherever he went. Upon returning to the camp, everyone was visibly weary. Qin Shi ordered the kitchen to prepare extra qi-nourishing broth and dismissed them to rest in their tents, promising that all matters would be addressed the following day. It was already evening when they descended the mountain. After consuming the nourishing broth, the group settled in for rest. Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji, and Wu Yu, however, remained seated within the tent to exchange information. Young master, I have results regarding the matter you entrusted to me today. It is said that after the two palace maids were dragged from the 18th prince's tent, they were dealt with immediately. Their bodies were reportedly pushed off a cliff for beasts to devour. Hearing this, Zhao Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. He could never have imagined that in an era so fixated on bodily integrity, such a cruel fate could await even common servants. Hu Hai truly had lost his mind, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. One could only wonder what offense those two young maids had committed against him. Noticing Zhao Mu's righteous indignation, Wu Yu spoke up from beside him. I also casually inquired. It seems the maids' fellow villagers recovered their remains before the beasts could consume them entirely. Hearing this, Zhao Mu's expression lightened considerably. Young master, if you require examination of those two bodies, I can negotiate with their villagers. With sufficient incentive, they would likely permit an inspection. As for removing the corpses entirely, that was out of the question. In this weather too, decomposing bodies left on the road would sicken the entire company. Very well. I leave this matter in your hands. Give me an answer as soon as possible. Seeing Wu Yu's somewhat serious expression as he received the order, Zhao Mu smiled lightly and said, there is no need to be so tense. It would be better if we can see the corpse, but if we cannot, it is not a major issue. If they could not see them, he could still learn about those two palace maids from others. It would just require a bit more effort. Don't worry, my lord, I will handle this for you. Seeing Wu Yu's earnest expression, Zhao Mu decided not to dampen his enthusiasm. This being Wu Yu's first assignment from him, he was naturally placing great importance on it. Around the beginning of the high hour, Zhao Mu was putting down the analects he had been reading, preparing to rest, when Wu Yu crept into the camp tent. Wu Yu's eyes lit up when he noticed Zhao Mu was still awake. What's wrong? Do you need something? Zhao Mu remained composed, showing no emotion despite the other's excitement, merely asking calmly what was on his mind. My lord, I've already found out where those two palace maids were buried. Let's go check tonight. Zhao Mu felt unusually lazy, glancing at the darkening sky outside the tent and not really wanting to get up. If you don't go today, my lord, tomorrow we'll depart for Chao, and there may be no other chance. Wu Yu sounded quite anxious. If they could truly uncover Hu Hai's secret of wantonly humiliating and taking lives from those palace maids, it would benefit them greatly, with no downsides. Alright, I understand. After hearing these words, Zhao Mu could no longer remain lying down. He sat up, stretched his body, and then put on a set of black clothes. He invited Jing Wuji, and the two of them went with Wu Yu to the place where those two palace maids were buried. The burial site was not far from the camp. Jing Wuji first led Wu Yu out of the camp, then picked up Zhao Mu, and the three of them crossed over the wooden fence, disappearing silently into the darkness. Since Zhao Mu had already said he was going to rest before leaving the tent, no one would likely break in, which is why the three of them could leave so casually. This is the place. Wu Yu pointed to the tree where he had tied a piece of tattered cloth, and beneath it was where those two palace maids were buried. That afternoon he had specially and secretly brought 2 shovels just to quickly locate exactly where those 2 palace maids' corpses lay. Naturally, Zhao Mu would not be the one digging up the corpses. Jing Wuji and Wu Yu each took a shovel, and soon they had unearthed the 2 palace maids' bodies from the soil. Wu Yu held a luminous pearl in his hand, and its faint glow illuminated the corpses' faces, appearing rather terrifying. Wu Yu, standing beside him, was obviously quite frightened, while conversely Zhao Mu, who was only 5 years old, appeared exceptionally calm. Seeing Zhao Mu actually reach out to remove the clothes from the corpse, Jing Wuji hurriedly stopped him and said, "My lord, what are you doing?" "Doing an autopsy." Being suddenly stopped, Zhao Mu himself felt a bit strange. He looked up at Jing Wuji, standing there with a slightly nervous expression, his face full of confusion. "But if it's an autopsy, why do you need to unfasten her clothes?" As soon as Jing Wuji said this, Zhao Mu immediately knew what the other was thinking. Zhao Mu suddenly stood up and beckoned to Jing Wuji. Watching him lean his head closer, he then gave him a sharp rap on the head. "What kind of messy thoughts are you having? I'm only 5 years old." Although his soul was quite mature, his physiological age was indeed only 5. Moreover, these 2 girls had died such a miserable death. How could he possibly harbor such impure thoughts? Seeing Zhao Mu's slightly reproachful look, Jing Wuji finally realized how grave a mistake he had made. "I'm sorry, my lord, it was my impure thoughts." Unable to help but glare at Jing Wuji, Zhao Mu waved his hand, asking him to stand aside a bit, then continued to squat down and begin the autopsy. Wu Yu stood to the side, only responsible for holding a luminous pearl, observing the general situation and providing light for the 2. The luminous pearl in Zhao Mu's hand was the key tool for the focused examination. After unfastening the clothes of those 2 palace maids, Zhao Mu carefully examined every wound and found that these 2 palace maids had indeed been abused before their death. Moreover, this abuse could not be explained in a few words. Zhao Mu could even discover traces of forced suffocation on their bodies. After imprinting the examinable information into his memory, Zhao Mu gathered the clothes of the 2 palace maids and tied the ribbons, then took the luminous pearl from Wu Yu's hand and asked Jing Wuji and Wu Yu to bury the corpses back. Zhao Mu regretted in his heart that there was no camera to photograph the marks on these corpses, otherwise leaving evidence could later be used to convict Hu Hai. Just then Zhao Mu seemed to remember something, and he hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. System, please reply if you receive this. Please reply if you receive this." System initializing. "What are your requirements, host?" Hearing that the system replied to him quickly, Zhao Mu's eyes brightened, and his questioning tone carried a hint of doubt. Is there anything similar to a camera that can be used at present? After all, even if he took out photos captured by a camera, those people would dismiss them as witchcraft or heresy, so he needed evidence that matched the aesthetics of this era. Magic camera can meet photographic needs in any era. If used in an era where cameras have not yet been invented, the printed images will adopt the painting style of that period. The system was introducing a tool in such detail for the first time, and this tool was truly useful for Zhao Mu. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Zhao Mu immediately opened the marketplace to search carefully, only to discover that the magic camera actually required 150 point credits. This is far too expensive. Zhao Mu couldn't help but sigh. Even exchanging for water wheels, windmills, or relevant blueprints for water conservancy projects would cost roughly the same price. Yet Zhao Mu could not afford to skip this exchange, for he truly needed this device. Moreover, it did not require loading film or anything of the sort, and might prove useful for other matters in the future. System, help me exchange for a magic camera. System exchanging, please wait. Item purchased, magic camera, quantity 1, a required points 150. Host, the marketplace is currently running a promotional sale. If the host is willing to add 50 points, you may exchange for a voice recorder. Does the host wish to proceed? Zhao Mu clicked on the detailed introduction of the voice recorder and discovered that this device required no electricity at all. Simply exposure to sunlight could generate power. Moreover, it could be disguised as an ordinary hairpin. Zhao Mu was instantly tempted. Exchange. System exchanging. Added purchase item, versatile voice recorder, purchase quantity 1, a required points 50. Shortly after, Zhao Mu felt 2 items materialize upon his chest, while the system in his mind was still asking whether he needed anything else. No need. Close the system marketplace yourself. After shutting down the system, Zhao Mu looked at the 2 female corpses that had already been covered with a thin layer of soil, and had Jing Wuji and Wu Yu dig them up once more. Young master, what exactly are you trying to do? Jing Wuji and Wu Yu had little say in the matter of the task. It was only that Zhao Mu buried the corpse, then dug it up again. Such actions seemed somewhat strange. I need to keep some evidence. One of you guard the east end of this road, the other guard the west. Be cautious, do not let anyone approach. I will leave traces on these 2 palace maids, and we will depart at once. Mu Gongzi commanded, and the 2 complied without hesitation. Standing about 5 zhang away from Mu Gongzi, Jing Wuji and Wu Yu were highly vigilant, and when Zhao Mu saw the 2 depart, he drew a magical camera from within his bosom. In this era, such an advanced device would not exist, so in Zhao Mu's hand the camera appeared as an ordinary jade pendant. However, Zhao Mu found that the decorative reliefs on the pendant could be manipulated. After guiding the pendant lightly over the bodies of the two palace maids, Zhao Mu tucked the pendant away. The magical camera could imprint the moment in time, which was truly convenient for Zhao Mu. Having swiftly disposed of the two palace maids' bodies, the three of them moved silently toward the camp. But when the three reached the camp, they found it in a state of some confusion. Have Wu Yu cover his face and seize a low-ranking soldier to inquire what happened. The soldier said that Mu Gongzi had vanished from his tent along with his personal guards and his natural-born slaves, and Qin Shi suspected foul play, which explained the camp's tense atmosphere. Mu Gongzi was somewhat surprised by Wu Yu's report. He hadn't expected the matter to develop to this extent, and found it rather perplexing. It seems we cannot return directly, young master, or escaping would be difficult. Jing Wuji did not believe there was no mastermind behind this, and Zhao Mu clearly thought so too. Where to now? Wherever we go will be dangerous. Wu Yu was a bit tense. This was the first time he had done such an audacious thing, and a certain awkwardness lingered. Don't worry, I am here. If even this cannot be settled, how shall Zhao Mu lead his men to withstand others' malice? Not far from the camp there is a river. We should reach the riverbank before anyone else. If your majesty asks, say that today during the heaven offering rite I was so stirred that I could not sleep, and came to the river to clear my mind. Having decided, Zhao Mu had Jing Wuji hoist him onto his back, and the three hurried toward the riverbank. On the way they faintly heard voices behind them, presumably from Qin Shi people searching the river's edge. Wu Yu, following his former master, had learned some ways to strengthen the body. After arriving at the riverbank, though he was somewhat breathless, he soon recovered after a short rest on the grass. Jing Wuji's stamina needs no praise. Even carrying Zhao Mu did not seem to make him pant. Having steadied themselves, the three exchanged a quick glance, but before they could speak, a somewhat surprised voice sounded from behind. Mu Gongzi, is that you? Mu Gongzi. Zhao Mu turned his head, and sure enough, a familiar-looking young officer approached, cautiously asking about the identity of those present. Yes, what brings you here? The young officer was still somewhat happy to have found Mu Gongzi so easily. He quickly sent a swifter soldier back to the camp to report the situation, then stepped forward with a bow, and said, I, your humble servant, greet Mu Gongzi. What happened exactly? You seem so happy to see me. Zhao Mu's words carried a hint of doubt, as it seemed he did not know what had happened during his absence from the camp. After the young officer confirmed the matter, he recounted everything that had happened to Zhao Mu. Do you mean that Prime Minister Li and His Majesty discussed tomorrow's departure, and upon mentioning me came to the camp to see whether I was resting? After hearing the full tale from the other, Zhao Mu sneered inwardly, and exchanged a look with Wu Yu and Jing Wuji. Sir Mu Gongzi, may I ask why you were at the riverbank learning today? The young officer asked, evidently cautious. Zhao Mu did not answer. His expression carried a hint of weariness. This Lord the Master Mu went to the heaven offering ceremony today. It is natural that his mind was stirred, and on return, he had little appetite, and sleep was difficult, so he brought his attendants and Jing Wuji to the riverside to unwind. Hearing this, the young officer finally relaxed completely. In that case, Mu Gongzi, you should return to the camp with me to report to His Majesty. Mu Gongzi nodded, his expression still carrying a lazy fatigue. Yet it was precisely because of this bearing that would invite suspicion from others. Back at the camp, Zhao Mu was brought directly to the king's tent. Seeing Qin Shi seated with a displeased expression on the throne, Zhao Mu hurried to bow, and then asked, Your Majesty, what is the matter? Why were you not in the camp today? Qin Shi did not answer the question, but asked another directly. Repeating what he had just said before the young officer, Zhao Mu looked somewhat puzzled. Your Majesty, I truly could not sleep, so I wanted to go out to relax for a bit. Please do not blame those around me. Hearing this explanation, Qin Shi expression softened considerably. Zhao Mu's bearing reminded him of his own youth and of Fusu as a child. His expression softened in an instant. Qin Shi waved his hand, and Zhao Mu stood up and came to his side. Next time you wish to go, remember to tell me first, or tonight the sky will be so overcast that you disappear from the camp, and even those beside you will disappear, and I would be greatly worried. Zhao Mu nodded with resolve, for he would not disappoint a sovereign's concern. Very well, go back and rest. Since Mu Gongzi had been found, Qin Shi no longer needed to worry. After Mu Gongzi returned to rest, he slept soundly, yet inside the camp his mind remained unsettled. Having inquired of the soldiers guarding the camp, he learned that Zhao Gao had recently appeared near his camp. Zhao Mu immediately concluded that Zhao Gao had discovered his absence from the camp, and relayed this to Qin Shi through Li Si. Damn it! This was the first time he had suffered a loss at their hands to the point of being unable to explain himself, and the feeling was truly unpleasant. A gentleman's revenge is never late. You all had better wait and see. The next morning, everyone set off back to Xianyang. Zhao Mu sat in the carriage and first asked Jing Wuji to observe whether anyone around was paying attention to their carriage. Hearing such a strange command, Jing Wuji felt a bit puzzled, but he soon provided Zhao Mu with the information needed. Don't worry, young master. Everyone is busy with matters related to returning to Xianyang, and no one is paying attention to us. After all, apart from Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai, no one would consider Zhao Mu an enemy, so naturally no one would think of surrounding and intercepting him. Hearing these words, Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief, then pretended to casually touch the collar at his chest. Afterwards, he turned around and took out a stack of items from a hidden compartment in the carriage. What is this? Jing Wuji was somewhat puzzled. Zhao Mu's actions made the other party unable to wait to examine these items after he took them out. Wu Yu sitting nearby was also obviously curious. After opening and looking at them, Jing Wuji's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that the paper would clearly depict the injuries of those two palace maids. Zhao Mu had touched his collar because the magic camera was placed there. Last night, he spent some points to purchase a basic sewing skill and added a very concealed pocket to his inner garment. The magic camera disguised as a jade pendant was hidden in that pocket, ensuring that the magic camera would never be far from him. He also hid that voice recorder in the cuff of his inner garment in the same manner. These items were produced by the system and were extremely well hidden, so there was no worry about being discovered by others. This method of concealment also made it more convenient for Zhao Mu to take them out and put them away when changing clothes. The action of touching his collar was to print out the photos taken last night related to these palace maids. Young master, did you draw this last night? Because of system restrictions, photographs and similar items could not exist in this era. Therefore, the final output of the magic printer consisted of several ink-wash paintings which looked as if drawn by hand. Thus, Jing Wuji subconsciously assumed these were contents drawn overnight by Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu did not explain much, simply asking them to carefully observe these images. After carefully examining these paintings, Wu Yu placed his words on the table and turned to look at Zhao Mu, saying, "Young master, if you intend to use these as evidence to accuse the 18th prince, it might be somewhat difficult." Wu Yu clearly understood what Zhao Mu wanted to do, yet he worried about the potential issues. After all, we only have these paintings with no other evidence in hand. Rashly accusing the 18th prince might yield no results. What Wu Yu thought was exactly what Zhao Mu had considered. At first, he indeed wanted to use these items for accusation, but the problem was that the corpse was buried at the foot of Mount Tai, and they could not take the body away. Moreover, if they had immediately taken the corpse to make the accusation, Hu Hai would likely have had other ways to escape. So what we need to do now is keep a close watch on him. If he commits similar offenses again, we must collect evidence to match these pictures. Even if they could not use these items to accuse the other party immediately, Zhao Mu was unwilling to let go of this evidence easily. Young master, I actually have a good idea. Jing Wuji, seeing the two in their predicament, suddenly recalled a prank from before. Tell us. Noticing Zhao Mu's eager expression, Jing Wuji quickly voiced that idea. Playing ghost. That's feasible. Unexpectedly, Jing Wuji would suggest such a mischievous idea. Zhao Mu looked at him with great appreciation and gave him a thumbs up. Young master, what does this mean? Seeing Jing Wuji imitate the thumbs-up gesture, yet full of confusion, Zhao Mu smiled and explained, "This is to praise you for doing well." Jing Wuji was overjoyed like an older child, while Zhao Mu rubbed his finger over the cheeks of the two palace maids in the painting, beginning to ponder when to execute this plan. Eventually, the three agreed to discuss the plan again after returning to Xianying, so the scroll was temporarily put away. They had departed in grand style, and naturally their return was equally majestic. Upon setting foot on the land of Xianying, Zhao Mu felt that he had been shaken in the carriage for so long, he almost felt he could fly into the sky. Stepping on the ground, he suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. After returning to Prince Jing's mansion, looking at the 6 people standing before him, Zhao Mu was somewhat surprised for a moment. After parting for 3 days, one should view another with new eyes. The changes in you 6 are truly remarkable. Zhao Mu sat in the main room looking at the 6 people standing before him with full appreciation. Steward, what skills do these 6 people have? The steward was already accustomed to Zhao Mu's occasional strange terms. He quickly understood what skill meant and began to explain carefully to Zhao Mu. Wu Bing has considerable talent in accounting, and this old servant intends to cultivate him as the mansion's accountant. Wu Yang has considerable talent in cooking, and this old servant plans to train him as the mansion's cook. Wu Xi's movements are clean and sharp, and this old servant wishes to develop him as another attendant beside young master, so that Wu Ji can also have more ease. As for Wu Lv, he shows talent in gathering information, and this old servant intends to nurture him as a scout. After introducing the 4 boys, the steward then introduced the 2 girls to Zhao Mu. Miss Xiao Jiu excels at needlework and embroidery. This old servant has already engaged excellent teachers for her. Miss Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, demonstrates talent in medicine and poison crafting. No doubt young master can be more at ease when traveling in the future. Seeing that all 6 had their respective placements, Zhao Mu nodded, waved his hand, and handed the matter over to the steward to continue handling, to consult with him again if needed. Zhao Mu had already carefully observed those people appeared full of energy with a light in their eyes that they had not shown before, indicating that they had not suffered too much hardship in Prince Jing's mansion. In that case, there is no need to worry excessively. After understanding the matters within the mansion, Zhao Mu immediately went to the estate in the suburbs. Before he left, the printing technique had already yielded results. He wondered whether during his absence the printing technique could be widely promoted. Upon arriving at the estate, old Du quickly came to Zhao Mu to pay respects. Zhao Mu waved for this meritorious official to rise, then inquired whether the printing technique could be put into formal use at present. Young Master Mu regarding this printing technique. Seeing the other party seemed somewhat hesitant towards Zhao Mu, he immediately frowned. What has happened? If there are any issues, report immediately. Why delay? As soon as these words left his mouth, noticing old Du's somewhat surprised expression, Zhao Mu suddenly remembered that he had just returned from Mount Tai. Even if the other party wanted to report, it was impossible to rush to Mount Tai specifically for this matter at such speed. I was too hasty. Now tell me what has happened. Noticing Zhao Mu quickly getting down to handling affairs, old Du then spoke of the dilemma. How should we standardize the fonts, young Master Mu? Upon hearing this question, Zhao Mu was momentarily stunned. When he regained his composure, he suddenly understood why old Du was so anxious. The script should naturally be small seal. Let me visit His Majesty and have him author the standard for the script. Zhao Mu figured that Qin Shi would be more than willing to participate in this matter. After all, the chance to enlighten the masses was not something that came along every day. Then I shall trouble you, young master. Old Du was somewhat surprised. He had hesitated for a long time and had enlisted many literate individuals to help standardize the script, but the process always incurred one error or another. Thus old Du had never dared to promote it widely, fearing that erroneous characters would spread among the common folk and cause unforeseen trouble. If someone were to slander the printing press or cause trouble for Zhao Mu, because of this it would waste the original intention behind Zhao Mu's research into papermaking and movable type printing. After leaving the small courtyard, Zhao Mu went directly to the palace. In Xianyang Palace, he saw Qin Shi laboriously reviewing memorials, and it was only then that he realized he had been a bit too hasty. But the palace attendant had already announced his arrival. Since Zhao Mu had already entered Xianyang Palace, leaving without a reason would be somewhat awkward. Having thought this through, Zhao Mu began to organize his words in his mind. Mu, come sit beside me. Hearing Qin Shi summons, Zhao Mu promptly knelt beside him, appearing obedient and well-behaved. After getting off the carriage this morning, weren't you telling that young man beside you that you would rest well at the mansion? Why then do you come to the palace? Zhao Gao had even told this story to Qin Shi as a joke, teasing Zhao Mu for being truly childlike. So seeing Zhao Mu inside the palace was indeed somewhat surprising. Your Majesty, I have come today to ask a favor. Zhao Mu's deferential demeanor eased Qin Shi expression considerably. He set aside the vermilion brush and then inquired about the matter. After recounting old Du's situation in full to Qin Shi, Zhao Mu said, if movable type printing is to be widely promoted, there must be a standardized script. If left to others, it would inevitably be haphazard. Therefore, your Majesty should be the one to establish the first edition of the standard script. Having said this, Zhao Mu looked up and met Qin Shi scrutinizing gaze. He averted his eyes, clearly flustered. Who told you about this? You had better tell me. In Qin Shi mind, Zhao Mu was a clever, obedient, and sensible child, so these words must have been instigated by someone behind the scenes. Seeing that the other's reaction was as expected, Zhao Mu lowered his head and said with a hint of confusion, this truly came from my own mind. Only if your Majesty's calligraphy is widely circulated can everyone feel a greater sense of identity, don't you think? Looking up at Qin Shi expressionless face and sensing the dragons might emanating from him, Zhao Mu gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, in the past Duke Xiao issued an edict to seek wise men from all over the world regardless of their nationality, inviting them to Xianyang to serve the state. Why then today are you unwilling to write a standard to enlighten the people? Looking at Zhao Mu's slightly anxious expression, Qin Shi seemed hesitant. Your Majesty, when I go out on the streets and listen to the common people, they often express gratitude that your Majesty unified the 6 states, sparing them from the hardships of displacement. In that case, your Majesty should bestow further grace to make them even more convinced. Seeing Zhao Mu growing more and more anxious as he spoke, Qin Shi smiled, breaking the icy demeanor from moments before. I was merely teasing you, Mu. Why be so nervous? Qin Shi words instantly relieved Zhao Mu. I have official matters to attend to these 2 days, and will not have time for personal affairs. After 7 days you may come to the palace to collect what you need. Zhao Mu happily acknowledged, and then turned to leave. But he did not expect Qin Shi next words to leave him frozen in place. I recall that you once suggested building an academy in Xianyang, where the remaining descendants of the 6 royal families could study together. Hearing this, Zhao Mu nodded quickly. This was indeed his idea. Seeing Zhao Mu's wide eyes as if unaware of what was to come, Qin Shi smiled, and said calmly, Then I shall leave this matter in your hands. Zhao Mu's eyes widened in shock. He had never expected that at only 5 years old he would be entrusted with a task by Qin Shi. Though he had previously researched papermaking and movable type printing, those were his own initiatives, tasks he had taken upon himself. Now being entrusted with such an important responsibility filled him with excitement. The words grand ambitions shimmered with golden light before Zhao Mu's eyes. After hearing your suggestion, I immediately dispatched riders with haste. Tomorrow the first batch of descendants from the 6 states will arrive in Xianyang. Their accommodation and subsequent enrollment will be handled by you. Qin Shi spoke with gravity, and Zhao Mu's expression unconsciously took on a solemnity he had never known before. Rest assured, your Majesty. I will do this well, and will not disappoint you. Seeing the blazing fire in Zhao Mu's eyes, Qin Shi nodded, and told him to return quickly and prepare. Tomorrow the emissary from Yin State will arrive. You must handle this matter well. The words, emissary from Yin State, echoed in Zhao Mu's ears instantly, reminding him of Jing Wuji, who was staying at his home. Your Majesty, rest assured. I will make preparations now. Watching Zhao Mu walk step by step out of Xianyang Palace, Qin Shi Huang's expression grew indistinct in the shadows of the hall. He was looking forward to seeing this 5-year-old child shine before the crowd. Meanwhile, back at the Prince of Jingjiang's mansion, Zhao Mu informed the others that he would be hosting the Yin emissary the next day. Seeing everyone cheerfully leaving to prepare, Zhao Mu called Jing Wuji into his room. Brother Wuji, are you all right with this? Zhao Mu had long since learned of Jing Wuji's true identity in secret, so he asked to ensure safety. Rest assured, young master. I knew this day would come. From the moment of his betrayal, some things could never be undone, but was this betrayal not also a form of success? I know what you're worried about, young master. If anything unexpected happens, I will handle it myself, and will not implicate you. Brother Wuji, what are you saying? You serve me here, and I will naturally protect you no matter when or where. Why speak such distant and exclusive words? Seeing Zhao Mu's slight irritation, Jing Wuji swallowed his words, though his expression still betrayed his thoughts. Forget it. Tomorrow you stay at the mansion and help with training. You don't need to accompany me to receive the Yin envoy. No, young master. I want to go with you. As his personal bodyguard, how could Jing Wuji casually leave Zhao Mu's side? Are you sure? This was Zhao Mu's last chance to give Jing Wuji a way out. I am sure. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhao Mu abandoned his efforts. Since you are unwilling to return, I have nothing more to say. However, Brother Wuji, you must think this through. Once this step is taken, there is truly no turning back. At the close of the Mao hour the following day, Zhao Mu stationed himself in the suburban outskirts of the capital with his attendants, quietly awaiting the remaining members of the Yin royal lineage. Though Qin Shi Huang had preserved their dignity by still referring to the fallen royal houses of the Six Kingdoms as envoys, everyone understood that representatives of surviving states could legitimately bear this title, while those from vanquished kingdoms were merely remnants of a bygone era. However, since the intention was to civilize the masses, Qin Shi Huang naturally wished for such goodwill not to come to nothing. Thus he bestowed upon them the honorable designation of envoys to pacify the crowd. Those who had resisted excessively during the pacification of the Six Kingdoms had long vanished into the river of history. The ones arriving now were either individuals whose ambitions had been entirely extinguished, or those who had expertly concealed their ambitions. Watching several carriages come to a halt before him, Zhao Mu stepped forward. 5 men and 3 women descended, a remarkably small number that left Zhao Mu somewhat astonished. After all, the fact that the royal household had dwindled to such a meager extent was a clear indication of just how depleted they had become. Esteemed envoys of Yin, I am Zhao Mu, Marquis of Jing, the official in charge of receiving you. Should you encounter any difficulties during your stay at the guest house, you may send for me at any time. Zhao Mu introduced himself without hesitation. Time was pressing, and the Minister of Ceremonies, Lord Zhang, and the Master of Guest Affairs, Lord Li, had not yet had the opportunity to instruct him on proper etiquette, so he could only assist with arrangements alongside them. A mere 5-year-old child. What was Qin Shi Huang thinking? Dispatching a child of such tender age to receive envoys. Audacious! You insult His Majesty the First Emperor. Minister Zhang stepped forward and rebuked him with stern severity. The royal scion who had spoken suddenly found himself at a loss, unable to find a fitting retort, and could only temporarily withdraw. I implore you all to remain composed. His Majesty dispatched me precisely because I bear a noble title. Though still young, I have mastered swordsmanship to no small degree, and I trust this does not dishonor you. Beside him, Minister Zhang and Minister Li both nodded in agreement, praising Zhao Mu as a child prodigy. Such flattery left the Yin envoys at a loss for how to respond. Our great Qin harbors no intention of boasting or deceit. These explanations serve only to demonstrate that we deal with complete honesty. I invite each envoy to follow me. Having spoken, Zhao Mu turned and boarded a carriage. The Yin envoys had no choice but to return to their carriages and proceed into the city together. Observing Jing Wuji take his seat immediately upon entering the carriage, Zhao Mu perceptively noticed that the other seemed to carry some emotional burden. What troubles you, Brother Wuji? Did someone cause you difficulty while I was not attending? Zhao Mu spoke in jest, for the incident had unfolded so suddenly that no one had truly noticed Jing Wuji standing aside merely as a show of support. Perhaps it was someone you recognize. I greeted them myself. Seeing him turn away abruptly, clearly unwilling to revisit the matter, Zhao Mu knew his suspicion was correct. He said nothing further, simply waiting patiently. As expected, once Jing Wuji had steadied his mind, he began recounting his past during his time in Yin. You must have long known my surname. I am actually a clansman or descendant of Jing Ku. Witnessing the slight surprise cross Jing Wuji's face at this response, Zhao Mu smiled and nodded, his expression utterly composed. You speak truly, it is exactly so. It seemed Jing Wuji's earlier conjecture had been correct, as Zhao Mu had known his identity long ago. What astonished him most was that Zhao Mu would choose to conceal this from him. Among those who arrived today, one is someone I served in my childhood. We lost all contact only after I was taken away for training. Noticing the hint of dejection in the other's expression, Zhao Mu produced a handkerchief from his sleeve and offered it to Jing Wuji. The somber look on Jing Wuji's face vanished, entirely replaced by puzzled astonishment as he gazed at the object being extended toward him. Why do you possess such an item? Jing Wuji found himself at a loss for words to convey his surprise. The shifting expression on his face caused Zhao Mu to burst into laughter. A mere handkerchief, if it can bring a smile to Brother Wuji's face, then it has served its purpose. This handkerchief had been placed by the steward beside Zhao Mu that morning before departing. It was said to have been infused with some fragrant oil. If one grew weary from standing in the countryside, it would refresh the spirit. Upon hearing this explanation, Jing Wuji leaned in to smell it, only to recoil several steps back from the overpowering scent. Perhaps he simply forgets such trivial matters. Brother Wuji need not dwell on it. If even such a minor detail weighed so heavily on his mind, Zhao Mu worried he was burdened with far too much. Upon entering Xianyang, the carriage proceeded toward its destination. The lodging arrangements for the envoys of the Six Kingdoms had already been finalized, and upon alighting, Zhao Mu led the group to the quarters designated for the Yin representatives. The entire guest house was laid out in a square formation with no area particularly remote or secluded. Consequently, the Yin envoys raised no objections upon seeing their accommodations. Esteemed envoys, are you aware of the purpose behind your summons to Xianyang? Once all the Yin envoys were seated, Zhao Mu posed the question patiently. We are uninformed and respectfully seek your guidance, Marquis of Jing. Earlier in the carriage, these Yin envoys had evidently conferred among themselves and now addressed Zhao Mu with noticeably tempered and respectful demeanors. It appeared they recognized within themselves that a child entrusted with such a responsibility could hardly be an ordinary 5-year-old. To his relief, they remained unaware of the deeper implications at play. It seemed Qin Shi had not disclosed his true intentions to them when issuing directives across the various regions. Had they possessed the counsel of those strategists at their side, they might have pieced together the reasoning behind these actions. With his concerns allayed, Zhao Mu turned to face them, his smile growing increasingly courteous. His Majesty's summons of the surviving descendants of the Six Kingdoms to Xianyang is for a matter of great significance. Zhao Mu's measured tone carried an air of profound mystery, only deepening the envoys' apprehension while stirring their curiosity. The Yin delegation leaned forward slightly, their gazes fixed intently on Zhao Mu as though desperate to grasp the full scope of this urgent matter. You should be aware that His Majesty recently returned to Xianyang after offering sacrifices to heaven. Throughout the journey, there were continual disturbances, certain individuals claiming descent from the Six Kingdoms attempting acts of treason and assassination. To shield you from such turmoil and prevent unjust entanglement, His Majesty has graciously established a learning academy and invited you to pursue studies within its walls. May you not disgrace this imperial favor, for disorderly conduct within the academy is strictly forbidden. Although Zhao Mu was merely 5 years, the menace in his words unsettled the Yin state officials. I know you all still harbor doubts in your hearts. Today, I shall answer your questions and dispel your doubts. If there is anything you're unsure about, please speak up, lest you misjudge His Majesty's benevolence later. Zhao Mu sat on a chair nearby. Though slight in stature, his bearing was imposing, leaving the Yin state delegates unsure how to respond. I don't know what exactly is taught inside the academy, so that we can be prepared in advance. A man of refined dress and appearance stepped forward with a bow, hoping Zhao Mu would answer his questions. Seeing this, Zhao Mu nodded politely, invited the man to sit, and then spoke. The Academy's core subjects are the 6 arts: rites, music, archery, charioteering, writing, and arithmetic. Upon hearing this, the Yin state delegates breathed a sigh of relief. Evidently, they were somewhat versed in the 6 arts, so they were not overly worried. Of course, besides that, Qin state's laws and related matters are also essential courses to study. As expected, after mentioning the study of laws, the Yin state delegates' faces grew gloomier. At this moment, though they outwardly still claimed to be Yan's descendants, in truth, they had been absorbed into the Qin Empire with no power to turn the tide. Even if they wished, they could not resist Qin Shi Huang's demand to study Qin laws. Seeing their morale falter, Zhao Mu smiled and spoke of the Academy's most advanced arrangement, a design Zhao Mu had prepared for the envoys of the 6 states based on modern experience. According to the Academy's setup, each month, every general will face a major examination. If you perform well on the exam, you will receive a reward. The prize will be awarded to the first place once His Majesty has decreed. If you repeatedly finish last for several rounds, you will be punished, usually with hard labor, which your refined bodies surely cannot endure. Seeing the Yin state delegates' astonished expressions, Zhao Mu smiled gently and said, the relevant content has already been communicated to you. If anyone violates the rules, do not blame the Academy's teachers for penalties. Jing Wuji, who had been waiting quietly by the side, took 8 copies of the Academy Rules Manual and handed them to everyone. Zhao Mu then smiled. I hope you will not squander His Majesty's goodwill, to strive to enrich yourselves within the Academy and become the pillars on which great Qin will be built. Having spoken these words, Zhao Mu respectfully withdrew, leaving the Yin state delegates to look at the slim books in their hands and exchange glances. After Zhao Mu rode back in the carriage, Lord Zhang and Envoy Li exchanged a smile and left together for Xianyang Palace to report today's reception of the Yin state invoice. Qin Shi sat upright in Xianyang Palace reviewing dispatches. Upon seeing Lord Zhang and Envoy Li approach together, he set the dispatch aside and asked how Zhao Mu had performed today. Leader Run, with a smile in his eyes, bowed and spoke. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Jinghua is young, yet his conduct is poised and unflustered. Though the Yin state's envoy has difficulties, the Marquis can deftly resolve them. Such a capable figure is precisely what one hopes for, Your Majesty. Leader Run, who has long managed diplomatic affairs, knows how to speak in ways that win hearts. Zhao Mu's bearing clearly shows he has learned the essence. Your Majesty, if possible, arrange for the Marquis of Jinghua to come to serve under me. He would surely alleviate Your Majesty's concerns. Qin Shi knew Leader Ren's talent for diplomacy and his elocution. He did not expect him to praise Zhao Mu so openly in his presence, which took him by surprise. Turning to Lord Zhang, who stepped forward, he also began praising Zhao Mu's outstanding performance today. Qin Shi listened patiently to Zhao Mu's words that pressed the Yin state's invoice and let out a faint smile. This brat is indeed sharper than I imagined. This rascal is more cunning than I thought. Zhao Mu's taunts directed at the Yin state's invoice suggested that even if they harbored ulterior motives, they would not dare reveal them for some time. Yet once inside the academy, there would be only one grazing rest period per month, leaving even less room for mischief. You two continue assisting the Marquis of Jinghua and ensure the former Six Nations people are properly settled to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Yes, Your Majesty, we understand. Lord Zhang and Envoy Li hurriedly bowed and quickly left Xianyang Palace. At the end, the Yin state delegates began to debate whether Zhao Mu's words were true, and if so, how they should respond. Three women sitting nearby did not speak, quietly reading the Academy Rules Handbook in their hands. 5 men spoke, with fervor, seemingly indignant. Brother, even if Qin state is ascendant now, we are still descendants of Yan's royal line. If we must study there in that godforsaken academy and learn Qin laws, I won't do it. Ji, who spoke up, he is a direct descendant of Yan's royal line, and his words are bold. The elder brother he mentions, Xin, is highly regarded by those Yan plotting. But what can you do if you refuse to go? If you refuse to attend the academy, Qin Shi could simply order your execution, here, brand you a rebel, and you wouldn't even be able to cry out for vengeance. What else would you do? The speaker this time was Jibu, a member of Yan's royal house, but from a cadet branch. He has always been quick-witted and capable, greatly valued by Xin. Ji, whose jealousy grew. Clearly they were brothers, yet the elder brother favored the other faction more. What are the two of you thinking? Against them stood a pair of twins, Ji Huai and Ji Zhong, whose primary duty was to guard Xin and help him achieve great deeds. Yet outwardly the 5 remained well-behaved, not daring to reveal any intentions of rebellion. Big brother, you decide. If you say to go into the academy to investigate, we will go with you. If you say we should immediately flee back to Yin to rise up, we will follow you. Ji Huai and Ji Zhong, the 2 brothers, are usually moved by others and rarely think for themselves to avoid upsetting Xin's arrangements. So they cannot offer any constructive input at this moment. Very well, then we shall first go into the academy to investigate. If the restraints prove too tight, we will devise ways to slip out from within. Yes, big brother. Ji, who even if reluctant, could only nod in agreement with the other 3. Upon the arrival of the other envoys, they all encountered the exact same situation as the envoy from the state of Yin. Seeing that Qin Shi actually intended to control them through the academy, the envoys were exceedingly furious. Yet under the crushing weight of the imperial majesty, they had no power to resist and could only accept it with resentment. Zhao Mu naturally perceived what was on their minds, but even so he made no effort to placate their emotions. Reason dictated that he should manage their emotions to prevent any potential chaos when the academy opened. However, he chose to indulge them instead, which left Jing Wuji somewhat perplexed. Tomorrow would be the day the envoys entered the academy to study. On the eve of this undertaking, Zhao Mu naturally needed to rest well. Seeing Jing Wuji hesitating to speak, Zhao Mu grew curious and inquired about what was troubling him. Young master, why do you not make it clear to them that this academy was built to save their lives? Although Zhao Mu had already explained to them that the academy was established to prevent others from assassinating Qin Shi under the guise of the remnants of the 6 states, which would trigger a chain of disasters. However, those people clearly did not take his words to heart, continuing to act as they pleased. You have also witnessed their attitude. If that is the case, what use is there in me saying any more? Zhao Mu shrugged helplessly, clearly lacking any interest in waking those who chose to play dumb and pretend to know nothing. Since they enjoy playing the fool so much and love to deliberately feign weakness before others to garner sympathy, then let them play their part to the fullest. After all, we do not have that much time to play games with them. To earn more points, Zhao Mu had already begun planning what kind of inventions to create next. Furthermore, paper and movable type printing had not yet been promoted on the widest scale, meaning there were still many points he had yet to acquire from them. Zhao Mu would naturally complete the tasks assigned by Qin Shi with utmost diligence. However, if the subjects of the task refused to cooperate, he would rather give them the cold shoulder to make them realize the gravity of the situation instead of currying favor in vain. An uninvited bargain is never a good deal. Just keep this truth in mind. Looking at Zhao Mu's youthful yet solemn and earnest face, Jing Wuji nodded, realizing that there were indeed some matters he could not see as clearly as Zhao Mu. Alright, do not worry. If any issues arise, I will keep them under control. Should any accidents occur, I will report them to the higher-ups in a timely manner. Zhao Mu also knew that Jing Wuji was acting out of concern, so he did not show any displeasure and instead explained patiently. Toward those around him, Zhao Mu had always possessed far more patience than irritation. Jing Wuji nodded, his admiration for Zhao Mu deepening even further. If he had previously been moved by Zhao Mu because of the beautiful future the young master had depicted, then now his willingness to remain by Zhao Mu's side stemmed entirely from being thoroughly captivated by his brilliance. Jing Wuji found it hard to imagine any other figure who, like Zhao Mu at the tender age of 5, could invent paper as light as a cicada's wing and a printing technique that benefited the entire world. And the young master's deep calculations and foresight astonished Jing Wuji even more. Watching Jing Wuji depart, Zhao Mu lay down on his bed and quickly established contact with the system. Today, due to the widespread promotion of paper, Zhao Mu had unlocked his first achievement, black ink on white paper. However, because Zhao Mu was hosting the envoys from the other states at the time, it was inconvenient to check, so he had temporarily put it out of his mind. Now he could finally examine the details in peace. System, please tell me the achievement I earned today. The system was quickly awakened and began broadcasting information related to the achievement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the achievement, black ink on white paper. This is a growth-type achievement. If points continue to accumulate in the future, the host will continue to unlock subsequent titles. Host has unlocked a title for the first time, receiving a reward of 100 points. Host has unlocked a growth-type title for the first time, receiving a reward of 50 points. Host account points have exceeded 500 for the first time, rewarding 1 free lucky draw. After broadcasting this information, the system fell silent for the time being. Seeing the points spent over the past 2 days return to his account, Zhao Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had never imagined that he would become so anxious over system points, which was quite an intriguing experience. However, this free lucky draw, Zhao Mu had never given much thought to what it might be, and curiosity piqued within him. Upon opening the lucky draw page, a roulette wheel, very common in modern life, appeared in his mind. The surface of the wheel was divided into many sectors shimmering with golden light. Zhao Mu could not see the written rewards clearly at all, only knowing that every single slot looked incredibly luxurious. Would the host like to use the free lucky draw right now? The system's voice was completely mechanical, yet it did nothing to dampen Zhao Mu's excellent mood. System, initiate the draw immediately. The wheel began to spin frantically. The already blurred interface now resembled a golden sun rotating at high speed. As it gradually slowed down, Zhao Mu watched the pointer tick past slot after slot, finally settling on its ultimate destination. Once the pointer stopped, the name of the prize in that specific slot slowly revealed itself. Host has consumed 1 free lucky draw ticket. The prize obtained is the 124 practice room. 124 practice room. Zhao Mu could not help but read the name of the prize aloud, feeling quite puzzled. System, what is a 124 practice room? If he did not know the purpose of this prize, it would be quite a waste. After all, this was a free lucky draw. If he wanted to draw again, he would likely have to wait until his account reached 1,000 points. The 124 practice room primarily provides thoughtful service for busy individuals. Upon entering the practice room, 1 hour can be split and utilized as 24 hours. Upon leaving, the flow of time in the outside world remains unchanged, though a significant amount of work will have been processed. This item has no side effects. Please use it with peace of mind. It turned out to be a disguised time-pausing device. After all, while only 1 hour passed in the outside world, 24 hours would pass inside the practice room. Who could say that those other 23 hours of time were actually flowing? This was indeed a fine place, Zhao Mu thought. If he could use this space to handle administrative matters and leave things inside, he could likely store quite a few confidential documents there. As for the time-flow ratio, it was not particularly important to Zhao Mu. Life in the Qin Dynasty was relatively plain, lacking recreational activities, so Zhao Mu had more than enough time to handle whatever he wished. Only when he truly became too busy and ran out of time would he consider using this 124 practice room. But until then, it would merely serve as a storage room. After shutting down the system, Zhao Mu lay on his bed, seriously contemplating how to design his research roadmap for the future. In truth, there were many paths he could take ahead. However, Zhao Mu knew that at his current young age, he was not suited for hazardous research activities. Therefore, his considerations focused on practical matters concerning livelihood and daily life, such as those relevant to scholars and writers. With these thoughts in mind, 2 characters suddenly sprang to Zhao Mu's mind: agricultural tools. Given that reading and literacy had already been addressed, he saw no further inventions possible in that domain. As long as paper and movable type printing were invented, outstanding scholars would naturally follow in succession. Yet agriculture was the foundation of the nation. If he could create something related to farming, it might bring him greater merit. Most importantly, spreading agricultural tools was far simpler than paper and movable type. With these dual practical considerations in mind, Zhao Mu swiftly determined his next direction. Moreover, he had no intention of changing course anytime soon. Studying military matters would require waiting until he was older. After pondering these matters, Zhao Mu fell into a deep slumber and woke to the morning of the next day. The academy's opening ceremony was scheduled for noon, giving him ample time to prepare and make his way there. As he arrived at the academy gates, Zhao Mu could feel countless eyes fixed upon him from the crowd. Yet he showed no alarm, instead offering polite nods to those present. The academy opened its doors today, and Zhao Mu, appointed by Qin Shi as the person in charge, naturally bore the responsibilities that came with the role. Surveying the envoys below, whose expressions and glances carried traces of reluctance, Zhao Mu smiled and unfurled the imperial edict in his hands. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, "Now that the Xianying Academy has been completed, we hereby invite you all to enroll and study. May you not fail to live up to our great favor." So decrees this edict. The edict was neither long nor short, but its essence was one of encouragement to the students. Hearing these words, the scholars chosen from the royal houses of the 6 states all wore somewhat grim expressions. Nevertheless, constrained by the public setting, they naturally dared not openly oppose the first emperor in front of everyone, so they could only lower their heads and acknowledge. Yet such is the nature of worldly affairs. Once one bows their head, the first time future resistance becomes impossible. Compared to Zhao Mu's vision of an opening ceremony, this one proved surprisingly simple. After the edict was read, teachers from various disciplines took the stage for their self-introductions. Then Zhao Mu ascended the platform once more. "Good day to all you scholars. I am Zhao Mu, the person in charge of academy affairs." A 5-year-old child standing on the platform before a crowd of teenagers 20s and 30s, declaring himself in charge of managing the academy. This sight was truly astonishing. Yet Zhao Mu had already demonstrated remarkable organizational and problem-solving skills through his dealings at the courier station over recent days. Even those with lingering grievances dared not reveal them at this moment. "Except on rest days, I will arrive at the academy at mid-afternoon each day to handle affairs. Should you have any questions, come find me then. When addressing me, you should call me principal." Zhao Mu then carefully outlined the academy's academic regulations and gave a thorough introduction to the entire campus layout. "Does anyone have further questions?" No sooner had he spoken than a tall man among them couldn't resist raising his hand. Zhao Mu recognized him immediately as Ji Hu, the young descendant of the Yan royal house from the first day. "Pray tell, what question do you have?" "Principal, I simply wish to ask, shouldn't this academy be solely for male scholars? Why are women being admitted as well?" As he spoke, Ji Hu glanced toward the royal women standing opposite them, his eyes clearly filled with contempt. The women nurtured by each royal house are accomplished in grace and learning, their etiquette and literary talent matching that of any young man. If you're so eager to expel them, could it be that you fear being outshone by a girl? Zhao Mu despised men like Ji Hu most of all, men who lacked genuine ability yet constantly sought fault in others. As for the matter of women attending the academy, Zhao Mu had long discussed it with the first emperor. The emperor had grown somewhat resigned to Zhao Mu's insistence on allowing female students. Yet Zhao Mu had laid out the implications with crystal clarity. "Your Majesty, among the remnants of the 6 states, the men are the ones who receive greater attention. Yet for women in this world, survival has always been extraordinarily difficult, and their status only brings further discrimination and humiliation. If we could cultivate their loyalty, whether they eventually serve as officials in the Qin Dynasty or later, through raising families and educating children, instill these principles in the next generation, such an outcome would be most welcome to your Majesty." Unexpectedly, Zhao Mu employed just such reasoning to persuade him. Under the circumstances, the first emperor had little choice but to concede. Thus, when Zhao Mu stood on the platform today rebuking Ji Hu's narrow-mindedness, he felt no hesitation whatsoever. He understood full well that with the first emperor's backing, even if he were to tear a hole in heaven itself, the emperor would find a way to mend it. Since student Ji Hu has raised this matter, let me reiterate it to everyone. While the academy admits both male and female scholars, they will be housed separately. I have established an inspection team that will diligently monitor classroom conduct and academic progress each day. Any student found violating academy rules, bullying the weak, or mistreating women shall face punishment commensurate with the severity of their offense. I urge all students to value your own dignity and avoid committing acts that would shame yourselves in public view." Though Zhao Mu left the implication unstated, Ji Hu's face flushed crimson with rage. He gritted his teeth, forcing down his fury. Zhao Mu merely cast his gaze aside, without granting Ji Hu further attention. "Any other questions?" When Zhao Mu posed the question once more, those around him shook their heads, evidently unwilling to press further inquiries. Observing this, he proceeded with the final segment. Raising a mallet, Zhao Mu struck the bronze gong beside him with force and proclaimed loudly, "The Xianying Academy is now officially open. Today marks the first day of term. I bid all scholars to become thoroughly acquainted with the campus facilities so that formal instruction may commence tomorrow." After the opening ceremony concluded, Zhao Mu observed the students wandering in groups around the academy, feeling quite satisfied. Although this academy was built upon the former grounds of a noble's residence, its complexity and number of buildings perfectly met the students' learning needs. Moreover, Qin Shi had specifically ordered the entire Grand Garden to be leveled into a practice ground for archery and chariot driving, making it appear even more expansive. Thinking of the conditions of the schools he had once seen, Zhao Mu could only sigh inwardly that they fell short. Greetings, Marquis of Jing. Hearing a voice behind him, Zhao Mu turned to see Ji Xian standing with clasped hands, seemingly having a question to ask. What is it? Zhao Mu walked forward. Noting the height difference between them, he led Ji Xian to a nearby pavilion. What do you need? Simply sit and speak your mind. Zhao Mu's demeanor was quite amiable, so Ji Xian gathered his courage and spoke boldly. I wonder which course the Marquis of Jing intends to teach us. Taken aback by the question, Zhao Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. Did he really look like someone capable of teaching others? Zhao Mu's mind raced with indignation. What exactly led you to such a mistaken impression? I have no intention of teaching you. As Zhao Mu spoke, plainly Ji, who beside him, could no longer contain himself. Headmaster, if you don't teach any courses, what right do you have to be headmaster? Isn't it simply because you've gained Qin Shi favor? Ji, who had already been publicly reprimanded by him, yet he showed no sign of learning and continued to provoke at this very moment. Given this, Zhao Mu saw no reason to remain courteous. What does a headmaster's role entail? Do you even understand the authority and responsibilities that come with this position? Since this position bore a newly coined title, its scope of management naturally differed from others. The onlookers from Yin region fell silent, unsure of what to say or argue. The headmaster is primarily responsible for overseeing all affairs of the school, budget allocation, curriculum, scheduling, procurement, staffing, and the management of academics and discipline. When necessary, the headmaster must also raise funds for the academy. That is precisely what I do. Even if Zhao Mu had been uncertain of his duties before having learned the details from the system, he now understood the responsibilities he needed to shoulder. He never expected these fools to foolishly assume he would serve as their instructor. That was laughable. However, I do possess genuine talent in archery and arithmetic. Should any of you be interested, you are welcome to challenge me. Zhao Mu rose to his feet, unwilling to waste further words on them. These youths from Yin region were clearly here to provoke. He saw no point in expending more energy on them. Once classes began, they would quickly realize their petty schemes were utterly futile. Rather than spending your time questioning what a 5-year-old Marquis of Jing could possibly teach you, you would be better served touring the academy's facilities. Classes operate on a strict schedule, and tardiness results in point deductions. Having said this, Zhao Mu swept his sleeve and turned to leave. His imposing presence left the onlookers from Yin region visibly pale. They had never imagined that Zhao Mu, though seeming approachable, carried words laced with such unsettling menace. But barely 2 paces in, another group awaited ahead. Watching them congregate, Zhao Mu felt a deep sense of weariness. He could only be grateful he wasn't plagued by social anxiety. Otherwise, being constantly surrounded and intercepted by such crowds would have driven him half mad. What do you want now, eh? These were scholars from Qi region. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Mu noticed their demeanor differed markedly from the earlier youths of Yin. Greetings, headmaster. I am Tianzhong from Qi, bearing gifts my father sent me to present. I hope you will accept them graciously. Seeing Zhao Mu approach, the man beckoned his companions forward with beaming smiles, clearly delighted at the prospect of meeting him. Overwhelmed by such excessive warmth, Zhao Mu felt quite uncomfortable. Yet he couldn't simply dismiss their gestures, so he glanced at Jing Wuji beside him as a pile of offerings was presented before him. Jing Wuji accepted the gifts with an impassive expression. Tianzhong swallowed hard upon noticing him. Headmaster, your attendant is truly distinguished, imposing in bearing and commanding in presence. What is it you wish to discuss? Zhao Mu cut off the man's effusive flattery outright. He had no intention of wasting more time here. He had risen early for the opening ceremony and was already exhausted, craving a place for his afternoon rest. After all, this body was only 5 years old. If he didn't sleep well, what would become of his height? Zhao Mu certainly didn't wish to be reborn only to end up as a dwarf. Nothing at all, headmaster. We merely wish to present a small token of greeting. I've heard that in other regions presenting gifts is customary when paying respects to a master. My father feared ordinary offerings might seem insufficient for someone of your stature as Marquis of Jing, so he had these specially prepared. I hope you find them to your liking. Zhao Mu nodded, but before he could respond, the man spoke again. Should you find these unsuitable, simply let me know, and I shall procure something more fitting at once. There is no need. Not wishing to continue such false pleasantries, Zhao Mu interrupted firmly. The Marquis of Jing's estate lacks for nothing. Simply focus on your studies and truly internalize the Emperor's teachings. This academy was built to educate those remnants of the 6 states in the Emperor's eyes. Rather than resorting to such excessive flattery, it would be wiser to demonstrate your loyalty to His Majesty as soon as possible. Oh, absolutely, headmaster. Rest assured we shall dedicate ourselves to our studies. Those following behind Tianzhong hastily bowed in agreement, appearing far more compliant, a stark contrast to the earlier youths from Yin region. Excellent. Your enthusiasm for learning is what matters most. As I mentioned before, the Emperor established this academy so that you may soon become pillars of our great Qin. serving the people, and bringing honor to the empire. Such rhetorical platitudes were Zhao Mu's specialty. Once they had departed, he reached up to wipe his brow where no sweat had formed. Noticing Zhao Mu's visible discomfort from the prolonged interaction with those from Qi Jing Wuji, finally spoke. Young master, do you know why the people of former Qi and former Yin regard you so differently? Zhao Mu gently shook his head, a trace of confusion in his expression. I'm also curious why the people from Qi are so different from those in Yin. Is it because they do not share the same ancestry? This remark was purely a jest. Zhao Mu cooperatively curved his lips, then revealed the specific reason. Because Yin was a state conquered by the emperor's iron cavalry, who breached its cities and reclaimed it, whereas Qi voluntarily surrendered to the emperor, seeking to exchange submission for a life of wealth and honor. Reminded by this, Zhao Mu instantly recalled the process of Qin's unification of the 6 states that he had once studied. Wooing Yin and Qi, stabilizing Chu and Wei after annihilating Han and Zhao, they gradually swallowed each hostile kingdom, until Qi, isolated and demoralized, finally surrendered. The brilliant strategy of befriending distant states while attacking nearby ones had been executed with masterful skill by Great Qin. Pondering this, Zhao Mu turned to look at the direction the group of scholars had left, and an idea formed in his mind. If the scholars of the academy proved disobedient, then the same strategy could be applied. Qi would serve as an excellent partner for diplomacy. Thank you for your reminder. Zhao Mu happily patted Jing Wuji on the shoulder. But Jing Wuji had no idea what insight his words had sparked in Zhao Mu. On the way to the principal's office, Zhao Mu also encountered people from the other 4 conquered states. Sensing that some were friendly, some were sharp, and others like those from Qi were excessively ingratiating, Zhao Mu did not know how to respond. It was the myriad behaviors displayed among them that truly gave Zhao Mu food for thought. After receiving the Qin emperor's summons and entering the palace, Zhao Mu was first arranged to wait in a side hall. It was the myriad behaviors displayed among them that truly gave Zhao Mu food for thought. After receiving the Qin emperor's summons and entering the palace, Zhao Mu was first arranged to wait in a side hall. After the emperor had finished meeting with his high-ranking ministers, a young eunuch summoned Zhao Mu to the main hall. Your Majesty. After bowing to the emperor, Zhao Mu was directed to sit aside. Today is the academy's opening ceremony, but I was too occupied with state affairs to attend, so I specially ordered Zhao Gao to observe in my stead. He returned and gave me a detailed account of the academy's situation. I made no mistake in entrusting this matter to you. The opening ceremony was also planned by Zhao Mu himself and the personnel he requested from the emperor, hence the praise. Your Majesty overpraises me. It is only because of your Majesty's guidance that Mu'er is capable of such achievements. He must seize the opportunity to build goodwill while still young, for once he grows into a youth or a young man, such childish flattery would seem too cloying. There is no need to attribute all these merits to me. I am the most renowned emperor of Great Qin. I do not require such a minor reputation. The Qin emperor believed his achievements were eternal, so competing with Zhao Mu for such a small acclaim would be petty. I know that a 5-year-old child managing all affairs of the academy will inevitably cause discontent among the scholars, so I specially ordered the crafting of this golden plaque. I grant you the authority to make decisions on any academy-related matters as you see fit. When Zhao Mu saw the golden plaque held by the eunuch inscribed with the 4 characters, as if the emperor himself were present, he was deeply astonished. He had never imagined that he would one day hold something so emblematic of power and status. Seeing Zhao Mu frozen in place, the emperor gestured for him to take the plaque. Nervously licking his lips, Zhao Mu nodded, then took the plaque and quickly stood to express his gratitude. Enough, no need for such formality. Sit down. Before Zhao Mu's knees could touch the ground, the emperor told him to take a seat. But I must warn you, if you use this plaque to do anything wicked, I will punish you severely without leniency. The token was meant to allow Zhao Mu to seek assistance or report matters to the palace promptly. If he dared to misuse it, the emperor would not hesitate to punish him. Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, Mu'er understands. Tell me, how did those people behave? After reporting the various attitudes of the people from different regions to the emperor, Zhao Mu said, they have just entered the academy and will inevitably cause disputes. If anything happens, I beg Your Majesty not to intervene rashly. Please discuss any matters with Mu'er first. Zhao Mu's expression was extremely serious as he spoke these words, completely unlike his usual coaxing demeanor. The emperor, seeing this, grew curious. Oh, do you not wish for me to support you? After all, he was only 5 years old. If he made mistakes and came to the emperor for help, the emperor would not object. But if I come to Your Majesty for help once or twice, or even every time something happens, how can those people ever respect me in the long run? Hearing this, the emperor nodded and did not comment further on the matter. He merely instructed Zhao Mu that as the principal governing the entire academy, he must lead by example. The scholar's studies must not be neglected, and Zhao Mu's own studies must also be pursued diligently. Hearing this, and realizing he would have to see Li Si again, Zhao Mu's heart sank. He had not forgotten that Li Si, together with Zhao Gao, had once tried to sell him. If he allowed that man to be his teacher again, he could not imagine how much more he would be harmed. It seemed he must find a way to completely rid himself of this unworthy teacher. Upon returning to the Jinghua Marquis Manor, Zhao Mu summoned the several youths he had rescued from the slave traders. He called Wu Yu and Jing Wuji as well, and sat in the courtyard speaking solemnly to the 8 of them. I have an urgent matter that requires your advice and assistance. If any of your ideas are adopted and yield results, I will reward you with 100 gold pieces. Hearing this, all except Jing Wuji grew excited. 100 gold pieces was an amount that would take them many months of salary to accumulate. After sharing his predicament with them, Zhao Mu said, I wish to change my teacher, but the emperor has reservations. So I want you to come up with a plan to replace him. Wu Yu stood aside astonished. But young master, isn't your teacher the current prime minister Lord Li Si? So what? Don't you know the relationship between me and them? Since you have entered the Jinghua Marquis Manor, you must abide by its rules. Thus Zhao Mu had long made clear whom to trust and whom to avoid. I will give you one day. By dinner time tomorrow I hope to hear good news. After Wu Yu led the others away, Jing Wuji followed Zhao Mu and slipped into his room in a flash. Brother Wuji, is there something you wish to ask? Watching Jing Wuji walk around him to the table, Zhao Mu's eyes flickered with confusion. Do you truly intend to replace Li Si, or is this merely a test for them? Jing Wuji stared at Zhao Mu with a serious expression, hoping to hear a definitive answer. From the day he became my tutor, I have wanted to replace him every moment. As soon as Zhao Mu said this, Jing Wuji immediately understood his thoughts. Are you worried that Li Si will inform Zhao Gao and the others? Jing Wuji hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubt. Of course. Zhao Mu nodded, saying matter-of-factly, you have already witnessed with your own eyes how they conspired to harm me, haven't you? Seeing Jing Wuji sink into silence, Zhao Mu suddenly felt something amiss. Could it be that you have some connection with Li Si? Jing Wuji, lost in thought, could not help but shudder at these words, then looked at Zhao Mu and said, What are you saying, young master? How could I possibly have any connection with him? Zhao Mu let out a long sigh, finally relieved. Then why did you speak like that? I thought there was something serious. After all, Jing Wuji's identity was already complicated enough. If he were also entangled with Li Si, it would involve far more than mere past grievances. I merely thought that if we could keep Li Si by our side, we might be able to win him over. After all, young master is so formidable. Why not use a reasonable ally? Hearing this, Zhao Mu was not angered, but instead grateful that the other was genuinely considering his interests. He could understand Jing Wuji's thinking, since the latter did not know what kind of person Li Si truly was. It was natural to want to recruit him. After Jing Wuji spoke those words, he saw a hint of helplessness on Zhao Mu's face and instantly understood his meaning. Young master, was my judgment just now flawed? Jing Wuji felt he had oversimplified things. Zhao Mu was far more resourceful than he, and if his master had not considered recruiting Li Si, then his own presumptuousness was indeed laughable. Sensing Jing Wuji's chagrin, Zhao Mu smiled and said, I know you meant well, but the man is no ordinary minister. Why else would he ally with Zhao Gao to support the 18th prince, if not to seize more power later? Do you think it's easier to fool a diligent emperor who knows state affairs, or a simple-minded one who only knows pleasure? If not for this, Zhao Gao and Li Si would not have gone to such lengths to persecute Fu Su. Jing Wuji nodded, realizing he had oversimplified the matter. But I am still pleased that Brother Wuji has begun to think about these matters. Zhao Mu's aim in cultivating Jing Wuji was similar to that of the two Wangs. Relying solely on martial prowess would not secure a general's position. War is a contest of both strength and intellect. Brother Wuji, would you be willing to become Grandmaster Wang's disciple? Although Jing Wuji was his personal bodyguard, Zhao Mu had not registered him as a servant. If Jing Wuji was willing, Zhao Mu would not object. If the young master needs a general by his side, I am willing to learn from General Wang. A smile curled on Zhao Mu's face, his expression full of admiration for Jing Wuji. Good. Once the Li Si matter is resolved, and there are no other threats around me, I will speak to Grandfather Wang about this, and have him accept you as a disciple. Meanwhile, back at the servants' quarters, Wu Yu saw several youths with troubled expressions, and could not help but encourage them. Don't worry. The young master is not cruel. If we come up with a good solution for him tomorrow, he will reward us. Even if we cannot offer any solution, he will not punish us. Wu Yu had served Zhao Mu the longest, and naturally tried to calm the others' anxiety. That's not the main issue. What we truly worry about is being unable to share the young master's burden. The 7 of them discussed together, with Wu Yu providing information about Li Si and the others brainstorming the outline of a plan. They refined it together and finally devised a method. Looking at the somewhat messy handwriting on the paper, Wu Bing tucked the plan into his bosom and said nervously, I wonder if this plan will earn the young master's favor tomorrow. Since entering the Jing prince's residence, they had been living like in paradise. Although the studies were sometimes arduous, Zhao Mu had never been stingy with their clothing provisions or daily lessons. They wanted to do something to repay him. The next morning after breakfast, Zhao Mu summoned Wu Yu and the others to the front courtyard. Seeing the 7 visibly nervous, he gestured for them to hand over their plans. As Wu Bing handed over several sheets of paper, Zhao Mu perused them, carefully scanning the information. The 7 standing below held their breath, clearly tense. Your plan is excellent. The arrangement of personnel, the understanding of Li Si, and the subsequent cleanup. All aspects are very well planned. Looking at the detailed plan in his hand, Zhao Mu found it hard to believe that Wu You and the others had conceived it in just one night. It seemed the people he had trained were more capable than he had imagined. He directly ordered Jing Wuji to fetch 700 gold from the treasury and distribute it among the 7, a satisfied smile on his face. The 7 were astonished to receive 100 gold each. Young master, is this reward not too generous? They had never received so much money, 100 gold. Your plan is thorough, so you all deserve this reward. However, I must inform you that I will not be using this plan. The 7 were overjoyed at the reward, but froze upon hearing this. Why, young master? Why won't you use our plan? Seeing their hurt expressions, Zhao Mu smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. It's not that your plan is bad, it's that it's too safe. This plan eliminated all possible dangers which might actually hinder Zhao Mu in front of the first emperor. I need a more dangerous plan, one that will make the emperor understand that if I don't change my tutor, I will die. The moment the word death escaped Zhao Mu's lips, the faces of those around him paled in sheer terror. Young master, how could it possibly come to this? Young master, please, you must absolutely not do anything dangerous. Young master, please do not do anything rash. Even Jing Wuji, who stood quietly to the side, could not help but furrow his brow, casting a deeply worried glance at Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu waved his hand, dismissively gesturing for them not to worry. Rest assured, I am merely employing a few tactics to make him realize that Li Si and I can never belong to the same camp. When that time comes, Li Si will no longer be an indispensable minister in His Majesty's hands, but rather a sharp blade destined to be discarded once its purpose is served. Zhao Mu understood only too well the vital role Li Si played for Qin Shi. Thus he had to disrupt and redefine the relationship between this ruler and his minister as early as possible. Dismissing Wu You and the others with a wave of his hand, Zhao Mu returned to his bedchamber and retrieved a book he had prepared beforehand. What is this? Jing Wuji followed him into the room. Seeing the slightly yellowed book in Zhao Mu's hand, his face filled with perplexity. Do not come any closer, this thing is far from harmless. Pulling a mask from his robes, Zhao Mu tossed it to Jing Wuji, gesturing for him to put it on before speaking. I intend to use this to rid myself of Li Si. Bringing the book to his nose, Zhao Mu took a deep breath of the peculiar fragrance lingering on it. Instantly his complexion deteriorated to a degree visible to the naked eye. Young master. Jing Wuji anxiously stepped forward, but Zhao Mu stopped him with a firm gesture. Do not worry, I know exactly what I am doing. Zhao Mu had already prepared a way out for himself, so this small amount of poison would not truly harm him. Seeing Zhao Mu inhale the scent for a moment before rising to head to the outer study for his lesson, Jing Wuji grabbed his arm, his expression fraught with unease. Young master, are you certain you wish to attend the lesson looking like this? Zhao Mu's face was dreadfully pale, as white as a sheet of paper, even more bloodless than the book he held in his hands. If I do not go now, the efficacy of the drug will fade, and it will all be in vain. Firmly brushing off Jing Wuji's hand, Zhao Mu strode resolutely toward the outer study. Naturally, along the way, he did not forget to slightly conceal his excessively pallid complexion. Upon entering the study, Zhao Mu saw Li Si seated and ready to begin the lesson. With a subtle smile, he quietly placed the peculiar book he had brought onto the desk. He refrained from drawing Li Si's attention to the book. Instead, he presented several questions he had encountered during his recent studies, seeking the minister's guidance. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly slid the book onto Li Si's side of the desk. After the lesson concluded, knowing that Li Si had departed with the prepared book, Zhao Mu looked at the substituted volume that remained. He casually handed it to Jing Wuji, instructing him to burn it. Brother Wuji, please make absolutely sure this book is reduced to ashes. That very evening, dire news erupted from the Jinghua Marquis residence. Zhao Mu had suddenly coughed up blood during dinner. When the grim news reached the palace, Qin Shi was deeply shocked. The entire Xianyang palace was thrown into a flurry of activity, and Zhao Mu was rushed into the inner palace overnight for protection. Gazing at Zhao Mu, who lay on the bed in the inner chamber deathly pale and continuously spitting up blood, Qin Shi face darkened with fury. He imperiously summoned the imperial physician to examine him. After checking the pulse, the imperial physician collapsed to his knees with a thud, looking up at Qin Shi with terror in his eyes. What on earth has happened? Speak to me at once. Witnessing the physician's sheer panic, a sudden wave of dread washed over Qin Shi. Could it be that Zhao Mu had suffered some irreversible harm? Your Imperial Majesty, young Master Mu. The physician hesitated at a loss for words, but under Qin Shi severe interrogation, he finally stammered out the diagnosis. Young Master Mu has been poisoned. What a... Immediately ordering the physician to administer the antidote, Qin Shi rose to his feet and summoned a nearby eunuch, commanding him to bring Commandant Wei to the palace overnight. Watching Commandant Wei rush into the Xianyang palace, Qin Shi said with a dark, menacing expression, Young Master Mu has been poisoned. I command you to find the culprit within 5 days. Do you understand? Hearing that it was young Master Mu who had been harmed, Commandant Wei paled in shock. He had personally tested the paper and paper-making techniques invented by Zhao Mu, and the movable type printing had even inspired new approaches in his judicial work. He had never expected such a tragedy to strike now. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Your subject shall investigate this immediately. Just then Jing Wuji, standing quietly in the corner, caught Qin Shi eye. When Zhao Mu was brought into the palace earlier, Jing Wuji had remained faithfully by his side, only stepping out once the imperial physician entered the inner chamber. Come here. What is your name? Qin Shi gestured for Jing Wuji to approach. Seeing the burning indignation on the guard's face, the emperor's curiosity was suddenly piqued. Reporting to your majesty, this humble servant is named Jing Wuji, the personal bodyguard of the young master. Hearing the name Jing Wuji, fragments of information regarding this man flashed through Qin Shi mind. I see a look of defiance on your face. What? Do you take issue with the way I am handling this matter? Qin Shi did not miss the unusual expression on the guard's face, which only deepened his curiosity. Your majesty, I beg you to help the young master. This humble servant knows who is trying to harm him. Although Zhao Mu had not stated it explicitly, Jing Wuji had already deduced his master's intentions, and he resolved to lend him a helping hand. You know, Qin Shi hawkish eyes narrowed slightly, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon him. Who dares to harm my Moor? Speak up, let me hear it. It is Chancellor Li Si. The moment Qin Shi finished speaking, Jing Wuji delivered his answer without hesitation. His clear, resonant voice echoed through the front hall, causing Qin Shi eyes to widen in shock. Qin Shi had never imagined that Li Si could be behind this. What evidence do you have? Jing Wuji looked at Qin Shi in surprise, and only after a long pause did he ask, Your Majesty, do you believe my words? As long as you present evidence, I will believe you. Rather than placing blind trust in a person, Qin Shi naturally preferred cold hard facts laid out before him. Your Majesty, the young master's routine today was simpler than usual. He did not leave the residence at all, and the only outsider who visited was Chancellor Li Si. If it was not him, who else could it be? The people in the residence were all loyal servants personally chosen by Your Majesty. Hearing this, Qin Shi sank into deep contemplation. The Jingwa Marquis residence had indeed been arranged entirely by him, with every servant meticulously vetted to ensure that Zhao Mu, a mere 5-year-old child, would remain safe and sound. Was he not scheduled to go to the academy today? Suddenly recalling Zhao Mu's schedule for the day, Qin Shi questioned in confusion. Yes, and that is precisely why this humble servant must accuse Chancellor Li of this crime. For starting from noon, the young master felt unwell all over. He originally intended to force himself to go to the academy, but this humble servant persuaded him to rest at home. By the afternoon, he was coughing up blood. Feeling increasingly conflicted, Qin Shi decided to send for Li Si, summoning him to the Xianying Palace immediately. When he arrives, I want you to confront and accuse him to his face. Are you willing? This humble servant is willing. For the sake of the young master, I am ready to lay down my life without hesitation. Upon witnessing Jing Wuji's resolute stance, Qin Shi's initial doubts were moment to rest. Could what the other party claimed be true? All preliminary tests revealed nothing amiss, and soon Li Si would arrive to learn the full truth. Li Si bowed to Your Majesty. Watching Jing Wuji kneeling nearby and glowering at him, Li Si, who had just arrived at the Xianying Palace, was full of doubt. That man seemed to be a guard by Zhao Mu's side, yet he glared at Li Si with such anger. Perfect timing, my Lord Minister. Tell me what you did at the Jingwa Marquis' residence today. Li Si hurriedly bowed, and then recounted everything he had done at Zhao Mu's mansion earlier that day. He spoke in detail, and Qin Shi listened intently, his doubt growing deeper. What exactly happened? The emperor usually treated Zhao Mu with care, yet he never paid close attention to his studies. Today feels unusually strange. Li Si said to Jing Wuji that the chancellor was certainly in class, and his gaze shifted to Jing Wuji. Could the odd atmosphere in Xianying Palace today be connected to Jing Wuji? Your Majesty was the one who harmed young Master Mu. Of course, he won't tell the truth. Harmed young Master Mu. These 4 words echoed loudly in Li Si's mind. He suddenly looked at Jing Wuji, meeting the other's furious gaze, and only then understood what had happened. Could Zhao Mu have been injured, which prompted the other party to doubt him? Before Li Si could continue to guess, Qin Shi directly exposed the truth. Today, after you left the Jingwa Marquis' residence, Zhao Mu was poisoned. Jing Wuji says this concerns you. Unexpectedly, the matter proved so grave, Li Si dropped to his knees and cried out, Your Majesty, how could I have committed such a great act of treachery? Master Mu is a talent. Your Majesty values the trusted left arm. How could I be so blind? Apart from you, there are no outsiders entering or leaving the residence. If you didn't do it, could you be implying that those servants arranged by Your Majesty intend to harm young Master Mu? To Li Si's surprise, Jing Wuji uttered such words. Li Si fixed his blazing eyes on him, as if to threaten him into silence. Yet Jing Wuji remained fearless, his chin raised as he knelt before Qin Shi, as if he would spill his own blood for Zhao Mu, just as he had told the emperor. Since you, the chancellor, are somewhat suspected in this matter, if Wei Tingwei needs to consult you about it in the near future, I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Jing Wuji's insistence carried a certain certainty, causing everyone present to believe his words without the slightest doubt of their truth. Thus Li Si became the man who must bear responsibility. He wanted to say more to refute, but the emperor's words left him unable to argue. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. And since the Chancellor is suspected in this matter, suspend Zhao Mu's lessons for now. Oh, if needed later, I will arrange for you to go again. As Qin Shi spoke, he kept watching Jing Wuji's expression. Yet Jing Wuji's face remained sorrowful, as if he took no pleasure in this order. Seeing this, Qin Shi abandoned Zhao Mu's plan to change the tutor so the ruse would unfold. Yes, Your Majesty. Inside the inner hall, Jing Wuji quickly explained the matter to Zhao Mu in a hushed tone. He caught a glimpse of Zhao Mu's fingers moving slightly. After Li Si left Zhao Gao, and Hu Hai soon summoned him to a side hall. The place was secluded. Besides the patrolling guards who passed by about every hour, no other figures would appear. If not for today's palace turmoil, they would not have had this chance to discuss here. The Emperor has summoned you into the palace. Oh, what is this about? Zhao Gao looked nervous. Today's upheaval at Xianyang Palace meant he could not stay by the Emperor's side to receive news promptly. When he learned of Li Si's involvement, he decided to place the fault on him. Zhao Mu has been poisoned. The remark sparked a great uproar. Hu Hai's eyes showed a hint of triumph, while Zhao Gao frowned. Are you sure? Isn't this a good thing? Lord Zhao, that boy being poisoned could be advantageous to us. Seeing Zhao Gao take such care for Zhao Mu's safety, Hu Hai felt a surge of displeasure. Wake up, 18th Prince. We had plotted against him several times. If something happens, who would His Majesty suspect as the mastermind behind it? Seeing Hu Hai's suddenly clear-eyed look after speaking, Zhao Gao sighed softly, then instructed Li Si to recount everything that had just happened. It would be best if you could say it in more detail. Normally Li Si would not heed a eunuch's orders, but at this moment his mind was in a tangle, and he needed others to help him sort through his thoughts. Whoever is brought into the palace in the dead of night and instantly branded as a murderer would find it utterly perplexing. After Li Si explained the sequence of events, Zhao Gao exhaled softly, a trace of pity in his eyes. You have clearly shouldered the blame. Zhao Gao patted Li Si's shoulder with a knowing, almost conspiratorial gesture. From what I heard Your Majesty say, when you arranged for Li Si to teach Zhao Mu disliked it so much that he even asked to replace the tutor. Perhaps this matter is his trap to swap teachers. Zhao Gao's gaze carried a subtle insinuation, and Li Si could not help but consider this possibility too. Yet some truths cannot be deceived. The physicians say he was truly poisoned, and after leaving Xianyang Palace I inquired further. The poisoning is indeed grave. I heard it has damaged his lungs. If not treated promptly, he could die. Even if he wished to change tutors, there was no need to pay such a steep price. Anyone can see that as long as Zhao Mu can maintain his current peak of scholarly pursuit, even if his momentum slows later, as long as he remains useful to the country, the state, and the people, the future emperor would not dare to deal with him after Qin Shi reign ends. Why would the other party pay with a life to exchange a tutor? Li Si's doubt. Zhao Gao hesitated. He is confident in his own judgment, but the other side's words are not wrong. Is it really necessary to pay such a great price? Enough. Let us not waste more words on who the mastermind behind this is. It's already difficult enough to clear one's name. Zhao Gao chose not to dwell on it, instead urging Li Si to be cautious with his words and not to shoulder this matter himself, lest more trouble follow. But after Zhao Gao spoke, Li Si's expression changed. Something has happened, hasn't it? Zhao Gao's tone grew more wary. This is not good. Your Majesty has just arranged Wei Tingwei to search my home for evidence, and I agreed. This is trouble. In a flash, Zhao Gao's expression grew more anxious. Meanwhile, under the first emperor's orders, Wei Tingwei had already led soldiers to Li Si's residence to search for relevant evidence. However, considering that the suspect had not yet been convicted and was a high-ranking court official, Wei Tingwei's pretext for the search was relatively mild. But when Wei Tingwei arrived at the study and was blocked by the household servants, his suspicion reached its peak. Are you obstructing official business? Is this how the Grand Chancellor instructs his household servants? Wei Tingwei looked at the servant standing before him, whose eyes flickered with obvious nervousness, and a hint of contemplation appeared on his face. Although he had not been certain that Li Si was responsible for this matter, after witnessing the servant's behavior, he began to expand his suspicion of the other party. Even if you claim this is an imperial order, since you have not presented the emperor's decree, we will not easily allow you entry into the master's study. This room contains state secrets. If any of them were leaked, could you bear the responsibility? The one standing at the forefront was clearly the steward of this household. He had been hesitating whether to step aside, but the reminder from the attendant beside him suddenly woke him up. Even if it was Wei Tingwei, so what? Their master was still the Grand Chancellor. If a mere Wei Tingwei barged into the study, wouldn't that be a great loss of face? Even if it was just to protect the master's dignity, he must not easily yield. Very well, seize them all. The rest of you follow me inside to search. Wei Tingwei had naturally not come to investigate with only 2 or 3 men. He had refrained from forcing his way in earlier only out of respect for the Grand Chancellor. And now, since the other party was unwilling to accept his goodwill, there was no need to show excessive respect to someone who might be involved in murder. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhao Gao say that the situation was extremely troublesome, Li Si frowned in deep thought, while Hu Hai, who was beside him, directly voiced his confusion. Lord Zhao, why do you say that? Could there be some other hidden circumstance in this matter? You and I both know that this cannot be Li Si's doing. There is only one possibility: someone else has set a trap to frame him. After Zhao Gao said this, Li Si continued, But all the servants in the Jinghuaho's mansion are fully loyal to His Majesty. His Majesty thinks so highly of Xiao Mu, how could those people possibly endanger Xiao Mu's safety? Right, since it's not you, and it's not the servants in the mansion, then who do you think did it? Seeing Li Si's look of sudden realization, Zhao Gao could only sigh that the onlooker sees the game best. If it were ordinary times, the other party would have figured this out long ago. What can be done? To be framed behind one's back for no reason. As he said this, Li Si clenched his teeth, a hint of resentment showing in his expression. Enough. You can shift the blame onto the attendants or guards beside you. Let them take the blame for you, and give their families some compensation. Otherwise you will be severely implicated by this incident. Upon hearing this, Li Si hurried back to his residence to handle the matter, and coincidentally encountered the steward in charge of the study confronting Wei Tingwei in the main hall. Inside the inner hall of the Xianying Palace, after repeated induced vomiting, Xiao Mu slowly opened his eyes. He had been able to hear what was being said outside, as well as Jing Wuji's report, which was why his fingers had given the other party some information. But because of the effects of the poison, he had been unable to wake up fully. Now he could finally feel a little more comfortable. Weakly leaning against the headboard, looking at the first emperor sitting there with a worried expression, holding a bowl of medicine, Xiao Mu said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't want to bother you with this matter, but it's all because they made a fuss over nothing. They panicked at the slightest thing, and rushed to seek Your Majesty's help." Xiao Mu clearly showed that he did not want to bring up this matter again. Seeing this, the first emperor could only sigh helplessly and comfort him. "This has nothing to do with you. It is the poisoner who harbored malicious intent. Why should you blame yourself?" Xiao Mu did not speak, but frowned and lowered his head, a look of difficulty in his expression. "Do you have something to say? I am willing to hear you out." The first emperor said this not to test Xiao Mu's thoughts, but because he truly felt sorry for this child, who was not yet fully grown. "In that case, Your Majesty, please trouble yourself to change my teacher for me. I may be incompatible with Lord Li." Xiao Mu did not mention that his poisoning might be related to Li Si, but directly repeated the request he had made before. "Mu'er knows that this matter is not simple for Your Majesty, and requires coordination from all sides, but, young master, why don't you speak up? Isn't this matter clearly the work of the Grand Chancellor?" Jing Wuji, standing by, saw Xiao Mu swallowing his anger, and felt so distressed that he did not know how to speak. "Don't talk nonsense here. If you mislead His Majesty's judgment, I will hold you accountable." Xiao Mu deliberately put on an angry look, and scolded Jing Wuji to shut up. But Jing Wuji, as if a switch had been flipped, suddenly threw himself at the first emperor's feet, kneeling on the ground, and saying, "Your Majesty, just tell the young master. The matter has already been decided, hasn't it?" Although Jing Wuji's action was somewhat disrespectful, the first emperor did not take it too seriously, seeing that he was a loyal servant. "I have already informed Li Si that he no longer needs to oversee your studies. I will select another renowned teacher for you." Seeing Xiao Mu's eyes suddenly light up after he said this, the first emperor sighed. Perhaps his earlier insistence on pairing these two together had been a mistake. If he wanted to accomplish something, he might need to prepare a new leadership team for young Master Mu. Just as young Master Mu had thought, after the first emperor reached a judgment on this matter in his heart, he had already begun to consider giving up. Between Li Si and Xiao Mu, the older Li Si was naturally the one he would discard. After all, Xiao Mu was irreplaceable, while the Grand Chancellor Li Si, whom he currently relied on heavily, could be obtained through the selection of talented individuals. But the first emperor did not tell Xiao Mu this. He simply used the matter to coax Xiao Mu into quickly drinking his medicine. "Rest well. I have already sent Wei Tingwei to investigate this matter. No matter whether the poisoner is identified or not, I will give you an explanation." The next day, Xiao Mu was moved from the Xianying Palace back to the Jinghuaho's mansion to recuperate, and this news quickly spread throughout the entire court. Everyone knew that Li Si's poisoning of Xiao Mu was not without Xiao Mu's own hand in secretly arranging people to fan the flames. And the first emperor did not stop this. After all, Xiao Mu had promised him that if the investigation ultimately pointed to Li Si, Xiao Mu would be willing to not pursue the matter, but it was necessary to let everyone see what kind of person Li Si truly was. In the Grand Chancellor's mansion, Li Si sat in the study with a grim expression, staring at the book soaked with poison that Wei Tingwei had found, at a loss for words. "Do you have anything else to say, Grand Chancellor?" Commandant Wei gazed at Li Si, who sat at the head of the table, his expression profoundly grave. Among the men he brought, one was well versed in all manner of poisons, tasked with detecting the method by which Xiao Mu had been drugged. To his surprise, the investigation yielded results. "Why did you do such a thing?" Recalling Zhao Gao's earlier warning, Li Si immediately fixed his gaze on the trembling steward kneeling before him. "Master, what do you mean? Why did you attempt to harm young Master Mu?" "When I returned to the mansion earlier, I did mention that young Master Mu had shown me disrespect, but I never ordered anyone to take action against him. Why did you defy my command and secretly plot against someone whom His Majesty holds in high regard?" If the steward had not understood Li Si's meaning before, he now fully grasped the implications. "As a servant of the Chancellor's residence, the lives of your entire family are tied to this household. What benefit is there for you in committing such an act except to bring ruin upon the Chancellor's estate and doom your own kin?" The steward wished to speak, but under Li Si's threat of his family's annihilation, his eyes grew vacant, and he found no words to utter. What could he say? If he denied everything before Commandant Wei, the master he implicated would never spare him or his family. With that thought, the steward gritted his teeth, rose, and declared with a twisted face to Commandant Wei, "So what if I did it? I am but a servant. To drag a noble young master to his death with me is a bargain well worth it." Commandant Wei had long discerned that Li Si's words were a bid to shift blame. Yet he could not stop him, and could only watch helplessly as the man displayed his arrogance. When the master is humiliated, the servant must die. Though I am but a household slave, I know that when the master is wronged, we servants lose face. So he must die? Having spoken, the servant dashed straight toward a pillar. Commandant Wei reached out to stop him, but the steward's resolve was absolute. With a tearing sound, a piece of fabric remained in Wei's hand as the steward, before the eyes of all, struck his head against the pillar and perished. Li Si rose from his chair, looking at Commandant Wei, whose expression still held a trace of shock. He spoke with a tone of feigned apology. "I apologize for troubling you, Commandant Wei. This is also my fault for failing to discipline my subordinates. I will go to the palace and confess my guilt to His Majesty." Commandant Wei, with a dark countenance, watched Li Si, who had seized the initiative. His tone was outwardly calm, but inwardly cold. "Then I trust the Chancellor will explain to His Majesty why this man, who dared to harm young Master Mu, came from your residence, and why he chose to dash his brains out before he could be interrogated by my office or see the Emperor. Was he protecting someone or hiding something?" With that, Commandant Wei waved his hand, signaling two minor officials behind him to remove the steward's corpse. Those who dare to harm a nobleman should by law be executed by dismemberment, and their children punished by exile to the borderlands for hard labor or grain pounding. Since he is already dead, the remainder shall be decided by His Majesty. Having spoken, Commandant Wei turned and left the Chancellor's residence without further ado. The matter had lingered long enough. He needed to return and compile the documents for the next morning's court session, where he would report to the first emperor. Watching Commandant Wei's retreating figure, Li Si's eyes darkened. The lingering scent of blood in the study seemed to remind him of the gruesome scene that had just unfolded. He seized a nearby teacup and hurled it violently at the door. The crisp sound of shattering porcelain helped quell the rage within him. "Very well. Just you wait." The next morning at court, Commandant Wei indeed presented the investigation results to the first emperor. "Your Majesty, the steward's body is now in my office's mortuary. The subsequent measures for this man require your Majesty's decree." Had it been any other matter, Commandant Wei could have decided the outcome himself, but since it involved Zhao Mu, he dared not act unilaterally. "What punishment have you determined?" "For daring to harm a nobleman, his children shall be implicated and exiled to the borderlands for hard labor or grain pounding." After Commandant Wei reported their consensus to the first emperor, the emperor's face darkened. "Is that all? Such a lenient penalty?" The first emperor understood well that this matter could not have been orchestrated by a mere steward alone. However, he still needed Li Si's services. As he had agreed with Zhao Mu, Li Si could not be dealt with for now. Thus, he could only severely punish the scapegoat to elevate Zhao Mu's status. "Your Majesty, your command. I shall record it." After some deliberation, the first emperor decided to have the culprits' faces tattooed. Such a punishment was highly humiliating for them. One's body hair and skin are received from one's parents. Tattooing the face is akin to insulting one's parents. This penalty should make the courtiers understand Zhao Mu's importance. Once the decree was issued, the court buzzed with discussion, but the first emperor's mind was made up. Zhao Mu's value to the state's design could not be overlooked. The ministers, sensing that there was more to the story, offered no objections and let the order stand. In the Marquis of Jinggua's residence, when Zhao Mu heard of the punishment inflicted on the steward and his family, a chill ran through him. He had never imagined that the matter would implicate the steward's entire family. "Prepare my clothes. I must go to Xianying Palace immediately." Seeing Zhao Mu's grave expression, Jing Wuji felt a slight chill, but quickly arranged suitable attire and a carriage. He accompanied Zhao Mu in haste to Xianying Palace. Upon arriving before the first emperor, Zhao Mu, though anxious, maintained decorum and bowed. "Have you also heard of Commandant Wei's findings this morning, and come to seek an answer from me?" The first emperor, with a faint smile, beckoned Zhao Mu closer, his gaze far warmer than toward others. After listening to the first emperor recount the punishment, Zhao Mu hesitated. The emperor, noticing this, grew puzzled. "What is it? Do you think I handled it wrongly?" The emperor's tone turned cold. "Your Majesty, Mu'er does not mean that. It is only that Mu'er feels this treatment of the steward's family might be overly harsh." Even Zhao Mu himself found his words somewhat excessive, but the first emperor surprisingly did not grow angry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what do you think would be a proper punishment?" "Your Majesty, Mu'er harbors no intention to question your Majesty's decision. It is merely that both you and I understand this was not the work of an ordinary steward. Mu'er has promised to refrain from pursuing who orchestrates such machinations behind the scenes. However, faced with those innocent victims, Mu'er truly cannot bring himself to unleash a merciless purge. After all, in the modern world, people even get tattoos deliberately to express their individuality. But this was the Qin Dynasty, an era where filial piety and the sanctity of one's body, received from one's parents, were governed by the strictest rituals and ethics. To brand innocent faces with characters was nothing less than to heap upon them the weight of sin. Zhao Mu was no saint, yet he refused to let the innocent suffer collateral damage for his decisions. While Emperor Qin regarded this as the work of Li Si, Zhao Mu knew with absolute clarity that it was a scheme he himself had crafted to escape Li Si's grasp. Beyond Li Si, no one should have lost their life due to his scheming. The steward's death was already beyond his expectations. Yet my decree has already been issued. I am the son of heaven, once my word is spoken, 4 horses could not chase it back. Do not trouble yourself further. I shall not take it back. Emperor Qin's expression turned utterly cold. He believed he had already shown Zhao Mu considerable leniency, yet the youth kept provoking his authority time and again, behavior utterly unworthy of a favored junior. He would not let this wrath consume him. After all, Zhao Mu was still young and had rendered meritorious service to the state. He did not wish the boy to feel chilled by his demeanor. But Zhao Mu would grow older, and he needed to make clear to him that certain words and actions, when spoken before one in power, carried consequences. Your Majesty. Return. Both voices rose in unison. Zhao Mu frowned and finally nodded, bowing deeply before withdrawing. Once Zhao Mu had left, Wang Jian stepped out from behind the screen and knelt beside the emperor, his tone tinged with concern. Your Majesty, could such harsh treatment of Master Mu breed fear in his heart? He is but a child. Emperor Qin's expression barely flickered, merely softening the fury in his brows. Pay it no mind. His recent favor has grown excessive. It is time to impose some restraint lest he grow contemptuous of royal authority. Hearing those final words, Wang Jian swallowed whatever objection he might have voiced. After Zhao Mu returned dazed to Prince Jing's mansion, Jing Wuji hurried alongside him to the study before speaking. Why did you go seeking out the emperor so abruptly? What happened this time? You and I both understand. I only wish to spare that steward's family from further suffering. Yet your Majesty not only refused my request, but rebuked me severely. Zhao Mu frowned, anxiety rising. He feared this incident might cost him the emperor's favor. Master, rest assured. Even if the emperor is displeased, he will not dwell upon it. You have challenged him before, twice or thrice, and he has always treated you with kindness, has he not? Jing Wuji spoke these words casually, yet Zhao Mu spun around, astonishment flickering in his gaze. What is it, Master? Pinning him with that look, Jing Wuji suddenly felt uneasy. You mean I have not merely once, but repeatedly, spoken contradictory words before the emperor? A memory surfaced in Zhao Mu's mind, an account he had read in historical records of the interactions between Qin Shi and Fusu. Fusu's downfall, from the emperor's most favored eldest son to a common prince murdered by Zhao Gao and Li Si, was precisely because he persistently contradicted Qin Shi in court, offered opposing views, and committed acts that irked the sovereign until the emperor's patience finally shattered. How could he repeat the same mistake? Though his unique status offered him a measure of protection, he was certain he would not be sentenced to death. It seemed he had been far too arrogant during this period. Before he held genuine power, he ought to restrain himself. With that resolve settled, a wave of regret washed over Zhao Mu for impulsively confronting the emperor that day. Imperial favor, it seemed, was indeed enough to cloud one's judgment. Hearing Zhao Mu's murmurs, Jing Wuji's expression registered puzzlement, though he had no words to offer. Brother Wuji, prepare my carriage. I must return to Xianying Palace. Having spoken, Zhao Mu rose to his feet, but before Jing Wuji could move, he raised a hand to halt him. No. How impulsive can one be? We have only just left after receiving a reprimand. Returning now would only pour oil upon the flames. Zhao Mu understood the situation with perfect clarity. The emperor was the sovereign, his dignity and face could not be so readily granted. Having just committed a transgression, approaching him again would only worsen matters. We shall wait 2 days. Jing Wuji had pieced together what had transpired from Zhao Mu's muttering. Upon hearing that the master intended to enter the palace again, he had already begun preparing, only to be checked at the last moment. Master, you have no patron besides the emperor. No matter what, you must win his forgiveness. Do not let him abandon you. Jing Wuji's anxiety was palpable. After all, the invention of paper and movable type printing had already disrupted the interests of many, especially the noble clans who maintained their power through monopolies on knowledge. If Zhao Mu were to lose his sole supporter at this moment, the danger would be grave indeed. Rest assured, I have another plan. Let us both cool our tempers for a few days. A measure of distance would only make the emperor recall how effortless and pleasant it was to have such a child by his side. The sole difference between him and Fusu was his age. The emperor would hardly nurture lasting resentment towards someone so young. Grateful once more that his youth worked in his favor, Zhao Mu instructed Jing Wuji to purchase a piece of superior jade. He intended to carve a meaningful ornament by hand, a token to present upon his next audience. Hearing that Zhao Mu already had a plan, that he would not simply sit idle and wait, Jing Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. Master, fear not. I shall prepare it at once. Yet the altercation between the emperor and Zhao Mu over the punishment of the steward's family had already leaked into the outside world. Noble clans whispered and discussed the matter behind closed doors. Some even predicted that Zhao Mu would lose the emperor's favor as a result. Soon restlessness began to stir throughout the entire city of Xianying. Something terrible has happened, young master. Jing Wuji burst into the study, his face drenched in sweat, and etched with worry, stirring a flicker of confusion in Zhao Mu's eyes. What's wrong? What happened? There had been no major incidents lately apart from the exile of the steward's family from Li Si's household, and nothing else seemed to have transpired. Young master, rumors have been spreading through Xianyang City that His Majesty has abandoned you. Jing Wuji approached the desk, his gaze fixed on Zhao Mu, and spoke these words with evident tension. Young master, you haven't visited the Xianyang Palace to see His Majesty for days, and word of your earlier quarrel with him has somehow leaked out through some meddler. So it might be dangerous for you to go out recently. Understanding the root of Jing Wuji's concern, Zhao Mu furrowed his brow. He set aside his brush and asked, did these rumors of my falling out of favor start right after I left the Xianyang Palace? Jing Wuji nodded. Though he had only learned of the news today, he had immediately inquired into the matter and investigated the whole affair thoroughly. Young master, you've nearly finished carving that small ornament. Perhaps you could present it to His Majesty as an apology. He has always valued you highly and likely won't take this matter too seriously. But Jing Wuji's extreme caution stemmed from Zhao Mu's unique circumstances. Had Zhao Mu possessed powerful parents holding military authority, he would not have been so alarmed. No, it's too early for such actions. We can also use this opportunity to distinguish friend from foe. Having said this, Zhao Mu ordered Wu Yo to prepare his attire and carriage, intending to go out and assess the situation. Jing Wuji, worried for Zhao Mu's safety, tried to dissuade him, but was repeatedly refused. In the end, he could only accompany Zhao Mu into the streets. Young master, if we encounter any danger, I will shield you. You should then head straight to the Xianyang Palace to seek help. Seeing you in such dire straits, His Majesty will surely not stand idly by. Jing Wuji had no idea what Zhao Mu might face, so he could only speak in advance. Rest assured, it hasn't come to that yet. Once on the street, Zhao Mu headed straight for the largest tavern. Jing Wuji beside him was already sweating with anxiety, yet Zhao Mu's face still bore a faint smile. Entering the tavern, Zhao Mu directly told the waiter to arrange a seat on the second floor. Jing Wuji hurriedly urged him to take a private room on the third floor, but Zhao Mu refused. I specifically chose this time to observe people's true attitudes. If I took a private room on the third floor and shut myself away, how would I know how others treat me? Zhao Mu spoke lightly. Seeing this, Jing Wuji knew his final attempt at persuasion would be futile. He could only sit beside him, staying alert to anyone approaching, hoping to prevent any fool from harming Zhao Mu. Brother Zhao Mu, long time no see. A greeting came from downstairs. Zhao Mu, seated by the railing on the second floor, looked down and saw the Wang siblings entering the tavern. Sister Ling, Brother Ali. Zhao Mu smiled and greeted them. The Wang siblings came upstairs and joined Zhao Mu at his table. We've been wanting to visit you recently, but grandfather always said you were busy with many matters and told us not to disturb you. Wang Linger still appeared lively and charming, seeming carefree and without worries. The three of them sitting together reminded Zhao Mu of the time before he had gotten involved in any affairs, when he had merely been learning martial arts at the Wang and Meng households. I've indeed been too busy lately, and I've also been thinking about spreading papermaking and printing techniques to wider regions, so everyone can have books to read. So I may not have time to play with Sister Linger as often. Wang Li had intended to remind Wang Linger that Zhao Mu had now been in theft as a marquis, and calling him by his given name might be inappropriate. But before he could voice those words, Zhao Mu accepted her address, making him feel relieved that he hadn't spoken such a mood-killing remark. After greeting Zhao Mu, Wang Linger also recalled what her grandfather had once said. Yet Zhao Mu's tone, as usual, made her set aside her unease. By the way, grandfather recently mentioned some things to us. Is there anything you need our help with? Wang Li, recalling Wang Jian's size at home, quickly expressed concern for Zhao Mu. They had grown up together. They rejoiced in Zhao Mu's achievements and were likewise anxious about his current difficulties. Even Meng Lian sent me a message asking me to find out if you needed any help. Hearing this, Zhao Mu recalled the letter he had received from Meng Lian requesting aid. General Meng had directly assigned him to the Imperial Guard, and it was said that the general had even instructed the prefect of the palace to show no leniency toward Meng Lian. It seemed that even while trapped in his own perilous situation, Meng Lian still found time to worry about him. Clearly, he hadn't been trained hard enough. Don't worry about me, I can handle this. If I can't even manage such a trivial matter, then those who love to gossip would surely pick my inventions apart to the bone. As he spoke these words, Zhao Mu's expression remained calm, as if the rumors had not affected him at all. Wang Linger and Wang Li felt somewhat relieved. You're still a child. Don't dwell on these things. Let the elders worry about them. Since you enjoy inventing, just focus on that, alright? Wang Linger was no naive girl. The legitimate daughter of the Wang family wouldn't spend her days solely in amusement. From Wang Jian's words, she could sense that Zhao Mu's situation had recently taken a turn for the worse. Thus she spoke these words to hint that Zhao Mu should concentrate on his inventions and research rather than getting entangled in the affairs of the elders. Zhao Mu understood her good intentions, but on this matter he could not agree. To focus solely on inventions without understanding anything else would ultimately reduce him to a mere tool of creation. However, Zhao Mu did not need to voice these thoughts to Wang Linger and Wang Li. They were true youths unlike him. An old cucumber slathered with green paint, different in essence. Rest assured, Sister Linger, I know what to do. Seeing Zhao Mu's serious little face, trying to imitate an adult's manner, Wang Linger, as usual, pinched his cheeks and rubbed them. "Oh, isn't this the recently favored young Master Zhao? How have you sunk to being bullied by a little girl?" A highly hostile voice echoed from the stairwell. Upon hearing it, Wang Linger swiftly withdrew her hands from Zhao Mu's cheeks. Zhao Mu followed the sound and looked over only to see a robustly built youth standing there. Or rather, instead of robust, he was more accurately described as obese. Zhao Mu found it hard to imagine how in an era where the food was far from delectable someone could manage to feed themselves to such obesity. It was truly no small feat. While his mind was filled with silent complaints, his face displayed just the right touch of bewilderment. He looked at Wang Li beside him and whispered, "Who is this person? Do you know him?" "He is Bai Lin, the legitimate son of Lord Bai, the Assistant Minister of Finance. Word has it that he is extremely spoiled at home and has committed numerous acts of bullying and tyranny." Assistant Minister of Finance. Zhao Mu pondered seriously. He did not recall having any prior interactions with this official, so why did this youth seem so utterly hostile toward him? "What are you whispering about with that kid next to you?" "Young Master Zhao, is it possible you don't recognize me?" The individual stomped over with heavy steps, stopping right before their table. Had he not been certain of the tavern's exceptional construction quality, Zhao Mu would have doubted whether the heavy stomping might collapse the entire establishment. This was simply too absurd. Zhao Mu could not help but furrow his brows, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "My apologies, we seem to have had no prior association, so I do not know you. If you have any business, perhaps we should discuss it in private." His primary goal today was to observe the reactions of those who had previously been close to him after they heard the rumors. He had no desire to deal with strangers. "Young Master Zhao, you certainly lead a leisurely life. Even though you have clearly fallen out of His Majesty's favor, you still have a young lady and a young gentleman to keep you company. To think that at a mere 5 years of age you possess such energy. It truly leaves the rest of us far behind." As soon as Bai Lin finished speaking, the entourage behind him burst into boisterous laughter, as if they had just heard the most amusing joke. Wang Linger's lovely face flushed crimson with rage. Slapping the table, she made to stand up and argue with them, only to be held back by Wang Li beside her. "If you are looking for trouble directed at me, why involve innocent people?" To his surprise, Bai Lin did not even recognize Wang Linger and Wang Li. It appeared that they belonged to entirely different social circles. In that case, there was no need for him to show any mercy. His so-called spat with Qin Shi was merely a dispute born of differing perspectives. For the sake of the inventions he was capable of researching, it was impossible for Qin Shi to cast him aside so easily. Where on earth did these people get their news, believing that an emperor as shrewd as Qin Shi would abandon a useful and young talent? How utterly foolish. While lamenting in his heart, Zhao Mu cast a sarcastic look at Bai Lin. Staring coldly at Zhao Mu, Bai Lin reached out, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him up from his stool. "Just a 5-year-old brat, who do you think you're challenging with that look? Believe it or not, I'll gouge out those eyes of yours so you can never do anything else for the rest of your life." Zhao Mu's eyes narrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. He had never expected that what he intended as courtesy before confrontation would escalate into a direct physical altercation. It seemed he had underestimated the behavior of those who did not move in their social circle. "You have already lost His Majesty's favor, yet you still dare to be so arrogant and domineering here. Who do you think you are? An imperial descendant? Or some noble scion?" The other party's words clearly manifested the very concern Jing Wuji had previously harbored. Without a family background, once he lost Qin Shi favor, Zhao Mu would be like a piece of walking meat, a moving target. "How do you know I have lost His Majesty's favor?" Zhao Mu's overly composed and calm demeanor caused Bai Lin to freeze momentarily. Daring to argue with His Majesty? Who do you think you are? Don't think that just because you invented some paper or printing technique you can flout imperial authority. Hearing those words, and recalling the message Wang Jian had specifically sent, Zhao Mu became even more certain that some busybody had leaked Qin Shi words from the Xianyang Palace verbatim. And this person was most likely Zhao Gao, or a young eunuch acting on his orders. Do you not argue with the elders in your own family? Once you have a spat with an elder, do they immediately put you to death? After Zhao Mu spoke these words, those around them who had been eager to step forward and help Bai Lin restrain him indeed halted. They too harbored doubts about the matter. After all, Qin Shi prior favor and partiality toward Zhao Mu were known to all. To say he would completely abandon Zhao Mu over a single verbal dispute seemed rather far-fetched. "Stop your sensationalist talk. Do you think you can rely on these sweet words to coax us into not laying a hand on you?" Bai Lin was not one to be easily swayed. He tightened his grip on Zhao Mu's collar. Looking at the boy's still tender face, a sudden surge of sadistic desire welled up in his heart. He had heard of this Zhao Mu countless times from his father, but he had never expected the boy to possess such a delicate and handsome face. Coupled with the fact that Zhao Mu was still in his early childhood, a time when gender lines were somewhat blurred, an indecent urge to toy with him actually arose in Bai Lin's heart. Sensing the other's greasy gaze sweeping across his face and feeling those fingers clutching his collar beginning to misbehave, Zhao Mu's eyes turned utterly cold. He had no intention of tolerating this any further. Though he was straight, he understood precisely what that look implied, which only added to his immense disgust. With a fierce kick delivered squarely 3 inches below Bai Lin's navel, the latter shrieked in agony and dropped Zhao Mu straight onto the floor. Jing Wuji hurriedly stepped forward to support Zhao Mu, trying his best to prevent Zhao Mu from revealing his own martial skills. A mere brat dares to ambush me. Get him. Take him down. Sprawled on the ground, Bai Lin clutched his crotch, glaring at Zhao Mu with gritted teeth. As he struggled to ease the pain, he viciously ordered his followers to seize Zhao Mu to vent his wrath. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise I will make absolutely sure you apologize properly for that kick today. Just how sinister the words apologize properly sounded was something even Wang Linger and Wang Li sitting nearby could easily discern. Exchanging a quick glance, Wang Linger swiftly led the servants and maids back to the Wang Manor to seek assistance, while Wang Li and Jing Wuji worked in tandem to firmly shield Zhao Mu. After a chaotic flurry of blows, the men brought by Bai Lin were all beaten to the ground. Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Bai Lin's personal servant slipped away to summon the Imperial Guard responsible for securing the peace of Xianyang. Hearing the chants of the Imperial Guard echoing from below the tavern, a cruel smile emerged on Bai Lin's face. I'm telling you, none of you are escaping today. All of you can just wait for death. What is happening here? Why has someone come to report? The man who steps inside, Chong, the Vanguard commander in charge of the advance, his expression stern and unfriendly. Vanguard commander. A familiar voice rings from the second floor. Su Chong looks up and sees Bai Lin's familiar face. Is this not young Master Lin? How are you here? Su Chang's previously stern demeanor instantly softens into flattery. Standing nearby, Zhao Mu, witnessing this, privately senses trouble. If it were only Bai Lin and his underlings, he, Jing Wuji, and Wang Li could seize the opportunity to slip away. But now the Vanguard commander of the Imperial Guard has been summoned here, and no matter how calm Zhao Mu remains, he knows that leaving at this moment will not be easy. Moreover, judging by the situation, the Vanguard commander apparently has some connection with the son of the Minister of Grain, which would complicate matters all the more for them. A bystander helps him to rise. Bai Lin leans on the second floor railing and says to Su Chong below, come up to the second floor. There are people here who want to kill me. Arrest them all and throw them in prison. Hearing this, the Vanguard commander's expression stiffens, but he still forces a polite smile and goes up to the second floor, seemingly to follow Bai Lin's orders. Seeing this, Zhao Mu is about to speak when Wang Li quietly says, let's hold on a little longer. My sister has gone home to fetch reinforcements. Hearing this, Zhao Mu resolves to stall until the Wang family sends help. He speaks with a calm, steady voice, asking Su Chong what he is doing. The Vanguard commander, this matter is a private feud between me and Master Lin. I will compensate for the tavern's losses later when we depart, so please do not interfere, lest things worsen and become difficult to explain to His Majesty. Zhao Mu speaks calmly, and Su Chong stands at a distance, gradually being swayed by the other's composure. Recalling the first emperor's favor toward Zhao Mu, his heated mind cools for a moment. Yet Bai Lin's needle-like gaze beside him unsettles him again. He has heard of the recent turbulence in Xianyang City. If he moves now to seize Zhao Mu, and Zhao Mu has not been abandoned by His Majesty, he might offend Zhao Mu and the Emperor Qin Shi Huang behind him. If he does nothing now, Bai Lin may bear him a grudge, and who knows what plans might be hatched to harm him later. Su Chong finds himself torn. If he had known arriving here would bring such a predicament, he would not have come. Casting aside this defeated thought, Su Chong looks at Zhao Mu and says, humble Su Chong greets Marquis Jinghua, perhaps you could tell us what happened here just now? Seeing how quickly the other man found a way to break the deadlock, Zhao Mu's eyes reveal a hint of admiration. It seems Su Chong, though connected to Bai Lin, is not truly bound to him. Su Chong stands to one side, angrily saying, what are you doing, Su Chong? I told you to arrest him. Did you not hear me? Su Chong turns to Bai Lin and says, Master Lin, you are but a commoner. After meeting Marquis Jinghua, you should treat him with proper courtesy. If you rashly urge the Imperial Guard to move against a person of noble rank, you would be overstepping. To his surprise, the people he had summoned turned to Zhao Mu. Bai Lin gnashes his teeth and glares at Su Chong. Su Chong bows slightly, his expression calm. Master Lin, I am not rude. I am merely a small Vanguard commander, truly without the authority to deal with someone of Marquis rank. If there are any problems, you can discuss them with your father, Lord Bai, and ask His Majesty to rule on it. Seeing that Su Chong is a clever man, Zhao Mu nods in satisfaction and shifts his gaze to Bai Lin. As this Vanguard commander said, let us go to His Majesty and settle the matter and decide whether what you just did and said should be spoken by a mere commoner to me, the Marquis Jinghua. If Su Chong had not reminded Zhao Mu of his Marquis rank, he might have temporarily suppressed the other's malice. Seeing his reinforcements turn against him, Bai Lin concedes that he is slightly outmatched in this contest and turns to depart. Where are you going? At this moment, Wang Linger arrives with guests from the Wang mansion surrounding the area. Spouting filthy words and insulting the family of a first-rank general and Marquis Jinghua, and yet hoping to retreat unscathed, today, I will drag you to the palace to seek justice. Wang Linger raises her chin, standing before Bai Lin. Bai Lin never expected that the pair he had casually taunted who followed Zhao Mu were from the first-rank general's mansion. He had never dealt with this group before and failed to recognize them. Zhao Mu and Wang Li exchange a glance, then rush forward, shielding Wang Linger behind them. Anyway, Wang Linger is a young lady, facing a man head-on, she inevitably appears somewhat faint-hearted. Zhao Mu has already decided how to go to Qin Shi to plead to break the ice between them. Bai Lin is merely a ready-made excuse. What you say is true. Today you must accompany me into the palace. I will ask His Majesty whether a mere commoner relying on his father who holds an office may trouble a marquis in public. After saying this, Zhao Mu has Bai Lin bound with Wang family's attendants while the imperial guards nearby quickly bid Zhao Mu farewell. Marquis Jinghua, I, your humble servant, cannot partake in this. I will take the imperial guards and depart, for the imperial guard is to safeguard Xianyang city and cannot be used for private ends. Zhao Mu nods, not pressing Su Chong unduly. Though the other had shown closeness to Bai Lin, his final choice proves he is a clever man. Since he is a clever man, there is no need to pester him with unwise acts. Bai Lin watches Su Chong depart, while Zhao Mu leads Bai Lin into Xianyang Palace. Wang Jian had already hurried to Xianyang Palace ready to help Zhao Mu at any moment. Wang Jian and Qin Shi exchange glances. Seeing Qin Shi puzzled expression, he can only come up with a few excuses to stall. It is not until the little eunuch reports that Zhao Mu, Wang Linger, and Wang Li have come to seek an audience with him that he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Only after the little eunuch reports that Zhao Mu, Wang Linger, and Wang Li have come to seek an audience with him does he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The first emperor of Qin, seated at the head, detected Wang Jian's relaxed gaze and unconsciously left a trace on him, but quickly withdrew it. The first emperor had already sensed that Wang Jian had come for some other reason, but he didn't expect it to be related to Zhao Mu. He wanted to see what schemes his ministers harbored. Call them up. Just then, minister by the commissioner of grain, who had heard the news, also arrived and entered the Xianyang Palace together with Zhao Mu and the others, seeking an audience with the first emperor. After bringing the five in to pay their respects, the first emperor raised his gaze and fixed it on Bai Lin. How did you come to tie up Minister Bai's beloved son? Explain quickly what happened. The first emperor's face darkened, clearly stern. Meanwhile, Wang Linger, following Wang Li and Zhao Mu's advice, had already begun to sob softly. She cried and threw herself to Wang Jian's side. Seeing his only precious granddaughter in such a pitiful state, Wang Jian couldn't help but feel heartache. What happened? You speak. The first emperor deliberately pointed at Wang Li, who stood beside Zhao Mu, just to give Zhao Mu a dose of his own medicine. After all, the previous incident was not yet fully resolved, and he had heard the rumors outside the palace. He also wanted to know what had just happened. Your Majesty, just now in the tavern we happened to meet the Marquis of Jinghua, so we dined together. Unexpectedly, Minister Bai's son came straight up to the Marquis, shouted at him arrogantly, and grabbed him by the collar, saying. At this point, Wang Li suddenly hesitated, as if unsure how to continue. Minister Bai, seeing Bai Lin standing there with a fierce expression, knew that he would not say anything pleasant. But Wang Jian was still seated there. He could not sternly rebuke the other's grandson and demand silence. So he could only pray inwardly that his son would not say anything too excessive. Given the scene today, he truly couldn't tell whether His Majesty cared about Zhao Mu or not. Whatever he said, just speak plainly. I will handle this matter and ensure that no one suffers injustice and that no one escapes punishment. Since the first emperor had spoken, Wang Li no longer hesitated and directly continued what he had left unsaid just now. Young Master Bai said he wanted to take the Marquis of Jinghua back as his kept lover. What? Wang Jian let out a furious roar, drawing the attention of everyone present. The first emperor's sharp gaze shot over, and Wang Jian could only bow in apology, suppressing his anger as he sat aside, holding Wang Linger in his arms and covering her ears with his hands, unwilling to let her hear such filthy words. Young Master Bai said that the Marquis of Jinghua is at a suitable age, looking as if carved from jade, extremely beautiful. So it was clearly difficult for Wang Li to say these words. As someone who obviously liked girls, he could not understand how Bai Lin could have such a disgusting hobby. Minister Bai sighed, inwardly thinking it was bad. He secretly glanced up and, as expected, saw the first emperor's gloomy expression. Big trouble. The first emperor, seated at the head, was also burning with anger. He never expected that the commissioner of grain, a minister he still somewhat valued, would have a son who dared to commit such a petty act against Zhao Mu. Even if Zhao Mu had recently had conflicts with him, the other was still the Marquis of Jinghua. The commissioner of grain's son was merely a commoner, yet he dared to speak such filthy words to a marquis. It seemed these people had grown too bold. Zhao Mu is what he said true. Zhao Mu lowered his head, his small face flushed red with anger, and anyone could see how much humiliation this 5-year-old child had suffered. But although Zhao Mu's face showed such a helpless expression, he was secretly delighted. Heaven knows Bai Lin had never said those words. These were the false words Zhao Mu had fabricated on the way, while Jing Wuji drove the carriage to the palace. He had taught them to Wang Li sentence by sentence, insisting that he must say them in front of the first emperor. If Bai Lin hadn't had such thoughts, Zhao Mu would never have thought of using such a method to strike at his enemy. Although it would indeed cause a slight stain on his reputation, he was only 5 years old, and no one would think a 5-year-old child could be at fault in this matter. So the only one at fault was the person with evil intentions. Zhao Mu, I am asking you a question. No matter what, you must answer me first. The first emperor saw the deep grievance hidden in Zhao Mu and unconsciously frowned, his tone becoming even more serious. Yes, that was what he just said in the tavern. Are you satisfied, your majesty? After suffering such humiliation, what face do I have to continue living in this world? Unexpectedly, Zhao Mu suddenly said this. Wang Li, standing beside him, quickly grabbed Zhao Mu's arm, afraid that this 5-year-old brother might do something dangerous. The first emperor seated at the top was also anxious, but after seeing Wang Li's action, he finally relaxed. Everyone turned their gaze to the obviously angry Bai Lin. Seeing him glaring at Zhao Mu with fury, his eyes even carrying a hint of threat, the first emperor could barely contain his anger. He grabbed the inkstone beside him and hurled it down fiercely. The inkstone, splashing ink along the way, struck Bai Lin's forehead hard, causing the plump young man to stagger back 2 steps and fall to the ground utterly disheveled. Well done, Commissioner of Grain. This is how you raised your son, daring to harbor such evil thoughts toward a marquis. What else wouldn't you dare to do? If one day I showed disfavor to some prince, would you dare to kidnap him for your private pleasure? Hearing this, Minister Bai quickly knelt on the ground, shaking his head and shouting, Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Majesty, forgive me. But the enraged first emperor could not heed these useless pleas. Your Majesty, I never said those words. They are all lies fabricated by the Marquis of Jinghua. He deceived you. I never said that. He is guilty of deceiving the emperor, your Majesty. Bai Lin finally realized how dangerous Zhao Mu's words had been for him. He hurriedly explained, but his earlier reactions had already destroyed his credibility. Even if Bai Lin screamed himself hoarse, no one would believe a word he said. He directly ordered the guards to take Bai Lin and his father away to be handed over to Commandant Wei. After announcing a thorough investigation, the first emperor told Wang Jian to take Wang Linger and Wang Li and leave first. Come to me. The first emperor beckoned to Zhao Mu, but Zhao Mu stubbornly stayed where he was, refusing to lift his head. Do I have to ask you again and again? Zhao Mu was certainly not throwing a tantrum on purpose. Rather, he was testing Qin Shi Huang's boundaries. What he had not anticipated was that the other party seemed far more temperate than he had imagined. Zhao Mu felt even more satisfied that despite his provocation, Qin Shi Huang showed not the slightest anger and instead responded with remarkable composure. If this were the case, he reasoned, any future disagreements between them would likely not provoke excessive agitation from Qin Shi Huang. A trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. Zhao Mu lowered his head to conceal his thoughtful expression, then glanced up at Qin Shi Huang, wearing an air of grievance. Your Majesty. He crept closer in small, hesitant steps, appearing reluctant, though it was all an act. Only after settling onto the cushion beside Qin Shi Huang did Zhao Mu speak. Your Majesty, it is not that Mu'er deliberately ignores you, but those words you spoke earlier. I found them truly distressing. Were he not a child, he would hardly have possessed the audacity to utter such things. Qin Shi Huang reached out and patted Zhao Mu's head, watching his overjoyed expression, and felt a complex turmoil within. Long ago, when Fusu had been young, he too had knelt and sat beside him, learning and growing under his guidance. Who could have foreseen that father and son would ultimately meet such a fate? With a deep sigh, Qin Shi Huang said to Zhao Mu, the reason I have ignored you this time is to teach you that even when speaking with one who holds authority, one must remain ever vigilant. Do you understand? Zhao Mu nodded obediently, appearing well-behaved. Witnessing this, Qin Shi Huang could only sigh again. Faced with someone so young yet so instrumental to the state, Qin Shi Huang sometimes felt as though handling him was like pulling chestnuts from fire, burning to the touch. But he soon dismissed such thoughts and said to Zhao Mu, rest assured, I am not abandoning you as the rumors claim. I merely hoped you would grasp certain lessons. Alas, it was precisely for this reason that he had adopted such an attitude toward Zhao Mu. Having carefully explained his intentions to Zhao Mu, Qin Shi Huang continued, I have high hopes for you, and therefore I urge you to remember these teachings at all times. Never stray from the path of righteousness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu nodded and carefully drew from his bosom a tightly wrapped object clearly precious to him, placing it before Qin Shi Huang. What is this? Qin Shi Huang regarded the small cloth bag with curiosity. The contents were bound securely with several wraps of rope. Your Majesty, this is a gift. Mu'er prepared to apologize for his behavior that day. I should never have spoken so before you. I truly regret it now. Qin Shi Huang slowly unwrapped the gift, revealing a small jade figurine. Though roughly carved, Qin Shi Huang immediately recognized it as Zhao Mu's own handiwork. If a professional artisan had been commissioned, the lines would not have been so irregular. Yet from the evident effort, Qin Shi Huang understood that Zhao Mu had given it his very best. Enough. Let this matter rest here. From now on, remain composed in all you do. Do you understand? Having at last coaxing Qin Shi Huang back into their original rapport, Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, word soon spread throughout Xianyang that Qin Shi Huang had dealt with the heir of the Minister of Grain and held the minister himself accountable. Those who had grown eager to test Zhao Mu's standing now that they learned he was unfavored promptly retracted their hands. No one wished to provoke a monarch of such formidable power, for they well knew the consequences. One day, while dozing in the garden, Zhao Mu pondered how best to win the hearts of scholars across the realm and draw them toward the emperor. And in the process, he might also catch a portion for himself. This was no simple undertaking. Though the paper and printing techniques he had invented could shatter the aristocracy's monopoly, promoting them more broadly would prove difficult given the era's primitive transportation. Moreover, even if they were willing to promote these innovations, whether the wealthy families of various commanderies, who stood to benefit from knowledge monopolies, would cooperate was another matter entirely. Zhao Mu sat up, suddenly realizing the danger of the situation. The Qin dynasty had stood for barely a century, and whether regional nobles still yearned to restore the Zhou system remained uncertain. If they sought to propagate such systems, the consequences would likely be, if roads could be improved, might I disseminate these ideas more effectively. The greatest obstacle he faced was the sluggish pace of transportation. Even delivering a batch of books to certain regions via the imperial roads by carriage would consume roughly a month. For distant destinations it might take 4 or 5 months. If the roads were smoother and carriages faster, his ambitions would become far more attainable. Zhao Mu quickly summoned paper and brush and began sketching his design for a new carriage. Beyond this, he also intended to utilize cement in the Qin dynasty to construct new infrastructure. Though the process was intricate, once completed it would bring tremendous convenience to every commandery, in both trade and cultural exchange. Having finished recording his carriage design and cement formula, Zhao Mu hurried into the palace. Seeing Zhao Mu enter Xianyang Hall in high spirits, Qin Shi waved at him with a relaxed expression. It seemed Qin Shi had just concluded some affairs and was in quite a pleasant mood. Noticing this, Zhao Mu felt all the more fortunate that he had come at such a propitious moment. "What matters do you bring to me today?" Zhao Mu's directness was so obvious that Qin Shi immediately knew the boy harbored some scheme. "Your Majesty, Mu'er has come to show you this." Smiling, he placed the rolled paper before Qin Shi and sat obediently aside. Qin Shi skimmed through it briefly, but his expression suddenly turned grave. "Explain this to me while I read slowly." Zhao Mu nodded eagerly, though his heart grew somewhat anxious. Qin Shi countenance did not appear as relaxed as he had hoped, not nearly as amiable as when Zhao Mu had first entered. Had he misread the situation? Yet with Qin Shi request laid before him, Zhao Mu had no choice. Watching the emperor turn page after page, he began his careful explanation. "This carriage has been fitted with additional shock-absorbing strips, and several other new design modifications have been made to reduce excessive vibrations during travel, allowing items to be secured to the carriage's inner walls. Furthermore, if this type of cart is used purely for transporting goods, the securing measures would be even more robust. As for this cement, I accidentally discovered the right proportions while attempting to fire porcelain a few days ago. Because this substance proved unsuitable for pottery making, I set it aside. However, days later I discovered it had become remarkably hard and smooth. I conducted experiments with it, and found its strength could support the combined weight of Wu Ji and myself." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shi raised his head to glance at Zhao Mu, his expression largely unchanged from before. Zhao Mu temporarily set aside his concerns and continued speaking. He was confident that as long as Qin Shi had not suddenly been possessed and turned into a fool, he would certainly not reject such a highly beneficial proposal. "And this material I have named cement, originally no larger than a palm. Made me wonder if used for paving roads, might it not make the imperial highways of our Qin dynasty smoother? In this way, with the exchange of trade and economics, goods could be transported more swiftly, making it easier to generate profits." After reading through everything written on the paper and hearing Zhao Mu's explanation, Qin Shi let out a long sigh, his hawk-like eyes closing briefly before opening again to fix Zhao Mu with an intense gaze. "Could these things you have written on paper actually come to fruition? If they could, it would represent a profound transformation for the entire Great Qin. Of course they can come to pass, Your Majesty. I presented these ideas hoping they would strengthen and prosper your empire." So the emperor was questioning whether his claims were genuine. That explained the stern expression. Zhao Mu exhaled deeply, feeling some tension ease from his chest. If he could demonstrate that these innovations were legitimate, Qin Shi likely would not reject them. "Will you need me to source craftsmen for this endeavor?" Given how confidently Zhao Mu spoke, matching the certainty he had shown with papermaking and movable type, Qin Shi naturally wanted to grant him an opportunity. Moreover, if this material could indeed be produced, as Zhao Mu claimed, it would prove tremendously beneficial to the entire Qin dynasty. No craftsmen are needed at this stage. The project has not yet reached that point. I may require additional time to gather the raw materials. I will conduct my own experiments first. Once successful, we can proceed directly to mass production according to the formula. Cement is hardly anything complex. It is merely that no one previously knew how to combine these components in the right proportions. Thus, it does not demand excessive deliberation. The primary challenge lies in sourcing materials for the carriage's shock-absorbing strips. To achieve proper cushioning, there are essentially two options: rubber rings and springs. Ironworking in the Qin dynasty had progressed sufficiently, so springs should not present a problem. However, rubber's primary sources, rubber trees or petroleum, are unlikely to be found in the Qin dynasty. Petroleum is certainly unattainable, leaving Zhao Mu with no choice but to explore the rubber tree option. After outlining the feasibility of both materials to Qin Shi, Zhao Mu said, While I cannot guarantee this carriage modification will reach its intended specifications, even without the rubber, I mentioned the springs alone should provide considerable shock absorption. Zhao Mu's explanations were thorough and convincing, and Qin Shi found himself growing increasingly convinced by his words. If this were merely fabricated without any thoughtful consideration, a 5-year-old child simply would not be capable of constructing such a comprehensive and coherent tale. Satisfied, Qin Shi nodded and rolled up the papers, returning them to Zhao Mu's hands. Fortunately, papermaking and movable type printing have recently reached sufficient maturity for widespread implementation. You may now pursue research in these areas. By the way, what drove your interest in studying these things? Noticing a flicker of concern cross Zhao Mu's face at these words, Qin Shi gestured for him to approach, then asked, "What troubles you? Your Majesty, I worry that the great clans, who seek to undermine the Qin Dynasty's prestige, will resist distributing books among common people." Surprised by Zhao Mu's political awareness, Qin Shi raised his brows slightly, though he quickly masked his expression before Zhao Mu could notice. Explain further. Qin Shi was clearly using this as a test of Zhao Mu's understanding. Recognizing this, Zhao Mu laid out his considerations completely. With books available, more people would gain the qualifications to hold office. The nobility, determined to prevent their power from eroding, would surely seek to destroy such texts. This would undermine your promises of favor towards scholars throughout the realm. Such broken commitments would not only empower aristocratic families, but also damage your reputation, which is why I find cause for concern. Hearing such thoughtful and strategically sound words, Qin Shi might have mistaken them for the counsel of a seasoned advisor. Were they not coming from young Zhao Mu standing beside him? Has someone shared these insights with you? Qin Shi studied Zhao Mu's eyes directly. The boy shook his head gently, his gaze clear and honest. Your political discernment exceeds what I expected, Qin Shi acknowledged with satisfaction. Perhaps his deliberate distance from Zhao Mu had ultimately fostered greater growth and wisdom. Just then Zhao Gao entered, carrying the daily pills prepared for Qin Shi. Upon witnessing the harmonious rapport between them, a shadow crossed his eyes. Starting tomorrow, you will come to Xianyang Palace every 3 days. I shall involve you in matters of state and seek your counsel. The moment Qin Shi spoke these words, Zhao Mu looked up sharply, never having anticipated such a decision. Though Qin Shi had occasionally sought his opinions before, never had he been entrusted with responsibilities of such magnitude. What was the reasoning behind this sudden change? I understand your astonishment at my arrangements, but this matter brooks no delay. I refuse to wait any longer. Do you comprehend? Qin Shi's words carried an urgency that masked his true intention. He merely sought to cultivate Zhao Mu through this opportunity. Since I previously declined Chancellor Li's proposal to serve as your tutor, I shall take on that role myself. You must study diligently and mature swiftly in governance. Having delivered his pronouncement, Qin Shi dismissed Zhao Mu without granting him any opportunity to refuse. The memory of Zhao Mu's astonished expression as he departed brought hearty laughter from the emperor. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao stood nearby, grinding his teeth in barely concealed resentment. This development required immediate dissemination. To think that a single encounter had granted Zhao Mu such extraordinary favor. No longer could he afford to wait. Zhao Mu had to be eliminated. Having made up his mind, Zhao Gao swiftly found an opening and approached Hu Hai, who was idling away his time. Seeing him playing with cats and dogs, Zhao Gao frowned, grabbed Hu Hai, and pulled him into a side hall. The nearby attendants quickly cleared away all traces and stood guard at the entrance, ensuring no one would discover that Lord Zhao was once again discussing secret matters with the 18th prince. Lord Zhao, why have you dragged me in so hastily? What is the matter? You look far too anxious. As he spoke, Hu Hai's eyes brimmed with a sense of impending storm. He had never expected Zhao Gao to treat him with such rudeness. The 18th prince has no time to concern himself with such trivialities. Do you know what His Majesty just said to that little brat? Seeing that Hu Hai was still fixated on irrelevant matters, Zhao Gao was nearly fuming. What has happened? The only one Zhao Gao could refer to as a little brat was Zhao Mu. Realizing this, Hu Hai's nerves tightened instantly. His Majesty said that brat is to report to the Xianyang Palace every 3 days, and His Majesty will have him handle some state affairs. Zhao Gao looked at Hu Hai. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that my royal father intends to groom him as his successor? Hu Hai could not fathom why matters had escalated to such a degree. What had Zhao Mu done to please Zheng so much that he would receive such generous cultivation? Do you think it was really Zhao Mu who proposed papermaking and movable type printing? Hu Hai began to suspect that these two inventions were deliberately credited to Zhao Mu by Qin Shi to make him appear a prodigy in the eyes of others. Thus, if the throne were to be passed to a mere youth in the future, others would have no major objections. At this thought, Hu Hai's expression darkened further. Reminded by Hu Hai, Zhao Gao also began to harbor secret doubts. Could a child like Zhao Mu truly possess such remarkable inventive abilities? Moreover, when he entered the Xianyang Palace today, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of Zheng giving something to Zhao Mu. Could it be that he was preparing to have Zhao Mu invent something else? In that case, we can investigate here to find the real craftsman behind these inventions. Then Zhao Mu, even if he survives, will be condemned by thousands. What if he has already eliminated those craftsmen? Hu Hai, being ruthless himself, believed Zhao Mu was fully capable of such actions, especially with Qin Shi backing. His good royal father was no soft-hearted figure either. Even so, we have a way. Zhao Gao seemed to have already devised a solution, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he gestured for Hu Hai to come closer. So that's your plan. Very well, rest assured I will accomplish this for you. After hearing the whispered scheme, Hu Hai nodded. This matter was indeed too important to delay any further. It was best to eliminate the menace sooner rather than later. Watching Zhao Gao hurry away, Hu Hai immediately began assembling the necessary personnel. This plan could not be rushed. They needed time to prepare everything in advance, and then, like lighting a firecracker, Zhao Mu would be blown up in the scheme. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu was unaware of the vile plot Zhao Gao and the others were devising. All he knew was that he was about to be summoned to the Xianyang Palace to handle official business. Lying across the desk in his study, Zhao Mu sighed, looking utterly dejected. Young master, isn't this a good thing? His Majesty is willing to train you in this task, which proves he trusts you deeply. With His Majesty's trust, isn't it easier for you to accomplish whatever you wish? Standing nearby, Jing Wuji found Zhao Mu's demeanor peculiar. Why did Zhao Mu act as if he were facing insurmountable difficulties? Assisting the emperor with state affairs was a privilege coveted by all ministers. Why did Zhao Mu seem reluctant to bear this honor? Yes, in your eyes this is indeed a good assignment, proof of His Majesty's trust. But to me it greatly compresses my space. Not just room for innovation, but also room for survival. Zhao Mu could already imagine the perils he would face once others learned of this. Young master, if you are worried about someone scheming against you behind your back, let me escort you to the palace every time. Zhao Mu shook his head. Jing Wuji spoke with a calm expression, but Zhao Mu knew that danger could lurk not only on the journey. Others might strike covertly to deprive him of this opportunity entirely. After all, who would not want to be the emperor's favored minister? Being the emperor's favorite was far more exhilarating than being an ordinary official. But whenever Zhao Mu thought of the blades and swords hidden behind this favor, his legs trembled. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen from a modern society, though such bloody and violent affairs still weighed on him. Yet on second thought, Zhao Mu felt that this pressure could also be a form of growth. In this era, it was probably extremely difficult to remain detached and unsullied. Seeing Zhao Mu's demeanor change in an instant, his spirits rising with renewed vigor, Jing Wuji was utterly bewildered. Why did Zhao Mu's emotional shift occur so abruptly whenever he faced troubling matters? If he were not certain that this was the young master he trusted and served, he would have suspected Zhao Mu of being two different people. You're right. This has already happened. Even if I am reluctant, those who see me as an enemy have already prepared. So I cannot afford to be afraid. Standing up, Zhao Mu patted Jing Wuji on the shoulder. Let's go to the academy now. I also need to gather some things. These past few days, Zhao Mu had been setting aside time each day to visit the academy, offering solutions to students who came to consult him. Among those students, some genuinely sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhao Mu, some came to discuss scholarly matters in earnest, while others deliberately provoked trouble. Zhao Mu observed each person's attitude carefully and dealt with them accordingly. To his delight, this activity also earned him a certain amount of points. More points meant greater benefits for him. Zhao Mu firmly believed this. Arriving at the academy, Zhao Mu was pleased to find no one blocking the entrance to ask him irrelevant questions today. But then shouts erupted from within. What is going on? Zhao Mu subconsciously questioned. He exchanged a glance with Jing Wuji, and the two of them hurried toward the source of the noise. Upon arriving, Zhao Mu discovered that the scholars from the former territory of Qi were actually in a heated dispute with the scholars from the former territory of Yin. Where is the academy's patrol? Why haven't they come to discipline them? How could a physical brawl be allowed to happen here? Just as Zhao Mu finished speaking, he saw the patrol team rushing over from not far away, accompanied by someone who was visibly anxious. Clearly, after the altercation broke out, that individual had gone to summon the patrol. The patrol consisted of disabled veterans retired from the battlefield. When Zhao Mu initially invited them to patrol the academy, Qin Shi had questioned his reasons for making such a choice. Zhao Mu's explanation at the time had highly satisfied Qin Shi, who even went so far as to keep the matter quiet, waiting for the opportune moment to use it to garner another wave of public goodwill for Zhao Mu. Those soldiers possessed robust physiques and highly agile movements. Even though they were disabled, there was still a world of difference between scholars who were at best skilled in equestrianism and archery and soldiers who had truly experienced the crucible of war. Thus, once the patrol arrived, the brawlers were quickly separated into two groups. Seeing both sides red-eyed with fury and panting heavily, Zhao Mu summoned a group of proctors responsible for disciplining the scholars. A dispute broke out here. So why did you arrive even later than the patrol? There was more than one proctor. Their duty was to ensure that the scholars adhered to the academy's regulations as closely as possible. Should anyone violate the rules, they were to be punished according to the school regulations previously drafted by Zhao Mu. In the event of an emergency, they were supposed to arrange for the patrol to come and control the scholars. Yet now the proctors had failed to perform their duties, which was utterly preposterous. It is like this, headmaster. Someone informed me earlier that something had occurred over there, so I went to investigate, never expecting that a physical fight would break out here. Whether this excuse was true or false was a matter for Zhao Mu to determine later. For now, he only knew that the proctor's handling of the situation was highly inadequate. We will address your issue later. Can someone explain to me why they were arguing here to the point where it escalated into a physical brawl? When Zhao Mu first arrived, both sides were still hurling abuse at each other. Clearly it had started as a war of words before their unchecked anger drove them to blows. They insulted us first. They called us spineless, saying that since we studied the ways of the Qin Dynasty so diligently after arriving here, we must want to become Qin's running dogs. A scholar from the former territory of Qi, his face bruised black and blue, glared fiercely at the opposing group, his voice trembling with lingering indignation as he spoke. Everyone's gaze shifted to the scholars of the former territory of Yin. The Yin scholars had never expected that their opponents would expose the entire cause and effect so readily, which made them feel rather nervous. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Naturally, one could not rely on a single side's account in a physical altercation. Although the words of the Qi scholar had already kindled his anger, Zhao Mu still granted the other group an opportunity to explain themselves. However, the scholars of Yin were at a loss for words. If they fabricated lies at this moment, the surrounding onlookers would easily expose their falsehoods, making them look even more foolish. Furthermore, there was no guaranteeing that some of the onlookers were not agents planted by Zhao Mu, which might lead to even more devastating rumors circulating in private later on. Rather than suffering that fate, it was better to simply accept it. Seeing the Yin scholars remain silent, seemingly attempting to resist, through sheer non-cooperation, Zhao Mu let out a cold laugh, instead of showing anger. When you came to the academy, what exactly would be taught in all the courses? I made this clear beforehand, did I not? His authoritative gaze swept over the crowd, and the onlookers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of Zhao Mu's words. If that is the case, why did you engage in a private brawl over the curriculum? Did you ever approach me to discuss or communicate any issues you had? Although Zhao Mu would not have altered the curriculum even after such a discussion, the fact that these people resorted to a private brawl was undeniably problematic. Zhao Mu's expression darkened. It appeared these scholars from the former territory of Yin had truly not taken his words to heart. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to show mercy. He had been contemplating which of the former royal scholars to use as the chicken to warn the monkeys. Now it seemed these rebellious scholars of Yin were the perfect candidates. With this thought, Zhao Mu instructed the patrol beside him to tame both parties. The patrol swiftly subdued all those involved in the brawl. The scholars from the former territory of Qi stood on the left, while the other group was positioned on the right. The scholars of the Tian clan clashed with others to defend their dignity. Although their behavior was egregious considering the extenuating circumstances, they shall transcribe the academy regulations 5 times to be submitted in 7 days. In addition, each shall receive 10 strikes of the ruler to the palm. Do you have any objections? Zhao Mu announced their punishment on the spot. Upon hearing this, although the scholars of Qi lamented the painful prospect of having their palms struck, they nonetheless accepted the sentence. After all, they had thoroughly read the academy regulations. Normally, engaging in a physical brawl required transcribing the rules 10 times to be submitted within 3 days, along with 10 lashes of the whip. Now, with only 10 strikes to the palm and 5 transcriptions of the rules, it was considered an exceptionally light punishment. Naturally, they dared not voice any complaints lest the headmaster revoke his leniency and reinstate the full penalty. Seeing their expressions as if they had gotten a bargain, Zhao Mu could not help but smile inwardly. However, when his gaze fell upon the scholars from the former territory of Yin, his expression instantly reverted to its cold, merciless demeanor. Sensing the stark contrast in Zhao Mu's gaze, the scholars of Yin grew tense. When they confronted the scholars of Qi today, they had not initially intended for the dispute to escalate to such a grand scale. Yet they never anticipated that a mere few mocking remarks to satisfy their petty spite would spiral into such a chaotic brawl, a truly exasperating outcome. But given the words they had uttered, they had absolutely no ground to beg for leniency, leaving them with no choice but to brace themselves and accept the punishment to save face. As for the scholars of the Ji clan, your punishment shall be to submit 50 transcriptions of the regulations within 7 days, along with 100 strikes of the ruler to the palm. I shall instruct the disciplinary proctors to administer the strikes over 7 days on your left hands. The moment these words were spoken, the faces of all the scholars from the former territory of Yin turned exceedingly pale. Do you have any objections? Zhao Mu's gaze fell seriously on the students of Yin Judy, and some among them seemed ready to speak, but were restrained by them. At this moment, they could not afford to anger Zhao Mu any further, or more trouble would follow. By the way, you have not only violated the academy's rules, but also spoken insolently. Just as the students of Yin Judy thought the punishment was over, Zhao Mu spoke again, causing everyone's nerves to tighten in an instant. What do you intend to do? Seeing those who had dared speak insolently, now quivering, Zhao Mu gave a gentle smile, and then said, I will punish you by making you kneel in the square for 1 hour each day for a month. The academy square is busy daily, and anyone might pass there whether heading to eat or to their dormitory. In truth, the square is the most crowded place in the entire academy. Zhao Mu arranged the punishment there in order to humiliate these people publicly. Sure enough, once they heard this, the Yin Judy students' faces grew very pale. Ji, who could not bear the humiliation any longer. He stepped forward, fixing Zhao Mu with a steely gaze, and said, "Principal, are you planning to make us lose face in front of so many people?" "Yes." Zhao Mu nodded calmly with no intention of concealing anything. "Am I not making my meaning clear? I am humiliating you." The surrounding students broke into an uproar, and some seemed eager to rush forward to speak on their behalf. But the people beside them blocked these somewhat impulsive students from acting further. After all, the fault lay with Yin Jiudi's students to begin with. If they spoke out now, not only would forgiveness not be granted to Yin Jiudi's students, but they might drag themselves into the affair as well. "You now stand on the land of the Qin Dynasty. Your Majesty has not charged you any tuition, living costs, lodging, or meals. Free for you to study at the academy. Not only are you unambitious, you are slandering your Majesty behind his back. I did not report this matter directly to your Majesty. Having your Majesty deal with you would be mercy, so what is humiliation compared to that?" After hearing these words, those who had been primed to intervene stopped in their tracks, not daring to act any longer at that moment. Zhao Mu's temper was evident. If they persisted in their arrogance at this moment, the consequences would likely be severe. "I tell you, the academy takes you in for free to learn. If any one of you dares to slander the emperor here, I will not spare you." "Dare I ask, Principal?" A student wearing scholarly attire stepped forward, bowing to Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu recognized him as Mi Hung, a student of Chu Jiudi, and the others from Chu Jiudi also seemed to look to him as their leader. "What questions do you have?" Zhao Mu's attitude was gentle, utterly different from how he faced the students of Yin Jiudi. "The truth is, we came to the academy to broaden our horizons, and on the other hand, to become pillars of the nation. But to be pillars of the nation, we must express our own views on governance. Oh, would that count as offending your Majesty? So you worry about that?" Zhao Mu smiled lightly, and more tolerance showed in his eyes. "If your evaluation concerns the actual method of resolving this matter, there is no problem. If you are assessing this with the intention of stirring up trouble, then I will not let you off easily." Zhao Mu's words made it clear political matters can be discussed, but one cannot act recklessly. "From the very beginning I said in the academy, you must not indulge yourselves." Seeing the surrounding people appear to be deep in thought, Zhao Mu nodded, then waved his hand to have the patrol take away the two sides of students causing trouble. Aside from that, there were no major matters today for Zhao Mu to handle. After a quick survey, Zhao Mu returned to the principal's office. What people call the principal's office was really just a study prepared for Zhao Mu, where he sometimes processed documents. "Sir, what is your purpose in coming to the palace this morning?" Zhao Mu glanced at Jing Wuji beside him, then said, "I want to build a library. This library will serve scholars of the entire world, so I need to pave the road first. The academy already has a library, and most of the books there are Qin laws and various texts about Qin Dynasty culture." Zhao Mu hoped to subtly teach those people which dynasty they should pledge loyalty to through such a method. But the library he planned to build would face all the aspiring scholars of the Qin Dynasty. "Before that, I must lay a smooth path for the Qin Dynasty as a whole, and I will need wagons with good suspension as well." As he spoke with Jing Wuji about these matters, Zhao Mu's eyes glittered with the anticipation of the scenes that would unfold once these plans came to fruition. "Then, young master, what would you have me do for your humble servant?" Jing Wuji asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Mu as if seeking the tasks he could undertake. "What can you do for my enterprise?" "Actually, it is simple. You simply need to keep a close eye on the progress of the cement. In the plan I submitted to Qin Shi Huang, the cement ratio was only a concept. The exact ratios for cement must be determined through repeated experiments. You must ensure that heavily loaded carts rolling over the cement do not cause excessive cracking. Otherwise, repairing this road again and again will cost a fortune, and it will not be a merit but a stain on my record." Zhao Mu could only sigh inwardly now. If only there were concrete, it would be sturdier than cement. But these things were not beyond study, so Zhao Mu added concrete to the schedule, hoping to find a suitable formula. "Rest assured, young master, as long as you assign me to tasks, I will carry them out with care. But I also want you to go learn military tactics from General Wang, so in the morning you stay at home and oversee the cement research progress. In the afternoon, you will study military knowledge with General Wang. How does that sound? Work must not be delayed and study must not be neglected. That is Zhao Mu's requirement. Whatever you arrange, I will do." Jing Wuji's eyes burned with loyalty as he looked at Zhao Mu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu felt a touch of embarrassment. With Jing Wuji so loyal, it seems it is time to grant Jing Wuji some rewards. However, for Jing Wuji, the most crucial task at hand was to learn military strategy from Grandpa Wang. With this thought, Zhao Mu's gaze fell upon Jing Wuji, carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Jing Wuji felt somewhat nervous under his gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. "Would you like to become Grandpa Wang's closed-door disciple?" Jing Wuji's eyes widened instantly. There could only be one person Zhao Mu referred to as Grandpa Wang, the Grand General Wang Jian. Is that truly possible? I am of humble birth, a mere commoner. Can I really become General Wang's closed-door disciple? I cannot promise you that, but I can strongly recommend you to him. Before this matter was finalized, Zhao Mu could make no promises, but he would strive to make the other's dream come true. Excellent, I will certainly work hard. Patting Jing Wuji's shoulder with a smile, Zhao Mu finished processing the routine official business at hand and stood up preparing to leave. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, it happened that Wang Linger and Wang Li were out enjoying themselves, which made Zhao Mu sigh in relief. This was perfect as it allowed him to discuss Jing Wuji's matter thoroughly with Wang Jian. Oh, you wish to recommend Jing Wuji to be my closed-door disciple. What made you suddenly arrive at such a decision? Wang Jian was well aware that there was something peculiar about Jing Wuji's background, which left him deeply puzzled as to why Zhao Mu would make such a choice. Because he is currently loyal to me, and I hope he can become my right-hand man. You have surely noticed as well that the current situation is growing increasingly critical. If he remains merely an assassin, it would easily invite public criticism upon me. Hearing this, Wang Jian instantly recalled the rumors he had heard today. Sometimes the secrets of the imperial palace were the most heavily guarded, yet at other times news from the palace spread the fastest. Is it because of His Majesty's words today that you feel this sense of crisis, eh? So Grandpa Wang, you are already aware of it as well. As he spoke, a helpless expression clouded Zhao Mu's face. Secrets that the palace does not wish to hide will naturally become known to all. His Majesty's intention to nurture you has not been a matter of just a day or two. Zhao Mu sighed and said nothing more, though the melancholy in his expression was painful to behold. He was but a 5-year-old child, yet he had to bear such immense pressure. It was indeed no easy feat for him. Reflecting on this, Wang Jian sighed, and then said, I can grant him a spot as my disciple, but whether he can become my closed-door disciple will depend entirely on his own efforts. Such a promise was already more than enough. Zhao Mu nodded happily, quickly summoned Jing Wuji, and broke the good news to him. Watching the 5-year-old child and the teenage youth both brimming with excitement, Wang Jian stroked his beard and let out a warm laugh. Days seemed to settle into a peaceful routine. Every morning Zhao Mu would research matters concerning cement and shock-absorbing carriages. In the afternoons, escorted by his guards, he would visit the academy to inspect the situation and handle various affairs. Every 3 days, he would visit Xianyang Palace to accompany Qin Shi in handling state affairs. This tranquil lifestyle made Zhao Mu feel as though it was almost too peaceful to be his own. It was not until the raging rumors outside reached Jing Wuji's ears that Zhao Mu learned there were new slanders circulating about him. What did you say? People outside are claiming that neither paper nor the printing press was invented by me, but that I stole someone else's credit. Hearing this, Zhao Mu found it utterly laughable. Whose credit could he possibly have stolen? Who even possessed such achievements for him to steal? Young master, what should we do? Surely we cannot just let them slander you like this. We have proof. These things were developed by you step by step, were they not? Jing Wuji was supposed to be studying with Wang Jian at the Wang residence, but he had unexpectedly caught wind of these rumors. In his anxiety, he had sent word to the Wang residence, and rushed back himself to report these matters to Zhao Mu. I do indeed possess the evidence of my research. However, the very existence of these rumors proves that people have already begun to doubt whether I am capable of inventing such things. Even if I present those written proofs, they will merely dismiss them as copies of someone else's completed work. As he spoke, Zhao Mu's expression remained perfectly calm, as though the one being slandered were not him, but someone else entirely. Seeing this, Jing Wuji grew even more anxious. Then what should we do? Are we to just stand by and watch you be defamed like this? At the thought of the potential risks lurking behind this matter, Jing Wuji was consumed by worry. If His Majesty catches wind of these rumors and comes to believe that these inventions are not yours, you will be in grave trouble. Zhao Mu's title as the Marquis of Jingwa was awarded precisely because of his invention of paper-making and movable type printing. If Qin Shi were to be swayed by these circulating rumors, it could very well threaten Zhao Mu's noble title. Rest assured, His Majesty would never believe such idle gossip. Zhao Mu frowned, though he did not relax in the slightest. He knew Qin Shi wouldn't believe it, but public clamor could melt metals. There was no guarantee others wouldn't be swayed. Once they believed it, he could easily become a public enemy. Why would someone suddenly launch an attack on this matter? Zhao Mu furrowed his brows, utterly unable to fathom who was trying to sabotage him. Was it Zhao Gao Hu Hai, or perhaps Li Si? In any case, it could not escape that trio. Rumors are, after all, just rumors. As long as I can produce a series of new inventions in the future to prove my capabilities, they will be left with nothing to say. Zhao Mu did not take this matter to heart. After all, it was not his first time facing the onslaught of rumors. The following morning, after the imperial court adjourned, Zhao Mu was brought to Xianyang Palace, as usual, to accompany Qin Shi in handling state affairs. Recalling the rumors he had heard the day before, Zhao Mu wished to test the waters, yet he was at a loss for how to broach the subject with Qin Shi. Why are you so restless today? You cannot even sit still. Qin Shi set aside his work and looked at Zhao Mu with a probing gaze. Zhao Mu sighed, but just as he was about to speak, the sudden arrival of Zhao Gao interrupted his impending words. Reporting to your Majesty, this servant has a matter to submit. Zhao Mu stared intently at Zhao Gao, attempting to discern his purpose in appearing at this moment. Speak. Qin Shi raised his chin slightly, gesturing for Zhao Gao to proceed. Your Majesty, Lord Wang, the former Assistant Minister of the Treasury, has a matter to report. He says it concerns. Why are you hesitating? Out with it. Qin Shi barked with a frown. Zhao Gao suddenly prostrated himself, not daring to look up at the emperor's expression, and blurted out the remaining words. He says it concerns young Master Mu. The moment Zhao Gao's voice fell, Emperor Qin Shi gaze settled upon Zhao Mu. Go out first, and have him wait for a moment. With a wave of his hand, dismissing Zhao Gao to wait outside for further orders, Qin Shi once again directed his gaze toward Zhao Mu, who stood nearby. Zhao Mu's countenance was strained, his eyes shifting uneasily, clearly harboring a trace of nervousness. Tell me what exactly has transpired. Ordinarily residing deep within the imperial palace, I have little knowledge of such matters. Even though Qin Shi arranged for daily briefings, they were strictly confined to major affairs of state. Idle gossip and rumors of this nature would not easily reach his ears. Zhao Mu bit his lip, his expression tinged with anxiety. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, there are rumors circulating outside claiming that the only reason Mu'er was able to invent paper and printing was because he stole the credit from someone else. As he uttered these words, Zhao Mu wore an expression of profound grievance. After all, his physical body was only 5 years old, and he did not mind utilizing this facade to garner some advantages for himself. Oh, from whose mouth did these rumors originate? Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, his expression turning solemn. Zhao Mu shook his head, looking deeply conflicted. Your Majesty, Mu'er truly does not know. It is just that one day these rumors suddenly began to spread, and they have only grown increasingly severe. Wuji was deeply concerned that this matter would bring a negative impact upon Mu'er, and feared it might cloud your judgment. He urged me long ago to come and explain everything to your Majesty. Hearing this, Qin Shi looked at Zhao Mu with a hint of perplexity. After a brief pause, he asked, Then why have you only brought this to light now? Had you informed me earlier, I could have assisted you in finding a way to resolve this. Zhao Mu shook his head, saying with a troubled expression, Mu'er believed that your Majesty would not easily fall for such rumors, but, mid-sentence, he suddenly seemed at a loss for words. Sighing, Zhao Mu continued, The innocent remain pure, while the corrupt remain soiled. Mu'er merely thought this matter would not cause much of a stir, which is why Mu'er did not inform your Majesty. I never expected it to escalate to such an extent. In Qin Shi eyes, Zhao Mu was still too young, which was why he believed in such naive nonsense, as the innocent remain pure, and the corrupt remain soiled. Without sufficient evidence, even the most innocent soul could be thoroughly besmirched by others. Rest assured, I watched you develop paper-making and movable type printing step by step. Even if there was assistance from others, the primary credit belongs to you. I will not allow anyone to usurp your achievements. But that is precisely why Mu'er is even more worried. As soon as Qin Shi finished speaking, Zhao Mu interjected, which caught the emperor somewhat by surprise. Why? Why do you say such a thing? Seeing the bewilderment in Qin Shi eyes, Zhao Mu explained. Because the more your Majesty favors me in this matter, the more those who have been deceived will believe there is something amiss. They might even suspect that your Majesty was the mastermind behind my actions, and if so, your imperial reputation would be utterly ruined. Finally, understanding the root of Zhao Mu's anxiety, Qin Shi raised his hand, gesturing for him to say no more. Be at ease. I know how to handle these matters. If those petty scoundrels wish to fling mud at me, they will have to wait until their next lives. Having said this, Qin Shi intended to have Zhao Gao summon Wang, the former Assistant Minister of Revenue. Seeing this, Zhao Mu prepared to slip away to avoid a direct confrontation and spare himself the awkwardness. However, Qin Shi halted Zhao Mu's movement, gesturing for him to remain seated. Is he not here to submit a memorial impeaching you? You should listen closely to how they manipulate public opinion. In this regard, the old foxes of the imperial court are far more adept than you. Though Zhao Mu was somewhat surprised that Qin Shi intended to tutor him in front of an official, he could not refuse the emperor's command. Thus Zhao Mu could only sit there in quiet obedience. When Wang De entered, he saw Zhao Mu sitting upright to one side, looking every bit the well-behaved student. A surge of fury welled up in his throat, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. His own son, having been severely punished, was still paralyzed in bed, unable to rise, and might very well be ruined for the rest of his days. Yet here was Zhao Mu learning how to handle state affairs by the emperor's side. The stark contrast between heaven and earth was something Wang De simply could not bear. However, regardless of his inner turmoil, with Qin Shi seated high above, he had no right to speak out of turn. Hurriedly kneeling to pay his respects, Wang De awaited the emperor's command to rise. Yet Qin Shi remained silent for a long time. Only when Wang Da's knees ached so severely that he could barely stand did the emperor casually utter rise. Seeing Wang De stagger slightly as he stood, Zhao Mu lowered his head to conceal the trace of amusement playing at the corners of his eyes. Seated high above, Qin Shi could not see Zhao Mu's expression, but Wang De standing below saw it with absolute clarity. Convinced that Zhao Mu was mocking him, a surge of rage drove him to directly state the purpose of his visit. Your Majesty, I have come today precisely to expose this person's true colors. I can overlook your momentary emotional outburst, but you are no longer a minister of this court. Do you understand? Implicated by his son's actions, Wang De had already been stripped of his office by Qin Shi Thus he could only refer to himself as a commoner, having lost the right to style himself as a minister. Seeing this, Wang De could only grit his teeth, swallow his anger, and say, "Your Majesty, this commoner has erred. However, my arrival today is truly out of utmost loyalty to your Majesty. I must expose the conspiracy of this child who merely appears to be 5 years old." What? Could it be that he is not a 5-year-old child, but rather an adult suffering from an illness that prevents him from growing taller? Qin Shi sudden remark caused everyone in the Xianyang palace to catch their breath. Even Zhao Mu had not expected the emperor to say such a thing. "What do you think of my jest? Is this joke of mine amusing or not?" Once Qin Shi uttered these words, the tense atmosphere in the Xianyang palace eased slightly. With an ashen face, Wang De recounted the rumors he had heard and the details of his investigation before declaring, "Your Majesty, I have witnesses to prove that paper-making and movable type printing were by no means invented by this boy. Both are the hard-earned fruits of another's labor. Not only did he steal another's life's work, but he even attempted to silence them through murder." Hearing this, Zhao Mu, sitting to one side, felt completely dumbfounded. He truly had not expected the other party to go to such lengths to frame him. It was almost flattering. "Bring forth your evidence, and let me examine it." Qin Shi expression turned grave, as if he took this matter extremely seriously. Seeing this, Wang De quickly stepped forward, placing the evidence onto the desk with both hands for the emperor's perusal. "Is this the evidence you have prepared?" Qin Shi spoke these words in a tone devoid of emotion, as though he had been so enraged by Zhao Mu's actions that words failed him entirely. At the very least, Wang De judged the first emperor must have harbored deep displeasure towards Zhao Mu at that moment. Realizing this, Wang De hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty, moreover, I have also found the 2 craftsmen who truly invented paper-making and movable type printing. Should your Majesty wish it, I shall summon them to appear before you at once." "No need." Qin Shi raised his hand to halt the man's somewhat sycophantic manner, then added, "Beyond those 2 witnesses, do you possess any other evidence?" Wang De froze where he stood, unable to form a single word for what seemed like an eternity. Under Qin Shi increasingly impatient urging, he finally shook his head, tongue-tied, and stammered, "I beg your Majesty's pardon, but I have no further evidence in my possession." "Then you may take your things and return." Spoken with chilling coldness, as though the man kneeling before him were no longer one of his former trusted ministers, but merely an inconsequential figure. "Since you have been dismissed from your post, you are forbidden from entering the imperial palace again. Should such an incident occur a second time, do not trouble yourself to waste my remaining time. Count how many heads you have left." As he uttered those words, a faint smile seemed to linger in Qin Shi gaze. Yet the icy cruelty woven into his speech sent an involuntary shiver crawling down Wang Da's spine. "Your Majesty, do you refuse to believe my words? I have sworn unwavering loyalty to you, your Majesty." Waving his hand dismissively, Qin Shi ordered Wang De to be dragged away, the matter already dismissed from his mind entirely. Zhao Mu, witnessing the scene, had been on the verge of saying something, yet Qin Shi words effectively dispelled his concerns. "I know precisely what troubles you. Those discoveries are yours, and will never be snatched away by another. Should any minister harbor doubts, he may challenge you directly in this very hall. What then remains to worry about? Could it be that you yourself lack sufficient understanding of your own work and research?" Zhao Mu hurriedly shook his head. Paper-making and movable type printing were both achievements he had meticulously prepared. Even the parts he had not fully mastered before had now become entirely familiar. How could there be any question of insufficient knowledge? Then all is well. On the surface, the matter appeared to have settled without a ripple. Yet the following day, when the censors rose to impeach Zhao Mu, even Qin Shi felt a flicker of surprise. He had believed his actions of the previous day had made clear to these men exactly how such matters were to be handled. He never expected there would still be those so relentless. Listening to the censor drone on and on about Zhao Mu's supposed crimes, Qin Shi sat above and felt as though he had somehow returned to yesterday's scene when Wang De had come to deliver his report. It was insufferably tedious. After the censor finished speaking, several other ministers stepped forward to second his accusations. Wang Jin, seeing this, hurriedly intended to defend Zhao Mu, but before he could speak, Qin Shi seated upon the throne, suddenly opened his mouth. "The words you speak were already heard by me yesterday. Yet do you know what became of the one who spoke them?" Those words of Qin Shi carried a bone-chilling chill, like sword flashes and spear points, suffusing the court of the Qin Dynasty. The censor shuddered, suddenly aware that the figure seated upon the high throne was none other than the renowned founding sovereign of the Qin Dynasty, not some pliable feudal lord easily manipulated. "I understand you resent Zhao Mu because he is merely 5 years old. Yet what he has accomplished is something none of you at 50 years of age could ever achieve. But what of it? Whoever proves useful to me, whoever can bring prosperity to my Qin Dynasty, I shall elevate him to a position above all of you. Do you understand?" Qin Shi rose from his seat and paced before the dragon throne as he spoke these words, caring nothing for the thoughts of the ministers below. Your Majesty, you must not do this." The censors hurriedly dropped to their knees and kowtowed before Qin Shi, as though the emperor's words were not those of elevating a minister, but of indulging a corrupt favorite concubine. "Why must I not? Standing atop the high steps of the throne, Qin Shi Huang looked down at the kneeling figures below and leaned slightly forward as though genuinely puzzled. Your Majesty, arbitrary rule alone is the omen of a falling dynasty. How dare you? Qin Shi Huang's face turned utterly cold. With a furious sweep of his sleeve, his eyes locked onto that reckless censor like an eagle spotting its prey. The moment those four characters, omen of a falling dynasty, left his lips, the censor realized his fatal mistake, yet there was no taking them back. Papermaking and movable type printing. Which of these is not a benefit to the state, and its people a merit lasting 10,000 generations? And yet now, for the sake of your own selfish desires, you dare recklessly accuse a child of merely 5 years of being inadequate in serving the state and its people. You attack a child with such ease. These words of Qin Shi Huang clearly scolded every person present. Yet those with clean consciences simply lowered their heads and listened, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. As for those with guilty consciences, they glanced left and right, seeming to exchange silent signals with their accomplices. From the first spark of the idea behind papermaking and movable type printing to its eventual realization as practical technology, I know all of it. Tell me who among you is the one committing perjury against the throne. Hearing these words, the faces of the scheming ministers below shifted visibly. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao, standing beside the throne in attendance, his expression suddenly stiffened. He could never have imagined that Qin Shi Huang would show such meticulous attention to Zhao Mu, knowing every detail of this matter's causes and consequences so perfectly. It seemed impossible to force Qin Shi Huang to abandon Zhao Mu through manipulation of public opinion. Just as the censors prepared to speak, a figure unexpectedly entered the palace hall. Though slight of stature, he wore the official robes of a marquis and carried himself with remarkable vigor. This person was Zhao Mu. Approaching the throne, Zhao Mu paid his respects to Qin Shi Huang, then stood quietly and motionless. Those harboring guilty consciences, seeing Zhao Mu, a child of merely 5 years, standing within the court receiving the gazes of all present, were suddenly filled with a profound sense of shame. I know that my defending him so openly will only lead you to believe I have lost my senses. A cold smile played across Qin Shi Huang's lips, and his imperial majesty grew ever more overwhelming. The ministers below all lowered their heads, daring not meet the emperor's terrifying gaze. In that case, Zhao Mu, I command you to confront tomorrow those two inventors of papermaking and movable type printing whom Wang described. The confrontation shall take place within the city of Xianyang. Do you understand? With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Qin Shi Huang pointed his index finger toward Zhao Mu, his tone grave and commanding. This subject accepts the decree. Rest assured, your majesty, I shall not fail to fulfill your trust. Bowing deeply with folded hands, Zhao Mu's expression was resolute. Those standing nearby, gazing upon this child, seemed to catch a familiar silhouette reflected in his steadfast demeanor. Meanwhile, those with guilty consciences diverted their gazes and whispered amongst themselves. Very well. I shall see with my own eyes whether before the eyes of all the people you are human or ghost. Court dismissed. After the morning court session concluded, Zhao Mu proceeded to Xianyang Hall, as Qin Shi Huang had requested, awaiting his arrival. When the emperor returned and observed Zhao Mu seated obediently, his indignation abated somewhat. I trust you harbor no objections to my arrangement. Though Qin Shi Huang's tone carried the semblance of inquiry, Zhao Mu perceived an underlying certainty beneath his words. Your majesty undertakes this solely for Mu's sake. How could Mu possibly object to such measures? Speaking with remarkable earnestness, Zhao Mu's demeanor served to soothe Qin Shi Huang's agitated spirits. I shall not predetermine the contest venue. Tomorrow I will point to an arbitrary location, and it shall serve as our battleground. Can you still claim victory? Seated upon the dais, Qin Shi Huang's countenance was exceedingly grave. Should Zhao Mu suffer defeat at the hands of another in this competition, his prospects for the future would be irreparably ruined. Your majesty need not labor under such concerns. These techniques were painstakingly developed through untold hardship. No one understands them better than I. Zhao Mu was fully aware that his adversaries had constructed this trap specifically to beset him, yet he remained entirely unfazed. What possible advantage could they gain even if they had successfully duped others into surrendering the secrets of papermaking and movable type printing? He alone could execute these crafts flawlessly. None present were fools, and when the results were displayed, it would become abundantly clear who had been perpetrating deception. Witnessing the unwavering confidence in Zhao Mu's eyes, Qin Shi Huang exhaled deeply and beckoned him closer. I recognize that this situation has wronged you. Once this matter is resolved, I shall unearth the mastermind behind these machinations and vindicate your honor. Qin Shi Huang harbored ambitions beyond mere restitution. He demanded that the conspirators face ultimate retribution. Zhao Mu was a protege he had personally anointed. Such a brazen strike against him was an affront to imperial authority itself. Your majesty, you treat Mu with extraordinary kindness. Gazing at Zhao Mu with profound reverence, Qin Shi Huang subtly averted his gaze from such overwhelming sincerity. For he harbored private motives unsuitable for public disclosure. Enough of this childish sentimentality. Return to your preparations at once. Only after Zhao Mu departed did Qin Shi Huang's expression darken considerably. Yingzheng intended to commission Li Si to investigate the origins of these vicious rumors. However, recalling Zhao Mu's evident disdain for Li Si, Yingzheng entrusted the matter to Wei Tingwei instead. Swiftly news spread throughout Xianyang that Zhao Mu would face a contest against two individuals claiming to be the true inventors of papermaking and movable type printing. Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai had already grasped the underlying principles. In disseminating these revelations, they deliberately left Zhao Mu no avenue of escape. Within the confines of Jinghua Marquis Manor, Zhao Mu listened impassively to Jing Wuji's reports of the slanderous gossip, his expression unwavering. "My lord, do you not feel anger at all?" Jing Wuji could scarcely fathom such cold composure. Those venomous words appeared to hold no significance whatsoever for Zhao Mu. What purpose does anger serve? It merely grants them the initiative. Zhao Mu spoke calmly, then cast the recollections he had painstakingly compiled into a nearby brazier, allowing the flames to consume them. The brazier served not for warmth, but as an instrument for Zhao Mu to instantly destroy information he could not afford to reveal. Then regarding tomorrow's contest. "Are you questioning me, brother Wuji?" Zhao Mu gazed at Jing Wuji with weary resignation. The faint concern in those eyes compelled him to shake his head. "I harbor no doubt, only fear. Given how meticulously they have conspired against you, they must harbor concealed designs we cannot anticipate. What if?" Though left unfinished, Jing Wuji's trepidation spoke volumes. "Fear not. Had I not made adequate preparations, how could I possibly meet tomorrow's challenge?" Beholding Zhao Mu's confident countenance, Jing Wuji's anxious hesitations dissolved like mist before the dawn sun. He began to believe Zhao Mu would triumph tomorrow as certain as he trusted the blade in his own hand. "Brother Wuji, you ought to understand, every person places absolute faith in what they have created, do they not?" Jing Wuji suddenly comprehended the reasoning behind these words. He nodded emphatically, his confidence restored. "You speak truly, my lord. Since these inventions originated from your genius, no one could ever steal them away." When Wang Linger and Wang Li arrived at Jinghua Marquis Manor, they found Zhao Mu in remarkably relaxed spirits. "You show absolutely no tension. Why are you still indulging yourself in play?" Wang Linger discovered that the book in Zhao Mu's hands concerned agricultural implements, and she could not suppress a sigh of exasperation. "Sister Linger, those techniques are my own creation. Even if I reviewed them frantically now, I would merely be re-examining material I have already thoroughly mastered. What good would that accomplish?" Speaking thus, Zhao Mu's demeanor remained remarkably serene. Witnessing this exchange, Wang Li beside them gently tugged at Wang Linger's sleeve. "Very well, perhaps you are right. I simply cannot help worrying," Wang Linger pouted. "I even petitioned my grandfather, hoping he might persuade the court to postpone this affair, but he declared that His Majesty personally issued the edict. It cannot be rescinded." Zhao Mu nodded, his expression entirely composed. "His Majesty acts to protect my reputation. Were he to permit these malicious rumors to continue spreading unchecked, the consequences would prove thoroughly devastating." Noticing the reverence in Zhao Mu's tone regarding Qin Shi Huang, Wang Linger could not resist asking, "My grandfather has often spoken of His Majesty as the most illustrious and valiant man in all of Great Qin. Is he truly as remarkable as they describe?" Wang Linger had indeed entered the imperial palace on occasion and had glimpsed Qin Shi Huang from afar. Yet those distant encounters revealed him only as a vague silhouette. Only now, observing him as closely as Zhao Mu, could she truly sense the formidable aura emanating from the emperor. "His Majesty is truly extraordinary." After recounting two examples of the emperor's wisdom and martial prowess to Wang Linger, Zhao Mu noticed Wang Li's worried expression and added, "Pray do not repeat what I have shared. Though other ministers are aware of these matters, it remains unwise to disclose them carelessly. Fear not." Wang Linger patted her chest with hearty conviction. "Brother Mu, I would never betray your confidence to another soul." After all, they had grown up together since childhood. How could she, Wang Linger, possibly betray one of her own? Only after confirming that Zhao Mu harbored no anxieties about tomorrow's competition did Wang Linger and Wang Li linger a while longer before taking their leave. The following day, immediately after the morning court concluded, Qin Shi Huang formally announced that the contest would be held at the Eastern Marketplace Square in Xianyang. "I expect all my loyal ministers to witness firsthand the caliber of talent I have selected." Standing upon the dais, Qin Shi Huang observed his courtiers bowing beneath the weight of his piercing gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do not disappoint me." The emperor's warning clearly carried deeper implications, leaving the ministers exchanging perplexed glances. Ultimately, the majority gathered in the marketplace square of the Eastern Market, eager to witness the outcome of this competition. Wang Jian and Meng Wu exchanged a glance, their minds torn between trust that Zhao Mu could handle the matter and worry that he might be bullied or taken advantage of there. "Why don't we two old companions go take a look? It would be only right to give young Master Mu our support." After Wang Jian voiced this suggestion, Meng Wu nodded in agreement. The two men pressed onward toward the Eastern Market Square without pause. Along the way, they spotted other familiar ministerial figures. Clearly, curiosity had drawn them all to this spectacle. Zhao Mu was already waiting there. Beside him stood not only Jing Wuji, but also Wu Yu. Wu Yu had undergone training at the steward's direction over the past few days, and upon returning to Zhao Mu's side, he carried himself with noticeably greater composure, no longer displaying the fleeting hesitation that had once marked him. Zhao Mu was quite satisfied to see how thoroughly Wu Yu had transformed, and so he had brought him along on this outing. Young master, he began hesitantly. I have heard whispers of recent events. Please do not let them weigh upon your heart. Wu Yu glanced down at the murmuring crowd below, his throat tight with discomfort. They know not what you have done for the welfare of common folk, but I believe your virtuous reputation shall bring ever greater prosperity to all. Zhao Mu spent each day occupied with affairs at the academy, and in his remaining hours devoted himself entirely to pondering how he might better the lives of the people. Yet it pained him that those very people failed to perceive his sincere concern for their well-being. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu was fretting over such matters. Zhao Mu smiled and patted his arm. You need not trouble yourself. At present my efforts serve primarily the scholarly class. Once I develop innovations concerning agricultural implements and transport, they will naturally come to understand the benefits I bring them. Zhao Mu could already envision the scene when they would hail him as the divine farmer of Great Qin. He raised his head and looked across. Seated on two chairs opposite were an elderly man with white beard and hair and a stern-faced middle-aged man. Perhaps those two appearances did align more closely with the public's conception of scholars devoted to learning. But today he intended to shatter that prejudice entirely. This contest shall be judged throughout by Tingwei Wei. I trust Lord Wang. Oh no, Uncle Wang has no objection. When those two genuine inventors strip away your pretense, I shall be most interested to see how you speak your nonsense before the emperor. Zhao Mu spoke these words with a faint smile appearing to onlookers as nothing more than a 5-year-old child innocently seeking the counsel of an adult. Yet the adult's expression darkened considerably. The common people observing this exchange had already formed their prejudices. Zhao Mu merely shrugged, affecting indifference to the man's hostility, which only deepened Wang Da's fury. Tingwei Wei stood between the two parties, glancing at his old colleague's sour face, and then at Zhao Mu beside them, and said with composed authority, this competition serves primarily to ascertain the true inventor of paper-making and movable type printing. Your Majesty is aware of the doubts harbored among us all, and has therefore dispatched this official to uphold justice and restore the rightful inventor's honor. Tingwei Wei spoke with such gravitas that those nearby hurriedly averted their gazes as though unable to meet his eyes. Their thoughts began to wander. Such was the majesty of even the emperor's own officials. How awe-inspiring must the Son of Heaven himself be? What they did not know was that the true emperor himself was seated in a private chamber on the 4th floor of a tavern overlooking the Eastern Market Square, observing the proceedings between Zhao Mu and the two pretenders. Seated beside him were Wang Jian and Meng Wu. The contest begins. Having declared this, Tingwei Wei posed his first question. I inquire of all three what motivated the invention of these innovations. What is their origin? Who may bear witness to your claims? As Zhao Mu prepared to answer, the elderly opponent across from him rose to speak first. Observing this, Zhao Mu settled back into his chair, content to let the elder proceed. After the elderly man finished speaking, Zhao Mu prepared to open his mouth again, only to be cut off by the middle-aged man. The bystanders witnessing this scene could not help but wonder why two adults continually bullied a child. Yet Zhao Mu understood the reason. Those two were undoubtedly terrified that he would speak first, which would make them appear as impostors. Have you finished? May this marquis now speak. The moment those words left his lips, the countenance of both opponents shifted dramatically. In their eagerness to seize the speaking order, they had forgotten that the one seated across from them, the person they had so casually disparaged, was not an ordinary child but the Marquis of Jinghua. Your lordship, please proceed, Tingwei Wei said readily, his eyes subtly flicking toward the two opponents across the table. Tingwei Wei harbored no faith in those baseless rumors. Anyone highly esteemed by the first emperor must possess genuine talent. Even if he harbored doubts about Zhao Mu himself, he could never doubt the emperor's judgment. After all, the first emperor was the greatest sovereign who had guided Great Qin toward prosperity and strength. The sole reason I conceived of paper was to enable more people to read, and to ensure that the laws of Great Qin spread far and wide, so that even the most remote and minor counties might come to understand how wise and brilliant your majesty is. Zhao Mu spoke these words with utter candor, and afterwards somewhat bashfully touched his cheek. Is this reason not rather absurd? Yet it was truly my original thought. Bamboo slips are far too heavy, and silk is prohibitively expensive. How might one create something both economical and lightweight for everyday use? Thus did I devise this solution. Then why was movable type printing invented? Tingwei Wei asked with calm composure, while the two beside him continued to protest his manner of questioning, though none paid them much heed. With paper, the dissemination of laws became straightforward. Yet a subsequent problem arose: we could not find enough people to copy manuscripts by hand. I even complained about this matter to your majesty. Recalling the slight helplessness on the first emperor's face when he had heard those words, Zhao Mu smiled, and said with mock embarrassment, Your Majesty was highly displeased with my desire to avoid labor. However, after I developed movable type printing, Your Majesty remarked that enabling greater numbers of people to read the laws of Qin through such a method was after all a commendable thing. Though born of idleness, the outcome proves most favorable. The two opponents across from him paled dramatically. The two seated across from him had never imagined that Zhao Mu's inventions of papermaking and movable type printing were something the first emperor of Qin had been fully aware of throughout. Had they known this, they would hardly have dared to provoke him at such a moment. Observing the change in their expressions, Zhao Mu offered a gentle smile, his eyes appearing utterly innocent, as if silently asking why they had suddenly grown so fearful. Then please each of you describe in detail the entire research process along with the problems encountered along the way. The two men exchanged glances and eagerly began speaking before Zhao Mu could say another word. Zhao Mu graciously yielded the floor to them, showing not a trace of nervousness. After all, he was the true creator of these inventions, so there was no reason for him to feel any particular emotion. Zhao Mu's excessive composure made the two men feel immense pressure. As they spoke, their words stumbled rather than flowing smoothly, no longer matching the rehearsed material they had prepared initially. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gathered below began to grow puzzled. If that old man and the middle-aged man claimed that papermaking and movable type printing were their own inventions, then why were they so confused and incoherent when explaining them? Then please, Lord Jingguo, recount your entire invention process for these two achievements. Wei Tingwei spoke these words without any trace of bias. When questioning the two men who had opposed Zhao Mu, he had used the exact same questions with nothing more than a change of address. In the research of papermaking, the most crucial issue was how to make paper both thin and durable. Hearing this, the scholars in the audience were quite astonished. Some even called out loudly, "But the paper we use today is already of excellent quality. Did you encounter many detours along the way?" Zhao Mu nodded toward the speaker's direction. There were too many people below for him to make out who exactly had spoken, but this did not prevent him from explaining the cause and effect. Indeed, we went through many trials. In the earliest papers we produced, distinct traces of bamboo fibers were clearly visible. Moreover, the ink would smear terribly. It felt as though a single drop of ink would darken the entire sheet of paper. As he recounted these details, Zhao Mu's tone carried a touch of helplessness. He reached into his robe and withdrew a wrapped bundle. Everyone watched with anticipation, wondering what would emerge from inside. Zhao Mu produced a sheet of paper that appeared extremely coarse and rough. "This is the first sheet of paper we produced. You may examine it yourself." All eyes fell upon that sheet, and its defects were immediately obvious. In 7 or 8 places, distinct slivers of bamboo were clearly visible. The texture was altogether too rough, as though the slightest pressure from Zhao Mu's hand would cause the paper to crumble to pieces instantly. It was only later that we realized unless the raw materials such as bamboo were ground into a fine pulp, there was no way to produce paper of such durability. With such straightforward evidence presented, those below would not have known where to begin if they had wished to raise objections. "I wonder, sir, do you have similar evidence to prove that you invented paper?" The old man's face grew quite grim. Seeing this, Zhao Mu then took out the other sheets of paper he had brought along. He even invited officials and scholars in the audience to come forward and personally inspect the quality of the paper. As Zhao Mu had predicted, the quality of the paper improved progressively. This clearly demonstrated that their entire research process had not been achieved overnight, but rather through step-by-step experimentation. Seeing that the crowd now believed he was indeed the inventor of papermaking, Zhao Mu shifted the topic to movable type printing. "As for movable type printing, my initial intention was to create ordinary block printing, but I found it far too wasteful of resources." How can something for scholars be called a waste of resources? Exactly right. Books are exceedingly precious. Your words seem rather inappropriate. After all, Zhao Mu was merely a child of 5 years old, and seeing his young appearance, the people around him spoke more gently than they otherwise would have. "I do not believe that reading is a waste of resources, for I encourage everyone to pursue learning. Anyone who can afford an education should certainly learn to read." These words pleased the scholars in the audience greatly. Even the illiterate commoners felt that Zhao Mu spoke from the heart, genuinely caring for their welfare. When I said waste of resources, I meant that after carving wooden blocks for one book, an entirely new set of blocks would need to be carved for the next. This process consumes far too much time. I wanted everyone to be able to read more books within a shorter span. A slightly embarrassed smile crossed Zhao Mu's face as he continued. "So I thought, could each character be carved individually? When a particular book is needed, the individual characters could be assembled within a wooden frame and then used for printing. This would greatly increase efficiency." Having said this, Zhao Mu whispered a few words to Wu Yu beside him. Wu Yu retrieved the large cloth-wrapped bundle that had been placed by his feet. People nearby craned their necks with curiosity, wondering what exactly lay hidden beside Zhao Mu. Only after Wu Yu untied the black cloth covering did they discover a large wooden printing block inside, bearing the imprinted text of 2 poems, Guanju and Jianjia. This was our initial prototype. Due to its impractically low efficiency, it was later improved into the familiar form known to everyone today. The moment these 2 pieces of evidence were produced, the faces of the 2 opposing men turned completely pale. Wang De, standing beside them, also wore a grim expression. He had originally assumed Zhao Mu held no evidence whatsoever. For all those rumors that had spread for so long, Zhao Mu had never produced a single item to prove his innocence. Consequently, he had subconsciously trusted the other party's claims. But now he discovered otherwise. Wang De cast his gaze into the crowd, yet the person he had hoped for gave him not the slightest signal. Wang De was no fool. He understood that he had been abandoned. At first I did not wish to present these, because I wanted everyone to see me as a genius whose inventions sprang forth fully formed from a single thought. Having explained why he had originally chosen not to respond, a slight flush colored Zhao Mu's cheeks. He appeared much like a child seeking praise from an elder dressed in genuine bashfulness. Yet inwardly his mind remained perfectly calm. This reason in fact was entirely fabricated. Those items had been hastily prepared overnight, and the so-called evidence was nothing more than items he had prepared well in advance. Wang De fixed his attention on Zhao Mu opposite him, his face dark and his tone edged with accusation. Surely these are not preparations you have hastily assembled over the past 2 days, Lord Jinghua. A trick did not need to be novel as long as it was effective. When it came to forging evidence, who could possibly produce another witness to testify against him? Thus Zhao Mu was completely at ease. Hearing Wang Da's interrogation, Zhao Mu maintained an innocent gaze. Even though his opponent had guessed the truth, what of it? With no physical evidence or eyewitnesses, and considering the opponent had just lied to defend 2 imposters, even if he had guessed the truth, could he truly expect anyone to believe them now? Reflecting on this, Zhao Mu's expression grew increasingly helpless. Lord Wang. No, Uncle Wang. I know you are deeply resentful of me because you lost your official post over the previous incident. But wasn't the root cause of your dismissal your failure to properly discipline your own child? The onlookers gathered around the square found the spectacle rather comical. A 5-year-old child, like Zhao Mu, lecturing a middle-aged man in his late 30s on how to raise a child. If you had disciplined him well, and kept him from bullying others in the streets, how could this matter have ever reached His Majesty? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood the cause and effect of the entire affair. After all, it was common knowledge that a few days ago the profligate scion of the Wang family had harassed someone at a tavern in the capital only to run headfirst into an immovable force. Surely a conclusion has been reached on this matter. Unwilling to waste further breath on useless bickering, Zhao Mu turned his attention directly to Commandant Wei, signaling him to make the announcement. Commandant Wei nodded to Zhao Mu, then glanced at the court officials and commoners gathered below before speaking. Based on the evidence presented, I trust everyone has already reached a conclusion. This official hereby declares that the inventor of both papermaking and movable type printing is indeed the Marquis of Jing Zhao Mu. Does anyone object? Silence fell over the crowd. Even if some wished to speak up, they found themselves at a loss for words after Zhao Mu had produced such overwhelming evidence. Take these 2 to our office for questioning. We must discover who orchestrated this conspiracy behind the scenes to frame the Marquis of Jing. Commandant Wei's expression was grim. Giving the crowd no time to react, he immediately ordered his subordinates to drag the 2 men, one elderly and one middle-aged, away. This contest concludes here. I urge everyone not to spread unfounded rumors. You must trust His Majesty's rewards and have faith in his high regard. Having spoken, Commandant Wei bowed to Zhao Mu and turned to leave. Jing Wuji and Wu You were overjoyed, eagerly describing to Zhao Mu just how unsightly the expressions of those 2 slanderers had been. Meanwhile, Wang Linger and Wang Li, who had been watching the spectacle from below, rushed up to celebrate with Zhao Mu. Just then a young eunuch approached Zhao Mu and whispered in his ear, "Very well, I understand. I will head over right away." Turning back to his friends and loyal subordinates, Zhao Mu instructed the Wang siblings to wait for him at his estate. He then told Wu You to have the housekeeper prepare a banquet before heading to the tavern adjacent to the square, accompanied by Jing Wuji. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Zhao Mu opened the private room to find only Qin Shi Huang and Wang Jian remaining inside. Meng Wu, having witnessed the outcome and pressed by official duties, had already departed. I recall that all your equipment and materials were kept at your estate in the suburbs of the capital. And weren't all those failed attempts at papermaking used for your experiments? Where did you get this evidence? As soon as Zhao Mu sat down, he heard Qin Shi Huang's inquiry. He offered an embarrassed smile, glanced at Wang Jian beside him, and said with a blush, "To answer your Majesty, Muir fabricated them just last night." Seeing that Zhao Mu's normally clear eyes were bloodshot with exhaustion, Qin Shi Huang sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. Relieved that the emperor had raised the issue formidably only to let it slide so easily, Zhao Mu let out a breath. "Do not take such risks next time," Wang Jian advised. Wang Jian looked meaningfully at Zhao Mu, then glanced at Qin Shi Huang sitting beside them. Understanding the hint, Zhao Mu blinked, raised a cup of tea, and addressed Qin Shi Huang. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for coming to watch the contest between Muir and those 2 imposters, and for granting Muir this opportunity to prove himself." Seeing Zhao Mu act so tactfully, Wang Jian stroked his beard and laughed heartily, while Qin Shi Huang accepted the tea offered by the young boy. Being outside the palace, there was no need to maintain constant imperial rigidity. Qin Shi Huang's tone and gaze were noticeably warmer than they usually were in the palace. "Now that this matter is resolved, no one should dare target you in this manner again anytime soon. However, General Wang also mentioned to me that those who do not wish to see the Qin state grow strong will undoubtedly plot your assassination. I intend to dispatch 2 guards to protect you and ensure your safety. What say you? Showing no resistance whatsoever, Zhao Mu promptly agreed to the emperor's offer as soon as Qin Shi Huang finished speaking. Since he had no intention of committing any unlawful acts of rebellion, he naturally had no fear of Qin Shi Huang placing guards by his side. Excellent. I am highly pleased with your choice. Qin Shi Huang nodded, his gaze toward Zhao Mu filled with even greater trust. Although the contest was over, the matter had not yet concluded in the emperor's eyes. After all, this affair impinged upon the authority of the imperial court and the dignity of a marquis appointed by the emperor himself. Having his marquis so wantonly slandered, Qin Shi Huang was naturally unwilling to let the matter slide easily. Commandant Wei, who was in charge of the investigation, quickly discovered that the person who had conspired with Wang De was none other than Hu Hai. Looking at the report submitted by Commandant Wei, Qin Shi Huang's expression turned grim. He massaged his temples with one hand while gripping the memorial submitted by Commandant Wei tightly with the other. Are you certain there are no errors in this investigation? As he spoke, Qin Shi Huang's tone was remarkably calm, as if the matter could not stir even a ripple of emotion within him. Yet the bulging veins on his hands and forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. All the raging storms were concealed beneath a calm surface. Your Majesty, your servant has investigated repeatedly and confirmed that this matter is indeed connected to the 18th prince. About 5 days had passed since the contest. Even with many hands pulling strings behind the scenes, Commandant Wei had managed to thoroughly unearth the details of the conspiracy. Initially, he had been reluctant to report this to Qin Shi Huang. After all, the emperor had indeed doted on the 18th prince for a time. Reporting it rashly might inadvertently entangle himself in imperial family affairs. But after thorough investigation and careful deliberation, Commandant Wei chose to report the truth. In matters of state, Qin Shi Huang had always been a wise ruler, and he certainly would not punish an official for presenting the facts. Sure enough, upon hearing Commandant Wei's affirmative response, Qin Shi Huang nodded and said to him, "You have worked hard on this matter, my minister. Receive your reward before you depart, and take your hard-working subordinates out for some food and wine to unwind." Qin Shi Huang's words were a clear signal for Commandant Wei to keep this matter strictly confidential among his trusted circle. Rest assured, your Majesty. Watching Commandant Wei respectfully depart with the rewarded gold, Qin Shi Huang's face darkened as he commanded Zhao Gao, who stood nearby, "Go and bring him to me." Seeing Qin Shi Huang's grave expression, his face slightly flushed with anger, Zhao Gao dared not leave the emperor's side at this moment lest any unforeseen incident occur while he was preoccupied. So he wrote a note and had the young eunuch who was to deliver the message bring it to Hu Hai. Qin Shi Huang sat in the seat of honor, utterly perplexed as to why Hu Hai had once again become entangled in this matter. Had Hu Hai not sworn previously that he would no longer trouble Zhao Mu? How could he now break the vow he had made to himself yet again? Zhao Gao brought a cup of hot tea to Qin Shi Huang, placed it on the table beside the emperor, and then said, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The 18th prince may have been momentarily mischievous, so perhaps." Mischievous? How is he mischievous? He is over 10 years older than Mu'er. What is Mu'er's situation now? And what is his? At these words from Qin Shi Huang, Zhao Gao was momentarily at a loss for a reply. The condition of Zhao Mu was something he had witnessed only once. Such a person was often called a genius. How could a mortal be compared to a genius? But Zhao Gao knew in his heart that uttering such words would likely offend Qin Shi Huang. So he simply remained silent, standing quietly by the side. Taking a deep breath to suppress the slight agitation in his heart, Qin Shi Huang then composed his stern expression and awaited Hu Hai's arrival. Meanwhile, Hu Hai soon received the note and oral message from the young eunuch. Upon hearing that Qin Shi Huang wished to see him, and seeing the hints Zhao Gao had written on the note, Hu Hai frowned, a trace of panic in his expression. What could he do? Should he confess before his royal father that he had laid hands on Zhao Mu? If he lost his royal father's favor, life in the Qin palace would be fraught with difficulty. But even if he denied it, Commandant Wei had already uncovered the truth of the matter. His denial would only make the whole affair even more absurd. What on earth should I do? Hu Hai furrowed his brow deeply, ultimately deciding to take things as they came. After all, given the current situation, even if he wished to make other arrangements, he likely had no opportunity, for he was about to meet Qin Shi Huang. Upon arriving at the Xianyang Palace, Hu Hai gathered his courage and entered. Seeing Qin Shi Huang seated in the place of honor with a somber expression, Hu Hai immediately prostrated himself on the ground. "Your humble son pays respects to royal father." Hu Hai knelt with his head bowed, not daring to look up into Qin Shi Huang's piercing gaze. The emperor's eyes fell upon him as if they would strip the skin from his back, making him deeply uncomfortable. "I never expected you to be so audacious. Should I commend you?" Upon hearing these words, Hu Hai felt no joy, only overwhelming fear. If his royal father were to vent his anger, now Hu Hai could breathe a sigh of relief. But the more his royal father suppressed his fury, the more Hu Hai felt that the eventual eruption would be immeasurably severe, and his heart grew ever more anxious. "Come, you tell me, how exactly did Zhao Mu offend you that you repeatedly time and again lay murderous hands on him? Even after I warned you, you still commit such a reckless act. Explain yourself clearly. If you cannot, then your head will no longer be needed. Hearing this, Hu Hai's mind went blank, and he cried out directly to Qin Shi. It is all because of royal father. Zhao Gao, standing by, breathed a sigh of relief, while Hu Hai, as if recalling something, looked at Qin Shi with tearful eyes, and said, Royal father, do you remember how much you once doted on me? And do you remember how long it has been since you shared an evening meal with me? As he spoke these words, tears welled in Hu Hai's eyes, and slid down his cheeks onto the floor of the Xianying Hall. Qin Shi frowned, looking at the boyish demeanor before him. Though his heart ached slightly, he felt more annoyance than anything else. Ever since Zhao Mu appeared, your heart and eyes have been filled with that child you deem clever and gifted. Are we ordinary children not worthy of your love? Hearing this oft-repeated complaint, Qin Shi no longer felt much emotional stirring. It had worked once, but the second time its effect was far weaker. This time you must go and apologize to Mu or this matter will not end with me. Since he had grown weary, Qin Shi decided not to prolong the exchange. No matter how much he said, Hu Hai could always steer the conversation off course with the excuse that he overly favored Zhao Mu while neglecting his own son. Thus there was nothing more to be said. Royal father, what did you say? You want me to apologize to him? What makes him worthy of my apology? In disbelief, Hu Hai looked at Qin Shi seated in the place of honor, almost thinking he had heard a fantasy. You now have only two paths: either apologize, or I will hand you over to Commandant Wei, and the law will deal with you as it sees fit. Hu Hai's face turned deathly pale. He had never imagined that Qin Shi would threaten him with this. After all, he was his royal father. Well, have you made your choice? Qin Shi knew this would cause Hu Hai some pain, but to be allowed to live was already a considerable mercy. I have chosen. Your son will go and offer a humble apology. With these words, Hu Hai swiftly rose to his feet. Watching Hu Hai's retreating figure, Qin Shi pondered deeply. Since he had given him chance after chance only for him to squander them repeatedly, there was no other way. He hoped this punishment would give Hu Hai time to cool down. When Zhao Mu heard that Hu Hai was at the entrance of his mansion, he was utterly astonished. He had never expected Hu Hai to appear there. Jing Wuji, his face full of mirth, recounted Hu Hai's arrival to Zhao Mu with a hint of schadenfreude. Young master, you wouldn't believe it. The 18th prince is bare-chested, carrying a huge bundle of firewood at the gate. A humble apology. Zhao Mu immediately recognized the allusion. He sneered coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. His apology is certainly not sincere. What use is it? It was merely a show for Qin Shi benefit. Zhao Mu understood the reasoning in an instant. Without the emperor's coercion, Hu Hai would never apologize to him at this moment. Regardless, you have gained the upper hand in this matter, young master, so that's what matters. Seeing Jing Wuji's delight, Zhao Mu nodded. Though he still felt a bit uneasy since he was the one benefiting, there was no need to reject Qin Shi goodwill. With that thought, Zhao Mu led Jing Wuji and Wu Yu to the mansion's entrance to watch the spectacle. At the entrance of the marquee of Jing's mansion, Hu Hai, bare-chested and burdened with a bundle of firewood on his back, drew the attention of onlookers. Despite Hu Hai's murderous glare, Zhao Mu's expression remained remarkably composed. Long time no see, 18th young master. I never expected to reunite with you under such circumstances. As he spoke, Zhao Mu smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, appearing as innocent as a well-behaved child. Yet Hu Hai could detect the mocking malice in those eyes. Drawing a deep breath to suppress his fury, he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Mu before finally averting his eyes. I previously committed certain errors that greatly angered Duke Gong, which is why he dispatched me to seek you out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu showed no reaction whatsoever, merely interrupting him with casual disregard. On my apologies, I didn't quite catch what you said. Could you repeat yourself? A faint smile played across Zhao Mu's face, his gaze toward the other person carrying an edge of provocation. His interruption proved cutting and sharp. If you've come to apologize, do so properly. If not, you may depart immediately. Zhao Mu maintained a calm and unruffled demeanor, offering no resistance, simply allowing the other to decide. After all, as the wronged party rather than the wrongdoer, he saw no reason to squander time on such matters. I am sorry. What I did to target you was wrong, and I regret the harm it caused. Hu Hai ground out these words through clenched teeth, his head bowed, so he wouldn't have to meet Zhao Mu's expression. He feared that if he looked up, he'd reach for the dagger at his side, and end Zhao Mu right there. Zhao Mu recognized from those words that Hu Hai had reached his limit. Pressing further would only provoke greater trouble, given his volatile nature. With this thought, Zhao Mu sighed. He didn't wish to keep Hu Hai standing at the entrance any longer. I believe we've said all that needs saying. May I come in now? Jing Wuji was about to refuse when Zhao Mu gestured for him to enter the mansion. The onlookers gradually dispersed at the sight. He instructed Wu Yu to escort Hu Hai into the courtyard, while Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji followed leisurely behind. Only once Hu Hai disappeared from view did Jing Wuji speak, with evident puzzlement. My lord, why let him inside? Was it not more fitting to humiliate him at the gate? Jing Wuji found it incomprehensible that Zhao Mu had admitted Hu Hai so readily. What purpose would keeping him at the entrance serve? It would merely invite mockery from onlookers. In truth, Zhao Mu worried that leaving Hu Hai at the gate would ultimately bring shame upon Qin Shi. With scholars from the academy still present throughout Xianying, Zhao Mu feared the incident would escalate beyond control. These were the very reasons behind his decision. Once he grasped Zhao Mu's predicament, Jing Wuji said no more. Though satisfying revenge brought its own pleasure, life within Xianyang's walls meant bearing various constraints and compromises. You've endured much, my lord. Zhao Mu offered only a faint smile in response, neither confirming nor denying the observation. Yet Hu had decreed that admitting Hu Hai meant he could say nothing more to him. Upon reaching the courtyard and seeing that Hu Hai had set down the firewood and donned an outer robe, Zhao Mu smiled faintly before speaking. So the 18th young master lacked sincerity in his apology, stripping away those garments as though entering another's residence as a guest rather than a penitent. Zhao Mu's acidic remarks stirred discomfort, and Hu Hai's brows furrowed in irritation. What exactly do you mean by that? Didn't I already apologize outside your estate? What more do you want? Hu Hai grew visibly impatient. In his view, offering an apology to Zhao Mu was itself an extraordinary concession. Should Zhao Mu press further, Hu Hai vowed he would not let it stand. Oh dear, how terrifying. You frighten me so. Zhao Mu feigned alarm, patting his chest with exaggerated theatrics, appearing utterly artificial. Watching from nearby, Wu Yu and Jing Wuji bit their lower lips to stifle their laughter. I spared you further humiliation at the gate because I dreaded it would reflect poorly on His Majesty. Zhao Mu's eyes shimmered with complex emotions. Yet now that you're within my estate, you still dare act so arrogantly. Perhaps I should report this to His Majesty directly. Show him how you've undermined his envoy and ruined what was meant to be a gesture of reconciliation. Hu Hai's countenance darkened completely. He could never have imagined that a 5-year-old boy like Zhao Mu possessed such vicious cunning. Were Zhao Mu aware of these thoughts, he would surely have laughed aloud. After all, Hu Hai had orchestrated numerous schemes without being called vicious himself, yet merely mocking someone earned that label. A truly absurd double standard. Well then, 18th young master, have you decided how you'll address me? Hu Hai's breathing grew labored with barely contained rage. After a long pause, he forced his fury back, down his gaze, toward Zhao Mu, flickering with barely restrained anger. I've decided. These 3 words seemed squeezed from between Hu Hai's clenched teeth, heavy with suppressed wrath. Then speak it. Must I drag the words from you myself? Zhao Mu delivered his words with an easy smile, yet that very nonchalance made Hu Hai's brows knot tightly, like a balloon near bursting. What I did before was indeed my fault. Hu Hai spoke with visible difficulty, merely repeating what he had said at the gate, devoid of any genuine remorse. Zhao Mu raised his hand to interrupt. I have no interest in hearing those hollow words. Tell me precisely what you did. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai's expression darkened instantly. His face turned a sickly green as he glared at Zhao Mu, his voice trembling with barely contained fury. Zhao Mu, you'd best stop where you are. My father sent me to apologize, but if you continue this insolence, I'll have no choice but to teach you another lesson. After all, isn't this about apologies? You might as well include regrets for whatever mistakes I make next. Hu Hai's words carried a clear threat aimed at Zhao Mu. The 18th young master makes a fair point, yet this apology lacks sincerity. Even pouring out remorse for a lifetime of future transgressions would prove meaningless. Jing Wuji, find me proper clothing. I'm going to the palace to discuss the 18th young master's conduct with His Majesty. Having said this, Zhao Mu rose to his feet. Every servant in the mansion answered to Zhao Mu directly. Even if Hu Hai wished to physically intervene, he had no means of doing so. I repeatedly sent people to cause you trouble. That was my fault, my wrongdoing against you. I offer my sincerest apology here. Are you satisfied now? With a smirk curling his lips, Zhao Mu settled back onto the stone chair. Now tell me in detail where you found those so-called inventors of papermaking and movable type printing this time. Seeing Zhao Mu's flippant demeanor, Hu Hai's face darkened with iron-gray fury, uncertain whether he should speak up. Were he to comply instinctively at such a command, would it not be immensely humiliating? Thus Hu Hai clamped his mouth shut and lowered his head, as if unwilling to exchange another word with Zhao Mu. Witnessing this, Zhao Mu's attitude remained unequivocally clear. He let out a cold, sardonic laugh, his tone laced with mockery. If you refuse to speak now, then you need never speak again. Hu Hai jerked his head up to stare at Zhao Mu, as if trying to decipher the meaning behind those words. I shall go and ask His Majesty instead. His Majesty will surely know, won't he? Before the Emperor you certainly cannot lie, or else you would be guilty of the crime of deceiving the sovereign. The words crime of deceiving the sovereign erupted from Zhao Mu's mouth, striking Hu Hai like a thunderbolt, making his vision swim with stars. Never had he imagined the other would resort to such a venomous scheme against him. Gnashing his teeth, Hu Hai glared at Zhao Mu, wishing he could flay the man alive. Yet Zhao Mu sat there with effortless ease, merely waiting to see if Hu Hai would yield the information he desired. Since you go to the palace every few days accompanied by our father to handle official affairs, I grew resentful. So I had someone steal the documents on papermaking and movable type printing, found 2 artisans, and made them spend time mastering the materials, then used them to frame you. Now that matters had reached this point, speaking or keeping silent made no difference. Hu Hai had no desire to suffer another humiliation before Qin Shi, so he confessed outright. But you can only blame your own bad luck. Hearing this, Zhao Mu let out a snort of laughter, finding the words so absurd they were almost unbearably ridiculous. What nonsense are you spouting? Blame my own bad luck. If you hadn't plotted against me, how could I have encountered so much misfortune? Hu Hai turned, staring at Zhao Mu with an air of disbelief, and spoke in a heavy tone. Sometimes our father's favor is the genesis of all things. Hu Hai's words instantly made Zhao Mu understand the other's mindset. I think you should stop focusing your attention on me. No matter how much His Majesty dotes on me, or takes me along to handle state affairs, I am merely a subject. Zhao Mu now felt a flicker of relief that no one else knew his true identity, otherwise what a tempest might have been unleashed. The mere thought of it gave Zhao Mu a splitting headache, leaving him almost at a loss for words. So he decided to exploit this information gap to mislead others. But Hu Hai waved his hand, his expression composed as he said to Zhao Mu, even as a mere subject, receiving the Emperor's favor will make you a target. You'd best think of how to avoid these troubles, or they will never cease. Having said this, Hu Hai observed Zhao Mu's expression with a leisurely air, only to find the man frowning and sitting in stunned silence. He burst into laughter, turned, and strode out of Zhao Mu's residence. He had already stayed long enough. Even if his father later asked whether he had sincerely apologized, he had ample excuses to cover the matter, so there was no need to say more in the presence of someone he detested. Moreover, Hu Hai feared that staying longer would force him to reveal more secrets he was unwilling to disclose. After Hu Hai left, Jing Wuji frowned and approached Zhao Mu, complaining indignantly, "Young master, don't listen to his nonsense. To receive the Emperor's favor is a supreme honor." Jing Wuji worried that Hu Hai's words might intimidate Zhao Mu, for what the other had said was indeed troublesome. But they had once nearly lost the Emperor's favor, and the scene they faced then was something no one wished to experience again. So he had to speak up first, reminding Zhao Mu not to be deceived by an enemy's words. Zhao Mu nodded, having enough awareness of the matter not to be fooled by the other's honeyed rhetoric. I understand what you mean. Don't worry. If he couldn't handle such a trivial matter and was deceived by the other, Zhao Mu would have to question his own intelligence. Yet the other's overly confident tone already gave Zhao Mu a glimpse of the countless troubles awaiting him in the future. The story of Hu Hai's proffered birch and apology spread through Xianyang City for a time. Many suddenly realized that the two artisans who had been brought to trouble Zhao Mu that day were not merely instigated by Wang De, but by Hu Hai behind him. Yet Qin Shi, in order to preserve Zhao Mu's face, had even used his once beloved son as a pawn. With Zhao Mu so favored, others naturally dared not overstep at this juncture. They could scheme against others for the Emperor's favor, but when the Emperor lavished his affection on a particular person, they would step aside to avoid crossing his path. Indeed, after being vested with the radiance of supreme favor, Zhao Mu found it much easier to conduct his affairs, and for the time being no one dared to provoke him. Thus Zhao Mu had ample time to devote to researching cement and carriages. Through repeated experiments, Zhao Mu had found the optimal proportion for cement. He even attempted to study concrete, but progress on the carriage remained frustratingly slow. Without rubber, Zhao Mu tried many substitutes, but none felt satisfactory. Primarily, Zhao Mu had experienced the utility of rubber, so any alternative seemed inferior. But that rubber you mentioned, we truly don't have it here, do we? Speaking this, Jing Wuji, who was assisting, wore a look of bemusement. If it didn't exist, how did Zhao Mu know about such things? I once read about it in a book. It was said to be extremely elastic, which is why I wanted to use it. Sensing Jing Wuji's rising suspicion, Zhao Mu quickly dispelled it with a few words. Why don't we go search for it, young master? It's certainly not in the vicinity of Xianyang, but if that book mentioned the origin of rubber, we could go there to look. Jing Wuji's words suddenly struck a chord with Zhao Mu. His eyes widened, and he looked at Jing Wuji with approval. You're right. If possible, we could indeed search for it. Saying this, Zhao Mu brought out a map of the Qin Empire, a special gift from Qin Shi to facilitate his work. After carefully examining every border and route on the map, Zhao Mu's eyes gleamed as he fixed on a corner. Right here. Jing Wuji looked in the direction indicated and saw it was Nanhai Commandery. Are we going to Baiwei? The former Baiwei is now Nanhai Commandery. If Zhao Mu hadn't known where this place was before now through the map, he realized that the Nanhai Commandery the other person mentioned was exactly the area of Guangdong and Guangxi he was looking for. Seeing that the territory pointed out was still under the Qin Dynasty, Jing Wuji heaved a great sigh of relief. Young master, now Baiwei has been reclaimed into the Qin territory. If you wish to go there, just inform His Majesty, and we can set off immediately. Looking at Jing Wuji's resolute expression, Zhao Mu nodded, and immediately prepared his attire to go to the palace to seek the Emperor's permission first. If Qin Shi agreed after returning, he would immediately tally up the manpower, carriages, and supplies, then set off to find the rubber he desired. As for the cement, Zhao Mu entrusted it to the craftsmen in the outskirts of the capital. The craftsmen in that small courtyard were loyal, and Zhao Mu had already presented the cement's ratio and specific production method to Qin Shi, so he naturally had no worries about others stealing his credit. Emperor Qin Shi was handling affairs in the Xianyang Palace when he heard from a young eunuch that Zhao Mu sought an audience, and he felt somewhat puzzled. Qin Shi had inquired, recently everything was calm, and no one had bullied Zhao Mu. Why had the other suddenly come to see him? After thinking this, Qin Shi had the young eunuch usher Zhao Mu in. One doesn't visit the palace without a reason. Zhao Mu's sudden appearance meant he must have some plan. What is it? Does Mu'er have another request for me? Seeing the slightly evasive look in the other's eyes, Qin Shi knew his guess was correct. Your Majesty, Mu'er has a matter to beg of you, and I beg you to grant it. After entering and performing the formalities, Zhao Mu knelt there with a pleading look in his eyes, and did not rise as Qin Shi indicated. Oh, judging by your demeanor, could it be something treasonous that you want my permission for? It was mainly because Zhao Mu's posture was too solemn. Oh, Qin Shi even thought he had committed some unforgivable disaster, and had come specifically to plead for mercy. Your Majesty, it's not a disaster. Mu'er has something he wishes to do. Thinking that the other had recently only submitted materials about cement and had not yet presented the results of another document he had shown him before, Qin Shi guessed. Is it about the shock-absorbing carriage you mentioned before? Zhao Mu nodded, explained the information from a book he had once read, and then requested that Qin Shi allocate some personnel to accompany him to Nanhai Commandery. Zhao Mu had no intention of providing his own personnel, since this matter benefited both the state and the people. If he used his own men, he worried that the Jingguo Marquis mansion in Xianyang would be left unattended and problems might arise. After all, there were many waiting to frame and bring him down. The rear base must not have any issues. Then it was inevitable that Qin Shi would arrange the personnel. You're going on a long journey. Nanhai Commandery was not close. A round trip would take at least 3 months. Even if he hurried the journey, once Zhao Mu arrived, he would need to find traces of rubber trees and figure out how to use and preserve the rubber. The entire process would inevitably take a long time. Your Majesty, Mu'er truly wants to go. Moreover, according to records, besides rubber trees, there are many other useful resources there. Mu'er wishes to go there personally to scout the way for your Majesty. Zhao Mu made this matter seem especially meritorious and stated his intentions clearly. Even if Qin Shi wanted to say something, seeing the other's clear eyes, he didn't know how to refuse. But you are still young. If Zhao Mu were over 10 years old, Qin Shi would certainly agree, since traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books, and exploring the world would be a good thing for a boy. But the problem was that Zhao Mu's age was too young. In Qin Shi eyes, he was still the little milkball he had picked up in Xianyang. What if he got hurt outside? That's why I need your Majesty to arrange people to protect Mu'er. Zhao Mu said this matter-of-factly, looking at Qin Shi with expectant eyes. Your Majesty, I beg you. If I don't find that thing, Mu'er truly cannot eat or sleep in peace. Qin Shi sighed. He could see Zhao Mu's difficulty and sensed the longing in his tone. All right. I will arrange some people. Go quickly and return quickly. But you must properly hand over the affairs you are currently responsible for. You can reclaim these powers when you return. Zhao Mu was currently in charge of the Shuigong and also had authority over the estate in the suburbs where inventions were often made. Therefore, if he were to leave for a long time, these matters must be temporarily set aside, and he needed to find a suitable person to entrust. Rest assured, your Majesty, Mu'er knows how to handle these matters. In any case, he would not let these powers fall into the hands of people like Zhao Gao and Li Si, otherwise it would be a disaster for him. Good. I will gather some people. You will set out tomorrow morning. Qin Shi was clearly giving Zhao Mu enough time to entrust his affairs. After leaving the palace, Zhao Mu went to the Wang residence to find Wang Li. The matters of the estate in the suburbs could be entrusted to Wang Jian and Meng Wu, but the Shuigong affairs must not be handed over lightly. After all, the Shuigong housed the remnants of the royal families of the 6 kingdoms. If handled improperly, it could stir up trouble. So Zhao Mu needed to find a suitable, steady person to take charge. Wang Li became his target. Although Wang Li used to enjoy messing around with his friends under Wang Jian's tutelage, he had become much more steady recently. With Wang Jian overseeing the Shuigong matters could be given to Wang Li to practice on. When Zhao Mu appeared at the Wang residence, everyone in the household was delighted. The steward led Zhao Mu into the courtyard. Wang Jian smiled and said, "This is truly a delightful surprise. Why have you suddenly come? Don't you have things to do?" Zhao Mu had been so busy lately that he was often out of sight, shuttling between the Jingguo Marquis mansion and the small estate in the suburbs, so Wang Jian had not disturbed him for a long time. "I have nothing to do today, Grandfather Wang. I came mainly to entrust the Shuigong affairs to Wang Li." Zhao Mu said this very directly without any concealment, and Wang Jian's brow immediately furrowed. What happened? Is someone trying to take away your power? In Xianyang, power was the foundation of one's standing. If Zhao Mu's power were taken away, Wang Jian could imagine the consequences. "No, Grandfather Wang. I am going to Nanhai Commandery." Nanhai Commandery? A hint of confusion flashed across Wang Jian's face. Why the sudden trip there? Has your Majesty assigned you some mission? If that were not the case, Wang Jian could hardly conceive any reason for Zhao Mu to go there. It was truly perplexing. "No, I have personal matters to attend to, so I specifically requested your Majesty to arrange some guards to protect me on the journey to Nanhai Commandery." Had it not been for this, Zhao Mu would not have dared take such a risk. "I see. Then I shall not inquire further into your affairs, for they concern your private matters. Moreover, since you have already reported to your Majesty, this matter likely involves certain confidential information. Yet can you guarantee your safe return?" Though Zhao Mu bore no blood tie to the Wang family, through years of companionship, Wang Jian had long regarded him as a nephew of his own. "Fear not, Grandpa Wang. All shall be well." His Majesty will surely dispatch capable guards to accompany me, ensuring no danger along the way. Furthermore, Zhao Mu possessed a system of his own. Though its activity had diminished recently and offered little assistance, he still held considerable credits at his disposal, so he need not worry excessively about the perils of the journey. Seeing Zhao Mu's composure, Wang Jian ceased his inquiries and summoned Wang Li. "Zhao Mu, what brings you here?" Wang Linger had gone to visit her close friends that day, and Wang Li, who was practicing martial arts alone, was called before Wang Jian. He had assumed his idling had been discovered, never expecting to encounter a good friend. "I need your assistance with something." Before Zhao Mu could finish, Wang Li responded without hesitation, "Very well. Tell me what you need." "You don't even know what I'm asking, yet you agree so readily. Would I harm you? I cannot believe you would. We've grown up together since childhood." Wang Li spoke with absolute conviction, as though regarding Zhao Mu as the most trustworthy person in this world. Observing the sudden perplexity in his eyes, Zhao Mu could not help but acknowledge that this unquestioning trust was genuinely heartwarming. Moreover, the other clearly treasured the bonds of their childhood together. "I am about to depart for Nanhai Commandery, so I must ask you to oversee the academy in my absence. From now on you shall serve as acting principal of the academy, handling daily affairs. I will leave Wu Yu to assist you, and he shall help manage related matters." Apart from Jing Wuji, Zhao Mu intended not to bring any of his close followers on this journey. He needed to strategically position his people to safeguard his power and status. Just as others worried in their hearts, Zhao Mu himself was concerned about whether someone might seize what belonged to him during his absence. Thus he had to place his trusted agents in key positions to maintain firm control over what was his. Even when entrusting matters to those he trusted, he still needed to retain a measure of control. "Very well, but I have no knowledge of the academy's affairs. Are you certain it is wise to entrust everything to me?" Wang Li did not mind helping Zhao Mu with matters, but whether he could handle them properly was another question. "This afternoon I shall take you to the academy, so you may see the matters I normally handle. Furthermore, I will leave Wu Yu with you. Having accompanied me to the academy many times, he knows most matters and how I would handle them. I will also inform you in advance of how to deal with unexpected situations." Zhao Mu could not afford to overlook such considerations, so he had made thorough preparations. "Then all is well. I am relieved to hear this." Observing the joy in his eyes, Zhao Mu smiled gently and said to Wang Jian beside him, "Then meet me at the manor gate at the start of the 5th watch. I shall take you to the academy." After settling these matters, Zhao Mu had other affairs to attend to and departed the manor hastily. Watching him leave, a trace of sorrow crossed Wang Jian's face. Wang Li, seated nearby, asked in perplexity, "Grandfather, what troubles you? Zhao Mu is certainly traveling on His Majesty's orders this time. Is this not a good thing?" Beholding how Zhao Mu already understood to arrange the distribution of power in his absence, and seeing his grandson still so innocent and naive, Wang Jian sighed and said, "It seems the time has come for you to familiarize yourself with such matters." Zhao Mu was but 5 years old, yet could already manipulate hearts and minds with such ease, while his own grandson remained an innocent youth oblivious to the ways of the world. Though such youthful spirit might remind one of their own days of youth, it was ultimately not favorable for the Wang family. Qin Shi had also sent someone to inquire about how Zhao Mu handled the power in his hands. Upon learning that he had recruited Wang Li, Wang Jian, and Meng Wu to manage these affairs, Qin Shi could not help but acknowledge that he and Zhao Mu shared a certain understanding. As expected of a child I have taught. Qin Shi viewed the reports from others with satisfaction, unaware of the somewhat sharp gaze from Zhao Gao nearby. Since his previous framing attempt had failed, Zhao Gao had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Mu. He could not allow this person who wielded such great influence over Qin Shi to continue existing. Zhao Gao understood this very clearly. Alas, Qin Shi excessive favoritism toward Zhao Mu left Zhao Gao without a suitable opportunity for assassination. And if he employed those slanderous tactics again to stir up rumors, within a short time others would inevitably detect the connections linked to the previous incidents. The trouble would be enormous. Therefore Zhao Gao had remained inactive, but now he finally saw a favorable opportunity arise. If Zhao Mu were to perish on the road to Nanhai Commandery, could they not lay the blame elsewhere this time? After all, on such a long journey, death was not uncommon. So after temporarily stepping away from Qin Shi side, Zhao Gao went directly to Hu Hai and told him about Zhao Mu's planned trip to Nanhai Commandery. Li Si had already received an invitation in advance and was waiting at Hu Hai's residence. So when he and Hu Hai heard this news, Li Si's immediate thought was it was time to eliminate him. There could be no more delay. If we do not seize this opportunity, next time may not be so favorable. In retrospect, if they had had the opportunity to assassinate Zhao Mu on the journey to Mount Tai for the heavenly sacrifice, perhaps they would never have endured so many calamities. Alas, some things rarely unfold as one might wish. They had been backed into an inescapable corner. Zhao Gao sneered coldly. Who would have thought a mere 5-year-old possessed such formidable capabilities? Had they foreseen this, they would certainly have found a way to eliminate this threat, while the child remained utterly defenseless. The three exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging the gravity of their situation. How could anyone have anticipated such developments? These regrets only served to torment them further. Enough. It is useless to dwell on the past now. As for His Excellency's 18th young master, our most pressing concern should be how to eliminate our target without leaving a single trace. The incident with Wang De had already demonstrated how deeply the first emperor valued Zhao Mu. Should they reveal anything at this critical juncture, they risked drawing his ruthless scrutiny. Then what do you propose we do? Hu Hai frowned. He was capable of wielding brute force, but in matters requiring subtlety and cunning he was utterly at a loss. Each of his previous assassination attempts had not only failed to kill Zhao Mu, but had also strained his relationship with the emperor, and worse had driven Zhao Mu to ally with Jing Wuji. This was precisely what Hu Hai could least tolerate. Therefore he decided to listen to others' counsel. After all, Zhao Gao had previously made it clear. Any assassination operation must be discussed with him in advance. From my perspective, we should avoid acting as soon as Zhao Mu departs the gates of Xianyang. Though resolved to kill him, Li Si did not wish to make a spectacle of it. The ideal outcome would be for Zhao Mu to die without anyone suspecting foul play. Nanhai Commandery would serve as an excellent setting. It is remote and situated near the coast. We could arrange for someone to eliminate him there and dispose of the body in the sea, staging it as though he drowned himself. This way suspicion would be greatly reduced. What do you think? As Li Si spoke these words, he never imagined he was plotting against a mere 5-year-old child. The calculating gleam in his eyes revealed that he had already counted Zhao Mu as a guaranteed victory. Who would have guessed that the one proposing such a scheme is none other than Chancellor Li? Does Your Excellency also harbor deep resentment toward him? Zhao Gao, seated to the side, observed Li Si's reaction with the predatory patience of a great white shark circling its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When he schemed to slander me and poison me, he showed me no mercy. Why should I show him any now? The memory of the punishments and humiliations Zhao Mu had orchestrated before the first emperor only deepened Li Si's hatred. Very well. I was concerned that you, Chancellor, might hesitate due to your bond as teacher and student. Only after witnessing the unmistakable disgust on Li Si's face did Zhao Gao put his suspicions to rest. The three of them whispered in ragged fragments like rats conspiring in the shadows over a theft. Yet Zhao Mu remained entirely unaware of their machinations. As Zhao Mu busied himself with household arrangements, he suddenly shivered, a foreboding sense settling over him. But such premonitions could not sway his resolve. He had already made up his mind to travel to Nanhai Commandery. Young master, then why not take me with you? Wu Yu stood aside, his expression plainly filled with worry. He could not bear the thought of being separated from Zhao Mu for so long. A personal servant's highest duty was to attend to their master at close range. Though disciplined by the steward to no longer carry himself with the humility of a lowly servant, Wu Yu still could not stomach the prospect of long separation from Zhao Mu. However, I need you to remain in Xianyang and keep watch over affairs at the academy. Spoken with calm composure, Zhao Mu's words carried no hint of abandonment. He was entrusting his attendant with an important responsibility. Hearing these words, Wu Yu's anxious expression gradually dissolved, replaced by a steely determination. You should know that the two matters closest to my heart are the countryside estate used for research and the academy. Zhao Mu patiently explained these arrangements while Wu Yu stood by his side, absorbing every word. The countryside estate is well managed by the steward and Grandpa Wang Meng, so there is little to worry about there. But for the academy, after careful consideration, Wang Li is the most suitable choice. As Zhao Mu spoke, Wu Yu recalled General Wang's eldest son. He could not help but acknowledge that the man was indeed trustworthy. However, his personality is rather straightforward, and he may overlook certain details that will require your careful assistance. How does that sound? Zhao Mu did not compel Wu Yu to accept. After all, Wu Yu was a person with his own independent will. Though in this era Wu Yu could only serve as a servant, Zhao Mu did not mind granting them a measure of freedom within his ability. If you are willing to oversee the academy, then stay. But if you truly prefer to accompany me, that is acceptable as well. Having said this, Zhao Mu regarded Wu Yu with an expression of calm expectation, waiting for his response. Young master, rest assured. I will follow your arrangement and remain in Xianyang. I shall carefully oversee both the countryside estate and the academy, and I will not allow anything to go amiss. Feeling the weight of responsibility placed upon his shoulders, Wu Yu's gaze grew even more resolute. Zhao Mu nodded in satisfaction. With time running short, he arranged the remaining matters, and then set out for the Wang residence to pick up Wang Li before heading together to the academy. In truth, the academy's daily operations are already managed by dedicated personnel. You only need to provide guidance on the broader framework. Seated inside the carriage, Zhao Mu patiently explained these arrangements, while Wang Li, a few years his senior, sat beside him like a diligent young student. The good news is that since I have already established the overall framework, there should be no need for major revisions unless something unexpected arises. Sure enough, a look of excitement spread across Wang Li's face. Seeing this, Zhao Mu secretly smiled. Upon arriving at the academy, Zhao Mu personally walked Wang Li through each daily task, offering guidance wherever the younger man struggled to understand. Once everything was thoroughly settled, Zhao Mu escorted Wang Li back home by carriage. Observing Wang Li seated across from him in the carriage, Zhao Mu remarked, I depart tomorrow. I have left Wu Yu in your care. Should anything arise, consult him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mu had even kept a helper for herself and breathed a relief at once. Although today been learning with Zhao Mu and had already mastered many handling scholarly matters, people are err or grow lax from time to time. With someone watching over him, Wang Li felt his work went more smoothly. After sending Wang Li back to the Wang mansion, Zhao Mu returned to the estate and immediately began packing up her things. Zhao Mu believed Qin Shi would surely arrange some luggage for her, but there were items she would need to gather by her own strength. In addition, she also wished to pre-prepare the foods she typically ate. Realizing this world has no chili peppers nor the delicacies of later ages, Zhao Mu felt a headache arise. After all, as a Chinese person who isn't a foodie at heart, yet in a place like the Qin Dynasty, not to mention the 8 major cuisines, even frying, braising, and stewing to satisfy hunger is already quite a feat. It seems I'll need to study how to eat even better when I have time. Zhao Mu, as she spoke, stuffed those life-saving items she had prepared into the system's small space. This space has only 9 slots, ordinarily holding 9 items. Different types cannot share a slot. However, during prior attempts, Zhao Mu had discovered a cheating method. That method was to wrap the needed goods in a single large cloth and toss it into the space, so it would occupy only 1 slot, and that slot's label would read 1 bundle of goods. Besides the defensive dagger and poison, keeping 2 slots empty, she packed all the rest into several large bundles and stuffed them into the space. Lying on the bed, Zhao Mu began to call the system again. In such moments, only by calling the system to check what she could buy would she feel safe. System, are you there? The system replied, host signal received, system online. What assistance does the host require? Is there anything that can safeguard life? Something at the brink of life that can protect my life, something that can also serve as a defense. Zhao Mu's request was somewhat intricate, and the system weighed it carefully before replying. In the system, Mall, there exists a universal pill. No matter the host states, swallowing the universal pill swiftly restores health. However, 24 hours after use, the host will suffer full body pain and paralysis for 24 hours, after which all will return to normal. Would you like to purchase it? This explanation from the system sent a chill down Zhao Mu's spine. Yet if danger truly struck, the universal pill could be a lifesaver. Thinking of this, Zhao Mu hastily ordered, please place an order for 5 bottles. Okay, the host purchases universal pill, quantity 5 bottles, unit price 10 points, total 50 points, remaining points 200. Please host strive to earn points to avoid the system becoming unusable due to insufficient points. The system babbled on with a long list of things, and Zhao Mu felt dizzy listening to it. But when she saw 5 small bottles appear in her hands, she finally felt relieved. She slid the 5 bottles into one of the space's slots, and gazing at the 9 slots filled with things she might need, and would surely need, Zhao Mu finally fell into a restful sleep. The next morning, Zhao Mu woke up, and under Wu Yu's care donned a set of sturdy battle attire. Although his journey to Nanhai Commandery was by carriage, those wide robes and sleeves made movement quite cumbersome. So Zhao Mu had in advance her entourage prepare a few sets of sturdy garments, making movement easier. After again reminding the household matters, Zhao Mu arrived at the gate of the home mansion. To her surprise, 6 carriages were parked there. Stunned, Zhao Mu stood there for a long time before realizing these were the items the butler had prepared for the road. Zhao Mu had planned to send these things back to the mansion, but the butler's words stopped her restless hands. Master, please take them along. While you can buy what you need on the road, if you are in deep mountains with nowhere to lodge, or if danger arises, please take all 6 carriages with you. Moreover, these 6 carriages carry items the emperor has bestowed for the journey. If you do not take them, there may be. Thinking it over, not wanting to disappoint Qin Shi and the butler's care, Zhao Mu nodded and took the 6 carriages along. Also, where is the emperor's envoy who is to accompany us? For this trip, Qin Shi himself would dispatch a squad to accompany me to Nanhai Commandery. Could the emperor have forgotten? Impossible. After such a ridiculous thought rose, Zhao Mu quickly dispelled it. How could Qin Shi forget these matters? Someone just reported that a small detachment of about 20 guards was already waiting at the city gate for you. They still needed to purchase some items, so they were waiting there to join you. Hearing this, Zhao Mu nodded. Seated in the lead carriage with Jing Wuji driving, Zhao Mu, the butler, and the others from the mansion waved farewell and slowly headed toward the city gate. At the city gate, Zhao Mu leaped up to join her companions, only to have Qin Shi face suddenly come into view. He stood there in astonishment, unable to fully understand what he had just seen. How did this happen? Are you surprised to see your elder? Qin Shi almost uttered those words, but quickly concealed them. Rest assured, master, I will bring back what we need. Zhao Mu was surprised as she hadn't expected Qin Shi to personally accompany her. Moreover, she understood clearly that Qin Shi's gesture was simply to secure his footing among the guards and prevent any sign of rebellion along the journey. Yet Zhao Mu believed that the guards chosen by Qin Shi would pose no such problems. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Shi, Zhao Mu set off with the 20 guards, the 6 carriages, and Jing Wuji by her side. Qin Shi watched the departing column, his eyes narrowed with an unreadable emotion. May you return safely. After leaving Xianyang City, Zhao Mu shed his aristocratic demeanor, donned a bamboo hat, and sat beside Jing Wuji. Young master, why have you come out? Go back quickly. Jing Wuji, seeing Zhao Mu suddenly sit beside him, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hurriedly urged him to return, fearing that Zhao Mu would be caught in the wind and sand. I have never left Xianyang City, so I wish to see the outside world. What? Can't even this small request be fulfilled? He said this with a trace of laughter in his tone. Jing Wuji, seeing this, swallowed the words of persuasion he had intended to speak. Seeing that the other had backed down, Zhao Mu nodded in satisfaction. Gazing at the distant scenery, Zhao Mu's eyes took on a touch of melancholy. In his era, traveling would have been a joyful and comfortable affair. One could take the fastest modes of transport, savor the most delicious cuisine, and behold the most beautiful vistas. But here there were only endless official roads stretching beyond sight and sluggish horses. I truly hope that when the roads paved with cement are built, everyone's pace can quicken, saving time no matter where we go. As he spoke these words, Zhao Mu's eyes brimmed with longing, revealing his heartfelt wish. Rest assured, young master, this will surely become a reality. After Zhao Mu had perfected the ratio for cement, he had already tested it on a certain road near his home. That road was truly smooth and level, making travel very convenient. Jing Wuji eagerly anticipated the day when such roads would cover every corner of the Qin Empire. The guards accompanying them nudged each other, some even exchanging glances as if sending someone to test Zhao Mu. Sensing the subtle movements around him, Zhao Mu turned around. Seeing them startle and step back, afraid to approach, he said with a smile, "What's the matter? Do you have something to say?" Although they were on the march, Qin Shi Huang had previously instructed the guards not to rush Zhao Mu's journey, ensuring he could travel safely back and forth. Thus their pace was relatively slow, leaving time for idle chatter and indulging their useless curiosity. Zhao Mu's question startled them, but soon everyone regained their composure. After all, though Zhao Mu bore the reputation of a prodigy, he was merely a 5-year-old child, and they inevitably felt a hint of disregard. "It is like this, young Master Mu. We merely wish to ask, what exactly do you seek by going to Nanhai Commandery?" After learning that their destination was Nanhai Commandery, everyone was puzzled. Why go to that godforsaken place? Every place holds value worth developing. Do not dismiss a locale simply because it is sparsely populated or occupied by those who appear uncouth. As he spoke, Zhao Mu's expression was exceedingly grave. The people around exchanged glances, seeming to grasp his meaning, yet also understanding nothing at all. "I am going there primarily to obtain something called rubber. This material can be used in our daily lives. It is convenient, and may even make our existence more comfortable." Thinking of the uses of rubber, Zhao Mu's eyes took on a calculating glint. Beyond shock absorption, rubber could accomplish many things. He hoped that upon returning to Xianyang, he would have time to develop more applications for rubber. Among the guards there was also a man who excelled in both civil and martial arts. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, he stepped forward with curiosity and asked, "Young Master Mu, what exactly is this rubber? How is it that we have never encountered it in books?" The guards were worried that this might be a figment of Zhao Mu's imagination. There are countless books passed down through the ages. Who can claim to have read them all? If not from a book, how do you think a person like me who has grown up in Xianyang City would know that such a thing exists in Nanhai Commandery? Zhao Mu certainly could not say that he knew it from his past life, so he had to use this excuse to prevaricate. However, his overly composed tone and resolute expression dispelled some of the guards' doubts. "I know that all of you have endured hardship accompanying me on this journey, and the round trip will consume considerable time, reducing your opportunities to shine before His Majesty. But rest assured, this trip with me will not be in vain." Knowing the anxiety in the guards' hearts, Zhao Mu spoke with even greater determination. After hesitating for a moment, they decided not to dwell on the matter. Traveling was exceedingly arduous, especially on roads where the travel conditions were primitive, making the journey all the more tormenting. Although Zhao Mu rode in a carriage, the constant jolting and swaying quickly exhausted him. In the following days, aside from stopping at suitable towns for brief rests, most of the time was spent jostling along the road. Zhao Mu felt as if the shaking of the carriage had turned his mind into a muddled mess. This sensation was truly unbearable. Zhao Mu now even wondered whether traveling such a great distance to find rubber was a correct decision. After all, his search for rubber was originally meant to alleviate the jolting of the carriage, yet now he had to enjoy that very jolting for the sake of finding rubber. It was utterly nauseating. He could not help but embrace a spittoon beside him, retching out some sour liquid to suppress the nausea brought on by the violent shaking. After finishing, Zhao Mu sat on a cushion nearby, taking deep breaths to ease himself. "Young master, in about another hour we will reach the next town. We can find an inn to rest a while. That will make you more comfortable." Zhao Mu nodded and weakly murmured in assent. Jing Wuji, hearing the sound, could not help but part the curtain and look inside. Seeing Zhao Mu's somewhat pallid complexion, he said with concern, "Young master, are you all right? Would you like to come out and get some air?" Zhao Mu was clearly uncomfortable from the carriage's swaying. Jing Wuji noticed this and could not help but express his care. "No need. Keep going, we are almost there. Resting after arrival is not too late." It was not that he did not want to sit outside. The scenery outside was no different, the jolting was similar, and the open view made him more prone to vomiting. That was why he had come back inside. After persisting for about another hour, they finally saw the town ahead. Zhao Mu felt as if he had been redeemed. Before setting out, the old butler had organized all the items bestowed by Qin Shi into supplies, so they had quite a lot to carry along the journey. However, with 20 guards protecting Zhao Mu beside him, they had not encountered any major troubles along the way. Among these supplies, many were actually life-preserving medicinal herbs along with some portable rations. During their last outdoor camping, Zhao Mu had roughly distributed these supplies. He divided the rations among the 22 of them, with each person carrying a portion, and stowed the remaining provisions in his carriage. He had each person carry some of those medicinal herbs, as well placing the rest in the carriage. Actually, however, Zhao Mu concealed them by packing everything into his spatial storage. Though the spatial storage contained only 9 compartments, he managed to squeeze everything in. Carrying such a large amount of supplies openly would have been too risky. The carts trailing behind them now carried tents and other necessities for camping in the wilderness, along with thick blankets and similar gear. Another cart held survival tools, flintstones, daggers, raincoats, and the like. There was even a waterproof container packed with writing materials. By the time they reached this town, only 3 carts behind them still carried supplies, yet even this modest train drew curious onlookers. Upon arriving at the inn, Jing Wuji leaped down first, helped Zhao Mu descend from the carriage, and went inside to arrange their accommodations. With over 20 guards, some would need to tend to the supplies, so 5 members of their group volunteered, 2 for night watch and 2 to manage the baggage. Once back on the road tomorrow, they would have ample time to rest, making the night duty manageable. Following Jing Wuji to the innkeeper, Zhao Mu stood quietly, without interfering with the check-in process. They presented themselves as brothers in public, a deliberate choice to keep a low profile. As the younger brother, Zhao Mu had little to do but wait quietly. The innkeeper approached and asked whether they wished to dine or lodge. The moment they entered, the innkeeper had already noted their refined bearing, the unmistakable signs of wealthy young masters, and formed his assessment. "We will need 6 upper rooms and 5 standard ones," Jing Wuji requested. The night watchman from the previous evening deserved proper rest in the better quarters, while the rest could manage with the standard rooms. Jing Wuji shared a room with Zhao Mu to ensure his safety and attend to his needs throughout the journey. This arrangement had been consistent from the start, so no one objected. After the rooms were prepared, Zhao Mu deliberately took Jing Wuji's hand before the innkeeper's assessing gaze, playing the part of a well-behaved younger brother trailing behind his elder. Once inside the room, Jing Wuji released his grip and bowed respectfully to Zhao Mu before asking what had prompted such a performance. Jing Wuji's concern was genuine. He feared Zhao Mu might have spotted threats he himself had missed. "The innkeeper's gaze troubled me," Zhao Mu explained. "I played along to cover my suspicions. Do not dwell on it." Zhao Mu's eyes hardened as he spoke. He had not forgotten his enemies still lingered in Xianyang, and the long journey to Nanhai Commandery left them vulnerable to sabotage. "We could abandon the inn and camp outside instead. With our supplies, the wilderness would not pose a problem." "No need for that," Jing Wuji replied. "Everyone has been exhausted from traveling. If we have comfortable rooms available, there is no reason to endure the outdoors." Moreover, Zhao Mu harbored his own doubts. Perhaps he was simply overthinking things. After all, a child of his tender years traveling alongside an older brother was uncommon enough that extra glances from strangers seemed natural. Yet when that strange fragrance drifted through their room that evening, Zhao Mu could not help but regret his earlier skepticism. A disorienting scent had filled the chamber. Someone had prepared dream-enchanting incense, intending to render them unconscious. Thanks to the system's shielding and warnings, Zhao Mu remained unaffected by the intoxicating aroma. Jing Wuji, however, lay beside him, growing noticeably drowsy. From his storage compartment, Zhao Mu retrieved a pill designed to counteract the enchantment and slipped it between Jing Wuji's lips, then waved a small vial of unknown substance beneath his nose. The pungent, acrid scent shocked Jing Wuji fully awake, but Zhao Mu quickly covered his mouth and shook his head to silence him. The lingering fragrance in the room made Jing Wuji grasp the situation immediately. "Someone intends to harm us," Zhao Mu whispered. "I cannot determine who, so let us remain calm and wait until they enter before making our move." Zhao Mu understood their conspicuous procession made them vulnerable. Whether to opportunistic adversaries along the route or tracked enemies from Xianyang, the threat was significant. First, they must identify their opponents, then decide how to respond. Jing Wuji nodded in agreement, gripping his protective sword while pressing a dagger into Zhao Mu's hand. The drug-laced smoke persisted intermittently before resuming its steady flow, indicating careful preparation. Their assailants had brought ample incense specifically to incapacitate them. Eventually, the incense ceased, and soon Jing Wuji heard faint scratching sounds emanating from the doorway. "They are picking the lock," he murmured. "Wait here, my lord. I will not let them come near you." Jing Wuji moved to rise silently from the bed. But Zhao Mu restrained him with a firm grip, shaking his head in a whisper. "Let us wait here for them to arrive. If you go down, they might find an opening to strike me, leaving you unable to protect me." Jing Wuji understood immediately and nodded his agreement. Watching Jing Wuji settle quietly on the bed to await their attackers, Zhao Mu finally exhaled in relief. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Hu Hai was utterly bewildered. "Treason? What treason? He has received so many favors from Father Emperor. How could he possibly commit treason?" remaining still on the bed, would appear harmless, making it easier to lower their guard. Then came the click of the latch being raised, and the door swung open. Zhao Mu eased his breathing as beside him Jing Wuji gripped the hilt of his sword with quiet intensity. The bed curtains hung low, concealing them. Long before the intruders made their move, Zhao Mu had used his dagger to slice several slits in the netting, allowing him to peer out into the darkness. Sure enough, once the door bolt was slid open, someone began to gently push the door. Creak. The sound of the opening door shattered the silence of the night, echoing with jarring clarity. The intruders clearly had not anticipated such a loud noise. They froze instantly at the threshold. Zhao Mu could hear them halt, their breathing suddenly catching in suspense. After waiting for several breaths, and hearing no sound from within, the treacherous thieves finally mustered the courage to push the door open and creep inside. Fortunately, we burned the stupefying incense beforehand. Otherwise a noise that loud would have surely awakened them, one of the thieves whispered softly. The hushed voices were scattered, indicating that more than one intruder had entered. As the soft, chaotic footsteps brought a sudden rush of life into the room, Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji held their breath, waiting for the intruder's next move. Fortunately, due to the long journey, Jing Wuji had developed the habit of preparing traps in advance. Whenever they lodged at an inn, he would meticulously set up his mechanisms before retiring for the night. It was a pity they had not crossed paths with any thieves until now, meaning Jing Wuji's traps were not designed with lethal intent. However, this was finally his chance to put his mechanisms to the test. Giving Zhao Mu a silent nod, Jing Wuji slipped noiselessly through the gap in the bed curtains, melting into the shadows of the room. His sword remained sheathed, preventing even a glint of light from betraying his position. Standing in the shadows, Jing Wuji resembled a wolf poised to strike, ready to tear apart the intruders who had dared to invade his territory. How is there nothing of value here? Surely those carriages of his must contain something precious. These wicked thieves had harbored malicious intent precisely because they saw the abundant baggage Zhao Mu brought with him. They never expected his bedchamber to be utterly devoid of valuables. Hearing their complaints, Zhao Mu felt a wave of relief that he had secured his valuables beforehand, storing his bags safely within the system's inventory space. Otherwise, had those scoundrels plundered his goods, would he have been reduced to eating bran and herbs for the rest of the journey. Suddenly, one of the intruders unwittingly triggered the mechanism Jing Wuji had laid out in the room. An arrow shot from the direction of the window, instantly piercing through one of the intruders. In the blink of an eye, the man collapsed to the floor, his life snuffed out entirely. His companions hurriedly whispered his name in panic, but how could a dead man offer them any response? It was nothing but a waste of precious time. The remaining thieves, still groping in the dark, fell into a panic. Had they not feared waking the guards keeping watch downstairs, they would not have crept into the room under the cover of darkness. Now, before they could even lay their hands on any loot, they had already lost a companion. No, this loss is too heavy. Let's abduct the child instead. If we can sell him off to another region, we'll still make a handsome profit. Recalling the exquisite, delicate child who had closely followed his older brother that afternoon, the thieves began to calculate the boy's age. He must be only 5 or 6, the perfect age for a quick sale. All right, quiet down. I heard the child sleeps with his brother. Even with the drug, we must be cautious lest the brother wakes up. Hearing this, Zhao Mu's face darkened completely. If before he had only intended for Jing Wuji to capture them, now he wanted their lives. Judging by the casual, nonchalant tone they used when discussing child trafficking, Zhao Mu was certain this was far from their first time committing such an atrocity. Even in the modern era, a kidnapped child might not be found for decades. In this ancient world where transportation and communication were painfully primitive, losing a child meant a lifetime of separation. Zhao Mu silently raised his dagger. Though Jing Wuji was too far for him to signal, Zhao Mu was confident that upon hearing the vile words of these scoundrels, Jing Wuji would also harbor a desire to kill. Judging by the sound of their breathing, Zhao Mu estimated that 3 of them remained. These 3 slowly crept toward the bed, clearly intending to carry him off without making a sound. Peering through the slit in the bed curtains, Zhao Mu saw someone draw near and retreated into the corner of the bed. He watched as the intruder groped in the dark and parted the curtains, searching for the child's whereabouts. To ensure a peaceful night's rest, Zhao Mu and his companion had specifically chosen a shaded top-tier suite. Consequently, the moonlight could not penetrate the window, leaving the entire chamber cloaked in absolute, suffocating darkness, as if isolated from the rest of the world. Yet this darkness provided Zhao Mu with the perfect opportunity to strike. Slowly sliding his dagger from his sleeve, he pinpointed the intruder's position and plunged the blade downward with brutal precision. While the scoundrels were blind to his movements in the dark, Zhao Mu, aided by the system's enhancement, could clearly perceive their every position. With a single thrust, he pinned the hand of one of the intruders directly to the wooden bedboard. Hearing their companion's agonized shriek, the remaining 2 rushed forward in a panic to see what had occurred, only to be forced to dodge, as a sudden flash of cold silver light sliced through the darkness behind them. Yet swift as their reflexes were, they were no match for the speed of Jing Wuji's blade. With a single decisive sweep, Jing Wuji severed one of the men's arms completely. Seeing both of his companions incapacitated, the sole remaining intruder gritted his teeth and lunged desperately toward Zhao Mu. Between the two brothers, the younger one was clearly easier to overpower. If he could hold the child hostage, he would at least secure a path of retreat. As the last scoundrel lunged at him, Zhao Mu did not hesitate. He retrieved a pouch of pre-made searing powder from his spatial inventory and flung it directly into the man's face. This searing powder was an accidental byproduct of Zhao Mu's experiments with cement. Containing a high concentration of quicklime, it would react violently upon contact with moisture in the eyes, causing excruciating irritation. If mixed with water, it could even severely burn the skin. Though Zhao Mu had no time to fetch water, the powder had already penetrated the intruder's eye, sending him thrashing on the floor in agony. The tumultuous noise echoing from the room quickly alerted the guards lodging next door. Having stayed up late the previous night patrolling and guarding the cargo, they had been sleeping deeply. Yet no matter how deep their slumber, such a violent commotion was bound to rouse them. "Young master, are you unharmed?" 5 or 6 guards burst through the door in a dramatic entrance, just as Jing Wuji struck a match to light the oil lamp. "I am unharmed. Bind them first." Watching the guards rush in and swiftly deal with the 4 thieves, Zhao Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After handing the thieves over to the guards below for custody, Dong Kong, the commander of this guard pair, stepped forward, clasped his fist in salute to Zhao Mu, and said, "Young master, how do you intend to deal with these people?" Along the journey, Zhao Mu had also won over some people with his personal charm, and this guard captain was one of them. The other party was clearly astonished by Zhao Mu's outstanding accomplishments at such a tender age, and unconsciously had already become his devotee. It was merely that Dong Kong himself had not yet noticed these matters. "Take them to the suburbs tomorrow morning and investigate what other acts of assault, murder, and plunder they have committed. If they bear crimes, execute them on the spot. If it is their first offense, hand them over to the local authorities." Hearing that Zhao Mu had arranged things so methodically, Dong Kong was clearly somewhat surprised. However, Zhao Mu was the core of the entire party, and others would naturally not defy his arrangements when he made such requests. Moreover, this arrangement clearly showed careful deliberation, and Zhao Mu had his own reasons. After watching Dong Kong depart, Zhao Mu finally enjoyed a proper rest in bed for the night. Early the next morning, after the group resupplied on provisions they might need for the journey ahead, they set out once more. Upon reaching the suburbs, Dong Kong threw the thieves they had captured the previous night onto the ground. The thief struck by the arrow was already dead, so Dong Kong tossed him aside and ignored him. The remaining 3 who were still alive looked quite wretched, yet their miserable appearance failed to evoke any sympathy from anyone. "Why did you break into the young master's quarters in the middle of the night?" Jing Wuji and Dong Kong stood together, while Zhao Mu sat upon a nearby carriage, coldly listening to the voices rising from below. The thieves immediately cried out for mercy, terrified seeing their companion's corpse lying beside them. "I am asking you questions. Why did you storm the young master's carriage?" Seeing that they could only gasp for mercy and could not form any coherent words, Dong Kong grew impatient. Jing Wuji, standing nearby, appeared like a demon god, frightening the men into immediately confessing why they had targeted them. "So you mean you attacked us purely out of greed with no mastermind behind it?" After Jing Wuji spoke, Dong Kong seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Jing Wuji with confusion, but said nothing. Zhao Mu also sat quietly on the carriage, listening to this information, wanting to see if they would reveal anything further. "There is no mastermind. We truly acted only on impulse for wealth, because you carried so many items and clearly were traveling a long distance, so we suspected you had particularly valuable belongings." Seeing the other party's cowardly and timorous appearance after being captured, Jing Wuji came to believe these words. After all, if these were assassins sent by Zhao Gao and his associates, each would undoubtedly be a hardened individual who would never expose their true purpose under mere intimidation. "Then what other things have you done before? Do not lie before us. We only need to spend some silver to learn everything about your past." "Hold on." As soon as Jing Wuji finished speaking, Zhao Mu, seated inside the carriage, opened his mouth. He lifted the carriage curtain, looked at the 3 weeping thieves, then summoned another guard, and instructed Jing Wuji, Dong Kong, and the newly arrived guard to take the 3 thieves to separate locations. Before departing, Zhao Mu gazed at the 3 thieves' fearful eyes, offered a slight smile, and said, "You would do well to expose each other's crimes before your companions do. Otherwise, whichever one speaks last shall be the first I kill." Although there was no confined space now to employ the prisoner's dilemma approach directly. As long as the 3 thieves were taken far enough apart that they could not see one another, that psychological unease would naturally compel them to confess more. As expected, it only took half an hour for them to obtain the information they sought. Jing Wuji climbed back into the carriage and placed the recorded paper before Zhao Mu, then said bitterly, "They were indeed not acting for the first time. They had already trafficked dozens of people. We simply could not determine where those victims ended up, for even the thieves themselves did not know where they were sold." Seeing Jing Wuji's intense anger, Zhao Mu sighed. "There is no way around it. But since they have committed crimes, we cannot simply let them go. Tell Dong Kong to execute them on the spot." From the very beginning, Zhao Mu had never intended to let these thieves escape. Thus, after obtaining the desired information, he naturally would show no mercy. By the way, after they are killed, bury them together with the previous thief's corpse. Though they committed crimes, granting them burial rest is still something we can arrange. Hearing these words, Jing Wuji could only admire Zhao Mu's kindness. Meanwhile, the cries of pain from the thieves outside the carriage soon faded away, leaving 2 guards to dig pits and bury the thieves' bodies. Zhao Mu and the others continued on their journey. At this moment within the city of Xianyang, Zhao Gao calculated the timing and arranged to meet with Li Si and Hu Hai, explaining to them that it was now time to send assassins to eliminate Zhao Mu. By my calculations, they should have already traveled a considerable distance. Even if Zhao Mu were to perish, turning back would likely take some days. Therefore, this is the ideal moment to dispatch the assassins. As Zhao Gao spoke these words, a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Meanwhile, Hu Hai looked at the two with eager anticipation and said, "After he is dead, could you tell the assassin to gouge out his eyeballs and bring them back to me?" Never expecting Hu Hai to harbor such a preference, Zhao Gao looked at him with confusion, seemingly wanting to understand his motive. Isn't he always fond of coldly glaring at others with those eyes displaying his disdain? Let me hold his eyeballs in my hand and crush them, and see how he dares to look down on others afterward. Thinking of how Zhao Mu usually spoke to Hu Hai, Zhao Gao could not comprehend where the alleged disdain originated. But since they were in a cooperative relationship, Zhao Gao would naturally find a way to fulfill Hu Hai's request. Very well, it is merely a matter of giving the assassin a briefing. Does the Chancellor have any requirements? After nodding in agreement to Hu Hai, Zhao Gao turned his gaze to Li Si seated nearby. Li Si had been sitting silently like a statue. I have no particular demands. After all, once his corpse returns, the living will decide how to handle it. I was merely thinking that simply burying him after death might make me somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing Li Si's words, Hu Hai was utterly bewildered. Treason? What treason? He has received so many favors from Father Emperor. How could he possibly commit treason? To Hu Hai, Li Si's words sounded as ridiculous as tales of ghosts and spirits told by shamans. However, Zhao Gao quickly grasped Li Si's meaning. He fixed his gaze steadily on the other man before speaking. I never expected that the Chancellor would intend for him to die bearing such a charge. So what? If he dares to accuse me of targeting the nobility, then I shall not let him go unpunished either. Li Si paid no mind to Hu Hai's words, while Zhao Gao's attitude made it clear he already understood. What on earth are you talking about? What do you mean? Hu Hai asked foolishly from the sidelines like a complete fool. Zhao Gao sighed and explained to Hu Hai the Chancellor's plan is to kill him first, then stage his death to appear as though he was a traitor who failed a secret transaction and was silenced. This will connect to Zhao Mu's previous pleas on behalf of the remnants of the 6 states. If he were innocent of treason, why would he have defended those people? Hearing this, a flicker of excitement flashed across Hu Hai's eyes. He had never imagined the scheme could unfold this way. Then let us not waste a moment. Arrange it at once. Seeing him like this, Zhao Gao and Li Si exchanged a glance of quiet resignation. Who would willingly champion such a ruler unless driven by power? That very night, the assassins chosen by Zhao Gao set out along the route Zhao Mu had taken. There were 10 assassins in total, a deliberately large number intended to match the guard detail that Ing Zheng had assigned to protect Zhao Mu. Those guards bound by their duty to protect Zhao Mu would inevitably hesitate. But these assassins had no such restraint. Their mission was to kill everyone without mercy. With no need to show leniency, they would naturally be far more ruthless than the guards. Even with only 10 men, they were confident they could slaughter them all. Yet to the astonishment of the assassins sent by Zhao Gao and Li Si, after riding 3 full days and nights along the Imperial Road, and losing several horses to exhaustion, they still had not caught up with Zhao Mu's party. It was truly inexplicable. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu had no idea that assassins had been dispatched from Xianyang to hunt him down. They had become lost. Although Zhao Mu had crafted a compass before departure to determine direction, and had also secured the most detailed maps as backup, they somehow still found themselves lost. Deep within an unknown forest, they could no longer find the way forward. Seeing everyone's exhausted faces and the encroaching dusk, Zhao Mu simply ordered a temporary halt to rest. Jing Wuji sat in the carriage and complained with a touch of exasperation. If the official road hadn't been blocked, we wouldn't have been forced to detour and lose our way. Having been trapped in the mountains for an entire day, they were utterly exhausted, and upon hearing Jing Wuji's words, they all agreed. Do not worry. Once dawn breaks tomorrow, the path downhill will be easy to identify. When we reach the nearest town, we can ask what it is called and confirm the correct direction. Although they carried a compass, the magnetic field in this area was strangely distorted. Watching the needle spin erratically in his hand, Zhao Mu could no longer be certain whether their course was correct or not. Fortunately, once daylight returned, the celestial bodies would once again prove reliable. They could follow the sun to find their true bearing. And if the sun failed them, the Big Dipper would guide them through the night. Most importantly, the heavy clouds that evening left no stars visible. If they had, they would have pressed onward through the night and descended the mountain regardless. They erected their tents where they stood and secured all the horses. The nimble-fingered guards also positioned pre-assembled fences around the animals, marking their overnight range to prevent any losses by morning. Horses were exceedingly valuable at this time. Losing even a single one would have grieved them for a long while. Zhao Mu was surprised that the guards had thought to bring protective fencing for the horses, so during their journey, he spent considerable effort preparing special medicinal powders for them. While these powders had little effect on humans, scattering them around the fence could ward off venomous snakes and other threats from harming the horses. Combined with Zhao Mu's specially crafted beast traps and repellent powders, wild animals would find it nearly impossible to endanger their precious means of transport. The guards were deeply grateful that Zhao Mu would humble himself to prepare these remedies for them, and in return they protected him with even greater loyalty. Because the magnetic fields along these mountain paths were so distorted, Zhao Mu did not dare allow the guards to hunt freely. He even required them to relieve themselves only within sight, forbidding anyone from wandering off. Holding up the compass whose needle continued to spin erratically, Zhao Mu warned, "You all know how useful this compass has been in the past. The fact that it behaves so strangely now means you must absolutely not venture too far. Otherwise you could be trapped to death in these mountains." The more critical the moment, the more vital it was to stay together, ensuring the journey's safety. If anyone strayed and became lost, it might mean losing them forever. Seeing the compass needle spin as though someone were forcibly twisting it, the guards' previously relaxed expressions turned tense. One thing everyone must prioritize tonight is personal safety. Watch duty will now be in pairs. We can no longer rely on a single awake sentry as before. If anyone needs to relieve themselves, do so in the nearby brush. We are all comrades in arms. There is no need for such formalities now. Dong Kong spoke these words with grave seriousness, and the guards, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. With the surrounding environment too dangerous for hunting, the guards subsisted on their stored rations. Fortunately, Zhao Mu had thought ahead and purchased some salted fish and cured meat along the way. Though costly due to the heavy use of salt and meat in such a remote place with no villages in sight, a strip of salted fish or cured meat used to season their meals was considered an absolute delicacy. After finishing the cooked salted meat and flatbread, the travelers felt warmth spreading through their bodies. As long as they could eat well, they felt more energized for their duties that night. Enough. Rest those who need to rest, stand watch those who must. Stay safe. At Dong Kang's command, the guards dispersed to their designated posts for the night, while Jing Wuji followed Zhao Mu into the tent to rest. Zhao Mu concealed the pepper without revealing any hint of his actions. Pepper was not yet known in this era, but the night was unusually cold, and the situation was precarious. Fearing the guards might succumb to the chill, Zhao Mu secretly retrieved some pepper from his space. As he prepared to return to rest, Zhao Mu naturally kept the pepper bottle hidden to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Ever since leaving Xianyang City, Jing Wuji had been shadowing Zhao Mu like an echo. Yet Jing Wuji showed no sign of humiliation, and Zhao Mu understood the reason behind his constant presence. It was simply to ensure his safety, and Zhao Mu appreciated the gesture. Once inside the tent, Zhao Mu removed only his outer garments and laid down in his underclothes, burrowing into the bedding. The mountain air was frigid, and though the tent blocked the wind, it could not warm his body quickly. Thus Zhao Mu usually warmed the bed first before removing his upper undergarment to avoid catching a chill when he rose in the morning. But tonight, before he could drowsily shed his upper garment, a rustling sound from outside caught his attention. Jing Wuji had already sprung up. Seeing Zhao Mu awake, he grabbed a nearby garment and thrust it into Zhao Mu's hands. "Young master, dress yourself first. I'll see what's happening." With that, Jing Wuji used his sword scabbard to lift the tent flap, only to glimpse a pair of emerald eyes flashing in the distance. "Trouble, young master. Dress quickly, wolves are coming." The guards outside had already detected the threat, seizing torches and swords ready for battle. Zhao Mu finished dressing, astonished that wolves could exist in these deep mountains. Yet with such chaotic magnetic fields, this place was likely sparsely inhabited, and desolate areas bred dangerous creatures. These wolves, long starved, must have been drawn by the scent of humans and silently infiltrated their camp. But the horses seemed unharmed, a testament to the effectiveness of the traps and powders he had set earlier. After dressing, Zhao Mu grasped the dagger he had used to kill the bandits. Though short and ill-suited for confronting a wolf, having a weapon in hand gave him some reassurance. Seeing Jing Wuji about to leave the tent, Zhao Mu reached out and grabbed his arm. Jing Wuji turned back, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I'm not trying to stop you. Take this, and be careful." He pressed a handful of pills into Jing Wuji's palm, watching him tuck them into his robe before letting out a breath of relief. "I prepared this on the road. It's a sleeping powder. Just drop the pills. They'll shatter on impact, and the powder will be carried by the wind into anyone's lungs. It should work on these beasts too." Zhao Mu spoke rapidly but clearly, and Jing Wuji grasped his meaning. "Rest assured." Before he could finish, a pill slipped into his mouth. Zhao Mu nodded, indicating it was the antidote to the sleeping powder. "I'll move now. Young master, stay safe, and try not to leave the tent." Though no traps were set around the tent, a generous amount of animal-repelling powder had been scattered. Unless the wolves were ravenously desperate, they would likely avoid the pungent scent. Thus Zhao Mu was safest inside the tent. Stepping out would invite danger. "I understand. Go ahead and take care." Zhao Mu was no fool. He knew how to maximize everyone's survival. So he merely sat in the tent with his dagger, resolved not to venture out and cause trouble for others. The howling of wolves echoing from all sides shattered the forest stillness, and Zhao Mu's heart clenched. He had never encountered such a large pack of wolves, let alone such aggressive ones. He felt as if he were listening to a deafening symphony, every pulse thrumming from his eardrums to his heart. The guards outside, clearly well-trained, quickly formed a perimeter around the camp. The camp was small with only 3 or 4 tents, making defense more manageable. The supplies gave off little scent, so the wolves showed no interest in them. As the wolves closed and Jing Wuji stepped forward with the guards, Zhao Mu watched from the tent, gripping his dagger so tightly that his hand accidentally cut against the blade, drawing blood, though he did not notice. The scent of blood carried by the wind seemed to whet the wolves' appetites. At the Wolf King's command, the pack began to move. In the darkness, wolf shadows lunged like phantoms, aiming for the guards' throats. The targeted guard dodged the attack and plunged his sword into the wolf's body. Finding the right angle, the guard drove the blade into the wolf's neck, severing the artery and windpipe. The wolf crashed to the ground, gasping hoarsely before dying. Seeing their comrade fall, the other wolves, as if provoked, launched a frenzied assault on the humans around them. Zhao Mu watched tensely, then felt a sharp sting in his hand. He realized his fingernail had dug into the wound left by the dagger. He quickly applied the medicine provided by the system to the wound. As the cut healed rapidly, a tingling sensation made him scratch it, and then he turned his attention back to the outside. At the same time, Zhao Mu did not neglect to check behind him. The wolves were encircling the camp. If he failed to watch his back, a wolf might sneak into the tent and catch him off guard. Soon the sounds of battle erupted outside, and even through the tent Zhao Mu could smell the thick, cloying odor of blood mixed with the wild stench of beasts, nauseating. But Zhao Mu showed no sign of discomfort. He remained alert, watching the scene outside the tent, while staying vigilant for any threat from behind. Suddenly Zhao Mu detected a strange odor behind him. He held his breath, tensed, and rolled aside. Just as he did, a gaunt wolf appeared where he had been standing. Examining the tent, he noticed a loose wooden peg in one corner had left a small gap. Clearly the wolf had slipped through that gap. Zhao Mu raised his dagger, fixing his gaze on the wolf. Man and wolf stood facing each other in a tense standoff. Thus they remained locked in a stalemate. Zhao Mu's breathing momentarily halted. He stared intently at the wolf before him, acutely aware that a single lapse in focus could invite a preemptive strike. Outside the tent, the clamor of battle continued to echo. Yet within the confined space, the standoff between the boy and the wolf remained unchanged. Every movement the wolf made was met with a corresponding shift from Zhao Mu, maintaining an unbroken equilibrium between predator and prey. As moments stretched into minutes, Zhao Mu felt his grip on the dagger growing steadily weaker. A chilling realization struck him: this body was merely 5 years old. If this stalemate persisted, the wolf, driven by survival instinct, would possess inexhaustible strength and ferocity, while he, a frail child, would succumb and become its prey. He could not simply endure this indefinitely. He had to find a way to break the deadlock, or he would be the first to exhaust his strength, leaving the wolf to seize the opportunity and tear him apart. With this understanding, Zhao Mu's expression grew even more grave. He kept his gaze locked on the crouching wolf, while subtly scanning their surroundings for any usable tool or alternative escape route. He dared not leave the tent. Beyond its entrance, the number of wolves would be far greater, exposing him to an even deadlier threat. Furthermore, venturing outside could endanger others. His only option was to contend with the wolf within the confines of the tent. Having made his decision, Zhao Mu refocused his attention inward, continuing to face the wolf, while deliberating over what resources he still had at his disposal. Unlike the guards outside, he possessed 2 distinct advantages: his spatial storage and the system. System: do you have any abilities that could help me fight a beast? Even a one-time use item will suffice. Please wait, host. The system is currently searching. Having awakened the system, Zhao Mu waited patiently for its response, finding the operation of such an intelligent entity remarkably straightforward. The wolf clearly detected a flicker of distraction in Zhao Mu and seemed poised to pounce. However, the sudden resolute posture Zhao Mu adopted forced it to retreat. Host: the system marketplace offers a pill of boundless strength for 2 points per piece. Would you like to purchase one? Learning that a single pill cost 2 points, Zhao Mu recalled his previous balance of only 20 points and felt a wave of anxiety. System: how many points do I have remaining? Upon review, host, you currently possess 200 points. Wait, didn't I only have 20 last time? A wave of confusion washed over Zhao Mu. He distinctly remembered having only 20 points remaining. Apologies, host. Due to external interference, the system experienced a temporary malfunction during your last transaction. Your actual remaining balance is 200 points, not 20. Relieved, Zhao Mu immediately instructed the system to procure 5 pills of boundless strength. Purchase confirmation item: pill of boundless strength, quantity 5 unit price, 2 points, total cost 10 points, remaining balance 190 points. With the transaction complete, the system fell silent once more. Unobserved, Zhao Mu retrieved a pill from his sleeve and slipped it into his mouth. The universal pill was far too potent. Zhao Mu preferred to reserve it for an absolute last resort. Since ingesting it would immediately surge his strength, he need not worry about being unable to access it when truly desperate. For now, with still some capacity to resist, Zhao Mu intended to rely on the pill of boundless strength to dispatch the wolf before him. The pill took effect almost instantly. Zhao Mu could feel an entirely different kind of power surging through his veins enough to shatter a boulder with a single strike. Sensing this transformation, Zhao Mu's eyes narrowed. He locked his gaze upon the wolf as an overwhelming aura began to emanate from his slight frame. The wolf perceived the shift in Zhao Mu's demeanor and began to retreat, yet its gnawing hunger compelled it forward, torn between caution and desperation. The tension between the two caused the wolf's steps to falter. In any confrontation, the one whose spirit wavers first is destined to lose. Noticing the wolf's hesitation, Zhao Mu seized the moment and lunged forward with his dagger. Striking first was paramount. He could not afford to be surrounded. He would eliminate the threat before it could coordinate with others. It was only a single wolf. Once fallen, it would pose no further danger, nor would it attract others to ambush him from behind. Zhao Mu moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He raised his dagger, aiming for the wolf's throat. Sensing the lethal intent, the wolf leaped upward and snapped its jaws toward Zhao Mu's neck. Both combatants sought to strike the killing blow simultaneously. Zhao Mu thrust his armored arm into the wolf's maw, blocking its fangs with the reinforced guard, then wrenched it sideways, hurling the beast to the ground. He had secretly prepared an oil-tempered iron arm guard earlier, anticipating this very moment. The idea had come to him from scenes he had once seen on television, where dog trainers wore protective gear to withstand vicious bites. He had no time to don extensive armor, so protecting his arms became his top priority. Only by shielding his limbs could he safely block the wolf's jaws and create an opening for a counterattack. Despite being thrown down, the wolf rolled to its feet in an instant and charged at Zhao Mu once more. Having already read the wolf's pattern, Zhao Mu again offered his armored arm to the beast's bite. This time, however, he followed through with his other protected arm, driving it forcefully into the wolf's eye. The steel guard struck the wolf's right eye with devastating force. Agonizing pain rendered the beast momentarily limp and powerless. Empowered by the pill, Zhao Mu recognized this as his prime opportunity. Before the wolf could recover, he threw himself upon it, pinning its upper jaw and forcing its head firmly into the dirt. The wolf struggled futilely against Zhao Mu's grip. In that instant, the cold, razor-sharp dagger descended, slicing cleanly through its throat. To ensure the beast could not mount a final struggle, Zhao Mu delivered several additional thrusts into its heart. With one final unwilling howl escaping its throat, the emaciated wolf finally ceased to breathe beneath Zhao Mu's blade. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Jing Wuji's voice reached Zhao Mu's ears. He turned around to see Jing Wuji covered in bloodstains, lifting the tent flap with his sword hilt to peer inside. Clearly, Jing Wuji had also heard the commotion inside the tent and came over with concern. What he did not expect was to find Zhao Mu sitting among a pile of dead wolves upon raising the flap. His eyes widened as he hurried forward to inspect Zhao Mu's condition. Jing Wuji dragged Zhao Mu forcefully from the ground, holding him up for examination. Zhao Mu could only smile wearily, gently pushing away the other's eager hands before saying, "I am fine, just a bit tired." Though he had consumed the strength-enhancing pill, the consequences of overexertion left his limbs feeling as though they did not belong to him, like newly attached prosthetics. More importantly, his arms, weighted down by the black iron bracers, were barely liftable. How is the situation outside? Slowly rising with Jing Wuji's help, Zhao Mu sat on a nearby cushion, unable to suppress his concern for what lay beyond the tent. All the wolves have been killed. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting more beasts, the guards are disposing of the carcasses. Zhao Mu nodded and laboriously retrieved a palm-sized paper packet from his robe, tossing it to Jing Wuji. "The powder inside can effectively neutralize the smell of blood. Scatter it around the camp, and you will have nothing to worry about." Jing Wuji had long grown accustomed to Zhao Mu producing anything from his pockets at any moment. Seeing the larger bundle, he showed no surprise, carried it outside to hand to Dong Kong, and then returned to Zhao Mu's side. During this time, Jing Wuji did not forget to drag the wolf corpse outside. The guards were visibly startled upon witnessing the scene. They found it hard to believe that a wolf had crept into Zhao Mu's tent, and more astonishingly, that Zhao Mu had slain it single-handedly. Outside, Dong Kong and the guards kept praising Zhao Mu's bravery, while Zhao Mu, seated within the tent, merely smiled faintly. Once Jing Wuji re-entered, Zhao Mu said to him, "Help me remove these black iron bracers from my arms. They are so heavy I can barely move." The effects of the strength-enhancing pill had completely worn off, and Zhao Mu now felt as though his limbs were bound. Hearing this, Jing Wuji immediately stepped forward to remove the bracers and began massaging Zhao Mu's aching limbs. "Are you uninjured?" Seeing Jing Wuji drenched in blood from head to toe, Zhao Mu quickly asked about his condition. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with handling aftermath matters to show concern. Now that things had settled, it was only natural for him to inquire. "This servant is unharmed, sir. Do not worry. These bloodstains all belong to those wolves and have nothing to do with me." Jing Wuji was originally trained as an assassin, wielding a blade with agility and moving with elusive grace. How could such a wolf prey upon him? Then what of the guards outside? Has anyone been wounded? Jing Wuji nodded, his expression somewhat resigned as he admitted that some had indeed been injured. "But rest assured, my lord, Since you had already distributed medicine to them earlier, they have taken their herbs, bandaged their wounds, and prepared to rest. Along the way, Zhao Mu had taught the guards numerous first aid techniques. Evidently, they had followed his instructions precisely, first cleaning their wounds with hot water and high-proof liquor before bandaging them. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, Jing Wuji nodded and promptly cleaned all bloodstained areas within the tent. Very well. Go rest now. Scatter this powder where the wolf fell to mask the scent. Once done, we shall rest as well. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, Jing Wuji nodded and promptly cleaned all bloodstained areas within the tent. Lying on the mat, Zhao Mu closed his eyes. Before he could drift off, a voice echoed in his mind. The system's notification sound. Host has successfully disseminated basic bandaging and basic wound healing to 20 individuals, earning 200 points. Current total 390 points. After broadcasting the point summary, the system vanished instantly. Upon learning he had received another 200 points, Zhao Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew points would be needed throughout the journey, but without creating many inventions, his reserves would only dwindle. To his surprise, simply teaching others more scientific wound treatment methods earned him points, opening an entirely new realm of possibilities for Zhao Mu. It seemed that not only inventing items proved worthwhile, any technology that benefited the Qin Dynasty as a whole would earn him points. As Zhao Mu pondered what else he could accomplish in his mind, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, everyone appeared noticeably fatigued. However, this remote wilderness was far from safe, and the strange magnetic field made him unwilling to linger. He encouraged his companions, hold on a little longer. Today is a clear sunny day. If conditions allow, we may be able to exit this dense forest directly. Once we reach the foothills, we can rest wherever we like. I will not rush you even if you choose to pitch camp and sleep the entire day. Zhao Mu spoke sincerely, and given the eerie nature of the forest, the guards were likewise eager to leave, fearing further danger. After discussing it, the group agreed and set out in the direction Zhao Mu had identified. With the sun as a reference point, the compass's earlier confusion no longer troubled him. Yet upon seeing a familiar scene ahead, they fell silent. Have we walked in a circle and returned to the same place? Dong Kong voiced this thought and saw his companions staring at him as though asking, why must you blurt out such a cruel truth? You are right. We appear to have circled back. It seems relying solely on the sun cannot guide us out. We must depend on trees and vegetation instead. There were many survival techniques for navigating the wilderness, and Zhao Mu did not mind switching methods at this moment. By observing which way the plants leaned toward the sun, their lushness, and the moisture levels of the soil, Zhao Mu soon identified another path descending the mountain. Following Zhao Mu's guidance, the group continued forward, the guards anxiously hoping they would not find themselves back at the starting point once again. Fortunately, they were not so unlucky. Under Zhao Mu's leadership, they finally emerged from that strange magnetic region. Zhao Mu noticed his compass had returned to normal. Hold on, my lord. There appears to be a village ahead. A stockade. Gazing at the scout who had come to report the news, Zhao Mu's expression grew contemplative. The others waited silently for Zhao Mu's arrangements. His wise decisions and courageous actions along the journey had already led the guards to tacitly accept him as their leader. Thus, at this moment, waiting for his orders was the most appropriate course. Let's take a detour. We're still far from the stockade. Avoid this trouble to prevent further complications on our journey. After careful deliberation, Zhao Mu decided to keep his distance from anything that might stir up trouble. After all, he had no desire to end up as prey for others after having finally eliminated the wolf pack and emerged from the dense forest. Although a stockade built deep in the mountains might not necessarily be inhabited by vicious people, there was still a chance of encountering trouble. After weighing the options, Zhao Mu concluded that it was safer to avoid it. Alright, let's take the detour now. Fortunately, scouts had been sent ahead to investigate the situation, so the detour would not significantly impact their subsequent journey. Having avoided the potential trouble from the stockade, the group soon reached the foot of the mountain. At a farmstead at the mountain's base, they inquired about their location. Zhao Mu then said to the guards behind him, let's all persevere a little longer. There's a town not far ahead. We should reach it in about 2 to 3 hours. We'll rest well there today, stay tomorrow, and set off the day after. This arrangement clearly showed Zhao Mu's concern that prolonged weary travel would deplete the guards' strength. Moreover, slaying the wolves had indeed drained everyone's energy. Alright, let's move out. With Zhao Mu's assurance, the group gained renewed confidence as they pressed forward. Everyone was eager to reach the town and rest, so the journey that would normally take over 2 hours was compressed into just under 2. Seeing the city gate before them, everyone was filled with excitement. After verifying their identities at the gate, the group headed straight for the largest inn in town. Zhao Mu, sparing no expense, reserved all the best rooms. With 22 people in total, 2 per room, they occupied all the remaining superior rooms. As for the supplies they had brought, since Zhao Mu had already stored the valuables, the remaining items were less conspicuous and were placed in the inn's rear courtyard along with the carriages. Jing Wuji gave the innkeeper and the attendant watching the supplies a sum of money, instructing them to keep a close eye on the goods. Seeing the avaricious gleam in their eyes as they stared at the coins, Jing Wuji smiled faintly, caressed the sword in his hand, and said, "Guard them well, and you'll receive a bonus when we leave. If you fail, you'll lose your heads." At these words, the innkeeper and the attendant, who had been beaming with joy, shuddered and quickly nodded, agreeing without hesitation. At that moment, it was best not to provoke this menacing figure. Back in the room, as Jing Wuji recounted his performance to Zhao Mu, his eyes gleamed with unmistakable excitement. Sensing that Zhao Mu seemed pleased with his actions, the latter smiled slightly and did not discourage Jing Wuji's approach. When traveling abroad, being overly lenient would only make one appear weak and easily manipulated. Zhao Mu understood this well, so even if those around him acted somewhat arrogantly, he found it acceptable. After dinner, everyone asked for hot water to wash up, then quickly went to bed. Of course, to ensure safety, the guards arranged for night watches. However, unlike the usual 5-man watch this time, only 2 stood guard in the first half of the night, and 2 others in the second half. Perhaps because the previous annoyances had exhausted their bad luck, everyone rested well that night. Waking up the next morning to the bright sunlight outside the window, Zhao Mu felt as though he had slept for a whole year, so deeply rested. "How did you sleep last night, master?" Hearing Jing Wuji's voice and seeing him already carrying breakfast, Zhao Mu quickly replied, "Very well, slept soundly. I'll wash up first, or just leave the breakfast there." To maintain strength during travel, Zhao Mu had specifically mandated that everyone eat 3 meals a day while on the road. This differed from the usual 2-meal habit, but it indeed ensured that everyone had ample energy along the journey. Moreover, they found that after eating 3 meals, even when encountering extreme weather, they did not feel particularly cold. So Jing Wuji had gone downstairs early to bring Zhao Mu's breakfast. After finishing the meal, sitting in the inn room, Zhao Mu suddenly found himself unsure of what to do. After all, the past few days had been like an adventure from a storybook, and the sudden calm left him feeling unaccustomed. "Master," I went downstairs and asked the attendant. "I heard that tonight the town has a local celebration with many interesting activities and an all-night lantern festival. Would you like to go see it?" Perhaps sensing Zhao Mu's idleness, Jing Wuji quickly offered a suggestion. "That sounds like a good idea. If possible, I'd like to paint a picture for His Majesty so that when we return he can appreciate the diverse customs and landscapes of the land, given that he cannot easily leave the palace." This was a sudden inspiration for Zhao Mu. Earlier, when he had accompanied Qin Shi to the sacred mountain for a sacrificial ceremony, he had heard the emperor speak of his youthful travels across the land, but after becoming emperor, he had never left Xianyang for leisure. Zhao Mu had then conceived the idea, but didn't know how to implement it. Now he finally knew what to do. "I'll go pick out painting supplies for you, master." Seeing the others' enthusiasm, Zhao Mu swallowed the words of refusal. He didn't actually intend to paint, he wanted to use that magical camera to capture the scenes, then print them out to look like ancient paintings. But he couldn't say this aloud, so he didn't dampen Jing Wuji's spirits. Soon Jing Wuji bought some painting tools. Zhao Mu spent the day reading in his room, and when evening came he invited Jing Wuji to go out on the streets. Since several guards also expressed interest in observing the local festivities, Zhao Mu did not dissuade them. He merely instructed the lazier ones to remain at the inn and guard their luggage, then led the rest of the party onto the street. The thoroughfare bustled with crowds, every face adorned with bright smiles. It was plain to see that all had taken great delight in this occasion. In the distance, a procession of ceremonial effigies approached. Some had been pre-carved from clay, while others were embodied by performers wearing elaborate masks. Witnessing this scene rich with local character, Zhao Mu could not help but feel a spark of excitement kindle within his gaze. With a deft motion, he raised his right hand and pressed the button of his magical camera, the faint clicking sound betraying his action. Satisfied, Zhao Mu then concealed his hand. When Jing Wuji's attention had wandered, Zhao Mu had secretly sewn the magic camera, now transformed into a jade pendant, onto his cuff. Thus, each subtle gesture had served to capture more of the surrounding scenery. "Young master, beautiful lanterns this way." Though not yet the lantern festival, merchants in celebration had strung forth an array of splendid lanterns along the stalls, albeit without the customary riddles for the public to ponder. Those who desired a lantern could partake in the various merchants' mini challenges, and upon success, claim one of their choosing. "Young master, would you like to try your hand at one?" Seeing Zhao Mu standing there clearly curious, Jing Wuji wore a warm smile and encouraged him to join in the games. Zhao Mu usually carried himself with an air far beyond his years, and so Jing Wuji naturally hoped he might now set aside his composure and indulge himself fully in the merriment. "I shall decline. What need is there to compete with them?" Such trinkets held no want for Zhao Mu. Should he desire fine lanterns, he could simply commission the most renowned craftsmen in Xianyang City upon his return. The local residents had awaited this grand celebration with such eagerness, why should he rob them of their joy at this very moment? Sensing Zhao Mu's disposition, Jing Wuji did not press further. Watching children skip merrily with colorful lanterns in hand, playing alongside their friends, and observing the vendors lining the street, all wearing contented smiles, Zhao Mu could not help but feel a gentle sigh rise within him. Perhaps for ordinary folk it mattered not whether they answered to the Qin, the Zhao, or the Yin. What truly counted was that they might live well. Having walked this far, Zhao Mu felt a measure of fatigue. Fortunately, a stall selling wontons stood nearby, and he beckoned Jing Wuji and the two guards trailing behind to sit and share a meal. Zhao Mu's accent differed from that of this town, and the auntie running the wonton stall quickly discerned this. With warm hospitality, she called out to him, "Young master, this must be your first time visiting our town." Zhao Mu smiled and nodded, his youthful features and bright eyes stirring a pang of affection in the auntie's heart. "Since this is your first visit, you must taste my wontons. They are the favorite dish of everyone in this entire town." Auntie Wang generously added several more wontons to Zhao Mu's bowl. Seeing this, he waved his hands eagerly to refuse. Small vendors worked so hard for their livelihood, and Zhao Mu had no desire to take advantage at such a moment. After finishing his wontons, Zhao Mu deliberately left a little extra coin as repayment for her kindness. Leaving the stall, he continued onward, following the flow of the crowd. At that moment, a child clutching pastries came running straight toward him and collided head-on. Zhao Mu had trained in martial arts since childhood. Though his frame appeared slight, his limbs were exceedingly powerful. The child, barely 3 or 4 years of age and rushing heedlessly, was sent tumbling backward by the force and landed hard upon his bottom. Before Zhao Mu could react, the child burst into loud wails. Through his tears, the child pointed at the pastry lying beneath Zhao Mu's feet and cried out loudly. The cake fell. The mother, hurrying up behind, caught sight of Zhao Mu's startled expression and the dirt marks staining his garment. Her demeanor shifted to one of gentle remorse as she apologized. "Forgive me, young master. My child was so careless that he has soiled your clothes. I am truly sorry." Though her heart ached at hearing her child cry so bitterly, the mother well knew who bore the blame. Her child had been running so recklessly fast that she could scarcely keep pace. It was clearly not the fault of the innocent young master who had been drawn into this mishap. "It is nothing. Though my clothes are somewhat soiled, it is hardly a matter of consequence. Here, take this and buy your child some candied hawthorn." From his inner pocket, Zhao Mu drew out 2 copper coins and pressed them into the mother's hand, then gestured to Jing Wuji and the guards before the group departed. Zhao Mu then wandered over to a ring-toss stall and a dart-throwing game, enjoying himself immensely. Yet he did not claim any of the small prizes offered by the vendors, instead handing them out casually to the cluster of children who had gathered behind him, clapping and cheering. Time had grown late, and Jing Wuji hurriedly reminded Zhao Mu that it was time to return and rest. He nodded and fell in a step beside Jing Wuji as they made their way back. The entire day had been filled with such pure delight that a lingering warmth colored his brows and eyes. Even the guards trailing behind could plainly see this was perhaps the most relaxed Zhao Mu had been in recent memory. What wonderful fortune to witness such exquisite scenery in a foreign land. It truly deserves to be recorded in a memoir. Zhao Mu trailed off mid-sentence, his expression pausing as a fresh thought took shape. Along this journey, he had captured no few scenes of landscapes and people. If he were to compile them into written form, would it not become the Qin Dynasty's equivalent of the travel notes of Su Xiaka? No, it should bear his own name, the travel notes of Zhao Mu. More importantly, his entire route from Xianyang City to Nanhai Commandery passed through numerous regions, offering ample material for a geographical record to benefit future generations. By then, students 1,000 years hence would still remember the name Zhao Mu as they pored over ancient texts. At this thought, a fresh glimmer of excitement lit his eyes. He even harbored the whimsical ambition of composing more literary pieces destined to become required readings for imperial examinations, hoping to enjoy the same posthumous glory accorded to Li Bai. After all, Li Bai's poems constituted the largest portion of such mandated texts among generations to come. Witnessing the sudden bloom of amusement upon Zhao Mu's face, Jing Wuji, though puzzled by its cause, found himself grinning foolishly alongside him. Above, the moon gradually slipped behind a veil of dark clouds. Glancing at the darkening sky, Zhao Mu turned to Jing Wuji and urged him onward. "Let us quicken our pace. It is late. We must rest well tonight, for tomorrow we resume our journey." Jing Wuji nodded and was about to follow when suddenly a silver glint flashed through the narrow alley ahead. "Young master, watch out." Having trained in martial arts for years, Zhao Mu had no trouble evading the opponent's attacks. However, his overly relaxed state of mind had diminished his vigilance, causing the sharp blade to graze his sleeve during the dodge. Feeling the faint sting on his skin, Zhao Mu knew that the opponent's fierce sword aura must have cut through his epidermis. He pressed firmly on the wound with his fingers, sensing only the ordinary pain of a flesh wound, and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the opponent had not coated the blade with some dreaded poison. Otherwise, he would have likely collapsed unconscious within moments. With this thought, Zhao Mu's expression grew stern. He rolled to his feet and stood back to back with Jing Wuji. The 2 guards responsible for their protection were clearly surrounded by other assassins, unable to come to their aid in time. Jing Wuji fixed his gaze on the enemies before them, speaking with a hint of caution. "Young master, you go first, I'll hold them off." Hearing these words, Zhao Mu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes still locked on the figures standing opposite. How could he possibly leave so easily? If he fled now, wouldn't he be abandoning Jing Wuji to these killers alone? Jing Wuji could never handle them alone, no matter how skilled he was. He couldn't outnumber these assassins. "No, if I leave alone, what about you? I'll stay and help you." Besides, Zhao Mu knew well that if he tried to lead some assassins away in this unfamiliar pitch-black place, he would most likely end up lost. By the time he returned to the inn for reinforcements, he might have already stirred up more trouble. So he could only stall for time. Don't forget, we might not lose. As he spoke, Zhao Mu suddenly produced a few pills from his hand and pressed them into Jing Wuji's palm. The moment Jing Wuji felt the shape of the pills, he recalled the ones Zhao Mu had given him earlier that could instantly render a person unconscious. He took a deep breath and concealed the pills in his sleeve. If they could win, he would cut these men down with his sword. If not, he would drag them all into unconsciousness, even if it meant falling himself. The assassins gave Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji little time. No sooner had Zhao Mu handed over the pills than the killers exchanged glances and charged toward him, weapons raised. Jing Wuji was blocked off by two assassins who seemed to feign restraint, clearly intent on killing Zhao Mu before they would leave. Zhao Mu frowned deeply. He had not expected the situation to be more dire than he had imagined. Gripping his dagger tightly to parry the blades that slashed from the shadows, Zhao Mu glanced sideways at Jing Wuji to check on him, only to nearly have his throat slit by a sword. Zhao Mu spun away, a thin line of blood trickling from his neck. "Young master, be careful," Jing Wuji shouted before engaging the two assassins again. 4 men now stood before Zhao Mu, while the remaining 6 surrounded the others, determined to keep the protectors occupied and leave the killing to these 4. Zhao Mu's eyes grew more cautious. He retrieved a syringe from his spatial storage and concealed it in his left sleeve. Still locked in a standoff, Zhao Mu's movements were subtle, so the assassins focused only on him, paying no attention to what his left hand was doing behind his back. The syringe was coated with a potent anesthetic that Zhao Mu had obtained from the system at a modest price, yet its effect was remarkably powerful. He had tested it. A needle tip amount could knock a bull unconscious in an instant. Under normal circumstances, the system would not provide the host with lethal items, so Zhao Mu had to craft many of his own defensive weapons. The atmosphere grew tense. The assassins slowly closed in on Zhao Mu as if seeking the perfect angle to strike. "Who sent you?" Zhao Mu questioned them, trying to glean more information from their eyes. But his inquiries went unheeded by the killers. They simply stared at him, scrutinizing him as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered. Was it Zhao Gao Li Si or Hu Hai? Or all three together? With each name, Zhao Mu observed the assassin's eyes. Though their expressions showed barely a flicker, he still caught a hint of information. So it was all 3 of them. "I didn't realize my life was worth so much that they'd send 10 assassins to corner me." Hearing Zhao Mu's relentless probing, the lead assassin gave a cold laugh, his voice raspy, like a rusty saw trying to cut through hard wood. The grating sound made Zhao Mu want to cover his ears. If not for the urgency of the situation, he would have instinctively done so. "Young Master Mu, there's no point in guessing. What good will it do you to die with a clearer mind on the road to the underworld?" At these words, Zhao Mu's face turned cold. He hadn't expected such audacity, such treasonous remarks. If not for the fact that these men hadn't yet succeeded, he would have almost believed himself already dead. "You speak so confidently, but after you kill me, think carefully whether you'll return to Xianyang to collect your master's reward or be silenced yourselves. Don't forget, I'm a notable figure in the eyes of His Majesty. If I die out here, don't you think he'll send someone to investigate?" Zhao Mu's words carried a clear threat, intended to make these assassins realize that the boy before them was no ordinary 5-year-old, but a true contributor to the state. So what? This place is far from Xianyang. Even if His Majesty wants to investigate, by the time his men arrive, we'll have erased all evidence. "And your body, young Master Mu, will be found on a mountain hundreds of li away, devoured by wolves. At most, people will sigh over your ill fortune and troubled fate." Zhao Mu was about to say more, but the assassin leader waved his hand and ordered mercilessly, "Enough talk. Attack." Hearing the cold-blooded command, Zhao Mu swiftly thrust the syringe gripped in his left hand toward the 4 assassins across from him. One assassin failed to dodge in time and was struck by a silver needle. The potent anesthetic coating it quickly rendered the man unconscious as he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 assassins evaded the silver needles, and upon seeing their comrade fall, the assassin's leader cast a piercing glare toward Zhao Mu. So Lord Mu had another trump card up his sleeve all along. I wondered why he would suddenly engage such lowly folk in such warm conversation, to stall for time. Under the circumstances, there was no way for them to check whether their companion was dead or alive, so the assassin's leader treated the situation as though the man were already deceased. Despite being 1 man short, the trio continued their original plan to surround Zhao Mu. The Rain of Pear Blossom needle weapon coated with potent anesthetic was a ranged device and could not be effectively deployed at close quarters. Zhao Mu had only the dagger in his hand, leaving him momentarily constrained. Almost immediately, he felt a chilling sensation on his back as a blade slashed through flesh, the pain rapidly overwhelming his mind. Before arriving here, Zhao Mu had never suffered such grievous wounds. As a well-raised youth nurtured under the red flag, he had never worried about encountering such mortal peril. Yet since coming here, let alone facing death itself, he had performed the act of kneeling and bowing before others countless times over, something he would have once refused even to consider. Zhao Mu clenched his teeth and stared intently at those surrounding him, afraid not to falter for even an instant. For deep within himself, he understood that a single moment's distraction would bring only death. From an utterly unexpected angle, he deflected the blades aimed at him, then executed a swift somersault to break free from the three-man encirclement. He could no longer conceal his strength. Continuing to do so now would be nothing short of sealing his own fate. Once he grasped this, the look in Zhao Mu's eyes grew increasingly grim. I never expected Lord Mu's fighting skills to be so sharp. It seems your feigned helplessness during the assassination attempt was merely to lull us into a false sense of security. The assassin's leader, seemingly convinced of his ability to kill Zhao Mu, spoke with a hint of arrogance. What of it? Today one of us dies. Naturally, I won't be leaving any escape route open for you now. Noticing the sudden seriousness flashing in Zhao Mu's eyes, the leader exchanged a glance with his two companions, then all three swept their blades forward in a chilling wind, attacking with astonishing speed, as if determined to dispatch Zhao Mu outright within their coordinated blade formation. Yet Zhao Mu darted between the blades like a slippery fish, evading each strike with graceful ease, as though the weapons could never quite connect. Realizing this, the assassin's leader's expression darkened considerably. He had never imagined that among the four they had besieged today, Zhao Mu would prove to be the most formidable opponent. The guards dispatched by Qin Shi were naturally formidable warriors, and the four assassins who had come to kill were swiftly cut down, leaving no survivors. Jing Wuji, having dared to infiltrate Zhao Mu's side as a lone assassin spy, possessed exceptional martial prowess of his own, bolstered by his family's distinguished heritage. In short order, he too had one of the two assailants dead and the other wounded, tossing them aside. Just as the two guards moved to join Zhao Mu in battle, he suddenly kicked one of the assassins toward them and shouted loudly, "Seize him. Do not kill. He must be taken alive." Zhao Mu then shoved the remaining assassin toward Jing Wuji, who was already poised and ready. When the man came within reach, Jing Wuji engaged him in fierce combat, quickly gaining the upper hand. Only the assassin's leader remained before Zhao Mu. I never expected that even with 10 of us we would fail to kill you all here. This leader was merely the weakest among the commanders trained under Zhao Gao's hand. Had any of the others led the attack, Zhao Mu would likely have been decapitated by now. The assassin's leader could not help but feel a sting of regret. If he had possessed the strength of his fellow warriors, he might already be returning with a substantial reward. The words "ill-fated and beset by misfortune" are best directed at yourselves. Speaking these words, Zhao Mu activated the Rain of Pear Blossom Needle Launcher, once more unleashing a storm of silver needles that descended upon the leader like a torrent. The assassin's leader was skilled and appeared to dodge with impressive timing. Yet the Rain of Pear Blossom needles possessed a singular advantage. Their filaments were finer than ox hair and coated with a potent anesthetic that took effect the instant they touched skin. Predictably, a stray needle grazed his cheek, leaving a trace of the potion in its wake. Before long, the leader collapsed as though struck from behind, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. With the leader captured alive and another assassin already subdued by the anesthetic, Zhao Mu gave the direct order for the two guards and Jing Wuji to finish off the remaining pair, who were still engaged in combat, to eliminate any future threats. Sighing at the carnage sprawled across the ground, Zhao Mu dispatched one guard to the inn to deliver word, while the two anesthetized assassins were hauled toward the inn. Dealing with the corpses that had already perished proved to be a more troublesome affair. After all, this was an ordinary small town, and the sudden appearance of so many bodies, clearly the result of violent combat, was certain to stir up considerable commotion. Why should the common folk whose lives had been running smoothly be disrupted by such turmoil? "Young master, what shall we do?" Jing Wuji, observing Zhao Mu's taciturn demeanor, was filled with doubt. Did his master harbor further designs regarding this matter? Zhao Mu suddenly recalled that during his experiments he had once obtained a highly corrosive liquid to round out his collection. He retrieved the liquid and consulted the system, asking whether it could dissolve a human corpse. Upon receiving an affirmative reply from the system, Zhao Mu passed the bottle to Jing Wuji and instructed, "Sprinkle this over the corpses. Take great care not to spill it on yourself, lest you join them in dissolving into a pool of blood and water." Jing Wuji had not anticipated that Zhao Mu would prepare such a substance, yet as his personal guard he carried out the order without hesitation. In no time the assassins who had come to kill were reduced to a pool of liquefied remains. Zhao Mu had the two guards fetch some soil, which they mixed with the viscous remains and transported to a nearby garden, where they buried it beneath a tree as fertilizer. Detecting the surprise in the other's tone, Zhao Mu nodded calmly, his expression serene and betraying no issue. His injuries were evident, so there was no need for excessive astonishment at this moment. Escaping from those ruthless assassins was already an arduous feat. Sustaining injuries was the least of concerns. After all, if their martial prowess hadn't been formidable enough, they would have been killed outright, leaving no chance for mere injury, perhaps even death. Contemplating the horrific scenes described by those people, Zhao Mu sighed, envisioning the torment he would have suffered. "Allow me to apply the medicine for you." Seeing the unrestrained worry in the other's eyes, Zhao Mu nodded, gently lying prone on the bed as Jing Wuji daubed the ointment onto his back. "By the way, inform them to set out on time tomorrow morning without delay." Feeling Jing Wuji withdraw his hand indicating the wound was dressed, Zhao Mu promptly issued this instruction, his expression tinged with gravity. Master, what did you say? Depart immediately tomorrow. Isn't that too hasty? Jing Wuji's eyes filled with concern at this unexpected command. It's not too hasty, handle it, as per my wishes. Zhao Mu furrowed his brow, insisting that Jing Wuji carry out the task at once. Seeing this, Jing Wuji naturally dared not delay. Upon hearing Jing Wuji's relayed message, the guards all agreed. Dong Kong even pulled Jing Wuji aside to inquire about Zhao Mu's condition. He had not accompanied them to the street earlier, so hearing the guards recount the incident, he grew deeply worried about Zhao Mu. Yet he feared disturbing his master's rest by checking. Now that he had caught Jing Wuji delivering the news, he naturally sought to understand the details. Rest assured, the master's wounds have been treated with medicine. There's no poison, no deep gashes, only superficial flesh wounds. Jing Wuji spoke calmly, betraying no anxiety. Seeing this, Dong Kong ceased his worrying. As Zhao Mu's trusted confidant, Jing Wuji's composed demeanor suggested no major mishap had occurred. With that thought, he refrained from further inquiries. Returning to the room, seeing Zhao Mu flipping through a book while letting the ointment dry on his back, Jing Wuji could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Master, why must we leave in such haste tomorrow? You are injured, and the 2 guards who accompanied you to the street also bear wounds. Setting off so hurriedly might hinder recovery. Jing Wuji's own wound was minor, a shallow cut on his arm, but the guards' injuries required more recuperation. If we stay here, what if they have further schemes? We would be trapped. In the outskirts, one could act freely, even resorting to slaughter without affecting ordinary people. But in the city, if the assassins took civilians hostage to kill them, Zhao Mu would not know what choice to make. Rather than face such a dilemma, it was better to leave promptly and not disrupt the lives of commoners. Hearing that Zhao Mu was concerned about such matters, Jing Wuji sighed, realizing that compared to his master, his own vision seemed short-sighted. Forgive me, master, I did not consider this. Jing Wuji's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Zhao Mu propped himself up, patted Jing Wuji's arm, and gestured for him to sit on the edge of the bed, then said, It's all right. In time you will grow accustomed to my way of thinking. Although Jing Wuji had been trained as an assassin and was not of the upper class, he had seldom interacted with commoners in his previous life. Zhao Mu deemed it natural that he had not considered such matters. Once the ointment had nearly dried, Zhao Mu dressed, tightening the waist and sleeves with wide cloth strips to prevent the medicine from rubbing off. After sleeping prone all night, Zhao Mu felt somewhat fatigued. Early the next morning, after procuring sufficient provisions, Zhao Mu and his party set out, leaving behind the town that had offered both peace and peril. Hearing commotion from the convoy, Zhao Mu lifted the curtain and signaled a guard to investigate. When the guard returned to report, Zhao Mu learned that the 2 assassins who had been knocked out with a high-concentration anesthetic the previous day had awakened. Zhao Mu looked up. It was nearly noon, time for a rest. The heat made traveling burdensome for them. With this thought, Zhao Mu found a spot with ample shade and called for everyone to rest. Beckoning Jing Wuji, overseeing his furious expression, Zhao Mu asked, What's got you so agitated since we stopped? Jing Wuji's face darkened. After a moment, he replied, Master, those 2 assassins are spouting offensive nonsense back there. Why not just dispose of them? Keeping them around is a hindrance. Jing Wuji was simply outraged. Those assassins had tried to kill Zhao Mu, yet now they were being fed and guarded at the expense of supplies, an infuriating situation. Seeing Jing Wuji's state, Zhao Mu knew the assassin's words must have involved him, prompting such a desire for vengeance. What exactly did they say? Muttering this, Zhao Mu walked toward the cart carrying the assassins. Jing Wuji hurried after him as if to stop him, but found no words. Are you all rushing to serve that little master, not knowing he is the emperor's illegitimate son? Do you know the little master's true identity? The emperor has hidden it so well because it is unspeakable. Perhaps his mother is from an enemy royal house, or even the emperor's own kin. Exactly. You exalt him like the moon, but when the emperor learns you've overheard these secrets, each of you will pay dearly. Approaching and hearing these random remarks, Zhao Mu's expression darkened. He now understood why Jing Wuji was so enraged. These people were indeed more shameless than he had imagined. I wasn't aware my identity was such a mystery. Come tell me more. The moment Zhao Mu spoke, the 2 reckless assassins fell silent. The guards nearby looked at him as if he were their savior. Especially those guarding the assassins felt spiritually tainted after overhearing the conversation. All right, go rest now. Wuji and I will have some food, and you can come back later. Zhao Mu clearly had questions for these assassins. Hearing his arrangement, the guards nodded repeatedly and quickly retreated to the dining area, keeping a watchful eye on the scene in case the assassins attempted to strike. Once the guards had obediently withdrawn, Zhao Mu turned his attention to the men before him. A cold smile curled on his lips, and his narrowed eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. Go on, I want to hear just how extraordinary my background is. No one knew better than Zhao Mu whose child he truly was, so he would never believe their nonsense. He sensed that these lies were merely the result of his being perceived as the child Qin Dynasty had picked up from the hunting grounds, a story that left plenty of room for fabrication. Young Master Mu, don't blame us for saying this. You don't know who your mother is, do you? If your father were not the emperor, why would he treat you so well? The surviving assassin leader spoke in a sarcastic tone. He was in no position to attack Zhao Mu, but if he could provoke him into a rage with words that would count as a great achievement. The emperor treats me well because I deserve it. Zhao Mu said these words with absolute certainty, his overly confident expression choking the once smug assassin into silence. He was good to me before, because I was the child he found in the hunting grounds. Without him, I would not exist. And now that I have contributed so much to the Qin Dynasty, why shouldn't he treat me well? Whether it was paper-making, printing, the already developed cement, or the rubber still under research. All of these greatly benefited the people and the foundation of the Qin Dynasty. Was it not natural for Qin Shi to value him for these achievements? And most importantly, he was still young, not yet embroiled in political struggles, making him the perfect object of the emperor's favor. Only fools would use more sinister interests to calculate the reasons behind it. Stop this pointless prattle. I ask you, what exactly was Zhao Gao's order? The three of them sent you here. It couldn't have been simply to kill me. Zhao Mu could say this with absolute certainty, because he believed that the hatred Zhao Gao Li Si and who high bore him would never allow them to grant him the mercy of a simple death in the wilderness. The two assassins continued to hold their tongues, refusing to speak. Seeing this, Zhao Mu lost his patience. He took a small bottle from his bosom and poured the powder directly onto the necks of the two assassins. Soon an itchy and numbing sensation crept up the backs of their necks and into their brains. The assassins wanted to scratch their backs to relieve the maddening itch, but they had no means to do so, because their hands were bound. What are you doing? What did you put on us? The assassins knew Zhao Mu would not let them off easily, but they never expected him to resort to such methods to force the truth out of them. I'm not doing anything. I just want to see how long you can endure. Don't worry, this is just the first trick. I still have some wild honey I picked up from the mountains 2 days ago. What do you think would happen if I smeared the honey on your wounds and placed you near an anthill? Zhao Mu spoke these words with an innocent smile, as if he were playing a childish prank. But the two assassins did not believe he was joking. His expression made it clear he was serious. And most importantly, ants were notoriously fond of sweetness. If they smelled the honey, they would crawl directly onto the wounds. The thought of wounds turning itchy, numb, and painful made the two assassins shudder momentarily, suppressing even the back of neck irritation. Have you made up your minds? Seeing their nervous expressions, Zhao Mu smiled lightly, a flicker of delight in his eyes. Whoever speaks first gets to talk. If you speak in time, I'll overlook some things. If you don't, the last one to speak will enjoy the treatment I just described. The moment Zhao Mu finished speaking, the assassin leader immediately said, yes, they did give other orders. The other assassin looked at his leader in surprise, unable to accept that he had yielded so easily. But the leader knew well that if he did not comply now, Zhao Mu would not go easy on them. Better to speak first than to suffer punishment. What else did they want you to do? The 18th prince said to gouge out your eyes because you once looked down on him. Since you despise him, you should enjoy the pain of losing your sight. The assassin leader spoke with obvious guilt. He looked up at Zhao Mu's expression, hoping to gauge his reaction. Zhao Mu gave a cold smile, his demeanor calm, showing no anger at the words. Because he knew that even if he grew angry now, it would only make him feel worse. The right course was to return to Xianying and deal with those who schemed behind the scenes. Is that all? No other orders? There is. The other assassin shouted without hesitation, the chancellor wants you to commit treason. What? The word treason drew the attention not only of Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji, but also of the guards sitting nearby, who leaned in to see what was happening. What nonsense are you talking about? Treason? How could I possibly commit treason? Zhao Mu was no fool. Aligning with the course of history and making minor adjustments while keeping the grand trend unchanged, that was what he needed to do now. The correct approach was to accumulate enough strength before plotting further changes. How could he commit treason at this point? It was the chancellor's arrangement. We do not know the reason. Zhao Mu settled onto a nearby tree stump, his brow furrowed in puzzlement as he struggled to comprehend why he had been accused of treason. Young master, pray tell what is going on. Jing Wuji voiced the question. All were pondering, while the surrounding guards fell silent, awaiting Zhao Mu's reply. Master Zhao, we cannot fathom that you would betray the realm, yet why do they utter such accusations? Dong Kong spoke with astonishment evident on his face, utterly baffled by the reasoning behind these claims. A spark of realization flickered across Zhao Mu's eyes as he grasped the implication in those words. They seek to fabricate evidence framing me for treason, providing pretext for my demise in those remote mountains and forests under their design. Upon hearing these words, some among the crowd remained bewildered, their faces etched with confusion. Yet Jing Wuji and Dong Kong exchanged a glance, both having already deciphered the meaning behind Zhao Mu's words. Young master, are you suggesting they manufactured evidence of your treason through such means? If you were to perish in the wilderness, His Majesty would have no reason to investigate, is that correct? Jing Wuji's words cut through the ambiguity, and those nearby quickly grasped the implication, nodding in agreement with his assessment. Precisely, that is exactly what he means. Zhao Mu's gaze sharpened like a blade as it fixed upon the two trembling assassins before him, his mind racing through calculations on how to handle them. Had they not been so far from Xianying, Zhao Mu would have transported these two straight to Qin Shi Huang's presence to vent his fury. Yet he understood there was no time to waste on the journey. Having finally reached this place, sending someone back with them risked unforeseen complications along the way. Whether those tasked with escorting the assassins back to Xianying could rejoin the main group remained uncertain. The road ahead held too many unknowns, and reducing their numbers recklessly might provoke further complications. With a sigh, Zhao Mu set aside his dangerous notion. Young master, how do you intend to deal with these two? Watching Zhao Mu remain lost in thought, Jing Wuji interjected to draw out his plans for punishing the two who had dared such treason. Kill them. Though unaccustomed to such brutal methods, keeping these two dangerous individuals alive was too great a risk. Better to eliminate any chance of retaliation entirely. Before you do, make them leave written confessions and press their fingerprints, then retrieve any tokens or identification from their persons. Zhao Mu had no patience for further delay and turned toward his carriage. The two assassins, seeing this, redoubled their cries. Lord Zhao, spare our lives. Once we reach Xianying, we will testify on your behalf. Had they not initially betrayed Zhao Gao, such words would never have passed their lips. But once betrayal takes root, it has no bounds. Otherwise they would not be pleading so desperately. Zhao Mu merely waved his hand and said calmly, no need. Taking you to Nanhai Commandery and then back to Xianying would waste too much time. Just deal with them directly. I have no intention of spending carriage expenses on your journey. With that, Zhao Mu boarded his carriage, leaving Jing Wuji, Dong Kong, and the guards to dispose of the two assassins. Seated within the carriage, Zhao Mu lit the calming incense he carried and sat quietly savoring its fragrance as he pieced together the circumstances in his mind. Clearly this was no isolated incident. It was Zhao Gao Li Si and Hu Hai joining forces against him. Unfortunately, he was currently en route to Nanhai Commandery and unable to exact immediate revenge. It seems I must find a way to cause trouble for them within Xianying itself, so that Zhao Gao and the others will be too occupied to trouble me. With this thought in mind, Zhao Mu opened his eyes and began considering how he could orchestrate disturbances in Xianying from 1,000 li away. Actually, to create trouble for these three, one need only leak word to His Majesty about their secret meetings. Just as Zhao Mu muttered these words, Jing Wuji lifted the carriage curtain to enter. Hearing this, he immediately lowered it again and said, Young master, are you referring to matters concerning Xianying? Jing Wuji had always been perceptive about such matters, and Zhao Mu, noticing this, decided not to conceal anything further. Exactly. We cannot keep giving them the opportunity to trouble us. Since we are far away, constantly dealing with these matters will drain our energy. Zhao Mu spoke with conviction, and Jing Wuji responded, Doesn't the Marquis of Jing's estate still have the servants the steward cultivated specifically for you? Moreover, whether General Wang or General Meng or even their sons and daughters would surely be willing to assist in this matter. Why not write a letter back and hint to them what should be done? For something done secretly in the shadows, it was naturally unsuitable to act openly, so writing a letter with subtle hints was indeed the best approach. Hearing Jing Wuji's suggestion, Zhao Mu paused to consider. He weighed whether it would be better to have his manners retainers handle this, or to ask his friends to intervene. No, whoever goes to expose the fact that these three meet in secret would be putting themselves in danger. If Zhao Mu were in Xianying now, he would personally orchestrate the exposure of this shocking secret. But entrusting this to friends or subordinates felt inappropriate. None of the three were men who showed mercy, and if discovered, the consequences could be catastrophic. Watching Zhao Mu sit with a furrowed brow, deep in thought about how to handle the situation, Jing Wuji also crossed his legs and sat down in the carriage, working together with Zhao Mu to figure out how to create obstacles for those plotting against them without leaving any trace. Suddenly, Jing Wuji's eyes caught something as they passed over Zhao Mu, as if a thought had struck him. His eyes brightened as he pointed toward the two assassins outside the carriage and said excitedly, Return their own tactics unto them, young master. They wanted to frame you for treason. Why not frame them for the same crime? As Jing Wuji's words fell, Zhao Mu's gaze settled upon him. Do you mean to say that we should make them face the crime of treason as well? Zhao Mu repeated this, thought, his eyes gradually brightening. What you said is quite good. The crime of treason. With a little manipulation, evidence can be found, but to clear this charge it would require considerable effort. And most importantly, they themselves are not clean either. I'm sure we can find plenty of useful evidence. A smile appeared on Zhao Mu's face. He stood up, patted Jing Wuji on the shoulder, gave him a thumbs up, and said, Really good, brother Wuji, this suggestion of yours is excellent. I'll credit this to you. When we return to Xianying City, I'll reward you with 100 gold pieces. Having said this, Zhao Mu immediately took out the letter paper. It seemed thicker than usual, and although decorated with some floral patterns, Jing Wuji keenly sensed something amiss. Young master, is this the new paper from the suburban estate? It seems different from the usual kind. Unexpectedly, Jing Wuji was so perceptive about this matter. Zhao Mu looked up at him, then waved the paper in his hand, and said, What differences do you perceive? Zhao Mu wanted to test him this way to see if his judgment matched what he suspected. The thickness is different. It's definitely thicker. Young master, though I am an assassin, I have specifically studied the precision of weapon thickness, and I observe very clearly. Because the thickness of a weapon directly affects its use, and the force required, this matter could not be concealed from Jing Wuji. Zhao Mu's face showed an appreciative smile. He nodded and admitted the fact without hesitation. You are correct. This paper has indeed been specially processed, and I intended to use it for transmitting secret messages along this journey. As Xiao Mu said this, his voice lowered significantly, as if worried that the guards outside might hear. Fortunately, both of them were skilled. If any guard approached, they would hear the footsteps, so they only needed to keep their voices low. Young master, do you mean to use this for transmitting secret messages? Jing Wuji naturally understood the implication in Xiao Mu's words, and his eyes grew even brighter. Xiao Mu nodded and admitted the fact without hesitation, showing no intention of concealment. Of course, if I recklessly transmit information, it might attract others' attention, so I cannot write too plainly in the letter. But if I write nothing, it's hard to ensure others understand my meaning. Rather than being constrained in these matters, it's better to create a special paper myself to facilitate secret communication. Xiao Mu peeled open the thick paper, revealing another layer inside. After writing the content on it with lighter ink, he gently blew on the paper. Soon the ink dried, and the color became even fainter. After adhering the outer layer with a special method, no trace of the writing could be seen from the outside. This letter will be sent directly to the Jinghua Marquis mansion to the steward, who will extract the secret letter and deliver it to Grandfather Wang. With Wang Jian's help, this matter might be handled more easily. Xiao Mu did not conceal at all that he was hunted by assassins sent by Zhao Gao Li Si and Hu Hai. He also mentioned the subsequent plans the assassins revealed, along with some other evidence. Xiao Mu regarded Wang Jian as his own kin, so naturally, he would not hide anything in this matter. Only by laying everything out would he most likely gain the other's assistance. Xiao Mu knew this well. Send this letter at the next post station. Rest assured, once it arrives, the steward has a special chemical solution. Soaked in it, the center will open naturally. Without that solution, the contents of the envelope cannot be seen. In short, to ensure his secret letter reached the intended person safely, and would not reveal any trace if intercepted, Xiao Mu had devised many methods. Moreover, when researching this method, Xiao Mu had not told anyone in order to ensure the security of this secret communication. But Jing Wuji was trustworthy. Telling him was naturally fine. When you interact with the guards, don't mention this matter. The person they are most loyal to is undoubtedly His Majesty, so I don't want this to leak out. Hearing Xiao Mu's words, Jing Wuji quickly nodded and agreed without hesitation. The one giving the order was Xiao Mu, and he would not contradict him at this point. After preparing the letter and placing it in a hidden compartment inside the carriage, Xiao Mu and Jing Wuji descended from the carriage together. When they got off, the two assassins were already gone. Only Dong Kong remained with a bundle beside him, guarding it carefully, clearly valuing the contents within. How is it? Xiao Mu stepped forward, his expression serious, as he looked at Dong Kong, awaiting his reply. It's settled, rest assured. Young Master Mu, inside this bundle are items seized from the assassins that can serve as evidence. Because the previous corpses had been completely destroyed by Xiao Mu's high-potency chemical agent, nothing could be retrieved from them. But these two assassins, especially their leader, did have some items that could serve as evidence. Xiao Mu nodded and gestured to Jing Wuji to fetch the bundle and place it in the carriage. Good, put it in the carriage. Let's press on with full speed now. Do you want to stay in the town tonight or just pitch a tent in the wilderness? Xiao Mu took out a map from his bosom, scanning the information while asking the guards for their thoughts. Throughout the journey, Xiao Mu always arranged matters consultatively, so the guards naturally did not hesitate to speak up. Young master, let's rest in the wilderness. If any issues arise, we can avoid the crowds. As Dong Kong said this, his gaze fell on the bundle Jing Wuji was carrying, clearly hinting at something. Xiao Mu thought it over. What the other said made sense. Zhao Gao Li Si and Hu Hai, who wanted him dead, would surely not send only one wave of assassins. If they were currently waiting quietly in Xianyang City for news, that would be fine. But if they were employing a strategy of attrition, there might indeed be another wave of assassins lying in wait along the road. Thus, entering the town might cause trouble for others, so Xiao Mu decided against it. Let's camp in the wilderness then. We'll rest for another half hour, then set off. Xiao Mu had already issued his orders, and the others naturally followed the instructions accordingly. Soon after they had finished tidying up, they placed all the reclaimed household items back onto the cart and continued moving forward. Though a town lay not far ahead, and they could have reached it by hurrying, they chose to amble along at a leisurely pace. Only when dusk began to fall did they halt, selecting a suitable spot to bring the horses, carts, and people together for the night. We'll set up camp here tonight. By the way, it might rain later, so make sure to cover everything that needs protection. As he spoke, Xiao Mu's expression was exceedingly grave, clearly certain of the impending rain. The guards who heard him nodded repeatedly, showing no reluctance in this matter, for they all trusted Xiao Mu's weather predictions implicitly. There had been skeptics before, but one rebellious act had led to a drenching that night, leaving them utterly soaked. Had Xiao Mu not extended a helping hand, that guard would likely have caught a severe cold the next day. After that humiliating incident, no one in the guard squad wished to suffer the same fate. Since the surrounding forest was relatively safe, Xiao Mu did not forbid the guards from hunting in the woods. After a dinner of roasted meat and flatbread, Xiao Mu distributed the pre-simmered bone broth to the guards. Once they had drunk the soup, except for those on duty who remained alert, the others retired to their tents. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu failed to notice some furtive figures peering at their campsite from a distance. Brother Wang, are you sure these are the ones who left those traces in the woods earlier? Absolutely. We've been tracking them all this way just to take what they have. The two scouts exchanged a glance. If Zhao Mu had overheard this conversation, he would have realized that these men were the very bandits from the hidden camp in the mountains. Zhao Mu had not been mistaken. That camp was indeed unsafe, for it was the bandits' lair. What he had not anticipated, however, was that after evading them once, the bandits would track them by the cart ruts and attempt to raid and plunder. But for now, Zhao Mu, lost in slumber, remained unaware of these developments. Suddenly, the sharp sound of an alarm jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he could not help but ask with some exasperation, "System, what is happening? Why the sudden alarm?" Had Zhao Mu not been a man without a morning temper, he would have already lashed out and destroyed everything around him. Host beware! Host beware! Unidentified individuals are approaching the tent, posing a threat to your life. Take immediate precautions. Host, take immediate precautions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu snapped, fully awake. Though he knew the system could alert him to hidden dangers, he had never imagined it would be so effective. It seemed he had previously underestimated the system's utility. He reached out to nudge Jing Wuji beside him, hoping to wake him, but his hand met empty air. Opening his eyes, he saw that Jing Wuji was already crouched at the tent flap, vigilantly observing the situation outside. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps behind him, Jing Wuji turned and was surprised to find Zhao Mu already awake. "Young master, go back to sleep. There's nothing to worry about. The guards have already detected the intruders." Jing Wuji was no fool. He would not charge into danger alone. As soon as he sensed trouble, he had swiftly alerted the guards in the neighboring tents to stand ready. The reason he returned to this tent was solely to protect Zhao Mu. "Since I'm awake anyway, let's see what's going on." The two bandits had thought themselves lucky to have stumbled upon a lucrative target, but no sooner had they set foot in Zhao Mu's camp than they were caught in a net dropped from above before they could even lay a hand on any tent. The campsite never let its torches go out precisely to ward off unexpected beasts. Now carrying torches to see the faces of the attackers was all the easier. Observing their patched yet relatively tidy clothes and their brawny builds, Jing Wuji frowned and said to Zhao Mu, "By their attire, they must be bandits from the nearby mountains. Look at their hairstyles, the style of their garments, and the tattoos on their left arms. All evidence of their identity. True bandits were always tattooed, for in this era such markings signified a criminal record. Thus the bandit leaders used tattoos as a necessary means to control their underlings, preventing them from leaving the gang and returning to ordinary life. Which mountain do you belong to?" Zhao Mu stepped forward, his expression stern as he demanded the bandit's identity. But the bandits, utterly contemptuous of Zhao Mu, burst into laughter and spat at him. "You brat, a mere child dares to interrogate us. You've got guts." Hearing this, Jing Wuji's face darkened, but before he could act, Dong Kong struck the bandit's face with the flat of his blade. "If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Say one more insolent word, and I'll knock your teeth out." Dong Kang's words carried immense authority. At least the bandit, after hearing them, dared not move and sat quietly watching the scene warily. "I'll ask you again, which mountain are you from?" Zhao Mu repeated his question. The two bandits still seemed reluctant to answer, but as Dong Kong raised his blade, as if to strike their faces again, they hastily replied, "We're from Tipping Mountain nearby." Suaping Mountain was the very mountain where Zhao Mu and his group had gotten lost earlier. It seemed these bandits were from the camp they had avoided. To think that after all their detours they would encounter these same people after leaving the previous town. Truly, life is full of unexpected encounters. "Where's your camp? Take us there." Zhao Mu's words stunned everyone. After declaring that he would follow the two bandits back to their camp, the surrounding guards looked at him in sheer disbelief. Jing Wuji was equally surprised in his heart, but as he always deferred to Zhao Mu's judgment, he naturally refrained from voicing any objections at such a moment. "Make sure these two bandits stay under watch. Alive or dead, don't let them escape or perish carelessly. Tomorrow we'll leave some men here to guard the supplies while the rest will accompany me to their camp." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Mu gestured to Dong Kong and nodded toward Jing Wuji, letting them both understand that he had private matters to discuss with them. Dong Kong handed the two bandits over to his subordinates for custody, then followed Zhao Mu into the tent shared by Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji. "Young master, why are we heading to those two bandits' camp?" This did seem unusual. There were no outsiders present now, so Jing Wuji naturally wanted to know Zhao Mu's reasoning. Dong Kong cast a surprised glance at Jing Wuji upon hearing his question. He had initially thought Jing Wuji had already grasped Zhao Mu's intentions, only to realize now that he was deliberately playing dumb. "If we don't deal with them ourselves, shall we leave them for the locals to handle?" Had Zhao Mu originally veered away to avoid trouble, suspecting it might just be a village nestled in the mountains, those two ill-intentioned men had completely shattered that notion. No mountain village would track someone this far solely to plunder their belongings. That camp must be home to ruthless bandits. Even if we capture them and hand them to the authorities, punishing the guilty and freeing the innocent, it would still be far better than leaving them to roam the mountains unchecked. This was precisely why Zhao Mu had decided to turn back. They hadn't traveled far, so reaching the camp was still manageable. If it had been too distant, he would have weighed whether the cost was worth it. Once Jing Wuji understood Zhao Mu's reasoning, he nodded readily, accepting the explanation without hesitation. Dong Kong, standing nearby, was visibly startled. He had never imagined Zhao Mu would consider so deeply for common folk. Lord Mu, technically we needn't interfere. We could simply hand those bandits to the authorities, and they would handle the suppression themselves. Why do you insist on involving yourself in this matter? A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. You are nobility, Lord Mu. Dong Kong furrowed his brow as he spoke these words, not questioning Zhao Mu's arrangements, but simply unable to comprehend his motivations. That a nobleman like Zhao Mu would consider commoners so thoughtfully was something Dong Kong found difficult to reconcile. What does nobility amount to? What do commoners matter? In 1,000 years we will all lie buried beneath the earth, reduced to dust. Besides, did the Qin Dynasty's prosperity rely solely on nobles and the imperial family? Were ordinary common folk truly insignificant? Hearing this, Dong Kong choked on his intended response, finding himself unable to speak. You yourself couldn't bring yourself to declare plainly that commoners don't matter, could you? Zhao Mu wasn't driven by sudden sentimentality. Rather, as a human being, he felt compassion for ordinary people despite his extraordinary power and authority, constantly remembering his own humble origins. Only in this way could he live as a human being rather than a creature void of conscience. Yes, young master, I was too narrow-minded to consider such things. Dong Kong nodded, his gaze toward Zhao Mu deepening with reverence. Zhao Mu was merely 5 years old, yet possessed such wisdom, while Dong Kong found himself ashamed that he had grown complacent about his own status. Deeply moved that the boy would reflect so profoundly, Zhao Mu offered a gentle smile and said, that you dare to examine yourself is already commendable. After all, in an age where nobles looked down upon the common folk beneath them, expecting them to acknowledge such suffering was truly a formidable challenge. That Dong Kong would willingly transform through his own conviction made the moment all the more remarkable. Young master, rest assured, I will carefully weigh your words in all my future actions. Meeting Dong Kang's sincere gaze, Zhao Mu smiled, without pressing the matter, though he neither dismissed nor discouraged the man's earnestness. After all, as a noble's son, Dong Kang's fluency in flattery was hardly surprising. Whether he could genuinely act on his words would become clear in time. Reading Zhao Mu's composed expression, Dong Kong understood the boy hadn't fully embraced his words, only offering customary encouragement. Yet he had resolved within himself to live by his promises, refusing to disappoint the sincerity Zhao Mu had shown him. A wave of gratitude washed over Dong Kong. He was thankful the emperor had paired him with Zhao Mu for the journey to Nanhai Commandery, for without this encounter, he would never have understood that there are always greater heights beyond the peaks he knew, nor grasped what true compassion truly meant. Once Dong Kong departed, Zhao Mu turned his attention to Jing Wuji. When you reach that camp, do not act rashly in taking any lives. Investigate thoroughly, among them who bears blood on their hands, who has committed wrongs. Then determine how best to proceed. Zhao Mu's instructions clearly outlined the careful approach he expected. But Jing Wuji was taken aback by these words. Young master, won't you accompany us? Zhao Mu's meaning was unmistakable. He intended to entrust this entirely to Jing Wuji. The responsibility came as both a surprise and a source of anxiety. I must remain behind to guard our camp, so I will not involve myself further. Besides, my travel requires a carriage which would slow us considerably. Given Zhao Mu's young age of only 5, prolonged horseback riding posed potential dangers. Thus he always relied on carriages for travel. Mounted riders could cover ground far more swiftly than a carriage could manage. This marks your first independent mission since joining my service. I trust you will excel, so that I may entrust you with greater responsibilities in the future. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, Jing Wuji struck his chest with conviction. Rest assured, young master, I will not fail you. Due to the incident that night, no one slept well. The next morning, Zhao Mu selected a few trustworthy men to accompany Jing Wuji up Chui Ping Mountain to subdue the bandits, while Dong Kong stayed behind with him to guard the camp. Watching Jing Wuji leave, Zhao Mu gestured for Dong Kong to join him. Once he was seated beside him, Zhao Mu asked, "Do you know why I have left you here?" Normally speaking, Dong Kong was more familiar with his own subordinates, so entrusting this matter to them might have led to better coordination. Yet Zhao Mu broke with convention by assigning this task to Jing Wuji instead, and despite appearances, some had already begun whispering questions behind closed doors. They remained unaware of Zhao Mu's reasoning, as did Dong Kong himself. Dong Kong had not anticipated Zhao Mu summoning him for consultation, so he hesitated, shook his head, and could think of nothing to say. Since he truly couldn't fathom Zhao Mu's arrangement, and any speculation might wound the man's feelings, Zhao Mu felt there was no need to press the matter further. I have no objection to however Lord Zhao arranges matters. In this matter, Dong Kong naturally deferred to Zhao Mu's wishes. It is quite all right. I permit you to question this decision, for I will explain my reasoning. A faint smile played across Zhao Mu's face as he shared his thoughts. My intention in bringing Wuji along this time is for him to earn a merit on this journey. Upon our return, I will secure him a promising position, which is why I have assigned him this task. As a scion of the Dong family, Dong Kong naturally had no need for others to seek merits on his behalf. Given that Dong Kong had earned the trust of the first emperor and was selected to accompany Zhao Mu to Nanhai Commandery, a distinction that spoke volumes about his standing. He required no artificial credit. This was precisely why Zhao Mu would make such arrangements. Upon hearing these words, Dong Kang was momentarily stunned, then a vague sense of envy welled up within him. While those in Dong Kang's household would certainly plan for his future, the depth of Zhao Mu's consideration for Jing Wuji was extraordinary, especially given that their relationship was one of master and servant rather than bloodkin. Rest assured, should suitable opportunities arise for you later, I will never force you to yield to Wuji. Zhao Mu understood clearly that seizing another's merit was as grave as harming one's parents. While Jing Wuji needed proof of his capabilities, this did not justify demanding sacrifice from others without cause. This is precisely why Zhao Mu spoke as he did. There is no cause for concern, my lord. Whatever arrangements you make, we shall follow without hesitation. Hearing these words, the lingering discomfort in Dong Kang's heart vanished instantly. Having soothed Dong Kang and prevented any fracture within the group, Zhao Mu finally exhaled in relief. He acted not because he had foreseen Dong Kang's resentment would fracture the group, but rather because Zhao Mu feared such a scenario might unfold. Therefore, preventing trouble before it arises was paramount. Zhao Mu had always understood this principle, that it was not scarcity but inequity that bred discontent. With these measures to quell unrest concluded, he returned to his tent. With the bandits to be dealt with today, Zhao Mu deliberately extended his stay by a day, so the men could rest properly before continuing their journey to Nanhai Commandery. Once back in his tent, Zhao Mu grew curious about developments on Shui Ping Mountain and found himself asking the system, does the system have real-time monitoring capabilities? Please specify host which individual you wish to monitor. Be advised the target must have had prior interaction with you lasting at least half a Chinese hour. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu wasted no time in choosing to monitor Jing Wuji. His choice stemmed not from concern over Jing Wuji's competence, but simply from boredom and a desire to pass the hours, treating Jing Wuji's activities like a drama to watch unfold. By the way, is system monitoring free, or does it require payment? Before proceeding, Zhao Mu recalled the possibility of hidden point costs and hurried to inquire. Host, please be assured. This monitoring function is a complimentary feature provided by the system. No points are required. Simply meeting the conditions outlined above is sufficient to activate monitoring. Relieved, Zhao Mu gave his instruction, begin monitoring Jing Wuji's location. Understood. Please wait, host. Meanwhile, Jing Wuji, already riding hard toward Shui Ping Mountain with bandits in tow and 10 guards in attendance, remained entirely unaware of the support Zhao Mu was providing from behind. He kept Zhao Mu's instructions from the previous evening at the forefront of his mind, which made him work with exceptional diligence. Witnessing Jing Wuji lead with such seriousness and fervor, the guards who had set out with him naturally dared not linger or dawdle. Thus the procession made its way to the foothills of Shui Ping Mountain in grand fashion. This was Jing Wuji's first time commanding a team for such an undertaking, and buoyed by Zhao Mu's considerable expectations, he moved with remarkable decisiveness. The guards could not conceal their astonishment at Jing Wuji's swift and skillful handling of affairs. They had never imagined that someone closely associated with Zhao Mu could be so capable. Having already learned from the system that Jing Wuji had resolved the bandit situation, Zhao Mu's expression was one of pure satisfaction as he watched the 11 of them ride past at speed. Lord, we have completed everything as instructed. We also visited the county magistrate's residence and assisted in investigating the bandits' crimes, ensuring all those involved were dealt with while the innocent were released with settlement stipends. Every detail had been carefully instructed by Zhao Mu beforehand, including the settlement funds Zhao Mu had personally provided to Jing Wuji in advance. Hearing that his subordinate had executed every detail of his plan so thoroughly, Zhao Mu gave Jing Wuji an approving nod. With the bandit crisis on Shui Ping Mountain finally resolved, Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji, Dong Kang, and the 20 men rested for another day before resuming their journey to Nanhai Commandery. Since the assassins had not yet delivered their report back to Xianyang, Zhao Gao had not dispatched additional forces. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu's letter had reached the Jinghua Marquis estate. After reviewing the contents of the letter, the steward arranged for Wu Yu to deliver Zhao Mu's correspondence to Wang Jian the following day. Wang Jian, upon receiving the letter, glanced at Wu Yu, who stood below, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. Yet as a seasoned general, he would never let others read his emotions clearly. Even after opening the letter and seeing the information Zhao Mu had sent back, his expression remained serene. I have finished reading the contents of the letter. Go back and inform the steward. I am aware of everything. Wang Jian spoke these words with an expression of such nonchalance that it was as though nothing unusual had occurred. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yu nodded and departed without ever having opened the letter himself, naturally unaware of its contents. Only after watching him leave did Wang Jian proceed to the study with Wang Li and Wang Linger. He slammed his palm down onto the desk, sending the letter crashing against the surface and causing it to tremble. Wang Linger hurried forward, saying, "Grandfather, please calm yourself. What has happened?" Beside her, Wang Li also frowned and said hesitantly, "Grandfather, your anger seems connected to Mu'er. Did you read his letter? What did his letter say?" Upon hearing this, Wang Linger looked at Wang Jian with visible concern, clearly eager to know the letter's contents. Mu'er was dispatched by the emperor's decree to Nanhai Commandery in search of new materials for the next phase of research. However, someone has been deliberately obstructing his efforts attempting to take his life. Wang Li stared in disbelief at Wang Jin's words while Wang Linger let out a low gasp and instinctively stepped back, her hand covering her mouth. Grandfather, what are you saying? Someone wants to kill Mu'er. She stepped forward urgently and gripped Wang Jin's sleeve, pleading, Grandfather, we must help him. Otherwise, with him so far away from Xianying, we cannot protect him in time, and something terrible will surely happen. Though Wang Linger had contemplated offering assistance before, she had held back given the absence of any grave developments and Zhao Mu's lack of explicit pleas. Now, witnessing how severely matters had deteriorated beyond her worst fears, she knew she could remain silent no longer. Mu'er has already outlined in his letter how he intends to handle this matter. Our duty is simply to follow his arrangements. Wang Jin spoke with unmistakable gravity. Wang Linger and Wang Li exchanged glances, both itching to know what exactly the letter contained. I will not show you the letter, but understand this. Mu'er delivered it today solely to inform us of his safety. He has also written to His Majesty in the palace, so there is no need to worry about this information leaking. Do you understand? Wang Linger and Wang Li nodded repeatedly. Yet both understood that the letter's precise contents would remain unknown to them. After receiving the letter, Wang Jin immediately began making arrangements. Meanwhile, Qin Shi also received a letter from Zhao Mu's steward delivering news of his safety. The letter arrived a day later than Wang Jin's, but within that single day Wang Jin had already laid the trap exactly as Zhao Mu had requested. Qin Shi studied the letter carefully, then burst into laughter. Mu'er has proven remarkably capable. On his journey to Nanhai Commandery, he has not only fulfilled his mission, but also eliminated several local parasites for me. Excellent work indeed. Zhao Gao, standing beside the emperor, appeared visibly distracted. He distinctly remembered having dispatched assassins to kill Zhao Mu, yet somehow the emperor still held a letter from him. What on earth was happening? Zhao Gao felt mounting suspicion, but could not articulate the unsettling sense that something had gone wrong. Could the assassination have failed? By the way, the emperor continued, you will go to my private treasury and prepare certain items, particularly medicinal herbs. I intend to have them sent to Mu'er. Zhao Gao eagerly agreed and set off, yet his mind was elsewhere. Rather than attend to the emperor's request, he immediately sent messages to Li Si and Hu Hai arranging to meet with them. Once they met, Zhao Gao relayed what he had heard from the emperor. Could it be that our assassins have encountered some problem? Li Si looked bewildered. Perhaps those you sent are traitors. Otherwise, how do you explain sending so many men and failing even to kill Zhao Mu? Hu Hai, little more than a puppet throughout, naturally took the opportunity to chime in from the sidelines. Suddenly the sound of the door opening made all three freeze. They slowly turned to see Qin Shi standing in the doorway, backlit, his expression unreadable as he gazed upon the three who had been secretly conferring in Hu Hai's palace. What is the meaning of the three of you conspiring together? Zhao Gao, did I not order you to prepare items from the private treasury? Behind the emperor, Wang Jin lowered his head, refusing to witness the suffocating scene. Yet an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He had orchestrated this very moment. Even if Zhao Gao had not intended to meet with Li Si and Hu Hai per Zhao Mu's instructions, he had planned to engineer a scenario that would force all three into the emperor's sight. He had not anticipated, however, that Zhao Gao would grow so guilt-ridden upon hearing of Zhao Mu's survival. The three of you will come with me to Xianying Palace and explain yourselves properly. As the trio departed, Qin Shi remained standing where he was, his countenance still dark. Wang Jin sighed and stepped forward with clasped hands. Your Majesty, I shall not involve myself in this matter. It concerns the Chancellor and a royal prince. Should I interpose myself, it would only create awkwardness. After a pause, Wang Jin continued. Though it is improper for the 18th prince to associate with both outer ministers and the eunuchs in your Majesty's court, the boy is by nature pure and kind. It is likely that the two of them seek to use him for their own malicious purposes. Please take care of your Majesty's health. Should an investigation be necessary, it ought to begin with the other two. Finding merit in Wang Jin's reasoning, Qin Shi waved him away without further reproach. Once Wang Jin had left, Qin Shi pondering the old general's final words, sighed and summoned a trusted attendant, ordering him to investigate Zhao Gao's quarters within the palace and Li Si's residence. Meanwhile, reclining in his carriage, Zhao Mu watched the surveillance feed from Xianying City, a faint smile crossing his face. Ever since discovering that the system could provide him with a dedicated monitoring link, he had treated the whole affair as an entertaining serial drama. Today, fate had allowed him to witness the moment when Li Si, Zhao Gao, and Hu Hai were caught plotting together. Let us see what explanations you have to offer. In the Xianying Palace, Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with panic. They had never anticipated facing such a grave crisis. What should we do now, Lord Zhao? If we are exposed before our imperial father, we are doomed. That is precisely why you are both fools. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. Say that you were consulting me about preparing a suitable gift for His Majesty. Do you understand? Hearing this, Hu Hai was momentarily stunned. What? Do you not grasp what I am saying? Seeing the impatience in Zhao Gao's eyes, Hu Hai quickly shook his head and said anxiously, "No, I understand. Rest assured I will do exactly as you say." Li Si simply stood with his eyes closed, fingers intertwined, as if already formulating a plan. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu observed the situation through his system. Hearing this excuse, Zhao Mu had to admit that Zhao Gao's clever mind had indeed played a significant role in his rise to power as a favored eunuch beside Qin Shi. Even if caught, as long as they could attribute it to the upcoming palace banquet, everything would seem plausible. Yet Zhao Mu wondered what would happen if they had no one to blame. Would they stubbornly deny it with a dead duck's hard mouth? Or would they entertain other thoughts? For now, Zhao Mu did not dwell on this matter. He continued monitoring the situation in the Xianyang Palace through his system. Qin Shi entered the palace and looked at the three figures standing before him. "Explain yourselves. Why are you gathered here?" Hearing the emperor's voice, the three immediately knelt and paid their respects. Especially since they had been caught engaging in potentially serious misconduct, they dared not show any arrogance lest they provoke the emperor's wrath and complicate matters further. "Imperial Father, I was with Prime Minister Li and Lord Zhao because the mid-autumn banquet is approaching. We wish to select a suitable gift for you. Since Zhao Mu happens to be away from Xianyang, I sought this opportunity to make a favorable impression on you." Hearing this, Zhao Mu's expression remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to Zhao Gao. "You have not completed the tasks I assigned, yet you waste time with the 18th prince. Is this your duty?" Zhao Gao hastily prostrated himself. The excuse he had fabricated could at most shield Hu Hai from the emperor's suspicion, but for him, it was a perilous crisis that required careful handling. Spying on the emperor's movements came with severe consequences. He had clearly leaked information to Hu Hai in hopes of gaining favor, but this only magnified the danger. He had to explain himself clearly, or the emperor's fury would be an unbearable catastrophe. "Your Majesty, I merely pitied the 18th prince's sincere heart and offered him a small suggestion. I never intended to divulge any information about your Majesty." Watching Zhao Gao's bowed back exude utmost reverence toward the sovereign, Qin Shi Huang narrowed his eyes, offering no judgment on Zhao Gao's words. He had already sent someone to search Zhao Gao's quarters for anything that might provoke his wrath. For now, he hoped Zhao Gao would behave and not commit any further offenses. "And you, Prime Minister Li, I recall that after discussing state affairs with me, you should have left the Xianyang Palace, should you not? Your Majesty, I too was moved by the 18th prince's sincere heart. I offered him advice, for bringing joy to your Majesty is a duty we ministers ought to fulfill." Li Si's words were cleverly crafted, as if he had not plagiarized Zhao Gao's testimony, but acted solely out of loyalty to the emperor. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's expression grew inscrutable. The three kneeling below stole furtive glances at the emperor's face, but could detect nothing amiss. Just then the young eunuch Qin Shi Huang had sent to gather evidence returned to the Xianyang Palace. He fell to his knees with a thud. "So you have found something?" Seeing his envoy trembling on the ground, Qin Shi Huang knew this matter would not easily pass. The man's expression betrayed obvious fear, and the reason for that fear was worth pondering. "Your Majesty, the items were indeed found, but..." The envoy did not know how to present what he had just discovered. On his way, he had inadvertently glimpsed a few lines on the top page, and being literate as a eunuch close to the emperor, he was terrified. "Bring them to me." Sensing the eunuch's panic, Qin Shi Huang gestured for him to approach. The eunuch quickly handed over the documents and knelt nearby, not daring to rise. If he gave the emperor any reason for suspicion, he might become a target for the emperor's wrath. This eunuch was highly favored by Qin Shi Huang, and he did not wish to sacrifice his young life for the sake of Zhao Gao and the others. Qin Shi Huang flipped through the materials the eunuch had collected. The more he read, the darker his expression grew, as if he had witnessed something incredible. His movements grew faster. Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai kneeling below did not know what had happened, but they could see that the emperor was growing increasingly furious. What was going on? What evidence had been seized from their quarters? A foreboding thought crept into their minds. Qin Shi Huang closed the documents and set them aside. He looked at the three men below and said, "Now you will accuse each other of your hidden transgressions. Speak well, and I will let you leave the Xianyang Palace safely. Speak poorly, and do not blame me for being ruthless and disregarding past ties." The anger on Qin Shi Huang's face was unmistakable. The three kneeling before him were filled with fear, while Zhao Mu, watching from afar, was delighted. How thrilling! This is truly a feast of dogs biting dogs. Such a splendid spectacle. Through the system's surveillance, Zhao Mu could witness the unfolding drama in the Xianyang Palace in real time, and it filled him with immense satisfaction. "I'd like to see how you explain your crimes this time." Zhao Mu hummed a cheerful unknown tune, nibbling on the snacks. Jing Wuji had prepared his demeanor utterly leisurely and content. Jing Wuji, who was driving the carriage, heard the sounds from within and couldn't help but smile. Because of the assassins encountered in the town, which had nearly disrupted the lives of ordinary people, Zhao Mu had been quite somber lately. Moreover, dealing with the bandits had also taken some time, and Jing Wuji worried that this string of troubles might inflict significant psychological pressure on Zhao Mu. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mu, for reasons unknown, had managed to alleviate all this pressure, and even seemed somewhat cheerful. Perhaps the storybooks he had bought earlier had come in handy. Jing Wuji didn't know the reason, but he was happy for Zhao Mu's ease. When the master was in good spirits, the guards naturally felt more relaxed as well. When the master was in a foul mood, those who followed behind him had to carefully consider the weight of their own heads. Your Majesty, this servant truly does not know what you have sent people to search for, but I swear I have never concealed anything from you. Zhao Gao was utterly bewildered and naturally sought to defuse the crisis. After all, if he didn't know why Qin Shi was angry, he had no way to mitigate the consequences. He had to know the reason for the emperor's anger to quell the fury as much as possible. These are things seized from your quarters. Surely you don't know what you have done. Or have you committed so many misdeeds that you can't recall which one to confess? Qin Shi tone was light, even laced with a hint of curiosity. Yet upon hearing these words, Zhao Gao's face turned pale. He had served the emperor for so long that he could gauge the sovereign's thoughts from his tone, gestures, and expressions. But now he suddenly sensed that Qin Shi intended to have all three of them killed. This was no illusion. Zhao Gao trusted his survival instincts, and he was certain he was not mistaken. He exchanged a furtive glance with Li Si, who clearly sensed the same, and terror flickered in both their eyes. Only Hu Hai, like a fool, remained oblivious to the impending doom. Minister Li, Zhao Gao, what are you two looking at? Why the sudden exchange of glances? Did you not understand what this man just said? If Qin Shi had possessed sufficient patience, he would not have bothered with the silent exchanges among the kneeling ministers. But now he had no intention of granting them any more forbearance, so he directly called out their secret collusion. Zhao Gao and Li Si, their faces ashen, prostrated themselves, as if hoping to beg for forgiveness through this gesture. Qin Shi shifted his gaze to Hu Hai, who stood nearby, and spoke in a coaxing tone. Do you not always claim to be my finest son? Why don't you tell me what Zhao Gao and Prime Minister Li have been doing behind my back? Hu Hai, thinking the emperor's inquiry would bring him some benefit, eagerly prepared to answer. But when he looked up and saw Qin Shi somewhat stern expression, he suddenly realized that the situation was not as he had imagined. Think carefully before you answer. If I find out you have lied, do not blame me for disregarding the bond between father and son. Hu Hai's face instantly turned pale. He finally understood why Zhao Gao and Li Si had looked so terrified. It seemed that his father had learned of something they had intended to conceal. His eyes involuntarily darted toward the direction where Qin Shi had placed the evidence, and he swallowed hard, his expression clearly panicked. Speak. If you are the first to reveal what they have hidden from me, I may spare your life. Just as Hu Hai opened his mouth to speak, Zhao Gao abruptly interjected. 18th Prince, please plead for this servant and Prime Minister Li. We have never been disloyal to His Majesty or to the Qin Dynasty, have we? The words Hu Hai was about to utter were cut short by Zhao Gao, who lunged toward him, grabbing his sleeve tightly and casting a warning glare. If it were only him and Li Si, there would be no fear of misspeaking. But the problem was that Hu Hai was also present. Hu Hai was a fool, always arrogant in his thinking. If he learned anything and betrayed them, Zhao Gao had every reason to believe they would be doomed. Thus, even if his words enraged Qin Shi, he had to stop Hu Hai from making a foolish mistake before he could speak. Feeling the force of Zhao Gao's grip on his arm, Hu Hai was jolted awake. He had done many things with Li Si and Zhao Gao. If he exposed them, he would be exposing himself as well. How could his father ever forgive him then? Although Hu Hai was often impulsive and hot-tempered when it came to other matters, he was keenly sensitive when his own safety was at stake. Father your son. Think carefully before you speak. Qin Shi shot a glance at Zhao Gao, who immediately resumed his kneeling posture. Then the emperor turned his gaze back to Hu Hai. If you dare to lie to me, and I find out, all your previous crimes will be disregarded and converted into the crime of deceiving the sovereign. You know well how that is punished. Cold sweat broke out on Hu Hai's back. As a prince, even if he committed some illegal acts, the principle that punishment does not reach high officials might allow him some leniency as a royal. But if he deceived his father, there would be no chance of redemption. Realizing this, Hu Hai's eyes lit up, and a plan formed in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, Li Si suddenly prostrated himself and thumped his head heavily on the ground, the sound so loud that it startled Hu Hai into swallowing his words. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I confess. Li Si's sudden confession surprised everyone. Only Qin Shi, seated above, narrowed his eyes and said languidly, What crime do you wish to confess? Your Majesty once assigned me to be Master Mu's tutor, but I secretly copied the manuscripts of the movable type printing that Master Mu had researched. The two men who came to trouble Master Mu earlier were sent by me to Wangda. The assembled crowd erupted in uproar upon hearing these words. Regardless of what Li Si said, they were all plainly astonished by the situation. After all, Li Si's demeanor, admitting guilt yet displaying no regret for his actions, was truly astonishing. Do you mean that Mu'er was forced to confront those two before everyone precisely because you could not accept my judgment? At the thought of the grievance Zhao Mu had suffered, a wave of fury surged within Qin Shi heart. It was plainly Li Si who had administered the poison. Yet in order to let the matter pass unscathed, and to preserve Li Si's position so he might continue serving as Chancellor, Qin Shi had urged Zhao Mu to accept his judgment. And now Zhao Mu had magnanimously forgiven Li Si's transgression, only for Li Si to secretly scheme against him behind closed doors. What an extraordinary absurdity. Your Majesty, I have ever been valued by your grace, and I cannot deny this. Yet after Master Mu struck me so humiliatingly over that incident, I was unable to bear it, and in a moment of confusion, I resorted to such measures. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Upon hearing these words, a hint of mockery flickered across Qin Shi face, though he sat sufficiently elevated that none present could perceive his expression. Then did he deserve to be poisoned and subsequently schemed against by you? Trembling at the sinister undertone in Qin Shi voice, Li Si pressed his lips together nervously, then bowed deeply and kowtowed again, saying, "It was my fault, all of it was my fault. I beg your Majesty to pardon my crimes. I swear such things shall never happen again. You have the audacity to look at me. I will flay you alive." Upon hearing Li Si's words, Qin Shi slammed his table and roared. The pronouncement was so terrifying that those kneeling nearby trembled and bowed their heads, daring not meet the emperor's gaze. "I never imagined you would deploy such despicable tactics. Not merely against enemies, but against a child who has rendered meritorious service to the Qin Dynasty with no fault. How cruel and ruthless you are." As Qin Shi accusations echoed through the hall, those kneeling below felt both terrified and resentful. Qin Shi was himself a figure renowned for ruthlessness. Had he not himself sacrificed individuals for greater gain? Yet no one dared speak such words aloud, for all understood that doing so would bring endless turmoil. Watching this unfold through the system monitoring at Xianyang Palace, Zhao Mu's expression revealed a trace of sigh. He truly hadn't expected Li Si to make such a decisive sacrifice at this critical moment. Li Si was indeed brilliant, worthy of his chancellorship. Had Li Si not confessed to this matter and allowed Qin Shi to vent his wrath, minor grievances could have spiraled into far graver accusations. By admitting these minor offenses, the worst that could happen would be a slight blemish upon his reputation. However, Li Si had miscalculated one thing. He believed the evidence Qin Shi had gathered concerned only corruption and legal violations. In reality, the evidence presented was so damning that anyone witnessing it would be consumed by the emperor's thunderous fury. This was the predicament wrought by information asymmetry. Zhao Mu benefited greatly from his own arrangements regarding this matter. Using such knowledge to watch others struggle proved dangerously fascinating. It had already begun to addict him. Shaking off these perilous thoughts, Zhao Mu observed what would come next with a faint smile. Within the Xianyang Palace, "Is there anything else you wish to confess to me?" Qin Shi spoke coldly. Li Si shook his head, feigning ignorance of what the emperor meant. "Beyond this matter, I have nothing concealed from your Majesty. Whatever transgressions I possessed, I already brought to your attention." As Qin Shi trusted confidant, Li Si did retain some latitude for personal indulgence, matters small enough that the emperor would overlook without consequence. Thus there was no need to expose these affairs publicly, though as long as the misappropriated funds were not those designated for disaster relief, the matter could pass. Qin Shi remained expressionless. Li Si could not gauge whether his words had sufficiently appeased the emperor's wrath. He only hoped they might suffice to obscure the truth somewhat. "Nothing else then? Li Si, you have nothing further to confess to me?" After repeated inquiries yielded only denials, Qin Shi nodded and turned his gaze toward Zhao Gao, standing nearby. "It seems neither you nor Li Si wishes for Xiao Shi to speak first. Then you shall go next." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gao immediately bowed low, his heart growing uneasy. That expression made it clear. The emperor remained unappeased by Li Si's words. Zhao Gao pondered deeply over his past transgressions, searching for which offense might sound grave, yet could be pardoned through imperial favoritism. As he speculated silently, within a shrewd glint flashed through Zhao Gao's eyes. "Your Majesty, this servant is guilty and willingly confesses. The stone at your Majesty's birthday celebration was originally discovered by me, but I yielded it to the 18th prince so he might win your favor." Qin Shi maintained his impassive expression upon hearing this. "Though I indeed intended to curry favor through this matter, I never anticipated that others would mistake the character Zhao upon it for Lord Mu. This is indeed my failure." These revelations left Qin Shi mind numb. He had long suspected that Hu Hai had expended considerable effort manipulating Zhao Gao and Li Si to ingratiate themselves with him, but he never imagined such audacity under his own indulgence. Most damning of all, even now facing catastrophe, they persisted in deception, clinging to trivialities rather than confessing their true transgressions. How ridiculous! "You two have nothing further to confess, correct?" Repeated questioning left Zhao Gao and Li Si exchanging bewildered glances. They saw nothing else left to reveal. Though they had orchestrated numerous covert maneuvers, nothing compared in severity to the two admissions just made. Yet Qin Shi impatience conveyed something profoundly unsettling. This unease had permeated both their minds from the very beginning. "What about you, Xiao Shi? Do you have anything to confess to me?" Hu Hai lay prostrate on the floor, teeth clenched, recounting his schemes against Zhao Mu. Naturally, he curated his confession carefully, omitting the gravest offenses. "You have been exemplary." On the other end of the system monitoring, Zhao Mu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing these words. He never expected Qin Shi to make such sarcastic remarks at this moment. This was truly laughable. Those people had thought they had exhausted every means to gain forgiveness only to receive such comfort instead. How utterly absurd. Having slightly composed himself from his overly excited state of watching the drama unfold, Xiao Mu continued snacking while monitoring the situation in Xianyang Palace. Inside the Xianyang Palace, Qin Shi tossed the evidence before him onto the floor, scattering it across the three men before speaking. Take a look at the good deeds you've done. After Zhao Gao and Li Si picked up the evidence and glanced through it, their expressions turned grave. Hu Hai frowned, speaking with a hint of confusion. Father, I have not done these things. But Zhao Gao and Li Si were left speechless. They could not have imagined that Qin Shi would discover evidence of treason within their homes. Li Si now understood who had been orchestrating this behind the scenes. Having examined the matter, no one but Zhao Mu would have targeted them so deliberately. It was remarkable how capable Zhao Mu proved to be. Having already departed for Nanhai Commandery, he could still manipulate events in Xianyang from 1,000 li away. How much authority did the man command, or perhaps more accurately, how much power remained hidden from their awareness? Zhao Gao cast a glance at Li Si, and both men understood whom the mastermind behind this evidence truly was. Yet at this moment, they had no evidence to prove they were being falsely accused or manipulated by hidden hands. All they could do was bite their teeth, prostrate themselves on the ground, and cry out their innocence repeatedly. Until I determine whether you have truly committed treason, you, the 18th prince, shall return to your palace immediately. Should I discover you step beyond its walls, prepare to lose your head. Qin Shi had grown weary of further entanglement with them. This affair was draining his energy. As for both of you, you will be imprisoned at the Tingwei's facility until I finish my investigation. Do you understand? Qin Shi would never allow Zhao Gao and Li Si to remain confined in their estates during the investigation, for that would give them opportunities to communicate with the outside world. Therefore, even though such measures were harsh, Qin Shi would show no leniency at this critical moment. Yes, Your Majesty. This humble subject understands. Observing their submissive postures and false compliance, Qin Shi responded with a cold smile and a wave of his hand, signaling the guards positioned at the palace entrance to escort the three away. Only after all three had been removed did Qin Shi finally exhale deeply, sinking back into his chair with clear signs of exhaustion etched across his features. He had never anticipated that his two most trusted advisors would betray the state while driven by personal ambition. While he could comprehend their desire for greater power, wealth, and status, the act of treason itself remained incomprehensible to him. Even though the remnants of the 6 defeated kingdoms had been confined within the academies of Xianyang City, Qin Shi still harbored suspicions about potential covert activities lurking beneath the surface. It seems I must devise a solution, yet I cannot simply execute them. That would invite too much public censure and criticism. Qin Shi had never been one to concern himself with others' opinions, but now as ruler of a unified empire and son of heaven, he needed to be more mindful of such delicate matters. It was time to assess how well the students at the academy had absorbed the legal codes and cultural traditions of the Qin Dynasty. With his decision made, Qin Shi promptly directed his attendants to arrange the necessary preparations. On the other end of the system monitoring, Zhao Mu finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing Qin Shi abandon his plan to slaughter the descendants of the 6 kingdoms. For a fleeting moment, he had genuinely feared the emperor would carry out such a horrifying act. Fortunately, Qin Shi proved to be far more patient than Zhao Mu had anticipated. The royal descendants of the 6 kingdoms still possessed sufficient bloodline prestige to rally support, meaning that any attempt to eliminate them would likely provoke a coordinated counterattack. Zhao Mu was not driven by altruism. Rather, he calculated the strategic advantage of preserving those individuals over eliminating them, recognizing the practical benefits of keeping them alive. With a sense of relief, Zhao Mu exhaled deeply, knowing that these matters now had a temporary resolution. He felt fortunate that he had proposed the establishment of academies before Qin Shi. Without that intervention, the descendants of the 6 kingdoms would almost certainly have been executed. What brought Zhao Mu genuine amusement, however, was observing the expressions on Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai's faces. They were truly comical. Witnessing their faces as they encountered the evidence of treason, how wrong they appeared yet completely unable to articulate their innocence, was absolutely hilarious. Zhao Mu had every reason to believe that Zhao Gao and Li Si, both shrewd individuals, had already deduced his involvement the moment they saw the charges of treason leveled against them. But what difference did it make? His arrangements were never designed to provide them with a means of proving their innocence. He understood clearly that Qin Shi operated solely on evidence, and his accusations were baseless fabrications with no substantial proof to support them. Though Zhao Gao and Li Si would not face execution, this would severely constrain their future actions. Even if cleared of all charges, Qin Shi would never again place the same trust in them as before. That was sufficient. Trust erodes gradually, piece by piece. No one can maintain faith in someone harboring malicious intent. Satisfied, Zhao Mu shut down the system monitoring and instructed the interface. Remember to keep tracking developments in Xianyang City, the Xianyang shop, and anyone bearing ill will toward me. Alert me immediately if anything requires my attention. As a complementary feature of the system, Zhao Mu utilized it without hesitation. Understood, host. Please rest assured. The system will maintain continuous monitoring to address any unforeseen circumstances. By the way, host, would you be interested in the video recording and playback feature? The prospect caught Zhao Mu off guard. He hadn't anticipated such an advanced service, and he found himself genuinely tempted. Recalling that the forged evidence had been produced by the system, he couldn't resist pursuing this small desire. Does this require consuming points? Yes, host. This service offers monthly, quarterly, and annual subscription plans. The monthly rate is 50 points, quarterly is 40 points, and the annual subscription is 100 points. Recognizing the better value and longer commitments, Zhao Mu immediately spent 100 points to secure the system monitoring and video recording playback features for an entire year. Thank you for your assistance, system. Your trust is appreciated, host. Purchase confirmed system monitoring with video recording and playback functionality, duration 1 year, cost 100 points. Lifting the curtain to gaze at the verdant hills and clear waters outside, Zhao Mu felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. Along the journey, Zhao Mu kept his gaze fixed on what was happening in Xianying City. After all, the treason incident he had stirred up dealt an extremely severe blow to Li Si and Zhao Gao, so he wanted to see how those two managed to extricate themselves. Of course, most importantly, he hoped to use this diversion to alleviate the fatigue and monotony of the long journey. The people seated in the carriage had grown so stiff their bones ached. If Zhao Mu did not find a way to lighten the mood, he feared trouble might arise. The treason matter was inherently difficult to navigate, and watching Qin Shi struggle with its handling, Zhao Mu could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. After all, he was the one who had ignited this crisis, yet he was nowhere near to offer assistance. It was rather embarrassing. But then he reconsidered the ones facing the gravest troubles were actually Zhao Gao and Li Si, and that thought brought him a sense of relief. Because there was insufficient evidence, and once those so-called letters were proven to be forgeries rather than the authentic handwriting of Zhao Gao and Li Si, Qin Shi Huang temporarily set the matter aside. Yet Zhao Mu could perceive from their daily interactions that when dealing with Zhao Gao and Li Si, Qin Shi Huang no longer regarded them with the same trust as before. That was already more than sufficient for Zhao Mu. Meanwhile, having thoroughly escaped Qin Shi Huang's suspicions, Zhao Gao and Li Si took advantage of the Mid-Autumn Festival to meet at a tavern in Xianying City. To avoid arousing Qin Shi Huang's suspicion regarding their relationship, both Zhao Gao and Li Si went to considerable effort disguising themselves before entering the same private room. This matter has finally passed, Li Si said from across the table, his tone laden with unmistakable exhaustion. He could sense that even though the treason charges had been dismissed, Qin Shi Huang no longer trusted him as he once had. This was Zhao Mu's handiwork behind the scenes, wasn't it? Speaking these words, Zhao Gao clearly ground his teeth in fury. If Zhao Mu stood before him now, he would likely devour him whole to vent his resentment. It must be him. When we sent the assassins, we had planned to have him punished under the charge of treason. Killing him outside would mean that even if His Majesty harbored some concern, he would not pursue the matter further due to the treason charges. As Li Si recounted these words, his expression grew grave, and recalling the failed assassination attempt, anger surged within him once more. The result: the assassins sent there never reported back, while we too ended up bearing the treason charges. Beyond him, I cannot imagine who else would orchestrate such matters. What could Zhao Gao say upon hearing this? He tightened his grip on the teacup in his hand, and replied, "The assassination mission has definitely failed, and we should not dispatch any more assassins for the time being." Are you suggesting we simply let him frame us like this? Li Si frowned, his expression clearly unwilling to accept such an outcome. No, that is not what I mean. You misunderstand. I am saying we wait until he returns and ambush him then. He has already traveled too far. Even if we send assassins now, we may not be able to trace his movements. Zhao Gao knew very well that after the assassins were sent this time, Zhao Mu would be on high alert. Even if a departure route had previously been planned, Zhao Mu would surely alter his intentions now. If they persisted in their reckless actions, they would only deplete their forces, especially since they had already lost 10 capable assassins. What you say is reasonable, Li Si sighed. It was his anger that had clouded his rational judgment. Let us proceed as you suggest. I have no objections. After calming down completely, the two exchanged a glance, their expressions marked by profound bitterness. Yet both made a silent resolution to the next opportunity to assassinate Zhao Mu they would ensure he would not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu, resting in the wilderness, could not help but shiver. My lord, is it because you are cold? Jing Wuji glanced at Zhao Mu with confusion, unable to suppress his concern. We are getting closer to the southern regions now. How could it be cold? I merely have a vague premonition perhaps someone is plotting against me. Zhao Mu spoke these words with a light-hearted tone rather than heaviness, clearly joking. Today is the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival. It is a pity that everyone must accompany me on this arduous journey and cannot return home. Looking at the guards seated around him, Zhao Mu spoke with a gentle expression. Hearing this, the guards smiled warmly and hurriedly dismissed his concern, asking him not to take it to heart. We anticipated this from the moment we departed. We knew we would spend the Mid-Autumn Festival on the road. If our pace had not been swift enough, we might even have spent the Spring Festival outside. My lord, you need not worry about this. As Dong Kong spoke, his expression remained serious, though the flickering firelight softened his features, making him appear gentler than usual. We left the previous town this morning and specifically purchased some ingredients. Tonight's meal will make this journey truly worthwhile. Before them sat packaged braised meats and prepared dishes along with various ingredients suitable for grilling. Since Xiao Mu had prepared the barbecue seasonings in advance, the food naturally tasted far more delicious than anything they had enjoyed in Xianyang City. By the time we return to Xianyang City, I suspect I will miss the unique flavors we have tasted here. After all, the Qin Empire spanned vast territories, and different regions boasted distinct culinary traditions. It was only after leaving Xianyang City that they discovered so many delightful foods beyond its walls. Hearing everyone enthusiastically discuss which dish they had enjoyed most since leaving Xianyang, Xiao Mu could not help but steal a smile. It seemed that throughout the ages, as long as one carried the bloodline of the Chinese nation, everyone shared an enduring passion for food. Noticing Jing Wuji gazing up at the moon with an air of melancholy, Xiao Mu patted his shoulder and said with a comforting tone, "Do you miss your family?" Jing Wuji's family had already passed away, so even if he returned to Xianyang City, he could never reunite with them. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family gatherings, and he must be longing for his loved ones all the more. Xiao Mu understood this deeply, which is why his gaze held particular tenderness toward him. My lord knows my background. I was just thinking, if they were still alive, would they miss me as well? Of course they would. You are family. When you are away from home, they will certainly miss you deeply. But do not worry. The steward is currently with everyone, and they are surely thinking of us as well. Xiao Mu spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone, his gaze toward Jing Wuji filled with encouragement. Seeing this, Jing Wuji quickly suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart. In any case, at the very least, he now had like-minded companions by his side, striving forward together. Had he been raised as before, merely as a tool, a useless assassin, he would likely be living a life akin to that of a puppet now. After the Mid-Autumn Festival passed, everyone resumed their grueling journey on the road. Xiao Mu felt that once he returned to Xianyang City, he would not want to set foot in a carriage again for a long time. By the time they finally set foot within the borders of Nanhai Commandery, a full month had already elapsed since the Mid-Autumn Festival. Throughout this entire journey, they had barely needed to change into thicker clothing. Reasonably speaking, Xianyang City should have been gradually growing colder by now, yet here in Nanhai Commandery, the weather remained scorching hot, requiring garments even thinner than those they wore when they first set out. Nanhai Commandery appeared somewhat desolate, far lacking the bustling prosperity of Xianyang City, but to Xiao Mu this was of little consequence. What he needed to do now was to swiftly locate suitable raw rubber materials and bring them all back. Most importantly, Xiao Mu intended to cultivate rubber trees, specifically to grow them in Xianyang City. This was an exceptionally audacious challenge. Xiao Mu knew all too well that rubber trees could thrive in Nanhai Commandery only because the local humidity and temperature perfectly met their growth requirements. However, the climate in Xianyang City was dry, and the winters there were bitterly cold, let alone a rubber tree. Even an apple left outdoors would freeze solid in no time. Thus, he still had to rely on the power of the system. Nanhai Commandery was predominantly inhabited by minority tribes whom Jing Wuji and Dong Kong even referred directly to as barbarians. Consequently, it was rather difficult for their group to communicate with the local population. Fortunately, before their arrival, Xiao Mu had prepared himself mentally and specifically hired someone fluent in the local dialect to serve as an interpreter, effectively averting any potential communication barriers. However, when he failed to gather any information regarding the plant from the locals, Xiao Mu could not help but find it rather strange. According to his knowledge, rubber trees should already exist in this era. It was highly improbable that no one had ever laid eyes on such a thing. Why then did everyone seem entirely oblivious to this plant? Having braved numerous trials and tribulations together along the way, the guards, seeing Xiao Mu's fruitless search, offered words of comfort, urging him not to lose heart and assuring him that they would eventually find it. Yet in private, they also quietly whispered amongst themselves, wondering if such a thing truly existed in Nanhai Commandery. Xiao Mu was well aware that this stark contrast between expectation and reality could indeed take a severe psychological toll. Especially since they had harbored high hopes throughout the entire journey, finding nothing upon arrival was bound to weigh heavily on their minds. Thus, without the knowledge of the guards, Xiao Mu slipped away, taking Jing Wuji with him. Of course, they were not fleeing, but had quietly ventured up the mountain to search for the rubber trees themselves. "Young master, is it really wise for us to leave like this? Won't they be worried?" Under Xiao Mu's guidance, Jing Wuji had become highly adept at considering matters thoroughly. "I left them a note, so don't worry. Let's go." Taking advantage of his 5-year-old body, Xiao Mu behaved with an undeniable touch of childish playfulness when doing such things. Nonetheless, Jing Wuji was confident in his own ability to protect Xiao Mu, so he did not worry excessively and accompanied him straight up the mountain. Before ascending, Xiao Mu deliberately handed the medicinal powders and ointments he had prepared in advance to Jing Wuji, instructing him to apply them to his body to avoid losing their lives to venomous snakes, insects, or pests on the mountain. The climate here in Nanhai Commandery is vastly different from that of Xianyang City. It is better for us to be cautious. Hearing these words, Jing Wuji obediently applied the ointments and powders. As they wandered through the mountains searching for what they needed, Xiao Mu began to wonder if the rubber trees of the Qin Dynasty differed somewhat from those he was familiar with. When searching for the trees earlier, he had always shown others illustrations he had drawn beforehand. Images of the modern rubber trees he knew. Yet there was no guarantee that the rubber trees of the Qin Dynasty 1,000 years prior looked exactly the same. After all, even watermelon varieties had undergone repeated cultivation in the modern era to achieve their thin skin, abundant juice, and sweet taste. After thousands of years of evolution, it seemed entirely natural for rubber trees to have undergone some changes. With this thought in mind, Xiao Mu looked at Jing Wuji, who was searching nearby, and could not help but ask internally, "System, help me search if there are any rubber trees on this mountain." Seeking help from the system naturally required a toll in points. Thus, after spending 5 points to enlist the system's aid in scanning the entire Nanhai Commandery for rubber trees, he is expected to obtain a result. Host, there are indeed rubber trees on this mountain, but they are quite far from your current location. A round trip may take about 2 hours. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Mu decided to temporarily halt his search. Since the system had already provided the coordinates, his priority now was to return lest the guards grow anxious and climb the mountain to search for them. Having acquired the precise location of the rubber trees from the system, he called out to Jing Wuji, and the two of them made their way back to the inn where they were staying. Spotting Dong Kong pacing back and forth at the entrance of the inn, seemingly worried about their delayed return, Xiao Mu walked up with a smile and patted his arm. "We're back." Upon seeing Xiao Mu, Dong Kong finally let out a long sigh of relief. Heaven only knew how anxious he had been. For Xiao Mu to vanish without a trace alongside Jing Wuji today, leaving behind nothing but a brief note, was truly an incredibly audacious move. Had it not been for his faith in their abilities, Dong Kong would have dispatched every single guard to search for them. "Did you find anything today?" Just as Jing Wuji was about to shake his head, Xiao Mu spoke with absolute certainty. "We have a lead. Although I didn't find the rubber trees today, I've essentially figured out why we couldn't find them. We will head back into the mountains tomorrow. If you all come with us, we will definitely succeed." Seeing Xiao Mu's immense confidence, Jing Wuji found himself unable to voice his doubts, while the guards broke into excited hushed cheers upon hearing Xiao Mu's words. It was not until they returned to their room that Jing Wuji hesitantly asked Xiao Mu, "Young master, why did you tell them we have a lead?" Jing Wuji worried that Xiao Mu was merely fabricating a lie to boost morale. What if they ventured into the mountains tomorrow and found nothing at all? "I truly have found a lead, so rest assured. I wouldn't lie to them about something like this." Seeing the worry in the other's eyes, Xiao Mu offered a gentle smile. Jing Wuji still wore a puzzled expression, but after hearing Xiao Mu's words, he felt reassured. Even without seeing it himself, as long as Xiao Mu said it was there, he no longer needed to dwell on his worries. The following morning, upon waking, Xiao Mu quickly retrieved the mountain terrain map, and following the location indicated by the system, led his guards up the mountain. "We need to collect sufficient raw materials, so on the way back we may need to carry more luggage. Thank you all for your hard work." Standing before the inn, Xiao Mu spoke these words with a very serious expression, clearly aiming to encourage everyone to work diligently. The guards responded with enthusiastic nods. In serving the country, these guards were more dedicated than anyone. After leading them up the mountain, Xiao Mu quickly made his way toward the location he had locked onto. With the system's guidance, finding what they needed proved considerably easier. Upon reaching the rubber trees and seeing the plants so different from the pictures Xiao Mu had previously shown, the guards fell somewhat silent. "Young master, are you certain this is the rubber tree you were looking for?" Dong Kong hesitated for a moment before voicing the question. He did not mean to question Xiao Mu, rather the confused glances of the surrounding guards were too obvious, and he himself was curious, which is why he asked. "Yes, this is exactly the rubber tree I was looking for." Xiao Mu took out the sketches he had drawn earlier and compared them with the rubber trees. Only then did everyone realize that although his drawings differed from the actual trees in some aspects, many features were remarkably similar. This was quite a relief for them, for the shorter the time spent searching for rubber trees, the sooner they could return to Xianyang City. They had already wasted far too much time on this journey. Then how should we harvest the rubber? After one of the guards asked, Xiao Mu picked up the baskets he had prepared in advance. These baskets had been carried up the mountain by Jing Wuji. Take a set of tools from each basket, and following my instructions, make markings on the surrounding trees. Once we have collected enough rubber, we shall return to the capital. Watching the 20 guards diligently harvest rubber under his guidance, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Xiao Mu's face. Once this matter was settled, they could return to Xianyang. In truth, Xiao Mu was also beginning to miss his friends and companions back home. Continue harvesting the rubber. I will take a stroll nearby. After saying this, Xiao Mu noticed Jing Wuji brush off the dust from his clothes and stand up, seemingly intending to follow. Brother Wuji, please supervise everyone and check if there are any areas where their technique needs improvement. Most importantly, remember not to let too many impurities mix into the rubber, or processing it will be quite troublesome. Hearing this, Jing Wuji paused, clearly still wishing to accompany Zhao Mu. But bound by Zhao Mu's order, he hesitated and ultimately stayed behind to help oversee the guards. Only after moving beyond the sight of the guards and Jing Wuji did Zhao Mu immediately call upon the system. System, is there anyone nearby? I need a rubber tree that is a bit smaller. If it's too large, I fear I won't be able to carry it back. Only by bringing back small saplings could he plant them later without raising suspicion. If he casually hauled a towering mature tree back, anyone would find it suspicious. Host, there is a rubber tree sapling approximately 10 centimeters tall at your lower left that can be dug up. Additionally, there are 3 to 5 rubber tree seedlings 10 meters to your right. Guided by the system, Zhao Mu diligently dug up the visible rubber tree saplings nearby and soon collected roughly 50 of them. Zhao Mu took a rope from his spatial storage, tied the 50 saplings together, and placed them in one compartment within his space. Fortunately, he had prepared empty compartments in advance, or otherwise he would not have known how to transport all 50 saplings. Throughout all of this, Zhao Mu was extremely careful. Especially before storing the saplings, he deliberately observed the surroundings and asked the system to monitor whether anyone else had appeared nearby. Only after confirming no one had witnessed his actions did Zhao Mu store the saplings. Having obtained them, there was no longer any need for him to wander about. After thoroughly wiping away any traces of labor from his person, Zhao Mu strolled back to where Jing Wuji and the others were. Watching the 21 people labor for half a day with seemingly little progress, Zhao Mu hesitated before suddenly realizing he had made a small mistake. For him, rubber was something in great demand, so he needed people to help him. However, Zhao Mu had subconsciously assumed that training these guards to handle the task would be the most suitable approach. But he never expected that the rubber harvesting process would be so time-consuming, and relying solely on these guards would undoubtedly take far too long. Under the circumstances, his only option was to utilize a large workforce to reduce the time required. With this in mind, Zhao Mu said to the guards, "Let's call it a day here. After descending the mountain, we will recruit some local villagers to come up tomorrow and help us with this work." More importantly, Zhao Mu wished to discuss a business deal with the commandery governor of Nanhai. Since Zhao Mu had come to Nanhai Commandery bearing an imperial edict from Qin Shi to search for rubber, the governor had been waiting at the town where Zhao Mu was staying since early on. It was only because Zhao Mu had been gathering people to search the mountain for rubber trees today that he had not yet met with the governor. Now that he had time, he naturally intended to pay his respects. If he could reach a long-term cooperation agreement with Nanhai Commandery, they would have sufficient rubber raw materials even after returning to Xianyang City. Once his mind was made up, Zhao Mu grew increasingly eager to summon everyone back. Seeing this, Dong Kong led the guards to follow Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji back to the inn. Along the way, the guards were clearly puzzled as to why Zhao Mu was in such a hurry to descend the mountain. Some even volunteered to stay behind and continue collecting rubber. Relying solely on you all is far too exhausting and too slow. I want everyone to return home as soon as possible, so I have devised a plan. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to train the people I recruit to collect the rubber. For today, rest well. Following Zhao Mu's directive, the guards exchanged glances with one another, yet none dared refuse his generosity at that moment. After all, the ascent up the mountain had already consumed considerable effort, and collecting rubber required not only physical strength, but also a certain degree of skill, making it indeed a rather laborious task for them. If someone could offer them assistance, it would certainly be a fortunate occurrence. Having instructed the other guards to return to the inn first to rest, Zhao Mu then proceeded to the banquet accompanied by Jing Wuji and Dong Kong. The governor had already prepared an evening banquet, making this the perfect moment to attend. Naturally, Zhao Mu did not head to the banquet immediately upon descending the mountain, for he still bore traces of dust from his journey. Due to the hurried pace of travel, his hair had grown somewhat disheveled. Only after returning to the inn, tidying himself, and changing into clean and splendid attire, did Zhao Mu make his appearance at the banquet venue, for only in this manner could he demonstrate his respect for the governor of Nanhai Commandery. After all, he was there to discuss cooperation with the other party, and there was no need to strain their relationship. As soon as the governor of Nanhai Commandery learned of Zhao Mu's arrival, he promptly came to the courtyard gate to greet him. Gazing at the modest building before him, known as the small courtyard within the governor's villa, Zhao Mu was genuinely taken aback. Clearly this was the governor's private residence. Upon entering and witnessing the bustling crowd, Zhao Mu could not help but furrow his brow slightly, though he soon composed his somewhat complicated emotions. Perhaps he was overthinking matters, for in Nanhai Commandery the local customs were generally simple and unadorned. Though the common folk might not live particularly prosperous lives, inevitably bringing about a touch of instability. Yet overall, whether officials or commoners here were quite amiable and easy to get along with. Those officials and wealthy merchants invited by the governor of Nanhai Commandery had originally intended to curry favor with Zhao Mu, this favored figure at the emperor's side. They had even summoned several beautiful dancer concubines to perform at the venue, hoping to win Zhao Mu's favorable regard, and some had even brought their own daughters along. However, when they discovered that the arriving figure was merely a 5-year-old child, and this very child held authority over the entire contingent, they found themselves suddenly embarrassed. This could only be attributed to certain individuals failing to inquire about Zhao Mu's age beforehand, which led to such a significant misjudgment. Nevertheless, these officials and wealthy merchants clearly proved themselves to be remarkable among men. They quickly gathered their composure and ensured the beautiful girls served only as accompaniment, preventing any inappropriate situations from marring the banquet. After all, Zhao Mu was only 5 years old, and if such inappropriate scenes reached the eyes of a mere child, he might recount them to Qin Shi upon their return to Xianyang, potentially costing their heads as pots for the capital's gardens. After enjoying the musical performances and finishing the feast, Zhao Mu turned to those seated at the lower positions and raised a cup of tea toward the governor of Nanhai Commandery beside him, saying, "I have come to this banquet primarily to discuss business with your excellency, the governor of Nanhai Commandery." Hearing the maturity in the other's tone, the governor of Nanhai Commandery set aside his previous demeanor, his gaze now filled with earnest attention as he regarded Zhao Mu. "I wonder what business you refer to, my lord. Does Nanhai Commandery possess anything of interest to you?" Witnessing the exchange between Zhao Mu and the governor of Nanhai Commandery, the other officials and wealthy merchants finally understood that the person before them was not merely the emperor's favorite courtier, but also the Marquis of Jinghua, who had risen to unprecedented honor through his own inventions. "I came across a certain plant in Nanhai Commandery mentioned in a book which would prove invaluable to my upcoming research. That is why I petitioned the emperor for an imperial edict and traveled all this way to Nanhai Commandery. Fortunately, I have already located such materials. Therefore, I hope to establish an agreement with Nanhai Commandery whereby these raw materials are delivered to Xianyang each year in guaranteed quantity and quality. Once we settle upon a price, we may formalize the arrangement." Though Zhao Mu was merely 5 years of age, his dignified bearing and articulate manner of speech commanded the utmost respect from all present. The governor of Nanhai Commandery was no exception. After carefully considering Zhao Mu's words and calculating the potential benefits, the governor of Nanhai Commandery replied without hesitation, "It is truly an honor that Lord Jinghua would deign to notice our remote corner of Nanhai Commandery. I would like to know what raw materials Lord Jinghua requires." Having explained his needs, Zhao Mu continued, "I hope to gather a group of people to ascend the mountain and harvest rubber by tomorrow afternoon. For the quantity I intend to take will not be small, so I must rely on everyone's collective efforts. Rest assured, however, that all wages will come from my own purse, so there is no need to worry about any impact on the local treasury." Upon hearing this, the governor of Nanhai Commandery laughed heartily, protesting modestly, while readily agreeing to Zhao Mu's request. Of course, he also accepted the silver offered by Zhao Mu as a token of goodwill. Though modest in amount, the gift sufficiently demonstrated Zhao Mu's sincerity. After negotiating the cost for purchasing the rubber with his counterpart, Zhao Mu returned to the inn accompanied by Jing Wuji and Dong Kong. Once the banquet concluded, the governor of Nanhai Commandery and his advisor retired to the study to discuss Zhao Mu's conduct. The advisor clearly found it remarkable that Zhao Mu had negotiated such a deal with such composure and could not resist praising his capabilities before the governor. As for the governor of Nanhai Commandery, he had initially harbored some disdain upon seeing Zhao Mu, but throughout their interactions, he had gradually become drawn to the young man's charisma. Now, hearing his advisor compliment Zhao Mu, the governor felt nothing but satisfaction. After all, working alongside like-minded individuals brings greater joy. Then it is settled. Since the rubber our counterpart requires can only be found in Nanhai Commandery, this venture offers us nothing but benefit. Moreover, what pleased the governor most was that Zhao Mu was willing to pay for it rather than simply demanding tribute from the local region. "Lord Jinghua's proposed price is quite fair, so sir, you must remember to sign the contract with him tomorrow. Otherwise, should anyone in his entourage attempt to alter the terms, our Nanhai Commandery could suffer losses." The governor of Nanhai Commandery and his advisor exchanged glances and quickly made up their minds. Meanwhile, back at the inn, after everyone else had departed, Dong Kong followed Jing Wuji into Zhao Mu's room and remarked, "Young master, why spend your own money on this matter? You could simply demand they send the tribute annually to the capital in the name of homage." Hearing Dong Kang's words, Zhao Mu paused for a moment, then said with a hint of helplessness, "Although we indeed have the authority to command them to do these things, have you ever considered that what is forced by orders and what is willingly offered are two entirely different matters? If authority alone could accomplish everything, then why did the Qin Dynasty collapse in its final years?" After hearing Zhao Mu's words, Dong Kong still did not fully understand their meaning, but he had firmly etched every word into his heart. Sometimes when handling certain matters, simply offering the other party a modest benefit can achieve the desired outcome smoothly, without the need for overly ruthless coercion, as that would only bring trouble upon oneself. Having finished speaking, Zhao Mu waved his hand dismissively. Dong Kong gave a slight nod and turned to leave, deciding not to disturb Zhao Mu further at this time. Sitting nearby, Jing Wuji waited until Dong Kong had departed before sneering and remarking, "They only know how to exploit ordinary people. If they gave not a single coin, these folks in such remote and impoverished areas suddenly granted this employment might well be driven to desperation." Hearing Jing Wuji's words, Zhao Mu could only acknowledge them with a helpless sigh. This was precisely the concern that weighed on his mind, which is why he had arranged to allocate a portion of silver as wages for those workers. Offering Jing Wuji an approving glance, Zhao Mu then said, "It seems you have come to understand the reason behind my actions." Jing Wuji nodded vigorously. As an ordinary commoner, he could better comprehend Zhao Mu's intentions. "You, my lord, are truly a man of great virtue." Hearing these words, Zhao Mu merely smiled faintly and said nothing more. Whether or not to be considered virtuous held little significance for Zhao Mu. What mattered most was ensuring he performed each task to the best of his ability. Yet he could not share these thoughts with anyone, for others would surely find it bewildering why he bore such a heavy burden. Such was the circumstances. Who else but Qin Shi, who had cultivated him with the hope that he might one day become the successor to the throne. Although Qin Shi had never spoken these words aloud to others, from the manner in which he had nurtured Zhao Mu had already come to this conclusion with near certainty. Drawing a deep breath, Zhao Mu found himself somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Qin Shi had placed such hopes upon him, a man revived as the son of Fusu? Over the years, Zhao Mu had naturally known his true identity, and he had once pondered whether Qin Shi intended to pass the imperial throne to him because of Fusu's legacy or because of his own capabilities. But now Zhao Mu no longer wished to dwell on such matters, for regardless of the reason, he would fulfill his duties to the fullest. The following morning, the commoners arranged by the governor of Nanhai gathered at the city outskirts, where Zhao Mu soon led them up the mountain to learn how to tap rubber. As expected, with silver wages serving as incentive, the commoners worked with remarkable diligence. Most importantly, the guards who had come to harvest rubber the previous day also sensed the benefits, and as they gathered around Zhao Mu, they could not stop praising his excellent strategy. There is no need to flatter me here. Rather than wasting time on such praise, it would be more worthwhile to consider how we should transport these goods back. Actually, my lord, I have an idea. Before the guards could respond, Jing Wuji, standing to the side, hesitated. He seemed eager to voice his opinion, but unsure whether he should speak. Do tell. What is your idea? Meeting Zhao Mu's sincere gaze, Jing Wuji offered an embarrassed smile before replying. If we can hire these commoners to tap rubber, why not also hire them to transport the rubber to Xianyang? We could organize a dedicated team here responsible for transporting this rubber each year. With modest subsidies provided, I believe the local villagers would be more than willing to undertake such work. Jing Wuji had learned this idea from Zhao Mu's own arrangements. In his view, if they exhausted themselves merely to transport the rubber back, it would be far better to spend a small amount of money, allowing the local commoners to live prosperously while also satisfying their own needs. Why not? Gazing into those clear, sincere eyes, Zhao Mu smiled with a hint of appreciation and replied, "You are quite right. That is precisely what I intend to do." It seemed the two of them were in perfect accord this time. Just then the governor of Nanhai came up the mountain to seek Zhao Mu, and Zhao Mu promptly shared his thoughts with him. Since we require this rubber every year, rather than wasting time sending personnel here, it would be more efficient for Nanhai to handle the collection and transport to the capital directly. However, you must guarantee the quality of the rubber, and this must be explicitly established when we sign the agreement. Zhao Mu spoke with earnest sincerity, and the governor of Nanhai nodded repeatedly in agreement after hearing his words. After all, improving the livelihoods of the common people was indeed a matter of great importance to them. Should the rubber fail to meet my standards, I will deduct payment accordingly. If a substantial quantity proves unacceptable, you will receive nothing, and your efforts will have been entirely wasted. The principle that a small favor breeds gratitude while excessive generosity invites resentment was one Zhao Mu understood well. He was contemplating how to strike the right balance, providing sufficient funds for the commoners to live well, while motivating them to work diligently, ensuring they did not grow idle from too much reward. My lord, rest assured we will handle this matter properly. Hearing these words, Zhao Mu shook his head. He had no intention of leaving this affair in the governor's hands. Each year I will send agents in advance with sufficient funds to inspect the rubber. If the rubber meets satisfactory standards, these funds will serve as your travel expenses. Upon reaching Xianyang, I will conduct a final inspection and settle your payment, including reimbursement for your return journey. After careful deliberation, Zhao Mu still believed that retaining the initiative in this matter would be the wiser course. If he left the funds directly in the governor of Nanhai's hands to distribute, the current governor might diligently carry out his arrangements. But what of the next term? This partnership would span many years, and who could guarantee that every incoming official would maintain such integrity? Zhao Mu put forward several additional requirements, and upon realizing that these conditions would bring no harm to Nanhai, but rather considerable benefit, the governor readily agreed to each one. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Zhao Mu felt a bit embarrassed. However, this matter was genuinely for the benefit of Nanhai Commandery. After careful consideration, Zhao Mu refrained from saying anything more. Watching the commoners happily tapping rubber, Zhao Mu calculated the time. The rubber they needed would be ready in about 7 days. 7 days later, they could set off back to Xianyang. When he relayed this news to the guards, their joy was evident. After all, they had already wasted too much time on this journey, almost forgetting the sight of Xianyang City. When we get back, I must sleep for days. Boss, can I take 3 days off to rest at home? Yes. Boss, I want to go to the mountain temple with my mother and sister to pray. We need a holiday. Right, boss, we haven't rested in months. As soon as the guards heard about returning to Xianying, they crowded around Dong Kong, pleading for leave. Zhao Mu, overhearing their lively voices, couldn't help but smile. No need to go through your boss. I can decide this. When we return to Xianying, I'll ask His Majesty to grant you all leave, at least a full 10 days. How about that? Hearing this, the guards cheered with joy. Dong Kong, sitting nearby, smiled, and thanked Zhao Mu as well. After all, the journey with rough fare and hard lodging had tired Dong Kong too. A 10-day break to rest would be a welcome thing. Back in his chamber, Jing Wuji hesitated before asking Zhao Mu, Master, aren't you worried? If His Majesty vetoes your proposal upon our return, what then? Though Zhao Mu had spoken with conviction, Jing Wuji, mindful of the emperor's authority, feared the promise might not be fulfilled. Rest assured, if we bring back rubber this time, the guards' contributions alone will earn them a commendation in the annals of Qin. 10 days leave, His Majesty will agree. Qin Shi was no fool. He knew well how to soothe his weary men's spirits. Hearing these words, and seeing Zhao Mu's confident gaze, Jing Wuji hesitated, then nodded. Compared to Zhao Mu, he indeed knew little of the first emperor's character. About 7 days later, Zhao Mu had collected all the rubber he needed. Loading it onto carts, they formed a convoy of about 20 vehicles. The Nanhai Commandery governor, worried, said, Perhaps we should send a troop of soldiers to escort you back to Xianying Marquis. Otherwise, bandits on the road could pose a serious danger. The governor wasn't cursing Zhao Mu to meet misfortune. He merely knew that in remote places ill-intentioned people might lurk. He wished only to be prepared for the worst. Don't worry. It's just rubber. If this can be stolen, we'd be utterly useless. Though there were 20 carts, Zhao Mu had already devised a plan, so he saw no need for the governor to assign extra men. Hearing this, the Nanhai Commandery governor merely nodded. On the eve of departure, Zhao Mu paid all the villagers their wages and instructed the governor to carefully select the men to transport rubber to Xianying next year. When they left the next day, the commoners gathered warmly at the city gate of Nanhai Commandery, as if to see Zhao Mu off. Zhao Mu had never experienced such a grand farewell. The sight moved him deeply. After declining the fruits, vegetables, and grain the people offered, their party of 22 set out in high spirits, heading back to Xianying. With 20 ox carts laden with rubber, Zhao Mu assigned 1 guard per cart. The cargo wasn't precious, so he wasn't worried about theft. Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji, and Dong Kong guarded the luggage and supplies, braving the elements on the journey. The closer they got, the more anxious Zhao Mu became. Meanwhile, in Xianying City, Zhao Gao and Li Si were calculating when Zhao Mu would return. But their intelligence was slightly off. They believed Zhao Mu still needed 3 or 4 months to reach Xianying, unaware he had already been on the road for a long time. Hold off on sending assassins for now. His Majesty has already warned us sternly. Any suspicious move might alert him. Li Si was growing impatient, but Zhao Gao, after careful thought, decided to slow down. Hearing this, Li Si hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. After all, Zhao Gao, serving the first emperor closely, though not as favored as before, still had more access to information than Li Si. Following his advice might be safer. This time we must kill him outside. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu's carriage was already nearing Xianying City. Everyone's heart was full of anticipation on the return trip, and their excitement drove them to travel much faster than on the way to Nanhai. Zhao Mu made few stops at the familiar towns along the way, spending most nights in the wilderness. But no one complained or felt weary, for the longing for home overcame all hardship. Most importantly, Zhao Mu had promised them a holiday upon return, so they could rest then. Finally, Zhao Mu had to rein in their reckless haste, ordering 2 days of proper rest before continuing. Rubber might be worthless and not worth stealing, but human endurance had limits. Zhao Mu had no desire to lose lives on this rubber expedition. That would be truly terrible. Yet thanks to their relentless efforts, they finally reached Xianying City by the end of the year. By then, everyone around was wearing thick cotton coats. Zhao Mu had prepared ahead, making sure the whole party changed into warm clothing. Seeing the gates of Xianying City before him, Zhao Mu took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with excitement. Xianying, I have finally returned. It's time to settle those old scores. Gazing at Xianying City, just ahead, a sense of nostalgia was evident in everyone's eyes. Dong Kong immediately dispatched a guard to queue up, as entering Xianying required checking travel documents and other formalities, so they could not simply barge in. Before returning, I received a letter asking when we'd be back. I deliberately lied, telling them it would take another 3 or 4 months. Now arriving in Xianying today, they'll surely be overjoyed. As Zhao Mu said this, a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. Those around him, upon hearing his words, clearly recalled the pleasant surprise they had felt upon receiving that letter. This deception was a collective decision made by all the guards. Thus they too were eagerly anticipating the slightly astonished expressions on their families' faces when they saw them suddenly return. If any family member made a fool of themselves, it would be even more amusing. A young guard, still speaking of his thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle and said with a hint of embarrassment, "Is it a bit improper to want to see others make a fool of themselves?" But no sooner had he spoken than he added, "Yet I can't help wanting to see it." The group burst into laughter. The ordinary people queuing nearby grew curious at the sight of their large baggage. However, because the guards bore swords and exuded an aura of menace, the commoners dared not approach. Sensing the slightly unfamiliar gazes around him, Zhao Mu sighed. The half-year of travel seemed to have made the people forget him, forgotten the young Master Mu once renowned among Xianyang citizens. But Zhao Mu was not bothered by this, for he knew that once he applied rubber in practical life, his fame would quickly spread again. There was no need to show excessive concern over temporary oblivion. After mentally preparing himself, Zhao Mu's expression settled into calmness. Soon the guard who had been queuing reached the front. The soldiers on duty at the city gate, upon examining the travel documents presented by the guard, were visibly astonished. Was the Marquis of Jingwa Zhao Mu returning now? Though the commoners had temporarily forgotten Zhao Mu, these ordinary soldiers always remembered him. After all, Qin Shi frequently inquired about Zhao Mu's news, sending messengers to the city gate, so they were well acquainted with this man. So it is the Marquis of Jingwa. Please enter, please enter. The guards exchanged smiles with the city gate soldiers, then led a procession of over 20 carts into Xianyang. Clearly not ordinary merchants, and with their large cargo they quickly drew everyone's attention. Someone, upon seeing Jing Wuji on the carriage and Dong Kong handling goods nearby, immediately recognized this as Zhao Mu's convoy. At that moment some had already ridden fast horses to the palace to report Zhao Mu's return. What? Mu'er is back. Didn't he say it would take another 3 or 4 months to reach Xianyang, possibly missing the new year here? The slight surprise in Qin Shi eyes made Wang Jian, who had been discussing state affairs with him, smile. Your Majesty, don't you see yet? The boy is clearly teasing you. He used this trick deliberately to give you a surprise. Wang Jian easily turned the matter into a pleasant surprise. Qin Shi glanced at the smiling Wang Jian, shook his head helplessly, and sighed at Zhao Mu and his guard's mischievousness. Such childishness. Nonetheless, Ing Zheng promptly ordered the servants to prepare a welcoming banquet for the guards and Zhao Mu. Let them rest for 2 days first. The banquet will be held 3 days from now. After setting the schedule, Qin Shi urged Wang Jian to accompany him to the palace to see Zhao Mu's situation. Indeed, Qin Shi and Wang Jian caught Zhao Mu at the entrance of the Marquis of Jingwa's residence. Seeing the long line of carts behind him, Qin Shi eyes widened in clear astonishment. Noticing his unusually surprised expression, Zhao Mu, who had just jumped off the carriage, was also visibly excited. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission and managed to bring back all those items. Seeing his obvious delight, Qin Shi nodded, his eyes filled with pride. Zhao Mu's achievements were indeed worthy of his praise. I will first send these rubber items to the estate on the outskirts to avoid causing a stir in Xianyang. Leaving 1 cart of rubber at the Marquis's residence for research, Zhao Mu arranged for the rest to be sent to the suburban courtyard by the household staff. As for the guards, Zhao Mu had dismissed them to rest upon entering the city. As Qin Shi walked with Zhao Mu into the residence, Zhao Mu spoke of his request to grant the guards leave. They have worked so hard. So please, Your Majesty, as a favor to Mu'er, let them rest well at home. Of course. Seeing Zhao Mu's hopeful eyes, Qin Shi smiled lightly and agreed without hesitation. A mere rest. As fine sons of our great Qin who have traveled so long for the nation, how could I refuse them a leave? Hearing Qin Shi words, Zhao Mu's face lit up with excitement. He knew that asking for such a favor from His Majesty would surely be granted. This is wonderful. I'll send a servant to tell them the good news as soon as I return. Seeing Zhao Mu's overly excited expression, Qin Shi shook his head helplessly and whispered a few instructions to the eunuch behind him. Let me handle this. Sending a eunuch with an imperial edict will bring them even more honor. Qin Shi thus took the matter upon himself, a gesture that would surely earn the guards greater loyalty. Observing his actions, Zhao Mu considered and decided not to bother further. After all, Qin Shi had his reasons, he need not overthink it. After escorting Zhao Mu to the courtyard, Qin Shi said, Well, you must be tired after returning today. I won't linger. Rest well. The day after tomorrow, no, the day after the morning court session, come to Xianyang Palace. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhao Mu understood that Qin Shi had summoned him to the palace likely to inquire about the situation in Nanhai Commandery and how best to handle the rubber shipments once they reached the capital. Without hesitation, he agreed to the request. No problem, rest assured. As he watched Qin Shi depart, the weariness on Zhao Mu's face grew all the more apparent. Jing Wuji, who had seemingly materialized from nowhere, quickly stepped forward and addressed Zhao Mu. Master, you should rest soon. In truth, upon their arrival in Xianyang, Jing Wuji had wanted to urge Zhao Mu back to the Jingwa Marquis manor for rest. They simply hadn't anticipated Qin Shi would appear at the manor so unexpectedly. But now, having witnessed their contributions, Qin Shi naturally had no cause to press the matter further, at least not at this hour, giving them a chance to rest properly. After exchanging a few words with the steward behind him, Zhao Mu took a deep breath, feeling as though his entire body might shatter from exhaustion. Urging Jing Wuji to retire for the night, Zhao Mu returned to his chamber. The familiar fragrance of incense enveloped him as he lay down, and sleep claimed him almost instantly. He fell into slumber with the suddenness of one struck unconscious. Meanwhile, across the city, Zhao Gao and Li Si were left dumbfounded upon learning that Zhao Mu had already returned to Xianyang. The 2 men quickly dressed and arranged to meet in secret. What is going on? Didn't the intelligence suggest they wouldn't arrive for quite some time? What exactly is happening here? Li Si looked at Zhao Gao with furrowed brows, his gaze clearly demanding answers. Zhao Gao gritted his teeth, frustration evident on his face. What do you mean by that? I heard this directly from His Majesty's own lips. Would the Emperor deceive me on such a matter? What reason would he have to lie to me? At these words, Li Si fell silent. True, while they were not figures of absolute trust in the Emperor's eyes, they had never been so disregarded that their counsel held no weight whatsoever. What on earth is the explanation? This is far too strange. There is only one possibility. He deliberately concealed his return date to curry favor with the Emperor and win his pleasure. Zhao Gao pondered this from every angle. Only this explanation could account for why Zhao Mu had returned to Xianyang months ahead of schedule. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's assessment, Li Si fell into silent contemplation. Eventually, he could only sigh resignedly and concede that Zhao Gao's reasoning might well be correct. After all, in this matter their grasp of information had been severely lacking. What a wasted opportunity. I should have ensured he perished before reaching the city. Watching Li Si grind his teeth in fury, Zhao Gao harbored his own bitterness. But dwelling on it now was pointless. The target had returned. Could they really risk another attempt? What if such an action spiraled beyond control and consequences proved irreparable? Considering this, Zhao Gao glanced at Li Si, whose brows were tightly knitted, and spoke. In 3 days, Your Majesty will host a welcome banquet in the palace for Zhao Mu and those who accompanied him on the southern expedition. Do you have any plans? Should we act during the banquet? A restless urge stirred within Zhao Gao, but he feared that acting too rashly might draw the Emperor's suspicion, which is why he sought Li Si's opinion first. No, not yet. The Emperor is currently holding Zhao Mu in high esteem after his return from Nanhai Commandery. If we move against him at such a critical juncture, Your Majesty will surely thoroughly investigate to the very end. Li Si finished. Hearing these words, Zhao Gao fully grasped the gravity of the situation. He quickly suppressed his restless ambitions and buried his thoughts beneath a mask of silence. Very well, we shall proceed as you advise. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Hu Hai's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing that Zhao Mu had safely returned to Xianyang. What did you say? Zhao Mu has already returned. But the intelligence from my father indicated he wouldn't be back for quite some time. Had he been certain Zhao Mu could not return quickly, Hu Hai would not have waited so patiently. If he had known earlier, he would have dispatched assassins to intercept him long ago. After all, returning laden with goods would have made the journey arduous. An ambush would have been far easier than attacking on the outbound trip. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury, Hu Hai understood that now was not the time for reckless action. Zhao Mu's return to Xianyang would inevitably place him in the spotlight. At the very least, he would be surrounded by people for the foreseeable future. If he acted now, exposure was almost certain. You've escaped lucky this time. After a deep sleep spanning the entire day, Zhao Mu opened his eyes to find the sun sinking low on the horizon. He could barely discern what year or season it was. The slumber felt as though it had consumed a lifetime. Zhao Mu nearly suspected he had been reborn. Summoning the steward from outside, Zhao Mu learned that he had slept continuously from his return the previous day until the afternoon of the next day. Realizing he needed to report to Qin Shi about the southern expedition, the following morning, Zhao Mu sprang upright with renewed energy, eager to immediately organize the relevant materials in his study. However, his stomach's loud growls echoed through the room, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Rest assured, my lord. Fresh meals have been prepared and are ready whenever you wish to eat. Zhao Mu had slept so soundly that the steward had summoned a physician to check his pulse, only to confirm he was simply in a deep slumber and not ill, therefore not disturbing him. The steward had instructed the kitchen to keep meals ready at all times for Zhao Mu's return. As for food that had grown cold and unappetizing after sitting too long, it would be distributed among the household servants. Bring it to me quickly, so I can eat something. Afterward, I still need to organize matters, for I must report to Your Majesty tomorrow. The seriousness in Zhao Mu's tone was unmistakable. Hearing this, the steward promptly attended to everything Zhao Mu required. After devouring a steaming bowl of chicken soup noodles and washing it down with clearing tea, Zhao Mu hastened to his study to sort through the relevant documents. It wasn't until the moon had climbed high into the night sky that Zhao Mu finally completed organizing all the materials. After another meal served by the steward, Zhao Mu lay down with his satisfied belly, reflecting on how blessed life in Xianyang truly was. Though he had once struggled tirelessly in pursuit of his dreams, a hardship he could accept, the comfort and stability he now enjoyed was genuinely intoxicating. His eyelids grew heavy once more, and Zhao Mu felt himself drifting back into the welcoming embrace of dreams. Zhao Mu felt as though he were floating. He seemed to drift over the towering walls of the imperial palace, entering its depths, and the figure he followed was a tall, handsome man with a refined countenance. The man's attire was unmistakably that of a prince. Zhao Mu had seen Hu Hai wearing similar garments, but those lacked the opulence of this man's robes. Frowning, Zhao Mu tried to speak, but his throat felt as if it were choked, rendering him utterly voiceless. He trailed behind the man like a spectral shadow, wandering aimlessly through the palace. The man was evidently beloved by the palace attendants he passed. They greeted him with warm, respectful bows. Unlike the rigid formality of their gestures, the admiration in their eyes was unmistakable. It was only upon entering the Xianyang Palace that Zhao Mu realized the man was likely on his way to see Qin Shi. Come here, Sewer. Those two words crashed like thunder in Zhao Mu's ears, and he suddenly understood the man was Fu Su. So he is my father. Zhao Mu murmured the words hesitantly, but no one else could hear him. Watching Fu Su and Qin Shi talk amiably about state affairs, Zhao Mu found it hard to imagine that the day would come when they would clash so irreconcilably over political views. Zhao Mu felt as if he had watched an exceptionally long film from the harmonious rapport between Fu Su and Qin Shi to their complete estrangement. Seeing the bloody mark left by the inkstone on Fu Su's face, Zhao Mu yearned to say something to comfort the man so deeply wounded by his father, yet he could not find the words. The enraged Qin Shi, who had just thrown the inkstone, swept his sleeve and stormed toward the rear chambers, utterly indifferent to the son he had once favored, now kneeling in the hall with blood streaming from his head. Who are you? Fu Su's sudden question startled Zhao Mu, leaving him momentarily speechless. You look very young. Are you a child who died in the palace? A child of my father. Hearing these words, Zhao Mu realized that Fu Su could actually see him. Was this not his dream? Zhao Mu even began to wonder if something was wrong with him. But seeing the growing confusion in Fu Su's eyes, Zhao Mu sighed and said, Your Highness, I am not the emperor's son. I am a child the emperor adopted many years later. Fu Su's gaze grew distant as he looked at the translucent Zhao Mu. He sighed and said, So even someone like my father can raise a child with no blood relation with such care. Though Zhao Mu had no physical form, he could tell from the child's plump face, fair skin, and luxurious attire that his father must have been exceptionally devoted to him. Zhao Mu opened his mouth to explain the relationship between him and Qin Shi to lift Fu Su's spirits, but he found himself utterly unable to articulate the bond between them. It was then that Zhao Mu realized he could never speak of the blood relation between them in front of Fu Su. Perhaps sensing Zhao Mu's distress, Fu Su waved his hand, telling him not to look at him so pitifully. I know how pathetic I look now. As the crown prince favored by my father, I have quarreled with him to the point of no reconciliation. Perhaps death is my next step. Hearing this, Zhao Mu studied Fu Su's expression intently and realized that the man had already resigned himself to his fate. But Hu Hai had not yet made any move. My father excels in many ways, and I am profoundly fortunate to have such a father. But in governing the people, one must alternate between leniency and strictness. Drawing the bowstring taut without relief will only snap it. Yet those around my father never remind him of this. It was clear that Fu Su agreed with most of Qin Shi policies, but their differing perspectives on many matters led to such fierce disputes. Zhao Mu sighed and said, Then why don't you tell His Majesty this? What use would it be? Do you think I haven't spoken to my father about it? But he will not listen. After all, I am not only his son now, but also the young crown prince. I hope that many years from now this child will teach my father how to truly treat the people with kindness. I am unable to accomplish this. Fu Su sighed. He was no fool. He could see that Qin Shi harbored some wariness toward him. Because he was the son Qin Shi valued most, the shift in his father's attitude toward him was crystal clear. Well, where did you come from? You should return to where you belong. A child must be more careful in the future. If such a thing happens again, you might not be able to go back. Fu Su smiled, gently noticing a faint resemblance to himself in the child's features, which made his tone even softer. Go back now. Stop fooling around. Hearing this, Zhao Mu gave a hard kick and woke up in his bed. Seeing the pitch-black night outside, Zhao Mu thought of everything he had just witnessed and asked hesitantly, System, was I back in the past just now? Yes, host. Due to your recent exhaustion, a slight fluctuation in the surrounding magnetic field caused you to witness scenes from years ago. Rest assured the system is expediting the resolution of this matter. Zhao Mu found this accident not frightening, but rather bittersweet. If not for this, how could Fu Su have spoken to him? The biological father he had never met was truly a gentle soul. Lying flat on his bed, Zhao Mu sighed. Though he could go back to witness everything Fu Su had experienced, he could not change history and could only return helplessly. But Zhao Mu did not stop the system from handling the matter. He knew that if he didn't, the next time he drifted even further away, he might never return. Thinking of the scenes he had witnessed and the troubles Hu Hai had caused him, a murderous glint flashed in Zhao Mu's eyes. He had never known before that Hu Hai had been scheming against Fu Su behind the scenes. The growing rift between Fu Su and Qin Shi owed much to Hu Hai, as well as to Zhao Gao and Li Si. Damn it. Zhao Mu gritted his teeth and spoke these words. If Fu Su were still alive, Zhao Mu's status would be even more exalted, and if he wished to pursue further research, he would not have to worry about balancing his relationship with Yingzheng. After all, Fu Su as the heir would surely ascend to the throne, and he only needed to bide his time until his father became emperor, after which he could display his talents. Fu Su is such a gentle man, as surely he would not bind his own son to serve the country. What a pity. After letting out a heavy sigh, Zhao Mu climbed out of bed. Outside, Wu Yu heard the sound, lit an oil lamp, and came in to ask if Zhao Mu needed anything. It's not yet time to rise, my lord. If you wish, you can sleep a little longer. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Zhao Mu shook his head. The long sleep had left him refreshed, so there was no need to sleep any longer. Please fetch me a late-night snack from the kitchen, my lord. The kitchen always keeps Zhao Mu's favorite savory snacks on hand, and having just watched a grand film about Fu Su, Zhao Mu felt hungry and decided to find something to fill his belly. My lord, if you don't mind, I will fetch you a bowl of noodles. As someone by Zhao Mu's side, Wu Yu during his stay in Xianyang City had learned many small skills of taking care of people under the steward's training. Cooking is of course one of them. Although I can't perform miracles, the word delicious is a fitting description. Oh good. Then I'll have a bowl of noodles, and if there are any ready braised dishes, please cut me a plate as well. Watching Wu Yu happily go to cook, Zhao Mu sat there, and with nothing else to do began to figure out how to turn the raw materials he had brought back into rubber that could truly be put to use. Although having enough raw materials is a good thing, balancing the proportions of the various ingredients is also crucial. Unable to resist rubbing his brow, Zhao Mu sighed. Although it was complex, he still hoped to develop the rubber as soon as possible. After all, the carriage rattled with such violent jolts that Zhao Mu felt his bones would be shaken apart. Wu Yu carrying and steaming noodles and braised meat, Zhao Mu had already written down what he needed on a piece of paper. He slid that sheet into a locked drawer, then leaned over the table. Looking at a bowl of clear, fragrant noodles and a plate of glossy braised meat, he couldn't help but smile. In the Qin Dynasty, meals were notoriously austere, lacking the many fancy flavors of later ages. Even the spices used in this braised dish were purchased by Zhao Mu with points and through the system. During that time, he happened to discover a wild wheat that could be used for the experimental system. It yielded only a few points, all of which Zhao Mu spent to exchange for spices. Fortunately, Zhao Mu left behind some seeds of the spices, planning to try growing them in a greenhouse. Otherwise, given his needs, wholesale spices from the system would probably bankrupt him. Are you hungry? If not, I can bring you a bowl of noodles to eat a bit. Seeing Wu Yu standing by as if ready to serve, Zhao Mu urged him to take care of his own tasks. It's okay, my lord, I'm not hungry. I had a full meal before sleeping. The Jingwa Hofu treats their servants well, so while there may not be meat at every meal, they are sure to be well fed. After the meal, Zhao Mu went straight to the courtyard to practice his spear technique. Before formally entering the court, Zhao Mu would rise each morning to train in spear. If not for temporarily shelving it to study those things, Zhao Mu would probably have advanced his spear skills further by now. But since he planned to pursue the path of research, being proficient in spear is enough. There is no need to master it to invincibility. After finishing the spear practice, Zhao Mu checked the time and confirmed that the morning court was about to end. Then had Wu Yu hurry to prepare the carriage. He planned to go to the palace to report the matters of this journey to Qin Shi. At departure, Jing Wuji, who had already had breakfast, naturally accompanied Zhao Mu. Wu Yu sat there watching the two men who had clearly endured hardship and grown more mature speak in a solemn tone. Since Gongzi and Jing Wuji have returned, I will have the kitchen prepare something delicious so that the two of you will be as plump as you were before you left. Hearing the other's earnest words, Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji exchanged a look, smiled and nodded. Then we shall wait. Arriving at the Xianyang Hall, Jing Wuji and Wu Yu waited outside the hall to avoid a situation where no one would answer when summoned, and Zhao Mu entered the hall alone to meet Qin Shi. Humble greetings, your majesty. Zhao Mu's words were not finished as Qin Shi urged him to rise and sit beside him. Come here and tell me what happened along the way. I didn't accompany you, and I am quite curious. Qin Shi wore a gentle smile, his gaze toward Zhao Mu like that of a loving elder. Zhao Mu and Qin Shi were already familiar with each other, so he naturally would not refuse such affectionate goodwill. With joy, he sat beside Qin Shi, and seeing the other's benevolent eyes, Zhao Mu began to recount the events he had encountered along the road. On the road, we also routed a band of bandits. Those inside were punished according to their crimes. Those to be detained were detained, which created a calmer life for the local people. As he spoke, Zhao Mu's tone was proud. Qin Shi could tell that Zhao Mu was very pleased with this matter. Were there any dangers along the way? After hearing the interesting or meaningful things, Qin Shi asked this question, which concerned him most. Recalling the assassination that had occurred earlier in the town, Zhao Mu wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure whether he should speak. After all, such matters once spoken would surely. That would worry his majesty greatly. Yet his hesitation clearly proved that an assassination had indeed occurred along the journey. Qin Shi expression turned stern, and in a roughly serious tone, he said, What? Do you intend to hide it from me? The assassination was so serious you intend to reveal no information at all. Seeing Qin Shi expression, Zhao Mu shook his head and said, No, your majesty, Mu'er didn't mean to hide anything. Mu'er was only afraid that you would be angry if you heard it. Tell me what happened. After Qin Shi issued his command, Zhao Mu promptly recounted the tale of the ambush he had encountered in a small town. When he finished, noticing the slight frown on the emperor's face, Zhao Mu said, In truth, the matter was handled swiftly, and the guards your majesty dispatched protected me well, so no harm came to me. Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, Qin Shi looked at Zhao Mu and said, Such a grave incident. Why did you never speak of it before? I corresponded with you several times during your journey, did I not? It was precisely because Zhao Mu had written multiple letters to Qin Shi reporting on the road conditions and the search for rubber that the emperor grew so furious upon learning of the injury, news he had never received. But Mu'er was on the road then. If I had reported all this to your majesty, you would have been worried. After much deliberation, I deemed it unnecessary to trouble you with such matters. Seeing Qin Shi Huang's darkened expression, Zhao Mu licked his lips and swallowed his excuses, then said, "Your Majesty, do not be angry. If such a thing happens again, Mu'er will inform you immediately." After the new year, Zhao Mu would only be 6 years old, so Qin Shi Huang naturally refrained from severely criticizing him for neglecting his own safety. "Enough. I will say no more on this matter. I only ask that you remember to always prioritize your safety." "Understood." Seeing Zhao Mu nod obediently, Qin Shi Huang smiled, a trace of helplessness evident in his expression. "All right, go back and rest now. Tomorrow evening, a welcome banquet will be held in the palace. Be sure to attend on time. You as the chief contributor must not be late." Watching Zhao Mu nod compliantly with an air of submission, Qin Shi Huang finally waved his hand to dismiss him. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Mu found Wang Linger and Wang Li, the sibling pair, sitting in the courtyard teasing each other. "Why are you two here?" Zhao Mu's eyes lit up with evident surprise. Wang Linger and Wang Li exchanged a glance and said in unison, "We came to see how you were doing." After all, Zhao Mu had been away for so long, as friends they naturally missed him. "Quick, tell us what you encountered on the road." "We're stuck in Xianyang City all day with no chance to see the outside world." Both Wang Linger and Wang Li envied Zhao Mu's journey to Nanhai Commandery. The distance from Xianyang City to Nanhai Commandery spanned thousands of li, and they might never have the opportunity to leave the capital in their lifetimes, especially Wang Linger. Wang Li, being a man, could perhaps travel to other places once he entered officialdom. But Wang Linger, once married, would lose all chance of leaving Xianyang City. Thinking of this, Zhao Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Wang Linger was lively and cheerful. Confining her to the inner quarters for life would be a cruel fate. However, Zhao Mu had no immediate plans to act. He needed to first understand Wang Jian's thoughts and Wang Linger's own wishes before making any prudent decisions. Otherwise, rashly intervening in another's life under the guise of help would be utterly irresponsible. Sitting beside his friends, Zhao Mu ordered Wu Yo to prepare some snacks, then regaled Wang Linger and Wang Li with amusing anecdotes from his journey. Upon hearing that Zhao Mu had bought gifts for them from the towns he passed through, the siblings grew visibly excited. Yet even more than receiving presents, they were eager to hear the full story. Good heavens, if only I could visit such a distant place too. When Zhao Mu described the local festivals, lantern fairs, and other spectacles, Wang Linger's eyes sparkled with envy. Zhao Mu sighed, inwardly resolved to have a serious talk with Wang Ling. If he delayed further, Wang Jian might start arranging a marriage for her. "By the way, did you encounter any danger on the road? You faced plenty of threats back in Xianyang City. Surely your enemies would have seized the chance to strike while you were away." Wang Li's tone was earnest as he spoke these words. Zhao Mu nodded and said with a hint of resignation, "Indeed, there was an assassination attempt, and they sent quite a few men. But nothing serious came of it. Even they had to be cautious, unwilling to reveal their identities in public, which constrained their actions." Hearing this, and seeing Zhao Mu's wistful look, Wang Li sighed, understanding his friend's difficult situation. "By the way, why are only the two of you here today? Didn't Meng Lian come?" The siblings exchanged a knowing smile. After a moment, Wang Li explained to the bewildered Zhao Mu, "He went drinking in a brothel with his colleagues a couple of days ago. Grandfather Meng found out, and gave him a severe thrashing. He's probably still lying on his bed, unable to get up." Zhao Mu burst out laughing, his eyes brimming with amusement. "That's hilarious. Why is he so careless? Besides, Meng Lian was barely 10 years old. Visiting such a disreputable place would naturally enrage Grandfather Meng." Zhao Mu found it all the more absurd. "Yesterday, we sent a servant to his mansion to ask if he wanted to come see you today. He specifically told the servant to ask me to stop by his place after leaving yours and tell him about your adventures." Zhao Mu pursed his lips and shook his head, finding his friend's antics both amusing and exasperating. "So are you planning to go? It feels like you're acting as a carrier pigeon relaying my news to Meng Lian." "Of course not. I want him to be itching with curiosity about everything outside Xianyang City. That'll teach him to disobey Grandfather Meng's orders and do foolish things." Though Wang Li's friends had also tried to tempt him into such places, he had never visited those unsuitable venues. After all, compared to romantic escapades, Wang Li was far more eager to become a wise and courageous general, like his grandfather, to fight on the battlefield and serve the nation. After finishing the pastries brought by Wu Yu, Wang Li and Wang Linger stood up preparing to depart. Seeing this, Zhao Mu said to Wang Linger, who was waiting for her brother nearby, "Sister Ling, there is something I wish to discuss with you, and you alone." The moment the words, "you alone," left his mouth, Zhao Mu clearly sensed that Wang Li standing beside them cast a rather peculiar look his way. "Zhao Mu, I truly treat you as my own brother." Wang Li's meaningful remark made Wang Linger burst into laughter, and Zhao Mu could not help but chuckle as well. "I also regard both of you as my own brother and sister. I genuinely have a very serious matter to discuss with Sister Linger, but because this concerns her directly, I would prefer you not to hear it." Zhao Mu's tone was incredibly solemn, so solemn that Wang Li almost felt as if his academy tutor were lecturing him. Seeing this, Wang Li realized that the matter must be quite serious. He nodded and asked Wu Yu, who was standing nearby, to lead him elsewhere to wait for a moment. Once the two of them finished speaking, he would then leave together with Wang Ling. Once he was certain that Wang Li was out of earshot, Zhao Mu was about to speak, when Wang Linger asked curiously, "What on earth do you want to tell me? Your attitude seems a bit different from usual." Zhao Mu tried to curl his lips into a smile to ease the tension, but Wang Linger teased him, saying his forced smile looked rather ugly. Consequently, Zhao Mu abandoned any further awkward expressions and directly shared the thoughts that had just crossed his mind with Wang Linger. "Sister Linger, you are turning 12 this year. Has Grandpa Wang already started nagging about finding a husband for you?" After Zhao Mu hesitantly uttered these words, he saw Wang Linger look at him with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, saying, "Why are you asking about this? I treat you as a brother." Marveling inwardly at how Wang Linger and Wang Li were indeed true siblings, Zhao Mu interrupted her wild speculation and said, "I also regard you as my own sister, which is why I care about this. It seems to me that you do not wish to be bound to the inner chambers forever." Upon hearing his words, Wang Linger's expression instantly grew solemn and somber. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to want to say something, but not knowing how to begin, she ultimately swallowed her words. "Sister Linger, you can say anything to me. If you cannot even trust me, your brother, then whom can you trust?" Looking at Zhao Mu's earnest and solemn gaze, Wang Linger took a deep breath and finally voiced her true thoughts. "Indeed, I do not wish to marry, but in this matter, I have no right to choose. My parents passed away early, and it was only my grandfather and the housekeeper who raised me. To ensure I would have a higher social standing upon marriage, he even used his military achievements to secure me the title of Commandery Princess upon reaching adulthood. I cannot disappoint him now." To show Zhao Mu how seriously she took her impending marriage, Wang Linger did not hesitate to bring up Wang Jian. However, Zhao Mu could still discern the hesitation and uncertainty in her eyes. "But that is not what you truly desire in your heart, is it? Sister Linger, as your brother, I wish for your happiness more than anyone. Wouldn't it be better to make your own choices? Do you not wish for that yourself?" Wang Linger stood there in silence, not knowing what to say. For Wang Linger knew only too well the immense shock and impact it would bring to the Wang family if she were to perform some shocking convention-shattering act at this juncture. "I know you mean well, and I am truly grateful, but some things cannot be changed by just you and me." As she spoke, Wang Linger exhibited a maturity and calmness completely different from her usual self. Had Wang Jian witnessed this, he too would have been astonished that this solemn young girl was indeed his cheerful, laughing, and boisterous eldest granddaughter. "So would you be willing to conduct research with me, or perhaps work at the academy?" As he spoke, Zhao Mu fixed his gaze intently on Wang Linger, wanting to catch her immediate reaction and true thoughts. Sure enough, the moment Zhao Mu uttered these words, a flash of pleasant surprise crossed Wang Linger's eyes, though she quickly tried to conceal it. "I do not." "You do." Just as Wang Linger uttered her denial, Zhao Mu instantly cut off her refusal. "Whether it is your eyes, your tone, or your body language, everything tells me that you do not wish to be confined to the inner chambers." Wang Linger's eyes widened in sheer shock. She had never expected her hidden thoughts to be seen through so easily by Zhao Mu. Yet now that her secrets were laid bare, she found herself powerless to resist. She desperately wanted to voice her rejection, but every fiber of her being screamed for freedom. She wished to be like Zhao Mu, capable of setting off to any destination whenever he pleased. "I admit I do." Having frankly acknowledged the desires in her heart, Wang Linger felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if she no longer held any secrets before Zhao Mu. "I have always envied you all because you are men. You never have to worry about being trapped inside a square courtyard for the rest of your lives after marriage, but I do." The sheer panic in Wang Linger's eyes was plain to see, though she refused to be bound to a destiny so utterly devoid of hope. "Then have you ever spoken of this to Grandpa Wang? He dotes on you so much. Have you ever told him about the fears in your heart?" Wang Linger fell silent, clearly having never done such a thing. She did not know how her grandfather would view her actions if she made such a choice. The mere thought of disappointment in those eyes, which had always looked upon her with kindness, filled her heart with dread. "How about this? Once you return, discuss it with him first. If you can persuade him, then you can make your choice freely. If you cannot, we can devise other plans. How does that sound?" Seeing that Zhao Mu sincerely wished to help her, a glimmer of excitement flared in Wang Linger's eyes. "Very well, I will consider it upon my return and discuss these matters with my grandfather. If possible, I will give you an answer as soon as I can." Seeing the determination in Wang Linger's eyes, Zhao Mu nodded. Watching Wang Linger walk away to rejoin Wang Li, Zhao Mu had no inkling that this gesture, born out of care for the sister he had grown up with, would contribute so immensely to his future. At this moment, he was merely a brother who wished for his sister's happiness. After Wang Linger and Wang Li had left together, Jing Wuji turned to Zhao Mu and said, "Young master, I thought you had feelings for Miss Wang." Zhao Mu smiled and shook his head, reiterating, "I see her only as an elder sister." In truth, only Zhao Mu himself knew the real reason. His soul was, after all, that of an adult. A perfectly normal adult at that. How could he possibly develop any feelings for a girl just barely into her teens? That would be too beastly. Compared to an adorable little girl, he still preferred mature, charming women. However, he would never say these things to those around him. Others would surely not understand his taste. Seeing Jing Wuji's puzzled expression, Zhao Mu interrupted his idle thoughts and sent him to do some work. "Enough of this. Go fetch the raw materials for rubber for me. I'm about to start my experiments." Hearing this, Jing Wuji quickly nodded, abandoning his curiosity, and hurried off to find what Zhao Mu needed. Watching the other man obediently go about his tasks, Zhao Mu sighed. He hadn't expected Jing Wuji to be so nosy. At the same time, he instructed the system to keep an eye on Wang Linger's situation. If a major conflict arose between Wang Linger and Wang Jian, Zhao Mu, as the one who had brought up the matter, wanted to resolve the issue quickly. After all, he had given Wang Jian the courage to rebel, and he must also provide him with the ability to do so, otherwise he would be doing harm. Once Jing Wuji delivered the rubber and other raw materials, Zhao Mu immediately threw himself into the practical development of rubber. However, the process was more complex, as some materials had to be added in strict proportions to achieve maximum effect, and the ratios had to be discovered by Zhao Mu himself. He had not yet figured out the exact proportions when the system's warning sound rang in his mind. What happened? System. Zhao Mu picked up a nearby sheet of paper, pretending to study the information he had listed earlier, but in his mind, he was communicating with the system. Is it something about Sister Ling? Yes, host. When Wang Linger mentioned to Wang Jian about not marrying and wanting to build a career, Wang Jian became angry and confined her to the house. He even asked Wang Li why Linger had suddenly become so rebellious. Hearing the system's report, Zhao Mu sighed. He hadn't expected Wang Jian to be so sensitive about this issue. Perhaps he had underestimated the impact of this matter, or maybe Wang Jian indeed placed great importance on his daughter's marriage. Zhao Mu didn't know what Wang Jian was thinking. It seems I have to visit the Wang mansion. After all, grandfather Wang is no fool. Since Linger came up with these ideas after leaving my place, he'll surely see my involvement. Having said this, Zhao Mu quickly set aside his current work and arranged for a carriage. When he arrived at the Wang mansion, he happened to see a young servant who usually ran errands for Wang Jian rushing out in a hurry, seemingly on some business. Zhao Mu hurriedly stopped him and asked a few questions, learning that Wang Jian had sent the servant to the Jinghua Marquis mansion. Hearing this, Zhao Mu knew the man was coming for him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he entered the mansion and followed the servant to Wang Jian's study. Pushing open the door, he saw Wang Jian sitting at his desk with a furrowed brow, looking furious. Grandfather Wang. Zhao Mu barely managed to greet him before Wang Jian frowned and stared at him, demanding, "What exactly did you say to Ling? She came back and told me she doesn't want to marry anymore. She wants to build a career. What is going on?" Wang Jian's son had passed away early. After marrying off his daughter-in-law, as if she were his own daughter, he lived with his grandchildren. His greatest wish in life was to see his grandson achieve great things and his granddaughter find a worthy husband and live happily. But while Wang Li's situation was still uncertain, Wang Linger had already gone against his wishes. Seeing the flicker in Wang Jian's eyes, Zhao Mu knew his emotions were complicated. Though their views differed, they shared the same goal, to see Wang Linger happy. Thus, Zhao Mu hoped to persuade Wang Jian to follow Linger's wishes. Grandfather Wang, I admit I had a hand in this. I invited Sister Linger to work at the academy. Zhao Mu did not try to hide his involvement in this matter. He knew there was no escape, and there was no point in concealing it now. If he told too many lies, it would only hinder the arrangements for what was to come. Rather than being secretive as if it were something shameful, it was better to be honest from the start. Why did you do this? I treated you like my own grandson. Though I shouldn't say this, I never skimped on your food, clothing, or even our family's secret arts. I don't understand. Wang Jian was not trying to settle accounts with Zhao Mu. He simply couldn't understand why, as children grew up, they would have such shocking ideas. Zhao Mu knew what the old man was thinking, so he didn't take offense at his words. But he had to explain that his and Wang Linger's ideas were not sudden whims, but were backed by mature, well-prepared plans. Only by doing so could he persuade Wang Jian to stand with them. Grandfather Wang, setting everything else aside, you know Linger's character and just how brilliant her knowledge is. Her intelligence. Even the tutors who taught her said it rivals that of a man. Why must she be trapped within those four walls like a caged bird or a flower forever confined to a garden? Zhao Mu had seen too many successful women in the modern world. The charm and achievements they exuded were far beyond what a parasitic flower dependent on others could ever attain. Grandfather Wang, you spent so much effort raising Linger to be so exceptional. Was it only for her to spend the rest of her life with a man who would inevitably take concubines? Zhao Mu, being a man himself, understood men's inherent flaws. He couldn't discipline everyone under heaven, so he simply wished for those around him to live happily and follow their hearts. Wang Jian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Mu's words made him realize that perhaps these children had their own thoughts. But since ancient times, establishing merit and building a career have always been men's affairs. How could a girl? Why not? Grandfather Wang, the Wang mansion is a noble household. If under such circumstances you still believe that Sister Linger lacks capability, then truly no one would support her. Zhao Mu for the moment had no other concerns. He simply wanted Wang Linger to have her wish to see the sister who had been gentle and warm to him since childhood smile happily. Grandfather Wang, I also want what's best for her. That's why I wish to invite her to the academy to handle some matters. If she ever regrets it, I will plead with His Majesty to grant her a better reward. Besides, being in the academy may not be a bad thing. Zhao Mu could see that persuading Wang Jian to let Wang Linger do more would be difficult now, but allowing her to work in the academy was still quite possible. After all, the academy was under Zhao Mu's control and directly overseen by Qin Huang, minimizing the likelihood of unwelcome individuals. Moreover, the academy was mostly filled with remnants of the 6 states. Even if there were male and female students, it was unlikely to sway Wang Linger, who had a strong sense of national identity. Grandfather Wang, I arranged this because I discovered Sister Linger's aspirations. As a persuader, Zhao Mu had rehearsed in his mind how to broach the subject. So after reasoning with logic, it was time to appeal to emotion. Think about it, Grandfather Wang. Since she has such thoughts, suppressing them for long would harm her health. You certainly wouldn't want Sister Linger to fall ill. When Zhao Mu said this, he saw the expected worry in Wang Jian's eyes. Seeing that concern was reassuring. After all, a loving elder is always easier to persuade than one with a heart as cold as iron. But if we let her make choices freely, she might be deceived. Rather than let problems arise, let her stay in my academy. If any issues occur, I can detect them in time and discuss with you. What do you think? Wang Jian fell completely silent, his earlier anger fading away. He had to admit that Zhao Mu's words were indeed persuasive. He was moved. Can you truly ensure that this will not harm her in any way? If she later regrets it and wishes to marry, would these actions become a stain on her reputation? Clearly, Wang Jian had other concerns. Zhao Mu answered without hesitation. No, as long as His Majesty says it's not, no one will dare to say otherwise. Wang Jian nodded, evidently having completely relented. Sure enough, before long, Wang Linger was summoned to the study. Seeing Zhao Mu there, Wang Linger's eyes showed clear guilt. She had been confined before she could explain the full context of her words to Wang Jian. Zhao Mu being brought here must mean that her earlier words had aroused her grandfather's suspicion, leading him to investigate and discover the connection with Zhao Mu. I just discussed these matters with Mu'er as well. Wang Jian sighed, his expression weary. But he soon perked up, because whether grandson or granddaughter, they all needed their grandfather as their strongest pillar. I was remiss as a grandfather before not considering your thoughts. Mu'er is right. Since ancient times Fu Hao could go to war and pacify a kingdom, why can't my granddaughter do what she desires? Wang Linger looked at Wang Jian in surprise, her joy unmistakable. Seeing her expression, Wang Jian felt a pang of sorrow. Just such words of approval made Wang Linger so happy, showing how little she truly asked for. So I can agree to let you go out and work, but for now you can only stay in the academy. Having such an outcome was already wonderful, for Wang Linger had never imagined she would gain his consent. Rest assured, grandfather. I will diligently stay in the academy, strive to do what I can, neither causing trouble for Zhao Mu nor tarnishing the Wang family's reputation. Seeing Wang Linger's joyful demeanor, Wang Jian said no more, merely waving his hand to let the 2 young ones leave. He sat in the study, sighing deeply, suddenly recalling how Qin Huang had once complained to him about his unfilial descendants. So every family has its own troubles. After resolving Wang Linger's matter, Zhao Mu returned to continue researching rubber. The next day at noon, as Zhao Mu entered the palace early, intending to accompany Qin Huang in handling state affairs before the banquet. After all, he hadn't done such things in a long time, and the emperor wouldn't let him off easily. I heard that you plan to arrange Wang Jian's little granddaughter into the academy. Since Zhao Mu had gone to the academy that morning to handle matters and made personnel changes, the news spreading didn't surprise him. Yes, Sister Linger is an exceptional girl, outstanding in interpersonal skills among her peers. Moreover, she is widely read and knowledgeable. If she had the chance to travel the world, she would be even more remarkable. So I wish to invite her to the academy to take charge of some matters. Perhaps she could even become a female teacher there. Seeing Zhao Mu speak so eloquently, Qin Huang sighed and said, but she is a girl. Your Majesty, we cannot dwell on such matters now. Instead, we should unite the strength of all Qin people to assimilate the remnants of the 6 states. When there is an external threat, other contradictions can be set aside. At least that was Zhao Mu's thinking. My greatest insight from this journey is that some places still lack sufficient recognition of Qin. Thus our primary goal is to dissolve the idea among commoners that different states still exist, and women who can raise children within the household might be key. If we change their minds, wouldn't it be easier to start with the next generation to foster stronger identification with and reliance on Qin? The manner in which Zhao Mu spoke with such eloquence and ease reminded Qin Huang of the young man who had once been so eloquent and brilliant before him. Qin Huang's expression instantly became unreadable. You have thought far ahead. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Mu's eyes dimmed slightly, and he quickly perceived the shift in the emperor's mood. What was happening? Why had Qin Huang's emotions suddenly changed? In a flash, Zhao Mu recalled the dream he had that night and the words he had just spoken. He suddenly realized the emperor's suspicious nature had been triggered once more. Yet he did not show any sign of panic at this moment. Instead, he smiled with eyes curved like crescent moons and said, "What can I do? I am a man of Qin. Since I was born in this kingdom, it is only natural that I consider its welfare." Feigning a mature sigh, Zhao Mu spoke these words while stealing a glance at Qin Huang's expression from the corner of his eye. Is that all? Qin Huang's countenance had softened considerably, yet Zhao Mu could still sense the oppressive weight of his presence. Under such circumstances, he certainly could not afford to be evasive at this moment. Besides that, on this journey, I did encounter some people from other towns. They were endearing, but their sense of belonging to Qin was still insufficient. Thus I thought perhaps I could start from within the noble families. Zhao Mu's reasoning was sound. Qin Shi nodded and did not dwell too much on the matter. He had been overly sensitive, just now reminded of the son he had once both loved and hated. But even if you wish to use the daughters of these noble families, there is little you can do at present. After saying this, Qin Shi carefully observed Zhao Mu's demeanor. Zhao Mu nodded, a trace of resignation in his expression, but he did not display any extreme emotions. I know. After all, the reason I was able to persuade Lord Wang to send Sister Linger to the academy to work was because Lord Wang dotes on us enough. Had it been anyone else, they would certainly not have agreed to Zhao Mu's request, and he was well aware of this. Seeing that the other party understood the difficulties ahead, Qin Shi decided not to press the matter further. After all, children's thoughts came and went. Although Zhao Mu's reasoning was sound, it was not easily implemented. Qin Shi did not intend to waste much mental energy on this. It was merely Wang Ling. If Zhao Mu felt joy in inviting her to work at the academy, Qin Shi would not say much to deter him now. When they encountered setbacks, these innocent young people would naturally realize how foolish and naive their earlier actions had been. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Shi dropped the subject and began to discuss other matters with Zhao Mu. Seeing that the emperor no longer brought up the previous topic, Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Qin Shi no longer regarded his earlier words as something to be wary of. The emperor's suspicious nature was severe. He must be more cautious in the future, Zhao Mu silently warned himself. For now he was still young and could use his age to dispel Qin Shi's doubts. But he would grow up. He could not remain a child forever. Therefore he must pay attention to these issues from now on. After a while, as the banquet was about to begin, Qin Shi led Zhao Mu to the venue. Of course, before that, Qin Shi had already arranged for a eunuch to dress Zhao Mu in suitable attire. At the banquet hall, Dong Kong and his guards had already taken their seats, and even Jing Wuji, Zhao Mu's attendant, was seated. Only Zhao Mu's seat remained empty, standing out conspicuously. The surrounding ministers murmured among themselves. Some defended Zhao Mu, while others accused him of being discourteous for failing to attend such an important banquet on time. Jing Wuji was angered by these words, but Dong Kong shook his head at him, signaling him not to act rashly. Jing Wuji could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. After all, Zhao Mu was likely accompanying His Majesty. He did not know where they were. If he started a quarrel now, it would only bring trouble to Zhao Mu. Do you know where Lord Mu has gone? Once Jing Wuji had calmed down, Dong Kong inquired about the situation. After all, the banquet was about to start, and Zhao Mu had yet to appear. To the others, this was indeed a serious breach of etiquette. Gongzi was summoned by His Majesty. I'm not sure when he will arrive, but His Majesty surely won't let him be late. Jing Wuji whispered this, and Dong Kong nodded in understanding. So that was why Zhao Mu dared to be late for the banquet. It was because the one arriving late with him was the reigning emperor himself. The emperor arrives. A eunuch announced Qin Shi approach, and the ministers immediately knelt in unison. Zhao Mu, following behind Qin Shi, was visibly awkward. Once the emperor was seated, he slipped to the side to avoid directly receiving the obeisance of the 100 officials. Qin Shi was already suspicious enough. He should not provoke the emperor's emotions at this moment. For now he could pass off as being young and follow behind the emperor to receive the officials' homage. But as he grew older, if Qin Shi remained full of suspicion, every oversight now would become evidence of future treachery. To avoid such problems, Zhao Mu obediently stood aside. Ministers, rise. Qin Shi raised his hand, gesturing for the officials to take their seats. Just then Li Si suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the main guest of today's banquet has not yet arrived. Does Your Majesty know where Lord Mu is? As Li Si's words fell, those around felt a sense of awkwardness. Some who had been observing the banquet scene noticed Zhao Mu standing beside Qin Shi, yet to return to his seat. Li Si in his eagerness had overlooked this. Prime Minister Li is quite amusing. Look at who stands beside me. Qin Shi pointed a finger. Li Si followed the gesture and saw Zhao Mu standing in an inconspicuous spot nearby. Noticing Li Si's awkward gaze, Zhao Mu offered a polite smile, but his composure was not entirely at ease. After all, what was the other party's motive? Zhao Mu understood it clearly. To harm him in such a public setting. Li Si was truly audacious. A cold sneer formed in Zhao Mu's heart, yet his face remained perfectly calm. Li Si appeared somewhat embarrassed. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but could only offer a bow and retreat to the sidelines in silence. After all, bringing a false accusation was already a deeply mortifying act, and further words would only worsen the situation. Watching Li Si return to his seat, Zhao Mu's face darkened as he took his own place with an air of grim disposition. The moment he sat down, Jing Wuji, seated beside him, leaned in and whispered, My lord, while you were away, many of them showed considerable discontent. Jing Wuji spoke quietly enough that only Zhao Mu could hear him. Zhao Mu nodded slightly, his expression carrying a trace of displeasure as he replied, Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Some ministers opposed him out of strict adherence to protocol. They would challenge anyone who broke the rules. but others simply held personal resentment toward him. The thought stirred frustration within Zhao Mu, yet before the first emperor, he restrained himself from confrontation. Today the first emperor had hosted a welcome banquet specifically for those who had served in Nanhai Commandery, and rewards would soon be announced for their efforts. Zhao Mu refused to let his personal mood disturb the occasion. Sensing Zhao Mu's thoughts, Jing Wuji nodded and fell silent. The guards who had accompanied Zhao Mu to Nanhai Commandery grew visibly angry upon witnessing Li Si's actions. Once Zhao Mu took his seat, they surrounded him with words of comfort. Rest assured, everyone. Today is a day for celebration. I won't waste my thoughts on such matters. Though Zhao Mu's expression appeared calm, his companions at the table sensed the underlying sorrow beneath his composure. Yet Zhao Mu's words left them unable to act, so they buried their discontent for the moment. But Zhao Mu saw clearly that this resentment would inevitably grow into something towering, and Li Si's fate would then be uncertain. From his seat at the head, the first emperor observed the crowd finally, settling down, and spoke. This banquet is held today, chiefly to honor those who have rendered service to me in Nanhai Commandery. Hearing this, Zhao Mu understood their rewards would be generous. The emperor had already recognized them as men of merit. I know many of you were puzzled about what mission I sent them to carry out in Nanhai Commandery. Today I shall explain the circumstances. The emperor had no intention of reporting to his ministers. He simply wanted Zhao Mu to recount their hardships and what they had accomplished in Nanhai Commandery before the assembled court, so that rewards could properly follow. Step forward and speak, Zhao Mu. The emperor's summons was met with a nod from Zhao Mu, who rose and approached him. He described the customs and ways of the people along their journey as requested. Keeping it brief rather than exhaustive, Zhao Mu selected only the most engaging tales which held his audience captivated. Upon reaching Nanhai Commandery, I found resources we would need in quantity, so I struck a deal with them to supply the court, and they shall receive their share of the profits. As Zhao Mu concluded and prepared to step back, he noticed Li Si rising from his seat once more. Your Majesty, I harbor certain questions and hope to receive answers from the Marquis of Jinghua. Zhao Mu did not care to gauge the malice behind Li Si's words, but seeing him rise, he made no attempt to withdraw. The first emperor glanced at Zhao Mu, who gave a slight nod, then turned to Li Si and said, If Chancellor Li has questions, you might as well discuss them with Zhao Mu directly. Zhao Mu had signaled he could handle the inquiry, which is why the emperor raised no objections. Facing Li Si, Zhao Mu remained calm and unflinching. May I ask what questions Chancellor Li has? Li Si responded, Marquis of Jinghua, I wish to inquire. When you mentioned the cooperative agreement with Nanhai Commandery, where did the funds come from? Zhao Mu was visibly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question. Observing Zhao Mu's hesitation, Li Si assumed he had no answer prepared and pressed on, Marquis of Jinghua, you don't intend to draw these funds from the state treasury, do you? The ministers around them reacted with visible concern, their brows furrowing as they regarded Zhao Mu with clear displeasure. After all, none of them wanted to see the treasury's reserves depleted. The treasury bore enormous annual expenditures for border defenses, famine relief, and disaster response across the empire. If this commercial venture with Nanhai Commandery also drew from state funds, Li Si would certainly oppose it outright. Not from the treasury. Zhao Mu answered decisively, having read both the minister's anxieties and Li Si's intentions. Naturally, these funds need not come from the treasury. Zhao Mu began, but before he could elaborate, Li Si sneered, What presumption, Marquis of Jinghua? If not the treasury, then do you propose to fund this venture with your personal fortune? Is this truly business conducted on behalf of the court, or merely a scheme for your own enrichment? Zhao Mu's expression darkened completely. He fixed Li Si with a stern gaze and replied, Chancellor Li, one should bear responsibility when making unfounded accusations without evidence. Li Si was visibly surprised. He had not expected Zhao Mu to respond with such firmness at this moment. You seem to have forgotten that our dealings with Nanhai Commandery are commercial in nature. The goods they supply will be processed and sold, generating sufficient funds to sustain next year's operations. For the first year's transaction, I shall advance the necessary capital, and the repayment will be made proportionally, a plan His Majesty has already approved. So I believe regarding the funding for this mission, no one should question it. I'm raising funds from the people and will reinvest those profits into this project. To take from the people and use for the people, is that not a virtuous thing? Speaking these words with complete justification, Zhao Mu felt entirely confident. Having invested both his own wealth and personal effort, and having brought prosperity to the region, he could not fathom how anyone might still seek to make trouble under such circumstances. As expected, after Zhao Mu had finished speaking, even Li Si, who may have harbored some unspoken grievances, found himself unable to voice them. He could only sit down dejectedly, somewhat embarrassed, and began conversing with those around him about other matters, clearly having no intention of pressing the issue further. But Zhao Mu had no intention of letting Li Si off that easily. Li Si was clearly looking for quarrels, now venting the fury pent up within him. Given this, how could he simply allow the other man to pass unchallenged? Prime Minister Li, I would also like to ask you a question. I wonder if you could offer some explanation. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, Li Si's frame stiffened ever so slightly. Nevertheless, he composed himself, rose to his feet, bowed toward Qin Shi, and then turned to Zhao Mu, saying, I am uncertain what the Marquis of Jing would wish to inquire of this subject. Prime Minister Li, I merely wish to ask, what offense does assaulting a marquis constitute? The moment these words left Zhao Mu's lips, everyone's expressions grew notably pointed. Especially those who were aware of the enmity between Li Si and Zhao Mu, their glances shifting restlessly between the two. Clearly they too had grasped the meaning behind Zhao Mu's preceding words. According to the laws of our state, if one were to assault a marquis, facial branding and exile constitute the lightest penalties. Seeing the deeply troubled expression on Li Si's face as he spoke these words, Zhao Mu felt a considerable measure of satisfaction. He offered a faint smile and said with an air of sudden realization, "So Prime Minister Li is well aware. In that case I have no need to worry further." As for what exactly he was worrying about, Zhao Mu never said outright. Only his meaning-laden smile succeeded in darkening Li Si's countenance further. Qin Shi, overhearing this, let his gaze drift unconsciously toward Li Si. After all, Zhao Mu's words had alerted him to something. Those prior conflicts between Zhao Mu and Li Si had not truly been resolved. And the assassination attempt on the road to Nanhai Commandery that Zhao Mu had mentioned earlier must also be connected to Li Si in some way. Yet Qin Shi could not determine whether this was Li Si's own design or the machinations of those attached to him attempting to curry favor through such deeds. Since all here now understand the matter at hand, there is no need for further words from me. I hope you will all dedicate yourselves to your duties. Should others achieve merit comparable to this, I shall naturally see to their reward. Qin Shi spoke with an exceedingly grave expression, yet everyone could plainly see that he was extraordinarily pleased with Zhao Mu's accomplishments this time. A smile graced Zhao Mu's face as he looked toward Qin Shi, his eyes brimming with admiration. Compared to the Zhao Mu who had just faced off against Li Si, he now appeared far more like a docile and respectful junior. Noticing this transformation, Li Si felt a distinct sense of discomfort. Yet he dared not say more at this juncture lest he provoke the other party and precipitate further trouble. So Li Si simply fell silent, sitting quietly with a distinctly gloomy expression. Zhao Mu was not oblivious to the hostility in Li Si's gaze, but he did not concern himself with it. After all, he had already sufficiently goaded Li Si. Now was not the time to speak further. Qin Shi took up the imperial decree the eunuch had been holding and handed it to Zhao Mu, saying, "Since you are the one overseeing this mission, you shall read the rewards aloud." Hearing this, Zhao Mu's eyes showed a trace of disbelief. He had never imagined that Qin Shi would entrust him with such a responsibility. However, he soon composed himself and slowly unfurled the decree in his hands. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, all who journey to Nanhai Commandery in search of rubber raw materials are honored sons of great Qin. Dong Kong, captain of the guard, is granted 1,000 gold pieces and 3 years emolument, leading a detachment of 100 men. All remaining personnel are awarded 500 gold pieces and 2 years emolument. Jing Wuji, personal guard to the Marquis of Jing, receives 500 gold pieces, the honorary title of light chariot commander, and 3 years emolument. May all serve the Qin Dynasty with continued devotion. This decree is hereby proclaimed. After reading the contents of the imperial decree, Zhao Mu's eyes clearly revealed profound delight. Everyone who had accompanied him on this mission had received rewards, and Jing Wuji had even been granted an honorary title. Though this honorary title served no purpose beyond securing his salary, it nonetheless represented a considerable imperial favor for Jing Wuji. The guards kneeling below hastily bowed to thank the imperial grace. Zhao Mu stepped forward and handed the decree to their leader Dong Kong. Once they rose to their feet, Zhao Mu spoke with evident emotion. "You are all fine sons of great Qin. This mission would have been impossible without your dedication. I traveled safely from Xianyang to Nanhai Commandery and back once more. I thoroughly enjoyed the time spent alongside you all. If another mission arises in the future, I sincerely hope we may serve together once again." The guards were clearly moved by these words. Serving alongside Zhao Mu was for them an exceedingly pleasant experience. Zhao Mu was a superior who was easy to get along with, neither pretentious nor demanding, yet exceptionally diligent in matters he held dear. These qualities in the eyes of the guards were precisely what one should expect from a leader. It was precisely these distinguishing virtues that made him so commanding. Yet Jing Wuji, who stood nearby and had received the decree, bore an expression still marked by palpable gloom. Sensing Jing Wuji's mood, Zhao Mu glanced at him inquisitively, as though wishing to ask something. But before he could speak, Qin Shi, seated upon the dais, asked, "I recall your name is Jing Wuji. Are you part of the Marquis' guard? Are you not pleased with the honors I have bestowed upon you?" Hearing these words from Qin Shi, Zhao Mu immediately detected a distinctly mocking gaze directed at him from Li Si's direction. A flash of irritation rose within him, though it was not aimed at Jing Wuji. It was directed squarely at Li Si. Jing Wuji quickly knelt and paid his respects before lifting his head, confusion evident in his voice as he replied, "Your Majesty, this humble servant is deeply grateful for the dragon's grace and harbors no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Yet during this mission, the person who contributed the most and endured the greatest hardship was my lord the Marquis. Why has no reward been granted to him?" Jing Wuji was utterly perplexed. He had been itching to voice these questions ever since he heard the imperial edict's content. Why did the decree make no mention of Zhao Mu? Without Zhao Mu, they could never have carried out this mission, nor would they have received such generous rewards. If the rewards bore no connection to Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji could not accept them in good conscience. As his words fell, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. No one had anticipated that Jing Wuji would so bluntly point out the first emperor's oversight. Yet even so, the crowd remained silent, watching intently, for they too were eager to learn how the first emperor intended to handle the matter. Those who already harbored animosity toward Zhao Mu naturally hoped he would receive no reward in this affair. Though they knew in their hearts it was impossible, the first emperor's continued reticence kindled a faint, foolish hope within them. The first emperor gazed at Jing Wuji in silence, and Jing felt the weight of that gaze pressing down upon him from above. He lowered his head, but did not yield. Though his posture appeared submissive, the first emperor could discern the unyielding pride in his spine. This guard of yours is truly commendable, knowing how to seek benefits for his master. The first emperor's tone carried unmistakable approval. Those who heard it stared at him in astonishment, wondering whether his words were sincere or merely a pretense. After all, the omission of Zhao Mu from the rewards was indeed peculiar, and they could not fathom what this ever-brilliant sovereign was thinking. Jing Wuji, however, felt no easing of his inner tension. He stole a glance at the first emperor's expression and found it genuinely relaxed. Zhao Mu, standing beside him, did not seem angered either. What was going on? Had he acted rashly? I know the edict made no mention of Muur's reward. That is because I wish for him to accumulate more merits so that he may exchange them for a golden plaque of immunity. The moment the first emperor uttered these words, the entire hall erupted in murmurs. To everyone, the golden plaque of immunity was as valuable as a back door left open by the king of hell. Muur had already spoken to me before for this Nanhai commandery affair. He wished to reserve his merits. But should he continue to create enough value for me after 10 such deeds, I will bestow upon him a golden plaque of immunity. As the first emperor spoke, his eyes held not a trace of impatience, only the fond regard he had for this younger generation. The bystanders, sensing this, felt a flicker of surprise. Once he obtains the golden plaque, every 3 inventions he makes will allow him to use it to spare a life. If not used at that time, the opportunity will be recorded for future need. It was clear to all the ministers seated below that the first emperor was paving the way for Zhao Mu. After all, while the first emperor could trust Zhao Mu unreservedly, his successor might harbor suspicion. With that golden plaque of immunity, Zhao Mu could live comfortably and unmolested. Jing Wuji hastily kowtowed, speaking with remorse. I am but a commoner of shallow insight, unaware that your majesty and the marquis had such an arrangement. If your majesty wishes to punish my ignorance, I beg you to be discerning and not implicate the marquis. Jing Wuji genuinely realized his impetuosity. He should not have questioned the matter concerning Zhao Mu in public, especially not before the first emperor. Thus, upon hearing the first emperor's words, his only concern was that the incident not affect Zhao Mu. It is Zhao Mu's fortune to have a loyal retainer like you. Why would I sever his arm at this moment? Rise. I absolve you of all guilt. Many were astonished by the first emperor's leniency, but Zhao Mu knew it was inevitable. Though the first emperor valued his displayed talents, he also wished to nurture him. Therefore, Jing Wuji, as his trusted confidant, would not suffer a severe punishment for a minor mistake. However, your words have reminded me. If I grant Muur no reward this time, others might think I am neglecting him. That would not be good. With that, the first emperor closed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table. The rhythmic tap, tap, tap made everyone present tense with anticipation. They were all eager to know what reward the first emperor would bestow upon Zhao Mu. You are now a marquis, enjoying a fief of 1,000 households. I will add another 100 households. Thereafter, each time you make an invention, I will grant you an additional 100 households. Though no other rewards will be given, this increase in your fief will bring you considerable benefit. Oh, and I have a hot spring estate on the outskirts of the city. I shall give that to you as well. You are still young, and soaking in the springs will be good for your health. After the first emperor finished, the expressions in the hall varied greatly. Those close to Zhao Mu were overjoyed. The neutrals remained impassive, for in their view, as long as Zhao Mu continued to generate such benefits, giving him anything was unobjectionable. Those who detested Zhao Mu, however, wore sour looks. Yet all were masterful actors. Those who thrived in the court were no fools. They quickly composed themselves and stepped forward to offer congratulations. Seeing their behavior, Zhao Mu sighed, but said nothing, merely reciprocating the courtesies. After the banquet, Zhao Mu rode in his carriage back to the Jinghua Marquis mansion. Eyeing Jing Wuji, who shared the carriage, he said, Why have you been racked with guilt all this while? His Majesty said he would not hold your rashness against you. Jing Wuji sighed, hesitated, and then replied, It is only because His Majesty is magnanimous and you, my lord, have earned his favor that I was pardoned for my minor error out of affection for you. He was well aware that his pardon was not due to his own standing, but solely because of Zhao Mu. My lord, you once mentioned sending me to study, did you not? I have made up my mind. I wish to study diligently, so that I may no longer be a man of mere brute courage. The study Jing Wuji referred to included not only learning military strategy and relevant knowledge from Wang Jian, but also accompanying him to the academy for formal education. Earlier, Jing Wuji had been resistant, believing that learning useless book knowledge was a waste of time. But now he realized that without mastering such knowledge he would only be a burden to Zhao Mu. You understand now. Let us begin tomorrow. After the banquet concluded, Zhao Mu devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of rubber. Of course, besides that, he also concerned himself with matters related to Wang Ling. After all, it was he who had encouraged Wang Linger to pursue her dreams. If he failed to support her at this juncture, he would feel somewhat remiss. Tomorrow would be the first time Wang Linger went to work at the academy. The night before, Zhao Mu retired early to ensure he could accompany her punctually the next day and brief her on important matters. Early the next morning, Zhao Mu woke up and immediately arranged for a carriage to the Wang residence. He had expected to wait for a while upon arriving at the mansion, but to his surprise, Wang Linger was already waiting at the gatehouse. Spotting Zhao Mu's carriage approaching, she rushed out excitedly. Wang Jian, who had been accompanying her, sighed helplessly and followed, addressing Zhao Mu. I'm entrusting your sister Linger to your care for now. If anything happens, you can tell me. After all, he felt he had already made a significant concession in this matter, so he could not afford to be lax about other things. Rest assured, Grandpa Wang. Sister Linger is also my sister. I naturally hope she thrives there. Wang Linger smiled and cajoled Wang Jian, telling him not to worry. The academy is Muer's territory. Who could bully me there? Don't worry, Grandpa. Watching Wang Linger happily board the carriage, Wang Jian's eyes were filled with unshakable concern. Yet he did not wish to stop the joyful Wang Linger. Wang Li silently followed behind, and once aboard the carriage the siblings began chattering away. From last night, Grandpa has been wrestling with this decision. He even considered stopping you. Hearing this, Wang Linger was visibly surprised. She had not known this, so she could only pat her chest with some worry, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Thank goodness Grandpa didn't stop me, or I would have been truly angry. After all, she had pleaded for a long time to get this opportunity. She absolutely did not want to be bundled back to her room at the last moment. Don't worry. Grandpa Wang is not that kind of person. He may hesitate, but in the end he will support you. Zhao Mu would have found it too absurd if he couldn't even be sure of that. Upon arriving at the academy and seeing its orderly state, Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief, his expression visibly relaxing. The students from the former 6 kingdoms coming and going greeted Zhao Mu respectfully upon seeing him, showing no signs of perfunctory behavior. Sensing their deference, Zhao Mu's expression carried a hint of gratification. Wang Linger, observing the scene, could not help but smile. Right now you look exactly like Grandpa when he sees us achieving academic success. Zhao Mu's expression turned somewhat helpless. However, he quickly composed himself and led Wang Linger and Wang Li to his office. Starting tomorrow, Brother Wang, Li can hand over all tasks to me. Since Grandpa Wang seems to want you to become a military officer, you may not have the chance to continue working here. As he said this, Zhao Mu's tone carried a hint of reluctance. After all, having someone to share his burdens was indeed a relief. But Wang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was not particularly adept at these tasks, and leaving as soon as possible was a good thing for him. And Sister Linger, your first job here will be as a teaching assistant. The position of teaching assistant was one Zhao Mu had created when he managed the academy. The main responsibility of the position was to watch over the students each day, ensuring they completed their daily assignments, and then dismiss them after verifying the work. Thus, the teaching assistant's role was also crucial to the academy. After listening to Zhao Mu explain the daily tasks, Wang Linger nodded without hesitation. Don't worry. I can definitely handle such a simple task. No need to fret. The Wang household had no mistress, so many matters were managed by Wang Linger and the steward together. Managing a large group of people was not difficult for her. Take it easy, Sister Ling. Actually, the students won't dare to be too unruly because there are other supervisors. Just do what you need to do. Zhao Mu had arranged the relevant personnel at every checkpoint very properly, so the teaching assistant role was merely a starting point for Wang Linger. Once you do well, gradually there will be other tasks assigned to you. I'm sure Sister Linger will find additional value in the academy. I'll take you back today. Starting tomorrow, you can take the Wang family carriage to the academy and return home by carriage every day. The academy was originally within Xianyang City, and the carriage ride to the Wang mansion took no more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. So Wang Linger did not need to lodge like the other resident teachers. Going back is better as there are some family matters to attend to. Wang Linger's eyes were full of eager anticipation. Today Zhao Mu was to hand over duties to Wang Li, so he would stay at the academy for a longer time, just in time to observe how Wang Linger's work would generally go. When it was time for self-study, Wang Linger entered the classroom and sat in the teaching assistant's seat. The students below stirred noticeably. Ji Hu even stepped forward, directly pointing at Wang Linger and saying to Zhao Mu, "Principal, we tolerate a child like you overseeing us because of your profound knowledge and because you were appointed by His Majesty. But why should a woman like her sit in the teaching assistant's seat?" Zhao Mu knew that bringing Wang Linger to work would provoke comments, but he was not worried. He merely glanced at Ji Hu calmly and then said, "Starting today, teaching assistant Wang will be in charge of your self-study periods. She is responsible for checking the completion of your daily assignments and recording relevant feedback to the teachers. If you have any academic questions, you can record them in a book and give them to her, and she will forward them to the teachers." Zhao Mu clearly ignored Ji Hu's question. Ji Hu frowned angrily as if he was about to lunge forward, grab Wang Linger's arm, and drag her away. In that critical moment, Ji, who suddenly felt his body lighten, and then his back slammed heavily onto the ground. A foot pressed hard against his chest. Ji, who hadn't even reacted to what had transpired, knew everything was already settled. The headmaster has already made it clear. The position of teaching assistant does not exist to answer all your questions. When my martial strength can subdue you, I have the right to discipline you. Do you understand? Zhao Mu hadn't even had the chance to say a word before all of this was settled at Wang Linger's hands. Watching her valiant and spirited figure, Zhao Mu clapped his hands with eyes full of admiration. To be honest, he hadn't expected Wang Linger to possess such a skill. It did take him somewhat by surprise. But this was for the best. With Wang Linger's capable and decisive nature, there would be no significant issues when disciplining the students in the future. Previously, he had worried that Wang Linger might be bullied by these people. Now he found himself more concerned about whether these students would be the ones disciplined by her. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Step forward. Our family's descendants have never feared a fight. Wang Linger spoke these words with a stern expression. The aura emanating from her was imposing. She looked more like a general fresh from the battlefield than a young lady raised in seclusion. Zhao Mu was genuinely pleasantly surprised. Having spent considerable time with Wang Linger before, he had never imagined she possessed such a formidable presence. He realized his judgment had been shallow. How could someone like Wang Linger ever be subdued by those strict social conventions? She would forever be an eagle soaring through the azure sky, forever a blazing flame. Ji, who was one of the most formidable martial artists in the entire academy. If even he had been pinned to the ground by Wang Linger with a crushing step, leaving him unable to rise, who among the others could possibly resist? So when Wang Linger asked if anyone wished to step forward, all of them lowered their heads, showing no intention to fight back. Seeing this, Wang Linger nodded, a hint of satisfaction in her tone. How you treated other teaching assistants, so shall you treat me. If I discover any of you pretending compliance while harboring defiance, or believing you can bully me simply because I am a woman, we shall see who is truly the one bringing shame. After speaking these words, silence fell upon the classroom. The students dared not utter another word. As soon as Wang Linger lifted her foot, Ji, who scrambled to his seat, too intimidated to say anything. The incident was indeed humiliating. Should he draw further attention, everyone would immediately recall his shameful deeds. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After the self-study session ended and all the students had dined and rested, Zhao Mu then departed from the academy with Wang Li and Wang Ling. Once seated in the carriage, Wang Linger reverted to her gentle, girlish demeanor, a complete contrast to the imposing figure she had been at the academy. At the academy, she had seemed like a female general. How was I? Was I too harsh? Will they think I'm difficult to get along with? After all, this was her first time handling such matters. Though she had been brave in the moment, she now felt there were imperfections in her performance. You did excellent. Not even those male teaching assistants would match your caliber. Zhao Mu's praise brought a smile to Wang Linger's face. Seeing this, Zhao Mu couldn't help but say, I truly didn't expect you to be so skilled, Sister Ling. I had assumed Brother Wang Li was the more accomplished of you two. Wang Li chuckled and shook his head, clearly disagreeing before replying. My sister's abilities are on par with mine. She is indeed exceptionally formidable. To have cultivated herself to such a level as a woman was something Wang Li genuinely admired. After safely seeing Wang Linger and Wang Li back to the Wang residence, Zhao Mu declined Wang Jian's invitation to dine together and returned to the Jinghua Marquis Manor with Jing Wuji. Only when Zhao Mu and Jing Wuji were alone in the carriage did Jing Wuji finally speak. Who would have thought Miss Wang was so formidable? Jing Wuji had accompanied them throughout the day. Though he remained silent like a mere backdrop, he had observed every detail. And he too was deeply impressed by Wang Linger's actions. That is precisely why confining her within 4 square walls would be a waste of her talents. What we have now is just right. Watching the admiration in Zhao Mu's eyes, Jing Wuji nodded, lost in thought. After Wang Linger became familiar with the academy, Zhao Mu no longer stayed the entire day there as he had on the first day. He continued with his previous routine, conducting research at the Jinghua Marquis Manor each morning, then resting after lunch before heading to the academy to handle matters. Whenever there were research results, he would visit the small courtyard in the suburbs to consult with those experienced masters. Soon Zhao Mu had successfully developed rubber. With the raw materials in hand, the entire process went much faster than he had anticipated. After several early failures, Zhao Mu had expected rubber research to lag behind other endeavors. Yet the speed far exceeded his expectations. Gazing at the resilient and elastic rubber, Zhao Mu's eyes were filled with excitement. He quickly crafted rubber tires, removed the wheels from a single-wheel cart, mounted the new tires, and reassembled the cart. He summoned the steward nearby and asked him to push the cart. Feeling its smoothness, the steward exclaimed with delight, "Young master, this cart rides exceptionally steadily. There is no trembling whatsoever." Previously, when transporting goods with the single-wheel cart, the greatest fear was encountering bumpy roads. For once on such terrain, the cargo would easily spill onto the ground. Now, after retrofitting the cart, it ran far more smoothly, eliminating worries about uneven terrain. The purpose of researching rubber was exactly to achieve this. If we can apply rubber to carriages, our travels will become far more comfortable. Zhao Mu quickly organized all the documents and sent word to the academy instructing them to handle affairs independently for the day. Then Zhao Mu headed straight to the suburban courtyard to teach the craftsmen the rubber formula and production process. Furthermore, Zhao Mu specifically had them forge several molds to create tread patterns on the tires, thereby increasing friction and durability. Soon the modified carriage was delivered to the imperial palace. The first emperor gazed upon the massive contraption being wheeled in surprise, evident in his thoughts. However, upon seeing Zhao Mu leap down from the carriage, his demeanor softened considerably. What is this? The first emperor scrutinized the carriage placed before him from top to bottom, his brows slightly furrowed with a hint of inquiry. This, your majesty, is a carriage I recently fitted with rubber and reconfigured internally, specifically prepared for you. As Zhao Mu spoke these words, a faint smile played across his face, clearly intending to please the first emperor. Prepared specifically for me. A trace of curiosity flashed across the first emperor's expression as he approached the carriage to inquire whether it possessed any other distinctive features. After escorting the first emperor aboard, Zhao Mu gave an overview of the interior furnishings. Observing the small folding table and custom-crafted tableware designed to remain stable within the moving carriage, the first emperor's expression grew noticeably more approving. He had not previously considered that magnets could be employed to secure these items in place, a notion that only deepened his satisfaction. Beyond this, your majesty, the carriage's most remarkable feature is that it never tires during travel. As Zhao Mu spoke, he gestured to the coachman waiting outside. The coachman promptly took control of the carriage, and the resulting smoothness made it feel as though gliding effortlessly across level ground. While the palace grounds were generally smoother than the roads outside, the constant passage of carriages inevitably produced an uneven ride. Yet now, with the addition of rubber tires, the carriage moved with an almost fluid smoothness, as though skimming across still water, which struck the first emperor as genuinely fascinating. So this is the carriage you have built, the very one you spoke of utilizing rubber for? Upon hearing the first emperor's question, Zhao Mu nodded, his tone resolute. Indeed, it is, your majesty. What are your thoughts? The first emperor was thoroughly pleased. Truth be told, had he not ridden in this carriage, he would never have imagined such comfort was possible. If this could be widely promoted, such carriages would surely prove popular among the nobility. The others the first emperor referred to were naturally the high officials and distinguished elites of the Qin Dynasty. Your majesty, might we then pursue this rubber trade? Moreover, rubber tires will wear with time and require replacement, creating yet another revenue stream. Observing the unmistakable excitement in Zhao Mu's eyes as he spoke, the first emperor sighed, offering a somewhat resigned smile before replying. Then, since this is the case, I shall entrust this enterprise to you. How does that sound? Taken aback by such an unexpected answer, Zhao Mu hesitated before tentatively responding, but I fear others will speak ill of me. When we negotiated the rubber trade with Nanhai Commandery, there was already considerable unrest. Zhao Mu harbored no genuine fear of such matters. He voiced these concerns merely to compel the first emperor to publicly endorse his actions, thereby silencing any dissent. With the first emperor's explicit support and imperial decree, none would dare raise objections, at least not at this moment. As anticipated, after weighing Zhao Mu's concerns thoughtfully, the first emperor replied, Your words hold merit. Very well, I shall grant you special permission to oversee this enterprise. Noticing Zhao Mu's eyes light up suddenly, the first emperor sighed. However, no matter how demanding your duties become, you must not neglect your studies. When was the last time you devoted yourself properly to your books? Hearing this, Zhao Mu felt immediately guilty. Indeed, since driving away Li Si, he had hardly given a thought to his scholarly pursuits. Had it not been for the system's assistance and the foundation of knowledge he had previously acquired, he would scarcely possess the ability to hold his position at the academy. Noticing the palpable unease in Zhao Mu's gaze, the first emperor counseled patiently, I may permit you to pursue your inventions alongside your studies, yet your most urgent priority remains the pursuit of wisdom through learning. The first emperor harbored his own plans. Should Zhao Mu fail to grasp even the fundamentals of classical learning, he would deviate from the direction the emperor had originally intended to cultivate. I understand, your majesty. Rest assured. I shall return to the academy at once and devote myself to my studies properly. Seeing Zhao Mu agree so readily, the first emperor nodded with visible satisfaction. With the first emperor's blessing secured, the rubber enterprise fell entirely under Zhao Mu's purview. Both the procurement and sale of raw materials and the distribution of finished rubber goods were left to his arrangements. Upon hearing of this arrangement, certain court ministers naturally harbored discontent and even submitted memorials accusing Zhao Mu of competing with common folk for profit. Yet this matter had originally been sanctioned by the first emperor himself. Upon receiving these impeachment memorials, the emperor harshly rebuked those who dared to malign his trusted minister behind closed doors. When Zhao Mu learned of these developments, he displayed remarkably little reaction. Instead, those around him grew indignant on his behalf, viewing the accusations as grievous injustice. Taken aback by his friend's vehement response, Zhao Mu set aside time to offer words of comfort to Wang Linger, who served at the academy, and to Wang Li, who happened to arrive to collect his sister from work. His days at the academy proved anything but tranquil. Within its walls, the descendants of the 6 conquered kingdoms constantly schemed to find ways to escape. With Zhao Mu present at the academy throughout the day, friction between the two groups was inevitable. Yet as the academy's headmaster, Zhao Mu inherently held the advantage of authority. Coupled with the system's assistance, any troubles stirred by these students were largely defused with relative ease. Though the scholars of the former 6 kingdoms harbored various ulterior motives, the repeated provocations only reinforced their awareness of Zhao Mu's formidable strength. Realizing they posed no genuine threat, they eventually abandoned their self-destructive schemes of wounding 1,000 enemies at the cost of 1,000 themselves. With the academy's atmosphere finally settling into tranquil scholarly pursuits, Zhao Mu threw himself wholeheartedly into his studies. Yet even amid his lessons, he did not abandon his research endeavors. However, guided by the first emperor's instructions and his own deliberate caution, his subsequent inventions focused primarily on modest improvements benefiting ordinary citizens, small innovations unlikely to stir political controversy. Nevertheless, through diligent effort, Zhao Mu successfully amassed all the requirements needed to redeem the imperial pardon token. Time marched swiftly onward. Upon reaching his 12th year, as his birthday celebrations approached, the first emperor resolved to host an elaborate feast in Zhao Mu's honor. Throughout these 7 years, Li Si and Zhao Gao had never ceased their schemes against Zhao Mu. After all the more discoveries, Zhao Mu made the greater threat he posed to them. Thus they dared not let Zhao Mu go easily at this time, hoping to crush him while he was still weak before he grew too powerful. Unfortunately, every one of their plans had been inadvertently foiled by Zhao Mu. Even several carefully orchestrated assassination attempts were effortlessly evaded by him, making Zhao Gao and Li Si increasingly aware of how troublesome his resistance had become. Zhao Mu could sense that as he matured, Qin Shi gaze toward him carried traces of nostalgia, occasionally pierced by unexpected wariness. Nevertheless, Zhao Mu more often detected genuine care in the emperor's demeanor, so he typically deflected those moments of suspicion with playful charm and affectionate behavior. Gazing at his reflection, Zhao Mu understood the source of that wariness. The resemblance in his eyes to Fu Su was unmistakable. While others might merely find the eyes vaguely familiar, Qin Shi, as Fu Su's father, would surely perceive how closely they mirrored the son he had once cherished. Therefore, Zhao Mu took care not to provoke the emperor's sensitivities. As was customary, Zhao Mu joined Qin Shi at the Xianyang Palace to review memorials together. Observing how the young man had shed his childishness and developed an elegant bearing, the emperor reflected on life's impermanence and said, 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You're growing into a young man now. Once your birthday celebration concludes, do you have any plans? Over these years, Zhao Mu's reputation in Xianyang extended beyond his inventive talents. It was primarily his literary renown that spread. Writing and scholarly pursuits had become Zhao Mu's forte, so over the following years, Qin Shi stopped pressuring him to remain at the academy and instead gradually introduced him to various philosophical schools. The emperor hoped this open approach would strengthen Zhao Mu's grasp of different doctrines, enabling him to better recruit their followers for the Qin Dynasty's service. After all, the teachings of the 100 schools flourished among the people following Qin's unification. Recruiting such talented scholars would undoubtedly benefit the dynasty. Therefore, after hosting Zhao Mu's birthday banquet, Qin Shi wished to learn whether the young man had other plans, and if not, might offer some guidance. Noticing the emperor's intent to speak, Zhao Mu smoothed his garments and knelt properly before him. Your Majesty, what instructions do you have for your servant? Observing Zhao Mu's bright, eager eyes, Qin Shi nodded and shared his thoughts with him. I hope you will journey to study across the empire after the birthday celebration, visiting every corner of Qin to observe local customs and traditions, and most importantly, to recruit distinguished talents for the court. Years prior, when Qin Shi had grown interested in Taoist alchemy and intended to experiment with elixirs, Zhao Mu had exposed the toxic substances hidden within them through certain methods. Under Zhao Mu's guidance, the emperor had increasingly focused on maintaining his health through proper regimens, gradually setting aside his former obsession with alchemical pills. Free from the dangers of alchemical pills and bolstered by Zhao Mu's behind-the-scenes assistance and the miraculous medicines from his system, Qin Shi appeared remarkably healthy. More crucially, his mind remained sharp and undiminished by age, enabling him to clearly discern the merits and drawbacks of every matter. Thus, his primary motivation for sending Zhao Mu on this scholarly journey was to recruit talented individuals. Surprised that the emperor would involve him in such personnel matters, Zhao Mu hesitated momentarily. Though he longed to accept the proposal, Zhao Mu worried the emperor might grow suspicious should he succeed. After all, those recruited would naturally owe their allegiance to whoever brought them forward. While the talents Zhao Mu recruited would serve the Qin dynasty loyally, they would undoubtedly show him some deference. This made him concerned that the emperor might feel uneasy when relying on individuals whose primary loyalty was to him rather than the throne. I understand your concerns, Qin Shi said with a weary smile. Go forth with confidence. I have my own arrangements. Over these 7 years, though aging, the emperor's mind had only grown clearer. The things he had done to Fu Su had become a hidden wound in his heart, and he refused to repeat those mistakes now. Zhao Mu, seated before him, bore a striking resemblance to Fu Su, yet was utterly unlike him in spirit. Qin Shi could feel the vibrant vitality and boundless energy radiating from Zhao Mu. His expansive mind and magnanimous heart were precisely the qualities befitting a ruler. If Zhao Mu could acquire greater wisdom through this journey of exploration, it would surely benefit him greatly in the years to come. Yet I fear those who come to Xianying may not prove entirely loyal. Zhao Mu's words were clearly a subtle reminder of certain unspoken truths between them. But Qin Shi seemed to dismiss his concerns with a nod, saying, I understand your worries, yet I must entrust this to you. My faith in your abilities is absolute, as evidenced by what those scholars at the academy have already accomplished. The emperor was referring to the scholars from the former 6 states who, nurtured by the academy's teachings, had largely chosen to devote themselves to Qin's construction. This outcome had surprised everyone when the academy was first established. Even Li Si and Zhao Gao could find no fault to criticize regarding Zhao Mu's role in this matter, which is why Qin Shi trusted him so deeply. Seeing this, Zhao Mu ceased his hesitation. Your Majesty need not worry. When I travel and encounter worthy talents, I shall surely bring them to Xianying to serve the nation. With Zhao Mu's assurance, Qin Shi expression visibly softened. As the birthday banquet drew nearer, Zhao Mu remained composed, while Wang Linger, Wang Li, and Meng Lian, who had come to his residence, appeared far less at ease. Though the birthday banquet will be held within the palace, we should still celebrate among ourselves. Tell me, Zhao Mu, how do you intend to mark the occasion? The speaker was naturally Meng Lian, who most eagerly sought to join the festivities. Seated beside him, Wang Linger, through 7 years of experience at the academy, had cultivated an imposing presence. Anyone who saw her would remark that no tiger daughter is born into a general's family. Now, speaking of Zhao Mu's birthday banquet, she too wore an expression that was both relaxed and dignified. Upon hearing Wang Linger's words, Meng Lian instantly turned his attention to Zhao Mu, who sat nearby, seemingly immersed in some unknown contemplation. Hey Zhao Mu, how do you plan to celebrate your birthday? Meng Lian's eyes shone with curiosity. On my birthday, hasn't His Majesty already stated that he will host a grand banquet in the palace to celebrate for me? Since that is the case, there should be no need for me to make any preparations. Zhao Mu's expression was entirely composed. Clearly, he did not pay much heed to his own birthday. Hearing this, however, Meng Lian could not help but feel somewhat speechless. Beside them, Wang Linger chuckled and said, We were just discussing whether we should celebrate for you in private. After all, a palace banquet is bound to be stifling with constraints, leaving you no room to truly relax. Only then did Zhao Mu understand the trace of helplessness that had lingered in Meng Lian's gaze earlier. If that is the case, it is not a bad idea. You may arrange it however you like. I have no objections. Zhao Mu had always been highly receptive to his friend's care, and he was never one to fuss over such matters. However, catching the sudden gleam in Meng Lian's eyes, and recalling his friend's history of questionable ideas, Zhao Mu quickly added, Do not invite any strangers. Sure enough, the moment Zhao Mu spoke, Meng Lian's burgeoning excitement withered, and he let out a helpless sigh. I was actually planning to invite some beautiful maidens to sing and dance at your birthday feast. Seeing his disappointed look, Wang Li immediately mocked him with a laugh. Who do you think Zhao Mu was warning? It was obviously you. We still remember your past antics vividly. Wang Li's retort made Meng Lian curl his lips in annoyance, and his dejected expression sent the entire group into fits of laughter. At that moment, Wang Linger, recalling Zhao Mu's earlier expression, asked curiously, You seem to have something on your mind. Did something happen? Have Li Si and Zhao Gao caused trouble for you again? Since Wang Linger and Wang Li were now firmly aligned with Zhao Mu, he did not keep secrets from them regarding certain affairs. This was especially true given how conspicuous Li Si and Zhao Gao's movements had become over the past 2 years. No one was a fool, and even from Wang Jian's accounts it was clear that they stood on opposing sides. Thus, upon seeing Zhao Mu's troubled expression, their immediate suspicion was that Zhao Gao and Li Si had once again resorted to underhanded schemes. No, this has nothing to do with them. It is His Majesty who wishes for me to embark on a study tour. The companions before him were all entirely trustworthy. Wang Li and Meng Lian had even saved him from several assassination attempts, so Zhao Mu let down his guard. Furthermore, the study tour would be announced to the public during the birthday banquet anyway. Even if he kept it a secret, it would only by a delay of 3 to 5 days. There was little difference in them knowing it now. Hearing this, Wang Linger's eyes widened in surprise. She studied Zhao Mu's expression intently before finally speaking after a long silence. If that is the case, does it not mean you will be leaving Xianying for a very long time? Zhao Mu nodded firmly. Before he could speak, Wang Li expressed his concern. In that case, with Zhao Gao and Li Si remaining in Xianying, they might stir up trouble for you. After all, they have always been eager to eliminate you. Zhao Mu felt a wave of helplessness. Yet the situation was beyond his control. This was an imperial decree from Qin Shi, and whether he willed it or not, he had to set out. After explaining the circumstances to his friends, Zhao Mu said, My departure from Xianying is set in stone. No matter what, I cannot shirk this responsibility. But with you all handling things for me here in Xianying, it will not matter, even if those two attempt any mischief. Over the past 2 years, Wang Li had become an imperial bodyguard to Qin Shi. This position granted him the freedom to move about the emperor's presence, ensuring that Zhao Mu would not be left uninformed. Meanwhile, Meng Lian had been stationed in the capital outskirts camp and had risen to become a low-ranking officer. Having actual military command in his hands provided Zhao Mu with a solid foundation of support. What about you, Sister Linger? Would you like to join me on this study tour? Wang Linger was contemplating how she might assist Zhao Mu when his sudden question caught her off guard. The Academy's affairs are now on the right track, and I can leave them to Wu Qing and the others. But a study tour is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sister Ling. If you miss it, a better chance may never come. Wu Qing and the others were the children Zhao Mu had rescued from human traffickers years ago. Now each of them was capable of holding their own, especially the two young women among them. They shared a close bond with Wang Linger and frequently assisted her. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's suggestion, Wang Linger was visibly swayed. Sensing her hesitation, Wang Li said anxiously, "Sister, grandfather would not object to you working at the academy, but if you were to embark on a study tour, he would surely have some reservations." Though Wang Jin was an open-minded elder, he was not so progressive as to allow his beloved granddaughter to roam the lands on a study tour, wandering for 2 or 3 years before returning. Upon hearing this, the light in Wang Linger's eyes dimmed once more. In truth, the moment Zhao Mu made the suggestion, she had already envisioned the destinations and her plans for the journey. Yet bound by societal expectations, it seemed she could not join them. Why would grandfather Wang forbid Linger from going? Has he not already permitted her to work? Sitting beside them, Meng Lian looked thoroughly perplexed. Over the years, Wang Linger had excelled so remarkably at the academy that she had risen to the position of vice principal. Even Meng Lian's grandfather frequently cited her achievements to spur him on to work harder. So why would grandfather Wang object to a study tour? Because my sister is a young woman after all. Grandfather must consider her future marriage. Those who embark on study tours are almost exclusively men, so grandfather naturally has concerns regarding her reputation. Perhaps we should just forget it, Wang Linger murmured, her voice strained with a deep, unmistakable sense of disappointment. Wang Li felt a pang of sympathy for her, yet he was reluctant to yield easily, knowing how severely this could impact his sister's future. Fret not. If we journey together, I shall arrange for a dedicated cohort of female guards to protect Sister Ling. Although somewhat surprised, she looked at Zhao Mu, who nodded with a calm and composed expression. How can you have female guards by your side? I've never seen them before. Aside from Jing Wuji, it seems the servants whose surnames start with Wu are the only ones who frequently appear by your side. Wang Li's expression clearly showed distrust toward Zhao Mu. He even suspected this was a lie fabricated to help Wang Linger go on her study tour. Of course, I wouldn't only have those few guards. As a marquis, I still have some personnel arrangements. After sharing with the three how he had rescued those unfortunate girls over the years and trained them within his estate, Zhao Mu finally spoke. I simply want to give them a different kind of life. One where they can survive without having to please others or sacrifice their bodies. Zhao Mu spoke these words with genuine seriousness. Wang Linger, seated beside him, was deeply moved by his words. Over these years, she had worked closely with Zhao Mu, gradually coming to recognize the profound wisdom this person she once regarded merely as a younger brother truly possessed. This realization is precisely why she desired to accompany him on his study tour. Learning alongside someone of such caliber would yield far greater insights. Now that there are female guards available, does this mean I can go on the study tour? Hope reignited in Wang Linger's eyes. If it proves impossible, it's not the end of the world. She could disguise herself as a man for the journey. After Meng Lian spoke these words, he noticed the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. What's wrong? Is my suggestion so terrible? If Grandpa Wang is concerned because she's a girl, why not have her dress as a boy? Isn't that a simple solution? They had previously adopted other disguises for mischievous adventures, so there was no need to restrict themselves so strictly at this moment. If given the choice, I would naturally prefer to travel as a woman for my studies, because I wish to prove to all women that even girls can accomplish things that benefit the nation, the state, and the world. Wang Linger pondered carefully before speaking her true thoughts. But if that's not possible, then I must prioritize my own humble desire to go on this study tour, even if it means disguising myself as a man. The words Wang Linger had spoken to Zhao Mu over the years that impressed him most were, I may be capable, but I am a woman. I refuse to let others say a girl is somehow more impressive than a boy. I want the world to acknowledge that women can be just as remarkable. Thus, Wang Linger's willingness to make such a decision revealed just how deeply the prospect of studying abroad captivated her. I'll speak with Grandpa Wang. If he refuses, I'll plead your case until he agrees. Zhao Mu spoke with sincere gravity, and Wang Linger's eyes betrayed an unconscious flicker of gratitude. Beside them, Meng Lian glanced between Zhao Mu and Wang Linger, a teasing light in his gaze. How could I not have noticed that the two of you actually? Stop letting your imagination run wild. I regard him as a younger brother and as my mentor in learning. Wang Linger furrowed her brow with complete composure, clearly dismissing any romantic interpretation. Zhao Mu, standing nearby, also glanced at Meng Lian with visible displeasure. Realizing this, Meng Lian immediately set aside his previous conjectures. He had originally assumed they harbored feelings for each other, which would explain why they went to such lengths to help one another. But now it seemed the situation was different. Perhaps romantic love couldn't define what existed between Zhao Mu and Wang Linger. They were more like kindred spirits who truly understood each other's souls. With these thoughts in mind, Meng Lian dropped the subject and joined in. Then I'll help as well. Even though whether you go on this study tour or not doesn't greatly affect me, I still want to see my good friend's wishes come true. Now only Wang Li seated nearby had not yet expressed his position. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him created considerable pressure. Wang Li glanced left and right, eventually letting out a resigned sigh. Setting aside the others, just the look in Wang Linger's eyes was already difficult for him to bear, for her gaze was filled with entreaty. Let's go. We'll see, Grandpa. Upon arriving at the Wang mansion, the 4 proceeded directly to Wang Jian's study. Wang Jian remained vigorous in his later years. Though his hair had turned somewhat gray, his overall vitality and spirit were impressive. Certainly this was partly attributable to the health-preserving techniques Zhao Mu had shared with him. Seeing the 4 children enter his study, Wang Jian closed the military strategy text he was reading and set it aside. What brings the 4 of you to see me? After the 4 performed their greetings, Zhao Mu took the lead in explaining the study tour arrangements. Upon hearing that the first emperor had actually arranged for Zhao Mu to undertake this journey, Wang Jian's eyes gleamed with delight. His Majesty is clearly planning ahead for you. You must seize this opportunity wisely, and when you travel, bring back as many talented individuals as possible. Hearing this, Zhao Mu nodded, certain he would fulfill this request. So is there anything else you need from me? You needn't have come specifically to inform me about the study tour. Wang Jian clearly suspected they had ulterior motives, though he hadn't yet discerned what they were planning. Grandfather, I wish to join the study tour. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's kindly expression froze, then darkened completely. What did you say? I want to go on the study tour too. Though Wang Jian's demeanor was stern, Wang Linger remained resolute in her conviction. Have you considered what your words imply? Wang Jian's expression grew even more grave. He never imagined that His Majesty's arrangements for Zhao Mu would somehow stir Wang Linger's ambitions, a truly suffocating development. I already went against convention by permitting you to work at the academy. Now you tell me you want to go on a study tour. What consideration have you shown for the Wang family's reputation? Wang Jian's words carried undeniable severity. Wang Li quickly stepped forward to ease his grandfather's chest and pleaded, Grandfather, please hear my sister out completely before passing judgment. If you're still displeased afterward, you can reprimand her then. Observing Wang Li's concerned expression and remembering Zhao Mu and Meng Lian were present, Wang Jian took a deep breath and swallowed his anger. Speak your mind. Be clear about it. After Wang Jian uttered these words, Wang Linger glanced with some surprise at the visibly weary elder, then bit her lower lip and voiced the thoughts in her heart. Grandfather, in these 7 years, you have witnessed everything I have done at the academy. Both my abilities and my knowledge have reached a bottleneck. If I do not seek change, I fear my learning will stagnate at this level forever. Others might not perceive it, but Wang Linger felt it clearly within herself. She had lost direction in her studies. This left her bewildered and at a loss, unsure of what to do or what choices to make. Thus, if possible, she naturally hoped to strengthen herself through travel and study. Grandfather, I know what worries you. You fear that if I go on this journey, it will profoundly affect my future choices. But Brother Mu has already said that if I wish to travel, he will prepare a squadron of female guards for me. Hearing this, Wang Jian looked at Zhao Mu with some surprise, and Zhao Mu nodded, unhesitatingly confirming it. Yes, Grandfather Wang. If you allow Sister Linger to travel, I will naturally make all necessary arrangements, so she will not endure hardship on the road. Zhao Mu was confident in admitting this. If he could not manage such a trifling matter, it would be truly absurd. He was the Marquis of Jinghua, and over these 7 years he had invented many things and received numerous rewards. Zhao Mu's words only deepened Wang Jian's silence. His initial strong reaction to Wang Linger's wish to travel stemmed from concern that a young lady traveling with a group of men would ruin her reputation beyond repair. But now Zhao Mu had proposed an alternative solution, revealing both his sincerity and Wang Linger's earnest desire. This stirred Wang Jian's compassion. If he continued to veto her idea, would it not make this already obedient and seldom traveled granddaughter even more distressed? Wang Jian was already pondering these questions. And most importantly, Grandfather, I wish to see the magnificent landscapes of our homeland, just as you once did. There are so many places in Great Qin I have never visited, only heard their names. If I could experience their beauty firsthand, would it not be a unique delight? My heart aches with longing. As she spoke these words, Wang Linger's eyes sparkled as if she had already glimpsed those splendid scenes and felt their enchantment, making it impossible to let go of the thought. With Wang Linger having spoken so fervently, how could Wang Jian remain unaware of his granddaughter's true feelings? He heaved a deep sigh, a trace of weariness in his expression. It was not that he tired of handling matters for his granddaughter, but he truly felt he had aged more than 7 years ago. The vitality of these young people stirred a flicker of envy within him. Yet even so, Wang Jian did not relent. His refusal was not meant to sadden Wang Linger, but to gauge the depth of her determination. Only resolve could change an old man's mind. If you go out and rumors spread upon your return, what will you do? Wang Jian's question was starkly realistic. After all, Wang Linger was a young lady. To conservative minds, a woman traveling for study was an act of great impropriety. Who knows how many malicious words they would utter, perhaps even more terrifying than imagined. Thus Wang Jian had to lay these matters before Wang Linger, forcing her to consider the price she would have to pay. Upon hearing this, Wang Linger fell silent for a moment, then said, "If rumors arise, I shall not fear them. In my early days working at the academy, were there not plenty of slanders?" The academy was filled with men, many of whom were remnants of the 6 conquered states. Wang Linger had long experienced the gossip and whispers from outsiders. So even if this journey invited harsh words, she no longer cared. "Grandfather, I am especially grateful that I once came before you and bravely told you I wanted to become a scholar at the academy. Because only then did I realize how loathsome those rumors could be and how strong my heart could grow." If she had not truly participated in these experiences, Wang Linger would never have understood. Standing nearby, Zhao Mu listened with a sigh of emotion. When the rumors first emerged, Zhao Mu had asked Wang Linger if she wanted him to intervene. After all, he was the Marquis of Jinghua and held considerable sway before Qin Shi. If he spoke, many would likely show him face. More importantly, they would be wary of Zhao Mu, who enjoyed the first emperor's great favor and thus dare not act rashly. If she wished, Zhao Mu would naturally help with such small matters, for she was his elder sister who had grown up alongside him. But Zhao Mu recalled that she had refused such help and with a solemn expression had told him of her choice. This taught him that no matter how vicious the rumors, as long as one's heart was firm, those people were nothing but clowns. So now, upon hearing Wang Jian's question, Zhao Mu had no doubt that Wang Linger would answer correctly. Sure enough, after listening to Wang Linger, Wang Jian was somewhat surprised, but accepted her words. "Amu, can you truly guarantee Linger's safety?" Since he now understood Wang Linger's thoughts, the next matters naturally followed. At Wang Jian's question, Zhao Mu nodded without hesitation. He introduced the female guards under his command and said, "Sister Ling, may choose those she trusts, or I can arrange it. Either is fine. Grandfather Wang, a person has few opportunities for such a journey in a lifetime, and this one is conducted with His Majesty's permission. If Sister Linger can go, it will benefit her immensely." Wang Jian was no fool. He knew better than most the benefits of a study tour, having spent his youth campaigning far from home. The breadth of mind and knowledge cultivated through such travels could never be gained by clutching books at home. "If you have concerns, I will beseech His Majesty for an imperial edict appointing Sister Linger as my deputy." Thus, even if there are rumors, none would dare defy the emperor's decree. Zhao Mu spoke with such sincerity that even Wang Linger, standing by, widened her eyes in astonishment. She truly hadn't anticipated that Zhao Mu could devise such a solution. Yet recalling his favored standing before Qin Shi, the others set aside their surprise. Few others could employ a method like this aside from Zhao Mu. "I tolerated your private arrangement at the academy once, but this time it must be by imperial decree." After much deliberation, Wang Jian ultimately agreed to Zhao Mu's final proposal. With the emperor's official endorsement, even those harboring discontent would not dare speak out. After all, none were foolish enough to challenge the dignity of a sovereign with such commanding authority. "Very well. I shall go to the palace and request an imperial edict to be announced at my birthday banquet. Do you have anything else to add?" Zhao Mu agreed without hesitation. On the journey here, he had already pondered how to achieve his goal, and seeking the emperor's decree was the swiftest and most appropriate course. "Nothing more. My only wish is for her safety. Take a female physician along, not just ordinary doctors." With that admonition, Wang Jian had nothing else to say. Zhao Mu nodded. He had already prepared female physicians. If Wang Linger were to accompany him, they would be essential. Having persuaded Wang Jian, Zhao Mu and Meng Lian took their leave, not wishing to further disturb the 3 generations of the Wang family. Before leaving the study, Zhao Mu saw Wang Jian kindly beckoning Wang Li and Wang Linger to his side. A faint smile crossed his face, and the worry in his eyes finally eased. Soon he went to the Xianyang Palace to request from Qin Shi the permission to bring Wang Linger on the study tour. "Why do you keep wanting to bring her along? Last time you wished for her to work at the academy, now you want her on the study tour. If you truly fancy the Wang girl, I can issue a decree for your marriage." Qin Shi spoke with a hint of exasperation. In his view, Zhao Mu must have feelings for the Wang girl to go to such lengths for her sake. But Zhao Mu shook his head, his expression resolute as he gazed at the emperor, his tone earnest. "Your Majesty, I harbor no other intentions towards Sister Linger. I simply wish to see changes in her, changes that could benefit Great Qin." Zhao Mu made no attempt to conceal that he regarded Wang Linger as an experiment, a fact she herself was well aware of. Most importantly, her 7 years of work at the academy had been outstanding, yielding remarkably clear results. Consequently, the women who had once been confined at home were now gradually granted more freedom. For Zhao Mu, that was the best news. Zhao Mu's sincerity was so profound that even Qin Shi was taken aback. After a pause, he said, "Are you serious? You truly have no feelings for the Wang girl?" Zhao Mu felt he had affirmed this countless times, yet every time the subject arose, someone doubted him. If he were a woman, or Wang Linger a man, none of these messy complications would arise. "It's true, Your Majesty. I have no reason to deceive you in this matter. If I truly loved her, wouldn't it be an honor to beg you for a marriage decree? Why would I refuse?" After hearing these words, and observing Zhao Mu's expression, Qin Shi had to admit that perhaps he had been mistaken. There seemed to be nothing between them. Thus Qin Shi no longer hesitated and said directly, I can issue an edict to settle this for you, but even if you bring her you must carry out this study tour with due diligence. If you slack off in the slightest you will face severe punishment upon your return to Xianyang. Qin Shi spoke slowly, each word making Zhao Mu feel as if an eternity had passed. The pressure and intimidation in his voice made Zhao Mu's expression involuntarily wary. Fortunately, he kept his head low so no one could see his face, otherwise Qin Shi would surely have grown estranged from him. Rest assured, I am not an unreasonable man. Since I have assigned you this task, I will naturally have others inspect your work. Zhao Mu nodded. He was not surprised, since Qin Shi said he would examine the work, he would certainly send someone to monitor him. Do you still remember Dong Kong who accompanied you 7 years ago in search of rubber? Your Majesty, you mean? Zhao Mu's eyes showed obvious surprise at the Emperor's mention. He stared intently at Qin Shi and sure enough saw approval on the Emperor's face. This time the guards I assign you will be the same ones who searched for rubber with you 7 years ago. In assigning these men, Qin Shi had his own motives. You have worked together before, this collaboration will surely go more smoothly. I do not wish for any issues in personnel arrangements, so you must work diligently. Qin Shi also hoped to alleviate Zhao Mu's worries, allowing him to focus more on finding capable artisans for Great Qin. Indeed, hearing these words, Zhao Mu's eyes blazed with excitement. He nodded emphatically and said with earnestness, Your Majesty, rest assured. This task will not fail. To travel and study with old friends was a joy for Zhao Mu. But besides that they have another duty, and you must accompany them. With that, Qin Shi seeing Zhao Mu's surprised expression slowly revealed his purpose. Patrol the border garrisons. You must go to the frontier. Do you understand? Patrol the frontier army. Zhao Mu could never have imagined he would be assigned such a task. He furrowed his brows tightly, hesitation evident in his expression. Surely you are not willing. Observing the other's expression, Qin Shi revealed a trace of surprise. He truly had not anticipated that Zhao Mu's first response upon hearing his words would be hesitation rather than immediate acceptance. Had it been anyone else upon learning of such an assignment, they would likely have been overwhelmed with joy long before this moment. After all, only by receiving such tasks could one prove their acquired power. Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, Qin Shi gaze carried a touch of seriousness. It was precisely those like Zhao Mu who did not covet fame and wealth yet were willing to accomplish tangible deeds that Qin Shi truly appreciated. Yes, you are to assist me in patrolling the frontier army, for I cannot easily leave Xianyang City, as doing so would bring turmoil. Therefore only you can undertake this. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Mu fell into silence. He truly had not expected that despite Qin Shi extreme suspicion, such significant authority would still be entrusted to him. To him, he did not know whether this was a blessing or a burden. Your Majesty, rest assured. Since this mission has been arranged by you, I will certainly fulfill it to the best of my ability. Zhao Mu nodded heavily, a seriousness in his demeanor that anyone could discern. It was clear how much he valued these words. Qin Shi was quite satisfied, for Zhao Mu's statement clearly showed he had taken his words to heart. In that case, I need not worry excessively. I will bestow upon you certain secret edicts. When you reach the border garrisons, assess the situation there before deciding whether to present them to them. Zhao Mu had originally believed that patrolling the frontier army was already a considerable privilege, never expecting to hold such important information in his hands as well. Watching Zhao Mu's eyes widen in astonishment, Qin Shi smiled faintly, beckoned the boy whose outline was beginning to take shape to his side, and then spoke. You should understand what I have sought to accomplish with all my efforts over the years, don't you? I believe you are a clever child, and you must already know very well in your heart correct. Therefore do not let me down at this time. Even if not a single one of those secret edicts is delivered, you must still inform me of the reasons. Zhao Mu nodded vigorously, that reverent gaze from his childhood years still fixed upon Qin Shi, giving the latter a sense of reassurance. Your Majesty, fear not. Under any circumstances at any time, this humble minister will certainly handle these matters on your Majesty's behalf. Having spent so much time here, Zhao Mu had grown increasingly adept at winning Qin Shi favor. This did not trouble him in the slightest. After all, the person in question was Qin Shi. Having been able to assert himself as a capable individual under Qin Shi for so many years, Zhao Mu was quite satisfied with his own ability to deceive. Thus, even if he spoke flattering words or performed seemingly timid deeds, Zhao Mu did not care. After all, caution ensures long-term development, while blind arrogance only invites destruction. Good. Since you say so, I am reassured. A hint of appreciation in his eyes, Qin Shi discovered that this young man's ability to handle matters was increasingly pleasing him. Thinking of his eldest son who always argued with him, and then looking at Zhao Mu who suited his preferences in every aspect, Qin Shi had to admit that perhaps affection across generations was indeed a real phenomenon. It was just that his unfortunate eldest son would never see this scene again. Very well, go back now. I imagine those at your home may still need your arrangements, especially since you will be unable to return for several years on this study tour. Qin Shi knew Zhao Mu would certainly bring many people on this journey, so he did not restrict the number of attendants, only wishing for Zhao Mu to travel with somewhat greater comfort. After all, traveling itself was arduous. Though in recent years under Qin Shi vigorous promotion, the cement previously invented by Zhao Mu had been laid across all commanderies and counties throughout the empire, allowing everyone to enjoy smooth roads. Nevertheless, some commanderies might resort to clandestine means to conceal their shortcomings. And after carriages were modified, they could minimize vibrations to the greatest extent. Compared to 7 years earlier when Zhao Mu had traveled to Nanhai to seek rubber, their travel had become considerably more convenient. Yet, even so, studying abroad remained a grueling endeavor, so Qin Shi could only hope Zhao Mu would live more comfortably. Very well, Your Majesty. This humble minister will return immediately to settle family affairs. However, during the period when I am away studying in Weiqing, I wonder if Your Majesty could protect the Jinghua Marquis mansion on my behalf. Zhao Mu unhesitatingly shifted the potential dangers he might face upon leaving Xianyang City onto Qin Shi. After all, since it was Qin Shi who had proposed the study tour, it was only natural that he should bear any consequences arising from it. What are you concerned about? Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, Qin Shi immediately understood the anxieties in the other's heart. However, he did not immediately agree, instead asking out of curiosity. Your Majesty, as you know, in recent years, this humble minister has had more than one conflict with certain ministers in court. I fear that once I leave Xianyang City, no one will be able to protect those within the Jinghua Marquis mansion. Therefore, I can only entrust them to Your Majesty. Zhao Mu deliberately spoke in a pitiful manner, temporarily setting aside the closeness with the Wang and Meng families, as though throughout all of Xianyang the only person he could rely upon was Qin Shi. Had Zhao Gao or Li Si heard these words, they would only have sneered and mocked Zhao Mu. But the person hearing these words was Qin Shi, who not only did not feel deceived, but instead found Zhao Mu's words rather convincing. After all, Qin Shi was well aware that Li Si and Zhao Gao had repeatedly made things difficult for Zhao Mu in court, and his son, Hu Hai, had also caused Zhao Mu no end of trouble. It was simply that Zhao Mu had never brought these matters before Qin Shi, so Qin Shi had never intervened. Now that Zhao Mu had come pleading to his doorstep, he naturally intended to make some decisions. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, and there will be no problems. Upon hearing this, a pleasant and satisfied smile indeed spread across Zhao Mu's face. Your Majesty, you are the best. At this straightforward compliment, Qin Shi smiled, gently, a trace of indulgence revealing itself in his eyes. Zhao Mu's words were so direct that Qin Shi had initially found them rather odd, but now he hardly reacted anymore. Watching Zhao Mu's receding figure depart from Xianyang Palace, Emperor Qin Shi's countenance reverted to its habitual solemnity. Only after he had completely left the palace grounds did Zhao Mu's entire demeanor truly settle into a quiet, composed state. Before Emperor Qin Shi, he had always maintained the guise of a youth possessing some wisdom, yet driven far more by youthful impetuousness. In the presence of others, however, there was no need for such meticulous caution, allowing him to fully exhibit his innate maturity and poise. Observing Zhao Mu let out a long sigh of relief upon entering the carriage, Jing Wuji asked with a tinge of nervousness. Did His Majesty grant your request, young master? To be honest, regarding the matter of bringing Wang Linger along on this study tour, Jing Wuji was actually somewhat reluctant in his heart. After all, a study tour was no simple undertaking. By bringing Wang Linger along, Jing Wuji feared that if any mishap occurred on the road, he would be unable to account for it to General Wang. Yet since both Zhao Mu and Wang Linger were resolute in their determination, Jing Wuji, as a mere guard, naturally had no recourse to object further at this juncture. Over the past 7 years, through Zhao Mu's intervention, Jing Wuji had acquired a wealth of knowledge at the academy. Furthermore, under Zhao Mu's personal recommendation, Jing Wuji had successfully become a personal disciple of Wang Jian. Consequently, he was no longer the reckless youth of his past, having instead acquired a significant measure of gravity and composure. On this occasion, Zhao Mu had originally intended to leave Jing Wuji behind to guard the mansion of Marquis Jinghua, but Jing Wuji stubbornly insisted on accompanying him. His exact words were, "Young master, you brought this humble servant along even when you went to Nanhai Commandery. Why is it that you wish to leave me behind at the mansion of Marquis Jinghua now?" Hearing these words, how could Zhao Mu not see through Jing Wuji's intentions? It was nothing more than a desire to accompany and protect him. Thus, Zhao Mu did not refuse his request. Now that Jing Wuji was inquiring about the study tour, Zhao Mu naturally shared the relevant details with him. "We are not merely embarking on a study tour, we must also inspect the border defense forces. The leader of the guards this time is still Dong Kong." Upon hearing this information from Zhao Mu, Jing Wuji fell into an immediate silence. He knew that Zhao Mu's journey this time would not be straightforward, but he had never expected the situation to be so complex, which left him utterly astonished. To inspect the border defense forces was no ordinary task. It was a duty reserved strictly for the emperor's favored ministers or members of the royal family. Only in this manner could the emperor demonstrate to the greatest possible extent his profound concern for the soldiers guarding the frontier battlefields. That Zhao Mu could represent the emperor before the border army proved But one thing in the heart of Emperor Qin Xiao was indeed a trusted confidant. This realization brought joy to Jing Wuji, yet it also stirred a trace of unease. The young master and young lady of the Wang family previously mentioned matters regarding Chancellor Li and Lord Zhao. What do you intend to do? As they were still out in the open and had not yet returned to the mansion of Marquis Jingwu, Jing Wuji exercised caution and used coded language when referring to Li Si and Zhao Gao. This was to prevent any passing pedestrians from overhearing them speaking the names of Li Si and Zhao Gao directly, which might jeopardize their affairs. Hearing Jing Wuji's concerns, Zhao Mu pondered deeply before letting out a soft sigh. To be frank, he had no concrete plans for this matter and could only adapt to circumstances as they arose. The duration of his study tour was simply too long. Regardless of the countermeasures he prepared, there was no guaranteeing how long this entanglement would persist, whether it would drag on for 2 to 3 years or even 4 to 5. Consequently, no matter how meticulously he prepared, loopholes were bound to emerge, and should any of these vulnerabilities be exploited, the consequences would be fatal. Thus, he could only ensure that no absolute vulnerabilities would be exposed in this matter. I will leave behind several silk bag strategies for them, allowing them to counter any potential trouble from Li Si and Zhao Gao according to my prearranged plans. Yet even the cleverest strategies would eventually be exhausted. With the shifting tides of time, who could predict what state Zhao Gao and Li Si would be in by then? Therefore, you must remind them to maintain contact with me at all times. Under no circumstances should they delay in relaying news of Zhao Gao and Li Si to me, for only then can I devise a timely response. Having spoken these words, Zhao Mu noticed the slightly astonished look on Jing Wuji's face, and only then did he suddenly realize the issue. This was after all the Qin Dynasty. Delivering a message from one person to another would take at least 3 to 5 days. In an era of such rapid and volatile change, who could foresee what complications might arise in the interim? Once he realized this, Zhao Mu immediately corrected himself. Never mind, sending messages is indeed too inconvenient. Let us do this instead. I shall leave behind the silk bag strategies for their routine use. Should any major crisis arise, have them immediately implore Grandpa Wang to escort them into the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty. Since I have entrusted the Marquis Mansion to His Majesty, he will surely be willing to help buy us some time. By then, when they dispatch someone to send me the message, we will no longer have to fear any delay. Hearing this, a look of clear agreement appeared on Jing Wuji's face. When he had first heard Zhao Mu's initial plan, he had felt rather surprised, as Zhao Mu had clearly overlooked the transit time required for delivering messages on the road. But now there was no longer any need to worry about such a problem. Young master, you are truly magnificent. The method you have devised indeed ensures to the greatest extent that we will not fall into defeat. Zhao Mu smiled faintly, though his expression soon turned solemn once more. Upon returning, he immediately entered his study to contemplate what schemes Li Si and Zhao Gao might employ. Drawing upon his knowledge of historical events, Zhao Mu could anticipate some of their moves. Consequently, he naturally possessed ideas on how to counter their endless stream of schemes. Moreover, and most importantly, once he departed Xianyang for his study tour, Li Si and Zhao Gao would surely exhaust every means to ensure he perished abroad. Consequently, their attacks on the Marquis Mansion in Xianyang would naturally decrease. After all, to catch a thief, one must secure the loot. To dismantle the mansion of Marquis Jingwu, which they viewed as a major obstacle, the absolute priority would naturally be to eliminate him, the Marquis Jingwu, first. With these matters clear in his mind, Zhao Mu's brush moved with increasing ease as he wrote. After a long while, he finally completed all the silk bag strategies. He placed these documents inside a wooden box and went to find the head butler. Noticing the slight astonishment in the butler's eyes, Zhao Mu thrust the box into his hands and said, "Open this, and take a look whenever the need arises, especially if anyone attempts to make things difficult for us. Inside are various strategies. Remember to adapt them flexibly to the situation." Jing Wuji recounted to the steward the arrangements Qin Shi had made within the Xianyang palace that day. Upon hearing this, the steward immediately began organizing the personnel. Since Zhao Mu had never previously specified whom he intended to bring along during the journey, the steward had been uncertain about how to make arrangements. Now at last he had received concrete information directly from Zhao Mu's own words. The steward was deeply focused on organizing everything when Zhao Mu approached, holding a box and offering it to him. The steward stared blankly at the box, struggling to process what Zhao Mu was saying. Only after hearing Zhao Mu's explanation did the steward suddenly understand. "Young master, you mean the items within this box can help us resolve certain troubles, is that correct?" Though the steward did not explicitly state his meaning, he had already formed a conclusion about which difficulties he was referring to. "Yes, while carrying this, you must prioritize safety in your responses. I have already noted on it which methods should be applied to what kinds of problems." Watching Zhao Mu's composed expression, the steward's face immediately showed signs of relief. After all, the conflicts between the Jingwu Marquis Mansion and both Zhao Gao and Li Si over recent years had become common knowledge, making it difficult to guarantee safety without advanced preparation. "Young master, this is too much trouble for you. You are about to embark on such a distant journey, yet still worry about these matters for us. You need not feel this as anything that wrongs me. You simply need to ensure these issues are handled properly, and that safety is confirmed. To be honest, investing this much thought meant nothing to Xiao Mu. The most terrifying scenario would be if someone attacked his stronghold from behind, while he was unaware. Young master, please rest assured. Even if it costs my life, this old servant will defend the Jingwa Marquis mansion until you return. It was obvious that when he went on his educational tour, they would focus their attention on either him or the Jingwa Marquis mansion. Since Qin Shi never concealed his actions unless dealing with matters requiring secrecy, word of Xiao Mu's preparations for the educational tour had already spread through unofficial channels. Zhao Gao and Li Si, upon hearing the news, indeed directed their attention toward Xiao Mu, who was about to embark on his educational tour rather than focusing on his leadership-less Jingwa Marquis mansion. Although in the past 2 years under Xiao Mu's leadership, the Jingwa Marquis mansion had indeed accomplished deeds meriting recognition for the state. Apart from Xiao Mu himself, the remaining members were nothing more than servants. Therefore, Zhao Gao and Li Si felt the Jingwa Marquis mansion without Xiao Mu did not warrant their considerable attention. In short, it sufficed to focus entirely on Xiao Mu alone. Disrupting the Jingwa Marquis mansion could only serve as one method to affect Xiao Mu, not their primary offensive strategy. After all, as long as Xiao Mu remained, the mansion could be rebuilt at any moment. This time we must not hold back. If we had eliminated him 7 years ago, we would not have suffered so many persistent threats in recent years. As Li Si spoke these words, he knit his brows tightly, while Zhao Gao beside him also maintained a grave expression. Both recalled how easily they had dealt with Xiao Mu, who had been merely 5 years old 7 years prior. It is only a pity they failed to succeed at that time. Subconsciously, both men overlooked the despicable tactics they had employed and how Xiao Mu had effortlessly neutralized them. They simply assumed their failure stemmed from a lack of full commitment rather than from any flaw in their methods. However, Zhao Gao hesitated briefly before voicing intelligence he had gathered. His Majesty arranged for him to inspect the border troops. Should anything happen prior to this arrangement, His Majesty would inevitably suspect foul play. Zhao Gao spoke with complete seriousness. Upon hearing this, Li Si immediately recognized the information was genuine, which only deepened his displeasure. What right did Xiao Mu have to inspect the border troops? This was a privilege denied even to ordinary ministers like themselves. Then eliminate him after he returns from inspecting the border troops. In essence, he must disappear during his educational tour, while making it appear as an accidental death, ensuring no suspicion falls upon us. Watching Zhao Gao sit motionless, Li Si sneered coldly with a mocking edge to his voice. Lord Zhao has been significantly slighted by His Majesty in recent years, hasn't he? With that stumbling block in place, His Majesty would never think to recall you, would he? Li Si's words struck a nerve. Zhao Gao's countenance darkened, his entire demeanor becoming visibly agitated, a stark contrast to his composed self 7 years prior. While Zhao Gao could maintain an appearance of deference and keenness before others in the presence of these allies, he displayed considerably more irritability than before. Due to Xiao Mu's various schemes 7 years earlier, Zhao Gao had lost all of Qin Shi complete trust. Although he continued to serve the emperor, his standing had been severely diminished. Zhao Gao was acutely aware of this situation and grew increasingly resentful toward Xiao Mu for interfering in his affairs. You mock me in this manner, yet does it benefit you? Or has Chancellor Li failed to recognize his own precarious position? When familiar allies exchanged such barbs, they naturally targeted each other's most painful wounds. Having his own scars exposed, Zhao Gao was equally unwilling to show weakness. Upon hearing these words, Li Si's expression likewise darkened. Recalling the obstacles he had faced in recent years, Li Si knew full well that Xiao Mu was behind them. Yet what could be done? The other was the emperor's favored minister, while Li Si was merely a trusted official stripped of influence. Despite his high rank and power, he felt like walking a tightrope over an abyss, unable to act rashly. It is truly strange, Li Si mused, why His Majesty places such trust in him, as though convinced Xiao Mu could never betray. Li Si could not fathom what enchantment Xiao Mu had cast upon Qin Shi. The thought flashed through his mind, and Li Si felt as though he had grasped some inspiration, yet could recall nothing concrete. Enough. What purpose serves our exchanging these words? Our internal discord merely provides opportunities for others. Sensing the murderous glint in the other's eyes, Zhao Gao curved his lips into a mocking smile and dropped the subject, ceasing further discussion. In summary, we cannot permit his return, or he shall bring upon us even greater troubles. Zhao Gao summarized their day's deliberations, while Li Si listened and nodded beside him. The two quickly reached an agreement. Since he intended to take Wang Linger on a study tour, Xiao Mu had invited her to his residence in advance to select female guards, female physicians, and other companions. Seeing the considerable effort Xiao Mu had invested in this matter, Wang Linger felt deeply grateful. With only the servants around, Wang Linger sighed and finally shared her true feelings with Xiao Mu. I should thank you for being willing to help me with this, otherwise my grandfather would never have allowed me to leave Xianyang City so easily. When she spoke these words, Wang Linger's tone carried a trace of disappointment. Though she understood that Wang Jian meant well, there were certain things she still could not accept. Hearing Wang Linger's words, Zhao Mu sighed, recalling some of Wang Jin's reactions from that day at the Wang residence. But fortunately, in the end, we both got what we wanted. After Zhao Mu spoke these words, Wang Linger nodded gently, a hint of agreement showing in her expression. What I just said, please don't take it to heart. I don't want my grandfather to know I harbored even a slight resentment toward him. Wang Jin had been so kind to them that Wang Linger did not want anyone to know her unfulfilled wishes had sparked even a trace of resentment directed at her own family. Don't worry. I understand. Despite her decisive appearance, Wang Linger was ultimately just a woman confined within walls, so it was only natural for resentment to surface. She could adjust quickly enough without needing to worry about it. I've chosen almost everything, so I'll return home to continue packing and will come when it's time to depart. Once all preparations were complete, Wang Linger bid farewell to Zhao Mu. Before long came the day of the palace banquet, and early that morning Zhao Mu was summoned to the imperial palace, where Qin Shi arranged for his garments to be prepared. The steward was originally discussing with Zhao Mu what to wear, but a decree from Qin Shi arrived, causing all their anticipations to be set aside. For others, this was indeed Qin Shi's great favor, but for Zhao Mu it was the best way to avoid the problem of choosing clothes. Thinking of the more than a dozen sets of clothes the steward had already laid out before they left, Zhao Mu let out a long sigh of relief, his expression carrying an inexplicable lightness. Jing Wuji, sitting nearby, could not help but laugh at the sight. Throughout Zhao Mu's life, he had always been most afraid of the steward's motherly nagging. So the person had not changed even after all this time. Upon arriving at the Xianyang Palace, Zhao Mu hastily paid his respects to Qin Shi and was then beckoned closer. Why do you look as though you've barely escaped a disaster? What happened? Qin Shi noticed Zhao Mu's attachment to him at a glance, which made him feel somewhat strange. Zhao Mu was already 12 years old, not the 5-year-old he had been before, and yet he still showed such attachment, which was quite surprising. Zhao Mu licked his lips, uncertain whether he should tell the truth. It was indeed rather embarrassing, and revealing it might only become a joke for others. But Qin Shi was no ordinary person. He was the emperor, and besides, it seemed there was nothing wrong with telling him. After reasoning through these matters, Zhao Mu recounted that morning's incident of the steward making him choose clothes in a rather light-hearted manner. His entire narrative was highly amusing, causing Qin Shi to laugh uncontrollably throughout. Only after Zhao Mu finished explaining everything did he lower his head with a grievous tone, saying, "I've already suffered so much, and your majesty still mocks me. It's simply too much." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shi pressed a hand to his temple to steady himself, then told Zhao Mu, all right, I won't laugh at you anymore." Qin Shi never expected that Zhao Mu's rather heavy demeanor that morning had been due to choosing clothes. It was truly amusing. "But I summoned you to the palace precisely so the artisans could dress you properly." Seeing Zhao Mu's round eyes widen in surprise, Qin Shi laughed again. That expression of, "I can't escape anything," was indeed quite funny. Watching Qin Shi's relaxed demeanor, Zhao Mu secretly sighed with relief in his heart, then attentively accompanied the emperor to begin handling state affairs. Over the years, even as Zhao Mu grew older, Qin Shi had never excluded him from the ranks of those who handled government affairs. Thus, upon arriving here today, Zhao Mu's first duty was naturally to attend to his work. "By the way, I nearly forgot to tell you. Chancellor Li remarked that traveling alone for your studies might not be entirely safe, so he wished to arrange for some young nobles to accompany you." As he watched Zhao Mu diligently reviewing memorials with his head bowed, something seemed to come to mind, so he shared Li Si's earlier proposal with him. Zhao Mu's hand paused, and ink from his brush tip fell directly onto the paper. Seeing this, Zhao Mu's expression darkened. After altering the ink spot into another character, he furrowed his brow and said to Qin Shi, "Your Majesty, why does he seek to harm me in this way? A study tour is undoubtedly arduous, a fact everyone understands. Yet under such circumstances he still offers the seemingly noble pretext of sending companions." Zhao Mu could essentially confirm this was merely a scheme to cause him trouble. Observing Zhao Mu's sensitive reaction, Qin Shi nodded without reprimanding him, feeling quite pleased with his evident distaste for the situation. He hoped Zhao Mu would discover more talents for Qin during his travels, yet preferred he not maintain excessive contact with those wealthy youths in Xianyang. Zhao Mu had consistently excelled in this regard. Aside from the Wang and Meng families entrusted to him by Qin Shi himself, he seemed to have little other companionship. With Li Si now voicing such words, Qin Shi naturally suspected hidden motives or alternative arrangements behind them. Thus, from the outset, Qin Shi had no intention of granting Li Si's request. Instead, his purpose in raising the matter was to sharpen Zhao Mu's vigilance. "Rest assured, I will not agree. However, you should remain watchful, for if they speak thus, they undoubtedly intend to manipulate matters further along the way." Upon hearing Qin Shi address the matter with such seriousness, Zhao Mu's expression grew more solemn. Internalizing the emperor's warnings, he nodded and replied, "You need not worry. Your Majesty, I shall be careful." When the time was almost right, Qin Shi urged Zhao Mu to quickly tidy up his attire. After all, it would be quite inappropriate to appear at the banquet dressed in a manner too disrespectful. Moreover, Li Si and his cohorts had long been seeking an excuse to trouble Zhao Mu. If they were given such an opportunity, no one knew what might transpire. Hearing the emperor's words, Zhao Mu nodded and proceeded to the side hall, where he donned the pre-prepared garments. To Zhao Mu's relief within the palace, he need not worry about changing numerous outfits, which came as an unexpected boon. After all, upon learning of the emperor's arrangements, he had entered the palace with such joy precisely because he could escape the steward's surveillance and avoid wearing those miscellaneous clothes. Soon after changing his attire, the time drew near for the banquet to commence. At the venue, the ministers had already taken their seats, chatting in small groups about the evening's festivities. Wei Tingwei, observing Li Si sitting nearby with a reluctant expression, remarked with a hint of irony, "Prime Minister Li seems rather displeased to attend today's banquet, does he not?" Startled that someone had taken note of him, Li Si forced a smile and replied in a sarcastic tone, "Displeased? You misunderstand." Wei Tingwei let out a hearty laugh, a barely perceptible sneer flickering in his eyes. "If you say so, then I have nothing more to argue. Take it as my misjudgment." With words thus spoken, he had no desire to continue the dispute. Whether it was truly his misjudgment or someone's stubborn refusal to admit the truth was no longer worth pursuing. After all, things had reached such a point that Qin Shi partiality for Zhao Mu was known to all. Even if some wished to blind themselves and ignore the truth, they had no choice but to accept it. Seeing Wei Tingwei sneer coldly and then sit in silence, seemingly disdaining further discussion, Li Si's face darkened. Yet he did not reveal his emotions. Instead, he continued to sit quietly, waiting with apparent composure. Zhao Mu had still not appeared, but no one dared mock him again for disrespecting the banquet. For everyone understood that on such an occasion Qin Shi would undoubtedly bring Zhao Mu along. There was no other possibility. Sure enough, before long they heard the eunuch's announcement of the emperor's arrival, and standing beside him was none other than Zhao Mu. Upon reaching his seat, Zhao Mu nodded to those around him, smiled in greeting, and then took his place. As the protagonist of the day and the birthday celebrant, he naturally drew everyone's attention. The banquet began and Qin Shi made a few customary remarks before inviting everyone to enjoy the prearranged music and dance. Although this birthday banquet was primarily intended to announce matters related to the bloodline, Qin Shi still held considerable regard for Zhao Mu's celebration. Zhao Mu's gaze drifted to Wang Li and Meng Lian, who sat not far away. Remembering their plans, he could not help but sigh inwardly. His good friends had originally intended to celebrate his birthday before the emperor's banquet, but due to various reasons it had been delayed until now. It seemed that after leaving the palace today, he would not escape their arrangements. Yet Zhao Mu did not resent this, for he appreciated his friend's thoughtful intentions. Quickly pulling his thoughts back, Zhao Mu looked up at the emperor, who sat at the head of the table, raising his wine cup. Zhao Mu was now 12, nearly an adult in the Qin Empire. His cup did not contain strong liquor, but a sweet wine brewed from fruits and flowers which would not easily intoxicate him. "Your Majesty, I owe this glorious occasion entirely to your Majesty's trust. Though I have grown a year older and can no longer cling to you like a child, I shall forever remain loyal in serving your Majesty, and I hope that your Majesty may always be as joyful as today." After Zhao Mu spoke, all eyes turned to Qin Shi, and indeed they saw a relaxed expression on his face. Clearly for Qin Shi, today's banquet was a moment of true relaxation. Hearing these words, the emperor's smile deepened. He gestured for Zhao Mu to sit down, raised his own cup, and drank the toast offered by his young subject. Today Qin Shi was indeed unlike his usual self. His gentleness made him resemble a kind elder rather than the decisive and ruthless tyrant known to all. Yet the more this was the case, the more alarmed those ministers who harbored ill intentions toward Zhao Mu became. The emperor's special treatment of Zhao Mu could only signify a deepening bond between them. No other interpretation was plausible. This meant that if they ever moved against Zhao Mu, they would most likely incur the emperor's wrath. That would be a grave trouble indeed. But for now no one paid heed to such thoughts. Zhao Mu, as the center of the banquet, was the focus of everyone's attention. The ministers around him offered congratulations, while some, presuming on their seniority, attempted to lecture Zhao Mu on proper conduct. Yet Zhao Mu did not take their malicious words to heart. Though he could not directly refute them at the banquet, the expression on his face clearly conveyed his contempt for their remarks. When the banquet atmosphere reached its peak, and everyone appeared thoroughly relaxed, Qin Shi finally broached his earlier arrangement. "Today, as all are gathered, I wish to announce a matter of great importance." As soon as the emperor spoke, those nearby exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Recalling the rumors they had heard, they thought to themselves, "Here it comes." Qin Shi glanced at Zhao Mu, noting the earnestness in his eyes, and then said with a grave tone, "Today marks Zhao Mu's 12th birthday. After this he will be a grown child, so I hereby entrust him with a most crucial task." With these words, Qin Shi paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a hint of scrutiny. Under his stare, the ministers nervously averted their eyes. Seeing this, the emperor hesitated no longer. He is to lead the inspection of the border garrisons. Compared to the scholarly tour, guarding the border troops was naturally of greater importance. Thus, after Qin Shi dropped this bombshell, surprise filled everyone's eyes. None of them had anticipated that Zhao Mu would be entrusted with such a momentous responsibility, given that all they had previously heard was about a scholarly tour. They had previously believed that Qin Shi Huang's arrangement of Zhao Mu's scholarly tour was meant to recruit more talent, so some had even wanted to sneak their family descendants into the tour group to gain experience. Had they failed to insert someone, there would have been no need for excessive concern. Yet who could have foreseen that the agreed-upon scholarly tour would transform into border military patrols, a revelation truly astonishing. Li Si furrowed his brows, his gaze inadvertently glancing toward Zhao Gao standing nearby. Both men wore expressions of deeply suppressed astonishment. They never imagined Qin Shi Huang would bring up the border patrol matter before the scholarly tour. After all, they had speculated the emperor might assign it to Zhao Mu as a covert operation. That was precisely why Li Si had encouraged so many nobles behind the scenes, prompting them to attempt placing their children within the retinue. However, now that Qin Shi Huang had voiced this openly, those nobles naturally dared not make any further attempts. Unless they wished to provoke Qin Shi Huang's suspicion regarding their intentions toward the border forces, which would prove perilous. A shadow of dark calculation crossed Li Si's eyes as he began speculating on the emperor's sudden announcement. Zhao Mu shared similar astonishment, uncommonly aligned with Li Si's thoughts. Qin Shi Huang had previously informed him that his assignment involved only the scholarly tour, and he too had assumed the border patrol was meant to remain confidential. Never did he expect the mission to be disclosed so plainly without requiring such careful consideration. Observing the collective shock upon their faces, Qin Shi Huang felt considerably gratified. Were these individuals not orchestrating schemes and making sordid arrangements in secret, all to insert themselves into Zhao Mu's journey and reap personal gains? Yet Qin Shi Huang had altered his intentions. He deliberately revealed the border patrol assignment to test whether these men would dare attempt to place their relatives within this contingent. Intertwining with border military forces was hardly a trivial offense. Some appeared ready to rise and prevent Zhao Mu from undertaking such a critical assignment, yet they lacked the standing to speak. They could only part their lips in resignation before retaking their seats, their expressions revealing disbelief, yet leaving them unable to act further. For they understood clearly that they possessed no grounds to censure Zhao Mu regarding this matter. After all, this stemmed from Qin Shi Huang's arrangements, unless they dared defy his decree. After an extended silence, Qin Shi Huang finally spoke, shattering the room's stillness. What troubles you? Do you have objections? Or perhaps other thoughts you wish to share with me? Qin Shi Huang wore an uncommonly warm smile, as though pleased by something. But the courtiers felt only oppression. The aura of authority emanating from Qin Shi Huang left them momentarily speechless. That forced smile reaching neither his eyes made them desperately wish for rescue. Your Majesty is truly wise and valorous. As Lord Jingwen, newly ennobled in recent years, he stands as one of your Majesty's closest ministers. Should you assign him to patrol the borders, those frontier soldiers would surely feel your Majesty's favor. Observing the bewildered expressions around him, Wei Tingwei stepped forward, offered a respectful salute to Qin Shi Huang, and delivered these words. Qin Shi Huang nodded approvingly, his gaze carrying a trace of commendation. You speak rightly. Zhao Mu is indeed my most favored minister in recent years. Were he to convey my intentions, those border soldiers would undoubtedly be thrilled by my regard. Witnessing the emperor and minister orchestrate this exchange so seamlessly, clearly establishing the tone for this matter, the surrounding courtiers could only nod and echo their agreement. A perfectly courteous smile graced Zhao Mu's face, concealing his inner helplessness from all. After composing himself, he rose and saluted Qin Shi Huang, saying, Your Majesty, rest assured. This humble minister will certainly not disappoint your Majesty's trust, nor fail to fulfill this duty. I shall convey your Majesty's sentiments to those frontier soldiers, making them aware of your regard, and reminding them that within your Majesty's heart there always remain those great Qin warriors devoted to defending their homeland. Wang Jian, seated below, displayed a flicker of appreciation in his eyes at these well-chosen words. Even those who had initially resisted Zhao Mu's border patrol assignment shifted their stance. They had originally considered Zhao Mu too young, fearing that assigning such a person to border patrol might lead to complications. Yet now, observing his measured and prudent manner, knowing when to advance and when to yield, he proved to be a capable choice indeed. Moreover, he was unquestionably Qin Shi Huang's most favored minister in recent years, a fact known throughout the entire Qin territory. Very well, it is settled. Knowing you were to undertake the scholarly tour, I entrust this matter to you. You must first complete my requirements before proceeding with your studies. Do you understand? No sooner had the words left Qin Shi Huang's lips than Zhao Mu nodded solemnly, his earnest demeanor further pleasing the emperor. I recall General Wang's granddaughter, whose talents have been rare within the Imperial Academy in recent years. Therefore, on this occasion, I grant her the privilege of joining the scholarly tour. While all present knew Zhao Mu would embark on the scholarly tour, none had imagined a young woman would accompany him. Some had already speculated in secret that Qin Shi Huang's arrangements might be intended to matchmake for Zhao Mu. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian sighed inwardly, yet maintained an expression of humble gratitude. He stepped forward, paid respects to Qin Shi Huang, and declared, Your Majesty, this old minister thanks you for your care of my granddaughter. Witnessing this display, they dismissed their baseless suspicions. After all, Wang Jin's demeanor suggested he had personally petitioned Qin Shi for this favor. I know the young lady from General Wang's household possesses great ambition. Under such circumstances, she shall naturally apply herself to her studies upon Qin's soil. Upon her return, should she achieve distinction, I shall reward her accordingly. Hearing these words, Zhao Mu quietly returned to his seat. As long as he remained silent, no one could implicate him in any improper relationship with Wang Linger. Only after Wang Jin took his seat did the assembled ministers realize something was different about this matter. Furrowing their brows, they exchanged glances, eager to voice their objections. Your Majesty, while the Jingwa Marquis's decision to undertake this scholarly journey was entirely his own, does it seem appropriate to bring a woman along? As he spoke, Qin Shi raised an eyebrow. A flicker of puzzlement crossed his expression, for the one rising to oppose was none other than Li Si. Where exactly do you find impropriety, Chancellor Li? Qin Shi impassive demeanor sent a chill through Li Si's heart. Yet Li Si harbored no intention of yielding. He understood all too clearly that if he failed to shift Qin Shi perspective at this moment, the consequences would only grow worse. Gathering his resolve, Li Si spoke directly. The Marquis's granddaughter is after all a young woman, and as she grows older it is time to consider her marriage prospects. If she embarks on a journey of study, she will be away from home for at least 3 or 5 years. Should we expect all women to follow her example? And if so, who will marry and bear children to ensure the continuation of our great Qin's lineage? It is precisely because our great Qin boasts an abundant population that it enjoys national prosperity and strength. If we disregard the importance of women at this very moment, we would be courting our own destruction. Listening to Li Si's pompous rhetoric and observing the ministers nodding in agreement, Zhao Mu furrowed his brow. With a hint of bewilderment in his voice, he retorted, by your reasoning, does great Qin's continued prosperity, or its defeat by enemies tomorrow, rest upon women's bellies? Then perhaps Chancellor Li should set an example for us all, and see if you can father a child yourself. Of course I mean you personally. Do not rely on your wives or concubines at home. The faint sarcasm in Zhao Mu's words turned Li Si's complexion dark. Yet Zhao Mu paid him no mind. With a casual shrug, he watched the embarrassed Li Si stand before them, clearly amused by how the Chancellor would respond to such a pointed remark. After all, his words were far from kind. Jingwa Marquis, I understand you hold deep affection for the Wang family's granddaughter and harbor considerable resentment toward me, so it is only natural you would take her side when speaking. But you must remember, the distinction between men farming and women weaving is the natural order. If you defy this heavenly principle, now what then? Li Si's words were clearly an attack on Wang Linger's virtue. Zhao Mu furrowed his brow, his voice carrying evident puzzlement. Your words imply I harbor improper feelings for Sister Wang, yet I was raised by Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Meng since childhood. Their grandchildren have always been my peers, and she is my elder sister as naturally as Wang Gij is my elder brother. I will not tolerate your baseless slander against our relationship. When speaking these words, Zhao Mu's tone was grave and unwavering. The onlookers who had been watching with mockery in their eyes suddenly straightened as Zhao Mu's killing intent swept through them, leaving them feeling exposed and vulnerable. I do not know what motives drive you to speak thus, Zhao Mu continued, but she is merely one person who wishes to broaden her horizons through travel and study. You cannot use these arguments to oppress a young woman. That is a clear evasion of the issue. Zhao Mu was well aware that Wang Linger had once confided in him. She cared little for marriage, preferring instead to devote herself to her work. Yet before these men, he knew such a statement would fall on deaf ears, so he wisely kept her true thoughts hidden rather than expose them in this assembly. May I then ask whether Chancellor Li has made any meaningful contribution to Great Qin's development in recent years? If not, shouldn't you step aside and let someone else take your position? Li Si's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined the flames of conflict would engulf him so directly. Very well, Zhao Mu pressed on coldly. If you are willing, we can select a successor right now. Watching Li Si retreat to his seat in visible discomfort, Zhao Mu offered a cold smile before turning to address the assembled ministers. Whether sons or daughters of Great Qin, all are our people. If a woman wishes to take up arms and fight alongside us, we gain a comrade. Why drive her away? He read the disdain on their faces, sensing their disagreement, yet Zhao Mu remained composed and unperturbed. I wish for all, men and women alike, to strengthen themselves through training and endeavor. When every citizen becomes a soldier, Great Qin will stand as the most powerful nation in the world, and no enemy shall seize so much as an inch of our territory beneath our iron hooves. These words, charged with such grand ambition, compelled Qin Shi to exclaim his approval. Any discerning observer could see the soaring aspirations shining in Zhao Mu's eyes. The assembled ministers were so shaken by his fervor that none dared speak further. While most women are born delicate and prefer the comfort of home, there are always some who yearn for the battlefield or scholarly pursuits. Regardless of their chosen path, they are all children of Great Qin, and we must support them. For it is through their combined abilities and dedication that we have built Great Qin into the greatest nation the world has ever known. Why reject one's comrades? Zhao Mu could not fathom what these men were thinking. Noticing Qin Shi appreciative gaze, the ministers exchanged uncomfortable glances and chose to keep their objections to themselves. Zhao Mu understood all too well that their silence stemmed not from conviction, but from deference to the emperor's favor. Yet even so, Zhao Mu did not lose heart. He knew with certainty that through determined effort and the strategic mobilization of all available resources and talents, the rise of Great Qin was not merely a dream, but an inevitability. Wang Jian, seated nearby, watched Zhao Mu return to his place with complicated emotions, unsure of what to say. He had never imagined Zhao Mu would stand up so resolutely on behalf of Wang Linger. Having carefully verified that no romantic feelings existed between the two young people, he briefly entertained the notion that marrying his granddaughter to Zhao Mu might not be such a poor arrangement after all. Childhood companions raised together, sharing the same aspirations and dreams. Honestly, Wang Jian found it difficult to set aside such a favorable prospect. Yet he soon dismissed the thought. His granddaughter's wishes came first, and Wang Jian resolved not to make decisions on her behalf. After the birthday banquet concluded, the schedule for the study tour was officially set in motion. Before the banquet ended, Qin Shi had informed Zhao Mu that he could organize his entourage and depart in 3 days, leaving him with only 3 days to pack his luggage. Upon returning home, Wang Jian recounted everything Zhao Mu had said at the banquet to Wang Linger detail by detail. Yet he did not detect even a shred of fear in Wang Linger's eyes, but instead they were filled with sheer excitement and a burning fighting spirit. I knew it. Once those people heard about my upcoming study tour, they would surely take action to obstruct me. Zhao Mu had already discussed this with Wang Linger on the day they made their plans, forewarning her of every possible scenario that might arise. Consequently, she felt no surprise at this moment. Are you not afraid? Wang Jian raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt flickering in his expression. Their obstruction and attacks will certainly not be a one-time occurrence. If you persist, they are highly likely to view you as an outright enemy. When that time comes, you will find it difficult to take even a single step. What will you do then? As he spoke these words, Wang Jian's eyes were filled with perplexity. He truly could not comprehend why his granddaughter possessed such a powerful, unyielding drive. What of it? The road ahead is long and obstacles abound, yet I will search high and low. If everyone chooses to remain stagnant, the Great Qin would never have achieved its current grandeur and prosperity. As Wang Linger spoke, she could not help but quote the words Zhao Mu had once said. Seeing this, Wang Jian knew all too well that his granddaughter was utterly resolved to follow this path to the very end. Yet at this very moment, he found himself devoid of fear, and the previous sense of unease had completely vanished, as if a solution for everything had already been found. Wang Jian sighed softly and reached out to gently pat the crown of Wang Linger's head. Looking at her slightly haughty gaze as her hair was mussed, Wang Jian smiled and said, "Since you already know the price you might have to pay, and you know you have the power of choice, do not squander the opportunity he has created for you." After all, to debate the scholars single-handedly before the crowd and reclaim the opportunity for Wang Linger's study tour, Zhao Mu had indeed sacrificed a great deal. I know, rest assured. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Zhao Mu received an invitation handed to him by the housekeeper. It turned out that Wang Linger, Wang Li, and Meng Lian did not plan to host any birthday celebrations for him within the Jingguo mansion. Instead, they intended to surprise him outside. Upon reading this, the corner of Zhao Mu's mouth twitched slightly, and he could not help but show a look of helplessness. He truly had not expected them to be so mysterious. Could there be some sort of prank waiting for him? Countless paranoid scenarios of potential crises flashed through Zhao Mu's mind in an instant, but he quickly dismissed them all. After all, there was no concrete evidence to suggest that his close friends would deliberately play a trick on him during this birthday celebration. Doubting their good intentions in such a manner felt somewhat ungenerous. Casting aside the clutter of random thoughts, Zhao Mu nodded and told the housekeeper that he would attend the gathering on time. He then reiterated his plans to inspect the border army and embark on his study tour. Within 3 days, I hope you can prepare all the necessary items as quickly as possible. Zhao Mu's eyes held a touch of earnestness, and his gaze upon the housekeeper was filled with solemnity. This time I may not return for nearly 3 to 4 years, so the well-being of the mansion will rely on everyone's joint efforts. Hearing these words, the housekeeper nodded vigorously. With departure imminent, a sudden pang of reluctance washed over him. Although he was originally sent by Qin Shi to manage the affairs of Zhao Mu's residence. Ever since his arrival, Zhao Mu had always treated him with utmost respect. Furthermore, His Majesty had never demanded that he disclose any of Zhao Mu's private information. To the housekeeper, this place had truly become his home. Now that the master of the house was leaving as the housekeeper, he had to safeguard his master's home. Please be at ease. Young master, I stand by my word. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect the Jingguo mansion until my very last breath. Zhao Mu smiled, stepping forward to pat his shoulder, telling him not to make the atmosphere so somber. Do not worry. I have already arranged personnel to look after you all, and I have left behind master strategies for any emergencies. Do not speak of life and death. How could any of you possibly die? Seeing Zhao Mu's reassuring gaze, the housekeeper nodded, keeping his surging emotions in check before departing to prepare Zhao Mu's traveling attire. When the afternoon arrived, Zhao Mu took a carriage to the tavern where they were to dine. To his surprise, the moment he stepped inside, he crossed paths with someone he had no desire to see. Li Si was sitting in the tavern having his meal. When he looked up and saw Zhao Mu enter, a trace of surprise crossed his face. What a small world. The same thought flashed through both of their minds. Zhao Mu cupped his hands in a brief greeting toward Li Si, having no intention of exchanging pleasantries, given that relations between them were far from amicable. If they were to speak now, one of them would surely be left so choked with irritation that they couldn't finish their meal. Yet, even for the victorious party, it did not mean they could simply walk away without any psychological burden. Thus, upon second thought, Zhao Mu decided it was best to avoid further contact. However, as he ascended the stairs and glanced back at Li Si sitting alone, a trace of bewilderment crept into his expression. Li Si was, after all, the chancellor. Had his stipend dwindled so much that he could not afford a private room and had to dine in the main hall? This was truly bizarre. Guided by the waiter, Zhao Mu made his way to the private room on the 4th floor. Even after entering, his thoughts remained fixed on the sight of Li Si. But when he snapped back to reality, the unique decorations within the private room caught him completely by surprise. In truth, the Qin Dynasty did not have any extravagant birthday celebrations. Every single decoration here had been crafted piece by piece by Wang Linger, Wang Li, and Meng Lian. Aside from some clay figurines, there were also exquisitely carved miniature wooden houses. Hanging on the wall of the private room was a landscape painting rendered by Wang Li's own hand. The entire space resembled the secret hideouts they used to play in during their childhood. Happy birthday. Hearing the door of the private room swing open behind him, Zhao Mu turned around to see Wang Linger holding a bowl of longevity noodles flanked by Wang Li and Meng Lian. The three of them walked in together and placed the bowl of longevity noodles on the table before Zhao Mu. Thank you. Zhao Mu looked into the bowl and noticed that the thickness of the noodles was rather uneven. Although it smelled delicious, one look was enough to tell it had been prepared by inexperienced hands. Zhao Mu could think of no one else who would do this besides his three dear friends. Hurry and try some. Observing the hopeful anticipation in his friend's eyes, Zhao Mu sighed and knelt upright before the table. Wang Linger, Wang Li, and Meng Lian gathered around him, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they watched Zhao Mu, eager to know how he felt after eating the noodles. Being stared at like this, even Zhao Mu, who considered himself mentally strong, found it hard to articulate his feelings. You don't have to be this excited. Can't you ask after I've eaten? Zhao Mu couldn't help but say this, yet there was no irritation in his expression, only resignation. Go ahead and taste it. We came straight here from the palace banquet, even changed clothes at the inn next door. Meng Lian's tone was filled with obvious urgency. Looking at this brother who cared for him, Zhao Mu uttered a word of thanks, then mustered his courage and picked up his chopsticks. The noodles looked decent after all. Wang Linger and the others wanted to create an unforgettable birthday memory for Zhao Mu not to kill him, so the overall appearance of the noodles was quite appealing. But since it was their first time cooking, Zhao Mu was still a bit hesitant. Summoning courage, he lifted a strand of noodles with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing with his eyes closed, his expression gradually relaxed. Noticing this, Wang Linger couldn't help but widen her eyes. This bowl of noodles was mainly her handiwork, so she was very concerned about how it tasted to him. How does it taste? Not bad at all. Zhao Mu opened his eyes, a hint of surprise in his voice. I thought the noodles would taste strange, but unexpectedly the overall flavor is quite normal. Wang Linger let out a huge sigh of relief, her expression clearly showing relaxation. She had been worried too, but fortunately Zhao Mu's feedback was much better than she had imagined. Looks like I do have a bit of talent in cooking. Her tone carried unmistakable lightness and joy. Seeing this, Zhao Mu smiled gently. Wang Li urged him to try the soup. Go on, take a sip. Meeting Wang Li's expectant look, Zhao Mu understood. The broth of this longevity noodle soup must have been made by Wang Li, otherwise he wouldn't be so excited. Obediently, Zhao Mu put down his chopsticks, ignored the spoon beside him, and lifted the bowl to take a gentle sip. Having already tasted that the noodles were good, Zhao Mu gave Wang Li a thumbs up after simply sampling the broth. Under the eager gazes of the three, Zhao Mu finished the entire bowl of noodles. Setting down his chopsticks, Zhao Mu turned to Meng Lian, who sat nearby with obvious excitement, and asked, so what did you do in this bowl of noodles? The noodles were made by Wang Linger, the broth by Wang Li, so what did Meng Lian do? Just sit here and eat with him. Thinking of these possibilities, Zhao Mu's eyes involuntarily flickered with amusement. Me. I didn't do much, just prepared all the raw materials and cut the vegetables. Meng Lian said this with a hint of pride. Zhao Mu thought of the various vegetables chopped haphazardly in the bowl and nodded in approval on the surface. Not bad, good knife skills worthy of praise. Spouting these insincere words, Zhao Mu felt no guilt. After all, his friends had put in their heartfelt effort. Even if it was less than perfect, Zhao Mu didn't want to discourage them at this moment. Really? Seems I'm quite talented in culinary arts too. Zhao Mu chuckled, his expression full of lightness. Being with his friends always brought him more excitement and joy. By the way, when we came in, your expression seemed a bit off. What happened? After chatting about their study tour for a while, Wang Li, as if recalling something, couldn't help but ask Zhao Mu. He had noticed Zhao Mu's expression when they entered, and although Zhao Mu had concealed it in an instant, Wang Li still couldn't forget it. so Wang Li felt it necessary to inquire in detail. Hearing this question, Xiao Mu frowned and recounted how he had seen Li Si downstairs just now. Why is Li Si here? And you said he was dining in the main hall. That's too strange. After all, Li Si was the prime minister. Even if he had lost some of Qin Shi Huang's favor, he wouldn't be reduced to sitting in the Tang Poetry restaurant and eating with common folk. Although those who could afford to eat at a restaurant had some means, Li Si mingling among them was suspicious. Could he be meeting someone? Apart from that, Wang Linger couldn't think of any other possibility. But in the main hall, no matter who he meets, he can't have a detailed conversation. The place is bustling with people coming and going. If someone overhears important information he wants to convey, it could be dangerous. Hearing Wang Linger's doubt, Wang Li thought seriously and shook his head to dismiss the possibility. Wang Linger herself had already mentally rejected it the moment she spoke. Then why? Only Meng Lian sat watching, his eyes full of confusion. All in all, he can't be here with good intentions. As for what exactly he wants, I don't know yet. Xiao Mu frowned, his expression also puzzled. After all, Li Si had pulled many strange moves before. It wasn't the first time he'd seen him do something inexplicable. Well, let's call a waiter and ask if he's still downstairs. Seeing everyone's confusion, Meng Lian decided to seek outside help. No, what if we reveal our interest? Xiao Mu was clearly nervous at Meng Lian's suggestion. If he so blatantly kept an eye on Li Si, it could become a topic for gossip. That might be inappropriate. Don't worry. This restaurant has a slight connection with my family, so even if we ask about things, they won't tell others casually. Moreover, Meng Lian never usually did such things, and he wouldn't let the restaurant gain such a reputation. The reason he decided this today was because Xiao Mu, Wang Linger, and Wang Li were too nervous, so he resorted to this unconventional method. Won't Grandpa Meng scold you if you do this? Xiao Mu's eyes involuntarily showed concern, as Grandpa Meng was not lenient with Meng Lian. It's fine, don't worry. Watching Meng Lian beckon a waiter who was clearly well acquainted with him into the room, Xiao Mu parted his lips, wanting to speak. Yet after a brief hesitation, he ultimately chose to remain silent. He had to admit that he harbored his own subtle motives in this matter. Even if such intentions might place his close friend in jeopardy, he could not bring himself to abandon them. For he desired even more to uncover the true purpose behind Li Si's arrival here. Rest assured, I have already dispatched him to gather information. He will return shortly to brief us on the situation. Upon hearing Meng Lian's words, the other three indeed quieted down significantly. Everyone waited patiently for the outcome. Before long, the waiter came up to brief them on Li Si's general movements. He merely had a meal and left without making contact with anyone. He only exchanged a couple of words with those sharing his table. Hearing this, Xiao Mu found it rather hard to believe. Had Li Si ever dined at your tavern before? Wang Linger asked with a furrowed brow, clearly concerned about whether the man had appeared here in the past. Upon hearing Wang Linger's query, the waiter pondered carefully before replying. He has dined at our tavern before, but in the past. He would always sit in the private rooms on the 3rd or 4th floor, and rarely dined in the common hall on the 1st floor. In the past, when passing through the 1st floor, he also seemed highly averse to the noisy environment. Hearing this, how could the four sitting in the private room not realize the anomaly? Previously, he always stayed in the private rooms on the 3rd or 4th floor, yet now he went to the 1st floor. There is absolutely something amiss. Seeing Xiao Mu's solemn expression, Meng Lian waved to dismiss the waiter, strictly instructing him before he departed that he must never speak a word of this to anyone. Once the waiter had departed, everyone turned their gaze back to Xiao Mu. Now we can essentially confirm that he indeed has some conspiracy afoot. I'm just not entirely sure what he is trying to achieve. Xiao Mu sighed, a look of profound dilemma clouding his features. After all, he was about to depart on a scholarly journey. Even if he had ideas or plans, he would not be able to arrange them in such a short time. Most importantly, he felt as though there was a deeper conspiracy lurking behind this, waiting for him to uncover. You still have me. Wang Li, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up after hearing all the news. He looked at Xiao Mu intently and said with a touch of gravity in his voice, I will keep an eye on this matter for you. You need not worry. Since Wang Linger was set to depart with Xiao Mu in Wang Li's eyes, this responsibility could only fall upon his own shoulders. After all, Meng Lian's martial prowess far exceeded his intellect. It was best not to let him rashly deploy his strength. That's right, rest assured. With the two of us keeping watch for you and Xianyang, if he dares to make any malicious move, we will surely strike him down hard. Meng Lian laughed, slinging an arm around Wang Li's shoulder and pulling him close. The brotherly camaraderie between the two brought a trace of relief to Xiao Mu's brow. Indeed, he was not fighting alone. Why should he be so tense? But you two must also be careful. After all, he is a man of ill intent. If he plays any tricks, I won't be able to offer you immediate assistance. If Xiao Mu were in Xianyang, he might still be able to offer some help. But if he were thousands of miles away, he would truly be powerless to assist. Don't worry. We have learned a lot alongside you over the years. When it comes to dealing with people like him, we have gained a bit of experience. Wang Li said this with a laugh, his face full of ease, which instantly put Xiao Mu's mind at rest. Indeed, he was not the only one who had grown over the years. Both Wang Li and Wang Linger had made remarkable progress in terms of mental maturity and strategic wit. Although Meng Lian was not as thorough as the others when contemplating matters, his martial prowess was more than enough to make up for this deficiency. Then I shall leave it to you. In any case, please prioritize your own safety before pursuing this matter. As Zhao Mu spoke, his expression was extremely earnest. Hearing his words, Wang Li and Meng Lian exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. For they knew very well that by speaking thus, Zhao Mu was clearly entrusting this matter to them. Therefore, no matter what, they had to help him resolve this trouble. Meanwhile, upon returning to his residence, Li Si still felt a lingering dread when thinking of his encounter with Zhao Mu at the tavern today. He truly had not expected the boy to appear there. One must know that all his actions today had been hidden from others. Aside from a select few in his manner, no one knew what he was actually going to the tavern to do. Yet now he had run into Zhao Mu at the tavern, and Li Si was uncertain whether meeting him was a blessing or a curse. Fortunately, he had quickly accomplished what he set out to do at the tavern and departed. Otherwise, Li Si truly suspected that he would have been investigated by Zhao Mu. What he did not know, however, was that even though he had left in time, Zhao Mu had already dispatched people to investigate him. He was simply temporarily in the dark about it. After celebrating his birthday, Zhao Mu sent the other three back to their respective residences before leisurely riding the carriage with Jing Wuji back to the marquee of Jin's residence. Jing Wuji looked at Zhao Mu, who sat beside him, with an unmistakable expression of ease and joy, and could not help but remark, "Young master seems very happy today." Zhao Mu nodded, admitting it without the slightest hesitation. "Indeed. I am 12 now, and there are so many more things I can do. Moreover, in 3 days I will leave Xianyang to travel and study doing what I wish. I have no idea when I will see them next, so being able to chat and laugh with them so happily before my departure is something that makes me feel truly blessed." The way Zhao Mu spoke clearly showed that he regarded those people as the most precious family of his life. Seeing this, Jing Wuji spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Rest assured, young master, even when you go on your travels, those remaining in the capital will surely miss you." Jing Wuji's words, of course, only referred to those who were close to Zhao Mu. Hearing this, the smile on Zhao Mu's face widened. While chatting with the three earlier, Zhao Mu had drunk some fruit wine. Now, swayed by the motion of the carriage, he felt a bit tipsy. Clearly his tolerance was not so low, but this comfortable sensation made him feel as though he were truly intoxicated. Upon returning to the marquee of Jin's residence, Zhao Mu fell fast asleep, sleeping straight through until the following morning. Zhao Mu spent 3 days arranging all remaining affairs, carefully designating whom he should entrust and whom he should take along. On the afternoon before his departure, Zhao Mu was summoned to the palace once more. Qin Shi gazed at the youth seated beside him, now beginning to resemble a handsome young man, and found himself unable to resist reaching out to ruffle his hair. Zhao Mu was unaware of why the emperor had called him to the palace so suddenly, but he understood that Qin Shi must also feel a deep reluctance to let him go. After all, he was a child personally raised from infancy. Even tigers and wolves possess a father's tenderness, and Qin Shi was above all human. "Your Majesty." Zhao Mu spoke hesitantly, continuing to look at Qin Shi with a gaze full of tender attachment, as though seeking to discern what the emperor intended to do. "I summoned you today merely to share a final conversation with you before your scholarly journey. After all, once you step beyond the walls of Xianyang, it will likely be 3 to 5 years before you can return." Indeed, a scholarly journey meant that wherever knowledge worthy of pursuit was found, one would inevitably stay for an extended period. Although the carriages and imperial roads had been improved, Zhao Mu still had far too many places to visit, which would inevitably delay the journey. Coupled with the tasks Qin Shi had arranged for him, the entire process would consume considerable time. Zhao Mu understood this, and naturally, so did Qin Shi. Thus, the emperor felt reluctant to let the boy go. He increasingly saw traces of Fusu in the youth, yet the child remained unaware of those secrets. Qin Shi had never intended to bring those matters to light. Perhaps it would be best for Zhao Mu to remain in ignorance. Yet upon seeing the bright clarity of the boy's eyes, Qin Shi grew hesitant again. Surely the child had the right to know the story of his biological parents. "Tell me, do you still hold any memories of your mother and father?" Qin Shi pondered for a moment before the question slipped from his lips. Perhaps the sorrow of impending separation had clouded his mind, prompting him to desire sharing these matters with the youth. Upon hearing these words, a cold sweat crept down Zhao Mu's spine. While Qin Shi was in the mood to speak of familial warmth and affection, Zhao Mu was far from interested in listening. He feared that knowing too much would leave him like a blank sheet of paper in Qin Shi eyes, making him all the easier to control. "Your Majesty, when you found me, I was but an infant, still swaddled in cloth. How could I possibly carry any memory of my parents?" Hearing Zhao Mu's reply, Qin Shi's expression shifted to one of helplessness. Indeed, he had been too hasty. His eagerness to claim the boy as his own had made him forget certain basic premises. Moreover, those who abandoned me in such a perilous place clearly did not wish for me to live. They wanted me to perish at the jaws of wild beasts. If not for your Majesty, I would surely have died long ago. Zhao Mu spoke in a husky voice. Raising his head, he caught Qin Shi's gaze, and the emperor immediately noticed the slightly reddened tip of his nose and the swollen rims of his eyes. Qin Shi, who had been about to say something, quickly swallowed his words. He had originally intended to refute what Zhao Mu had said, for in his view Fusu had never stopped loving his child. The truth was simply that Fusu lacked the ability to raise him, and more importantly Fusu was entirely unaware of the child's existence. Yet Qin Shi could not bring himself to speak these words. Once uttered, the boy before him would inevitably ask why his own father knew nothing of his existence. Everything would become far more difficult to explain. Qin Shi fell silent, and the fragile sentiment stirred by the approaching parting vanished instantly. He resumed the cold, ruthless demeanor of an emperor, save for the faint warmth that lingered only when gazing upon his own. You speak rightly. What need is there for such heartless parents? Rest assured I shall always be your family. Qin Shi patted Zhao Mu's back gently as he spoke, and Zhao Mu nodded, his brows curving into a smile, as though he had been comforted. Only Zhao Mu knew how terrified he had been of what the emperor was about to reveal. What do you intend to accomplish on this journey? Qin Shi had previously heard Zhao Mu speak of his desire to write and establish his legacy. This scholarly journey would undoubtedly bring him many novel experiences and reflections. Thus he wished to know what plans awaited Zhao Mu upon his return. During the journey, I will continue my research. Should I discover anything particularly valuable, I shall dispatch messengers on swift horses to deliver it back to Xianying, so it may be put to use as soon as possible, to bring greater benefit to our great Qin. Zhao Mu's eyes sparkled brightly as he spoke these words, causing Qin Shi expression to soften once more. Furthermore, I wish to compile a geographic record, a work concerning mountains, rivers, and territories. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's words, Ingzheng swiftly drew his conclusion. Precisely. When I visited Nanhai Commandery, I realized that having a book documenting the terrain of each region and recording the local customs and folkways would indeed be a remarkable undertaking. As he spoke, Zhao Mu's eyes shone with longing. Recalling the travel journals of Su Xiaka from later eras, he could hardly suppress his desire to leave his own mark upon this age. Yet this too carries great danger. If others obtain such a work, they might very well use it to target our territories for attack. Qin Shi, as emperor, naturally viewed matters from a different perspective. In this matter, Zhao Mu saw eternal renown and the fulfillment of his ambition, while Qin Shi perceived only the potential crises lurking beneath such a book. Your Majesty, if one were to hand the 18th Prince a complete treatise on military strategy along with our army's deployment maps and send him to attack our forces, do you truly believe he could win? In recent years, the conflict between Zhao Mu and Hu Hai had grown ever deeper, so before Qin Shi he made no effort to conceal his hostility toward him. No. Considering Hu Hai's abilities, Qin Shi shook his head. Even with step-by-step instruction, Hu Hai might still suffer defeat, and merely providing military manuals and deployment charts would be of little use. Then what exactly worries your Majesty? The reason an army achieves victory ultimately lies with its commander. Terrain features are merely supporting elements. Moreover, are there not already countless who discuss warfare merely from the safety of paper? And how many of them have ever become great generals in the end? Merely a handful, nothing more. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shi nodded, and the concern in his eyes faded considerably. But you must be careful with that book of yours. Do not write anything inappropriate lest it cause trouble later. Rest assured. Your Majesty, your humble servant understands. Zhao Mu smiled and nodded, agreeing to Qin Shi words without the slightest hesitation. After all, to him these matters were not impossible to handle. Seeing Zhao Mu's obedient demeanor, Qin Shi let out another sigh. Though he knew that this child was certainly not as compliant before others as he was in his presence, he still worried that he might be harmed out in the world. Was this the feeling of being an elder? Qin Shi sighed inwardly at this thought, then said to Zhao Mu, "If you encounter any danger outside, take this token." Qin Shi pulled a token from his bosom and pressed it into Zhao Mu's hand. Looking down, Zhao Mu saw that it was a golden token inscribed with the words, as if the emperor himself were present. I have thought long and hard about how to prepare a backup plan for you, but every method seemed flawed. So I had this token forged. If you face any peril, you can take it to the local army and seek aid. Zhao Mu held the heavy golden token, and a sudden warmth struck his heart. He had truly never imagined that a sovereign like Qin Shi would think so thoroughly for him. It was astonishing. Yet precisely because it was so astonishing, he suddenly felt that in his dealings with Qin Shi his own feelings had been more of exploitation than genuine affection. But he quickly dispelled such emotions. He knew clearly that the other party only softened because he was about to leave, wanting to give him something good out of a momentary tender heart. If they were to spend a long time together, who knew what might happen? So he must not become too soft-hearted under any circumstances. Your humble servant will protect himself, Your Majesty. I also hope you will take good care of your health in Xianying City. I will return with talents and glory. Seeing Zhao Mu's resolute gaze, Qin Shi smiled and patted his shoulder, urging him to go back and rest, and to make a final check of the things he needed to bring. By the way, within this token, I have concealed an EC pearl. It is hidden inside the gold. If you encounter any insurmountable trouble during your journey, you can use this pearl to exchange for money. The token was very small, but fortunately no one would dare to steal it, so Qin Shi had made these alterations. Zhao Mu tightened his grip on the token once more and nodded to Qin Shi. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Your humble servant will return safely. After leaving the palace, Zhao Mu immediately began to check all the items he might need, making a final confirmation. Although he had confirmed many times over the past 3 days, matters like this required more preparation rather than less. On the 4th day after the palace banquet, Zhao Mu planned to depart in the morning. Waking up early in the morning, Zhao Mu quickly changed into a set of convenient travel clothes. Since he was going on a long journey, he did not want to waste too much time on his attire during the trip. Of course, he did not abandon his dignity as the Jinghua Ho. He brought some seemingly elaborate garments which he could wear when formal occasions required. But ordinarily, he could wear short jackets or fitted outfits convenient for traveling back and forth. After bidding farewell to the people in the Marquis's residence, Zhao Mu boarded the carriage and could not help but lift the curtain. Seeing the steward's tear-streaked face, Zhao Mu smiled and waved at him, saying, "You all go back now. After the study tour ends, I will return at the earliest opportunity. If anything happens, you can write to me." Having said this, Zhao Mu let the curtain fall and sat back inside the carriage. His heart was also heavy, so it was better not to let others see his expression. After all, as a man appearing slightly weak would inevitably become a laughingstock. With a dedicated coachman, this time, Zhao Mu naturally did not need Jing Wuji to drive the carriage outside. Jing Wuji boarded the carriage and, seeing Zhao Mu's slightly wistful look, could not help asking, "Young master, are you all right?" Zhao Mu shook his head, a trace of loss in his eyes, and replied, "It's nothing major. Just that some things are hard to put into words." He had never expected to care so much or attach such importance to these passing figures in his life. If it had been the old him, he might have thought it was a joke, but now he had to admit it was true. He truly did care about them. "All right, let's go to the prince's mansion to pick up Sister Linger, and then we'll be off." The people Wang Linger might meet along the way were already listed in the entourage behind the carriage. So now all he needed to do was go to the prince's mansion to pick up Wang Linger and her maid, and they could depart. Arriving at the entrance of the prince's mansion, watching Wang Linger bid farewell to Wang Jian, Zhao Mu was suddenly reminded of 7 years ago, when he had come here to fetch Wang Linger to work at the academy. 7 years had passed in a blink, many things had changed, yet some things seemed unchanged. Zhao Mu stepped down from the carriage, looked at Wang Jian, whose expression clearly showed reluctance, and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Rest assured, Grandpa Wang. I will take good care of Wang Linger. Even if I myself get hurt, I will not let her suffer the slightest harm." Whether as a young lady or an elder sister, Zhao Mu would protect this courageous person who traveled with him. "Since she started working at the academy, I have taught her many self-defense skills. So on this journey, you two must support and help each other. You siblings must return safely, understood?" Wang Linger and Zhao Mu exchanged a glance, nodded solemnly, and then boarded the carriage under Wang Jian's reluctant gaze. The carriage was prepared by the Wang family themselves. After all, even if Zhao Mu and Wang Linger were perfectly open and above board, they still had to be mindful of the differences between men and women to avoid gossip from others. So Wang Jian had specially prepared a carriage for Wang Linger. This carriage appeared larger than the others, with enough space inside to live in. The exterior was also treated with special waterproof materials, so even on rainy days staying in the carriage was perfectly fine. Seeing this carriage, Zhao Mu could only marvel at how much thought Wang Jian had put into it. This carriage was custom-made at a small courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, costing a considerable amount of silver. "All right, let's go." Wang Jian sighed, and stood there seeing Zhao Mu and Wang Linger off. They kept the curtain lifted until Wang Jian's figure was no longer visible, then they let the curtain fall and continued on their journey. Since there were other members in the party, Zhao Mu found it inconvenient to share a carriage with Wang Linger for conversation. He could only make preparations in advance, and had Jing Wuji help deliver them to her carriage. After all, some means of passing time were needed along the journey, otherwise it would become even more tedious. Upon arriving outside the city of Xianyang, Zhao Mu breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the vast procession. Leaving the city of Xianyang behind, the psychological pressure that had weighed upon him indeed diminished considerably. Around noon, when it was time for lunch, the caravan halted by the roadside. The pre-prepared tables were brought down and preparations were made to cook and eat. Wang Linger also descended from the carriage, appearing ready to help with the work. However, Zhao Mu stopped her from assisting in the kitchen. "Sister Ling, we have already brought along a chef in advance, one we can trust. Therefore, please do not involve yourself in such matters." Zhao Mu spoke these words with an extremely serious countenance. Upon hearing him, Wang Linger carefully studied his expression, contemplating for a long moment before nodding. She could discern that Zhao Mu was not dismissing her out of disdain for such tasks, but rather because there was truly no need to waste her efforts upon them. With that understanding, Wang Linger said no more and sat aside to chat with Zhao Mu and the others. "Sister Ling, how does it feel to be out on your first journey?" There was a hint of curiosity in Zhao Mu's gaze. Among their party, only Wang Linger and those around her were experiencing a long journey for the first time. The rest had already grown accustomed to traveling alongside Zhao Mu. Most importantly, over the past 7 years, even short-distance missions had seen Dong Kong leading his subordinates traveling with Zhao Mu, so they were already quite familiar with one another. However, since Zhao Mu had already spoken with Dong Kong beforehand, no one made jokes about Wang Linger at this moment. Even though some wondered why Wang Linger as a woman would join a scholarly journey, nobody mentioned this in front of Zhao Mu, for no one wished to anger him. It is tolerable. Though the carriage ride is somewhat dreary, on the whole it remains within the bounds of endurance. The confined space of the carriage was certainly less comfortable than remaining in her own bedchamber, as usual, yet her yearning for freedom upon being able to venture out had allowed her to momentarily set aside all of this. Moreover, didn't you send someone to deliver a bundle of books to me? I can pass the time browsing through those without any great difficulty. In addition, Wang Linger had previously heard that Zhao Mu wished to write a book, so she too felt inclined to compose something, though she was uncertain where to begin. Along the road, just now she had been troubling herself over this matter. I noticed Sister Wang Ling seems somewhat troubled. What is wrong? Having sensed Wang Linger's mood, Zhao Mu found it somewhat strange. After all, now that she was free from supervision and had long desired this scholarly journey, one would expect her to be joyful rather than burdened with melancholy. Meeting Zhao Mu's subtly puzzled gaze, Wang Linger pondered for a moment before voicing what lay upon her mind. I also wish to write a book, but I do not know what manner of book to write, nor do I know where to begin. As Wang Linger spoke these words, her eyes fixed steadily upon Zhao Mu, as if hoping to see whether he might offer some fresh perspective after hearing her out. After all, in her eyes, the young man she called younger brother was indeed a very dependable partner. You also wish to write a book. I wonder if Sister Wang Linger is troubled by the subject matter or something else. It is the subject matter. Upon hearing Zhao Mu's question, Wang Linger gave an unhesitating affirmative response. In that case, I can offer you some advice. Zhao Mu contemplated for a moment, when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, giving him an idea. He looked at Wang Linger with delight, a spark of brightness emerging in his eyes. What is it? Wang Linger gazed at Zhao Mu with even greater warmth. Would you like to record all the folk customs, knowledge, and stories we have encountered along this journey? Zhao Mu raised his eyebrows and said with a touch of excitement, I primarily wish to compose a geographical record including details about mountains, rivers, and vegetation distribution. If you write a volume on folk customs, when our two books are merged together, readers will be able to experience the ethos of Great Qin. Zhao Mu's eyes sparkled brightly, as if he could already envision the scene of these two books being combined and celebrated through the ages. You make a valid point. This is indeed a direction I could pursue. Wang Linger felt a slight stir of interest. Besides, Sister Linger, your writing style is already vivid and engaging. If you write those folk tales, I am certain you will bring the scenes and characters to life beautifully, making them even more captivating. Sensing Wang Linger's interest, Zhao Mu enthusiastically praised her strengths. Wang Linger nodded and readily accepted his proposal without hesitation. Then let us do it. I have little else to choose from anyway, and this journey will take us to many places. If I think of anything else to write about along the way, I can jot it down and organize it later when we return. Seeing that Wang Linger had decided upon her course of action, Zhao Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The journey consumed far too much time. Even someone eager for scholarly exploration like Wang Linger would grow weary after such a prolonged period. Only by finding a suitable goal could he ensure the entire scholarly journey would proceed smoothly. I shall first retire to the carriage to write down some ideas I have conceived. Remember to summon me when it is time to eat. As she spoke these words, Wang Linger rose from her seat and quickly slipped into the carriage. Watching her swift movements, Zhao Mu sat at a distance, his expression clearly showing surprise. Only after Wang Linger had departed did Dong Kong, who had been waiting beside him, finally speak. My Lord Marquis, I never expected that on this trip you would bring along the granddaughter of General Wang. When this news spread, everyone nearly assumed there was some special relationship between them. Fortunately, the Wang family promptly sent someone abroad to circulate alternative interpretations, preventing malicious gossip from taking root. Yet the emperor's public declaration of this matter did indeed dispel some of the potential rumors. She is my partner. With her assistance, I no longer need to worry about many matters at the academy. I must admit, capable people are truly reassuring to work with. Seeing Zhao Mu's unabashed admiration for Wang Linger, Dong Kong let out a sigh. He had intended to urge Zhao desist from such dangerous actions. Linger was a girl, and when she marries it could very likely affect the distribution of power in Zhao Mu's hands. But now Zhao Mu's expression prevented him from uttering those words. He felt as if speaking them would stain the bond between Zhao Mu and Wang Linger. Yet after weighing his thoughts, he did not hesitate, and he gathered his words. My lord, I am not trying to sow discord at this moment. I simply do not understand. Could you not entrust the matter to someone else to handle? If you had a man working with you, it would be more convenient, wouldn't it? Zhao Mu nodded at Dong Kang's puzzled expression. He had to admit the other was right. In this era, given his temperament, finding a suitable ally wouldn't be difficult. But if I do not help her fulfill her dream, there will be no one to support her. Zhao Mu spoke with resolve, without a hint of hesitation, for he knew in his heart that what he said was true. You should understand that most girls upon reaching adulthood are expected to marry into another family to become the clan's matriarch, while Linger herself has her own dreams. Zhao Mu spoke these words with relief, for this is the Qin Dynasty, not the other dynasties he'd learned about in history books. Otherwise, under the Ming and Qing, even with his help, Wang Linger would never be able to realize her wishes. She very much hopes to have a good career to shine in the prosperity of the great Qin. Since I have this chance, why not offer it to her? Zhao Mu knew clearly that besides him no one would be willing to help. Even Wang Jian and Wang Li could not restrain their obligations to family and clan. So Zhao Mu could only be grateful that after arriving here, he found himself an orphan, otherwise he might not be able to extend a hand. I know you have many thoughts, but you must learn to see the strengths in others. Most importantly, the Great Qin has been established for only a few decades. If at this moment we lock all the creative people away at home, we would let others hold the upper hand at the court. Do you think that is safe, eh? Zhao Mu knew that if he used the set of arguments he was familiar with here, they would surely disagree. For here the difference between progressive and backward ideas is laid bare. So he simply broached the timeless sensitive topic of national security to make his reasons clear. You should know that the academy remains under my control, and among those studying there has anyone truly reached the Great Qin's court? Dong Kong considered for a moment, then shook his head in silence. 8 years had passed since the academy was founded, yet those people remained in study rather than stepping onto the court. Even when given tasks, they were mostly to organize banquets, with more duties left to Qin state personnel. So this is also something you suggested to His Majesty before? Dong Kong asked, and Zhao Mu nodded with no attempt to hide the effort he had poured into this matter. I simply do not wish the emperor to bear the label of indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, but that does not mean I am not wary of them. Zhao Mu, well versed in history, understood how much malice the remnants of the 6 states bore toward the Qin. Thus, until they were thoroughly educated, he would not allow those people to tread onto the court, nor to hold real power. Moreover, after removing them from their original settlements, the Great Qin could deploy people to educate the residents of those places. Although Zhao Mu spoke thus, in truth he had already done so. He had long urged Ding Zheng to arrange personnel to go to various regions to carry out ideological education. Although Qin Shi Huang was initially puzzled why Zhao Mu wished to do this. But now that they have seen the results, Qin Shi Huang realized the importance of the matter and would directly arrange suitable personnel without Zhao Mu's urging. When that time comes, even if they leave the academy and harbor rebellious thoughts upon returning to their homes, there will be no one to echo their ideas. Wouldn't that be a twofold gain? Dong Kong nodded, a note of admiration in his eyes. Even after 7 years, he still admired how Zhao Mu had anticipated so much. My lord, you are truly formidable. Dong Kong couldn't help but say, his eyes now filled with conviction. He is becoming determined to follow Zhao Mu's cause. After all, with such outstanding ability on display, if he chose someone else at this moment, Dong Kong would feel as if his mind had been cursed. But he did not voice these words, nor tell Zhao Mu. He knew Zhao Mu would not form cliques lightly. The man before them was the emperor's favorite, who forming factions could invite disaster. So Dong Kong kept silent about his thoughts, and only expressed his admiration. Hearing Dong Kang's praise, Zhao Mu sheepishly waved his hand. He hadn't expected that the words would leave him feeling a little embarrassed. Heavenly, is this really how ancient people express their admiration for others? It's a little terrifying. Although Zhao Mu did not utter those words, the surprise in his eyes showed Dong Kong that he was not comfortable with such expressions. Since that was the case, Dong Kong did not press further, but instead inquired about Zhao Mu's plan for the journey. Zhao Mu would certainly not follow the previously submitted route map to the emperor. Dong Kong understood this better than anyone. After all, the last time when they went to the Nanhai Commandery and were hunted, those 7 years had passed, the memory remained vivid. No one would fall into the same trap twice, especially someone as clever as Zhao Mu. We will definitely first complete the border defense patrols, though the route map has indeed changed. I have prepared it. Take a look. Zhao Mu drew a new route map from his chest and slid it into Dong Kang's hands.